Waking up in a high martial world as a good-for-nothing everyone can bully? No problem, the God-tier sign-in system has awakened. Detecting the host's trash-tier talent, every sign-in reward is multiplied by 100. While others struggle for a single body-tempering fruit, I already possess 100. While they toil over their fist techniques, I've already signed in and received the master-level Thunderclap Fist. From today on, I will use my sign-ins to shake the entire world. Did I transmigrate? Sitting in a classroom, Gao Chen stared blankly at his surroundings. He had transmigrated from Earth to become a high school student. This was a world of spiritual energy revival and global martial arts. In 3 days, it would be the life-altering college entrance examination, divided into liberal arts and martial arts. The martial path was the only way to become a powerful warrior. I've transmigrated into the body of a good-for-nothing. This was what frustrated Gao Chen the most. A recent test showed his strength was a mere 120 kilograms, barely crossing the threshold of an ordinary person. Passing the martial arts exam seemed like an impossible dream. Just as he was about to accept this harsh reality, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! God-tier sign-in system successfully bound. Ding! Due to detecting the host's trash-tier talent, all sign-in rewards are multiplied by 100. Ding! New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Langya base cities No. 1 high school to sign in. A system. My cheat has arrived. Gao Chen's spirit soared. He immediately chose to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward, body tempering fruit X 100. Ding! New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the school's training hall to sign in. A body tempering fruit was worth 100,000. 100 of them meant 10 million. Trash tier talent is the best. Gao Chen resisted the urge to sell them for cash. He knew that in this world, strength was everything. He glanced around, and seeing no one was paying attention, he popped a body tempering fruit into his mouth. A warm current flowed through his body, and he could feel his strength increasing instantly. An hour later, Gao Chen had consumed all 100 fruits, worth 10 million. He opened his system interface and was stunned. God-tier sign-in system. Host, Gao Chen. Strength, 1,120 kilograms. Realm, Bronze 1 star. I've become a martial artist? Gao Chen slapped himself hard. The crisp sound and fiery pain confirmed it wasn't a dream. In this world, only 1 in 100,000 could become a martial artist. Just an hour ago, he was a good-for-nothing, and now he was a Bronze 1-star martial artist. An 18-year-old bronze martial artist. I must be the number 1 of my age in Langya base city. Gao Chen was ecstatic, eagerly anticipating his next sign-in. After school, he sprinted to the school's training hall. After persuading the guard with a few hundred yuan bills, he successfully entered the empty hall. Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward, Basic Fist Technique X 100. Ding! Due to the redundancy of skill-type rewards, you are awarded Thunderclap Fist Mastery. Ding! New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Jidao Martial Arts Hall branch to sign in. Mastery level Thunderclap Fist. A level that others might not reach in a lifetime, he obtained with a single sign-in. Gao Chen walked up to the strength testing machine, took a deep breath, shouted, and threw a punch. 1,680 kilograms. He gasped. His own strength was 1,120 kilograms, but with the mastered Thunderclap Fist, its power was boosted by a full 50%. Unbeknownst to him, this data was synchronized and sent to the office of Shinjun, the principal of No. 1 high school. 1,680 kilograms. 1,120 kilograms. Shinjun, who never returned to school after hours, rushed back immediately upon seeing these numbers. He knew better than anyone what they signified. Meanwhile, Gao Chen, satisfied with his new skill, left home and headed to his next sign-in location, the Jidao Martial Arts Hall branch. This was one of the world's top martial arts halls, magnificently decorated. Sign in. Gao Chen couldn't wait as soon as he stepped inside. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward, Basic Footwork X 100. Ding! You are awarded Shadow Concealing Step Mastery. Ding! New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the branch director's office to sign in. The director's office? That would be difficult. How could he, a nobody, get into the office of a major figure in Langya City? An idea flashed through Gao Chen's mind. He walked to the reception desk. Hello, I'd like to take the martial artist test. The receptionist, surprised by his youth, called the instructor. In the testing room, the instructor told him to punch the machine 3 times with each hand, without using any skills. 1,120 kilograms. The first punch stunned the instructor. After 6 punches, he was so excited he could barely speak, stammering for Gao Chen to wait as he rushed to the director's office, forgetting even to knock. What's with all the panic? Branch director Lu Tianping was sipping tea, annoyed by the interruption. Director, An 18-year-old bronze 1-star martial artist is here for testing. 18 years old, Lu Tianping shot up, spilling his tea. He grabbed his subordinate's shoulders, shaking him excitedly. Quick, take me to see him. He knew what an 18-year-old bronze martial artist signified, a talent of heaven-defying proportions. When Lu Tianping saw Gao Chun and confirmed his age, he was so excited he nearly drooled. Young man, are you interested in joining our Jidao Martial Arts Hall? He asked, like a creepy uncle with a lollipop. Not interested, Gao Chen refused without hesitation. With his system and its generous rewards, he had no need to work for others. Lu Tianping was crushed, but not wanting to offend this genius, he still agreed to Gao Chen's request to see his office. Sign in. The moment he stepped into the director's office, Gao Chun chose to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, basic swordplay X 100. Ding. Reward, Green Lotus swordplay, mastery. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Langya Futu Tower to sign in. After bidding farewell to Lu Tianping, Gao Chen headed for the Futu Tower, a landmark in Langya City and also a trial ground for strength. This system is forcing me to climb the tower. Gao Chen sighed helplessly as he saw the sign-in prompt required him to be inside. On the first floor, he faced 100 bronze 1-star beasts, the steel-toothed boars. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, one of the 9 secrets, Jia Secret X 100. Ding. Reward, Jia Secret, Mastery. The Jia Secret could multiply one's own strength by 10 times. Activate Jia Secret. Gao Chun yelled like a shonen protagonist. An immense power surged through his body. He felt invincible, and with one punch, a steel-toothed boar was blasted to pieces. So awesome. 10 minutes later, on the 9th floor, facing a bronze 9-star lord-level beast, Gao Chun still killed it with a single punch. Still not a challenge. He shook his head. After the Jia Secret's duration ended, he exited the tower. He didn't know that his record of clearing 9 floors had once again shaken the major figures of Langya City. That night, Gao Chen signed in at home again and received Heavenly Fragrance Fruit X 100. This was an exotic fruit suitable for bronze martial artists. Gao Chen ate them all without hesitation, and his strength soared once more. Host, Gao Chen. Strength, 21,364 kilograms. Realm, Silver 2-star. In just one day, he had gone from an ordinary person to a Silver 2-star martial artist. The feeling was exhilarating. The next day, as soon as Gao Chen arrived at school, he was summoned to the principal's office by his stern-faced homeroom teacher. The principal wants to see me. Is he going to give me some kind of reward? Gao Chen thought happily. However, Principal Shinjun stared at him for a while and said coldly, "Student, come in." The principal waved his hand, signaling Gao Chen and his homeroom teacher that they could leave. At the same time, the office door opened and a young man walked in from outside. Lu Tao. Unlike Gao Chen, Lu Tao was a prominent figure in the school. At under 18 years old, his strength had already reached a terrifying 980 kilograms, just a step away from becoming a martial artist. He was also the most likely student in the school to break through to the martial artist realm before the college entrance examination. As Gao Chen brushed past Lu Tao, the latter held his head high, not even glancing at Gao Chen. "Principal, here's the key to the training room." After entering the office, Lu Tao directly pulled a key from his pocket and placed it on the principal's desk, smiling as he spoke. "Thank you for allowing me to train in the training room during my free time." At this moment, Gao Chen had already walked out of the office with his homeroom teacher, but he still heard Lu Tao's words. Walking beside his homeroom teacher, Gao Chen said with a heavy heart, "Why should he?" But before he could finish, his homeroom teacher interrupted him with a frown and a raised hand. "He is a genius, and you are a waste. It's that simple. Hurry up and pack your things. I don't want to see you in school anymore." The homeroom teacher's ruthless demeanor made Gao Chen feel very uncomfortable. The news of Gao Chen's expulsion did not stir any waves in the class. To his classmates, Gao Chen's presence only dragged down their average score. With Gao Chen gone, they were even happier. Standing at the school gate, Gao Chen, having lived 2 lives, quickly adjusted his mindset. In this era, the college entrance examination was indeed a way out, but it was not the only way. As someone already at the Silver Realm, even without passing the exam, he still had a bright future ahead. After coming to this realization, Gao Chen did not rush home but instead prepared to head to Linshan Biyuan to sign in. As a high-end community in Langya Base City, getting in was not an easy task. Gao Chen lingered at the community entrance for a long time before finally finding an opportunity. "Uncle Lee, Uncle Lee." Gao Chen waved at a small truck that was about to enter the community. The driver of the truck was momentarily taken aback but quickly recognized Gao Chen. "What are you doing here?" "I want to go in." Gao Chen pointed at Linshan Biyuan and quietly told Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee smiled and nodded, saying, "Then hop on my truck." Uncle Lee was a co-worker of Gao Chen's father, both working for a moving company. Sitting in Uncle Lee's truck, Gao Chen smoothly entered Linshan Biyuan. Don't run around, Uncle Lee advised after dropping Gao Chen off. The security in this community is very strict. Gao Chen nodded and thanked Uncle Lee. After getting out of the car, Gao Chen chose to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful, reward obtained, indestructible Vajra skill. Ding! Due to the majority of skill types being unhelpful, special reward, indestructible Vajra skill, great accomplishment. Ding! New. Sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Villa number 12 for sign-in. The new sign-in reward made Gao Chen smile widely. Having lived 2 lives, he certainly knew what the indestructible Vajra skill was. With this skill, won't I be invincible in the future? This skill was a super skill that combined offense and defense. Villa number 12, huh? After his moment of joy, Gao Chen did not forget his new sign-in location. Following the directions, he quickly found Villa No. 12. Outside Villa number 12, a group of people was moving things from a truck into the villa. Among them was Gao Chen's father. Just as Gao Chen was about to step forward to greet his father, he saw Lu Tao suddenly walk out of the villa. Old man, you're moving things too slowly, can you speed it up? Lu Tao walked up to Gao Chen's father and began to scold him. Gao Chen's father lowered his head, not rebutting, and simply quickened his pace. Seeing this scene, Gao Chen felt a pang in his heart. Bang! Just when Gao Chen was feeling heartbroken, the sound of something shattering suddenly rang out. Gao Chen looked towards his father and saw him standing there in a daze, looking as lost as a child who had made a mistake. Smack! Lu Tao walked straight up to Gao's father and slapped him hard, knocking him down to the ground. Can you even do anything right? Do you know how much this thing costs? Even if I sold you, you couldn't pay for it. Lu Tao angrily pointed at Gao's father's nose and cursed. Seeing this scene, Gao Chen's anger surged to the top of his head. He felt a rush of wind at his feet and charged straight at Lu Tao. Smack! Lu Tao didn't even notice Gao Chen before he was slapped by him. You dare hit me? Lu Tao, realizing what had happened, looked at Gao Chen in shock. You worthless piece of trash, dare to hit me. After Lu Tao reacted, he immediately recognized Gao Chen. In school, if you wanted everyone to know you, you had only 2 paths to take. The first was to be exceptionally outstanding, making everyone look up to you. The second was to be exceptionally poor, making everyone look down on you. Lu Tao took the first path, while Gao Chen took the second. Therefore, Lu Tao knew who Gao Chen was. Gao Chen ignored Lu Tao and helped his father up from the ground. Worry etched on his face as he asked, Dad, are you okay? Gao's father shook his head and said, I'm fine. Then, as if he thought of something, he stood up and bowed to Lu Tao, apologizing. I'm sorry, young Master Lu, my son doesn't understand. I hope you won't hold it against him. Doesn't understand? Lu Tao blared coldly at Gao's father and said in a chilling voice, you hit me, and a simple doesn't understand is all it takes? Gao Chen supported his father, looking coldly at Lu Tao. Then what do you want? Gao Chen's words were cut off as his father interrupted him. He looked at Lu Tao, bending slightly, and said, as long as you, young Master Lu, speak, we will agree to any request. Upon hearing Gao's father say this, Lu Tao immediately calmed down. He looked at the father and son with interest, then smirked and said, if you crawl through my legs, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you two won't be leaving Linshan Bun today. After Lu Tao said this, he looked at the father and son with a provocative gaze. Young Master Lu, Gao's father bent slightly, forcing a smile. I'll handle this myself. My son's words can be ignored. Lu Tao waved his hand, shaking his head. No, if you're going to crawl, it has to be both of you together. Doing it alone would be too boring. Looking at Lu Tao's demeanor, it seemed he had already made up his mind about the Gao family. Son. Gao's father could endure the humiliation for his son, but he didn't want his son to suffer such humiliation. However, if they didn't crawl through Lu Tao's legs today, given Lu Tao's current attitude, he definitely wouldn't let them go. My family is a family of martial artists. Lu Tao noticed Gao's father's hesitation and threatened with a smile. You should know what a family of martial artists represents, right? I know, Gao's father said with a bitter smile. In this world, martial artists have privileges. As long as they don't break the law, they can kill in the base city. Even if they severely injure ordinary people, they can pay to settle it. Dad. Gao Chen stepped in front of his father, smiling as he said, if you trust me, then let me handle the next matter. Looking at his son's broad shoulders, Gao's father felt a moment of daze. When I was young, you protected me. Now that I've grown up, let me protect you. Gao Chen said softly without turning back. Ha ha ha. Gao Chen's deep affection was met with Lu Tao's wild mockery. Are you trying to act like a loving father-son duo with me? Let me tell you, it won't work. He looked at Gao Chen with a face full of impatience, frowning. Hurry up, my time is very precious. Gao Chen turned back and nodded to his father, then walked towards Lu Tao. You've been talking too much. As Gao Chen approached Lu Tao, he raised his hand and slapped Lu Tao again. This slap was heavy, directly knocking Lu Tao's teeth out. The intense pain in his mouth made Lu Tao lose his rationality. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Lu Tao, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, looked extremely ferocious. Where is everyone? Are they all dead? Get out here quickly and kill this bastard for me. With Lu Tao's furious roar, a group of men in black suits suddenly appeared. If Gao Chen guessed correctly, these people should be Lu Tao's bodyguards. Gao Chen could tell that although these people were not martial artists, they were far superior to ordinary people. Charge at him, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. These men were obedient and rushed towards Gao Chen together. Gao Chen smiled slightly and shook his head. I thought your men were impressive. Is this all you've got? I find your skills lacking, but your boasting is quite. Before Lu Tao could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. In the time it took him to speak, Gao Chen had already dealt with all their bodyguards. How is this possible? Lu Tao, too shocked, spoke with a slightly broken voice. These bodyguards were indeed not martial artists, but their strength was all above 950 kilograms and they had very rich combat experience. In a one-on-one situation, even Lu Tao might not be their match. Yet, this group of people was quickly taken care of by Gao Chen, which left Lu Tao momentarily unable to accept it. Not only Lu Tao, but even Gao Fu found it hard to accept at that moment. Why don't you come at me? Gao Chen, having easily dealt with the bodyguards, turned his gaze towards Lu Tao. Gao Chen's slightly contemptuous look made Lu Tao feel very displeased. But reason told him that in a one-on-one fight he was definitely no match for Gao Chen. Gao Chen, little brother, what are you doing here? Just as the two were at a standoff, Lu Tianping's pleasantly surprised voice rang out from not far away. Master Lu. Gao Chen turned around and bowed to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping was a big shot in the Langya base city, and one should show the necessary respect to such a figure. Seeing Gao Chen greet Lu Tianping, Lu Tao's heart suddenly tightened. What are you doing here? Lu Tianping walked up to Gao Chen, smiling and chatting with him. It looked as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Just having some fun, Gao Chen replied with a smile. Lu Tianping glanced around the scene and instantly understood what had happened. Want to come to my house for dinner? Lu Tianping invited Gao Chen with a smile. Lu Tao, hearing this invitation, broke out in a cold sweat. In the history of Huaxia, a family banquet is the highest standard of hospitality. For ordinary relationships, it would just be a meal at a restaurant. No need to go through all that trouble. Gao Chen shook his head in refusal. Lu Tianping was not in a hurry, smiling as he said, in that case, you must come to my house for dinner next time there's a chance. After saying this, Lu Tianping didn't say anything more and turned to walk in a certain direction. Just before he left, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Tao. That glance nearly scared Lu Tao into wetting himself. Can we leave now? Gao Chen observed everything with a smile directed at Lu Tao. Lu Tao hurriedly nodded. Please, go ahead. Just as they were about to leave, Gao Chen remembered the real purpose of his visit. Sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward obtained, Snow Lotus Fruit *100. Ding. A new sign-in location has been updated. Please sign in outside the base city. Who was that Lu Tianping just now? On the way home, Gao Fu asked Gao Chen with a puzzled expression. Ordinary people like Gao Fu had no access to the level of Lu Tianping. Gao Chen smiled as he looked out the window and said, the branch director of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. What? What did you say? Gao's father felt as if he had misheard. The branch director of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Gao Chen repeated helplessly. Gao's father was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Lu Tianping, that was a top-tier existence in the Langya base city. Ordinary people might never see him in their lifetime. How do you know someone of that level? Gao's father was very puzzled. Because your son is a genius, Gao Chen replied, and for him, face was really not important. If you don't want to say, then don't. Gao's father didn't press further. When they got home, after dinner, Gao Chen went straight back to his room. He opened his computer and skillfully typed in the word Snow Lotus Fruit. Snow Lotus Fruit, a rare fruit suitable for consumption by those at the Silver Realm. The effects vary depending on one's constitution. Looking at the flawless, apple-like fruit in his hand, Gao Chen felt a bit hesitant. The price of one of these fruits is about 10 million. For 100 fruits, that would be 1 billion. Gao Chen didn't dare to think further. Sell, or eat it himself? This was a question worth pondering. What good is more money? In this world, strength is king. After coming to this realization, Gao Chen began to feast. 100 Snow Lotus fruits were devoured by Gao Chen as if they were free. Delicious. Eating 1 billion worth of fruits in just an hour was more than just satisfying. After consuming 100 Snow Lotus fruits, Gao Chen felt his strength increase significantly. System. God-level sign-in system host, Gao Chen strength 56,704 kilograms realm, silver 5 stars. Skills, Thunderfist, great achievement, Shadow Step, great achievement, Green Lotus Sword Technique, great achievement, All Character Secret, great achievement, Indestructible Vajra Skill, great achievement, sign-in locations, outside the base city, Hiss, silver 5 stars, terrifying indeed. Truly terrifying. Gao Chen thought that 100 Snow Lotus fruits would at most raise his strength to 30,000. But unexpectedly, the actual effect far exceeded his imagination. An 18-year-old silver 5 stars, if this gets out, it would definitely leave a lot of people dumbfounded. Gao Chen began to fantasize about the shocked expressions of people. Gao Chun, you are now an adult. You need to learn to remain calm in the face of change. While pretending to be composed, Gao Chun slowly fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up early. As soon as he got out of bed, he remembered that he had been expelled from school. Let's go outside the base city. After casually putting on some clothes, Gao Chun took a transport vehicle to the outer city of the base city. The base was divided into inner and outer parts. The outer city was similar to an ancient walled city. During wartime, it could be used to encircle enemies. In peacetime, it was used for entering and exiting the city and for trade. Buying bronze and silver beast bones and skins, great prices. Anyone hunting beasts outside the city? Must have at least silver 5 stars strength. Anyone need a map of the outer base city? The outer city was not large, but it was very lively. Gao Chun felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, finding everything novel. Hey, are you going outside the city? Just as Gao Chun was about to handle the exit procedures, a shifty-looking person approached him and said mysteriously, I have a very detailed map of the outer base city. Would you like a copy? How much? Since it was his first time going outside the city, Gao Chun definitely wanted to buy a map. Not expensive. The person looked around cautiously and held up 3 fingers. Only 3,000 bucks. Are you robbing me? Gao Chun had done his homework on the way here. On the official website of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a map of the outer Langya base city was only 500 bucks. This guy was charging 6 times that. You don't understand. This guy glanced around cautiously, carefully flipping open his coat to Gao Chun. My map is way better than theirs. Not only does it have detailed information about various exotic beast towns, but it also lists places where some rare and unusual beasts frequently appear. Upon hearing the words rare and unusual beasts, Gao Chun's eyes lit up. Rare and unusual beasts can be considered outliers among exotic beasts. They might not have strong combat abilities, but their value far exceeds that of exotic beasts of the same level. There are many reasons for this. For example, the pale giant ape. The fur of the pale giant ape is a reflective pale color. This color is very popular among the wealthy. The fur of a bronze-level pale giant ape can be worth much more than an entire golden-level exotic beast. I'll take one, Gao Chun said. Although 3,000 bucks is a lot, if he really encounters a rare and unusual beast, it would definitely be worth it. In the end, Gao Chun spent 3,000 bucks to buy a map of the area outside the base city. How did it go? Just as Gao Chun left, he saw someone approach the guy who sold him the map. Did that idiot fall for it? Of course. The map seller looked at Gao Chun's back as if he were an idiot and laughed triumphantly. You have to understand, there are still a lot of idiots in this world. He had no idea where the so-called rare and unusual beasts appeared. The places marked on his map were all just random scribbles. After some simple registration, Gao Chun left the base city. So desolate. Inside and outside the base city felt like 2 different worlds. Outside the base city, everywhere he looked was in ruins, with withered vines and old trees. For Gao Chun, who was leaving the city for the first time, curiosity was overshadowed by panic. What if an exotic beast suddenly jumps out? What if someone comes to kill me? After walking a few cautious steps, Gao Chun's emotions gradually calmed down. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward 5 elements blood condensing fruit * 100. Ding. New sign in location updated. Please proceed to Ningyuan town to sign in. After completing the sign in, Gao Chun didn't choose to leave immediately. Instead, he took out his phone. He wanted to check the effects of the 5 elements blood condensing fruit while there was still a signal. 5 elements blood condensing fruit. The main effect of this fruit is to help stop bleeding instantly. Additionally, it can heal some minor wounds. This fruit is definitely a must-have for home and travel. Wow, just as I leave the city, I get gold wound medicine. This system is really impressive. After complaining about the system, Gao Chun spread out the map. He really didn't understand why, with technology having developed to this extent, some people still used paper maps. Ningyuan town is a gathering place for bronze-level exotic beasts. If luck is on my side, I might even discover rare and unusual beasts. Because the map Gao Chun just bought had a mark indicating that Ningyuan town might indeed have rare and unusual beasts. The gathering place for bronze-level exotic beasts is not far from Langya Base City. If he hurried, he could get there in half an hour. Gao Chun wasn't in a rush to travel. After all, the area outside the base city was different from inside. Outside, while it wasn't exactly teeming with exotic beasts, it was close enough. Adhering to the principle that being cautious leads to fewer mistakes, Gao Chun carefully observed his surroundings while making his way. Not long after, he encountered his first exotic beast in the wild. It was a creature that looked very much like a wolf, with black fur all over. Ink Shadow Dog bronze-level exotic beast. Its main attack methods are claws and teeth. This was the information relayed back by the glasses perched on Gao Chun's nose. These glasses are an essential artifact for anyone venturing into the wild. They contain information on all known exotic beasts. If Gao Chun hadn't had a bit of money, he might not have been able to afford these glasses. Since this is the first exotic beast I've encountered, I must treat it well. Gao Chun looked seriously at the mowing dog not far away, getting into a stance, ready to engage in a fierce battle with it. At that moment, the MO-ing dog also noticed Gao Chun, baring its teeth in a wide grin. Its sharp white teeth, combined with the drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, made it look quite terrifying. "Come on," Gao Chun provocatively waved his hand at the MO-ing dog, suppressing the tension in his heart. "Let me see your strength." Roar! The MO-ing dog barked wildly and charged straight at Gao Chun. Although Gao Chun had defeated many exotic beasts in the floating pagoda, it was still a virtual world which differed somewhat from reality. As the MO-ing dog drew closer, Gao Chun couldn't help but feel nervous. Indestructible Vajra skill. Just to be safe, Gao Chun activated his strongest defensive skill. In an instant, a layer of golden light covered his exposed skin. The MO-ing dog's sharp claws slashed across Gao Chun's chest, nearly tearing his outer garment. "If I can't break through the defense, then the next part will be much simpler," Gao Chun said as he swung his fist at the MO-ing dog. Bang! Gao Chun's punch hit the MO-ing dog, sending it flying. After a few whimpers upon hitting the ground, the MO-ing dog lost all signs of life. Gao Chun looked at his fist, revealing a look of disbelief. "So my punch is this powerful?" That punch seemed to have given Gao Chun a boost of confidence. He lifted his head high and set off towards Ningyuan town. Along the way, to save time, whenever he encountered bronze exotic beasts, Gao Chun would dodge if possible. If he couldn't avoid them, he would strike them head-on. Soon, he arrived at Ningyuan town. From a distance, Ningyuan town was already a scene of crumbling walls and broken ruins. However, from these remnants, it was clear that this small town must have been quite prosperous in the past. Even though Gao Chun now had a silver 5-star status, he did not let his guard down. Sign in. Upon entering Ningyuan town, the first thing Gao Chun chose to do was sign in. Ding! Sign in successful, reward obtained, white rainbow sword. Ding! Most equipment type weapons are unintentional, special reward, white rainbow sword, silver. Ding! New sign-in location updated, please proceed to Xixia town to sign in. The sign-in reward of the white rainbow sword brought a smile to Gao Chun's face. Due to being too strapped for cash, he hadn't purchased any equipment when he left the city. Being empty-handed in the wild always felt a bit insecure. Now with a weapon, his sense of security increased significantly. "I just don't know where Xixia town is." Gao Chun spread out the map and began searching. After searching for a long time, Gao Chun found that Xixia town was not on the map. "I'll have to check it out properly on the way back." Since it wasn't on the map, it was very likely that Xixia town did not belong to the Langia base city. Sign-in completed. Should I return to the base city or? Gao Chun looked at a few exotic beasts not far away and began to hesitate. Roar! Just as he was hesitating, a loud roar echoed. He furrowed his brow slightly, then his eyes lit up. If he wasn't mistaken, that roar should have come from a tiger. Could it be that I'm lucky enough to encounter a rare exotic beast? According to the map, there was a certain probability of encountering the rare exotic beast, the sun tiger, in Ningyuan town. The sun tiger was a standout among bronze exotic beasts. It not only possessed formidable combat power but also had fur that wealthy people coveted. Gao Chun had seen a news report where a bronze-level sun tiger's pelt sold for $1 million. It's worth noting that a beast of the same level, even with its skin and bones combined, would only fetch a few tens of thousands. I'm going to get rich. Gao Chun's eyes sparkled as he quickly moved towards the direction of the sun tiger. Soon, he found the sun tiger among a group of exotic beasts. As a tiger-type exotic beast, the sun tiger had exceptionally strong combat power. Most of the beasts of the same level were no match for him. Among the many beasts surrounding the sun tiger, it appeared particularly majestic. Gao Chun, wearing glasses, surveyed the beasts around the sun tiger and found that they were merely a group of bronze beasts. Let's go! Gao Chun drew the Baihong sword and charged towards the sun tiger. With his high cultivation level, combined with the Baihong sword and the Qinglian sword technique, he truly was unstoppable, whether against humans or beasts. In a moment, the only creature left standing in the vicinity was Gao Chun. He looked down at the sun tiger lying on the ground, barely alive, and shook his head, saying, "I don't know if it's my good luck or your bad luck. Your luck is bad, and so is its." A very arrogant voice rang out from behind Gao Chun. He shook his head and turned to look behind him. Not far away, 3 men were approaching, with smiles on their faces. Among them, the leader was a scar-faced man, carrying a large knife on his shoulder, his bare torso marked with various scars. "Boss, our luck is really good. We actually encountered a dead sun tiger. TSK. 1 million, if we sell it, we'll be rich. After searching in the wild for so long, we finally found one." The 2 men behind the scar-faced man had fiery eyes, their greedy gazes making them seem terrifying. "Are you leaving on your own, or do you want me to help you?" The scar-faced man stopped less than 5 meters away from Gao Chun, then planted the large knife into the ground. The knife hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gao Chun squinted at the 3 men, remaining silent. Theoretically, the laws within the base city also applied outside of it. However, due to a lack of oversight, the law sometimes did not work outside the base city. As long as one did not go too far, the regulators often turned a blind eye. "This is my kill." Gao Chun tightened his grip on the Baihong sword, looking at the scar-faced man. "Boss, Just as the scar-faced man was about to speak, one of his subordinates poked him, pointing at Gao Chen's Baihong sword. Silver grade. Equipment, it's worth quite a bit. After being reminded by his subordinate, the scar-faced man finally noticed the Baihong sword in Gao Chen's hand. Not bad, today I'm destined to get rich. Upon hearing the name Shen Laolu, Gao Chen's expression suddenly became interesting. If he remembered correctly, Shen Laolu was a notorious figure. His cultivation had reached the silver level, but he did not want to get rich by hunting beasts. In his view, hunting beasts was not as easy and carefree as hunting warriors. He and his two subordinates roamed the wild, earning money by hunting rare beasts and warriors. Because of his own high cultivation and sharp instincts, the base city had sent people to hunt him down multiple times, but they all returned empty-handed. To prevent him from continuing to harm the warriors of the base city, the Langya base city had offered a bounty of 10 million. As long as one brought his head to the municipal hall of the base city, they would receive the 10 million bounty. Is that so? Gao Chen's lips curled up, his gaze charmingly sinister. Are you sure the one getting rich today is you, not me? Gao Chen's eyes made Shen Laolu realize that something was off. Big brother, let me test his depth first. One of Shen Laolu's subordinates drew his knife and charged at Gao Chen. No! Shen Laolu called out to stop him, but it was too late. The subordinate had already rushed close to Gao Chen, unaware of your own death. Gao Chen sneered, then shifted his footwork and appeared behind the opponent. The Baihong sword was drawn and directly placed across his throat. Without even waiting for the opponent to react, the Baihong sword swiftly cut across his throat. The subordinate dropped the long knife in his hand and clutched his throat tightly. His eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief, as if he had encountered something incredible. Blood continuously oozed through his hands, and he opened his mouth to say something, only to find that no sound would come out. Bang! In the end, he crashed heavily to the ground, ending his sinful life. Seeing his little brother being killed in an instant by Gao Chen, Shen Laolu felt his soul tremble. It should be noted that this little brother also had the cultivation of silver 1 star. Even when facing a master above silver 3 stars, he would still have the strength to fight. It was only at this moment that Shen Laolu truly realized what kind of existence he had provoked. Next, it's your turn. For the first time in his life, Gao Chen, suppressing the nausea in his heart, turned his gaze towards Shen Laolu. Retreat! Shen Laolu shouted loudly, taking his other little brother and fleeing rapidly, but Gao Chen had no intention of letting him go so easily. Gao Chen stepped forward and charged at him quickly. The little brother, whose cultivation was inferior to Shen Laolu's, was much slower. As Gao Chen approached, he directly pierced the little brother's chest with his sword, giving him a chilling experience. Terrified, Shen Laolu did not even look back at his little brother's death. He simply ran wildly in one direction. We meet again. Gao Chen's ghostly voice echoed in his ear. Shen Laolu shivered in fear and instinctively swung his knife at Gao Chen. Gao Chen's figure flickered, dodging directly into Shen Laolu's blind spot. At the same time, the tip of his white rainbow sword was less than 3 centimeters from Shen Laolu's throat. Don't kill me! Shen Laolu stopped in his tracks and knelt before Gao Chen. Why? Gao Chen looked at Shen Laolu with great interest. I can give you money. Realizing that Gao Chen was willing to talk to him, Shen Laolu shouted loudly. No matter how much you want, I can give it to you. Shen Laolu knew very well that as long as he was alive, money didn't matter. I don't like money, Gao Chen said, swinging the white rainbow sword. The blade swept across, and Shen Laolu met his end. Ugh! After killing Shen Laolu, Gao Chen finally couldn't hold back and vomited. After nearly 10 minutes, he straightened up again. Suppressing the nausea in his heart, he began to clean up the battlefield. This knife isn't of high grade, it should be bronze level. The most valuable things are Shen Laolu's head and the sun tiger. The backpack is definitely a must. After cleaning up the battlefield, Gao Chen took a moment to tally up his gains. Including Shen Laolu's head, he had probably made over 10 million from this outing. No wonder so many people want to be martial artists. It turns out being a martial artist is so profitable. As night fell, Gao Chen did not plan to linger in the wild. The wilderness at night was even more terrifying than during the day. The new sign-in location was not on the map, so he intended to return to the base city to search for clues about the new sign-in spot. Outside the base city, the vendor who had sold Gao Chen the map approached him at this time. Hey buddy, how was your haul this time? He leaned in, purely intending to annoy Gao Chen. Seeing the vendor, Gao Chen happily shook his hand and said, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have encountered the sun tiger. When it came to annoying people, Gao Chen was quite skilled. Upon hearing the word sun tiger, the vendor's face turned pale. Ahem. After awkwardly coughing twice, he smiled and cupped his hands towards Gao Chen. Do you want me to introduce you to a buyer? No need. Seeing that he had successfully annoyed the vendor, Gao Chen smiled and said, I know someone. Gao Chen did not choose to trade in the outer city. He took a means of transportation and went directly to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Oh, Gao Chen, my young friend, what brings you here? Lu Tianping was very happy to see Gao Chen. Who is this kid? Why is Director Lu so happy to see him? I don't know him, but I'm sure he's not from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Last time the top leader of the base city came, Director Lu wasn't this enthusiastic, right? Lu Tianping's enthusiasm for Gao Chen left those around them dumbfounded. Gao Chen stammered. Lu Tianping was sharp-witted. Seeing Gao Chen hesitate, he waved his hand and said, "Come to my office, it's quiet there." Upon arriving at Lu Tianping's office, he personally brewed a cup of tea for Gao Chen. It should be noted that even when the top leader of the base city visited last time, it was the secretary who made the tea. Speak. Lu Tianping sat down steadily, lifting his cup of tea. What brings you to me? I need your help with something. Gao Chen still maintained the necessary politeness. What is it? Lu Tianping raised his hand, signaling Gao Chen to present the items. Gao Chen opened his backpack and took out the sun tiger skin and the head of Shin Laolu. Put. The tea that Lu Tianping had just sipped was immediately sprayed out. Having held a high position for many years, he hadn't lost his composure like this in a long time. You killed Shin Laolu? Lu Tianping, disregarding the mess, stepped forward and grabbed Gao Chen's shoulder, asking excitedly. Since Gao Chen came to find Lu Tianping, it proved that he trusted him. He nodded. He tried to rob my sun tiger skin, so I killed him. Gao Chen spoke calmly, but to Lu Tianping's ears, it sounded like thunder. He suppressed his excitement and asked nonchalantly, "Do you know what level of cultivation Shin Laolu was at?" Gao Chen shook his head, looking confused. Could this kid have already reached the silver realm? Lu Tianping was startled by his own thoughts. You want to deal with these items? Lu Tianping asked Gao Chen with a calm expression. Gao Chen nodded again. 15 million, and the items are mine. Lu Tianping was generous, directly taking out his card to trade with Gao Chen. Gao Chen was slightly taken aback. The value of these items is only about 13 million. If you offer 15 million, does that mean? Before he could finish, Lu Tianping interrupted him. Stop hesitating, let's make the trade. In a dedicated training room of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Gao Chen wielded the Baihong sword, swinging it continuously. One blue lotus after another condensed and dissipated. After practicing for about 2 hours, Gao Chen finally stopped. Although the skills he received from signing in were all at a high level, using them skillfully required diligent practice. These 2 hours allowed Gao Chen to gain a deeper understanding of the Qinglian sword technique. After summarizing a bit, Gao Chen left the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. On the way home, Gao Chen felt very happy. The 15 million fortune had lifted him out of poverty in an instant. Now that I have money, I must buy a better house first. Having a home means having a family, a belief ingrained in the DNA of the Chinese people. The second phase of the martial artist test is in 3 days. I'll talk about signing and then. The new signing location, Xixia Town, is the closest gathering place for exotic beasts to the Langya base city. The Extreme and Sky Martial Arts Halls, along with the base city, jointly developed this place into a dedicated area for the martial artist test. Unless it's for the martial artist test, this place is not open to the public. Upon returning home, Gao Chen's parents sat at home with serious expressions. What's wrong? Gao Chen glanced at his father and asked with a smile. Why so serious? Gao Chen, stop joking around. His mother stood up, pointing at him. Have you been expelled from school? Gao Chen was caught off guard, unsure how to respond. What happened? His father asked in a deep voice. Gao Chen, helpless, could only recount everything that had happened in the past few days. You've become a martial artist? Upon hearing that Gao Chen had become a martial artist, both his father and mother were filled with surprise. Unlike other parents who hoped their children would become successful, Gao Chen's parents' greatest wish was for him to live a safe and smooth life. Therefore, his becoming a martial artist brought them such joy. Sigh. After a long silence, his mother finally sighed. Since you have become a martial artist, you must be extra careful when you go out into the wild in the future. With the decision made, Mother Gao could only let things take their course. The heavy atmosphere made Gao Chen feel very uncomfortable. Dad, Mom. To break the silence, Gao Chen took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. There's 15 million in this card. How much? Father Gao's eyes widened. It's worth noting that Father Gao's monthly income is only a few thousand. 15 million, earned from hunting exotic beasts today. There were some truths Gao Chen did not intend to share. You should keep this money. After glancing at her son, Mother Gao stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Just before entering, she turned back and said, use this money to buy some equipment. Although your dad and I don't earn much, it's not time for you to spend your money. After looking at the bank card, Father Gao nodded at Gao Chen, expressing the same attitude as Mother Gao. Back in his room, Gao Chen felt increasingly uneasy. Is it right or wrong for me to walk this path as a martial artist? As he pondered, drowsiness overcame him and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Gao Chen got up from bed. His parents had already gone to work, and today Gao Chen did not plan to go out into the wild but instead prepared to continue practicing at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Gao Chen had been cooped up in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School practicing all his skills. After practicing, he had become very proficient in using various skills. We're about to set off. Still practicing, Lu Tianping said with a smile to Gao Chen. Gao Chen glanced at the time, got dressed, and smiled. Let's go. Langya Base City, Langya Square. A group of people was chatting in small clusters in the square. Among this group, there were people of all ages. The majority were middle-aged and young adults, while the fewest were teenagers. Looking at the teenagers in the crowd, Shin Chongxin's eyes sparkled. For the leader of this base city, these few teenagers were all part of his achievements. Gao Chun, what are you doing here? As soon as Gao Chun arrived at the square, Lu Tao recognized him. Seeing Lu Tao, Gao Chun frowned. What a small world. Lu Tao walked up to Gao Chun and whispered in his ear, during the test later, I will make sure you regret it. If nothing unexpected happens, you might not even be able to leave Qixia town. After making his threat, Lu Tao went back to chatting with others. While they chatted, they occasionally glanced over at Gao Chun, as if discussing him. Alright, everyone, get ready to set off. At this moment, someone shouted. Everyone walked towards a large bus. The bus had not left the base city for long before it stopped. Everyone got off and looked at the high wall not far away. The team leader pointed at the wall and said to everyone, inside there is the former Qixia town. Now, most of the exotic beasts inside are bronze 1-star. Today, as long as you can kill more than 10 bronze 1-star exotic beasts, you will pass this assessment. After the leader finished speaking, he led everyone to the base of the high wall. At the base, there was a small door that could only fit one person at a time. The leader opened the door and signaled everyone to go in. Once everyone was inside, he closed the door behind them. Not far from the high wall, there was a small building. In the largest room of the building, a group of people stood watching a large screen in front of them. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Lu Tianping walked in with someone. This person was over 30, dressed in white, and had a refined demeanor. Inspector Qi. In the room, whether it was Niu Meng from the Tsangqiang Martial Art School or Shin Chongxin, the top figure of the base city, they all bowed to this person. Inspector Qi nodded to everyone and then walked straight to the only seat in the room. Once Inspector Qi sat down, everyone stood behind him with their hands at their sides. Old Lu, who do you have your eye on this time? The Qi inspector looked at the young man on the screen and smiled as he asked Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping glanced over and pointed at Gao Chun, saying, I have high hopes for Gao Chun. Gao Chen? Upon hearing this name, both Niu Meng and Shin Chongxin furrowed their brows slightly. It was the first time they had heard this name. Qi inspector. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a fawning smile stepped forward and pointed at Lu Tao, saying, My son is also among those being tested this time. Indeed. The Qi inspector replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man felt a bit awkward. Old Lu, your son seems to be only 18, right? Someone spoke up at this time. If he passes the warrior test this time, his future will definitely be bright. Becoming a warrior at 18 truly promised a bright future. In the past, the Qi inspector might have taken a glance, but this time, his target was an 18-year-old super genius with a bronze 9-star ranking. Inside the high walls, everyone exchanged glances. The situation was unknown, so no one rushed to act. How about we form teams, someone suggested. The rules did not prohibit teaming up. With one suggestion, others responded. Soon, some people formed teams. During this time, there were also invitations extended to Gao Chun, but he rejected them. All. Show off. I want to see what you do later. Those who were turned down by Gao Chen left with displeasure on their faces. Lu Tao, standing not far away, was very pleased to see that Gao Chen did not team up. Once everyone had formed their teams, they began to act. Gao Chen waited until everyone had left before he started moving. He didn't team up, not because he was showing off, but because he felt it was unnecessary. 10 of them shouldn't be a problem. After all, these strange beasts were all bronze 1-star creatures, and Gao Chen didn't even consider using a weapon. He moved around inside the high walls, effortlessly hunting down one strange beast after another. For him, 10 strange beasts were really no big deal. Gao Chun, I didn't expect to see you again. Just as Gao Chen killed the 10th strange beast, Lu Tao's voice rang out from not far away. Gao Chen looked up in Lu Tao's direction and shook his head, saying, to be honest, your tracking skills are really lacking. Ha ha. Lu Tao didn't deny that he was following Gao Chun. He smiled and looked at Gao Chun, saying, today, I think you should apologize and beg for mercy, right? After all, we haven't settled the matter of you slapping me before. If it weren't for Director Lu being there that day, you might not have made it to today. The reason Lu Tao endured that day was entirely because of Lu Tianping. Goodness, do you really think you can handle it again? Gao Chen stood up, facing Lu Tao directly. I know you're strong. Lu Tao waved his hand at Gao Chen. So I've prepared a big gift for you. As soon as Lu Tao finished speaking, everyone participating in the test surrounded Gao Chen completely. In the small building outside the high walls, everyone watched this scene with great interest. Qi Inspector, this isn't good. Lu Tianping wanted to say something, but before he could finish, Lu Tao's father interrupted. What's wrong with this? This place is already the wild. Since it's the wild, let's follow the rules of the wild. What are the rules of the wild? The rules of the wild are that the victor takes all. Lu Su is right. The Chi inspector nodded, casting a bland glance at Lu Tianping. Since it's the wild, let's follow the rules of the wild. Lu Tianping felt a bit worried. Gao Chen's strength was at the bronze 9-star level, but that was merely Lu Tianping's guess. If his strength was only at the bronze 1-star level, not the bronze 9-star level, then this test would surely spell trouble for him. Lu Tianping opened his mouth to say something but was stopped by a look from the Chi inspector. Looking at the Chi inspector's gaze, Lu Tianping seemed to understand something and closed his mouth. Surrounded by everyone, Gao Chen showed no signs of panic. So, what do you want to do? Gao Chen asked. Lu Tao calmly. Lu Tao chuckled and said, it's simple, kneel down and apologize to me. Of course, you can choose not to do that. But if you don't, I'll break your hands and legs, making it impossible for you to walk the path of a martial artist again. Gao Chen had heard of Lu Tao's ruthlessness. Back in school, he had crippled someone just for looking at him. Gao Chen still remembered what Lu Tao's father had said in front of the victim's parents. I am a martial artist and my son will be a martial artist too. Breaking your hands and legs is an honor for you. Lu Tao's current personality was largely shaped by his upbringing. Are you all sure you want to side with him? Gao Chen ignored Lu Tao and looked at the others. Young Master Lu offered us an irresistible deal, so we definitely want to side with him. Ah, youth. This is the reality of society. If I were you, I would definitely choose to back down right now. Being young and reckless is understandable, but if you are too stubborn, there will be no good outcome. These people naively thought that Gao Chen was joining them for the martial artist test because their cultivation levels were the same, so they believed this was a great opportunity to make money. After all, everyone's goal in becoming a martial artist was to earn money. Anyone who withdraws now, I won't hold it against you. Gao Chen had no grudge against them and didn't want to ruin their lives. You talk too much. Lu Tao shook his head, speaking with disdain. If you're scared, just admit it. Alright, since none of you are backing down, don't blame me for being rude. As the saying goes, good advice is hard to give to a stubborn ghost. Since they wanted money over their lives, Gao Chen would oblige. Make your move. Lu Tao waved his hand, signaling everyone to attack. The crowd, who had been waiting for this moment, all charged at Gao Chen. Indestructible diamond technique. A golden glow instantly enveloped Gao Chen's entire body. The fists and weapons of the crowd struck him, producing a sound of metal clashing. Lu Tao, who had not yet made a move, felt a tremor in his heart at this scene. Could it be? A bad feeling began to spread in his heart. The crowd felt their attacks had no effect on Gao Chen, and their hearts tightened. It's my turn, Gao Chen roared. He swung his fist directly at the nearest person. Bang! The punch sent the person flying. How is that possible? Gao Chen's punch exceeded Lu Tao's understanding of strength. The crowd, experiencing their first real combat, began to entertain thoughts of fleeing. But since they had already attacked, Gao Chen would not let them off easily. His fists moved like dragons, able to send someone flying with a single punch. In less than a minute, all of them were sent flying by Gao Chen. Watching their miserable state, Lu Tao trembled in fear. It's your turn. After dealing with the nuisances, Gao Chen fixed his gaze on Lu Tao. Chief Chi, this isn't right, Lu Su shouted from inside the building. What's wrong with it? This place is already the wilderness. Since it's the wilderness, we should follow the rules of the wilderness. Lu Tianping echoed Lu Su's words back to him verbatim. Lu Tianping is right. Chief Chi also expressed his stance at that moment. Seeing no one helping him, Lu Su looked around for assistance, but the others were fixated on the big screen, pretending not to see Lu Su's pleading eyes. Brother Gao Chen, how about sparing me? With so many people unable to match Gao Chen, he certainly wouldn't stand a chance either. At this moment, Lu Tao chose to back down. Brother? Gao Chen grinned and said, someone like me probably isn't worthy of being your brother. You are definitely worthy of being my brother. After Lu Tao finished speaking, he quickly shook his head and said, I don't deserve to be your brother. Brother, you are my brother. As long as you let me go, I will do anything you ask. Regretting the harsh words he had just spoken, Lu Tao wished he had never provoked Gao Chen, knowing how powerful he was. Isn't it too late to say this now? If begging for mercy and apologizing were effective, what would be the point of having strength? Under Lu Tao's shocked gaze, Gao Chen stepped forward and punched his right arm. Ah! Lu Tao let out a cry of agony. With that punch, Gao Chen broke his right arm. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. The intense pain caused cold sweat to appear on Lu Tao's forehead. He chose not to resist but continued to apologize to Gao Chen. Please, spare me. I'll give you money, okay? 1 million? No, 10 million. Just spare me and I'll give you 10 million. In order to avoid being crippled by Gao Chen, Lu Tao was willing to go all out. Gao Chen, if you dare to touch my son again, I will wipe out your entire family. At that moment, an angry voice rang out above Gao Chen. He looked up and around, finally locating the source of the voice. It was a loudspeaker, and the sound was coming from there. He searched again and eventually found a camera. Originally, I just wanted to teach your son a small lesson. You know, I hate it the most when others threaten me. Since you said that, if I don't cripple your son, it would be disrespectful to you. As he spoke, Gao Chen raised his middle finger at the camera. Lu Su watched Gao Chen on the screen, reassuring himself he wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare. How dare he? Lu Su suddenly shouted. In the footage, Gao Chen smiled as he walked up to Lu Tao and effortlessly broke both of his arms. The excruciating pain caused Lu Tao to faint. I will kill him, I will kill him, Lu Su screamed. The people around looked at Lu Su with glee. No killing in the base city, came the calm voice of Inspector Qi. Upon hearing this, Lu Su instantly calmed down. Inside the high wall, Gao Chen looked at the unconscious Lu Tao and shook his head, mocking, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just this capable. He provocatively glanced at the camera and then walked toward the entrance. Warning, warning, the eastern wall is cracking, everyone evacuate immediately. Warning, warning, the eastern wall is cracking, everyone evacuate immediately. Warning, warning, the eastern wall is cracking, everyone evacuate immediately. The piercing alarm echoed within the high wall. Gao Chen hadn't even had time to react when he sensed a dangerous aura approaching him. Inside the small building, Inspector Qi frowned and asked, what happened? Staff members frantically switched cameras to assess the situation. The eastern wall has cracked, and a silver-level beast has entered, one staff member reported. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. For them, a silver-level beast could be dealt with easily. But for those inside the high wall, a silver-level beast was a disaster. I'm going over there right now. Whether it was Gao Chen or the other testers, they were all wealth to Shin Chongxin. He had to get these people out of the high wall before the silver beast began its slaughter. I'm going too. The others, like Lu Tianping, didn't care, but he had to ensure Gao Chen's safety. Heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes. As everyone prepared to rescue, Lu Su screamed in a sickly manner. You made my son crippled, let's see if you live or die today. Lu Su's sickly appearance made Inspector Qi frown. If I remember correctly, your son seems to be inside too. It seems like he's still unconscious. I don't know much about Gao Chen's character, but the others definitely wouldn't mind handing your son over to the silver beast to buy themselves some time to escape. Lu Tianping's words fell on Lu Su like a bucket of cold water. Yes, 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 he shouted. I also want to save my son. Without waiting for anyone else's reaction, Lu Su dashed out of the small building. Qi Zhenshexi said to Lu Tianping, protect Gao Chen, don't worry about the others. Lu Tianping wasn't too surprised by Qi Zhenshex's indifference. After all, the world of martial artists is far more brutal than that of ordinary people. Lu Tianping nodded and also rushed out of the small building. Soon, only Qi Zhenshexi remained in the small building. He stroked his chin, looking at Gao Chen on the big screen, murmuring softly, I hope you can surprise me. As everyone rushed towards the high wall, Gao Chen encountered the silver beast. A tiger? Gao Chen wasn't wearing the glasses that could identify beasts, so he could only recognize that this beast was a tiger. The tiger's fur was pure white but interspersed with hints of black. On all fours, it was much taller than an adult human. When it pounces at me, I'll slide right under it. If all goes well, my knife will slice through its belly, spilling its intestines everywhere. Even before either side made a move, Gao Chen had already envisioned the tiger's demise. But the tiger clearly had no intention of playing by the rules. Roar! It let out a furious roar and charged at Gao Chen. What happened to the pounce? What happened to the slide? Gao Chen complained while clenching his fists. Indestructible Vajra technique. With the tiger's strength unknown, Gao Chen could only use his strongest defensive skill. The tiger was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Gao Chen. It swung its sharp claws at him. Gao Chen's figure flickered, easily dodging the tiger's claw. This kid has some skills. Whether it was the indestructible Vajra technique or the shadow step, Qi Zhenshexi was taken aback. Seeing its attack miss, the tiger appeared somewhat enraged. After roaring at Gao Chen again, it charged at him once more. This time, Gao Chen didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he swung his fist at the tiger's claw. The golden fist collided with the tiger's claw, causing the tiger to stagger back several steps. Is that all? After one punch, Gao Chen had already gauged the tiger's strength. He stepped forward, rushing to the tiger's front, and threw a punch at its head. The tiger yelped in pain, continuously retreating. Gao Chen pressed the attack, landing punch after punch. After a dozen blows, the tiger collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing that the tiger wasn't dead yet, Gao Chen directly mounted it and began to hammer its head. Only after the tiger was completely dead did Gao Chen roll off its body and jump up. How is this possible? The first to arrive, Lu Tianping, was shocked at the scene before him. The others looked at Gao Chen with the eyes of someone witnessing a monster. Brother Gao Chen, join our Songqiong martial arts school. As long as you join us, we will grant you any request you make. Niumang was the first to react, and he was also the first to extend an olive branch to Gao Chen. Brother Gao Chen, Lu Tianping, though a beat slow, also spoke up. As long as you join our Jidao martial arts school, we will do our utmost to train you. Brother Gao Chen, Shin Chongxin reacted quickly as well, not even pausing to think before saying, as long as you join our Hanu Guard, you can immediately become the top leader of the Langya base city. Gao Chen was still catching his breath when their offers left him feeling dazed. Lu Su, standing at the back of the crowd, remained silent. He was very clear about the strength of this exotic beast, so he also understood what it meant for Gao Chen to be able to kill it. Although he was arrogant and fierce, it didn't mean he lacked intelligence. If he dared to speak recklessly at this moment, the people present would definitely not hesitate to join forces to eliminate him. Gao Chen sat on the ground, looking bewildered at everyone. Can you let me rest for a bit? Of course. Lu Tianping was the first to step forward and said to Gao Chen, let's go to our Extreme Martial Arts Hall to rest. After all, you often go there. No, let's go to our Sky Martial Arts Hall. Niu Meng quickly followed up. Our Sky Martial Arts Hall has the most comfortable lounge. How about my office instead? I recently bought a new massage chair, and it's really comfortable. Shin Chongshin also chimed in. With these three big shots speaking up, the others didn't even have the courage to extend an olive branch. After all, their small businesses were no comparison to such colossal figures. You should join our Extreme Martial Arts Hall. At that moment, a light and airy voice rang out. Inspector Chi floated over and said to Gao Chen, as long as you join our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, your future will be absolutely limitless. Moreover, I guarantee that at every stage, I will hire the best teachers for you. The world's top martial arts halls are indeed different. They not only have money but also talent. What's the big deal? In order to snatch talent, Niu Meng no longer cared about Inspector Chi's status. He stood tall and spoke very firmly. As long as you join our Sky Martial Arts Hall, not only will you have the best teachers but also the best resources. We will prepare resources for you in advance at every stage. Once you reach a new stage, the resources will be delivered directly to you. Not only that, but we will also provide you with the best training environment. If you want your family to train as well, we will also provide the best training resources for your family. The conditions Niu Meng offered were indeed very tempting. For a talented martial artist, the resources needed for training were already substantial. For those without talent who wanted to train, the resources required could even be 10 times that of a talented person, or even more. To secure Gao Chen, this super genius, the Sky Martial Arts Hall was willing to go all out. Logically speaking, with Niu Meng's level, he shouldn't be able to offer such resources. But he was clever. When he saw the tiger, he immediately contacted headquarters and explained the situation. May I ask? Inspector Chi's light voice rang out again. What is your current cultivation level? How many stars in silver? Although Gao Chen didn't know Inspector Chi's identity, he could sense from the other's attitudes that this person must be extraordinary. He stood up and said with a very proper attitude, silver 5 stars. Everyone had some guesses about Gao Chen's cultivation level, but when they heard him admit it himself, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Silver 5 stars, at 18 years old, that's terrifying. A genius, no. A super genius, no. An unparalleled prodigy. Only the title of unparalleled prodigy is worthy of him. I thought breaking through to bronze 3 stars at 18 was impressive, but compared to him, I'm just trash. Everyone looked at Gao Chen with shocked expressions. Even the unflappable Inspector Chi couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard the words silver 5 stars. Join our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Inspector, Chi said after calming himself down. I will personally guide you. There will also be supervisors guiding you weekly, and the Deputy Hall Master will guide you monthly. Every year, the Hall Master will personally instruct you for a few days. The Hall Master of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall is currently the #1 person on Earth. To be personally guided by such a figure is something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. But Gao Chen remained silent, lost in thought. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. I need to think it over and discuss it with my family. Gao Chen's decline exceeded everyone's expectations. All right. The Chi inspector did not seem overly surprised by Gao Chen's decline. After all, someone with such extraordinary talent at this age must have a relatively calm mind. The Chi inspector still thought too highly of Gao Chen. The reason Gao Chen declined was that his mind was currently in chaos. The Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, the Sky Martial Arts Hall, and the Hanu Guard, he really didn't know which side to join. If we talk about conditions, the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Halls were definitely the most tempting. However, the unconditional support from the Sky Martial Arts Hall's relatives also made him very tempted. The conditions of the Hanu Guard weren't great, but Gao Chen, who had dreamed of being a soldier since childhood, most wanted to join the Hanu Guard. There's one thing I need to emphasize, the Chi inspector said, looking around at everyone with a serious expression. No matter which side he ultimately joins, he is a talent of our Huaxia. I do not wish for such talent to encounter any accidents. It was more of a warning than an emphasis. He was warning those with ulterior motives. Sign in. It was only a minute before leaving Qixia town that Gao Chen remembered he hadn't signed in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained. Spirit Void Fruit *100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Huaxing Hotel to sign in. The new sign-in location left Gao Chen with a somewhat complex expression. The Huaxing Hotel is one of the best hotels in the Langya-based city. The consumption level at this hotel is extremely high. A single meal could cost as much as a normal family's annual income. Son, As soon as Gao Chun arrived home, his father appeared in front of him. Your cousin's graduation banquet. Do you want to attend? Graduation banquet? The college entrance examination is over? Gao Chun had been so busy with sign-ins and martial artist assessments these past few days that he had forgotten about the college entrance examination. Yes. His father nodded, a hint of envy in his eyes as he spoke. Your cousin got into the Imperial Capital Research University. Imperial Capital Research University? Gao Chen was somewhat surprised. The Imperial Capital Research University is the top research university in Huaxia. Most students graduating from this university will enter the national research departments. Some ambitious individuals may even choose to join the 2 major martial arts halls or the 4 major groups. Although the income of research talents is not as high as that of martial artists, it definitely far exceeds that of ordinary people. Not interested. Gao Chen really wasn't very interested in such graduation banquets. Having lived 2 lives, he knew very well that these banquets were just for show and boasting. With that free time, he might as well go train at the martial arts hall. Since you're not interested, then I'll go with your mother. It's the first time going to such a high-end hotel as Huashan, and I don't even know if the food inside is good. His father mumbled as he left. After hearing his father's mumbling, Gao Chen seemed to think of something and quickly called out to his father, I'll go with you. Seeing Gao Chen change his mind, his father teased, looks like you want to see the world too. Yes. Gao Chen rolled his eyes. With his current income, let alone dining at the Huasheng Hotel, he could even treat it like a cafeteria without any problem. After tidying up a bit, Gao Chen left with his parents. Gao Chen's mother was still feeling awkward about him becoming a martial artist. The 3 of them took a taxi to the Huasheng Hotel. As one of the best hotels in Langya Bay City, the decoration of the Huasheng Hotel was truly impressive. Whether from the outside or the inside, it gave a feeling of splendor. Gao Chun, what are you doing here? As the 3 of them stepped into the Huasheng Hotel, they encountered a group of people walking towards them. Seeing this group, Gao Chen felt a bit of a headache. Chi Inspector, Master Liu, Master Niu, Mayor Shen. Gao Chen greeted each of them in turn. What a coincidence. The Chi Inspector smiled warmly as he greeted Gao Chun. Are you here to eat? The attitude of Inspector Chi towards Gao Chun was like that of an elder treating a younger family member. Yes, Gao Chen nodded and said. Today is my cousin's graduation banquet, so I'm here to celebrate. Inspector Chi nodded and said to Lu Tianping beside him, ask about the room number later. I'll take care of the bill for Gao Chen's room. Sure, Lu Tianping nodded. After a few simple pleasantries, the family of 3 continued on their way. Who were those people just now? Gao Fu had only seen Lu Tianping among the 4. Lu Tianping from the Extreme Path branch, Niu Meng from the Sky branch, Shin Chongxin, the head of the base city, and Inspector Chi from the Extreme Path headquarters. Gao Chen introduced a few people to his parents. After hearing Gao Chen's introduction, Gao Fu and Gao Mu were both stunned. How? Do you know so many big shots? In the eyes of these ordinary people, these individuals were unattainable figures. That's a long story. Gao Chen thought for a moment and recounted the events of the day. You mean, the world's number 1 will personally guide you? Gao Mu's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Gao Chen raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying, isn't your son impressive? Impressive, really? Impressive. Gao Fu gave Gao Chen a thumbs up. Impressive my foot. Gao Mu smiled, her face full of pride. My biggest wish in this life is for you to be ordinary. Though she said that, the corners of Gao Mu's mouth, which kept rising, betrayed her true feelings. They indeed did not expect Gao Chen to achieve great things. But once their son did achieve something significant, they would surely take pride in him. The family chatted and laughed, and the discomfort in Gao Mu's heart gradually faded away. Sister, brother-in-law, you're here. A middle-aged woman joyfully welcomed them as she opened the door to a luxurious private room. Why did you come so late? Gao Mu smiled at her sister, saying, we ran into a few acquaintances outside, so we chatted for a bit. Gao Chen stood behind his mother, looking around the private room. He recognized almost everyone there, except for one girl he was seeing for the first time. Under his aunt's arrangement, Gao Chen's family took their seats. Whether intentional or not, their seats happened to face away from the door of the private room. His cousin Jiang Baida smiled at Gao Chen sitting by the door, half-jokingly saying, I'll need your help when the dishes are served later. No problem, we're all family. Gao Chen waved his hand with a smile, indicating he didn't mind at all. The service at Huasheng Hotel was quick. Within 10 minutes, a variety of dishes filled the table. Let me propose a toast. After all the dishes were served, Jiang Baida stood up first. Acting like the host, he raised his glass and said to everyone, thank you all for coming to my graduation banquet. Everyone also raised their glasses to offer their blessings to Jiang Baida. Vaida, you definitely have a bright future ahead. Don't forget us relatives when you make it big. I heard that both the Extreme Path and Sky Martial Arts schools are interested in you. After you graduate, you'll surely join one of them, right? I heard they even offered you a very generous scholarship. You really are impressive. The sounds of praise and flattery echoed in the room. But Gao Chen was focused on eating and paid no attention to his relatives. Son, Gao Fu looked at his son, who was engrossed in his meal and couldn't help but say, aren't you going to say a few words? Gao Chun, still eating, glanced at his father and said, so many people have spoken, my words won't make a difference. It wasn't that Gao Chun was petty, he just really didn't like saying flattering things. Gao Chun. Gao Chen didn't intend to speak, but someone wanted him to. Jiang Vida looked at Gao Chun, who was focused on his meal, and frowned. Aren't you going to say something? At the Linshan Biayuan, Lu Tao's home. Lu Tao's mother looked at her son lying in bed, tears streaming down her face. Son, will my son really never be able to cultivate again? Lu Su stood by, his face dark as he nodded. Are you useless? Lu Tao's mother shouted at Lu Su. You were clearly there, why didn't you stop it? Could Lu Su not want to stop it? After all, Lu Tao was his own son. But the problem was, could he have stopped it? The joint regulations stated that any non-participant was not allowed to enter the martial artist assessment area. If the rules were not followed, it would result in immediate execution. Enough. Lu Su, already troubled, waved his hand impatiently and shouted at his wife. Do you think I didn't want to stop it? The martial artist assessment is something I can interfere with? Why are you shouting at me? Lu Su's wife was no pushover. She shouted back at him. Why don't you go shout at the person who bullied our son? Lu Su fell silent, lowering his head. Is this how it ends? Seeing Lu Su silent, his wife said, aren't you going to take revenge for our son? Lu Su shook his head, his voice low. The person who harmed our son is now a hotshot. If we act rashly, it could provoke the dissatisfaction of the two major martial arts schools and those above them. Lu Su's words were unfinished, but the meaning was very clear. I don't care. This woman had given up thinking. She continued to shout at Lu Su. If you don't take revenge for our son, then we'll get a divorce. Lu Su didn't speak this time. His current status and achievements were greatly related to his wife's family. If his wife divorced him, not only would his future be uncertain, but his current position could also be at risk. He rubbed his swollen temples and said to his wife, let me think about it. Since we can't touch him, then let's go after his family. The woman said fiercely from the side. The wife's suggestion gave Lu Su a good idea. After pondering for a moment, he said, then let's go with this idea. Under the dim light, Lu Su's eyes and expression were very dark. At the Shanghua Hotel, in a private room, Gao Chen put down his chopsticks and smiled at Jiang Vida. Then here, I wish my cousin a bright future and great prospects. Seeing that Gao Chen was somewhat sincere, Jiang Vida nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Gao Chen, I heard you didn't take the college entrance exam? Just as Jiang Vida sat down, his father, who was Gao Chen's uncle, spoke up. Yes. Gao Chen put down the chopsticks he had just picked up. A few days before the exam, I was expelled from school. That's quite unfortunate. While expressing regret, his uncle's eyes were filled with glee. You should have told me about this earlier. I know the principal of your school. If I had said something, maybe your principal wouldn't have expelled you. Thank you, uncle. Gao Chen still had the necessary politeness. As for not taking the college entrance exam, I don't regret it at all. What are your plans for the future? His uncle continued to ask, pretending to be concerned. I'll pursue the path of a martial artist. After all, I have some talent in martial arts. Gao Chen spoke honestly. But sometimes, the truth isn't always believed. Cousin, if I remember correctly, you were among the worst in martial arts talent at your school, right? His little cousin put down her chopsticks and spoke up. This little cousin was not in the same school as Gao Chen, but she had a good friend who was in Gao Chen's school. So regarding the situation at Gao Chen's school, my little cousin can't say she knows everything clearly, but she definitely knows a good deal. My martial arts talent is decent. I just passed the martial artist assessment today and became an official martial artist. Gao Chen didn't refute his little cousin but spoke very casually. The private room instantly fell into absolute silence. Everyone put down their chopsticks and cups, looking at Gao Chen with shocked expressions. Cousin, are you serious? As the main character, Jiang Vida didn't want his spotlight stolen by Gao Chen. He stared directly at Gao Chen, speaking very seriously. You better not be bragging for some reason. Gao Chen smiled and nodded. What I said is true. I don't believe it unless you can provide proof. Jiang Vida's voice cracked a bit as he said this. Clearly, he was the main character today, and this banquet was his graduation celebration. He didn't want to share the limelight, nor did he want to be overshadowed by Gao Chen. No way to prove it. Normally, after passing the martial artist assessment, Gao Chen would receive a medal representing a martial artist. But today's assessment was shrouded in oddities. So, after some discussion among the big shots, they decided to investigate thoroughly before issuing the martial artist medals. That's why Gao Chen didn't receive his medal. No proof means you're just bragging. Jiang Vida was a bit agitated. Seeing Jiang Vida so worked up, Gao Chen shook his head repeatedly. What does your shaking head mean? Am I wrong? Zhang Yingwei pressed on. Gao Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. If you say it's right, then it's right. The two were clearly not on the same level, and Gao Chen didn't want to waste his breath. If it weren't for the new sign-in location being here, he wouldn't even have come to Jiang Vida's graduation banquet. Alright everyone, let's continue eating. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Jiang, Vita's father stood up and said. Everyone nodded and picked up their chopsticks to eat again. Gao Chen had just picked up his chopsticks and taken a couple of bites when the door to the private room was opened. Brother Jiang, I heard your son got into the Imperial Capital Research University, congratulations. Shin Jun walked in, slightly tipsy, holding a wine glass. Brother Shin, congratulations to you too. When Gao Chen turned to see Shin Jun, his brow furrowed slightly. Gao Chen? At that moment, Shin Jun also spotted Gao Chen in the private room. He paused for a moment, then said with a mouthful of alcohol breath, How come you're here? I remember you didn't take the college entrance exam. Brother Shin, Gao Chen is my sister's child, Gao Chen's uncle said. Oh, I see. Shin Jun looked at Gao Chen, speaking very casually. If I had known you knew my brother Jiang, I wouldn't have kicked you out. Gao Chen's eyes were fixed on the slightly tipsy Shin Jun, filled with anger. Being expelled and unable to take the college entrance exam was a life-changing event, yet in Shin Jun's mouth it seemed like a trivial matter. After casually chatting for a bit, Shin Jun went off to drink with Gao Chen's uncle. Watching this scene, Gao Chen gritted his teeth in anger. Just then, the door to the private room was opened again. A waiter looked up and asked, Is Mr. Gao Chen in this room? The appearance of the waiter drew everyone's attention to him. That's me, Gao Chen stood up and said to the waiter. Is there something you need? Upon hearing Gao Chen's acknowledgement, the waiter waved his hand grandly to the people behind him. Mr. Gao Chen is in this room. Then, the waiter opened the door to the private room. A number of boxes filled with expensive liquor were carried into the room by a group of waiters. 1982 La Fight. 1973 Mutai. 1997 Wolyanye. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the boxes of liquor. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, liquor from before 1999 had become extremely rare. For instance, a bottle of 1997 Wolyanye could cost over 100,000. The 1982 La Fight had reached astronomical prices, with a single bottle costing hundreds of thousands. Who sent it? Gao Chen appeared relatively calm. Brother Gao Chen, it was me. At that moment, a rough voice rang out. Niu Meng strode in from outside, pointing at the several boxes of wine and asking Gao Chen, Are you satisfied? Master Niu, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. Shin Jun suddenly jumped up from his chair and rushed to Niu Meng's side in a few quick steps. Who are you? Although Shin Jun was the principal of the first high school, he felt completely insignificant in front of a big shot like Niu Meng. Shin Jun didn't feel embarrassed, though. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm the principal of the first high school. Oh. Niu Meng responded dismissively, then continued smiling at Gao Chen. Brother Gao Chen, are you satisfied with these? Before Gao Chen could speak, Shin Jun interjected, Master Niu, do you know each other? Are you annoying or what? Shin Jun's interruption irritated Niu Meng, who glared at him. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I'll make you regret it. Niu Meng's threat made Shin Jun break out in a cold sweat. Thank you, Master Niu, for your trouble, Gao Chen said with a smile. Old Niu, you usually seem so honest and straightforward. How come you're pulling this kind of trick on me? At that moment, Shin Chongxin also walked in from outside. Unlike Niu Meng, who was ostentatious, he simply carried a tray. On the tray were several red books. These are the properties of all the high-end communities in the Langya-based city. If you want, they are all yours. Shin Chongxin stepped in front of Gao Chen and presented the tray, making his intentions very clear. You two look honest and straightforward, but I didn't expect you to play such tricks on me. Lu Tianping's voice rang out at that moment. He came empty-handed, without wine or a tray. Have you made up your mind, Brother Gao Chen? Will you join our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, or will you join our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, or will you join our Extreme Martial Arts Hall? Lu Tianping was very confident. Gao Chen was puzzled about where that confidence came from. Everyone in the room recognized the three of them. They understood what was being said, but when all of it was put together, they found it somewhat incomprehensible. Everyone, is there some misunderstanding here? The invitation from the three top forces to join Gao Chen indicated that he had something they wanted to compete for. However, in Shin Jun's memory, Gao Chen seemed to be just a waste with poor martial arts talent. It seems like you don't have a say here, do you? They treated Gao Chen well because he was a monstrous super genius. But that didn't mean they treated everyone well. Lu Tianping's gaze made Shin Jun immediately close his mouth. Dad, Mom, who do you think I should join? Gao Chen was ready to throw this question to his parents. After a slight pause, Gao Fu straightened his back and said, It's up to you, your life is your own decision. Gao Mu said nothing, only looking at her son with a look of satisfaction. Whoever can make him suffer irreparably, that's who I'll join. Gao Chen caught the ping-pong ball thrown by his father and pointed at Shin Jun. Shin Jun was stunned. He didn't expect Gao Chen to say such a thing. Gao Chen, what do you want? Do you know who I am? I am. Before Shin Jun could finish, Lu Tianping raised his hand and interrupted him with a slap. You keep interrupting us. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? After being slapped, Shin Jun dared not speak again and could only shake his head. Did he offend you? Shin Chongxin asked. Gao Chen unhesitatingly recounted what had happened earlier. By the time Gao Chen finished, everyone present was wide-eyed. What a show of authority you have! Shin Chongshin's aura suddenly intensified as he glared at Shin Jun. The school's resources belong to the students, and you, as the principal, actually expel a student. For such a reason. Shin Chongshin's gaze made Shin Jun tremble. Shin Chongshin's next words frightened Shin Jun to the core. From today onwards, you will no longer serve as the principal of Langya Base City's first high school, and you are permanently expelled from Langya Base City. As soon as these words were spoken, Shin Jun collapsed onto the ground. His face turned pale, and he looked dazed. Everyone present knew what being permanently expelled from the base meant. No, please, no. Once he regained his senses, Shin Jun knelt before Gao Chen, bowing his head. Spare me, don't expel me. Gao Chen looked at Shin Jun coldly. Without saying a word. Gao Chen, my brother, are you satisfied now? Shin Chongshin asked with a smile. Gao Chen nodded. Come here. With a wave of Shin Chongshin's hand, a group of people suddenly rushed into the room and carried Shin Jun away. In that case, shouldn't you fulfill your promise, Gao Chen? Shin Chongshin looked at Gao Chen with some anticipation. Gao Chen nodded without hesitation. From today onwards, I am a member of the military. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Tianping and Niu Meng deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly losing their temper. Congratulations, old Shun, Niu Meng said irritably. Compared to Niu Meng, Lu Tianping was much more magnanimous. Congratulations, old Shun. After congratulating old Shin, he smiled at Gao Chen and said, it's a pity you didn't join the Extreme Martial Arts School. However, you are still our friend at the Extreme Martial Arts School and also my friend, Lu Tianping. Niu Meng and Lu Tianping left the private room one after the other. Zhang Vida looked on in a daze at everything. He finally understood why he had looked down on proving himself to him. It turned out that his cousin had already far surpassed him. Why did you ultimately choose the military? Gao's father was puzzled by Gao Chen's decision to join the military after learning about the various conditions to achieve something. The two major martial arts schools were indeed excellent and the conditions were very tempting. But those so-called tempting conditions were only appealing to others. For someone like Gao Chen, who had a system, having or not having guidance from the so-called number one in the world really made no difference. Sigh. Gao Chen's words made Gao's father let out a slight sigh. At the Extreme Martial Arts School, in Lu Tianping's office. After learning that Gao Chen chose to join the military, Shi Xuanxia only sighed in regret. And his emotions did not fluctuate much. Gao Chen was indeed a genius and certainly worth pursuing. However, Gao Chen was still just a silver 5-star for now. Although we didn't manage to recruit Gao Chen, you have also made a contribution this time. Shi Xuanxia would not blame Lu Tianping for not obtaining Gao Chen. He stroked his chin and said to Lu Tianping, I'm not too clear on what the specific rewards are. But if you don't want to be the branch leader anymore, I can help you with that. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping was slightly taken aback and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Shi Xuanxia, thank you. Some martial artists become martial artists not only because of their strong martial arts talent but also because they have a heart for adventure. Lu Tianping, as a martial artist, was no exception. Being the branch leader stationed in the base city, which seemed like a good job to outsiders, was actually a bit of a burden for Lu Tianping. He liked adventure, he liked dancing on the edge of a knife, and he liked to linger on the brink of life and death. To him, that was the life he wanted. The next morning, Gao Chen woke up from his sleep. His parents did not enjoy a life of leisure at home just because Gao Chen was now wealthy. Gao Chen, if you have time today, come to Hanu. Gao Chen, just getting out of bed, received a call from Shin Chongshin. After hanging up the phone, Gao Chen tidied himself up a bit and then left the house. On his way to Hanu, he didn't forget to check in at the Huasheng Hotel. Too many chaotic events happened yesterday, causing him to forget to check in. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward obtained, body enhancement. Potion type 1 * 100. Ding! A new check-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the Hanu Guard station to check in. This new check-in reward made Gao Chen's expression quite remarkable. He knew about this potion. It was developed by the Longshan Group, one of the 4 major corporations, and was an extremely powerful potion. Although this potion couldn't provide strength like exotic fruits, it could enhance a person's physical strength. Due to its limited supply, a single vial had already been speculated to reach 20 million on the black market. If one vial is 20 million, then 100 vials would be 2 billion. That's a direct flight to success. Gao Chen was overjoyed. To be honest, he had no intention of using it. This was a rare treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Moreover, it had no side effects. If he used all 100 vials himself, combined with the indestructible Vajra technique, Gao Chen's physique would reach a terrifying level. We've arrived. The taxi stopped 200 meters away from the Hanu Guard station. But we're not there yet. Gao Chen pointed at the station's gate and said to the driver, I don't want to die. The driver waved his hand at Gao Chen. That's the Hanu Guard's place. Those people are all lunatics. Gao Chen didn't intend to make things difficult for the driver any further. He nodded, paid, and got out of the car. The driver, seeing Gao Chen get out, quickly drove away. Is this place really that terrifying? Gao Chen complained as he walked towards the station. When he was less than 5 meters from the gate, a voice rang out from nearby, "Ahead is the Hanu Guard station, please do not proceed further." Gao Chen looked towards the gate and shouted, "I'm here to report." Report? The gate slowly opened, and a group of 4 or 5 people walked out. "You must be Gao Chen?" The middle-aged man leading the group looked Gao Chen up and down, frowning slightly. Gao Chen nodded. "Not very impressive. When did our Hanu Guard become a shelter?" Looking at this kid, he wouldn't have taken the back door, would he? It seemed that Shin Chongxin hadn't informed them of Gao Chen's true cultivation level, otherwise, they wouldn't have this attitude. "I heard you're a genius youth?" The middle-aged man continued to scrutinize Gao Chen. "Genius youth? I wouldn't say that, I can only say I work a bit harder than others," Gao Chen replied modestly. "Guang Tao, why don't you give him a try?" The middle-aged man stepped back. A young man much older than Gao Chen stepped forward with a grin, saying to those around, "Him, if I test him, wouldn't that be bullying him?" "Bullying me? I wouldn't say so." Since they were preparing to give Gao Chen a hard time, he certainly couldn't back down at this moment. "You might not really be my match." As soon as he said this, everyone, including the middle-aged man, was slightly taken aback. "Wow, are the young people today this arrogant?" The middle-aged man was quite displeased with Gao Chen's arrogance. The others in the group also frowned at Gao Chen's boldness. "Kid, you've really provoked me," Guang Tao said, stepping forward with full momentum. Gao Chen shook his head slightly and stepped forward as well. Seeing that Gao Chen showed no fear, Guang Tao smirked and said with interest, "Since you're here to report to the Hanu Guard, I'll give you the first lesson for free. Newcomers must always respect the elders." Guang Tao shouted and charged straight at Gao Chen. Indestructible Vedra technique. Gao Chen was particularly cautious. As his body was covered in a golden glow, the others showed curious expressions. Guang Tao had already rushed close to Gao Chen. Gao Chen didn't bother to pretend and directly threw a punch. Bang! Gao Chen's fist struck Guang Tao directly without any surprises. Guang Tao was directly knocked back by Gao Chen. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. After hitting the ground, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. "Is that all?" Gao Chen shook his fist, a look of disdain on his face. The middle-aged man's expression had turned extremely ugly at this point. "I'll go meet him." Another person jumped out from behind the middle-aged man and charged at Gao Chen. But his outcome was similar to Guang Tao's. "It seems you really are a genius youth." The middle-aged man calmed his companions and said to Gao Chen, "Since you're so strong, I'll come to meet you." The middle-aged man's strength was clearly far superior to Guang Tao's. He rushed close to Gao Chen and swung his fist at him. Both his movement speed and punching speed were much faster than Guang Tao's. But in Gao Chen's eyes, he was no different from Guang Tao. Gao Chen exerted force in his legs, his figure flickered, and he directly appeared behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was startled when he saw Gao Chen vanish before him. By the time he reacted, Gao Chen was already behind him. A show of strength? Such a thing is really too low level. Gao Chen's voice rang out behind the middle-aged man. Immediately after, the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his back, and then he knew nothing more. Looking at the middle-aged man lying on the ground, Gao Chen shook his head and said, "Is this all you can do? I thought you were supposed to be impressive." The remaining few who hadn't attacked Gao Chen were not trembling, but they didn't dare to make any other moves. "Gao Chen, welcome to the Hanu Guard." At that moment, a person walked out from the main gate. This person was tall and robust, with fists like cooking pots. "Who are you?" Gao Chen looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of caution. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and introduced himself. "Liao Yang, captain of the Hanu Guard's trainee squad." "Goodness, you really don't take me seriously," Gao Chen blurted out. "I'm a young genius, and you send a trainee squad captain to meet me? What does that mean?" Gao Chen was not clear about the ranks within the Hanu Guard, so he assumed that the trainee squad captain held a low position. "You don't know?" Liao Yan was not offended by Gao Chen's rudeness. He smiled at Gao Chen and explained, "The lowest rank in the Hanu Guard is the highest commander, and a squad captain is just a small role." Gao Chen looked at Liao Yang with some exasperation. Fine. He was too lazy to argue with Liao Yang and asked, "Can I report in now?" "Not yet." Liao Yang waved his hand with a smile. "Unless you..." Before Liao Yang could finish his sentence, Gao Chen charged directly towards him. Liao Yang was slightly taken aback, then shook his head and said, "You should at least wait for me to finish speaking. Young people these days are really too impatient." Liao Yang's tone and demeanor were very relaxed. He didn't see Gao Chen as a rival at all. The trainee squad captain was second only to the squad leader, meaning his strength was just below that of the squad leader. Although his strength was not as good as the squad leaders, he had just crossed the threshold of gold rank, being a 1-star gold warrior. When Liao Yang and Gao Chen collided, a look of shock flashed across his face. Even he couldn't gauge Gao Chen's true strength. To him, Gao Chen was merely a bronze rank warrior. After all, he was only 18 years old. But after their clash, Liao Yang realized he was wrong. This young man's true strength far exceeded his expectations. "Interesting," Gao Chen said, intrigued that his strike hadn't overwhelmed Liao Yang. You're not my match. After a few exchanges, Liao Yang spoke first. Our rule is that as long as you can last 10 minutes under my hands, you can enter and report. A bit worked up, Gao Chen shouted, 10 minutes? Today, I'm going to smash you. Secret of the G's. The Great Achievements Jezi secret can directly enhance Gao Chen's strength tenfold. His original strength of 50,000 Jin has now transformed into 500,000 Jin under the amplification of the Jezi secret. This means he now possesses the strength of a golden 5-star. Blast me? You're still too green. Liao Yang initially wanted to mock Gao Chen for his overconfidence. However, Gao Chen's next punch changed his expression drastically. How is this possible? After being forced back several steps by Gao Chen's punch, Liao Yang's face had turned somewhat pale. The sudden burst of power from Gao Chen had left him unable to defend himself. What kind of monster is this? Liao Yang stared at Gao Chen in shock. I concede. Seeing Gao Chen charge at him again, Liao Yang shouted. Upon hearing Liao Yang's shout, Gao Chen stopped in his tracks. After all, they would see each other again in the future, and Gao Chen couldn't make it too embarrassing. Dispelling the Jezi secret and the indestructible diamond technique, Gao Chen transformed back into the seemingly harmless youth. Follow me. Liao Yang was at a loss for words. Following behind Liao Yang, Gao Chen entered the base of the Hanu Guard. Is this the newcomer? He doesn't look like a young genius at all. I don't think so either. He probably just came to gild himself. What do these people think coming to our Hanu Guard to gild themselves? After entering the main gate, Gao Chen became the topic of discussion among the people. He paid no attention to their chatter. After walking for about 5 minutes, Gao Chen and Liao Yang arrived in front of a small building. Liao Yang entered the building first, with Gao Chen closely following. Wow, you guys in the Hanu Guard are quite wealthy, Gao Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the luxurious decor inside the small building. Liao Yang shot Gao Chen a glance but said nothing. Thinking to himself, does this kid really have no sense of belonging? The two walked for about a minute inside the small building before finally stopping in front of a large double door. Liao Yang gestured for Gao Chen to wait while he stepped forward to knock. Come in. A very authoritative voice came from inside the door. Liao Yang opened the door and motioned for Gao Chen to enter. Aren't you coming in? Gao Chen asked Liao Yang. Liao Yang shook his head. This was a massive office, covering an area of 500 square meters. As soon as he entered, Gao Chen saw the training area. Deep inside the office, there was a desk. Behind the desk, Gao Chen clearly saw a middle-aged man with a square face and a serious expression, who was working. Are you Gao Chen? The middle-aged man raised his head upon sensing Gao Chen's entrance. At first glance, Gao Chen felt a chill run down his spine from the man's gaze. Hawk-eyed and wolf-like. This was the only phrase in Gao Chen's vocabulary that could describe the middle-aged man. I am, Gao Chen nodded. I've heard that you are a young genius. The middle-aged man leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing Gao Chen. But I don't see what makes you different from others. If you could see my differences, then what would be the point of them? Since the middle-aged man wanted to play the part, Gao Chen would play along. Gao Chen's response was somewhat beyond the middle-aged man's expectations. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, I admire you, young man. With that, he picked up a phone nearby and instructed, take him to report. By the way, remember to assign him to a good squad. What? You want to put a complete rookie in my squad? Lu Mo was very dissatisfied with this decision. Let me tell you, this kid is quite formidable, Liao Yang whispered to Lu Mo, who had a good relationship with him. I estimate this kid's strength is at least above silver 5-star. What? Lu Mo looked at Liao Yang in shock, exclaiming, are you serious? I've heard that during the martial artist test, the inspector chief from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall personally came. Liao Yang said, mysteriously. Lu Mo was very clear about the identity of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall's inspector. Good brother. Lu Mo patted the shoulder of the one who came from Liao Yang. Such a good talent, and you just gave him to me. If it weren't for my team not needing anyone, do you think I would give him to you? One of Lu Mo's team members had been seriously injured during a wild hunt, which left Lu Mo's team one member short. Ha ha ha. Lu Mo laughed heartily. After a brief introduction, Gao Chen and Lu Mo were somewhat acquainted. This is Gao Chen, our team's new member. Lu Mo began introducing Gao Chen to the other members of the team. He's new. What does it mean to put a newcomer in our team? What about Lao Mo? Is Lao Mo going to retire now? I don't want him. He will only hold our team back. The team members were somewhat resistant to Gao Chen's joining. Lu Mo frowned and said, this is a decision from above. Even if you don't accept it, you have to. Seeing Lu Mo say this, the other members dared not say anything more. Brother Gao Chen, Lu Mo patted Gao Chen's shoulder and assured him, if you stick with us, I guarantee you will grow quickly. Gao Chen had a good impression of Lu Mo's friendly personality. I don't like this kid, a slender, handsome young man gathered with the other team members, frowning as he spoke. This person was named Zhang Huai, a more senior member of the team. I don't like him either, said a strong-built person, frowning. Should we give him a little surprise, eh? Member with a sharp face said with a mischievous smile. Anyway, our team is going hunting in the wild tomorrow. Good idea, Jiang Huai said with a sinister glint in his eyes. We don't need to be too harsh, just let him voluntarily withdraw. Isn't that a bit too much? A chubby, honest-looking young man spoke up. If the higher-ups find out. The honest young man was interrupted by Jiang Huai, who frowned. If you don't say anything, how would they know? Lu Xiaoguang, if you dare to talk nonsense, I won't mind letting you feed the exotic beasts in the wild, the shark-faced member threatened Lu Xiaoguang. I understand, Lu Xiaoguang nodded to avoid feeding the exotic beasts. Sign in. After getting to know the team members, Gao Chun chose to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained, boundless fruit * 100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Looming City to sign in. Although the new sign-in reward was also generous, it did not stir any emotions in Gao Chen. Tomorrow we are going to Looming City for hunting. Do you want to prepare in advance? Lu Mo handed Gao Chun some materials, reminding him, where are we gathering? Tomorrow? The Hanu Guard did not implement military management, so members did not have to stay at the base all the time. Let's gather at the square at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gao Chen nodded and then left the Hanu Guard's base. Back home, Gao Chen opened the materials Lu Mo had given him. The materials showed that Looming City was a gathering place for silver exotic beasts, and one could occasionally encounter golden exotic beasts. The danger level of this place was neither too high nor too low. After reading the materials, Gao Chen extracted all the sign-in rewards from the past few days. 200 exotic fruits and 100 potions made Gao Chen marvel at how generous the system was. Let's eat together. Eating exotic fruits and drinking potions, these items worth billions were quickly consumed by Gao Chen. After a satisfying burp, Gao Chen stood up and felt his strength. Not quite at the golden level, but it shouldn't be far off. After all, without a power testing device, Gao Chen could only make a rough estimate. The next morning, waking from his sleep, Gao Chen, armed with excellent weapons, headed to the square of the base city. Fortunately, he arrived early, so the other members of the team didn't have to wait too long. Today we're heading into the wild, and remember, safety first, safety first. Captain Lu Mo said to the team members. Our task today is to hunt more than 10 silver beasts and to take down 1 golden beast. After briefing the team, Lu Mo began to outline today's objectives. Silver beasts are manageable, but with a dead weight among us, isn't hunting a golden beast a bit challenging? Jiang Huai raised his hand to speak at this moment. Lu Mo looked at Jiang Huai and said, don't worry, Gao Chen won't hold us back. Captain, I really don't understand why you trust him so much, complained the shark-faced Tao Jian, clearly dissatisfied with Lu Mo's faith in Gao Chen. Logically speaking, an apprentice member shouldn't be qualified to go into the wild. Look, he doesn't even have a weapon. Taking him into the wild would just be a burden for us. The strong-built Feng Yong also expressed his resistance towards Gao Chen. Lu Xiaoguang remained silent, just standing there. Don't worry. As an outsider, he could understand his teammates' attitudes towards him. My strength is decent. I definitely won't drag everyone down. Ha! Jiang Huai wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Lu Mo's hand. Lu Mo frowned, clearly displeased, and said to the team, enough talk, let's get moving. As the only one who knew Gao Chen's true strength, Lu Mo had no intention of convincing his teammates to trust him. In the world of martial artists, words are often futile. Only absolute strength can earn respect. Since the captain had said so, the others had no choice but to remain silent. After checking their gear, everyone boarded their designated transport and headed towards the city gate. 20 minutes later, the transport stopped at the city gate. After disembarking, they left the base city through a dedicated passage. The bronze beasts in the wild were not even worth their attention. They wouldn't waste time on any bronze beasts they could avoid. Soon, the team arrived not far from Looming City. After clearing out some bronze beasts, they began to rest and prepare for entering Looming City. Looming City, outskirts. The team moved cautiously, afraid of disturbing a large number of beasts and triggering a beast riot. As a gathering place for silver beasts, Looming City not only had a large number of silver beasts but also quite a few golden beasts. Over there, Feng Yong pointed to a solitary silver beast not far away and said to Lu Mo, shall we start with that beast? It was a bear-like beast, with red fur, thorned battle bear. The glasses quickly relayed the information about this bear-like beast to Gao Chun. Most of them are silver beasts, but there is a certain chance they can break through to golden. Once they break through to golden, their fur color will change. Its weakness is in the abdomen. This was another advantage of the glasses, providing information about the beast's weaknesses. I'll draw it over, Hao Jian said as he took down his bow and arrow. We need to take it down as quickly as possible. For their team, silver beasts were not terrifying. What truly worried them was the possibility of attracting other beasts due to prolonged combat. Quick and decisive, everyone, show your best skills, Lu Mo instructed the other team members before turning his gaze to Gao Chun, advising him, for the first beast, you just need to observe. But you must pay close attention to our coordination. You won't have many chances to watch, so make sure to cherish it. Gao Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. I really don't know why we brought him into the wild, especially to such a dangerous gathering place for silver beasts, Jiang Huai muttered quietly. Lu Mo heard Jiang Huai's mumbling but pretended not to. Hao Jian, he commanded. Prepare to engage the beast. Hao Jian shot a glance at Gao Chun in dissatisfaction before drawing his bow. Whoosh! Hao Jian's arrow accurately struck the thorned battle bear. The bear had thick skin, but Hao Jian's arrow still pierced through it. Roar! The injured thorned battle bear let out an angry roar. Not good. Lu Mo's face changed dramatically. We need to finish this quickly and get out of here. He was uncertain whether the bear's roar would attract other beasts. The rest of the team tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for action. The thorned battle bear quickly found the despicable attacker. It shook its hefty body and charged towards the team. Go! Lu Mo was the first to act. He brandished his battle knife and charged directly in front of the thorned battle bear. He raised his knife high and struck down on the bear. Although this blow didn't take the bear down instantly, it still inflicted serious injury. The wounded thorned battle bear's eyes turned blood red. At that moment, Jiang Huai and Feng Yong also rushed forward. Jiang Huai wielded a long sword, while Feng Yong had two short axes. Although their attack power was not as strong as Lu Mo's, they still dealt significant damage to the thorned battle bear. In less than 3 minutes, the three of them, with the assistance of Hao Jian and Lu Xiaoguang, took down the thorned battle bear. Quick, clean up the battlefield, Lu Mo commanded. Jiang Huai and Feng Yong, in perfect sync, crouched down to cut up the thorned battle bear. Hao Jian and Lu Xiaoguang stood guard. The cutting lasted for 3 minutes, and Jiang Huai was the first to stand up. All done. Lu Mo glanced at the bear's corpse and nodded. Let's hurry, that roar and the smell of blood will definitely attract other beasts. As Lu Mo's words fell, everyone began to move quickly in one direction. They managed to avoid quite a few beasts along the way. In a clearing devoid of beasts, the team came to a stop. Captain, I told you before, this guy is a deadweight. As soon as they stopped, Hao Jian began to complain. He pointed at Gao Chun, clearly dissatisfied. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have taken so long. Yeah, Feng Yong chimed in right after Hao Jian. People like him should live in the base city. For this hunt, I doubt he'll get any money. Jiang Huai, undoubtedly the smartest of the three, didn't express his dissatisfaction with Gao Chen but instead stirred the pot from another angle. What do you mean? This was Gao Chen's first time hunting beasts with the team, so he didn't understand Jiang Huai's meaning. Seeing Gao Chen's confused expression, Jiang Huai explained with a hint of mockery, in the wild, when hunting beasts, the more effort you put in, the greater the reward you get. That thorned battle bear was worth a total of 1 million. Out of that, the captain takes the lion's share, which is 50%. The remaining 50% is split among the four of us. You don't get a share. Why not? Gao Chun was somewhat unconvinced. Just because I didn't contribute? Correct. Jiang Huai smiled at Gao Chun. Those who don't contribute can't share in the spoils. Fine, since you say that, I want to join the next battle against a beast. Gao Chen sensed that Jiang Huai was targeting him. You still can't join. What Gao Chen didn't expect was that Jiang Huai would not allow him to join the next battle. You and we have no coordination. Your joining us won't help. It might even hold us back. Of course, if you want to take on a beast by yourself, we wouldn't mind. Jiang Huai said this with a tone of provocation. Since you put it that way, if I don't take on a beast solo, that would really be letting you down. The young and impulsive Gao Chen was a bit riled up. Seeing that Gao Chen had taken the bait, Jiang Huai smiled slightly and said, "Then I want to see just how capable you are." Isn't this just nonsense? Although Lu Mo knew Gao Chen's true cultivation level, he did not believe that Gao Chen had the ability to take on a silver beast one-on-one. This is the wild captain. Before Lu Mo could finish his sentence, he was deliberately interrupted by Jiang Huai. Since he wants to show off, let's just let him. Lu Mo opened his mouth to say something else but was cut off by Hao Jian. These young people think too highly of themselves. If we don't teach him a lesson today, who knows what he might do in the future. Anyway, we're right here. Even if he's not a match for the beast, we can still step in to help. Lu Mo didn't finish speaking but looked at Gao Chun with a questioning gaze. Gao Chen subtly nodded. What you said makes sense. Lu Mo pretended to be swayed by them and said to Gao Chun, in that case, why don't you give it a try? Seeing Lu Mo agree, Jiang Huai, Hao Jian, and Feng Yong all smirked as if their scheme had succeeded. Let me lure the beast for you. Hao Jian pretended to be the good guy at that moment. No need. Gao Chen waved his hand and directly pulled an arrow from his quiver. I didn't bring a weapon, so I'll borrow this for a moment. Gao Chen prepared to use the arrow as a sword. With the sword in hand, Gao Chen's momentum surged. I wonder if I can defeat a silver 9-star beast now. Gao Chen charged towards a nearby beast. Goodness, is there really a need to seek death like this? Blood-armored warwolf. Judging by its size, it should be a silver 9-star. Let's be prepared. The three of them looked on with amusement. Lu Mo, however, silently gripped his weapon, ready to step in and rescue Gao Chen at any moment. After all, Liao Yang had told him that Gao Chen was only a silver 5-star. The blood-armored warwolf got its name from its thick, blood-red fur. Besides having extremely powerful attack strength, it also boasted formidable defense. Generally, beasts of the same level were no match for it. Even warriors of the same level needed 3 or 4 people to take it down. Indestructible Vajra skill. Gao Chun unleashed his strongest skill. The combination of 2 skills, along with the combined technique he had used earlier, made his defense terrifying. As Gao Chun moved, the blood-armored war-wolf also sprang into action. A hint of human-like disdain flashed in its eyes. Then, it exerted force with its limbs and charged at Gao Chen. Soon, Gao Chen and the blood-armored war-wolf collided. Despite Hao Jian's poor character, his arrows were not of silver level. While not as strong as a sword, they could still serve as a means of attack. The arrow swung, piercing directly into the blood-armored war-wolf's body. Did it break through the defense? Lu Xiaoguang was taken aback. The blood-armored war-wolf was known for its defense. The fact that Gao Chen broke through its defense left Lu Xiaoguang astonished. But what truly shocked Lu Xiaoguang was yet to come. After breaking the blood-armored war-wolf's defense, Gao Chen gained an understanding of its defensive capabilities. With that understanding, Gao Chen would not waste any more time. The arrow in his hand swung again, striking one of the beast's eyes. Gao Chen's attacks did not stop there. Green Lotus Sword Technique. With the sword in hand, he danced out a Green Lotus Shadow Veil step. At this moment, Gao Chen's defense, attack, and movement had all reached their peak. The blood-armored war-wolf was indeed fierce, but it was no longer a match for Gao Chen. After a few arrows, the blood-armored war-wolf fell to the ground, covered in blood. Is this really the blood-armored war-wolf? How did he do that? The blood-armored war-wolf in front of him seems as fragile as paper. All the members of the team, including Lu Mo, widened their eyes. Gao Chen's strength had surpassed their understanding. Although Lu Mo was already a golden warrior, he could not achieve such a swift victory over the blood-armored war-wolf. Gao Chen threw the arrow back into Hao Jian's quiver and walked towards the crowd. Brother, you really are impressive. Lu Mo gave Gao Chen a thumbs up. The attitudes of the other two, aside from Jiang Huai, also changed towards Gao Chen. Hao Jian and Feng Yong initially disliked Gao Chen because they thought he would be a liability. But after this battle, Gao Chen had already won them over. Although Gao Chen had conquered the two of them, he had not won over Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai's initial dislike for Gao Chen was the same as Hao Jian's, but now, he disliked Gao Chen because he had stolen his thunder. Now you know how formidable he is, right? Lu Mo smiled as he observed the team's reactions. Everyone except Jiang Huai nodded in agreement. For this exotic beast, I'll take 40%. The rest will be split equally among everyone. Gao Chen understood that the world of martial artists was not just about fighting, it also involved human relationships. Since he had taken the initiative to show goodwill, the others were happy to accept it. Thus, Gao Chen was accepted by the team, excluding Jiang Huai. The hunt continued. Gao Chen and the team's coordination was still lacking, but due to his overwhelming strength, the poor coordination was offset by his power. During the break, Lu Mo was very happy. Normally, if they wanted to hunt down these 10 silver exotic beasts, it would take them at least a day. But today, they completed the task in less than 5 hours, reducing the time by 4 times. Such efficiency was enough to make Lu Mo, as the captain, very pleased. Our hunting task only has the golden exotic beasts left. The previously cheerful team members turned serious upon hearing they had to hunt golden exotic beasts. They could compensate for minor mistakes while hunting silver exotic beasts through teamwork, but hunting golden exotic beasts allowed for no errors at all, even with a golden martial artist in their team. Let's take a good rest. Lu Mo's mood also became somewhat somber. But after all, a task was a task, and they had to complete it. After resting for about an hour, once everyone had mostly recovered, Lu Mo stood up first. The others followed suit and stood up as well. Gao Chen could see that they were all very tense. Let's go. Lu Mo sighed slightly and led the way. The others cautiously looked around. Eventually, they chose a toad that was entirely golden and covered in lumps. Upon seeing this toad, Gao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Why choose such a disgusting exotic beast? Gao Chen asked Lu Mo helplessly. Lu Mo shrugged and replied, I looked around, and it's the only one that's a golden 1-star. The task was to hunt golden exotic beasts, but it didn't specify how many stars. Generally, teams would choose 1-star beasts since they were relatively easier to hunt compared to higher star ones. Alright. Since Lu Mo said so, Gao Chen could only suppress his discomfort and accept it. Brother Gao Chen, Hao Jian walked over to Gao Chen with a mischievous grin and asked, You didn't bring a weapon, do you want me to lend you an arrow? As he spoke, Hao Jian took an arrow from his quiver. Seeing the arrow Hao Jian pulled out, Gao Chen was momentarily stunned. Hao Jian was quite generous. The arrow he took out was actually a golden one. Armor-piercing arrow, golden level. I wouldn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. If it weren't for Gao Chen's formidable combat power, Hao Jian wouldn't have been willing to take out the armor-piercing arrow. Hao Jian, let's start. Lu Mo said to Hao Jian. Hao Jian nodded, knocked the bow, and shot an arrow at the golden toad. Quack! The golden toad let out a loud cry and jumped towards Gao Chen and the others. Seeing that it had left the visual range of the other exotic beasts, Gao Chen charged forward with the armor-piercing arrow. Indestructible diamond skill. Xiaming's Gao Chun, on his way up, activated his life-saving skill first. Seeing Gao Chen had already charged ahead, the others no longer hesitated and followed suit. It was unclear whether the armor-piercing arrow truly had an armor-breaking effect or if it was due to some other reason. As the arrow sliced through the golden toad's body, it surprisingly broke through its defenses. Blood, tinged with gold, nearly splattered onto Gao Chun. By this time, the others had also rushed up, swinging their weapons to unleash a flurry of attacks. However, apart from Lu Mo, none of the others managed to breach the golden toad's defenses. Seeing that he couldn't break through the golden toad's defenses, Zhang Huai's expression turned somewhat grim. In the past, his face would have shown no change at all. After all, if he couldn't break the golden toad's defenses, neither could anyone else. But now it was different. He was a genius youth, proud in his own right. He was unwilling to be outdone by Gao Chun like this. Yet even when he used his strongest skill, the impenetrable defense remained unbroken. Just as Zhang Huai was struggling with his inability to breach the defense, Gao Chen's armor-piercing arrow had already left countless wounds on the golden toad. Coupled with Lu Mo's attacks, the golden toad was now covered in scars. Wow, with someone like this joining the combat, power of this team has increased by more than a notch, Lu Mo thought, relieved that he had invited Gao Chen to join his team. The golden toad attempted to counterattack several times but was easily thwarted by Gao Chen and Lu Mo. While the two could easily fend off the attacks, it didn't mean the others could do the same. Just as they were about to bid farewell to the golden toad, Feng Yong let out a scream. He was entangled by the golden toad's tongue, his face starting to turn pale. Cut its tongue, Gao Chun shouted. Lu Mo nodded and swung his battle knife towards the golden toad's tongue. At that moment, the golden toad released Feng Yong and retracted its tongue. Feng Yong, once freed, couldn't steady himself and fell to the ground. Seeing his pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, Gao Chen seemed to realize something. We need to end this quickly. Feng Yong seems to be in bad shape. Gao Chen yelled to Lu Mo. Lu Mo nodded and intensified his attacks. But just as Gao Chun and Lu Mo ramped up their assault, Zhang Huai chose this moment to slack off. Let you betray, let you kneel and lick. People like you deserve to die. As a teammate, Zhang Huai showed no sympathy for Feng Yong's plight, even cursing him in his heart. In truth, whether Zhang Huai slacked off or not had no impact on the battle. Under the high-intensity attacks from Gao Chen and Lu Mo, the golden toad quickly collapsed to the ground. After taking down the golden toad, Gao Chen dashed over to Feng Yong's side. He knelt partially, examining Feng Yong's injuries. We need to get back to the base city immediately, Gao Chen said, his expression grave after checking Feng Yong's condition. Feng Yong's injuries are very serious. If we don't hurry back, he could very well die. Feng Yong lay on the ground, unconscious. There were no obvious wounds on him, and even his armor showed no signs of damage. On the surface, Feng Yong seemed fine, but the blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth indicated he had severe internal injuries. Even if we return to the base city now, it won't help, Zhang Huai said, coldly from the side, pouring cold water on the situation. He has no visible wounds on the surface, but internally he is severely damaged. If you move him now, it would be no different from indirectly killing him. Gao Chen remained silent, turning to shoot Zhang Huai a cold glance. If you're not going to help, then just get lost. Lu Mo's patience with Zhang Huai had reached its limit. He turned to Zhang Huai, his face filled with anger as he shouted, "What do you mean by saying such cold words?" "Humph." Zhang Huai snorted disdainfully and mocked with a smile. "If I were you, I would definitely find a grave for Feng Yong right now." MD. Lu Mo was furious and stood up, ready to confront Zhang Huai. Gao Chen pulled Lu Mo back. After giving Zhang Huai a cold glance, he said to Lu Mo, "The most important thing right now is to save someone." "Save someone? I think you guys are dreaming. Unless you can produce the emergency holy item, the 5 elements blood-condensing fruit right now. Otherwise, you can only watch Feng Yong die." After saying that, Zhang Huai directly found a place to sit down. "You all take your time saving him. I need to rest." The crowd glared at Zhang Huai, wishing they could kill him. The 5 elements blood-condensing fruit? Gao Chen felt the name of this fruit was somewhat familiar. He thought for a moment and summoned his system. In the backpack interface, he indeed saw this fruit. "Take it out, directly into my backpack." Although Gao Chen didn't bring weapons when leaving the base, he did bring the most important backpack for the wild. He took the backpack off his back, unzipped it, and pulled out the 5 elements blood-condensing fruit. The crowd was stunned when they saw the fruit. They didn't expect Gao Chen to have such a thing in his backpack. "Where did you get this?" Lu Mo looked at the fruit, his mouth agape. "I bought it." Gao Chen certainly couldn't tell the truth and could only make up a story. After all, when going into the wild, this fruit is a necessity. After saying that, Gao Chen didn't wait for Lu Mo to continue speaking and directly stuffed the 5 elements blood-condensing fruit into Feng Yong's mouth. As an emergency holy item, the effect of the 5 elements blood-condensing fruit was indeed remarkable. As soon as he placed the fruit in Feng Yong's mouth, Feng Yong's eyelids began to flutter. "What happened to me?" 5 minutes later, Feng Yong opened his eyes. "You were severely injured by the golden toad's tongue. If it weren't for Gao Chen, you would likely have died here," Lu Mo explained happily when he saw Feng Yang was fine. Brother. The just recovered Feng Yang's voice was still a bit weak. He clasped his fists towards Gao Chen. I will never forget the life-saving grace. You shouldn't thank him. At this moment, Jiang Huai's voice rang out again. You should thank all of us. After saying that, he turned his gaze back to Gao Chen. Without the permission of others, you used the 5 elements blood-condensing fruit to save someone. Who gave you the courage and right to do that? Gao Chen was dumbfounded. What do you mean? His patience with Jiang Huai had reached its limit. Jiang Huai shrugged, his tone slightly dissatisfied. This person is not honest. Your 5 elements blood-condensing fruit definitely wasn't brought out from the city. I suspect you picked it in the wild while we weren't paying attention. If he had any sense of shame, he wouldn't have said such things. Have you ever seen exotic fruits? Lu Mo stood up, glaring at Jiang Huai. Exotic fruits like the 5 elements blood-condensing fruit must have exotic beasts guarding them. Gao Chen couldn't have secretly picked exotic fruits while we weren't paying attention. I don't care about that. Jiang Huai spread his hands, speaking blandly. Anyway, he used the exotic fruit without my permission, so he has to pay me. Gao Chen had seen shameless people before, but he had never encountered someone of Jiang Huai's caliber. You really have no shame. Lu Mo was furious. Don't talk to me about useless things. Jiang Huai didn't take Lu Mo's anger to heart at all. Either pay me, or let me take 80% of the share from the golden exotic beast. Gao Chen initially thought Jiang Huai was just bad, but he didn't expect him to be this greedy. Get lost. Gao Chen charged at Jiang Huai with the broken armor-piercing arrow. If you dare to keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Wow, trying to scare me? Jiang Huai wasn't afraid of Gao Chen's threat at all. He pointed at Gao Chen with a mocking expression. If you dare to kill me, I will definitely make you regret it. Gao Chen, brother. At this moment, Lu Mo stepped forward and pulled Gao Chen back. Even in the wild, you cannot kill your comrades. Killing a comrade in the Hanu Guard is one of the greatest sins. Are we just going to let this bastard provoke us here? Gao Chen wanted nothing more than to kill Jiang Huai. Just hold on a little longer, Lu Mo said, glancing at Jiang Huai, trying to persuade Gao Chen. Once we return to the base, I'll request to have him transferred. It wasn't just Gao Chen who felt frustrated. Lu Mo was equally vexed. The annoying part was that even though they were frustrated, they could only endure it. Let's clean up the battlefield. Lu Mo waved his hand. Is that Gao Chen over there? In the distance, a pale-faced young man, wearing a sickly smile, was observing Gao Chen not far away. Young master, a burly man behind him said, puzzled. You don't lack money, so why take on such a bounty? You don't understand. The young man lowered his binoculars and replied to the muscular man. The reason I took this bounty isn't for the money, but for my dream. Dream? The burly man was taken aback. That's right. The young man looked at the burly man, speaking very seriously and earnestly. My dream since childhood has been to become a bounty hunter. Hearing the young man's dream made the burly man feel an urge to curse. This young man was the son of a big shot in the capital base city. He had exceptional martial arts talent, and since he was the only son, the big shot had nurtured him carefully. He didn't disappoint his father, breaking through to the silver realm at just 20 years old. He told the big shot he wanted to gain some experience. The big shot was open-minded and directly found 2 golden 9-star warriors to act as his bodyguards during his training. When he arrived at the Langya base city, he happened to catch the furious Lu Su issuing a bounty in the black market. Following the principle of being idle while being idle, he directly accepted the bounty. For him, money was unimportant. What mattered was the thrill of the hunt. All right. After observing for a while longer, the young man said to his 2 bodyguards, there's a traitor in there. Team and 1 injured. Let's go up and wipe them out. Although his own cultivation was only silver 1 star, both bodyguards were golden 9 stars. In his view, with these 2 bodyguards escorting him, even if Gao Chen's team was intact, and without a traitor, they could easily overpower them. Not good, retreat quickly. Just as they finished cleaning the battlefield, Lu Mo frowned and shouted. Trusting Lu Mo, everyone didn't ask further and began to retreat according to the established plan. You can't escape. Since the young man wanted to hunt Gao Chen, he certainly had a complete plan. He and 1 bodyguard chased from behind while another bodyguard was responsible for intercepting ahead. We are from the Hanu Guard. Who are you? Seeing no way to escape, Lu Mo could only reveal his identity. The name of the Hanu Guard made the young man frown slightly. I only want him. The young man pointed at Gao Chen, dismissively waving his hand at the others. You can leave first. We are comrades, so we share life and death. That's right, we are comrades, we live together and die together. If you want to touch Gao Chen, you'll have to step over our corpses. After everyone recognized Gao Chen's strength, they had automatically regarded him as their brother. The young man's friendship and brotherhood sometimes came in such an inexplicable manner. Are you all putting on a show? Just as everyone's passion was about to ignite, Jiang Huai poured a bucket of cold water over it. You're all getting so fired up. How long have you known each other? Of course, if you really want to accompany him to death, I won't mind. But I absolutely will not accompany him to death. As Jiang Huai spoke, he walked out of the team. Jiang Huai. Luo did not choose to blame Jiang Huai at that moment but instead fixed his gaze on him intently. You have to understand. Betrayal and killing a colleague are the same sin. I know, Jiang Huai replied with a nonchalant expression, shrugging his shoulders. But if you all die, who will know I betrayed you? When I return alone, I'll make myself look seriously injured. I'll tell everyone that we encountered a beast riot and you all died while I survived. By then, I might even become a hero. Looking at Jiang Huai, the others in the team were itching to punch him. Alright, so, it's just him coming out, right? The young man waved his hand impatiently and said to the others, are you all sure you want to share life and death with him? Everyone nodded in unison. You idiot! Jiang Huai stood aside, spewing sarcasm. The group glared at Jiang Huai. Get ready! The young man turned his back to the bodyguards. The two bodyguards were momentarily taken aback and didn't react. If they remembered correctly, this young master had said he would take action himself. What are you still standing there for? When I said I would take action, I meant against Gao Chun. Do you want me to take action against the others too? The two bodyguards shook their heads helplessly and charged towards the team first. If you get the chance, hurry and escape, Gao Chun said seriously to his teammates after sensing the powerful aura of the two bodyguards. Don't lose your life over that so-called loyalty. Shut up. Luo, who had always been good to Gao Chun, shouted at him at that moment. We said we are brothers, and since we are brothers, we should share life and death. So touching. Jiang Huai stood aside, continuing to make sarcastic remarks. I'm so moved, I could almost cry. Sigh. Gao Chun didn't know whether to call these people foolish or loyal. Since that's the case, I won't hide anymore. Diamond Body Protection Technique. Secret of the word all. At the same time, Gao Chun used two skills. In an instant, his cultivation soared tenfold. His combat power was now comparable to that of a golden 9-star. Kill! He roared, charging forward with a piercing arrow in hand. Goodness, using a broken arrow as a weapon, I don't know what you're thinking, the young man commented while slowly drawing his weapon. Despite the young man's cultivation being only silver, his weapon was of golden grade. Looking at the armor he wore, it was even diamond level. Having money really allows you to do whatever you want. A golden grade weapon is worth over $1 million, and diamond level armor is worth several tens of millions. For an ordinary warrior, it would be impossible to have such equipment with only silver cultivation. As the young man prepared to take action, the two bodyguards had already rushed close to the team. They came in fiercely but did not draw their weapons, meaning they didn't take the team seriously at all. While that young man hasn't charged yet, I'll take one down as quickly as possible. You all find a way to hold the other one, Gao Chun said seriously to the rest of the team. Before the others could react, Gao Chun had already charged at one of the bodyguards. Your opponent is our young master, not me. Since Gao Chun had already been marked as prey by the young man, the bodyguard didn't dare to use lethal force against him. He extended a palm, intending to push Gao Chun back. But unexpectedly, his palm collided with Gao Chun's fist in midair. Even more surprising was that the bodyguard was actually sent flying by Gao Chun. After sending the bodyguard flying, Gao Chun didn't stop. He rushed towards the direction the bodyguard was flying, grabbing the bodyguard by the collar before slamming him hard into the ground. Bang! The earth was directly smashed into a huge deep pit by this blow. The bodyguard in the pit had blood at the corner of his mouth and a shocked expression on his face. No wonder he's a golden warrior. His ability to take hits is impressive. Gao Chun complained while leaping high and landing heavily on the body of the bodyguard. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and blood gushed from the bodyguard. Another bodyguard, seeing his partner being brutally attacked by Gao Chun, quickly turned to provide support. But at that moment, Luo, along with other team members, entangled him. It's your turn. Gao Chun coldly looked at the young man. The young man shivered involuntarily at Gao Chun's gaze. There's a misunderstanding here. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, but now he was filled with fear. In his expectations, no matter how talented Gao Chun was, he should at most be on par with him. But now, having truly witnessed it, he realized that Gao Chun's talent had surpassed the limits of humanity. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Gao Chun did not believe there was any misunderstanding here. Seeing Gao Chun's demeanor, the young man quickly thought of a way out, throwing his weapon to the ground and pointing at it, saying, Brother, is this weapon yours? If it is yours, you should pick it up quickly, or someone else will take it. To be fair, Gao Chun was somewhat impressed by the young man. To complete such psychological construction and switch roles in such a short time was not something just anyone could do. Your armor seems to. There was no need to finish that sentence. The young man understood and threw his armor to the ground, saying, That's right, this armor is also yours. Seeing the young man so cooperative, Gao Chun smiled. Die! Die! Just as Gao Chun was pleased, two immense killing intents surged toward him. Clang! Clang! Two weapons struck Gao Chun simultaneously. One weapon came from the young man, while the other came from Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai, seeing that even the Golden Warrior was no match for Gao Chun, felt a surge of murderous intent toward him. But unexpectedly, his desperate sneak attack did not inflict any harm on Gao Chun. The young man stared in shock at the weapon in his hand, which had already broken. What kind of monster are you? Gao Chen's powerful attack was already terrifying, but his defense was equally formidable, making the young man realize he seemed to have encountered a monster. I was planning not to kill you. Gao Chen did not directly answer the young man's question but coldly looked at him and said, but you chose to sneak attack at this moment, you truly deserve to die. Gao Chen's right hand shot out like lightning, directly gripping the young man's throat. The young man, with his throat in a chokehold, turned red in the face. Don't kill me, I can give you money, I can give you money. The young man kicked and screamed frantically. Gao Chen shook his head coldly, saying, at this point, even if you offer me money, it won't save your life. As his words fell, Gao Chen exerted force with his right hand, directly crushing the young man's throat. Another bodyguard, entangled by Luo Mo and others, was shocked to see Gao Chen snap the young man's throat. He no longer cared about his partner, and, after punching Luo Mo away, fled rapidly. Don't chase the desperate. Just as Gao Chen was about to pursue, he heard Luo Mo shout. Gao Chen stepped back, halting his advance. What about him? Gao Chen looked at Zhang Huai, who was already slumped on the ground, and asked Luo Mo, he tried to sneak attack me just now. Take him back to the base. Luo Mo, even now, still adhered to his principles. We can't use extrajudicial punishment on him. Gao Chen helplessly nodded and said, if that's the case, then let's take him back to the base. Before leaving, Gao Chen suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful, reward obtained, Huchi fruit. Asterisk 100. Ding! New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Huato Winery to sign in. The reward of 100 Huchi fruits slightly eased Gao Chen's mood. However, the new sign-in location made him frown. I am the capital base city, Shiri Marshal. Arts Hall. The hallmaster, Chen Shiri, was leisurely sipping tea in his office. Master, at that moment, the door to his office was suddenly pushed open and one of his subordinates barged in. Chen Shiri glared at his subordinate, frowning as he scolded, you are becoming more and more unruly. How have I taught you? Don't panic when something happens. Speak, what is it? One of your son's bodyguards came back and said your son has been murdered. This news hit Chen Shiri like a bolt from the blue. He stood up, incredulously shouting at his subordinate, do you know what you're saying? His subordinate was sweating profusely, half kneeling in front of Chen Shiri, trembling, your son has been murdered. Where's his bodyguard? Chen Shiri asked his subordinate. Outside. Without saying another word, Chen Shiri rushed out of his office. Seeing the bloodied bodyguard lying on the ground, breathing shallowly, a layer of gloom enveloped his heart. Why, your son is dead. After saying this, the bodyguard took his last breath. Ah! Upon hearing the bodyguard's words clearly, Chen Shiri let out a howl to the sky. Investigate, investigate for me, he screamed. Like a madman. I want to know who killed my son. Chen Shiri's son was the apple of his eye, his most cherished treasure. The murder of his son was something Chen Shiri could not accept. While Chen Shiri's subordinates were investigating, Gao Chen and his team also returned to the base city. They first took Fengyang to the hospital, then escorted Zhang Huai back to their station. To be honest, I am the genius of our station. The leaders would never kill me over something like this. Zhang Huai was very confident. But once they arrived at the station, he realized he was wrong. Not killing. After understanding the situation, the leader said to everyone. Zhang Huai looked at Gao Chen and the others with a smug expression, proudly stating, I told you, the leaders wouldn't kill me. Water drop punishment. As these three words were spoken, Zhang Huai collapsed directly to the ground. Gao Chen looked between his legs, where liquid was continuously flowing out. What exactly is this water drop punishment? A punishment that could scare a martial artist to the point of losing control must be extremely terrifying. Sigh. Luo Mo sighed slightly. The criminal is locked in a small room, with their limbs bound to wooden stakes. The small room is pitch black, and there is not a sound to be heard. A device is placed above the criminal's head, which drips water irregularly until the criminal dies. After listening to Luo Mo's explanation, Gao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. That's too terrifying, Gao Chen exclaimed. Luo Mo nodded, saying, so, in the station, the most terrifying punishment is not the death penalty but the water drop punishment. Looking at the already unconscious Zhang Huai, Gao Chen shook his head and said, you reap what you sow. After the station disbanded, Gao Chen went straight home. He didn't need to worry about the matter of the alien beasts. As the captain, Luo Mo was responsible for handling these issues. Once he finished, the money would be directly transferred to Gao Chen's account. Upon returning home, Gao Chen did not see his parents. He took out his phone and called his mother. After just a few words, his mother hurriedly hung up the phone. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Gao Chen returned to his bedroom. My strength is still lacking. Everything that happened today made Gao Chen feel that his strength was not enough. He directly took out the Huchi fruit stored in the system and swallowed it whole. System. God-level sign-in system. Host. Gao Chen strength 171,365 kilograms. Realm. Golden. 1-star skills, Thunder Fist, great accomplishment, Shadow Step, great accomplishment, Qinglian sword technique, great accomplishment, all character secret, great accomplishment, indestructible Vajra skill, great accomplishment. Looking at his realm finally breaking through to golden, Gao Chen smiled happily. With the cultivation of a golden 1-star, combined with the all character secret, I'm directly heading towards a diamond 1-star. With his strength elevated, Gao Chen felt a surge of confidence. Night fell. Gao Chen heard the sound of the door opening. He pushed open his room's door and saw his parents returning home, their faces weary. Dad, Mom. Seeing them like this, Gao Chen felt a pang of heartache. Why don't you just stop working? It's fine, we're used to it. His mother waved off Gao Chen's suggestion and asked him, how was your harvest in the wild today? Gao Chen could tell his mother was changing the subject. It was okay, I should be able to make a few million. 1 golden exotic beast, 10 silver exotic beasts, plus the weapons and armor of the young man. A few million was an understatement. Do martial artists make that much money? His father widened his eyes. He knew martial artists earned well, but he didn't expect it to be this lucrative. Just lucky. After chatting with his parents for a bit, Gao Chen went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, Gao Chen woke up early. After tidying up a bit, he headed straight to the Huatu winery. Should I buy a car? In fact, Gao Chen had already obtained his driver's license last year. However, due to financial constraints, he had never bought a car. Now that he had money, he was considering whether to buy one. While Gao Chen was contemplating, a taxi stopped at the entrance of the Huatu winery. After paying, Gao Chen got out of the car, pushing the door open. When he saw the front desk of the winery, his expression slightly froze. Xia Yu, what are you doing here? The front desk attendant was actually Gao Chen's old classmate. Xia Yu was also slightly surprised to see Gao Chen. Isn't it winter break? I'm out working to earn some pocket money. As far as Gao Chen knew, Xia Yu came from a very well-off family. Logically, she didn't need to work to earn money. Are you here to buy wine? Xia Yu clearly didn't want to chat with Gao Chen about that, smiling as she said, do you want me to recommend something? Aren't you the front desk attendant? Gao Chen looked at Xia Yu curiously. I asked my colleague to cover for me, Xia Yu said, calling over another colleague. Xia Yu took Gao Chen around the winery. Initially, she introduced the wines in the winery to Gao Chen, but as they chatted, their conversation shifted to other topics. You're so impressive for getting into the Imperial Capital University. When Gao Chen heard that Xia Yu had been accepted into the Imperial Capital University, his eyes widened. The Imperial Capital University is currently the top university in Huaxia and is renowned worldwide. This university not only has martial arts programs but also liberal arts. I heard you didn't take the college entrance exam. That's really a pity. Xia Yu expressed her regret about Gao Chen's situation. Regretful? I think it's okay. Gao Chen honestly didn't feel much regret. Who is that guy? Why is he chatting so happily with Xia Yu? Not far away, 2 people were chatting while holding red wine glasses. One of them bore a slight resemblance to Xia Yu, while the other was dressed in a suit, looking quite proud. Xia Tian looked at Gao Chen, his brows slightly furrowing. I don't know him, he should be a friend of Xia Yu. Xia Tian, my brother. The young man shook his wine glass and said to Xia Tian, Xia Yu is destined to be my wife. Isn't what she's doing a bit inappropriate? Definitely inappropriate. Xia Tian seemed wary of this young man, nodding as he put down his wine glass and walked towards Gao Chen and Xia Yu. Xiao Yu. Xia Tian approached the two with a smile, addressing Xia Yu. Is this your friend? This is my classmate, Xia Yu replied to Xia Tian. Xia Tian's sudden appearance made Gao Chen's brows furrow slightly. He could sense that Xia Tian held some hostility towards him. A classmate, huh? Are you here to buy wine at our winery? Looking at your classmate, it seems your family isn't very wealthy, right? If you have a drink you like, just tell me and I'll cover it for you. Summer seemed generous, yet she was constantly putting pressure on Gao Chen. No need, Gao Chen waved his hand, rejecting Summer's kindness. The drinks here are indeed not cheap, but I think I can afford it. Brother. Summer you might have sensed Summer's unfriendliness and said to her brother, Gao Chen and I are just classmates. It's best if it stays that way. After glaring at Summer spoke with a hint of warning in her tone. You two come from different backgrounds, being classmates is quite good. Different backgrounds? Gao Chen glanced at Summer and scoffed. What, is your family royalty? What kind of era is this, still talking about status? Gao Chen's words displeased Summer greatly. He frowned and said to Gao Chen, I'm talking to my sister, I hope you won't interrupt. And I want to make it clear today that my sister is going to marry the son of the top leader of the Langya-based city. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about her, you might end up in a terrible situation. Summer's warning gradually ignited a flame within Gao Chen. Brother. Summer you stared at her brother with a pale face. I don't think I said I want to marry Shinwei. Some things are not for you to decide. Summer sternly reprimanded Summer you. Summer you lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. This might be the sorrow of wealthy families. Play as you wish, but marriage must be decided by the parents. Just as Summer you had said before, they were merely classmates, not even friends. Although Gao Chen felt a great deal of sympathy for Summer Yu's future, it was just sympathy. The two of them meeting today was purely coincidental. Gao Chen had no intention of entangling himself too much with the Summer family over this matter. After greeting Summer Yu, he left the winery. Follow him and let him know the consequences of offending me, Summer instructed her bodyguard. Being publicly confronted by Gao Chen made Summer feel very embarrassed. He had to teach Gao Chen a lesson. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Snow Lotus Fruit *100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Guochun Biyuan to sign in. Looking at the new sign-in rewards in his backpack, Gao Chen felt an urge to curse. This Snow Lotus fruit was a silver-grade exotic fruit. As a golden warrior, the power gained from devouring silver exotic fruits would be minimal. So, this Snow Lotus fruit was practically useless for Gao Chen at this stage. Maybe I should just sell it. If it had no effect, Gao Chen might as well sell it directly. Adhering to the principle of being cautious, Gao Chen went straight to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping was very surprised by Gao Chen's arrival. He smiled and teased, "So, what's up? Decided to join our extreme martial arts school? Cut it out." Gao Chen waved his hand and looked at Lu Tianping. "I recently got some good stuff and want you to help me sell it." Good stuff? Lu Tianping became interested. In front of Lu Tianping, Gao Chen held nothing back. He directly took off his backpack and opened it in front of Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping, who had been relaxed, was now wide-eyed and frozen in place upon seeing the contents of the backpack. These are all exotic fruits. Lu Tianping cautiously took out one as if he were stealing and asked Gao Chen, "Where did you get so many?" Lu Tianping, who prided himself on having seen the world, was now genuinely bewildered. Silver exotic fruits, while not exactly rare, were still quite hard to come by. In the outside world, just one would cause a scramble. But now, Gao Chen had so many in his backpack, how could that not leave Lu Tianping dumbfounded? "Why don't you sell them to Xin Changxin?" Lu Tianping was not swept away by excitement. Gao Chen's reasoning was very simple. He looked out the window and said, "I don't trust him." His answer caught Lu Tianping off guard. "Behind you is the entire Huaxia, and for the interests of the whole country, personal interests are trivial." Gao Chen didn't say it outright, but the meaning was very clear. "I understand." Lu Tianping clearly didn't want to continue on this topic. He thought for a moment and nodded. "These things, at market price, I'll calculate it as 100 million for you. This is the money, you take it." Just like last time, Lu Tianping first gave Gao Chen the money, then helped him sell his items. "Thank you." After receiving the card handed over by Lu Tianping, Gao Chen waved his hand. After leaving the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Gao Chen headed straight to the sales center of Guochun Villa. The new sign-in location was actually Guochun Villa, and since Gao Chen planned to buy a house for his parents, he decided to take care of everything in one go while he was at it. Big brother, where is he going? Not far behind Gao Chen, a group of people was following him from a distance. The leading brother didn't care where Gao Chen was going. He said to his little brothers, "No matter where he goes, our task today must be completed." The little brothers nodded excitedly. At the sales office of Guochun Villa. "Sir, are you here to buy a house?" As soon as Gao Chen entered the sales office, a pretty salesgirl approached him. The concept that one must have a house to have a home is deeply ingrained in the people of Huaxia. Even in this glorious era of global high martial arts, real estate remains one of the most profitable ventures. Buying a house. Gao Chen nodded. "Shall I introduce you to our options?" Upon hearing that Gao Chen wanted to buy a house, the salesgirl's face lit up with a happy smile. "We have a regular area, a luxury area, and a villa area. Which one do you prefer?" "If I were to recommend, I would definitely suggest the villa area. Many martial artists purchase in our villa area. If you're lucky, you might even have martial artists as neighbors. Having martial artists as neighbors is quite an attractive selling point." The villa area then. After all, his parents had worked hard all their lives, and Gao Chen wanted to give them the best. In the villa area, our price is 200,000. The smallest area is 300 square meters, and the largest is 500 square meters. Gao Chen calculated roughly, even for the smallest villa, it would cost 60 million. Fortunately, his wallet was quite substantial, and he could afford it. "Take me to see the villas, if possible. I can pay directly today." Gao Chen's generosity made the salesgirl even happier. She nodded and led Gao Chen to the lounge area, where she served him tea and filled his cup, then respectfully said to him, "Please rest here for a moment, I'll be right back." Gao Chen nodded and began to enjoy himself in the lounge. After all, this was one of the most luxurious communities in the base city, and the tea here tasted quite good. "What are you doing here?" Just as Gao Chen finished a cup of tea, he heard a very dissatisfied voice. He looked up to see a young man staring at him with disdain. Upon closer inspection, Gao Chen realized he didn't seem to know this person. "My name is Xin Wei, and I am Xia Yu's fiancé." Xin Wei introduced himself. At that moment, Gao Chen remembered that when he was chatting with Xia Tian and Xia Yu earlier, they had mentioned this name. "So, what do you want to say?" Gao Chen sensed an inexplicable hostility from Xin Wei. "I want to say, keep your distance from my fiancé." Shinwei directly sat down across from Gao Chun, resting his hands on his legs, his gaze burning as he stared at Gao Chun. If you can't do that, I don't mind showing you my strength. To be honest, Shinwei's current demeanor was somewhat reminiscent of the Pond Master. Have you watched too many dramas? Gao Chen also stared back at Shinwei, retorting. I already said, my relationship with Xiaoyu is just that of ordinary classmates. You and her brother must be out of your minds, not understanding human language. Who are you calling crazy? When Gao Chen said he was sick, Shinwei slammed the table and pointed at Gao Chun, angrily scolding him. Do you believe that I dare to deal with you right now? Gao Chen shrugged nonchalantly and replied, in broad daylight, if you dare to make a move, I will call the people from Hanu to take care of you. Ha ha ha. Gao Chen's righteous words made Shinwei feel it was extremely ridiculous. The so-called Hanu you mentioned is under my dad. Even if I beat you up, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me. At that moment, Gao Chen gained a new understanding of Shinwei's identity. He also realized why Xia Tian wanted Xiaoyu to marry Shinwei so badly. Being able to cling to the thigh of the top leader of the base city was definitely a long-cherished dream for many. Seeing Gao Chen silent, Shinwei became even more smug. Sir, I'm ready. Shall we go look at the house? The returning young lady said to Gao Chen. You want to buy a house? Shinwei expressed great surprise at Gao Chen's intention to buy a house. After scrutinizing Gao Chen a few times, he smiled and said to the young lady, do you think he can afford a house here? Can't you see? He's just a miserable ordinary person. The young lady remained silent, her face still adorned with her signature smile. In fact, she had already had such thoughts since Gao Chun first walked in, but her industry didn't allow her to act on them. If I were you, I would definitely go find the boss right now and kick him out of here. To embarrass Gao Chun, Shinwei directly told the young lady. The young lady still wore her signature smile, but her heart had begun to waver. I really can't afford a house here. Gao Chen had no intention of arguing with Shinwei. He smiled slightly and a fun plan popped into his mind. But I know someone who can afford it. Not only can he afford it, but he will also give me the house he buys. After saying this, Gao Chen took out his phone and opened the video recording function. Who's so brainless? Do you know how expensive the houses here are? Spending so much money to buy a house for you, has his brain been kicked by a donkey? Not only did Shinwei not believe Gao Chen's words, but even the young lady didn't believe him. After turning off the recording function, Gao Chen said, maybe I'm a genius. The other party is giving me a house to get me to join his camp. Genius? Shinwei was already taking the bait, looking at Gao Chen with disdain, his tone very sarcastic. Unless they're blind, there's no way anyone would think you're a genius. Gao Chen was fishing wildly and Shinwei was biting hard. Perhaps feeling it wasn't enough, Gao Chen continued to reel Shinwei in. That person might be able to see things that others can't. Gao Chen continued. Anyone who thinks you're a genius is either blind or has a problem with their brain. I'm telling you, even if God came today, I wouldn't change. Shinwei's emphatic declaration made him look very bold. Gao Chen smiled slightly, then made a simple edit to the video before sending it to Shinchongshin. Base City, Central Office Area. Shinchongshin was in a meeting. Mayor Shen, the title mayor, refers to the top leader of the base city. What's wrong? During the meeting, Shinchongshin looked at his secretary with a frown. Didn't I say not to disturb me while I'm in a meeting? No, the secretary explained nervously. It's a message from Gao Chen. Upon hearing it was a message from Gao Chun, Shinchongshin's anger diminished significantly. He took the phone from the secretary, unlocked it, and opened it. What is this? Curious about the content Gao Chen sent him, Shinchongshin opened it. This bastard wants to die, doesn't he? The content in the video made Shinchongshin furious. He knew Gao Chun was deliberately trying to bait his son, but he was just very angry. Looking at the address below the video, Shinchongshin directly instructed his secretary, prepare a car for me, I need to deal with a bastard. It was the first time the secretary had seen Shinchongshin so furious. He didn't dare to ask further, and quickly arranged a car for him. 5 minutes later, Shinchongshin's car drove out of the central office area. By the way, the person who will deliver my house will arrive soon. I hope you can still be this impressive then. Gao Chen looked at Shinwei with a half-smile. I've already said, even if God comes, my opinion won't change. Shinwei replied fearlessly, looking just like a war god. Gao Chen suppressed his laughter and gave Shinwei a thumbs up. You're amazing. I have to be amazing. Shinwei believed Gao Chen was about to yield. Just as Shinwei was preparing to continue mocking Gao Chen, the sales office's door swung open. Shinchongshin stormed in from outside. Dad! Seeing his father in this place surprised Shinwei. He approached and greeted him as usual. What brings you here? Shinchongshin ignored Shinwei and raised his hand to slap him hard. The slap was heavy enough to leave Shinwei dazed. Why did you hit me? Shinwei was confused as to why his father suddenly turned on him. Because you have a problem with your brain, Shinchongshin said, raising his hand to slap Shinwei again. Dad! Shinwei felt wronged. He truly couldn't remember ever saying his father was crazy. Though he wasn't exactly a filial son, he wouldn't speak ill of his father behind his back. QNMD. Shin Chongqing disregarded his own status and began to beat Shinwei, cursing as he did. Didn't you say I was blind? Didn't you say I was crazy? Didn't you say that even if God came, you'd still think that? Shinwei might be a bit foolish, but he picked up on something from his father's words. He turned to Gao Chen and shouted angrily, "You set me up." "Not really," Gao Chen shrugged, looking indifferent. "This can only be said to be your own doing. I was wrong, Dad." After glaring at Gao Chen, Shinwei began to plead with his father. "I didn't know the person he was talking about was you. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have dared to say that." Under Shin Chongqing's relentless beating, Shinwei kept trying to escape. The people around, upon realizing Shin Chongqing's identity, didn't dare to step in. Not to mention that Shin Chongqing was the city guard. Even if he weren't, this was still a family matter. After 10 minutes of beating, Shin Chongqing finally grew tired. His secretary, very perceptively, found him a chair to sit and rest and brought him a cup of hot tea. Shin Chongqing crossed his legs, sipped his tea, and scolded Shinwei, "Do you know your mistake?" Shinwei, with a bruised face, nodded with a look of grievance. "Apologize to Gao Chen," Shin Chongqing said sternly. Shinwei looked at Gao Chen, his eyes filled with anger. Smack! Shin Chongqing didn't indulge him, raising his hand to slap the back of his head. Shinwei stared blankly at his father, still dazed from the beating. "Apologize, can't you understand?" Shin Chongqing said coldly. Shinwei trembled slightly, then, unwillingly, walked up to Gao Chen and sincerely bowed deeply, saying, "What happened before was all my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Shinwei was genuinely scared from the beating, and his apology was filled with sincerity. "Children don't understand, just forgive him," Shin Chongqing said with a smile to Gao Chen. Gao Chen nodded. Seeing Gao Chen nod, Shin Chongqing smiled and said, "Let's go, pick a house, I'll pay for it." Shinwei, standing aside, still felt a bit unconvinced. But after hearing his father's words clearly, he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. Since someone was paying, Gao Chen would definitely choose the expensive one. In the end, he chose a super luxurious villa with an area of 500 square meters. When it came time to check out, he could see that Shin Chongqing was a bit pained. "Dad." On the way home, Shinwei asked his father in confusion, "Why do you look at him differently?" For this question from his son, Shin Chongqing had long thought about how to respond. "You know, in this world, there are people called the children of destiny?" After lighting a cigarette, Shin Chongqing slowly said to his son, "These people are born with great fortune. No matter what they do, they can do it the best." "You mean?" Shinwei couldn't believe that Gao Chen was one of the fortunate ones. "The last time I saw him, his cultivation was at silver 5 stars. When I saw him again today, I could clearly feel that his power has increased significantly. I suspect he has already broken through to the Golden Realm." Shin Chongqing's words left Shinwei with his mouth agape filled with shock. As Shin Chongqing's son, he had heard many legends about geniuses, but Gao Chen's story was hard for Shinwei to accept. 18 years old, a golden warrior? Shinwei couldn't reconcile these two keywords. Each of these words alone wouldn't surprise anyone too much, but putting them together was truly astonishing. "So, you know why I look at him differently, right?" Shin Chongqing looked at his son. Shinwei mechanically nodded. His father's words were few, but the information was extremely vast, making it a bit hard for him to digest at once. Once Shinwei had processed most of this information, Shin Chongqing continued, "If you don't dislike him, then try to be friends with him. But if you do dislike him, then keep your distance." Shinwei may have been simple-minded, but he could analyze the pros and cons well. "You said his future achievements." Shinwei looked at his father. Shin Chongqing smiled slightly and said, "Higher than mine, without a doubt." "I understand." After thinking for a moment, Shinwei raised his head. Seeing the change in his son's expression, Shin Chongqing smiled. Back at home, Gao Chen didn't plan to tell his parents about the villa. He intended to wait for the right moment to surprise them. Days passed, and just when Gao Chen was getting bored in the base city, Lu Mo's call came in. "Brother Gao Chen." Lu Mo's tone on the phone was very polite. "Do you have time today? The new tasks for this month have come in, and we should meet to discuss." "I have time, Captain." With such a friendly attitude, Gao Chen certainly couldn't be unfriendly in return. "Just tell me the place, and I'll be there soon." Gao Chen's attitude pleased Lu Mo. "Let's meet at Guochun Villa. Call me when you arrive." After hanging up, Gao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This captain is quite wealthy, being able to afford a house in Guochun Villa." After tidying up briefly, Gao Chen hailed a taxi and headed to Guochun Villa. Lu Mo valued Gao Chen highly. Knowing that Gao Chen was coming, he even brought the team members to wait at the entrance. "Captain." Gao Chen truly didn't expect his captain to be so considerate. After getting out of the car, he quickly walked up to Lu Mo and said, "What are you doing? You are our team's strongest asset. Waiting for you is only right." Lu Xiaoguang, standing behind, said half-jokingly. The others nodded in agreement, indicating that Lu Xiaoguang was right. After chatting briefly at the entrance, the group walked into Guochun Villa. "Captain." Gao Chen stood in front of Lu Mo's villa and smiled. "I didn't expect you to be so wealthy." Lu Mo smiled and scratched his head, saying, "It's just that I'm lucky." Joking around, everyone entered Lu Mo's villa. Perhaps due to Lumo's personality, the villa was decorated very elegantly. The group sat in the living room, and the servants served tea, drinks, and alcohol. A few people chatted about the new mission while drinking. Everyone, this outdoor trip is not just a simple hunt for exotic beasts, Lumo said, standing up with a serious expression. The relaxed expressions of the crowd changed, and they began to listen attentively. The task assigned to us is to hunt at least 5 golden exotic beasts. The new mission made everyone present gasp in shock. Gao Chen also didn't expect such a task from above. It should be noted that, apart from Lumo and Gao Chun, the rest of their team were all silver warriors. Silver warriors facing golden exotic beasts had no chance of survival. Why would they give us such a task? The hot-tempered Feng Yong slammed the table and stood up. Do they not know the strength of our team? Let's not complain for now. Lumo knew that complaining was useless at this moment. He adjusted his thoughts and asked Gao Chun, if the two of us team up, can we kill a golden exotic beast in a short time? After a moment of thought, Gao Chen smiled and replied, absolutely no problem. Gao Chen's confidence gave Lumo reassurance. Lumo himself didn't understand why he trusted Gao Chen so much. In that case, let's prepare well tonight. We'll gather at the square tomorrow at noon. The group played at Lumo's villa until evening before heading home. Before leaving, Gao Chen didn't forget to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful, reward, Frostflower Sword. Ding! New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Huanyu City to sign in. Once home, Gao Chen took out the Frostflower Sword. Golden level long sword. Compared to exotic fruits, the value of a golden level long sword was indeed not high, but it saved Gao Chen a significant amount of money. When he woke up in the morning and saw that his parents had gone to work, Gao Chen left the house. To avoid worrying his parents, he didn't tell them he was going to the wilderness. Wow, you're quite wealthy, Feng Yong teased, looking at Gao Chen's Frostflower Sword. This sword isn't cheap, right? It's alright. Gao Chen smiled modestly. Leaving the base city, the group headed straight for Sanger City. Sanger City was a gathering place for silver exotic beasts, but golden exotic beasts occasionally appeared as well. With their team's configuration facing a gathering place of silver exotic beasts was already the limit. Proceeding cautiously, after 5 hours, the team arrived at the outskirts of Sanger City. Looking at the city not far away, Gao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, the city must have been very glorious in the past. After clearing the surrounding exotic beasts, the group began to rest and regroup. It's now 3 in the afternoon. Our task today is to find the golden exotic beasts in this city before dark, Lumo said, his expression serious as he assigned the task. The wilderness at night was terrifying, and a gathering place for exotic beasts at night was even more chilling. They had to investigate the situation in Sanger City before dark. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to disperse into the base city. Their task today was only reconnaissance, so they didn't need to act together. Once inside Sanger City, Gao Chen started searching for traces of golden exotic beasts. However, looking for golden exotic beasts in a silver gathering place was not a simple task. At first, Gao Chen didn't have to avoid silver exotic beasts. But as he went deeper, the density of silver exotic beasts increased, and his pace gradually slowed. His glasses scanned the area, revealing that all the visible exotic beasts were silver ones. Just as Gao Chen was about to turn back, a spider-like exotic beast appeared before him. This spider stood over 2 meters tall. Its body was covered in black and yellow fur, making Gao Chen's skin crawl. The 6-eyed black spider evolved from the bird-eating spider, and its web stickiness was unmatched by other spiders. 2 eyes were bronze, 4 eyes were silver, and 6 eyes were golden. If its height exceeded 2 meters, it had at least 3-star golden strength. The glasses fed information back to Gao Chen, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Its cultivation level is at least golden 3 stars. Gao Chen silently calculated. Without activating the all-character secret, he really might not be a match for the 6-eyed ink spider. How about we switch to another one? Gao Chen was not opposed to a one-on-one with a golden beast. However, this beast was golden 3 stars, while Gao Chen was only at golden 1 star. Just as Gao Chen was hesitating, the 6-eyed ink spider actually spotted him. Taking advantage of Gao Chen's moment of contemplation, it directly spat out a massive spider silk towards him. Shadow Step. As Gao Chen noticed the spider silk, he activated Shadow Step. That was close. Barely dodging the spider silk attack, Gao Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for Shadow Step, he would have definitely been ensnared by the spider silk. Once caught, Gao Chen would surely become the 6-eyed ink spider's meal. Since the 6-eyed ink spider had already discovered him, Gao Chen decided not to evade any longer. He drew the Frostflower Sword from his back and activated Shadow Step, charging towards the 6-eyed ink spider. Seeing Gao Chen rushing towards it, the 6-eyed ink spider spat out another strand of spider silk. The green-glowing silk brushed past Gao Chen. It was only then that Gao Chen realized what he had narrowly avoided. This spider silk is not only extremely sticky, but it also contains deadly poison. Gao Chen patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. The 6-eyed ink spider, realizing that its ranged attack had no effect on Gao Chen, prepared to engage him in a direct confrontation. it took long strides towards Gao Chun. Both Gao Chen and the six-eyed spider moved quickly and they collided within seconds. Clang! The frost flower sword struck the six-eyed spider's long leg with a crisp sound. Gao Chen stepped back, shaking his numbed right hand, and complained, "This leg is way too hard." Seeing Gao Chen retreat, the six-eyed spider lunged forward 2 steps, closing the distance again. It raised its spear-like front leg and fiercely stabbed towards Gao Chun. Gao Chen activated Shadow Step once more, dodging the six-eyed spider's attack. Green Lotus Sword Technique. The frost flower sword danced, and green lotuses gathered and dispersed in the air. Clang! 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 The frost flower sword struck the six-eyed spider's leg but still failed to inflict any damage. This won't do. Gao Chen realized that if this continued, something unexpected would surely happen. All-Character Secret. Gao Chun activated the All-Character Secret, and his combat power surged tenfold. From Golden 1 star, his cultivation level skyrocketed to Diamond 1 star. The six-eyed spider, at Golden 3 stars, was no match for Gao Chen at Diamond 1 star. After a few sword strikes, all of the six-eyed spider's legs were severed. After cutting off the six-eyed spider's legs, Gao Chen did not stop his attack. The frost flower sword moved again. Without its long legs as weapons, the six-eyed spider was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In just a few sword strikes, Gao Chen took the life of the six-eyed spider. Looking at the fallen six-eyed spider, Gao Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not let his guard down. Approaching the spider's head, he directly cleaved it open with his sword. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he extracted a transparent substance the size of a baby's fist from its brain. Matter. This substance was the core of the six-eyed spider. Once a beast grows to the Golden Realm, a core will develop in its brain. The core functions somewhat like a battery, providing energy to the beast during battle. Gao Chen placed the core into his backpack, glanced around, and quickly fled the battlefield. Outside Sinir City, the group that had scouted the city was gathered together, eating and chatting. "Do you think Gao Chen will be okay?" Lu Xiaoguang looked in the direction Gao Chen had left, asking Captain Lu Mo, "Should we go check on him?" Lu Mo glanced at the time, pondering for a moment before saying, "If he hasn't come out by 5 o'clock, we'll go in to find him." Regarding Lu Mo's proposal, the team members did not oppose it. Time passed second by second, and soon it was 5 o'clock. No more waiting, Lu Mo stood up and said to everyone, "Let's go in and find Gao Chen." The team members all stood up, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to search for Gao Chen. No need to look. Gao Chen, witnessing this scene, felt very warm inside. "I'm back. Why did you take so long to come back? Did you run into trouble?" Lu Mo asked with concern. The other team members also looked at Gao Chen with worried expressions. Gao Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "I definitely ran into trouble, but I solved it." As he spoke, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Gao Chen opened his backpack and took out the core of the six-eyed spider. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the core Gao Chen held. "You killed a golden beast by yourself?" Lu Mo found it hard to believe. He knew Gao Chen was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful. "I ran into it. Since there was an opportunity to show off, Gao Chen certainly wouldn't let it slip by. I just took care of it." The others rolled their eyes at Gao Chen's blatant display of bravado. "Captain," Gao Chen cheerfully walked up to Lu Mo with the core in hand and said, "You handle this core." "No way." To his surprise, Lu Mo waved his hand and said seriously, "You dealt with this beast, so the core should belong to you." Unlike the casually formed outdoor exploration teams, the Hanu Guard team had very clear rules regarding profit distribution. If a beast was killed with the help of others, even if Gao Chen didn't want to, he would have to share the rewards with his teammates, even if they only did something simple like keeping watch. However, if someone killed a beast alone and there were no teammates around, then there was no need to share the rewards. "We still haven't settled the matter of the 5 elements blood fruit from last time. No matter how you put it, we can't take a share of this core," Gao Chen reminded them. Since Gao Chen provided the 5 elements blood fruit, according to the rules, the other team members were supposed to pay him. The main beneficiary would take 70% of the value of the 5 elements blood fruit, while the remaining team members would take the remaining 30%. The reason Hanu Guard had such rules was to ensure that the smaller teams remained united. Alright, Gao Chen was too lazy to argue with Lu Mo about this. He waved his hand and said, "Let's settle it in detail when we get back." Lu Mo nodded. After everyone had eaten, Lu Mo began assigning night watch duties. Gao Chen would take the first half of the night with Lu Xiaoguang and Fengyang, while Lu Mo would take the second half with Hao Jian. Sitting in front of the campfire, Gao Chen stared blankly at the flames. Gao Chen, Lu Xiaoguang sat down beside him, looking at Gao Chen with envy. "If only I were as strong as you." Gao Chen glanced at Lu Xiaoguang and smiled, saying, "You're already strong enough." Lu Xiaoguang was slightly older than Gao Chen, but he had also reached the silver 5-star level. Among his peers, he wasn't at the top, but he could definitely rank in the top 10. To be fair, if Gao Chen didn't have the system, he might not even have become a martial artist by now. The two chatted and laughed, and time passed quickly. Through this conversation, Gao Chen gained a new understanding of the honest person in this team. The biological clock of martial artists was frighteningly accurate. In the latter half of the night, Luo Mo and Hao Jian crawled out of their tents without Gao Chun and the others calling them. Their small team had decent luck. They encountered no problems throughout the night. A few disturbances from beasts were easily resolved by Luo Mo. At 8 in the morning, Gao Chun woke up from his sleep. For the first time sleeping outdoors, he felt an indescribable sensation. What kind of meat is that? As soon as he stepped out of the tent, Gao Chun smelled a very fragrant meat aroma. He looked towards the campfire and saw that a barbecue grill had been set up over it at some point. On the grill, a large piece of meat was being roasted. I had good luck tonight and encountered a bronze-level sheep-type beast, Luo Mo said while grilling the lamb. You guys hurry up and wash up, it will be ready to eat soon. The three, who had just woken up, instantly perked up at the mention of roasted lamb. Not only lamb, at that moment Hao Jian's voice came from not far away. There's also lamb soup. Hao Jian had also set up a campfire nearby, with a pot placed over it. Steam was rising continuously from the pot. After finishing breakfast, everyone extinguished the campfire. Luo Mo unfolded a map and said to the group, according to yesterday's reconnaissance, these points have golden beasts. We just don't know if those golden beasts are still there after a day. Let's explore from shallow to deep, one point at a time. Under Luo Mo's command, the team entered Sang'er City. Since Gao Chen had already hunted a golden beast yesterday, they only needed to hunt 4 more today to return to the base city. After cautiously walking for 10 minutes in Sang'er City, they finally arrived at the first marked point. Fortunately, the beast at the first marked point was still there. Hao Jian. With Jiang Huai's departure, Hao Jian became the main force for drawing the beast. Hao Jian nodded, drew an arrow from the quiver on his back and knocked it to his bow. The arrow shot forth like a meteor, heading straight for the golden beast. The hunter's soul fire fox, a cunning fox-type beast, possessed the strength of a silver 9-star in its juvenile stage and could reach a golden 2-star in adulthood. The glasses relayed all the information about the hunter's soul fire fox. When struck by the arrow, the fire fox let out a piercing scream. It looked towards Gao Chen's team, and a chilling, strange expression appeared in its eerie fox eyes. Charge! Luo Mo, wielding a combat knife, was the first to rush forward. Gao Chen followed closely behind with the frostflower sword. Lu Xiaoguang and Hao Jian provided cover fire from a distance with their bows and arrows. Although the hunter's soul fire fox was a golden beast, it couldn't withstand the team's attacks. In just 10 minutes, its body was covered in numerous wounds. Ignoring its cries of agony, the two continued their assault. The fire fox attempted to escape several times but was intercepted by Lu Xiaoguang and Hao Jian from afar. After a few more cries, a hunter's soul fire fox was successfully killed by the team. After defeating the fire fox, the team took a brief rest before heading to the next marked point. Meanwhile, at the first central hospital of the Langya base city, a severely injured patient was brought in. Where are the family members of the patient? Where are the family members? A doctor shouted outside the ward. Gao Mu, with tears streaming down her face, approached the doctor and asked, "Doctor, how is my husband?" "The situation is not very optimistic," the doctor said, removing his mask and sighing slightly before addressing Gao Mu. "You've exhausted the pre-deposited funds. You need to make another payment. Also, this time, please pay a bit more." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Gao Mu quickly rushed to the payment counter. "I'm sorry," the person at the payment counter said coldly, looking at Gao Mu. "You have no money left on your card. Please use a different card." Gao Mu took out another card, but the result was still insufficient funds. She panicked and pulled out her phone to call Gao Chen. However, the busy signal told her that Gao Chen was out of the service area. Gao Mu anxiously paced around the payment counter. "Can you save the person first?" she pleaded with the staff at the payment counter, her face filled with anguish. "I don't have money right now, but I can send it over shortly." "I'm sorry," the staff member replied with a smile that was more painful than crying. "We have regulations, you must pay first." Gao Mu collapsed onto the ground, her face filled with despair. She regretted not asking her son for the card earlier. By the way, at that moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed her mind and she opened her phone to dial a number. "Director Lu, I am Gao Chen's mother. My husband is currently hospitalized, can you come?" Before Gao's mother could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Her last hope vanished with the sudden end of the call. Seeing Gao's mother like this, the staff couldn't help but mock her. "Do you know? There is only one disease in this world, and that is poverty." Before the staff could finish, they were suddenly slapped. "Get lost." A man in a suit glared at the staff and shouted angrily, "If I see you in the hospital again, I'll send you straight to the morgue." The staff clearly recognized the man. Faced with his anger, she didn't even have the courage to retort. "You must be Gao Chen's mother, right?" After driving away the staff, the man said to Gao's mother, "I am the director of this hospital and I will arrange the best doctor for your husband right now." The reason Lu Tianping hung up on Gao's mother was not because he didn't want to help but because he needed to contact someone. Perhaps due to the oversight of the director, the surgery proceeded very quickly. "It's all right now." The doctor came out of the operating room and said to Gao's mother, Upon hearing that everything was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The director not only arranged the best doctor for Gao's father's surgery but also provided him with the best ward and special care. Not long after the surgery was completed, Lu Tianping also arrived at the hospital. "How is Gao Chen's father?" Lu Tianping asked anxiously. "Director Lu." The director approached Lu Tianping with a beaming face, speaking in a flattering tone. "He is out of danger." "That's good." Hearing that he was out of danger, Lu Tianping sighed in relief. His relationship with Gao Chen was somewhat special. Initially, Lu Tianping only wanted to recruit Gao Chen into the extreme martial arts school to make him a member. However, after a long period of contact, Lu Tianping discovered that he and Gao Chen had many similarities. Their repeated exchanges and communications also turned them into friends. After settling Gao's father and mother, Lu Tianping's expression turned completely cold. He looked at Gao's father's medical records in his hand, and anger surged from his eyes. He shouted at the people around him, "Find out for me. I want to know who hurt Gao Chen's father." "Yes." The person beside him took the order and turned to leave. After the person left, Lu Tianping dialed Shin Chongxin's number. On the other end of the line, Shin Chongxin was also surprisingly furious upon hearing the news. "Who dares to touch our people? I want to see who gave you the courage." Two of the three major powers were already enraged. "What did you say?" Lu Su trembled at home, listening to the voice on the phone. "You said the base city has been completely sealed off? The extreme martial arts school and the city guards have already started investigating this matter?" Gao Chen's father being hospitalized was orchestrated by Lu Su. His previous actions had not harmed Gao Chen, which made him realize that Gao Chen was not easy to deal with. Since Gao Chen was difficult to handle, he could only change his approach. But he never expected that this change would lead to a huge mess. Lu Su panicked, completely panicked. "Pack your things quickly, we are leaving the base city today," Lu Su shouted at his wife. But at that moment he noticed that the lights outside his villa were blazing. The Hanu Guard and the people from the extreme martial arts school broke in. Lu Tianping and Shin Chongxin personally led the team, leaving Lu Su with no courage to resist. "Take everyone from their family away." Lu Tianping's face was as cold as snow. Without saying a word, the people from the extreme martial arts school directly captured Lu Su and his wife. Lu Tao, who was recuperating on the second floor, was also found by the crowd. "Leave these people to us, Hanu Guard," Shin Chongxin said to Lu Tianping unexpectedly. His words drew a sneer from Lu Tianping. "If I were you, I should be thinking about how to explain this to Gao Chen right now." As soon as this was said, Shin Chongxin felt a chill run down his spine. If today's incident was not handled well, it could easily dishearten Gao Chen. Although they wouldn't care about a martial artist, if today's matter continued to escalate, it would become serious. Shin Chongxin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Lu Tianping, "That's exactly why you need to hand him over to me. I not only need to give Gao Chen an explanation, but I also need to explain to the others in the Han Yue way." In the end, Shin Chongxin took Lu Su's family away. After passing a few marked points, their mission was complete. "This time we're going to make a fortune." Feng Yong was very excited. They had hunted 5 golden exotic beasts this time, and according to market prices, each of them could earn at least over $1 million. As the main attacker of the team, Gao Chen's earnings would be even higher than theirs. By the way, before returning to the base, Gao Chen looked at the map and said to Lu Mo, "You guys go back first, I have something to take care of." This time Gao Chen came to the wild not only to complete the team's mission but also to check in at Huanyu City. Fortunately, Huanyu City was not far from here, and before dark, Gao Chen could not only complete the check-in but also return to the base city smoothly. Alright. Lu Mo did not continue to ask. He knew everyone had their secrets. Someone like Gao Chen definitely had secrets. Since Gao Chen didn't want to say, Lu Mo tacitly chose not to pry. Running at full speed, Gao Chen finally arrived at Huanyu City after 5 hours. Huanyu City was a gathering place for golden exotic beasts, and after observing the surroundings for a while, Gao Chen quietly sneaked in. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful, reward obtained, thorn armor, gold. Ding. New check-in location updated. Please proceed to the central area of Huanyu City to check in. Looking at the thorn armor in his hand, which resembled a golden silk soft armor, Gao Chen suppressed the urge to complain. If I had known this reward was armor, I wouldn't have come. The golden level armor was indeed valuable. However, for Gao Chen at this moment, it held little allure. Thorn armor, gold, was made from the skin of the thorn warbear, and the armor was not only lightweight but could also rebound attacks. Goodness! Gao Chen looked at the description of the thorn armor and immediately found it appealing. Can it rebound attacks? The indestructible Vajra skill combined with this armor is simply a match made in heaven. The indestructible Vajra skill could increase defense, and since the thorn armor could rebound attacks, the combination of the two was simply invincible. The new check-in location is in the city center. I should withdraw for now. After all, this was a gathering place for golden exotic beasts, and Gao Chen's strength was currently insufficient. Recklessly heading to the city center of Huanyu City at this time would be no different from seeking death. Just as Gao Chen was about to turn and leave, he caught a glimpse of a golden light out of the corner of his eye. His brows furrowed as he looked towards the source of the golden light. What is this? He saw a rabbit not far away, staring at him with blood-red eyes. Strangely, this rabbit was shining with golden glimmers all over. In other words, the golden light Gao Chen had seen earlier was emitted from this rabbit. The size of this rabbit was similar to the rabbits Gao Chen had seen in his past life. Aside from its golden color, it was just an ordinary rabbit. Golden blood velvet rabbit. This was a very rare exotic beast. It had neither strong attack power nor strong defense. However, it possessed extremely keen perception. The golden blood velvet rabbit was definitely an oddity among exotic beasts. Yet, it was the most beloved exotic beast in the human world. When exploring the wild, having one of these would mean you wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed. If I remember correctly, this rabbit seems to be very valuable. Gao Chen wasn't greedy for money, but no one would complain about having too much. The main point was that this golden snow rabbit was right in front of him. If he let it go, it would be like throwing money into the sea. The golden snow rabbit seemed to sense something. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Gao Chen for a moment before it suddenly jumped deeper into Huanyu City. Despite its small size, it was incredibly fast. In just a moment of distraction, it vanished from Gao Chen's sight. He quickly chased after it. Fortunately, Gao Chen was also quick, and soon he found the golden snow rabbit's trail again. He hurriedly swung his frostflower sword to strike. However, the golden snow rabbit seemed to have a sixth sense, effortlessly dodging Gao Chen's attack. The snow rabbit ran, and Gao Chen chased, unknowingly arriving in the central district of Huanyu City. Watching a snow rabbit fleeing not far away, Gao Chen felt a moment of hesitation. The reason he hadn't encountered any strange beasts along the way was entirely due to the snow rabbit. If he lost the snow rabbit in the central district of Huanyu City, he could forget about leaving. Hesitation only leads to defeat. Gao Chen gritted his teeth and continued the pursuit. Along the way, he didn't forget to check in. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Armor-piercing tranquilizer gun. Diamond. Ding. New check-in location updated. Please proceed to the Huanyu City Hall to check in. Armor-piercing tranquilizer gun. Diamond. A perfect fusion of high technology and firearms, ignoring any biological defenses, capable of temporarily anesthetizing them. It can anesthetize diamond-level strange beasts at maximum. Looking at the description of the armor-piercing tranquilizer gun, Gao Chen's eyes widened. This is simply a bug-level weapon. The fact that it could anesthetize diamond-level strange beasts was enough to drive Gao Chen crazy. With this gun, even an ordinary person could easily hunt diamond strange beasts. Of course, the premise was that the ordinary person's eyes had to keep up with the speed of the diamond strange beasts. Gao Chen directly took the armor-piercing tranquilizer gun from the system and aimed it at the golden snow rabbit, firing a shot. A tranquilizer dart flew straight towards the golden snow rabbit. Upon impact, the golden snow rabbit stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as Gao Chen was about to go pick up the golden snow rabbit, the sudden tremor of the earth made him stop in his tracks. Looking in one direction, he saw a rhinoceros approaching him. A type of plant. Gao Chen cursed under his breath. Before him stood a massive rhinoceros, its body shimmering with a diamond-like luster. With each step it took, the ground trembled. Diamond iron-horned rhinoceros. A diamond-level strange beast, its skin wrapped in a layer of diamond-like material. Its horn was as hard as gold and stone. The diamond iron-horned rhinoceros was definitely the strongest in defense among diamond-level strange beasts. Even the strongest diamond-level weapons would find it difficult to break through its defenses. Generally, martial artists would choose to avoid such a high-defense strange beast. But Gao Chen had no intention of avoiding it. Let's give it a try. Gao Chen raised the armor-piercing tranquilizer gun and fired a shot at the diamond iron-horned rhinoceros. The tranquilizer dart pierced through its defenses and embedded itself in its flesh. Before Gao Chen could feel pleased, the diamond iron-horned rhinoceros let out a furious roar and charged at him. The tranquilizer dart could indeed break through its defenses, but it couldn't instantly anesthetize it. Again, Gao Chen raised his hand and fired 2 more shots. But after those 2 shots, the diamond iron-horned rhinoceros was still closing in on Gao Chen. Despite its massive size, it moved quickly. By the time Gao Chen fired, it had already rushed close to him. It lowered its head, aiming its iron horn at Gao Chen. Shadow cloak step. At that moment, Gao Chen could only choose to evade. This was a diamond-level strange beast. Being charged by such a creature, even with thorn armor and the indestructible skill, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Gao Chen barely dodged the attack. The diamond rhinoceros was unwilling to let Gao Chen go so easily. It raised its front legs high and stomped down towards him. Gao Chen, helpless, could only activate the shadow step again to evade its attack. While dodging, he didn't forget to shoot it once more. After dozens of minutes, Gao Chen had lost count of how many shots he had fired, yet the diamond rhinoceros still stood firm. What's going on? Just as Gao Chen was about to shoot the diamond rhinoceros again, he discovered that his gun was out of bullets. The prolonged battle had attracted other exotic beasts, but they dared not approach due to the rhinoceros's strength. However, if either Gao Chun or the rhinoceros fell, they would be torn to shreds by these lurking beasts in an instant. While I still have some stamina, I need to retreat quickly. He pushed the shadow step to its limits, and his speed soared. Yet even so, he still couldn't escape the rhinoceros's attack. Secret of the All Character. At this moment, if Gao Chen didn't use the secret of the All Character, he would undoubtedly die. His strength surged tenfold, and his speed increased tenfold as well. Gao Chen's sudden boost in power caused the rhinoceros's attack to momentarily stall. Seizing this opportunity, Gao Chen made a break for it. Before he fled, he didn't forget to take the golden snow rabbit with him. Outside Huanyu City, Gao Chen knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The combined use of the secret of the All Character and Shadow Step had pushed his stamina to the limit. But the rhinoceros was not willing to let him escape so easily. The tremors of the earth made Gao Chen aware that the rhinoceros was getting closer. After a brief rest, he prepared to continue his escape. But just as he was about to move, he furrowed his brow slightly. Is it slowing down? He noticed that the rhinoceros's speed was indeed decreasing. Looking back, he saw the rhinoceros stumbling. The tranquilizer dart is taking effect. The prolonged battle had accelerated the flow of blood in the rhinoceros. Counterattack it! Gao Chen roared, drawing the frostflower sword and charging at the rhinoceros. Secret of the All Character. While charging, he activated the secret of the All Character. A powerful force began to spread within his body. The frostflower sword, being a golden grade weapon, couldn't break through the rhinoceros's defenses. Yet, despite this, Gao Chen continued his assault. Soon, the rhinoceros's body began to sway. Gao Chen predicted that within 5 minutes, the rhinoceros would surely fall. Bang! 5 minutes later, the rhinoceros crashed to the ground. Gao Chen tossed aside the frostflower sword and sat down, gasping for breath. He didn't sit for long, as there were still other exotic beasts lurking nearby. Picking up the frostflower sword, he attempted to cleave open the rhinoceros's skull. However, even though he managed to create a notch, it didn't inflict any damage on the rhinoceros. If he couldn't break the head, then he would target its horn. But its horn was also incredibly hard. The frostflower sword was nearly dulled and still hadn't left a mark on it. Gao Chen gave up. He glanced around, sighed softly, and then sprinted towards the base city. After running for about 5 or 6 hours, Gao Chen finally saw the gates of the base city. Once inside, he sat down on the ground without a care for his image. Gao Chen, you're finally back. Lu Mo's voice rang out behind him. The base city was not absolutely safe either. However, encountering Lu Mo here made Gao Chen very happy. Lu Mo and the others saw that Gao Chen was nearly exhausted and quickly rushed to his side to protect him. After resting for about half an hour, Gao Chen finally had the strength to stand up. With Lu Mo and the others supporting him, Gao Chen got into Lu Mo's car. Where are we going? Gao Chen asked Lu Mo. This was not the way back to his home. After a moment of silence, Lu Mo began to tell him about the events that had occurred in the base city over the past few days. Lu Mo knew all this so clearly because Lu Tianping had come by. After learning that Gao Chen had not yet returned, he left again. Before leaving, he repeatedly urged them to inform him when Gao Chen came back. What did you say? Gao Chen's face turned cold. His eyes were as frosty as ice as he whispered angrily, Lu Su hurt my dad? Perhaps due to his anger, his cheeks flushed red. Moreover, his body trembled uncontrollably. You're cold. Lu Mo wanted to advise Gao Chen to calm down. But seeing the terrifying look in Gao Chen's eyes, he chose not to continue. Gao Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. What happened to my dad? Seeing Gao Chen calm down, Lu Mo also sighed in relief. It's nothing. Lu Mo deliberately feigned a relaxed tone. Director Lu arranged the best hospital room and the best special care for him. They say he can be discharged in a few days. Then where are Lu Su's family now? Knowing his father was fine, Gao Chen felt relieved. Lu Mo did not answer Gao Chen's question. In the car, everyone fell silent. Noticing the silence, Gao Chen directly dialed Lu Tianping's number. Rest assured, they will definitely receive the punishment they deserve. A martial artist attacking an ordinary person is only acceptable if done very discreetly. Otherwise, once discovered, the martial artist would face severe penalties. If the ordinary person is willing to settle, the martial artist can also avoid punishment. However, Gao Chen's situation was quite special. Lu Su's family would likely face imprisonment. I ask you, where are they? This was the first time Gao Chen spoke to Lu Tianping like this. Lu Tianping hesitated for a moment and said, they are not at home. His answer was already accurate enough. Not at home. After hanging up, Gao Chen muttered to himself. Then they must be in jail. Every base city has its own jail. The location of the jail is usually within the station of the Hanu Guard. To the station, Gao Chen said to Lu Mo. Lu Mo did not change direction. To the station, Gao Chen shouted. Lu Mo still had no intention of changing direction. Gao Chen didn't want to waste any more time and directly opened the car door, jumping out. What should we do? Lu Xiaoguang asked Lu Mo anxiously. Lu Mo remained silent. He knew very well what Gao Chen was about to do. At this moment, he had to think carefully about how to make a choice. Soon, Lu Mo made his choice. He stepped on the brake and said to the team, "You can choose to get out of the car or choose to go to the station with me." Choosing to go to the station meant helping Gao Chun. This would likely offend the Hanu Guard and could even lead to imprisonment. Choosing to get out of the car meant not helping Gao Chun. In fact, either choice was correct at this moment. "I won't get out." Lu Xiaoguang was the first to express his stance. "I won't get out either," Feng Yang said. Hao Jian did not immediately voice his opinion. He was thinking. After a moment of contemplation, he rationally analyzed, doing this is not worth it and the danger level is very high. Everyone understood what Hao Jian meant, but no one spoke, just calmly looking at him, waiting for him to make the final decision. Damn it! Hao Jian's choice surprised everyone. If I die, then I die. Hao Jian's decision brought smiles to everyone's faces. After jumping out of the car, Gao Chen did not pause for a moment and headed straight for the station. Since Gao Chen was a member of the Hanu Guard, the guards at the station did not make things difficult for him. "Who are you?" However, at the entrance of the jail, Gao Chen was blocked. "This is a restricted area, unauthorized personnel are not allowed." The jail, being the most important place in the base city, is guarded by at least silver-level martial artists. "I want to go in," Gao Chen roared. "Who do you think you are?" Gao Chen's roar did not attract the other party's attention. He looked coldly at Gao Chen and warned in a stern voice, "I advise you to leave here quickly. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear." The prison cell operated independently within the Hanu Guard. Even if Gao Chen was a super genius among the Hanu Guard, the people in the cell completely ignored him. "I'll say it one last time, I want to go in." Gao Chen's hand had already reached for the frost flower sword. The other party's hand also moved towards their weapon. "Looking for death," Gao Chen shouted angrily, drawing the frost flower sword and charging forward. "Golden Warrior." The aura emanating from Gao Chen made the guard's eyes widen. Are golden warriors terrifying? Of course, they are. But even more terrifying is a golden warrior who is under 20 years old. This guard was merely a silver warrior and was no match for Gao Chen. In just one exchange, the guard fell to the ground, helmet and armor discarded. Gao Chen had no intention of killing and directly bypassed the guard to walk into the cell. Seeing Gao Chen enter the cell, the guard let out a deep breath and took out his walkie-talkie to explain the situation. As soon as Gao Chen entered the cell, he was blocked by a wall of people. "I advise you to obediently go back." The leader was the head of the cell, a golden 9-star warrior. Gao Chen looked at the head and said coldly, "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't block the way. Too bad you're not me." The head stared coldly at Gao Chen, his voice chilling. "You need to understand that even if I kill you now, the higher-ups won't hold me accountable." The head was warning Gao Chen not to act recklessly. "If you turn back now, I can pretend nothing happened." A golden warrior, under 20 years old, had never appeared on Earth before. The head did not want to harm Gao Chen. It wasn't that he feared punishment, but he didn't want to ruin such a super genius. However, Gao Chen did not want to retreat. "I won't make a move, but you must let me see Lu Su and his family." At this moment, Gao Chen made a certain compromise. "No way." The head didn't even think twice and directly rejected Gao Chen's request. "First, your authority level is not enough. You cannot directly enter the cell to face the prisoners. Second, you are a victim's family member. According to regulations, before the verdict, the victim's family cannot meet the prisoners." The head's repeated statements meant that he wouldn't let Gao Chen see Lu Su. "In that case, don't blame me." Gao Chen had little stamina left, but he still had the strength of a golden 9-star. "Prepare to fight." Seeing Gao Chen's resolute attitude, the head didn't persuade further and directly drew his weapon. "When you strike, you can injure, but you cannot kill. Do you understand?" The head secretly communicated with his men. These people were all clever, and they certainly understood the head's meaning. Nodding in agreement. "Attack." Seeing that his side was ready, the head charged at Gao Chen first. All character secret. Indestructible Vedra technique. Although Gao Chen did not sense any killing intent from them, he activated his strongest defensive skill just in case. The all-character secret activated, and Gao Chen's strength multiplied tenfold. Feeling Gao Chen's powerful aura, the head was suddenly shocked. What skill is this? Why can it make his strength soar so much in an instant? Just a moment ago, the head felt that Gao Chen's strength was only golden 1-star. But now, he found that he could not see through Gao Chen's strength. "Above me, diamond 1-star? Fear arose in the head's heart. A diamond warrior at 20 years old would be terrifying even in the most glorious era on Earth. Both Gao Chen and the head moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. For the first time possessing such powerful strength, Gao Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. His first clash with the prison warden ended in a stalemate for both sides. The guards in the cell felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Gao Chen's strength was somewhat beyond their expectations. Is this what they call a young genius? Terrifying indeed. The warden is a golden 9-star warrior, and this genius boy can actually fight him to a standstill. That's just too frightening. I feel like I've seen a new star rising. The warden listened to the guard's words, feeling bitter inside. On the surface, it seemed he had fought Gao Chen to a draw, but in reality, this clash had left his hands numb. If he hadn't deflected some of Gao Chen's force, his hands might have even shattered. Continue, Gao Chen roared, advancing again with the frost flower sword. The warden forced a bitter smile and stepped forward with his spear to engage. His bitterness was something only he understood. Boss, you really need to come quickly. If you don't show up soon, I'm going to lose my life today. The only thing the warden hoped for now was that Shin Chongshin would hurry to save him. With Gao Chen's current combat power, only the three giants of the Langya-based city could subdue him. Having adapted to his strength, Gao Chen pressed forward step by step. The Qinglian sword technique blossomed like lotus flowers, making the warden cry out in despair. What kind of sword technique is this? I've never seen it before. The warden was not old, only about 30 years old. He had also risen to fame at a young age. He was a young genius too. But compared to Gao Chen, this young genius seemed to be separated by a chasm. Gao Chen's attacks grew increasingly fierce. The warden's defenses began to show cracks. Seizing an opportunity, Gao Chen thrust his sword toward the warden's throat. When the sword was still a centimeter away from the warden's throat, the frost flower sword stopped. The fear of death made the experienced warden breathe rapidly. He wanted to swallow, but he dared not. He feared that his swelling throat would touch Gao Chen's frost flower sword. Do you want to continue? Gao Chen asked coldly. No more. The warden shook his head. If Gao Chen had even a hint of murderous intent, his life would be taken in an instant. Drop your weapon. A warrior without a weapon is like a tiger without teeth. Reluctantly, the warden threw his weapon to the ground. Seeing that their warden was no match for Gao Chen, the other guards knew they wouldn't fare any better. So, they also tossed their weapons aside. With the cell guards no longer blocking his path, Gao Chen sheathed the frost flower sword and walked deeper into the cell. According to the information Gao Chen had gathered, a prisoner like Lu Su should be held in the Tianzi cell. Upon arriving at the Tianzi cell, Gao Chen saw Lu Su's family. Lu Tao, who had been injured by Gao Chen earlier, still had not fully healed. He huddled in a corner of the cell, his eyes devoid of the previous bravado. What do you want? Lu Su's emotions were relatively stable as he glared at Gao Chen with resentment, hissing softly. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have fallen to this state. Lu Su's absurd logic left Gao Chen speechless. First, your son attacked my dad. Second, your son set me up during the warrior assessment. Finally, your people severely injured my dad. Standing in front of Lu Su's cell, Gao Chen shouted. Gao Chen? That's Gao Chen's voice. Lu Tao, curled up in the cell, suddenly stood up. He quickly approached the cell and knelt on the ground, frantically bowing to Gao Chen. Brother Gao Chen, father Gao Chen, grandfather Gao Chen. I know I was wrong, everything before was my fault. Please, let them spare me. Lu Tao's actions made Gao Chen's eyes widen in shock. He had prepared himself to be cursed by Lu Tao's family before coming, but the reality was a complete surprise. Lu Tao, you are the son of Lu Su. Lu Su tightly grasped the bars of the cell and shouted at Lu Tao in the other cell, even if you die, you can't bow to others. QNMD. Lu Tao directly cursed at his father, Lu Su. If it weren't for your bastard ways, I wouldn't have fallen to such a state. If when I was younger, you had stopped me when I bullied others instead of encouraging me, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Lu Tao's character was such, and Lu Su had a significant contribution to it. After hearing Lu Tao's words, Lu Su was completely stunned. He never expected that his son, whom he had raised for many years, would say such things to him. What a scene of filial piety. Truly makes me want to die of filial piety. Gao Chen said nothing, just quietly watched the father and son argue. This argument between father and son lasted a full 10 minutes. Enough. Gao Chen, feeling tired of the scene, waved his hand impatiently. I'm not interested in your family matters. I just want to know who is responsible for my father's serious injury and hospitalization. He is. Lu Tao pointed at his biological father and shouted at Gao Chen. I have no idea about your father's situation. Seeing his son nearly going mad, Lu Su felt completely disappointed in him. I did it. Lu Su knew that someone had to take responsibility for this matter. Let me take full responsibility for this. Get someone here. Gao Chen shouted to the guards behind him. A guard approached, trembling. Move him to another cell. Gao Chen pointed at Lu Tao and said to the guard, after all, this is the last journey of life and family must be by your side. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao completely went mad. No, I don't want to share a cell with that bastard. Lu Tao knew very well that if he really shared a cell with Lu Su, there was a high possibility that Lu Su would directly kill him. Since you don't want me to live, then I might as well die here. Lu Tao cast a resentful glance at Gao Chen before turning to slam his head against the wall of the cell. Bang! His head didn't explode, but blood still flowed out. Lu Tao, not yet 18 years old, ended his life like this. My son! Lu Tao's mother fainted upon seeing this scene. I am your father. Lu Su shouted in tears towards his son's direction. How could I ever harm you? Gao Chen watched this scene with some emotion. Gao Chen, your courage is growing bolder. At that moment, Shin Chongshin's cold and angry voice sounded behind Gao Chen. Gao Chen's forceful intrusion into the cell made him very angry. In Shin Chongxin's office, Gao Chen and Shin Chongxin sat facing each other. The hot tea in front of them had cooled slightly due to the passage of time. So, what do you plan to do about this? Shin Chongxin was in a difficult position. If he punished Gao Chen for this matter, Gao Chen would definitely feel very disheartened. If that happened, in a fit of anger, he might directly leave the Hanu Guard, which could directly benefit the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Leaving the Hanu Guard without permission would lead to a wanted notice. But the problem was, as long as he stayed at the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, the Hanu Guard would have no way to deal with him. Once he became one of the strongest people on earth, the Hanu Guard would not only stop bothering him but might even seek connections with him. However, if he didn't punish Gao Chen, it would be hard to explain to the higher-ups. While he was in a dilemma, Gao Chen took a sip of the already lukewarm tea and said casually, "What do you want to do?" "I don't know." After his anger subsided, Shin Chongxin said helplessly, "I need to give an explanation to the higher-ups, and I also need to give an explanation to our colleagues." Shin Chongxin was very troubled, extremely troubled. "Why don't you ask the jailer for the surveillance footage from there?" Gao Chen said something that left Shin Chongxin puzzled. Looking at the bewildered Shin Chongxin, Gao Chen continued, "Just now in the cell, I fought the warden to a standstill." "What did you say?" Shin Chongxin's eyes widened as he sprang up from the sofa. He looked at Gao Chen as if he were a monster, his tone filled with shock. "Are you serious? Just go check and you'll know." Gao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Mayor Shin, there's news from the cell. Lu Su and his wife have committed suicide," Shin Chongxin's secretary said softly as he pushed the door open. Shin Chongxin nodded and waved his hand, signaling the secretary to leave. However, the secretary stood at the door, not intending to leave. Shin Chongxin frowned and asked, "Is there anything else?" The old man in the cell said that a few people tried to break in and were captured by them. Upon hearing this, Shin Chongxin slammed his hand on the table. He couldn't deal with Gao Chen, but that didn't mean he couldn't handle others. Who has the guts to break into the cell? Damn it, such people must be severely punished. Seeing Shin Chongxin so furious, the secretary cursed inwardly, "You old man, your double standards are really something. The ones who broke into the cell are sitting right across from you, and you can only scratch your head. Don't be angry." After hearing the secretary's words, a warm feeling flowed through Gao Chen's heart. These people are all my teammates. As soon as he said this, Shin Chongxin slumped. He collapsed back onto the sofa, his expression as if he had just eaten a pile of dung and it was stuck in his teeth. "I'll go ask the warden for the video, you go pick up your teammates." The two of them returned to the station of Hanwei once again. "Xiao Gao, why are you back again?" The warden looked a bit apprehensive at Gao Chen. "I'm here to pick up a few people, those just now are all my teammates, so some things couldn't be said too clearly. They just came to chat and have tea with me. The conversation is over, the tea is finished, and it's about time to go home." The warden was quite shrewd, speaking in a roundabout way. "Bring those people from just now out. Give me the video of the fight you had with Gao Chen." At this moment, Shin Chongxin could only turn a blind eye. "Don't I have any face?" The warden was very frustrated, extremely frustrated. He didn't want to be a mere backdrop. But the problem was, he had no other choice now. Watching his teammates walk out of the cell, covered in dirt and bruises, Gao Chen felt a bit guilty as he said to them, "About what happened today. Spare us." Before Gao Chen could finish, he was directly interrupted by Hao Jian. "Instead of getting all sentimental here, why not treat us to a good meal and then give us a foot bath?" Gao Chen was slightly taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Let's do it in a few days. Once my father is out of the hospital, I'll properly thank everyone. And for this outdoor profit, I only want 50%. The rest will be split among everyone. Please don't refuse me. If you do, I won't know how to get along with everyone in the future." Gao Chen had about 75% of the outdoor profits. The reason he didn't take it all was that he was afraid everyone would refuse. "Then we won't be polite. Thank you, Daddy Gold. Goodness, this time we can finally get out of poverty." Seeing that his teammates did not refuse, Gao Chen smiled. After all his teammates left, Gao Chen headed straight to the hospital. Not long after Gao Chen left, Shin Chongxin returned home and opened the door to a room. As soon as the door opened, all the lights in the room lit up simultaneously. Immediately, 3 figures appeared on one wall of the room. Among these 3, the ones on the left and right were men, while the one in the middle was a woman. Judging by their ages, they should all be over 50. "Shin Chongxin, you must explain to me what exactly is going on." The man on the left had a very serious expression and a very aggressive tone. "If you can't clarify this matter, we won't hesitate to send you to prison." The man on the right also spoke up. After Shin Chongxin waited for them to finish, he slowly recounted the events of the past few days. "Just because of this small matter, you're going to break our rules? This kid can't be kept." The woman in the middle spoke up. Shin Chongxin fixed his gaze on her, coldly saying, "If you don't keep him, there are places that will. If he goes to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School now, they will definitely offer him the best conditions. They might even send 2 super experts to protect Gao Chen closely. It was clear he was warning the woman not to act recklessly. Are you talking to me? The woman detected the warning. In Shin Chongxin's tone, what is your identity to speak to me like this? Shin Chongxin, I see you really want to end up in prison. The one who wants to end up in prison is you. Shin Chongxin was not afraid of the woman at all, his eyes cold as he spoke sharply. You are just from the inspection system, not my direct superior. Don't talk to me in a tone meant for reprimanding subordinates. The inspection system, like the prison system, was independent. Shen Chongxin, just as the woman was about to explode. With anger, a new voice rang out. You did well in this matter. A figure appeared on one wall of the room. The owner of this figure looked to be about the same age as Shin Chongxin, but his status was much higher. Shi Fyi, Shi Fyi, Shi Fyi. The three, upon seeing this man, did not dare to be negligent and bowed in unison. The chief's position in the military was equivalent to that of an inspector in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. I've already discussed this matter with your boss. You don't need to get involved. Shi Fyi spoke to the three in a calm tone. The woman wanted to say something but was interrupted by the looks from the two men. Yes. The three responded in unison and then ended the video call. Damn. Seeing the three hang up, Shin Chongxin couldn't help but curse under his breath. The people from the inspection department are still such bastards. Enough. Shi Fyi laughed and scolded. Don't think you can take advantage of this. If it weren't for the video you sent me, I wouldn't have contacted their boss. But to be honest, this young man really shocked me. Who isn't? Shin Chongxin was considered Shi Fyi's confidant, so he spoke to him very casually. Do you know what I felt when I finished watching that video? I felt that a super powerhouse was about to emerge on Earth. A super powerhouse who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heads of the two major martial arts schools. Shin Chongxin spoke exaggeratedly. The head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was the #1 person in the world. The head of the Sky Martial Arts School was the second. Not to mention standing shoulder to shoulder with them, even being able to face them was something many people dreamed of. What you said is a bit exaggerated, but I have that feeling too. Shi Fyi agreed with Shin Chongxin's viewpoint. Alright, let's leave it at that for this kid. For the punishment notice, just write verbal warning. A verbal warning was the most perfunctory punishment. No problem. Shin Chongxin replied with a smile. In the hospital, Gao Chen sat by his father's bedside. Dad. On the way here, Gao Chen had made up his mind that he must ensure his parents no longer go to work and move to the National Spring Villa. No matter what you say this time, you must live in the National Spring Villa. And you can no longer go to work. After everything he had experienced, Gao Chen understood one thing. If he couldn't make his parents strong, he should at least let them live in a place where strong people reside. That way, Gao Chen could feel at ease. Gao Chen thought his parents would insist on their own ideas, but unexpectedly, as soon as he made this request, they hurriedly agreed. In fact, they had discussed this issue before Gao Chen arrived after being beaten badly and seriously injured. Gao Fu also realized that Gao Chen would have more and more enemies in the future. Since he couldn't help his son, the only thing they could do was not to add trouble to him. Shin Chongxin returned home and sat in a daze on the living room sofa. Shinwei hurried over and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Anyway, what happened today was no secret. So, Shin Chongxin directly told his son everything. Shinwei was not a brainless second-generation official. On the contrary, he was quite quick-witted. While listening to his father's account, he also had his own thoughts. What are you going to do? After Shin Chongxin finished speaking, he saw his son getting up and heading for the door, and quickly asked, It's so late and you still want to go out to play? I'm not going out to play, Shinwei said while putting on his shoes. I'm going to Gao Chen's villa to take a look. Then contact the renovation company, the building materials company, the home appliance company, and the car company to prepare everything for him. When his father is discharged from the hospital, he can move in directly with his bags. Shin Chongxin watched his son's receding figure and seemed to understand the meaning of the phrase. His son often said, The world of martial artists is not just about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Shinwei had no talent in martial arts, but in terms of human relationships, Shin Chongxin felt he was inferior. Although Gao Fu was seriously injured, he was soon discharged from the hospital under careful care. Let's take a taxi to Guochun Baiyuan. Gao Chen supported his father. I'll go home first and tidy up some things. Gao Mu, being a more old-fashioned person, was reluctant to part with her belongings. I've already moved everything from your home to the villa. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The Gao family was startled by this voice. The speaker was none other than Shin Chongxin's son, Shinwei. What are you doing here? Gao Chen had neither good nor bad feelings towards Shinwei. Bro, what are you saying? Shinwei had a thick skin. He directly took the things from Gao Mu's hands and said with a grin, Today, uncle is being discharged from the hospital, so is his nephew. Of course, I have to come to pick him up. Son. Seeing Shinwei being so enthusiastic, Gao Fu couldn't help but ask Gao Chen, Is this your little brother? Gao Fu's biggest hobby at home was reading gangster novels, watching movies, and TV dramas. Gao Chen rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "This is the son of the city guard, named Shinwei." The son of the city guard? Upon hearing that Shinwei was Shin Chongqing's son, Gao Fu straightened his back and instantly transformed into a little citizen. Excuse me, uncle. Shinwei now acted nothing like the second-generation official everyone had in mind. He was humble in attitude and polite in tone. My dad said he is a servant of the people, and I am just the son of the people. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiao Wei. Shinwei's tactic of retreating to advance was truly effective. Then uncle won't be polite. The fact that the son of the city guard called him uncle was something Gao Chen didn't even dare to imagine. Alright, let's hurry home. Gao Chen interrupted their small talk. How is uncle's recovery? At this moment, Shinwei transformed into a good nephew, inquiring about Gao Fu's health. If your recovery isn't good, we can take the RV back. If your recovery is good, then we can take the business car. Of course, if uncle wants to experience the thrill of speed, we can take a sports car. To be fair, Shinwei was well prepared for this visit. That works. Gao Fu and Gao Mu were overjoyed. Seeing his parents so happy, Gao Chen chose not to spoil their mood at that moment. With Shinwei's support, the elderly couple got into a business car. Just as Shinwei was about to get in the car, Gao Chen pulled him aside and asked warily, "What exactly do you want to do?" Shinwei was indeed open-minded. He smiled slightly and said directly, "Kissing up to uncle and aunt, and by the way, kissing up to you." Shinwei's straightforwardness left Gao Chen momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Gao's father, Gao's mother, and Shinwei sped away in the business car that Gao Chen snapped back to reality. Wachunbiayuan, Gao Chen's villa. Looking at the villa that had been fully renovated, with all the furniture and appliances in place, Gao Chen felt it was quite unbelievable. He remembered that the last time he came, it was just a bare shell. "Did you do this?" Gao Chen asked Shinwei, who was standing by, waiting for praise. "How much did it cost?" "I'll give you the money later." The bright red and gold decoration style made Gao Chen feel as if he had traveled through time. Unfortunately, his parents just loved this kind of decor. We're all friends, talking about money would be too distant. Shinwei waved his hand generously, exuding a nonchalant attitude towards money. Good grief. Gao Chen wasn't buying Shinwei's act. He waved his hand at him. Even brothers keep accounts clear, let alone we're not even brothers. Who says you aren't brothers? At that moment, Gao's mother's voice suddenly rang out. Gao Chen looked towards his mother, his face full of surprise as he asked, Could it be? Get lost." Gao's mother seemed to know what her son was about to say, and scolded him with a laugh. "Just now, your dad and I accepted Shinwei as our godson, so he is now your real brother." Gao Chen was dumbfounded. He had only arrived a few minutes late, and somehow he had gained a brother out of nowhere. "You're amazing." Gao Chen was truly at a loss for words with Shinwei. He gave him a thumbs up. "You really are impressive." Shinwei didn't say anything, just smiled proudly. Everything in the villa was indeed complete, but unfortunately, there were no ingredients. The family had no choice but to eat out. This time, Shinwei was smart and didn't follow them. They casually found a hotel and the family enjoyed a hearty meal. After dinner, Gao's mother suggested going shopping. Gao Chen and Gao's father initially planned to refuse, but seeing Gao's mother's angry expression, they could only agree. Helplessly. Shanghua International, the best mall in Langya-based city. "I want this one. Gao's mother selected clothes as if they were free. "Old Fu, what are you doing here?" Just as Gao Chen finished picking clothes, he heard a surprised voice. The three members of the Gao family turned towards the source of the voice, and saw a plump woman with a wealthy appearance, walking over with a disdainful smile. "Who is that?" Upon seeing the woman, Gao Chen instantly entered spectator mode. "Why do I feel like she doesn't get along with my mom?" "That fat woman your mom often talks about," Gao's father said, also looking ready to watch the show. He quietly told Gao Chen, "She and your mom have known each other for almost 30 years. But since they met, their rivalry has never stopped." Gao's father and Gao Chen were itching to buy some beer, drinks, and snacks. After all, such a monumental battle was definitely a rare sight. "Here it comes, the fat woman is about to make her move," Gao's father said excitedly. "If I remember correctly, her first move is, 'How did your son do on the exam?'" Sure enough, the fat woman opened her mouth and directly asked Gao's mother, "How did your son do on the college entrance exam today?" "Let me tell you, my son didn't do well. His liberal arts score was only a little over 700. If it weren't for Qingbei University shamelessly wanting to accept him, he might not even go to such a university." When it came to showing off and being pretentious, this woman was definitely a master. "My son is not doing well." When it came to being pretentious, Gao's mother was not to be outdone. He was expelled from school before the college entrance exam. To be honest, Gao Mu's Versailles is slightly better than the fat woman's Versailles. She really understands what it means to suppress first and then uplift. It might be because the humanities path is tough, so he can only choose the martial arts path. Gao Mu clicked her tongue regretfully at the end and said, "It's a pity that his talent in martial arts isn't that great. He's already in his 20s and his realm is only at golden 1 star. Standing aside, Gao Chen was completely bewildered listening to the two of them spar. He turned to his father and asked, "How does she know I'm at Golden 1 star?" Very few people, apart from Gao Chun himself, knew about his Golden 1 star realm. Lu Tianpingshan said so. Gao Fu waved his hand at Gao Chun, looking impatient. "Don't talk, you easily distract me." Gao Chun quickly chose to keep quiet and continued watching the show. "I don't believe you, you must be bragging. Don't be fooled by the fact that this fat woman is an ordinary person. She still knows a bit about the realms of martial artists. She had heard how terrifying a golden martial artist in their 20s could be. She couldn't believe that Gao Chun, who had been smart since childhood, could become a golden martial artist at this age. "I knew you wouldn't believe it." Gao Mu seemed to anticipate what the fat woman would say and directly took out a shiny golden badge from her pocket and handed it to the fat woman. The martial artist badge from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. "If you don't believe it, you can check it yourself." "What's going on?" Gao Chun was dumbfounded again. "The Extreme Martial Arts Hall has this thing." As a martial artist, he didn't even know the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had such a thing. "Your mom had Lu Tianping specially make it, and it's even more authentic than the real thing," Gao Fu said, suppressing his laughter as he spoke to Gao Chun. "It's fake. This is definitely fake." The fat woman didn't believe it. "As real as it gets." Gao Mu held the badge in front of the fat woman's eyes and pointed to the bottom line of text. "See these 4 characters?" They read Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After seeing those 4 characters, the fat woman completely believed it. After all, the things made by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall are not something just anyone would dare to forge. "The second move is coming." Gao Fu suddenly became excited and said to Gao Chun. At this point, the fat woman should be using her second move. If I remember correctly, her second move is a gift from her son. Before Gao Chun could understand what was happening, the fat woman directly waved her right wrist in front of Gao Mu. Gao Mu was momentarily dazzled by the flash of the gold watch. "My son knows how hard I work. As soon as he got his scholarship, he bought me a watch. We don't even know how much this watch is worth. We only know that his special scholarship seems to be worth hundreds of thousands." This fat woman not only flaunted the watch but also boasted about her son's hefty scholarship, and it was a special one at that. Could Gao Mu tolerate this? Of course not. She looked around in confusion and said with dissatisfaction, "It's not even summer yet. Why is it so hot?" After saying that, she reached into her bag. The red property certificate shone particularly brightly under the light. This time, both Gao Chen and Gao Fu were dumbfounded. Where did she get this thing? They had indeed bought the villa, but Gao Chen had never had the chance to handle the property certificate. Lu Tianping. Gao Fu once again mentioned Lu Tianping's name. How did this guy, who was a big shot, become a tool? Gao Chen was puzzled. "My son insisted that our house is small. To make it comfortable for me and his dad, he directly bought us a villa. I told him not to spend this money, but he just wouldn't listen." Gao Chen realized that his own mother had taken Versailles to the extreme. The fat woman, repeatedly slapped in the face by Gao Mu, began to tremble with anger. However, she was battle-hardened and quickly regained her composure. The third move, the big killer move, the son's girlfriend. This century's grand showdown has reached its final match. Gao Mu has won 2 rounds in a row, and the fat woman can't believe that Gao Mu can win a 3rd round. "Gao Chen, what are you doing here?" Just as Gao Chen and Gao Fu were holding their breath, ready to watch the show, Xiaoyu suddenly appeared. Today, Xiaoyu was wearing a cream-colored sweater that slipped off one shoulder. On the bottom, she wore a pair of shorts. Her long legs were clad in over-the-knee white patent leather boots. She was already the type that looked good, and this outfit made her appearance even more striking. Watching a show, Gao Chen said, pointing towards Gao Mu and the fat woman, smiling at Xiaoyu. "My mom is currently in a PK with someone." PK. Xiaoyu became interested and sat down next to Gao Chen, instantly getting into the viewing mode. "I say, Gao Chen, aren't you going to introduce your dad?" Gao Fu chimed in from the side. Gao Chen then realized and casually said to Xiaoyu, "This is my dad, you can just call him uncle." "Hello, uncle," Xiaoyu greeted with a sweet smile. Good. Gao Fu smiled slightly and nodded vigorously. Gao Chen felt something was off and looked at Gao Fu with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" Gao Fu seemed to sense the oddity in Gao Chen's gaze and asked, "How old are you? Aren't you planning to find a girlfriend?" Gao Chen ignored his father and focused intently on the battlefield. "My son's girlfriend is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs. Plus, her family background is excellent. The last time she came to see me, she bought me a lot of nice things," the fat woman said, beaming with pride about her future daughter-in-law. On the other hand, Gao Mu felt a bit deflated. After all, she knew her son didn't have a girlfriend. Just as she was about to shoot a glare at her son, she happened to see Xiaoyu next to Gao Chen. "My son's girlfriend is definitely better than your son's girlfriend," Gao Mu said, like a child who had just learned to argue, pointing at Xiaoyu. "Look at her, is she not better than your son's girlfriend?" The fat woman looked at Xiaoyu. She wanted to say that Xiaoyu was inferior, but the truth was, Xiaoyu was indeed not worse than her son's girlfriend, and might even surpass her. "What's the use of being good-looking?" The fat woman quickly changed her tone. Having a good family background is the most important thing. Just as she finished speaking, several well-dressed individuals walked up to Xiaoyu. Seeing the clothes they were holding, the fat woman knew she had lost, because the items in those shopping bags were not only expensive but also top-tier luxury brands. Especially the handbag that Xiaoyu was admiring, which was this year's super limited edition. Wow, you bought so many clothes? Gao Chen exclaimed, looking at the shopping bags held by Xiaoyu's bodyguard. These things must not be cheap, right? I didn't spend any money, Xiaoyu replied. Gao Chen showed a confused expression. This mall belongs to my family, so all the clothes in here are free for me. Wow. Gao Chen gained a new understanding of Xiaoyu's family's financial power. Your family is so rich. It's okay, Xiaoyu said with a friendly smile. If you like, you can also get clothes for free. Gao Chen shrugged and smiled slightly. Girl, where are you from? After her complete victory, Gao Mu looked incredibly pleased. She grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and asked warmly, how many people are in your family? Do you have any siblings? How are your grandparents doing? Gao Mu's enthusiasm made Xiaoyu feel a bit overwhelmed. Gao Chen remained silent, just sitting by and enjoying the spectacle. What are you looking at? Before Xiaoyu could answer, Gao Mu turned and scolded Gao Chen angrily. Can't you see the girl is thirsty? Don't you know to go buy her a cup of milk tea? You clueless straight man. Gao Chen was dumbfounded. He never imagined that one day he would be scolded as a clueless straight man by his own mother. You still have the face to laugh. Seeing Gao Fu chuckling to himself, Gao Mu unleashed her full fury. He can't see that the girl is thirsty. Can you not see that I'm thirsty too? Gao Fu and Gao Chen quickly got up and rushed towards a milk tea shop. Before leaving, Gao Chen shot Xiaoyu a good luck look. At first, Xiaoyu didn't understand the meaning of that look, but when Gao Chen took an hour to buy a cup of milk tea, she finally realized. Gao Mu could really talk. From poetry and songs, to life philosophy. From ancient to modern, from home and abroad, to stocks and funds. Xiaoyu prided herself on her extensive knowledge and experience. Yet even so, she was left dizzy by Gao Mu's chatter. How's the conversation going? An hour later, Gao Chen returned, holding 2 cups of milk tea, with a straw dangling from one. For that hour, he and his father had just sat in the milk tea shop watching the girl. Auntie is really quite talkative, Xiaoyu said with an awkward smile. Gao Chen suppressed his laughter as he handed the 2 cups of milk tea to Gao Mu and Xiaoyu. After taking a sip, Gao Mu wanted to continue chatting with Xiaoyu. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu directly pulled Gao Chen and waved to Gao Mu. Auntie, let's chat next time. Gao Chen and I have a reservation at a restaurant, and if we're late, they might cancel it. Outside the mall, looking at the somewhat flustered Xiaoyu, Gao Chen teased with a smile, my mom is impressive. Right? Impressive. Xiaoyu's face was full of surprise as she took a sip of milk tea to recover. Auntie is really impressive. What are we going to eat? As the sky darkened, it was already mealtime. As a man, Gao Chen had to take the initiative to invite her. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and said, how about we go for Japanese food? I know a really good Japanese restaurant nearby. Gao Chen nodded in agreement. Wow, we have to wait in line. Looking at the crowd waiting outside the Japanese restaurant, Gao Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. This is the best Japanese restaurant in our base city. They say the owner is a descendant of the East Japan. Gao Chen could see Xiaoyu's anticipation for this restaurant. Descendant of the East Japan? Are you kidding? The East Japan island has long become a zoo. After that incident, East Japan was the first country to be wiped out. After all, there were many deep-sea monsters surrounding it. Maybe it's bragging, or maybe it's true. Whether or not they were descendants of East Japan didn't matter. What mattered was whether the food was good. For someone like Xiaoyu, who she ate with was the most important. Since Xiaoyu said so, Gao Chen could only wait outside. Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you not to eat out with others? Just after they got their number, Xia Tian's slightly dissatisfied voice came from behind them. Gao Chen couldn't even be bothered to turn around, casually sipping his drink while waiting. Brother. Xia Tian's sudden appearance completely disrupted Xiaoyu's previously good mood. She looked at Xia Tian with a complicated expression and took a deep breath. I'm already an adult, who I eat with is my freedom. Xiaoyu's rebuttal left Xia Tian looking a bit awkward. I mean, do you really have to eat so ungracefully? Gao Chen reluctantly put down his drink and looked at him with a flat tone. Using your own sister as a bargaining chip, aren't you afraid of being scorned? Scorned? Why would anyone scorn me? Do you know how much I've sacrificed for this opportunity? Just to get close to young Master Shinwei, I spent several million. Gao Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly surprised. He didn't expect Shun Wei's connection to be so valuable. You should have said that earlier. Gao Chen said to Xia Tian in a very relaxed tone. You give me that money and I'll directly let you become sworn brothers with Shinwei. Shinwei was now his real brother. Surely, his real brother wouldn't refuse to become sworn brothers with someone else, right? Since you're a poor kid, you shouldn't talk big. Gao Chen's mockery did not anger Xia Tian. In Xia Tian's view, getting angry with someone of such status was simply lowering oneself. In our world, you're nothing but an ant. An ant boasting won't just fail to anger people, it will instead make them feel amused. Xia Tian's lofty demeanor was quite irritating, but Gao Chun was no longer the same as before. He looked at Xia Tian with a smile, shaking his head in a calm tone. Are you trying to act superior here? You're just lucky, born into a relatively decent family. If we switched roles, your achievements might not even match mine. People who say such things are either starving mad or poverty-stricken mad. Xia Tian scoffed at Gao Chen's remarks. You don't really think that people from our background are all useless, do you? I received my admission notice from Tsinghua University and Peking University before finishing my second year of high school. In my freshman year, I was directly recommended for graduate school. In my sophomore year, I was directly recommended for a doctorate. Now I've graduated and manage a company with thousands of employees. And you tell me that if we switched identities, I wouldn't be better than you. To be fair, aside from the company, Xia Tian's previous achievements were indeed impressive. Such a person could be called a genius without any exaggeration. But the problem was, in front of a prodigy like Gao Chun, this genius might not seem sufficient. Do you know what my status is now? Gao Chun asked Xia Tian with a light laugh. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I'm even less interested in knowing, Xia Tian replied, reaching out to pull Xia Yu. But I do know that if you dare to harass my sister again, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Are you trying to scare me? Gao Chun truly wasn't afraid of being intimidated. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just stating a fact. After pulling Xia Yu, Xia Tian turned to leave. Gao Chun stood up but had no intention of chasing after him, yet he was blocked by several of Xia Tian's bodyguards. Hey, these bodyguards were ordinary people, and Gao Chun let out a slight sigh. Do you really think you can stop me? He didn't even need to strike, he simply pushed the bodyguards aside with his body. Feeling the chaos behind him, Xia Tian turned around and was met with a surprising scene. Surprised as he was, he felt no panic inside. Do you need me to help you? Gao Chun asked Xia Yu casually. Xia Yu hesitated for a moment, looking at Gao Chun with a pitiful expression. I want to eat sushi. If you treat me, I'll help you. Gao Chun's conversation with Xia Yu, as if no one else was around, ignited a spark of anger in Xia Tian. Okay. Xia Yu nodded. Seeing her nod, Gao Chun walked up to Xia Tian and said, if you don't want to get hurt, I advise you to let her go. His tone was calm, devoid of any anger. Today, I really don't believe you dare to touch me. In broad daylight, especially. In the base city, Xia Tian didn't believe Gao Chun would dare to act against him. What do you think, should I hit him? Gao Chun asked for Xia Yu's opinion. Xia Yu thought for a moment and shook her head. Although Xia Tian had many faults, he was still her own brother. Xia Yu couldn't let Gao Chun hit her brother, at least not openly. Alright. Seeing Xia Yu shake her head, he said, I won't hit you, but I'll kick you. Gao Chun adjusted his strength to 1% and aimed a kick at Xia Tian's groin. Pew! Gao Chun seemed to hear the cry of a bird. Xia Tian immediately released Xia Yu's hand, covering his groin with both hands, his face contorted in pain. You're too ruthless. Xia Yu covered her mouth, looking as if she couldn't believe Gao Chun would do such a thing. If it weren't for the corners of her eyes already crinkled with laughter, perhaps he would have thought the same. What happened? What's going on? Not long after Xia Tian fell to the ground, a voice rang out. The crowd parted automatically at the sound of the voice. A few uniformed individuals walked through the crowd and approached Gao Chun and his companions. A fight? One of them frowned upon seeing Xia Tian lying on the ground. You have quite the nerve to fight in the base city. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Gao Chun. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he glanced over Xia Yu. Did you strike first? The uniformed man's expression was very serious, as if he were a strict enforcer of the law. Gao Chun nodded, indicating that he had indeed struck first. Then take him away. Seeing Gao Chun's admission, the uniformed man waved his hand. Come with us to clarify the situation. I did strike first, but the fault is not mine, Gao Chun said to the leader. This has nothing to do with me. The leader waved his hand, his attitude particularly firm. According to the regulations of the base city, you must come with us for questioning. Of course, if you refuse or resist, we can also use relatively less peaceful means. Gao Chun's non-cooperation did not surprise the leader. He had been an enforcer for some years and had encountered all kinds of people. If you cooperate, they would simply take you away. If you don't cooperate, they wouldn't mind using some violent methods. After all, they were all martial artists. Dealing with ordinary people was like taking candy from a baby. Are you sure you won't cooperate? The enforcers had already shown eager expressions. As soon as Gao Chun indicated non-cooperation, again, they would rush forward and capture him. It's not that I won't cooperate. Gao Chun didn't want to clash with the enforcers, but he also didn't want to be taken away by them. How about this? I'll make a phone call. Gao Chun took out his phone, preparing to call Shin Chongshin to help him resolve the current trouble. But the enforcers didn't want Gao Chun to make a call. The leading enforcer stepped forward and snatched Gao Chun's phone. I advise you to be honest, he said, slamming Gao Chun's phone. onto the ground and warning him fiercely. It won't do you any good to call anyone at this time. The enforcer's brutality and savagery made Gao Chun frown. Xia Tian, who had already gotten up, pointed at Gao Chen and shouted at the enforcers, "You must make sure this guy is punished." Enough, the leading enforcer waved his hand. Dismissively, "We will handle this fairly. My sister's boyfriend is Shinwei." To make himself taken seriously by the enforcers, Xia Tian directly revealed Shinwei's name. Unlike the onlookers around, they certainly knew who Shinwei was. If Xia Tian's sister was Shinwei's girlfriend, then Xia Tian was Shinwei's brother-in-law. In that case, Xia Tian was essentially part of Shin Chongxin's family. The head of the enforcers was one of Shin Shi's subordinates. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" The leader of the enforcers quickly ran to Xia Tian's side and supported him. "Since you are young Master Shin's brother-in-law, we are brothers now." "Brothers," the leading enforcer, who was also skilled at adapting to circumstances, waved his hand. "Grab that kid." The enforcers could no longer wait. At their big brother's command, they all charged toward Gao Chen. "I don't want to fight you." It was not a wise decision to engage with the enforcers in the base city. "You are no match for us, so I advise you to surrender. I haven't had a good workout in a while. I need to stretch my legs this time. Don't fight me for a chance. I want to make this kid suffer a bit." They had been idle for several months and were now like hungry wolves. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Gao Chun as if they wanted to devour him alive. Seeing them like this, Gao Chun also knew that it was absolutely impossible for today's matter to end well. Since that was the case, Gao Chun simply decided to let loose. The enforcers had already rushed close to Gao Chen, and he roared, "Get lost!" Although he didn't roar like a lion, it still frightened the enforcers into stopping in their tracks. "Do you have a lot of time?" Seeing his subordinates frozen, the leading enforcer said unhappily, "I'm really hungry. Right now, hurry up and deal with him so we can go back and eat." The enforcers snapped back to their senses and moved again. "Since you all want to die so badly, I'll help you." Gao Chen roared and swung his fist. Although these enforcers were all martial artists, they were mostly black iron martial artists. In front of Gao Chun, who was a golden one-star, they were no different from children. With one punch each, they all fell to the ground, moaning softly in no time. The leading enforcer, seeing this scene, did not feel afraid. In fact, he felt a bit angry. Gao Chen's actions were clearly challenging their authority. "As enforcers, you're dead meat," the leading enforcer shouted. "Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you." As he spoke, he pressed down on the intercom. Upon hearing that someone had attacked the enforcers, chaos erupted within their ranks. "Does this guy want to die? Daring to attack the enforcers? Brother, just wait, we'll be there soon. We're on our way to get weapons, hold on for a bit." Not far from the sushi restaurant, Shinwei was having a meal with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked eager, seemingly trying to curry favor with Shinwei. "Young Master Shin, someone is bullying your brother-in-law, should we go take a look?" Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke up. "Brother-in-law?" Shinwei was slightly taken aback before scolding with a laugh. "I don't even have a girlfriend, where would I get a—" Halfway through his sentence, Shinwei suddenly realized something was off. He quickly stood up, looking tense, and asked the middle-aged man, "What's my brother-in-law's last name?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "I heard it's Xia." Shinwei slammed the table and stood up directly. Damn, something big is about to happen. Shinwei was not a fool, and his mind was particularly quick. If he wasn't mistaken, the person who had beaten up his brother-in-law was very likely Gao Chun. "What's wrong?" Seeing Shinwei suddenly stand up, looking tense, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Our people have already gone. Dealing with one person is not a difficult task." "You don't know anything." Shin Wei cursed without regard for his status. "The person who hit my brother-in-law is a golden martial artist. Do your people have any golden martial artists?" As soon as he said this, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. "A golden martial artist? You're not joking with me, are you?" He was very clear about the level of the people under him. They seemed impressive, but in front of a golden martial artist, they were nothing. An 18-year-old golden martial artist, you can weigh that for yourself. Shinwei had long lost his appetite and directly grabbed his clothes, rushing out of the restaurant. The middle-aged man only realized what was happening after Shinwei left. Once he came to his senses, he felt his back was already soaked with cold sweat. "Don't you dare make a move. Wait for me to get there. Wait for me to get there." The enforcers, who were closing in on Gao Chun, all stopped in their tracks upon hearing this. Seeing the enforcers stop, Xia Tian shouted frantically, "What's wrong? Why isn't anyone moving?" The initial leading enforcer smiled and explained to Xia Tian, "Our boss is coming. This kid is dead meat." "Brother!" Xia Yu, hearing this, said worriedly, "What if?" "You'd better not say anything." Xia Tian glared at Xia Yu and warned in a low voice, "If he dares to touch our Xia family, I'll make him pay the price." Xia Yu wanted to say something and also wanted to help Gao Chun, but she helplessly realized that she could do nothing now. What the hell is going on? The first to arrive was Shinwei. Seeing the group of enforcers surrounding Shinwei, he shouted, "Get out of the way." Some of the enforcers had seen Shinwei before. Upon hearing the young master's command, they quickly made way for him. "Brother Shin, you're here." As soon as Shinwei arrived, Xiatian rushed over like a sycophant. His face was full of flattery, as if he were a servant. He pointed at Gao Chen and said to Shinwei, "He looks down on you." Slap. Before Xiatian could finish his sentence, Shinwei slapped him. Xiatian covered his face, confused as to why Shinwei had hit him. "This is my brother." When Shinwei said this, Xiatian was stunned. Not only was Xiatian stunned, but the enforcers were also taken aback. They hadn't expected that the person they had surrounded for so long was actually Shinwei's brother. However, they were relieved that they hadn't laid a hand on Gao Chen. "What's going on?" Xia Yu looked bewildered. Shinwei was too lazy to explain and waved his hand to the enforcers, saying, "You can leave now." The enforcers exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. The one who suffered the most was the leading enforcer who had arrived first. Shinwei's words, "This is my brother," felt like a thunderclap to him. What on earth is going on? He wanted to kill someone, he wanted to get rid of Xiatian. Everyone disperse. The ultimate leader of the enforcers appeared. The middle-aged man walked with a somewhat unsteady gait and said to the enforcers, "No one is at fault today." Upon hearing this, the enforcers breathed a sigh of relief. They left. Shinwei looked at Xiatian with cold eyes, waiting for his explanation. "There's a misunderstanding here." Xiatian felt bitter inside. However, Shinwei was not satisfied with this explanation at all. "Brother." He turned to Gao Chen and asked enthusiastically, "How do you think this matter should be resolved?" Shinwei's words made Xiatian tremble. Forget it. Considering Xiayu's feelings, Gao Chen didn't want to make things difficult for Xiatian. When Xiatian heard Gao Chen say to forget it, it felt like a great relief. Just like that? Shinwei was very confused by Gao Chen's actions. If it were him, he would definitely make Xiatian pay a price. "If one day an ant bites you, what would you do?" Gao Chen asked Shinwei a very philosophical question. After hesitating for a moment, Shinwei replied, "I would step on it." "Wrong." Gao Chen shook his head with a smile. "If an ant bites you, you wouldn't even notice. Today's incident is nothing to me. Do I really need to kill him?" Gao Chen's words made Shinwei fall into deep thought. "You mean he doesn't even deserve to be punished by you?" This was Shinwei's conclusion after thinking. Gao Chen noticed that Shinwei's mind was quick. He nodded, indicating that this was indeed his meaning. Xiatian left, carrying a very complicated mood. The person he had tried so hard to please had become someone he looked down upon, and that person he looked down upon didn't even regard him at all. Xia Yu's mood was also complicated. She had thought that Gao Chen, who couldn't get into college, would live a very ordinary life. But, seeing his actions today, she realized she was wrong. "Shall we go have a meal together?" Shinwei asked Gao Chen with a smile. Just as Gao Chen was about to nod in agreement, his phone rang. When he answered, a serious, intense voice came from the other end. "Something big has happened. You need to come to the central office area immediately." "What's wrong?" Seeing Gao Chen's serious expression, Shinwei asked, "Did something happen?" Gao Chen nodded in confusion and said, "Your dad called, saying something big has happened. We won't eat. I need to go to the central office area now." Central office area, City Guard office. Lutianping. Shin Shangshin and Niumeng sat at a table with serious expressions. In front of their table were a dozen photographs. "Who do you think this operation is targeting?" Niumeng furrowed his brows and spoke first. Lu Tianping shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion as he said, "I'm not quite sure, but I have a vague feeling that it seems related to Gao Chen." "We've got news," Shin Changshin, who had been staring at his phone, said to the two. "The base city in the capital has reported that these more than 10 golden warriors are all connected to the Rising Sun Martial Arts School. The news also says that Chen Shiri's son died in our base city not long ago. Chen Shiri found out that this incident has a huge connection to Gao Chen. Upon hearing that it was related to Gao Chen, Niumeng let out a sigh of relief. He has nothing to do with our martial arts school, so does that mean I don't have to participate this time? Niumeng's gloating expression made Shin Changshin grit his teeth. You're thinking too small, Lu Tianping shook his head, a teasing look on his face. Your perspective is too narrow. If you help Gao Chen this time, do you think he will help you in the future? As soon as these words were spoken, Niumeng realized he was well aware of Gao Chen's growth trajectory. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. For someone like him, you either crush him before he grows up or help him when he needs it to build a good relationship. Normally, no matter how you choose, it wouldn't be wrong. But if you don't crush him before he grows, once he matures, those who oppose him will face terrifying retribution. What if I choose not to side with anyone? The Sanxiang Martial Arts School didn't want to build a good relationship with Gao Chen, nor did they want to crush him. At this moment, their best choice was to be a bystander. Then you can leave now. Everyone at the table was a big player, and their way of thinking was different from others. Any decision they made at this moment represented the forces behind them. Fate will bring us together again. Niumeng didn't hesitate and got up to leave. Outside the office, Gao Chen brushed past Niumeng. The two exchanged a glance but had no further communication. Sitting in the spot where Niu Meng had just been, Gao Chen fell into thought. It's confirmed, these people are here because of me? Gao Chen reconfirmed. Shin Chongqing nodded and said, 100% confirmed. The information came from the headquarters in the capital. After thinking for a moment, Gao Chen said, can you help me with something? The two thought Gao Chen wanted them to help clear out these people. Take good care of my parents. As a martial artist and a man, Gao Chen had to resolve this matter himself. If it weren't for worrying about his parents, he wouldn't even ask the two for help. Don't worry, Shin Chongqing said with a slight pause before smiling. From today, I will clear out the 2 villas next to your parents' villa and have our golden warriors stationed there. During the day, we will keep a close watch on the situation there. At night, there will also be warriors patrolling. Shin Chongqing's assurance put Gao Chen at ease. What about you? Lu Tianping asked Gao Chen. Gao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, I need to go out of the city. No way, Shin Chongqing interrupted Gao Chen before he could continue, speaking loudly. You going out of the city now is simply asking for trouble. There are more than 10 golden warriors here, and among them are several golden 9 stars. You are indeed very strong, but you are definitely not their match. Gao Chen didn't expect Shin Chongqing to be so agitated. Whether it was because he was considering the interests of the Hanu Guard or genuinely cared about Gao Chen, his excitement still moved Gao Chen. Since they dare to come, I will make sure they can't go back. Gao Chen stood up, exuding a commanding presence. Shin Chongqing wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by a glance from Lu Tianping. After saying this, Gao Chen stood up and left. Why do you want him to leave the base city? Shin Chongqing believed that only Gao Chen could provide him with the best protection within the base city. You can protect him for a moment, but can you protect him for a lifetime? Lu Tianping looked at Shin Chongqing and said, he has the talent to kill everyone in an instant, but until that talent is realized, it's just a joke. While it's important for warriors to cultivate, what's even more crucial is the struggle between life and death. Only through the struggle between life and death can he achieve faster growth. Did Shin Chongqing not understand these principles? The reason he hadn't thought of them was simply due to a different way of thinking. Leaving the central office area, Gao Chen went straight home. Seeing that his parents were still awake, Gao Chen started chatting with them. When he mentioned that he shouldn't go out recently, both his mother and father surprisingly didn't ask for a reason and just nodded in agreement. Perhaps the incident that had happened before had left a shadow in their hearts. After a brief conversation, Gao Chen returned to his room to sleep. The next morning, after putting on his gear, Gao Chen left the base city directly. Not long after he left, a dozen golden warriors also began to move. 10 of them followed Gao Chen out of the base city, while the remaining few stayed behind to monitor Gao Chen's parents. The reason Gao Chen insisted on leaving the base city was not only to divert them but also because he needed to hurry to the municipal hall in Huanyu City to sign in. This place had never been signed in before, so Gao Chen couldn't obtain a new sign-in location. After leaving the base city, Gao Chen sped towards Huanyu City. With the shadow step fully activated, Gao Chen's speed was indeed beyond what ordinary golden warriors could match. Huanyu City was still quite a distance from the base city, and even at full speed, it took several hours for Gao Chen to arrive. After resting briefly on the outskirts of Huanyu City, he began to sneak in. What's going on? After finally sneaking close to the municipal hall on the map, Gao Chen was stunned by the scene before him. Outside the municipal hall was a sizable square, and in the square lay a dozen enormous beasts. According to the feedback from his glasses, these beasts were all golden 9 stars. Even if I use the Jeji secret, I might not be able to handle so many beasts. After analyzing, Gao Chen felt an overwhelming headache. If he sneaked over, he would definitely be discovered by the beasts, but if he didn't go over, the group behind him would also be difficult to deal with. Just as Gao Chen was hesitating, he heard the sound of fighting coming from behind him. He knew that the group was very close to him now. Let's do this. Gao Chen gritted his teeth, brandishing the frostflower sword as he charged forward. Jeji secret. His strength instantly increased tenfold. Shenglian's sword technique. The green lotus gathered and dispersed, the frostflowers danced. In an instant, one of the golden 9-star beasts was slain by Gao Chen. Roar! 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 The other beasts also noticed Gao Chen and let out furious roars. After killing one golden 9-star beast, Gao Chen did not stop. He stepped forward, the frostflower sword swirling. In the blink of an eye, several more golden 9-star beasts fell to his blade. At this moment, Gao Chen had already slain several golden beasts. He felt like an invincible war god, and these powerful golden beasts seemed as fragile as paper before him. After carving a bloody path, Gao Chen directly entered the municipal hall. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Black gold fruit * 100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Wanjing City to sign in. Just after Gao Chen finished signing in, he sensed something was off. This dilapidated municipal hall was eerily quiet. Moreover, the ferocious beasts from earlier dared not step into the hall's vicinity. Could it be? Gao Chun seemed to realize something. But just then, a shadow suddenly flew towards him. Gao Chen activated the shadow step to dodge. The dark figure barely swept past him. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Gao Chen regained his composure and looked in the direction where the shadow had landed. It was a wolf-like beast with silver-gray fur all over its body. Unlike the tall beasts outside, this wolf-like creature was no different in size from an ordinary wolf. However, the aura it emitted sent chills down Gao Chen's spine. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf had the physique of an ordinary wolf but was extremely fast. In its juvenile stage, it possessed the strength of a diamond 1 star. In adulthood, its power could reach diamond 3 stars. The best way to observe its strength was to look at its tail. One tail represented diamond 1 star, 2 tails for diamond 2 stars, and so on. Following the hint, Gao Chen looked at its tail. For tails, what the hell? Gao Chen wanted to run. This Kanjiing Wind Wolf had the strength of diamond 4 stars. Even if Gao Chen activated the Jeji secret, he might not be its match. Wait a minute. At that moment, Gao Chen seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. He directly took out the recently acquired Wujin fruit from the system. Looking at the black gold fruit, Gao Chen hesitated for a moment before tossing one into his mouth. The Wujin fruit, like other exotic fruits, melted in his mouth. But unlike other exotic fruits, this Wujin fruit had a rusty taste. The flavor wasn't great, but the effect made Gao Chen's eyes widen. It increased so much? Although he didn't have an exact value, he could feel that the boost from the Wujin fruit was definitely significant. My requirements aren't high, I just need to reach golden 5 stars. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf was a diamond 4-star beast, and as long as Gao Chen could reach golden 5 stars combined with the Jeji secret, he could easily slay it. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf bared its teeth at Gao Chen but did not attack again. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Chen tossed a few more Wujin fruits into his mouth. Looking at the system interface, Gao Chen muttered, "Still not enough." The Kanjiing Wind Wolf seemed to sense that Gao Chen was growing stronger. After watching him warily for a moment, it lunged at him again. Shadow Step. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf was incredibly fast. Even with his shadow step fully activated, Gao Chen barely dodged its attack. After evading once, Gao Chen tossed a few more Wujin fruits into his mouth. After dodging several attacks, Gao Chen had swallowed all the Wujin fruits. System. Gao Chen felt a significant increase in his power but didn't know his exact realm, so he had to summon the system to check. God-level sign-in system host, Gao Chen power 500,000 kilograms realm, golden 5 stars skills, thunder, fist, great accomplishment, shadow step, great accomplishment, Qinglian sword technique, great accomplishment, Jeji secret, great accomplishment, indestructible Vajra skill, great accomplishment, sign-in locations, Longjing city. The Wujin fruit did not disappoint him. After swallowing all 100, his strength broke through to golden 5 stars. With golden 5 stars, Gao Chen had the power to fight the Kanjiing Wind Wolf. Jeji secret. Activating the Jeji secret, Gao Chen's cultivation soared to diamond 5 stars. At that moment, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf lunged at him again. However, this time, he chose not to dodge but to confront it head-on with the Frost Flower Sword. Qinglian sword technique. The Qinglian gathered and dispersed, the sword intent rising and falling. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf was indeed powerful, but it was no longer Gao Chen's opponent. In a state of multiple skill stacking, Gao Chen's combat power surged. After several exchanges, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf was already covered in wounds. Just as Gao Chen prepared to deliver the final blow, the group tracking him entered the town hall. "We hit the jackpot, that's a four-tailed Kanjiing Wind Wolf. What a good catch, both sides are injured, we're going to profit from this. Luck is something you can't block when it comes. A head worth tens of millions plus a four-tailed Kanjiing Wind Wolf, we didn't come here for nothing." The group of people chasing after them naively believed that Gao Chen and the Kanjiing Wind Wolf were already in their grasp, but they did not know that the so-called mutual destruction was merely their own imagination. Roar! Just as they were about to reap their spoils, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf suddenly let out a howl. Everyone turned to look in its direction. Its eyes were blood red, and its body trembled. Not good. Someone seemed to realize something and shouted in terror. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf is about to break through. As this person's words fell, everyone was horrified to discover that behind the Kanjiing Wind Wolf, a tail was slowly growing. It's reached diamond 5 stars. Gao Chen also did not expect that the Kanjiing Wind Wolf would break through at this moment. "This is troublesome," Gao Chen muttered to himself. The reason he could suppress the Kanjiing Wind Wolf was largely due to the help of the Jeji secret, which gave him one more star than it. But now that the Kanjiing Wind Wolf had broken through, it meant that their realms were now on the same level. Despite its numerous injuries, that did not mean it lacked combat power. Retreat! The golden martial artists chasing Gao Chen realized that something was wrong and prepared to withdraw. It was easy to come, but leaving was not so simple. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf leaped forward, directly blocking their escape route. Gao Chen stood in a corner, ready to be a spectator. Among them were indeed strong warriors of 9 golden stars, but in front of the Kanjiing Wind Wolf, these so-called strong ones were like paper. With a claw from the Kanjiing Wind Wolf, these golden martial artists fell one by one. Looking at the bodies lying on the ground, Gao Chen showed no expression, nor did he feel any turmoil inside. This is how the adult world works, everyone must pay the price for their choices. After the Kanjiing Wind Wolf dealt with them, it turned its gaze to Gao Chen. It could not speak, but its eyes told Gao Chen, "Next, it's our battle." Gao Chen waved the Frostflower sword in his hand, and without further ado, charged straight at the Kanjiing Wind Wolf. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf exerted force with its hind legs and lunged at Gao Chen. Gao Chen noticed that the Kanjiing Wind Wolf, after breaking through, had greatly improved in speed, defense, and attack. The sword strike that could cut through its skin before was now ineffective. You broke through at just the right time. If it had broken through a few minutes later, it might have been slain by Gao Chen already. Roar! It growled lowly at Gao Chen, as if responding to him. Gao Chen smiled slightly and said, "But even if our strengths are now equal, you still aren't my opponent. It is known that if a beast and a human are at the same realm and star level, it takes 5 or 6 humans to match a beast." Gao Chen dared to speak so boldly because he had a treasure. Previously, when hunting the diamond iron-horned rhinoceros, he had exhausted the bullets of the piercing drunk gun. When he was in the base city, he wanted to replenish his bullets but couldn't find any in many shops. By chance, he placed the piercing drunk gun and the core together and was pleasantly surprised to find that the core was absorbed by the drunk gun. Moreover, after the absorption, the bullets of the drunk gun were also filled. This discovery was like opening the door to a new world for Gao Chen. After all, the drunk gun was simply a super artifact for him now. As the Kanjiing Wind Wolf charged at him again, Gao Chen raised his hand and shot it. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf reacted quickly, changing direction in mid-air and easily dodging the bullet from the drunk gun. Teacher Nyo's coffin board is probably going to be unable to hold it down. This strange movement made Gao Chen's scalp tingle. But after the tingling, the battle had to continue. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf, rushing close to Gao Chen, swung its sharp claws towards his chest. Indestructible diamond skill. Gao Chen, while dodging, activated his strongest defensive skill. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but rather cautious. After evading the claws of the Kanjiing Wind Wolf, Gao Chen began his counterattack. Qinglian sword technique. With the gathering and dispersing of the Qinglian, Gao Chen forced the Kanjiing Wind Wolf to retreat step by step. Seizing this opportunity, Gao Chen raised his hand and fired another shot. Caught off guard, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf was hit. Its body began to sway uncontrollably. Gao Chen knew the anesthetic was starting to take effect. To accelerate the flow of the anesthetic within its body, Gao Chen continued to wield the Frostflower sword to attack. At first, it could still dodge slightly, but as time passed, the anesthetic began to spread throughout its body. Its swaying became more pronounced. The Frostflower sword, which it could barely evade before, was now unavoidable. Gao Chen intensified his attacks. After several minutes, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf collapsed to the ground. Gao Chen sheathed the Frostflower sword and shook his head with a smile. "You can't do this." After saying that, he crouched down to confirm whether the Kanjiing Wind Wolf was truly dead. Once he was sure it had completely lost its breath, Gao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the reward for signing in is a strange fruit, otherwise, I might not have been its match. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Gao Chen began to recover his stamina. Once he had fully recovered, he stood up and started to clean up the Kanjiing Wind Wolf's corpse. In just a few minutes, Gao Chen had finished dismembering the Kanjiing Wind Wolf. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he frowned and looked deeper into the town hall. He had a vague feeling that something was there. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped toward the depths of the town hall. Passing through the ruins and over the broken walls, he unexpectedly arrived at a garden. Most of the plants in the garden had withered. Only one large tree stood tall, its green leaves lush and vibrant. A strange fruit? The revival of spiritual energy not only allowed beasts to evolve but also provided new opportunities for plants and trees. Just as Gao Chen was about to approach for a closer look, he noticed something was off. Surrounding this flourishing tree were countless bones. Could it be? Gao Chen seemed to have realized something. The evolutionary paths of plants and trees differ from those of strange beasts. Plants and trees have two evolutionary paths. The first evolutionary path is that of strange fruits. Generally, whether trees or flowers, they will bear strange fruits. However, these plants and trees have no combat power. The other evolutionary path is rare and involves combat. Plants and trees that evolve through this path possess immense combat power. In most cases, even beasts of the same level may not be their match. If Gao Chen was not mistaken, the tree before him had taken the combat evolutionary path. Retreat. Gao Chen felt that choosing to withdraw was the best option at this moment. Yet, he hesitated at a critical moment. What if I kill it? While this combat-type tree had formidable strength, it was also full of treasures. Its branches and trunk were as hard as gold and stone. Using it to forge weapons would result in weapons that were not only sharp but also incredibly durable. The Frost Flower Sword was indeed handy for Gao Chun now. However, as his realm increased and his combat power grew stronger, the Frost Flower Sword would inevitably be replaced. As the level of weapons increased, their prices also soared. This tree was about 2 people tall, with a thick trunk and lush branches. If I use it to make weapons, I could at least create dozens. Just the thought of dozens of diamond-level weapons excited him immensely. With that in mind, Gao Chen charged forward with his sword. Perhaps sensing Gao Chen's hostility, the tree immediately launched an attack on him. Its leaves shot toward Gao Chen like flying daggers. Yet, even with the enhancements of the GZ secret and the indestructible Vajra technique, Gao Chen had already sustained over a dozen wounds from the leaves. Since obtaining the system, this was the first time Gao Chen had suffered such a significant loss. His mood was extremely poor. However, the good news is that while this large tree has a strong attack power, its defense is very weak. Perhaps it is also because it has not fully grown yet, so it only has the means of leaf attacks. Once Gao Chen stood up, it lost its method of attack. Approaching the large tree, Gao Chen thrust his sword directly into its roots. As the Frost Flower Sword was drawn, the tree visibly trembled. Gao Chen could clearly feel the vitality of the tree fading away. He stabbed again with the Frost Flower Sword. Blood gushed out from the ground like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the soil beneath the tree turned blood red. A few more stabs, and the tree's vitality had completely vanished. Seeing that the tree was lifeless, Gao Chen directly performed a technique to uproot it. The entire tree was pulled out of the ground by Gao Chen. I've struck it rich. Gao Chen's eyes were filled with symbols of money. He hoisted the tree onto his shoulder and began moving towards the base city. Carrying the tree on his shoulder slowed his speed considerably. Several hours later, he was still very far from the base city. At his usual speed, he would have already returned to the base city in these few hours. As the sky grew darker, Gao Chen set the tree aside, preparing to rest. Hey buddy, this tree is an exotic species, right? As soon as Gao Chen sat down, he heard a voice coming from not far away. A few people approached him with smiles. Exotic species is another term for combat-type flowers, plants, and trees. What do you want? Gao Chen looked at them with wary eyes. In the wild, danger comes not only from exotic beasts but also from other humans. This exotic tree of yours is quite nice, sell it to us and we'll give you a very reasonable price, one of them said. This person was tall and strong, carrying a large knife on his back. How much? If they really offered a reasonable price, Gao Chen wouldn't mind selling it to them. How about this amount? The person held up 5 fingers. 500 million? Sure, that price could be considered reasonable. Upon hearing Gao Chen say 500 million, the strong man shook his head and said, 5 million. Goodness, robbing a bank isn't this profitable? Gao Chen knew the value of this exotic tree. The strong man's offer directly slashed the price by 100 times. It's definitely more profitable than robbing a bank. The strong man shrugged nonchalantly, smiling. You can choose to sell it to us for 5 million, but of course, you can also choose not to sell. Gao Chen knew the strong man's words were not finished, so he remained silent, waiting for the strong man's next words. But if you don't sell it to us, then we'll just take it by force. The strong man was very confident about the robbery. There were a total of 5 or 6 of them. Assuming Gao Chen was at the same level as them, they were confident they could rob him. Then come at me. Gao Chen took a stance, ready to fight the strong man and his group. The strong man and his companions were also not hesitant, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. Brothers, I haven't killed anyone in a long time, let me take the last blow. It doesn't matter who comes, what's important is how to divide this exotic tree. Hey, let's discuss that after we kill him. In the eyes of the strong man and his group, Gao Chen was already a dead man, and that exotic tree was already in their pocket. Secret of the all characters. Indestructible Vajra technique. Gao Chen's combat power surged tenfold in an instant. From the very beginning, this battle was one-sided. Gao Chen was terrifyingly strong. In just a minute he had killed 2 of the strong man's side. The strong man, who had been full of confidence and had not taken Gao Chen seriously, was now utterly shocked. At this moment they truly realized that they seemed to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Seeing the situation turning against them, the strong man decisively knelt on the ground and began to bow his head to Gao Chen. The remaining few, who were also capable of taking and giving, saw their leader doing this and quickly knelt down to bow as well. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked you. Please, spare us, we are bastards, we know we were wrong. You are magnanimous, just treat us like a fart and let us go. The fear of death made them forget their previous arrogance. Gao Chen remained silent, merely observing them with interest. Their lives had already been sealed the moment they made their move. Seeing that Gao Chen did not speak, they continued to plead for mercy. After enjoying their pleas for a while, Gao Chen swung the Frostflower sword. The blade flashed, and the burly men fell into a pool of blood. Gao Chen rummaged through their backpacks, searching for his spoils. Broke losers. After searching, Gao Chen found that there was not a single valuable item in their bags. Gao Chen hoisted the exotic tree and prepared to find a new resting place. The night passed peacefully. The next day, as dawn broke, Gao Chen continued moving towards the base city. Upon nearing the base city and discovering that his phone had signal, he immediately contacted Shin Chongxin. When he learned that Gao Chen had obtained an exotic tree, Shin Chongxin's mouth nearly split from ear to ear. I'll bring people to the outer city right away. After confirming the location where Gao Chen would enter the city, Shin Chongxin said. After hanging up on Gao Chen, Shin Chongxin directly contacted the logistics department. The logistics department asked no questions and sent a super large truck to Shin Chongxin's central office area. Once Shin Chongxin got in the truck, they drove to the west gate of the outer city. As soon as the truck arrived, Gao Chen entered the city. Seeing the exotic tree on Gao Chen's shoulder, Shin Chongxin immediately asked, Brother Gao Chen, what's the price? Shin Chongxin was a smart man. He would not naively think he could get Gao Chen's exotic tree for free. Make me a sword, and the rest at market price, Gao Chen replied. Straightforwardly. Shin Chongxin didn't even think twice before nodding in agreement. No problem. Exotic trees are rare and hard to come by. Although Gao Chen's tree wasn't the best, it was still a valuable find. Can you help me deal with these as well? Gao Chen also took out the hide and bones of the Kanjiing Wind Wolf. How is that possible? When Shin Chongxin saw the hide of the Kanjiing Wind Wolf, his eyes widened. He clearly saw that this Kanjiing Wind Wolf had 5 tails. This meant it was a diamond 5-star exotic beast. For a moment, Shin Chongxin felt a bit parched. After swallowing hard, he asked Gao Chen with difficulty, did you hunt this? Gao Chen had no intention of hiding it. He mysteriously said to Shin Chongxin, just keep it to yourself, don't tell anyone else. After Gao Chen's admission, Shin Chongxin felt his heart racing wildly. If the 18-year-old Golden Warrior made him feel that Gao Chen was incredibly talented, then the fact that Gao Chen could hunt a diamond 5-star exotic beast filled him with fear. He had predicted that Gao Chen's future achievements would surpass his own, but now it seemed that Gao Chen's accomplishments would not only be above his but that in a few years he might not even be able to see Gao Chen's back. Today's matter, no one should speak of. Besides feeling shocked, Shin Chongxin was also a bit afraid. His fear stemmed from the fact that if this matter got out, some organization or force might try to crush Gao Chen in the cradle. After all, there were precedents for such things. I'll head back first. After bidding farewell to Shin Chongxin, Gao Chen returned to the villa. In the following days, Gao Chen couldn't have been more relaxed. After eating, he would lie in bed, playing on his phone, and when he got bored, he would go out and wander aimlessly. Brother Gao Chen, do you have time recently? There's something I want to discuss with you. Shin Chongxin, who called, sounded troubled. What is it? Gao Chen asked curiously. Shin Chongxin stammered for a long time without getting to the point. We're all on the same side, just say it directly. Gao Chen felt that Shin Chongxin seemed a bit different today compared to before. After hesitating for a moment, Shin Chongxin took a deep breath and said, can you make your exotic tree a bit cheaper? Gao Chen generously replied, how much do you want? Shin Chongxin was quite good to himself. If the price was right, Gao Chen didn't mind lowering it a bit. 100 million, how does that sound? When Shin Chongxin said this, he felt his face heat up. Gao Chen hesitated slightly and replied, isn't that price a bit inappropriate? For something worth 500 million, offering 100 million was only slightly better than what the strong men would offer. Shin Shircho, you don't need to explain so much to someone like him. A very arrogant and domineering voice came from the other end of Shin Chongxin's phone. Giving him 100 million is just giving him face. If he doesn't want the face, then we don't even have to give him any money. This voice made Gao Chen's expression turn very ugly. He asked Shin Chongxin, who is this person speaking? Not only was this person arrogant, but their tone was also very unpleasant. Sigh. Shin Chongxin sighed slightly. Let's talk about this matter later. After hanging up, Gao Chen frowned. He could tell that Shin Chongxin's offer of 100 million was also out of helplessness. Who is this person? Shin Chongxin was the city guardian of the base city. Theoretically, he was the highest official manager of the Langya base city. But the person who just spoke seemed to have a status even higher than Shin Chongxin. The next morning, Gao Chen got out of bed. Looking at the bright sunshine outside, he decided to do something meaningful today. Just as he was about to go out, he happened to run into Lu Tianping coming towards him. Boss Lu. Gao Chen joked with Lu Tianping as usual. What brings you here today? However, Lu Tianping had a furrowed brow and showed no intention of joking with Gao Chen. The sky in Langya base city is about to change, Lu Tianping lamented. Gao Chen smiled and asked, no matter how the sky changes, aren't you still the branch leader? It's not the same. Lu Tianping glanced around and sighed slightly. Come on, let's find a place to talk. At the September tea house, in a private room, Gao Chen and Lu Tianping sat facing each other. What's going on? Gao Chen had only heard Lu Tianping sigh along the way. You don't know yet? Lu Tianping looked at Gao Chen in surprise and said, "You're about to change leaders." "Change leaders?" Gao Chen was somewhat astonished. "What's going on?" Gao Chen's direct superior was Shin Chongxin. As the leader of Langya-based city, Shin Chongxin was diligent and careful. He had no significant achievements, but he also had no faults. Shin Chongxin was recognized by the higher-ups for bringing you into the Hanu Guard. So the official decision was made to have Shin Chongxin take a different position as city guardian. In fact, this decision was already made after you joined the Hanu Guard, but Shin Chongxin's realm had not broken through, so it was put on hold. Recently, I don't know what good things Shin Chongxin has eaten, but his realm has directly broken through to the king level. He has to complete the handover in a week's time. When Lu Tianping said this, his tone and expression were somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he had cooperated with Shin Chongxin for so many years. A unique tacit understanding had formed between them. This sudden change of city guardian meant that all his previous work had been in vain. But this doesn't have anything to do with me, right? Theoretically, this matter had no impact on Gao Chen. No. Lu Tianping shook his head, his face serious. This matter is even more related to you. Gao Chen didn't understand. Lu Tianping continued to explain. Regarding your incident in the prison, there are actually people in the higher-ups who are dissatisfied with you. If it weren't for Shin Chongxin and the people behind him suppressing this matter, do you really think that just relying on your little talent would make them only give you a verbal warning? In fact, Gao Chen also found it hard to believe. In official law, breaking into a prison is a serious crime. In the end, Gao Chen only received a vague verbal warning. At first, he thought it was because of his talent that he wasn't punished by the higher-ups. Now it seems he was just naive. So, you mean the people sent by the officials this time are those who are dissatisfied with me? Gao Chen seemed to understand something. Lu Tianping nodded. Gao Chen felt a bit of a headache. If nothing unexpected happens, old Shin will meet you today. He might be able to give you some good advice. When it comes to scheming, Lu Tianping was still not as good as Shin Chongxin. As Lu Tianping said, Shin Chongxin met with Gao Chen later in the day. After explaining his situation, Shin Chongxin helplessly stated that he couldn't help Gao Chen anymore. In the end, Shin Chongxin invited Gao Chen to attend his farewell party at the Langya Bay City. Gao Chen gladly accepted. 3 days later, Huatu Hotel. The Huatu Hotel was very lively today. The parking lot outside was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. "Excuse me, sir, are you here to attend the welcome party for the Zhan City Guard?" a pretty receptionist asked Gao Chen with a smile. Gao Chen frowned slightly and said, "Zhan City Guard? I remember our Langya Base City's guard seems to have the surname Shin." The receptionist smiled and replied, "The Shin Guard was the former guard. The Zhan City Guard is the future guard." Right. Gao Chen didn't argue with the receptionist but said to her, "I'm here for the farewell banquet for the Shin Guard." After a slight smile, the receptionist gestured for him to enter. "You guys are doing quite well today," Gao Chen said with a smile as he looked behind the receptionist. "There are so many people sitting in the hall today. These people are all here for the welcome party for the Zhan City Guard." Gao Chen took a quick glance around the hall and shook his head. Under the receptionist's guidance, Gao Chen went to the second floor. She opened the door to a private room and said to Gao Chen, "Please come in." "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Gao Chen walked in. Upon seeing the scene in the private room, Gao Chen was quite surprised. In a room of about 200 square meters, there were only 2 people sitting, and he knew both of them. One was Shin Chongxin, and the other was Lu Tianping. The stark contrast between the emptiness of the private room and the liveliness outside was striking. "This person hasn't left yet, and the tea is already cold?" Gao Chen casually found a seat and said indignantly. Shin Chongxin smiled naturally and said, "My son has a saying that is particularly true. The world of martial artists is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships." Although the words were light, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "I say, old Lu, you don't need to be angry. If I were you, I would definitely go to the welcome party, not the farewell party," Shin Chongxin said to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping picked up his glass and took a sip of wine, saying somewhat resentfully, "I'm not that kind of person." Does Lu Tianping not understand human relationships? Of course, he does. Even a 3-year-old knows how to choose sides at this time. But the reason Lu Tianping chose to side with Shin Chongxin was that he had his own thoughts. "Alright, this farewell banquet has 3 or 5 close friends accompanying me, so I, old Shin, didn't come to Langya for nothing." Shin Chongxin no longer dwelled on it and raised his glass to invite Gao Chen and Lu Tianping to drink together. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, the 3 of them tacitly did not disperse the alcohol. The 3 of them, drunk and laughing, added a touch of warmth to the cold private room. Gao Chen didn't know how late he drank. He only remembered that this drinking session was very enjoyable and satisfying. The next morning, Gao Chen slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, his phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw the message, instantly sobering up. That first fire was quite ruthless. Gao Chen muttered to himself while washing up. The first thing Zhan Lan did after taking the stage was to dismiss over 100 martial artists. The reason for their dismissal was that these martial artists had not contributed to the Hanu Guard. However, from the list, it was clear that these individuals were all part of Shin Chongshin's old court. Zhan Lan's purpose in doing this was very obvious: to diminish Shin Chongshin's influence. "You better come to our base right away," Luo Mo told Gao Chen over the phone. After finishing his grooming, Gao Chen left his home and headed to the base. The square at the base was packed with people. Some were gathered in small groups chatting, while others stood alone, lost in thought. Their expressions revealed a deep sense of anxiety. What's going on? As soon as Gao Chen arrived at the square, he spotted Luo Mo and his group. Luo Mo shook his head seriously. "It seems a storm is brewing for our Hanu Guard." The others also looked worried. "Don't worry," Gao Chen said, patting Luo Mo on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. "As long as I'm here, there won't be any problems." Gao Chen's words seemed to instill confidence in Luo Mo. But to be honest, Gao Chen felt a bit uncertain himself. "Everyone, quiet down." Just as everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look at the platform in the square. A man in a suit stood on the platform, smiling as he addressed the crowd. "Let me introduce myself. I am the new city guardian of our Langya base city, and I also serve as the highest leader of the Hanu Guard." If nothing unexpected happened, this person should be Zhan Lan. As soon as Zhan Lan finished speaking, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. He relished the applause, enjoying it for 5 minutes before speaking again. "Today is my first day in office, but I must thank someone. That person is Gao Chen." At this statement, all eyes turned to Gao Chen. However, Gao Chen remained silent, frowning as he looked at Zhan Lan. He sensed that this praise from Zhan Lan was not a good thing for him. "Don't be fooled by how short a time Gao Chen has been with our Hanu Guard. He has made outstanding contributions to us. A few days ago, he donated a rare tree to our Hanu Guard free of charge. This has significantly helped enhance our strength." Gao Chen finally understood why Zhan Lan was praising him in front of so many people. This guy clearly wanted to take advantage of his rare tree. If Gao Chen had a good relationship with him, it would be one thing, but the problem was that they didn't even know each other. Moreover, Gao Chen felt a deep hostility from Zhan Lan. He knew that Zhan Lan expected him to refuse, so he brought this up in front of so many people. Zhan Lan naively thought that this would force Gao Chen to accept this fait accompli. But Gao Chen was still Gao Chen. If he could be easily subdued, he would have wasted his time. He pushed through the crowd and slowly walked toward the platform. Seeing Gao Chen approach, a hint of disdain flashed in Zhan Lan's eyes, and he provocatively glared at Gao Chen. Gao Chen quickened his pace, soon reaching the platform. "If I remember correctly, I never said I would give you the rare tree for free." Gao Chen's voice was loud enough for everyone in the square to hear. At this, the crowd fell silent, and Zhan Lan was taken aback. Bringing this up in front of so many people was meant to pressure Gao Chen into agreeing, as well as to morally bind him. But he didn't expect Gao Chen to openly refuse him in front of everyone. "Gao Chen, you better think carefully about what you're saying," Zhan Lan threatened coldly. Gao Chen certainly knew what he was saying. He turned to Zhan Lan and coldly said, "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't be so foolish." Zhan Lan's face flushed with embarrassment at being scolded by Gao Chen in front of so many people. "I warn you, if you dare to speak so disrespectfully again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Zhan Lan was very angry, but Gao Chen didn't care about his anger at all. "Now, either give me my exotic tree or give me money. So what you said before was all a lie, right?" Zhan Lan prepared to morally blackmail Gao Chen once more. Gao Chen replied coldly, "First of all, this exotic tree was handled by Shinshizhou on my behalf, and I also said that I would sell this exotic tree to Han Yue at a price equivalent to the market value." "Sell?" Upon hearing the word sell, Zhan Lan seemed to have found a handle on Gao Chen. He spoke with righteous indignation, his expression serious. "Han Yue raised you, yet you sell the things you obtained to Han Yue. Do you think that's appropriate?" To be honest, Zhan Lan's moral high ground was indeed impressive. If it were anyone else, they would have to accept it helplessly. "First of all, Han Yue did not cultivate me at all. My current realm and star level are entirely due to my own efforts. Secondly, what's inappropriate about a fair trade?" Upon hearing this, Zhan Lan displayed an expression of utter despair. He looked at the crowd and began his performance. "As a key training target of the Langya Han Yue, don't you fear that this will chill Shin Shizhou's heart?" If Gao Chen had an S-card in hand, he would definitely give one to Zhan Lan. Zhan Lan was not wrong. Gao Chen was indeed a key training target of Langya Han Yue. However, the training plan for Gao Chen had never even begun before it was stillborn. The reason was simple: Gao Chen's realm had improved too quickly. "Goodness, you say whatever you want? I could say I'm your father too. Does that mean I really am your father?" Gao Chen was truly going all out, speaking without holding back at all. His words made Zhan Lan want to explode. But unfortunately, in front of so many people, Zhan Lan had to keep up the act. "Gao Chen, do you want to betray us?" Zhanlan didn't know what else to say and directly began to label Gao Chun. The people below watched the confrontation between Gao Chen and Zhanlan, unsure of what to do. Betrayal is not the case, but if you don't hand over my exotic tree today, I'll make you understand my power. Gao Chun would not let this matter pass easily. You can try, Zhanlan said. With a smirk, his expression and gaze filled with contempt. The exotic tree is in my office, but I bet you won't dare to go get it. After saying this, Zhanlan looked at Gao Chen with a provocative gaze. While Gao Chen was confronting Zhanlan in the air, Lu Mo quietly took out his phone and sent 2 words in the team chat. How about it? In their team's code, how about it meant whether to act or not. 1, 1, 1. The other team members quickly typed a 1, indicating they were in. After seeing everyone reply, Lu Mo's hand quietly moved towards his weapon. But just then, another message appeared in the group. Don't act, this is my own business. This message was sent by Gao Chun. He knew very well that if he snatched the exotic tree from Zhanlan's office today, it would cause a huge uproar. With his strength and realm, he could easily handle that uproar. But he didn't want his teammates to be involved. To prevent his teammates from having any crooked thoughts, Gao Chen added in the group, if you dare to act, don't blame me for not recognizing you as brothers. These 2 messages left the team members unsure of what to do. Lu Mo did not reply to any messages in the group but nodded to a few people standing not far away. A few people understood Lu Mo's meaning and nodded in agreement. Standing on the platform, Gao Chen noticed that the team members below had already reached for their weapons, realizing that something was seriously wrong. He didn't want them to risk their lives for him, he believed it wasn't worth it. However, he also understood their personalities and knew he couldn't dissuade them. Since he couldn't persuade them, Gao Chen decided not to try any further. After a slight sigh, he thought to himself, at worst, I'll take them and seek refuge at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This seemed to be the best fallback option for now. What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Zhanlan couldn't help but say as Gao Chen remained still. You talk tough better than anyone, but when it comes to the critical moment, you back down. If I were you, I would never say such harsh words. Being young and reckless isn't wrong, but you need to know the right occasion. Gao Chen coldly stared at Zhanlan without saying a word. He knew that anything he said now would be pointless, he was very clear about that. Since he didn't want to talk, he would prove himself through action. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Gao Chen jumped directly off the high platform. How's the arrangement going? Zhanlan asked someone behind him. Don't worry, the person replied with a disdainful smile. I've stationed over 10 golden warriors around your office. Among them, 3 are golden 9 stars. Hearing this arrangement, Zhanlan nodded in satisfaction. Zhanlan didn't like Gao Chen, and the people behind Zhanlan didn't like him either. The main reason was that the people behind Zhanlan were in opposition to those behind Shin Chongxin. Zhanlan's purpose in setting this trap was simple, to crush Gao Chen in the cradle before he could rise. He and his backers did not want to see Gao Chen succeed. They were betting on whether Gao Chen would be reckless. If Gao Chen dared to act in the base of Langya City, they were confident they could eliminate him. However, given the current situation, it seemed their bet was correct. Goodness! As Gao Chen reached the door of Zhanlan's office, he sensed something was off. He could clearly feel several powerful forces near the office entrance. Jiezi's secret. Without hesitation, Gao Chen activated the Jiezi secret. Then, he punched open the door to Zhanlan's office. As the door burst open, the exotic trees were indeed displayed inside. Gao Chen hoisted the exotic tree and walked straight out the door. Just as he stepped outside, several golden warriors surrounded him. Put down the exotic tree and leave, and you might still live. You should know what happens to those who force their way into the office. Surrender, and we might spare your life. The expressions of these people were extremely cold, like that of assassins. Gao Chen merely looked at them with indifference and said nothing. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. Seeing Gao Chen silent, they all drew their weapons and charged at him. Indestructible Vajra technique. A golden sheen instantly covered Gao Chen's skin. At the same time, several golden warriors had already rushed close to him. With the exotic tree on his shoulder, Gao Chen couldn't use the Frostflower sword. Fortunately, he gripped the exotic tree, which was as thick as an adult's waist, and swept it towards the attackers. Bang! 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 Several golden warriors were directly swept away by Gao Chen. After hitting the ground, they spat out blood. They were extremely shocked by Gao Chen's formidable strength. The 3 golden 9 stars warriors, who had not yet made a move, also drew their weapons and charged at Gao Chen. However, their fate would be the same as that of the previous golden warriors. Do you know? As an adult, you must pay the price for your actions. Gao Chen's words left them puzzled, but Gao Chen's next actions made them understand the meaning behind his words. He held the exotic tree and systematically crippled the arms and legs of these golden warriors. Looking at the golden warriors writhing in pain on the ground, Gao Chen's expression was exceptionally indifferent. Beyond their suffering, what filled the hearts of these golden warriors was more despair and regret. They regretted provoking Gao Chen, and their despair stemmed from the fact that they could no longer be warriors. With advanced technology, bone repair was not a significant issue. However, there was a prerequisite: you had to have money. Of course, if you wanted to restore shattered bones to their original state, you also needed exotic fruits. They could still scrape together the money for bone repair, but they couldn't afford the exotic fruits. They wouldn't naively think that Zhanlan would help them. After dealing with these golden warriors, Gao Chen swaggered towards the square, carrying the exotic tree. Upon seeing Gao Chen appear in the square, Zhanlan clearly paused for a moment. He exchanged a glance with the person behind him. That person understood immediately and quickly ran towards Zhanlan's office. When he saw the golden warriors lying on the ground with shattered bones, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Besides marveling at Gao Chen's strength, he was even more struck by Gao Chen's decisiveness in killing. He immediately reported the situation here to Zhanlan. You have harmed your fellow disciples. Gao Chen, do you know your crime? Zhanlan looked at Gao Chen, who was carrying the exotic tree, and shouted at him. You have harmed your fellow disciples for a dead object. Gao Chen, you will not leave the Hanu Guard's base today. Hanu Guard members, pick up your weapons and kill this traitor. After Zhanlan shouted, a hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Not a single person present responded to his call. This showed that Shin Chongxin's influence still lingered. Zhanlan's authority had yet to be established. This was something Zhanlan had anticipated. After the awkward moment, he continued to shout, today, whoever can kill the traitor will claim the traitor's belongings. Since he couldn't intimidate them, Zhanlan decided to tempt them with benefits. Moreover, killing the traitor will allow you to be promoted directly without assessment. The promotion conditions for the Hanu Guard required not only reaching the corresponding realm but also having a certain contribution value. After all, upon promotion, one would not only gain corresponding rights but also receive resource advantages. As the saying goes, once the eyes turn red, the heart will surely turn black. Looking at the pairs of blood-red eyes around him, he knew that if he wanted to leave the base today, he would have to pay a price. I won't care about you anymore, I'm going first. One person with red eyes charged towards Gao Chen. Seeing that somewhat familiar face, Gao Chen felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. Just moments ago, they had been chatting amicably. This person's attack seemed to sound the horn for a full-scale assault. The members of the Hanu Guard present all drew their weapons and rushed towards Gao Chen. Zhanlan on the high platform smiled with satisfaction at this scene. You see, as long as there are bones, the dog will charge forward recklessly. He said this to the person behind him. The person behind him smiled humbly and said, You're right. Come on. Gao Chen, shouldering the exotic tree, showed no fear. Secret of the word. Indestructible Vajra technique. Gao Chen activated his strongest defensive skill, simultaneously boosting his power tenfold. Among the crowd in the square, the vast majority were golden warriors. They were indeed formidable, but under Gao Chen's exotic tree, they were no match at all. Gao Chen held the exotic tree tightly, exuding a forcefulness akin to a war god. Anyone who approached him was sent flying. Zhanlan on the high platform frowned at this scene. He knew Gao Chen was strong, but Gao Chen's true combat power was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Get ready, he definitely won't leave this place alive today, Zhanlan said coldly to the person behind him. The person behind him smiled sinisterly and said, Rest assured, as long as I'm here, he definitely won't walk out alive. This man's name is Li Wei, and he is Zhanlan's assistant, as well as one of Zhanlan's subordinates. This person not only has an ordinary name and an ordinary height, but even his appearance is quite ordinary. However, don't be fooled by his ordinariness. His talent in martial arts is anything but ordinary. At just 30 years old, he is already a Diamond 4-star warrior. Warriors of this rank at such a young age are indeed rare. To call someone like him a genius would be an insult. Seeing Gao Chen slaughtering his way through the crowd below, Li Wei smiled slightly and stealthily approached. It was unclear what kind of footwork he practiced, but each step he took seemed particularly strange. Even more bizarre was that, despite the large number of people present, no one noticed him getting closer to Gao Chen. What's going on? Gao Chen, who was in the midst of his rampage, suddenly felt a tremor in his body. He swung the exotic tree while scanning his surroundings. No matter how he observed, he could not detect any sign of danger. Something's not right, something's not right. Gao Chen furrowed his brow. While fighting, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Here it comes. At that moment, Gao Chen suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Shadow step. He discarded the exotic tree and activated his strongest movement skill. Just then, a short sword sliced through the air near his neck. That was close. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the sword might have severed his windpipe. He quickly turned around and saw Li Wei in the crowd, looking at him with a strange smile. From Li Wei, he sensed an unprecedented sense of crisis. No, I can't delay any longer. I must break through the encirclement. Gao Chen charged toward the direction of the exotic tree, hoisting it up and continuing his rampage. As he swung the exotic tree, nearly half of the people present lost their fighting capability from his strikes. However, his strength was dwindling as the battle wore on. This won't do. Gao Chen knew very well that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. What should I do? Surrounded by many enemies in front and Li Wei launching a sneak attack from behind, Gao Chen was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. He had to resolve one of these two threats in a short amount of time. Clearly, it was impossible to eliminate the remaining half of the people quickly. In that case, he could only choose to deal with Li Wei first. But Li Wei moved like a ghost among the crowd. It was difficult to even find him, let alone deal with him. While Gao Chen searched for Li Wei was also looking for Gao Chen, but he was searching for Gao Chen's vulnerabilities. Got it. Remembering Li Wei's previous strange attack, Gao Chen deliberately exposed a flaw. At that moment, Li Wei, like a hyena smelling blood, charged at Gao Chen the instant he saw the opening. Damn, this guy really has some skills. The time from Gao Chen revealing his flaw to Li Wei launching his attack was less than 3 seconds. Seeing Li Wei rushing toward him, Gao Chen knew his opportunity had come. This time, he neither chose to dodge nor defend. He allowed Li Wei's sword to stab toward him. Crack! Li Wei's short sword struck Gao Chen and actually broke. Li Wei did not expect this scene to unfold. His expression clearly froze for a moment. This brief pause was fleeting, but Gao Chen caught it. Everything he had done up to this point was for this very second. Put! Gao Chen's frostflower sword plunged directly into Li Wei's body. Li Wei's eyes widened in shock. He never dreamed he would end up dying at the hands of an 18-year-old boy. Even more surprised than Li Wei was Zhanlan. Li Wei was a Diamond 4-star warrior, while the information he received indicated that Gao Chen was only a Golden 1-star. Not to mention the vast difference in star levels between Golden 1-star and Diamond 4-star, there was a whole major realm separating them. Yet, despite this, Gao Chen still managed to kill Li Wei in an underdog victory. This boy must not be left alive. Previously, he and the people behind him wanted to strangle Gao Chen. Gao Chen's powerful combat ability today only strengthened his resolve. Since Li Wei was dead, he had no choice but to take the field himself. Despite being skilled in calculations and fond of power struggles, his level had already reached Diamond 9 stars. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take over the position of city guard of the Langya base city. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Zhanlan personally took the field, and Gao Chen remained unafraid. At this moment, the crowd from Hanu Guard stopped their attacks and cleared a battlefield. Gao Chen, holding the Frostflower sword, locked eyes with Zhanlan, who wielded a battle knife, the aura of Diamond 9 stars fully unleashed, which was quite intimidating. Gao Chen, however, looked at him coldly, gripping the Frostflower sword tightly. The first strike is the strongest. This time, he did not adopt a passive defense but chose to attack actively. Qinglian sword technique. As the Qinglian gathered and dispersed, Gao Chen had already rushed close to Zhanlan. Zhanlan sneered disdainfully, "You don't really think you're my match?" Holding his battle knife, Zhanlan contemptuously blocked Gao Chen's attack. Gao Chen's strikes were like the relentless flow of a mighty river, while Zhanlan's defense was as impenetrable as a copper wall. One attacking, one defending, the spectators widened their eyes. No one expected that the 18-year-old Gao Chen possessed such formidable combat power. Nor did anyone anticipate that under Gao Chen's assault, the city guard Zhanlan could only defend. "I'm done playing with you." After several exchanges, Zhanlan shook his head in boredom. Although Gao Chen's strength shocked him, he still shook his head, saying, "You're not my opponent." As he shook his head, he began to counterattack. His strikes were bold and sweeping, and after a few exchanges, Gao Chen's hands were already numb from the impact. Still not enough. Facing a Diamond 9 stars warrior with his Diamond 5 stars strength, Gao Chen found it extremely difficult. He knew that if this dragged on, he might very well be left behind at the base. Seizing an opportunity, he swung the Frostflower sword to deflect Zhanlan's battle knife, preparing to escape. But Zhanlan seemed to have anticipated Gao Chen's move, blocking his path immediately. "If I were you, I would definitely surrender right now. You have no chance left." Zhanlan, holding his battle knife, looked down on Gao Chen. Gao Chen also knew he couldn't escape. Since escape was not an option, he could only continue to fight Zhanlan. "Looks like I'll have to use the anesthetic gun." As his strongest hidden weapon at this stage, Gao Chen had never used the anesthetic gun. He knew that if he didn't use it today, his fate would be extremely tragic. He held his sword and charged at Zhanlan again. Zhanlan shook his head, saying, "I told you, you're not my opponent. If you surrender now, maybe I'll let you live. But if you keep being stubborn..." Before Zhanlan could finish his sentence, Gao Chen had already engaged him in battle. This time, Zhanlan held nothing back, using a bold and sweeping knife technique that forced Gao Chen to retreat step by step. Just as Gao Chen seemed on the verge of defeat, he secretly summoned the anesthetic gun from the system. He pulled the trigger, and the anesthetic dart shot straight at Zhanlan. "A hidden weapon? You don't really think a hidden weapon can..." Before Zhanlan could finish his words, he felt a bit dizzy. He widened his eyes and asked Gao Chen, "What did you do to me?" Gao Chen said nothing, only giving a cold smile. Seeing that Zhang Lan had lost his combat ability, Gao Chen stepped forward without hesitation and thrust his sword into Zhang Lan's throat. Just like that, the newly appointed city guard was slain by Gao Chen. The large square of the base was eerily quiet. People gaped, unwilling to accept what had just happened. After killing Zhang Lan, Gao Chen shouldered the exotic tree and left the Hanu Guard base without looking back. It took half an hour for people to recover from their shock after Gao Chen's departure. Quickly go inform the higher-ups, the new city guardian has fallen. My goodness, this Langya-based city is likely to face a storm. I don't know why, but I feel a bit short of breath right now. Lu Mo and the others, who had not had the chance to act, exchanged glances. They saw shock in each other's eyes, as well as fear. Gao Chen was truly too strong enough to instill fear in ordinary people like them. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The news of Gao Chen slaying the city guardian spread across the entire land of Huaxia overnight, like a spring breeze. After learning about this, Lu Tianping went directly to find Gao Chen. What are you planning to do next? Lu Tianping's expression was more serious than ever. Gao Chen sat at home leisurely sipping tea, shaking his head. I can only hope that they prefer me over Zhang Lan. Whether they like you or not, your prison disaster is inevitable. Killing the city guardian was a major event. No matter how much the higher-ups liked Gao Chen, or how impressive his realm was, they would not easily let him off the hook. I beg you for a favor. Gao Chen was not worried about himself. What he was most concerned about was his parents. While I'm away, I hope you can help take care of my parents. Without even thinking, Lu Tianping replied directly. As long as I'm alive, I can guarantee your parents will be safe. Thank you. Gao Chen raised his tea in gratitude to Lu Tianping. After Lu Tianping took a sip of tea, he suddenly asked Gao Chen anxiously, "You're not staying? What are you going to do?" "Going to the wilderness," Gao Chen said casually. If Diamond Gao Chen can't change their minds, then what about King Gao Chen? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping was slightly taken aback. Although Gao Chen said it lightly, Lu Tianping could still sense the unique dominance in his words. So, you're going to train in the wilderness? Training in the wilderness was the fastest way to improve oneself. If the romance of ordinary people is about moonlit nights and indulgent pleasures, then the romance of warriors lies in the life and death struggles, the dance on the edge of a blade. Yes, the allure of fighting in the wilderness held little temptation for Gao Chen. What truly tempted him were the system's sign-in and the rewards from it. After discussing some matters with Lu Tianping, Gao Chen left the base city. Just as Gao Chen had left the base city, Lu Tianping brought Gao Chen's parents to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Meanwhile, an official train arrived at the base city's train station. The doors opened, and a broad-shouldered, intimidating man stepped down from the train. He surveyed the surroundings and said to his followers, "Go directly to the Hanu Guard's base." At the Hanu Guard's base, Zhang Hu looked at Zhang Lan's corpse and coldly vowed, "Brother, I will definitely avenge you this time." He then waved his hand, instructing them to send Zhang Lan's body for cremation. He turned to his followers and said, "Immediately investigate Gao Chen and his relatives' whereabouts." Yes. The follower cupped his fists and left. Outside the base city, Gao Chen hurried along the road. Longjing City was very far from Langya Base City, and with Gao Chen's current realm, it would take a long time to reach. However, he finally arrived in Longjing City. Before dark, he did not linger on the outskirts and directly entered the city. Time was extremely precious to him now. He had to cherish every minute and every second. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Walking character secret. Great accomplishment. Ding. New sign in. Location updated. Please proceed to the depths of Longjing City to sign in. Not considering the new sign in location for now, just the reward from this sign in made Gao Chen ecstatic. The walking character secret, like the all character secret, was one of the 9 secrets. The all character secret could enhance Gao Chen's strength tenfold, while the walking character secret could elevate his speed to the utmost. After arriving, one could even pause time. This walking character secret gave Gao Chen another means of survival. Once he became familiar with the walking character secret, he looked towards the depths of Longjing City. Longjing City remained a gathering place for golden exotic beasts. However, unlike the previous Huanyu City, the exotic beasts gathered in Longjing City were all at least golden 6 or 7 stars. Golden 9 stars were even commonplace. Although diamond-level exotic beasts were not numerous, they were certainly not few. The danger level of Longjing City was far higher than that of Huanyu City. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The new sign-in location was deep within Longjing City, so Gao Chen had to head towards the depths of Longjing City. Brother Gao Chen? Just as Gao Chen was preparing to head deeper into Longjing City, a somewhat surprised voice called out from not far away. Gao Chen frowned and turned back. Encountering someone here was not a good thing. It was a small team of 5. The team was well-equipped, with both melee and ranged fighters. The leader was a middle-aged man. From their attire, it was clear they were from the Jidao Martial Arts School. Who are you? Gao Chen did not sense hostility from the other party, but he did not let his guard down. My name is He Tianlai, and I am from the Jidao Martial Arts School. He Tianlai introduced himself very enthusiastically. Gao Chen nodded, acknowledging He Tianlai. He, Tianlai, did not seem offended by Gao Chen's rudeness. He smiled and said to Gao Chen, the branch master Lu told the people of the Jidao Martial Arts School that if you are seen in the wild, we must inform you of something. What is it? Gao Chen asked He Tianlai. The officials have sent a new city guardian, and this new guardian is Zhan Lan's brother, named Zhan Hu. He is different from Zhan Lan. This guy is not only meticulous, but also has exceptional combat power. At 50 years old, he already possesses Diamond 9-star strength. The most terrifying part is that he once challenged a warrior of King 1-star. Although he ultimately lost, he held out for over an hour. Gao Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. It was not uncommon for a Diamond 9-star to be unable to defeat a King 1-star. However, for Zhan Hu to last an hour under a king warrior was indeed a rare feat. This was enough to show that Zhan Hu had extremely terrifying strength and combat ability. There's one more thing the branch master wanted everyone to tell you, which is that your parents are currently very safe within the Jidao Martial Arts School. After Zhan Hu investigated the whereabouts of Gao Chen's parents, he immediately went to the Jidao Martial Arts School to request them. The Jidao Martial Arts School refused, stating that those two individuals were not present in the school. Although Zhan Hu wanted to forcibly take them, he ultimately held back. He was genuinely afraid of the Jidao Martial Arts School. At one time, a disciple of the Jidao Martial Arts School was attacked in the wild but managed to counterattack and kill the assailant. The assailant's parents were both high-ranking officials, so they demanded an explanation from the Jidao Martial Arts School. Normally, the Jidao Martial Arts School would not have done anything to them. However, they were somewhat self-righteous. Before the Jidao Martial Arts School had fully investigated, they forcibly took the disciple away and killed him. This incident thoroughly enraged the Jidao Martial Arts School. The headmaster directly confronted the officials, demanding they hand over the couple. Of course, the officials refused. The headmaster, furious, led his deputy into the official headquarters, pressuring them to surrender the couple. Under pressure, the officials handed over the couple. The fate of that couple was, of course, very tragic. From that point on, the first rule of the official 10 guidelines was changed to state that no one should offend the Jidao Martial Arts School or forcibly invade it. It was from that time that the strength and protective nature of the Jidao Martial Arts School became widely known. Thank you. This information was very important to Gao Chen at the moment, and he cupped his fist in gratitude to He Tianlai. He Tianlai waved his hand and said, "We're all brothers here, no need to be so polite." Brothers? Gao Chen was somewhat confused about where this brother from He Tianlai came from. He Tianlai noticed the confusion in Gao Chen's eyes and explained with a smile, "Master Lu said you are his brother. Since you are his brother, you are also a brother of our extreme martial arts school." Upon hearing this, Gao Chen felt a warmth in his heart. After such a significant incident, normally people would avoid him. Yet, Lu Tianping not only did not shy away but also protected Gao Chen's parents at the extreme martial arts school and publicly declared their relationship. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow forever. We shall meet again if fate allows. He Tianlai cupped his hands to Gao Chen and led his team away. As soon as He Tianlai's team left, Gao Chen headed deep into Longjing City. "Captain, why don't we kill him?" Zhan Hu had offered a very high price in the black market of Langya Base City to acquire Gao Chen's head. This price was enough to tempt even diamond-level warriors. "Kill your MLGB." He Tianlai raised his hand and slapped his teammate, pointing at him and scolding, "Money is only money when you earn it with your life and spend it with your life." Zhan Lan is a Diamond 9-star warrior, yet he was ultimately slain by Gao Chen. Do you think our team of 5 can match him? Moreover, let me make it clear, Master Lu's brother is also our brother at the Extreme Martial Arts School. If you dare to harbor evil thoughts against a brother, don't blame me for being merciless. He Tianlai's first sentence was about the reality of the situation. The latter was a warning to his team not to entertain any wicked thoughts. Upon entering Longjing City, Gao Chen activated his movement secret technique. At absolute speed, even a golden 9-star beast could only catch a glimpse of Gao Chen's afterimage. Soon, Gao Chen reached the depths of Longjing City. Just as he was about to sign in, a loud roar caught his attention. "Sign in!" Ding! Sign in successful, reward obtained, Wind Shadow. Fruit * 100. Ding! New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Tuafeng City to sign in. If Gao Chen remembered correctly, Tuafeng City was not very far from Longjing City. However, he was not in a hurry to go to the new sign-in location. His main task now was to quickly leave this place, find a relatively safe spot, and consume the newly rewarded exotic fruit. Just as he turned to leave, another loud beast roar echoed. He looked in the direction of the roar and hesitated for a moment before deciding not to go. He could clearly sense that this roar was not made by an ordinary beast. But just as he was about to leave, a massive beast blocked his path. This beast stood as tall as a 6-story building, covered in bizarre scales. Its head resembled that of a bull, with eyes like copper bells. Its horns shone with a golden light as if forged from gold. Liashan Yellow Bull, a very powerful diamond-level exotic beast. This beast not only possessed formidable defensive capabilities but also had a powerful attack that could break through cities with its horn. Even if you had diamond-level armor, its horn could potentially pierce right through. Besides its horn, its chewing power was also incredibly fierce. If swallowed, the only outcome would be to be chewed to bits. Unlike previous feedback, this time there was no mention of the Liashan Yellow Bull's weaknesses. Kill or run. The movement secret technique could allow Gao Chen to battle the Liashan Yellow Bull. The escape secret technique could let Gao Chen slip away safely. Let's give it a try. If I can't win, I'll run. As a warrior, if one lacks the courage to fight exotic beasts, then there's no need to continue in this world. Gao Chen drew his Frostflower sword and charged straight at the Liashan Yellow Bull. Roar! The Liashan Yellow Bull let out a cry. Its roar was different from a bull's, it sounded more like a tiger's roar. After the roar, the Liashan Yellow Bull also charged towards Gao Chen. In front of the massive Liashan Yellow Bull, Gao Chen felt as small as an ant just a few steps in. A person and a cow faced off. The Lianshan Yellow Cow raised its front hooves and stomped down fiercely towards Gao Chen. The oppressive force, akin to a mountain pressing down, made Gao Chen feel his legs grow heavy. This seemingly slow hoof was difficult for Gao Chen to evade. Xingzi's secret. Gao Chen growled in a low voice. These three simple words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Just 3 centimeters away from his head, the Xingzi secret activated. Gao Chen's hair barely brushed past the cow's hoof. That was close. It was then that Gao Chen realized just how terrifying the Lianshan Yellow Cow was. Jiezi's secret. To be cautious, he directly boosted his realm tenfold. Yet even so, his attack still couldn't break through the Lianshan Yellow Cow's defenses. This won't do, he realized. If he continued to waste time here with the Lianshan Yellow Cow, he would ultimately be the one at a disadvantage. Should I retreat? With the Xingzi secret fully activated, Gao Chen was already prepared to withdraw. But at that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something shiny in the cow's abdomen. Is that a sword? If Gao Chen wasn't mistaken, that glimmering object was the hilt of a sword. Could it be that the Lianshan Yellow Cow is injured? At that moment, Gao Chen suddenly understood why he had been able to dodge the cow's earlier attack. Should I kill it? With the thought in mind, he decided to take action. Gao Chen exerted himself and leaped high, directly grabbing the hilt of the sword embedded in the Lianshan Yellow Cow's abdomen. Poochie! The sword was pulled out from the cow's belly by Gao Chen. Upon seeing the sword, Gao Chen was momentarily stunned. It was an extraordinarily luxurious longsword. The hilt gleamed like gold, as if crafted from pure gold. The blade shimmered with colors, engraved with swirling clouds. What struck Gao Chen as most extravagant was that the blade was inlaid with 7 gemstones of various colors. Wow! The owner of this sword must be an incredibly ostentatious person. Not to mention the sword's practicality, just its level of luxury was something Gao Chen had never seen before. Even with his experience, he could tell that these 7 gemstones were quite valuable. He gripped the sword and swung it once. In terms of weight and comfort, this sword was incomparable to the Frostflower sword. Qinglian sword technique. Gao Chen attempted to use the sword with the Qinglian sword technique. To his surprise, he found that using this sword with the technique was far more powerful than with the Frostflower sword. While he was testing the sword, the Lianshan Yellow Cow began to go berserk due to the intense pain in its abdomen. Its 4 hooves stomped madly at Gao Chen. With the Xingzi secret activated, Gao Chen weaved between its hooves. It's time to take your life. Gao Chen leaped high again, plunging the luxurious longsword into the Lianshan Yellow Cow's abdomen. Poochie! Blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering all over Gao Chen. He continued to swing the sword. As the softest part of the cow, its abdomen quickly became riddled with numerous small wounds. Though these small wounds were not fatal, their sheer number was overwhelming. Its blood flowed as if it were free, continuously pooling on the ground. Soon, the area beneath it turned blood red. The Lianshan Yellow Cow was now extremely furious, but anger couldn't change anything. Although Gao Chen's strength was not on par with the Lianshan Yellow Cow, his agility made up for it. After dozens of strikes, the wounds on the cow's abdomen continued to multiply. Gao Chen could clearly feel the cow's life force steadily weakening. After several minutes, the massive body of the Lianshan Yellow Cow collapsed to the ground. The simultaneous use of the Xingzi secret and Jiezi secret had pushed Gao Chen's stamina to its limits. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath. After a while, he finally stood up, his face full of exhaustion. Quick, clean up the battlefield. If he didn't hurry to clean up, it was very likely that other beasts would be attracted. Gao Chen worked quickly to clear the battlefield. This time he only took the core of the Lushan Yellow Cattle. After confirming that there were no omissions, Gao Chen hurried towards Longjing City. Not long after he left, he saw a group of people arrive at the corpse of the yellow cattle. A girl, hands on her hips, shouted angrily, "Quick, find my sword. If you can't find my sword, you all will die." The people following the girl rushed towards the yellow cattle, but no matter how they searched, they couldn't find the girl's sword. Upon hearing that her sword was missing, the girl stomped her feet and yelled, "That was my coming-of-age gift. If you can't find it, just wait." After leaving Longjing City, Gao Chen first found a relatively safe place to recover his strength. Once he had regained most of his energy, he began to enjoy the wind shadow fruit. Eating exotic fruits as meals is also a pretty good choice. Gao Chen was fully packed, having brought nothing but essentials, and these essentials did not include food. Unlike the exotic fruits he had eaten before, the wind shadow fruit surprisingly gave a sense of fullness when eaten in excess. After consuming dozens of them, he felt his stomach becoming somewhat bloated. He stood up and stretched his body. System. God-level sign-in system host, Gao Chen strength 787,075 kilograms realm, golden 7 stars skills. Thunder Fist, great accomplishment. Shadow Step, great accomplishment. Qinglian sword technique, great accomplishment. All character secret, great accomplishment. Indestructible Vajra skill, great accomplishment. Walking character secret, great accomplishment. Sign-in locations, Camel. Peak City. Seeing that his realm had reached golden 7 stars, Gao Chen was overjoyed. He felt that the effect of the wind shadow fruit was not bad, but he hadn't expected it to be this good. Once the feeling of fullness faded, he didn't rush to eat more wind shadow fruit. First, he needed to consolidate his current strength. Second, the wind shadow fruit was good food for him, so he wanted to keep it for emergencies. He stood up and looked around, starting to search for a place to rest for the night. As mentioned before, the wilderness at night is very dangerous. If he couldn't find a suitable resting spot, he could very well be eaten by exotic beasts or ambushed and killed by other martial artists. After searching for about half an hour, Gao Chen found an old residential area. Most of the buildings in the area had already collapsed. Only a very small number of buildings remained standing, but they were also on the verge of collapse. Gao Chen did not choose those buildings that had not collapsed, as they were too dangerous. He simply found a walled area, leaned against the wall, and fell asleep. Are you all useless? Is it so hard to find someone in the wilderness? My grandfather spent so much money hiring you, just for you to eat for free? Gao Chen had just fallen asleep when he heard a voice. He quickly opened his eyes and looked warily in the direction of the sound. "Miss," a helpless voice said, "the wilderness is vast. It's really not easy to find someone out here." And what nonsense! The girl was not only rude but also spoke without courtesy. "I don't want to hear your excuses. I'll give you 5 more hours. If you still can't find them, you should know what happens next." After the girl finished speaking, Gao Chen heard rustling sounds. If he guessed correctly, this group of people was setting up a tent. What are they looking for? Gao Chen was very curious about what they were searching for. However, he had no intention of investigating further. As an adult, he knew very well that being overly curious was not a good thing. Taking advantage of the fact that this group had not discovered him, Gao Chen quietly changed his position. Meanwhile, in their tent, an old man suddenly opened his eyes as Gao Chen moved. "Night Elder, what's wrong?" The girl's attitude towards this old man was very different from her attitude towards the others. Yi Tongming looked at a corner of the tent, his tone slightly uncertain as he said, "I just felt that there seems to be someone nearby. I just checked, but it seems like there's no one around. Could it be that I'm just overly suspicious?" Yi Tongming spoke casually, but the girl took it very seriously. "Expand the patrol range and have everyone be on high alert. Encountering people in the wild is far more terrifying than encountering strange beasts." "Yes." The girl's subordinate clasped his fists and exited the tent. A night passed in silence, fleeting in an instant. When Gao Chen woke up, he first ate a wind shadow fruit to stave off hunger. Then, he followed the map towards Tuafeng City. The girl's subordinates searched all night but found no trace of the girl's sword. Upon hearing this news, the girl chose to give up. Sigh. She let out a slight sigh, speaking like a little adult. "Perhaps it's just not meant to be. In that case, let's head to Tuafeng City." The girl's purpose for coming to the wild was to find materials to make her own armor. Of course, this was just the official reason. Her real intention was to have some fun in the wild while looking for materials to craft her armor. As the only girl in the family, even though her elders knew her true thoughts, they didn't stop her too much. They only sent a diamond 9-star warrior to protect her and hired a bunch of golden warriors for her to command. According to the map, Tuafeng City is a gathering place for golden strange beasts. However, it is somewhat different from Longjing City. Most of the strange beasts here are golden 9-star beasts. Diamond 1-star beasts are not exactly common, but they are not rare either. This city has a rather terrifying aspect. The combat power of the strange beasts here is far superior to that of other mature beasts. Even among beasts of the same level, those in this city are the elite. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Peaceful. Order. Great accomplishment. Ding. New sign in location updated. Please proceed to the depths of Tuafeng City to sign in. The new sign in reward made Gao Chen's eyes widen. If he remembered correctly, this peaceful order is one of the 3 strongest sword techniques in the perfect world. With this peaceful order, Gao Chen's combat power would surely rise to a new level. While he was lost in thought, a dog-like strange beast, about the size of an adult, pounced towards Gao Chen. Peaceful order. Gao Chen instinctively unleashed the skill he had just obtained. Sword intent. Spread, killing intent surged. With just one strike, Gao Chen, who only had a golden 7-star cultivation, killed a golden 9-star strange beast. The most terrifying part was that the strange beast was covered in countless wounds, as if it had been slashed dozens of times. This peaceful order is too strong. Gao Chen looked at his right hand, unable to help but exclaim, "Hey, young man!" Just as Gao Chen was marveling, a female voice rang out not far in front of him. "That sword in your hand is mine, you'd better return it quickly." Gao Chen looked up and saw a girl about his age standing not far in front of him. Behind her stood a dozen people. "Just because you say it's yours, it is?" The girl's initial impression on Gao Chen was not very good. "I say it's mine, so it is." The girl's attitude was very firm, and she glanced at the dog-like strange beast under Gao Chen's feet. "Not only is that sword mine, but even the strange beast beneath your feet is also mine." Yi Tongming stood beside the girl, his eyes flickering. He sensed that the aura from last night belonged to the young man before him. "Miss, be careful, this young man is not ordinary," Yi Tongming whispered in the girl's ear. The girl waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No matter how extraordinary he is, he can't defeat so many of us." Although the young girl was about the same age as Gao Chen, she put on an air of maturity. Seeing the girl say this, Yi Tongming didn't continue, but his hand had already moved towards his weapon. This shows that Yi Tongming truly regarded Gao Chen with great importance. "Kid." The girl saw that Gao Chen was silent and continued, "Return what belongs to me, and maybe I'll let you live." The girl was threatening Gao Chen. Gao Chen was the type of person who feared nothing less than threats. "You can try." Gao Chen gripped his long sword, his gaze indifferent. "Someone go test his skills." The girl was still somewhat cautious. The people behind her exchanged glances, and finally, one stepped forward. This person was slender and dressed in black. His weapon was a rather rare staff-type weapon. Upon seeing this person's weapon, Gao Chen revealed an intrigued expression. After stepping forward, the person wasted no time and charged at Gao Chen with his weapon. His speed wasn't very fast, but his footwork was as elusive as a shadow, extremely strange. "Is that all?" Gao Chen scoffed, swinging his long sword. The sword intent spread, and a murderous aura surged. Gao Chen once again unleashed the recently acquired Ping Wanju. The man hadn't even approached Gao Chen before he was struck back, completely overwhelmed by a single sword strike. By the time he retreated to the girl's side, his clothes had turned into rags. The exposed skin was covered in numerous small, shocking wounds. "Hiss, who is this boy? Why is he so powerful?" "Old Hei is a golden 9-star warrior, yet he's not a match for that boy. A young genius, terrifying indeed." The crowd gasped at the sight of Old Hei's tattered clothes and wounds. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected that this boy, who was about her age, would possess such terrifying strength. Alongside her surprise, jealousy began to rise within her. Born into a family of warriors, she had always been the so-called favored daughter. Breaking through to the Golden Realm at just 16, she was a standout even in the world's top base cities. Yet, in front of this boy, she felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. "I was careless, I didn't dodge," Old Hei wanted to explain. But the people understood. Even if Old Hei had given it his all, he still wouldn't be a match for the boy before them. He didn't even use his full strength. As the strongest among them, Yi Tongming saw it very clearly. If he had gone all out, Old Hei would undoubtedly be dead. "Do you want to continue?" Gao Chen stood proudly with his sword, his expression calm. "I'll give it a try." The girl surprisingly wanted to test Gao Chen herself. "No." But before the girl could act, she was stopped by Yi Tongming. His expression was more serious than ever. "That last sword strike, even the strongest golden warrior cannot defend against." Though Yi Tongming didn't say it outright, the implication was clear. Unless one was a diamond warrior, they simply wouldn't be a match for Gao Chen. "What should we do?" the girl asked Yi Tongming. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Tongming said, "I'll personally test him." As he spoke, he stepped forward. His weapon was also a relatively rare one, a guando. "Young friend, shall we both go all out, regardless of life and death?" Yi Tongming's expression was very serious. "Sure." Gao Chen nodded. He sensed a unique aura of strength from Yi Tongming. Yi Tongming swung his guando and charged straight at Gao Chen. His speed wasn't fast, nor was his footwork strange. Yet, Gao Chen felt an indescribable sense of crisis. Indestructible diamond skill. Cautiously, he activated his strongest defensive skill. A golden sheen enveloped Gao Chen in an instant. Ping Wanju. With his defense set, it was time to attack. The sword intent spread, and the murderous aura surged. Yi Tongming swung his guando, exuding dominance. The Ping Wanju collided with his guando. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The Ping Wanju was directly shattered by the Guandao. As expected, it's still not enough. Gao Chen's strike was merely a simple test. The result was within his expectations. After dispersing the Ping Wanju, Yi Tongming continued to advance. This time, I'm serious, Gao Chen said, staring at Yi Tongming. Gao Chen's words clearly stunned Yi Tongming for a moment. At the same time, an indescribable sense of crisis spread in Yi Tongming's heart. All characters' secret. Peaceful resolution decision. His strength multiplied tenfold, and the peaceful resolution decision was unleashed again. This time, however, the peaceful resolution decision was different from before. Yi Tongming continuously swung the broadsword in his hand, trying to disperse the peaceful resolution decision once more. But the reality was that he not only failed to break the peaceful resolution decision but was also left with wounds all over his body from it. Seeing this scene, the girl and the people behind her were no longer shocked but filled with fear. Although Yi Tongming was covered in injuries, he did not stop his advance. He knew very well that moving forward might still offer a glimmer of hope. But if he didn't move forward, that single glimmer of hope might vanish. Yet reality struck him like a slap to the face. Using the peaceful resolution decision twice in a row had drained Gao Chen of a lot of stamina. He estimated his physical strength and realized he could no longer use the peaceful resolution decision. Fortunately, he had more than just the peaceful resolution decision as an attack skill. Qinglian sword technique. The Qinglian gathered and dispersed as Gao Chen stepped forward. The long sword lunged at Yi Tongming, who raised his broadsword to block. Clang! The long sword struck the broadsword, producing a crisp sound. What great strength! Although Yi Tongming managed to block Gao Chen's strike, it still forced him back several steps. Enough! Just as Gao Chen was about to continue his attack, the girl suddenly shouted, "If you dare to hurt Grandpa Yi Tongming, I will kill your whole family." Her words were clearly spoken in anger. However, her anger touched the reverse scale in Gao Chen's heart. He looked coldly at the girl and said, "Not only does he have to die today, but you do too." Seeing the terrifying look in Gao Chen's eyes, the girl instinctively took several steps back. Young friend. Upon hearing Gao Chen's words, Yi Tongming actually stopped his attack. How about we end this matter here today? Yi Tongming was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of Gao Chen harming the girl. Gao Chen said nothing, only gazing at the girl and Yi Tongming. Grandpa Yi, no need to plead. The girl wanted to say something, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Yi Tongming. Don't speak, Yi Tongming shouted at the girl. If you want to live, you'd better shut your mouth. The girl was stunned. This was the first time Yi Tongming had yelled at her like this. Tears began to well up in her eyes. At this moment, Yi Tongming had no time to consider the girl's feelings. His mind raced, searching for a compromise. Make her apologize to me, Gao Chen said to Yi Tongming. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the girl screamed. But Yi Tongming walked straight up to the girl, raised his hand, and slapped her. His expression was cold and his voice deep as he said, "Apologize." I absolutely slap. Yi Tongming raised his hand and slapped the girl again. Tears had already been welling in her eyes, and after these two slaps, she could no longer hold back. Used to being pampered, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Wah! The girl squatted down on the ground, crying out in pain. Seeing her like this, Yi Tongming felt a pang of heartache, but he had no other way at the moment. He steeled himself, pulled the girl up, and said, "Hurry, and apologize." I apologize. The girl, perhaps fearing that Yi Tongming would hit her again, truly intended to apologize to Gao Chen. She turned to Gao Chen, her eyes filled with hatred as she deeply bowed. "I'm sorry." Before her head could fully lower, she suddenly shot it back up. With venomous eyes, she glared at Gao Chen and shouted, "Die." In her hand, a short dagger had appeared out of nowhere. The dagger swung, aiming straight for Gao Chen's heart. "No!" Yi Tongming shouted urgently, but it was already too late. Seeking death, Gao Chen was not one to show mercy. He swung the long sword in his hand and thrust it directly at the girl. The sword pierced through her chest, and blood flowed out like a fountain. Ah! Yi Tongming, witnessing this, had blood-red eyes and screamed madly. He wielded the guandao in his hand and charged towards Gao Chen again. In his fury, Yi Tongming's combat power increased significantly. Yet Gao Chen remained unafraid, standing ready to fight. After several exchanges, Yi Tongming was heavily injured and retreated. The girl lay on the ground, her eyes wide open, staring at the sky. Gao Chen's sword not only wounded her body but also pierced her heart. She had always thought of herself as invincible among her peers, a rare talent in this world. But after encountering Gao Chen, she realized how foolish her previous thoughts had been. The fierce battle between Gao Chen and Yi Tongming continued. At first, Yi Tongming was able to suppress Gao Chen with his anger. However, as his rage faded, his combat power plummeted. In the end, he could barely hold on under Gao Chen's onslaught. After a single strike sent Yi Tongming retreating, Gao Chen looked at him with a half-smile and said, "If I were you, I would check on that girl's injuries first." Yi Tongming suddenly came to his senses and looked at the girl lying on the ground. Although her injuries were terrifying, she was not dead. Stop dawdling, hurry and save her. The group of golden warriors rushed forward, trying to rescue the girl with all their might. The reason Gao Chen hadn't killed the girl earlier was that he had his own concerns. With so many golden warriors and a diamond warrior as bodyguards, the girl's background must be extraordinary. Gao Chen himself was not afraid of offending people, or of enemies seeking revenge, but he feared that these people would have no bottom line and would trouble his parents. The last time his father was severely injured and hospitalized had greatly changed the way Gao Chen thought about problems. Use this. Gao Chen took out the 5 elements blood-condensing fruit from his backpack and handed it to Yi Tongming. Yi Tongming was slightly taken aback upon seeing the fruit, then nodded to Gao Chen in gratitude. The girl was also visibly stunned. She hadn't expected Gao Chen to save her and even produce such a precious item. After swallowing a 5 elements blood-condensing fruit, the wounds on the girl began to heal at a visible speed. But after the wounds healed, the girl spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was black, likely the congealed blood from earlier. As the congealed blood was expelled, the girl's pale face gradually turned rosy. Alright, be more careful in the future, Gao Chen said coldly to the girl. After saying this, he turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, the girl suddenly called out to Gao Chen. She stared at him with a complex expression and shouted with all her might, I will remember this grudge, and I will definitely repay it in the future. Gao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Let's talk about future matters later. Miss, about what happened earlier. Yi Tongming wanted to apologize to the girl, but she waved her hand nonchalantly. I know, you were good to me just now. Having just experienced life and death, the girl had grown a lot. She stared at Gao Chen's back, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Today, I am not his opponent, but who knows who will be stronger in the future. Yi Tongming looked astonished. He knew that from today onward, the girl would be very different from before. Deep in Tuafeng City, Gao Chen walked slowly. With the secret of the word walk in hand, he possessed the fastest speed in the world. However, he still remembered the principle of being cautious to avoid major mistakes. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Tuafeng fruit *100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the center of Langya base city to sign in. Just as Gao Chen was about to consume the Tuafeng fruit, he heard several voices coming from not far away. Did you really see clearly? He really came to Tuafeng City? That's right, brother, I saw it clearly. He entered Tuafeng City. If he is really in Tuafeng City, then we will surround and kill him here today. Over 100 million in bounty. Just thinking about it feels great. Maybe he has other treasures on him. This sudden voice startled Gao Chen slightly. If he heard correctly, this group of people should be coming for him. He quickly concealed himself and moved toward the direction of the sound. Soon, he reached the vicinity of the source. Hidden in a nearby concealed spot, he quietly observed the group. It was a team of 20 people. Are these warriors from the Golden 9 Stars? The configuration of this team was strong. With Gao Chen's current strength, even if he pushed both the Xingzi secret and the Jiazizi secret to their limits, he could only escape from them. Camel Peak fruit? Thinking of the exotic fruit he had just signed in for, Gao Chen smiled. Perhaps, I don't need to confront them head-on. A very strange smile appeared at the corner of Gao Chen's mouth. Hidden in the shadows, Gao Chen continuously tossed the Camel Peak fruit into his mouth. 100 Camel Peak fruits were devoured by Gao Chen as if they were free. System. God-level sign-in system host. Gao Chen power, 1,120,000 realm. Diamond 1 star. Skills, Thunder Fist, great. Accomplishment, Shadow Step, great accomplishment. Qinglian Sword Technique, great accomplishment. Jiazizi Secret, great accomplishment. Indestructible Skill, great accomplishment. Xingzi Secret, great accomplishment. Pingwan Decision, great accomplishment. Sign-in locations, Central Langya Base City. This Camel Peak fruit was indeed powerful, directly allowing Gao Chen's strength to break through the million mark, making him a diamond-level warrior. Haha, killing them today is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Since they wanted to come and kill Gao Chen for the bounty, Gao Chen had no reason to let them go. However, adhering to the principle of caution, Gao Chen did not choose to act recklessly. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. As time passed, the sky began to darken gradually. After searching fruitlessly for a while, the 20-person team set up camp in Camel Peak City. Once they had everything ready, Gao Chen began his hunting plan for the night. Taking advantage of the fact that some members of the team had already fallen asleep, Gao Chen activated the Xingzi secret and approached one person from behind. Taking advantage of the man's inattention, he swiftly slashed his long sword across the opponent's throat. The man's eyes widened, and he didn't even have time to react before losing his life. Gao Chen quietly placed him on the ground, covered him slightly, and continued his hunt. In just 5 minutes, all 10 members of the Night Watch were killed by Gao Chen. Gao Chen glanced around the tents and finally chose one to enter, planning to kill the sleeping people inside. But just as he was about to enter the tent, the door of one tent suddenly opened. Coincidentally, Gao Chen came face to face with the other person. Fortunately, Gao Chen was quick on his feet. The moment the other person opened his mouth, Gao Chen's long sword pierced into his mouth. The sword's entry made him swallow the words he intended to shout. Gao Chen gently placed his corpse on the ground and lightly brushed his chest. So careless, if I had reacted a moment slower, wouldn't I have been discovered? After slightly covering the body, Gao Chen continued with his assassination plan. However, when there were fewer than 5 people left in the camp, Gao Chen's assassination plan failed. It was unclear whether it was a coincidence or if fate was deliberately making things difficult for Gao Chen. When Gao Chen killed the 15th person, someone in the team discovered the body and notified his teammates. Since the assassination plan could no longer continue, Gao Chen had no choice but to confront them head-on. "Captain, they're all dead, all dead." A frail person trembled all over, his voice quivering. "Except for the 5 of us, everyone else was killed with a single sword to the throat." The captain's face was terrifyingly dark. "Who did this? Come out," the captain shouted. The night was silent, and no one answered. "Let's stand back to back and keep an eye out," the captain said to the remaining 4. The other 4 nodded and leaned against each other. This back-to-back position made them feel a bit more secure. Ding! Just as they were on high alert, a small stone suddenly came flying at them. They were already tense, and the appearance of this little stone startled them, causing them to tremble all over. Watching them shiver in fear, Gao Chen found it quite amusing. He suddenly understood why some said the unknown is the most terrifying. They had no idea whether the one attacking them was human or a beast. If they knew the ambusher was Gao Chen, they would surely rush at him without hesitation for a fight. Ding! Gao Chen threw another small stone, the one with the weakest mental fortitude in the group had already started swinging his weapon with his eyes closed. As he swung, he shouted frantically, "I'll chop you to death! I'll chop you to death!" The people next to him tried to stop him but nearly got hit themselves. Time ticked by. Gao Chen had lost count of how many small stones he had thrown. The one with the strongest will among the 5 was also being worn down, his gaze becoming vacant and his expression dazed. He looked up at the sky and then down at the time. There was still about an hour until dawn. He wasn't in a hurry. He could clearly feel that these 5 were on the verge of collapse. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 20 minutes until dawn. "Just hold on a little longer, it will be dawn soon. Once it's dawn, we won't have to be so cautious. Oh God, this is the first time I'm looking forward to dawn so much." Even at this point, they still suspected that the creature attacking them was a beast rather than a human. This suspicion stemmed entirely from the habits of the beasts. It's time. At the moment of their greatest anticipation, their vigilance was at its lowest. Their physical and mental states had reached their limits. Some of them were already swaying slightly. Taking advantage of a moment of unsteadiness, Gao Chen activated the movement technique and appeared behind the 5. "Surprise!" Gao Chen's voice rang out from within their encirclement. The sudden sound sent the 5 into a panic. They all took a step forward, turning back with terrified expressions to look at Gao Chen. "Who are you?" one of them shouted at Gao Chen. Gao Chen looked at him and smiled slightly. "You come to kill me, yet you ask who I am. Isn't that a bit ridiculous?" With this statement, everything that had happened the previous night suddenly made sense. "What do you want?" The captain stared at Gao Chen with a wary expression. "Have you read too many novels?" Gao Chen scoffed at the captain's behavior. "I'm here to kill you, of course. You can't kill us." An older member of the group shouted at Gao Chen. "We are righteous people, and you are evil. If you kill us, you will face retribution." "Goodness, you haven't just read too many novels, you've read them to the point of being foolish." Gao Chen was too lazy to waste words and directly swung his sword at the opponent. Under normal circumstances, the captain could have blocked the strike. But after a night of torment, Gao Chen was greatly exhausted. He couldn't even think of dodging, let alone blocking a single strike to the throat. Out of a 20-person team, only 4 remained. "Let's go together." The captain knew that this might be their last chance. "You all take a break, I'll handle this kid." Just as the 4 were preparing to step forward, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Gao Chen turned to look and saw a figure in a black robe standing in the distance. The figure was completely covered in black, making it impossible to see their face. They exuded a strange and chilling aura. If a normal person encountered this figure at night, they would surely be scared to death. "Who are you?" Gao Chen asked softly. "Not important." The voice of the man in the black robe remained icy, chilling to the bone. "All you need to know is that I am here to take your life." After saying this, the man unleashed his full momentum. "This aura is at least diamond level, we are saved. Haha, today Gao Chen will definitely die, Gao Chen will definitely die. Today, I must dance on his corpse." To these people, the man in the black robe could easily kill Gao Chen. Diamond 9 stars? Gao Chen's eyes turned cold. The strength of this man in the black robe was somewhat beyond his expectations. "Fortunately, I am already a diamond 1 star, otherwise, I might not be his match," Gao Chen thought to himself. With his diamond 1 star strength combined with the secret of the character Jia, his power could directly reach King 1 star. It was obvious who would win in a battle between King 1 star and Diamond 9 stars. After the man in the black robe unleashed his full momentum, he silently took down the weapon on his back. It was a bizarrely shaped giant scythe. This giant scythe was entirely pitch black, its edge gleaming sharply. At the junction of the scythe's body and blade, there was a skull. If nothing unexpected happened, this skull should not be a carving. He gently swung the scythe, his voice cold as he said, "Today is your day to die." After saying this, he charged straight at Gao Chen. Secret of the character Jie. Indestructible diamond technique. At this moment, Gao Chen also took action. He raised his long sword and stepped forward. Reaper's scythe. The man in the black robe rushed close to Gao Chen, swinging the black scythe in his hand. As the scythe swung, Gao Chen felt an extremely chilling aura rushing towards him. Calm the chaos decision. Gao Chen also unleashed his strongest sword technique. The long sword and scythe clashed, sparks flying. Gao Chen's face showed surprise. The strength of this man in the black robe was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had thought that with his King 1-star strength, even if he couldn't kill the opponent in one strike, he could at least severely injure him. But the reality was that not only did he fail to inflict serious damage, he didn't even harm the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe was even more shocked. As far as he knew, Gao Chen's realm was at most diamond. His strongest Reaper's scythe should easily be able to kill the opponent in one blow. Yet, not only did his strike fail to kill Gao Chen, it even put him in a very passive position. Calm the chaos decision. This was Gao Chen's strongest attack skill at this stage. Although using it consecutively would consume enormous stamina, Gao Chen had no other choice now. Seeing Gao Chen's sword energy coming again, the man in the black robe could only swing his scythe to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out continuously. The man in the black robe was shocked to find that his indestructible scythe had developed fine cracks. Come again, Gao Chen roared. However, this time he did not use the calm the chaos decision again, but instead used the secret of the character Xing. With the activation of the secret of the character Xing, he directly appeared behind the man in the black robe. Swinging his long sword, Gao Chen thrust it straight at the opponent's back. Not good. As the long sword pierced into the opponent's back, Gao Chen's expression changed slightly. As someone who had killed before, he could clearly feel that the sword had not pierced into flesh. He quickly withdrew his long sword. There was no blood on the sword, and there was no blood at the wound. What kind of monster is this? Gao Chen looked at the man in the black robe, his expression shifting. Although his sword did not kill the man in the black robe, it did leave a large gash on him. Gao Chen's strike had come so suddenly that the man in the black robe had not even had time to react. Fortunately, although Gao Chen's strike left a large wound on the man in the black robe, it did not severely injure him. The man in the black robe completely ignored the large wound on his body and continued to swing his scythe to fight Gao Chen again. Not dead? Gao Chen's mindset was quietly changing. However, he adjusted very quickly. I don't believe that if I cut off your head, you won't die. Undying creatures also have weaknesses. Moreover, as far as Gao Chen knew, there seemed to be no truly undying creatures in this world. Secret of the character Xing. Gao Chen pushed his speed to the limit and once again arrived behind the man in the black robe. He swung the long sword in his hand, aiming for the man's head. This time, the man in the black robe was on guard, but his head was still severed by Gao Chen. Looking at the head rolling on the ground, Gao Chen was filled with shock. It seems those rumors are true. Suddenly, some rumors came to Gao Chen's mind. These rumors had circulated widely online, but Gao Chen had only treated them as mere tales. Now, it seemed those rumors were indeed true. Not just Gao Chen, even the few onlookers were equally astonished at the sight of the severed head. The man in the black robe, without a head, surprisingly did not fall to the ground immediately. He wielded the scythe in his hand and still attempted to fight Gao Chen. Damn, this is too bizarre, Gao Chen muttered under his breath and charged forward again. If the right chest won't do, then let's try the left. The long sword pierced through the opponent's chest once more. Yet, the man in the black robe was still able to fight. However, through the hole in his chest, Gao Chen saw a glowing object inside him. Is this an energy source? Gao Chen wondered as he swung his long sword. This time, the sword pierced through the glowing object. As the light on the object extinguished, the man in the black robe fell to the ground. Gao Chen swung his sword, directly tearing apart the black robe. The true form of the man in the black robe appeared before Gao Chen's eyes. It was a pseudo-life form made entirely of silvery metal. According to rumors, this type of pseudo-life form was very popular in places outside of Huaxia. Theoretically, as long as you could afford it, you could achieve any realm you desired. Of course, there was a prerequisite. You had to abandon your physical body and could only retain your brain. Even the heart could be discarded. Where did you get this thing? After thinking for a moment, Lu Tianping's expression changed drastically. Gao Chen could tell from Lu Tianping's face that this symbol definitely had issues. This is a very mysterious and ancient organization. Lu Tianping organized his thoughts and said to Gao Chen, as far as I know, this organization appeared in the second year after the establishment of the base city. At that time, this organization claimed that after serving humanity for so many years, it was now time for humanity to serve the beasts. The organization was extremely antisocial, so there weren't many responders. Coupled with the chaotic situation at the time, no one paid them any mind. But as time went on, the number of people in this organization actually increased. If I remember correctly, at its peak, the organization had about 2 million members. Compared to the total population of Earth, 2 million isn't much. But what's more frightening is that all 2 million members of this organization shared the belief that humanity should serve the beasts. Even at their peak, the government and the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall didn't take any action against them. Until one day, they committed an act that enraged both heaven and man. They brought alien beasts into a base city, causing countless deaths and injuries overnight. After this incident, both the government and the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall were furious. They mobilized all their experts and uprooted the organization overnight. From that day on, this organization and its symbol disappeared from the annals of history. I never expected it to reappear today. Moreover, it has shown up near the Langya base city, which is definitely a dangerous signal for us. After thinking of this, Lu Tianping anxiously said to Gao Chun, I have to hang up now. I need to report this to the higher-ups. After the call ended, Gao Chen looked a bit dazed. This might be a dangerous signal. Gao Chen frowned, feeling a dangerous aura permeating the air. No, he thought to himself. I absolutely cannot let this happen. The lives of the people in the base city had nothing to do with Gao Chun. However, his parents were in the base city. Assuming what Lu Tianping said was true, the reappearance of this organization surely had a purpose beyond simply earning bounties. Entering the base city now is not a good choice. It seems I can only wait outside the base city. At this moment, entering the base city would definitely lead to a fierce battle with Hanu Guard. Regardless of who won or lost, it would diminish the core strength of the base city. This mysterious organization was lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. If they repeated their previous tactic of bringing alien beasts into the city, Langya base city could also face a massacre. So the best choice now was to wait for the organization to launch an attack. Everyone start preparing now. Once someone leaves Langya base city, our people will follow. After confirming their realm, we will directly send the address and realm. Not far from Gaochun, in a remote and dilapidated hall, a group of people was gathered for a meeting. Their appearance was identical to that of the black-robed individuals Gao Chen had encountered before. Yes. Several black-robed individuals stood up and left. The remaining black-robed person, while looking at the holographic tablet in hand, let out a strange laugh of kikik. Humans should serve the alien beasts. It was so in the past, it is so now, and it will be so in the future. Time passed second by second, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Gao Chen stood at the city gate, his bored gaze becoming somewhat vacant. Fortunately, there was signal nearby, otherwise, Gao Chen would have surely died of boredom. Gao Chun. Just when Gao Chen was about to lose all patience, Lu Tianping's call came in again. There's something not very good that I want to tell you. Upon hearing this, Gao Chen immediately tensed up. Recently, the death rate among warriors has been unusually high. I'm afraid that organization has already begun preparing for their actions. Gao Chen remained silent, waiting for Lu Tianping to continue. Normally, the death rate for warriors is around 10%, but since you discovered the man in the black robe, the death rate has terrifyingly increased to 50%. Although warriors enjoy dancing on the edge of a blade, no one likes death. They usually choose to hunt beasts in areas where the beasts are of a similar realm and star level. Unless one is exceptionally skilled, no one would choose to challenge beasts of a higher level, so the death rate generally stays between 10% and 15%. This sudden spike in the death rate alerted Lu Tianping that something was amiss. Have you reported this to headquarters? What did they say? Gao Chen asked Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping nodded and said, I've already informed headquarters. They take this matter very seriously, and someone should arrive within a week. Hearing this, Gao Chen nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Since the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall sent someone, the safety index of the base city would surely be very high. Just then, however, the call between Gao Chen and Lu Tianping was suddenly cut off. In the Langya base city, at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Lu Tianping's expression was extremely serious. He looked at his phone with no signal and the suddenly extinguished light bulb, his eyes flashing with intensity. Fortunately, the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall had a dedicated internal network. This internal network was exclusive to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, and even if the external network's communications and power were cut off, the hall could still operate. He picked up the phone beside him and shouted, all personnel of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, enter Level 1 alert status. Level 1 alert is the highest level of alert status. Since the establishment of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, even in the lowest level base cities, this level of alert had never been activated. After a brief moment of confusion, everyone in the hall displayed remarkable composure. They picked up their weapons and gathered on the first floor of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Lu Tianping glanced at the time, nodded in satisfaction, and then, with a serious expression, shouted to everyone, this time, we may be facing a very brutal hard battle. This hard battle may result in death, serious injuries, or even total annihilation. I hope everyone can be prepared. Yes. Everyone in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall shouted in unison, their expressions resolute. Alright, everyone wait a moment. We need to await news from the central office. The members of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall tightened their grips on their weapons, standing ready. In the central office area, Junhu also gathered all members of the Hanu Guard in the office square at the first opportunity. Fortunately, he had previously communicated with Lu Tianping, otherwise he might not have reacted so quickly. After truthfully informing everyone of the situation, Junhu waited for their response. The Hanu Guard had no cowards among them. Although they enjoyed scheming and were skilled in strategy, their attitude in the face of life and death was the same as that of the members of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. The Sunxiang Martial Arts Hall also quickly gathered their people. They waited within the hall for Junhu's summons. Junhu glanced at the time and simultaneously dialed the numbers of Niu Mang and Lu Tianping. Branch Master Lu, your Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall is responsible for the North Gate fight to the death. Branch Master Niu, your Sangxiang Martial Arts Hall is responsible for the West Gate fight to the death. We, the Hanu Guard, are responsible for the South Gate fight to the death. The Hanu Guard, Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, and Sangxiang Martial Arts Hall all mobilized, heading towards their respective city gates. After a brief moment of chaos, the situation in the city gradually calmed down. The wartime system, which had never been used before, was activated at this time. The system not only comforted every ordinary person but also assigned tasks to some warriors in the base city. At least for now, the internal situation of the base city seemed relatively stable. Outside the city, Gao Chen was unaware of all this. He looked at his phone with no signal, his brow slightly furrowed. He was very clear about what it meant that there was no signal on his phone at this moment. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, an alarm sounded throughout the base city. Everyone in the base city knew what that alarm signified. Let me into the city. Gao Chen walked directly to the city gate and spoke to the guard. The guard was clearly taken aback when he saw Gao Chen. Are you trying to get yourself killed by entering the city now? The guard said to Gao Chen. In fact, he recognized Gao Chen at first glance. After all, Gao Chen's photo had been sent to everyone's phones. There's no time to explain, Gao Chen said to the guard. If I'm not mistaken, that alarm means something big is happening. There are only 3 factions in the base city, and according to the timing, they have already begun to take action. If they haven't arrived at the East Gate by now, it means the 3 factions have started to station themselves at the other gates. Why? The guard was confused as to why the 3 factions were neglecting the East Gate. Because there aren't many beast gathering spots outside the East Gate, and the East Gate is far from the residential area, so even if they break through, they still have time for reinforcements. Gao Chen's analysis made a lot of sense. If you choose to enter the city at this time, it's not a good opportunity either. The guard clearly did not want to risk Gao Chen's life for a bounty. It wasn't that he wasn't greedy, but he understood the situation. He was just a lowly black iron warrior, while Gao Chen was a genius youth. When the wanted notice was issued, Gao Chen's realm had already reached the terrifying Golden Realm. Even if Gao Chen hadn't broken through now, he was definitely not a match for him. The situation at the East Gate is special, but it doesn't mean there won't be beasts appearing. I don't care about Zhanhu or Hanu Wei. I just want to protect this city and those I want to protect, Gao Chen said with righteous fervor, but in truth, he only wanted to protect his parents. His words deeply moved the guard. Then come in. The guard glanced behind him and quietly said to Gao Chen, but once you're in the city, you must keep a low profile and not draw attention. Gao Chen nodded and stepped back into Langya Base City. After learning that Hanu Wei, Jidao Martial Arts Hall and Sangxiang Martial Arts Hall were stationed at the northwest, south, and west gates respectively, some warriors from smaller martial arts halls and those who had not joined any faction began to gather towards the East Gate. This was their homeland. If they didn't defend it, no one would. Once inside the city, Gao Chen saw so many warriors gathered and had a strange expression. Perhaps this is the spirit of Huaxia. Huaxia has a history of several thousand years. Throughout these thousands of years, no matter how severe the internal strife, whenever there was an invasion from foreign lands, they would unite as one. We can fight among ourselves, but if you want to attack us, you are just dreaming. Not far outside the East Gate, a large number of beasts have been spotted approaching. Not far outside the West Gate, a large number of beasts have been spotted approaching. Not far outside the North Gate, a large number of beasts have been spotted approaching. Not far outside the South Gate, a large number of beasts have been spotted approaching. The alarm continued to sound above the base city. These alarms all came from the wartime emergency system of the base city. Each base city had 3 sets of wartime emergency systems. The purpose of these 3 systems was to prepare for situations like today. One set was at Hanu Wei, one at Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and one at Sunxiang Martial Arts Hall. The reason for having 3 sets was to be prepared for any eventuality. Due to the special nature of the wartime system, very few people knew of its existence. Only the top figures of the 3 factions were aware of them. In a dark corner of the base city, several figures in black robes looked at each other in shock upon hearing the sounds above the base city. The group of alien beasts is less than 1 kilometer away from our east gate. The person responsible for observation shouted loudly through a megaphone while standing on the city wall. Just moments ago, the martial artists, filled with fervor and passion, showed signs of change in their expressions upon hearing this. Unease, anxiety, curiosity, and fear began to spread among them. They had no organization, and no one was leading them. So at this moment, there was no one to inspire them with stirring words to ignite the fire within. Brothers. Since no one stepped up, Gao Chun, who possessed the system's golden finger, took the initiative. He was not someone who sought the spotlight. If someone else had stood up at that moment, he would have absolutely supported and backed them. But the problem was, no one was willing to be the first to step forward. Since no one was willing, Gao Chun decided to take the lead himself. The alien beasts are already very close to us. What we need to do now is not to be afraid or fearful. We should grip our weapons tightly and protect our home. Gao Chen's words were passionate, but no one responded. Who do you think you are, daring to command us? Yeah, you're just a young boy. Who gave you the courage? Young man, save it. Stop watching so many hot-blooded anime. Gao Chen's fervor was quickly doused by a torrent of cold water. Isn't he Gao Chen? Someone in the crowd recognized him. Gao Chen? Isn't he the boy who killed a Diamond 9-star martial artist at just 18? I didn't notice before, but he does look familiar. If he really is that genius boy, then he does have the right to command us. The fact that Gao Chen killed a Diamond 9-star martial artist at the age of 18 was already well known within the Langya base city. Although the wanted notice had reached everyone's hands, only a few truly wanted him dead. Most people were more curious about him. Seeing that the crowd recognized him, Gao Chen no longer hid. He pointed towards the direction outside the city and shouted to everyone, a distance of 1 kilometer, not too far, not too close. If we don't prepare now, we might very well be breached by the alien beasts at the east gate. Once the east gate is breached, he continued, pointing towards the direction inside the city, then our family, friends, and loved ones could very well be slaughtered by the alien beasts. The only thing we can do now is to pick up our weapons and defend our home and our families. Gao Chen's words were a bit over the top, but they ignited the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. Roar! 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 All the martial artists at the east gate raised their weapons high and roared loudly. Gao Chun, who had ignited the battle spirit in everyone, smiled slightly and tightened his grip on his weapon. The gatekeeper who had just let Gao Chen in was drenched in cold sweat when Gao Chen stepped forward. However, upon seeing this scene, he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this is the personal charm of a strong person. After he finished speaking, he looked at the person observing from the city wall. What's the situation? The observer was carefully watching. Less than 200 meters away, but the group of alien beasts has stopped. This strange behavior reached Gao Chen's ears. He did not speak but furrowed his brows in thought. After pondering for a while, Gao Chen very seriously addressed the martial artists. I want to go out to meet the enemy. Who will come with me? As soon as he said this, the martial artists were stunned. Isn't it better for us to defend the city? Besides, they might not even be able to breach our walls. Choosing to go out at this time is no different from seeking death. If you want to die, you can go alone. There's no need to drag us along. These people were very resistant to Gao Chen's decision to leave the city. In their view, defending the city was the best strategy. But Gao Chen did not think so. If we leave the city now, there might still be a glimmer of hope, Gao Chen said seriously, having thought it through carefully. He looked at the other warriors with a grave expression. But if we don't leave the city, we might lose even that last chance. I sense that there are humans directing them from behind. The crowd fell silent, casting strange glances at Gao Chen. It was clear they were waiting for his explanation. Based on the earlier situation, it seemed that there were indeed humans commanding this group of beasts. Gao Chen's statement was quite shocking and hard for the warriors to accept. The beasts were evolved from animals. Unless they were of a very high level, they were absolutely devoid of intelligence. Moreover, they were inherently proud and harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. Having been enslaved by humans for tens of thousands of years, their disdain for humanity was ingrained in their very bones. They did not trust humans, nor would they heed their words. At least for now, there was no precedent for humans taming these beasts. We still think it's better to defend the city. Most of the warriors expressed their preference for staying put. Only a small number believed in Gao Chun and were willing to leave the city with him. Follow me, and when we clean up the battlefield, regardless of the level of the core, those who leave the city will share equally. Shouting slogans and spreading enthusiasm were useless. At critical moments, the most effective motivator was the lure of profit. Once this was said, those who were reluctant to leave began to waver. What are the movements of the beasts? Gao Chen asked the observer on the city wall. After observing carefully for a moment, the observer replied, there is still no movement, but I saw several humanoid figures cloaked in black at the back of the beasts. Unable to confirm whether they were beasts or humans, the observer only referred to them as humanoid figures. So it's really them. The shadow of that organization had indeed appeared in this beast siege. We may not have much time, Gao Chen said to the still hesitant warriors. I'll give everyone 10 more minutes to think it over. If everyone has made up their minds, we will start preparing. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The number of those willing to leave the city increased significantly under Gao Chen's persuasion. However, facing the tide of beasts outside, this number was clearly insufficient. Does anyone have a means of transportation? At this moment, Gao Chen seemed to have thought of something, and quickly inquired. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what Gao Chen was planning. I have something to do, I need to go to the city center. That's right, Gao Chen was going to sign in. At the city center. No matter what the reward for this sign-in was, it would give him an extra bargaining chip and a bit more security. Half an hour later, Gao Chen reappeared at the East Gate. God-level sign-in system host, Gao Chen power, 3,220,000 realm, diamond 3 stars. Skills, Thunderfist, great achievement, Shadow Step, great achievement, Green Lotus sword technique, great. Achievement, all character secret, great achievement, indestructible divine skill, great achievement, walking character secret, great achievement, chaos decision, great achievement, sign in. Locations, Extreme Path Martial Arts Headquarters. Looking at the system interface, he nodded in satisfaction. This time, the sign-in had indeed granted him 100 exotic fruits, and these 100 exotic fruits had raised his power from Diamond 1 star to Diamond 3 stars. Coupled with the all-character secret, his strongest combat power skyrocketed to King 3 stars. The beasts near the base city are not of high level. I hope this King 3 stars power is enough to handle them. Outside the East Gate, those willing to leave the city stood behind Gao Chen. Their expressions were serious, their eyes complex. The ones leaving the city were well aware that facing the enemy outside was fraught with danger. But with a formidable foe at hand and tempting profits, they had no choice. Open the gate. With Gao Chen's furious shout, the large door of the East Gate slowly opened. The beasts were a kilometer away from the East Gate, but their towering figures were clearly visible at the entrance. Remember, try not to get too entangled with the beasts. Our main mission this time is to kill the black-robed figures. The black-robed figures are the masterminds behind this beast siege. As long as we kill them, the predicament, if not completely resolved, will at least be halfway solved. Yes, the people behind Gao Chen growled. Out of the city. Gao Chen's roar echoed. The warriors at the East Gate followed closely behind Gao Chen, charging towards the direction of the beast horde. On top of the tallest beast in the East Gate's horde, a black-robed figure was observing the situation at the East Gate through a telescope. When the East Gate opened, the black-robed figure was very surprised, then puzzled. When he saw Gao Chen leading the warriors charging out of the gate, his confusion turned into disdain. In this world, there's always a group of people who don't know what's good for them. Number 73, he placed his hand on his ear, lightly pressing a button to give orders. Take a group of beasts and kill all those people who don't know what's good for them. Number 73 let out an excited cry, then led a group of incredibly fast beasts, charging towards Gao Chen. Ah, today I'm going to kill to my heart's content. It's been so long since I've killed humans. Number 73 was extremely agitated. The sudden appearance of number 73 in the beast horde disrupted Gao Chen's rhythm. His eyes narrowed slightly, then he ordered. The beasts. Leave them to you all. I'll take care of the black-robed figure. The people in the team didn't speak, just nodded in agreement. Soon, number 73 and Gao Chen clashed. Diamond 3 star? You really look down on me. In Langya Base City, Diamond 3 star definitely belonged to the top tier. Number 73 was excited, clearly knowing this. But he didn't expect that the first enemy he encountered would be Gao Chen. You're Gao Chen, right? I heard you're a young genius and I'm very interested in fighting you. Number 73 became even more excited when he saw Gao Chen. Gao Chen wasn't surprised at all that number 73 could call out his name. Since they dared to target Langya Base City, they must have made thorough preparations. They must have collected most of the intelligence within the city. Gao Chen wasn't boasting, but at this stage, he was definitely a celebrity in the base city. Who are you? Gao Chen held his sword and stared at number 73. The aura emanating from number 73 was somewhat different from the black-robed figures Gao Chen had encountered before. Those black-robed figures were permeated with an aura of death and decay. This number 73, however, gave Gao Chen a feeling of vibrant vitality. Who am I? Does it matter? Number 73 shook his head, letting out a strange, heh laugh. Right now, the most important thing for us is how to instantly kill each other, don't you agree? As number 73 spoke, he took out his weapon from behind his back. His weapon was a long spear that looked quite extraordinary. The spear was silver-white overall, with a slight dark tinge on its tip. This spear of mine is called the Dragon's Gall Spear. It's a 1-to-1 replica of Zhao Zilong's Dragon's Gall Spear according to historical records. Number 73 introduced proudly. After introducing the spear in his hand, he slapped his waist and said, I also have a long sword hanging at my waist. This sword is the Qinggang sword. It's also a 1-to-1 replica from ancient texts. Both the Dragon's Gall Spear and the Qinggang sword were Zhao Zilong's most effective weapons. Gao Chen could tell that number 73 really admired Zhao Zilong. I wonder if you have the same courage as Zhao Zilong through and through, Gao Chen said, then directly charged towards number 73 with his sword. Number 73 smiled disdainfully. You're no match for me. I advise you to surrender. Despite his words, number 73 still gripped his dragon's gall spear tightly, waiting for Gao Chen's arrival with full readiness. Bang! Clang! The dragon's gall spear and the longsword collided for the first time, producing dazzling sparks. Both took a step back, looking at each other with surprise. Not bad, your strength is somewhat beyond my expectations. Number 73 seemed to admire Gao Chen, nodding as he praised, at your age, achieving such a realm is truly not easy. I don't want to hurt you, why not join us? Gao Chen scoffed at number 73's persuasion. The earlier clash had given Gao Chen an understanding of number 73's strength. While he certainly had the aura of a Diamond 3-star, his actual power was only that of a Diamond 1-star. Even without the assistance of the Jie secret technique, Gao Chen could easily slay him. Aren't you talking a bit too much? Gao Chen coldly looked at number 73, a hint of mockery in his voice. Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? I'm not a villain. Number 73's words did not anger Gao Chen. Instead, he spoke with a hint of amusement. Someone like me should be considered righteous. Goodness, you really have no shame at all. Number 73's lack of shame was somewhat beyond Gao Chen's expectations. Luring beasts to slaughter your own kind, and yet you call yourself righteous. Stop. Number 73 seemed very disgusted by Gao Chen's mention of his own kind, speaking with a tone of disdain. First of all, I am not of your kind. In fact, don't associate me with that filthy race, as it makes me feel extremely nauseous. Gao Chen had thought that denying one's ancestors was the limit for humanity. He never expected that there were those who would deny their own race. The human race, in my view, is filthy and shameful. They pride themselves as the spirit of all things, yet enslave other species. What difference is there between this behavior and that of uncivilized beasts? Number 73's statements turned Gao Chen's worldview upside down. His remarks were very similar to those of dog lovers. Humans evolved into the spirit of all things over hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. During this time, our ancestors resisted natural disasters and dealt with man-made calamities, gradually evolving from the weakest beings to the strongest. And now you tell me that this world is equal? On what basis? Because your brain is problematic, or because your head is bigger than others? The fundamental reason humans could evolve into the spirit of all things was that they achieved ultimate victory in the natural order. If another species were to become the spirit of all things, then humanity would only be left to be enslaved. This is the natural law. What you say is all nonsense. Gao Chen's words made number 73 very displeased. He pointed at Gao Chen and shouted, "It's because of people like you, who are so self-righteous, that the resurgence of spiritual energy has made beasts the biggest winners. In my view, whether human or beast, they are all equal." Gao Chen was truly too lazy to argue with him. After all, the two sides' worldviews were not aligned, and forcing a debate would yield no results. Since that was the case, they might as well fight. Swinging the long sword in his hand, Gao Chen charged at number 73 once more. "I was careless just now, this time I won't let you off." Number 73 spoke with great confidence. "Calm the chaos." Gao Chen, too lazy to waste more time, directly used his strongest skill at this stage. The sword energy appeared, instantly tearing number 73's black robe to shreds. Looking at number 73's true form beneath the black robe, Gao Chen shook his head, as expected, a descendant who has forgotten their ancestors. Just like the black-robed person he encountered before, number 73's body was also composed of machinery beneath the robe. The body and skin are given by one's parents, how can one harm oneself? Gao Chen was not a traditional person, but he still found it hard to accept the idea of transforming one's body into a mechanical form. "You talk too much." As the black robe was shredded by Gao Chen's sword energy, it was as if he had trampled on number 73's dignity. His mechanical face revealed an expression of anger. "Today, I will kill you, I will dismember you into 8 pieces. I will cover your skin over my body." The voice of number 73 had taken on a somewhat morbid tone at this moment. "Alright, I won't give you another chance." Secret of the character Jie. Disorderly decision. The tenfold increase in power directly elevated Gao Chen's realm to king level. 3 stars. The strongest skill was also activated after the power accumulation. In an instant, the sword energy shot directly towards number 73. Number 73 initially wanted to raise the dragon spear in his hand to block, but in just a moment, the sword energy generated by the disorderly decision shattered the dragon spear into pieces. After being shattered, the disorderly decision continued forward. Looking at the shattered dragon spear on the ground, number 73 felt as if his heart was being cut like a knife. With no other choice, he could only take down the Qinggang sword from his belt for defense. However, the fate of the Qinggang sword was not much better than that of the dragon spear. Both weapons were reduced to fragments, and number 73 seemed to realize something. He had intended to dodge Gao Chen's sword energy from the disorderly decision, but he found that he had nowhere to escape at this moment. The sword energy enveloped him, and in an instant, number 73 was cut into several pieces. Why are you so strong? Even though he was cut into several pieces, number 73 was still alive. That's a good question. Gao Chen pretended to think for a moment before answering very seriously. Because I am the pride of heaven. Saying this, he walked directly to number 73's head and pierced it with his long sword. Number 73, dead. After dealing with number 73, Gao Chen hurried to support the others who had left the city with him. Fortunately, these people were quite strong and had not suffered any fatalities due to this battle. Some had only sustained minor injuries. After arranging for someone to take the lightly injured back to the city, Gao Chen began instructing the others to clean up the battlefield. A total of 23 golden beasts were killed, several silver beasts, and several bronze beasts. Perhaps because the siege was of great importance, the black iron beasts did not participate. The cores of the slain beasts were all entrusted to Gao Chen for safekeeping. Gao Chen assured them that they would be evenly distributed upon returning to the city. Fortunately, these people still trusted Gao Chen and no one opposed this proposal. After informing everyone of the specific numbers, Gao Chen looked towards the side of the beasts. The figure in the black robe standing atop the massive beast had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Gao Chen's formidable strength made him gasp in shock. What kind of human is this? Why is he so terrifying? It should be noted that Gao Chen was only 18 years old. Number 73 was about the same age as Gao Chen, but due to mechanical modifications, possessing such strength was not particularly strange. But Gao Chen was different. Gao Chen was merely a mortal flesh. How could a mortal flesh possess such strength without instilling fear? No way. Besides being terrified, the figure in the black robe also realized another issue. Such a person must not be allowed to grow. Once he grows, he could very well become a great enemy to our organization. While he has not yet grown, we must kill him here. The figure in the black robe was also a doer. With thoughts in mind, he was sure to take action. Diamond-level personnel follow. Orders, all advance to encircle Gao Chen. From this, it was clear that the figure in the black robe placed great importance on Gao Chen. What is this Gao Chen's background that makes the leader care so much? I don't know, but I've heard he's a young genius. Who isn't a young genius? I was already at silver level when I was 19. Regarding the leader's decision, the diamond black-robed individuals were quite puzzled and dissatisfied, but they did not publicly express any opinions. Their discontent and complaints were only whispered in private. This group of diamond black-robed individuals quickly confronted Gao Chen. Who wants to go first? Or shall we all go together? Gao Chen spoke directly. Good fellow. Gao Chen's arrogance made a diamond 5-star black-robed man very displeased. You're not very old, but your tone is quite big. I am number 89, and I'm here to fight you. Number 89 stepped forward, ready to engage Gao Chen in battle. Gao Chen did not rush forward. Instead, he instructed the martial artists behind him, when I kill this black-robed man, you all follow up and deliver the finishing blow. Remember, the vital point of these black-robed men is their heads. The martial artists said nothing, but all nodded. Seeing them nod, Gao Chen charged forward. The existence of the G character's secret allowed him to reach the strength of a 3-star king. Number 89 was indeed powerful, but he was still no match for Gao Chen. With the Ping Wanju technique, he was instantly sliced into 8 pieces by Gao Chen. As number 89 fell to the ground, the martial artist surged forward. After killing number 89, Gao Chen did not linger and rushed towards the remaining diamond black-robed men. These black-robed men reacted quickly. Seeing Gao Chen charging at them, they all drew their weapons to fight back. However, even combined, they were still no match for Gao Chen. With the Ping Wanju combined with the Qing Lian sword technique, these diamond black-robed men fell one after another. The martial artists following behind swiftly pierced their heads, taking their lives. After eliminating all the diamond black-robed men, Gao Chen looked towards the direction of the exotic beasts. He knew very well that the upcoming battle would be the real fight. The black-robed man standing on the giant exotic beast felt very heavy-hearted. He had been waiting for the order to launch a full-scale attack, but the command was long overdue. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand and shouted, "Charge!" Gao Chen took in the black-robed man's actions. Since you are the commander here, you are undoubtedly doomed. Gao Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the black-robed man on the giant exotic beast. The black-robed man's gaze was also fixed on Gao Chen. If he exposed his head, Gao Chen would surely see the anger in his eyes. With the black-robed man's command, the exotic beasts began to move. However, Gao Chen noticed that some exotic beasts remained stationary, showing no signs of action. It seems that each black-robed man has their own task. The exotic beasts were powerful, and no matter how strong the black-robed men were, they could not command such a massive group of exotic beasts. Each of them must have their own designated area of responsibility. Realizing this, Gao Chen said to the martial artists, "Avoid the exotic beasts as much as possible and focus on finding the black-robed men. Kill if you can, and if you can't, inform me." The martial artists nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Chun charged into the group of exotic beasts. Xing Zimi, Vajra indestructible divine skill. To be cautious, he activated his most powerful defensive skill. Although the Xing Zimi was not fully unleashed, his speed was beyond what these exotic beasts could match. Soon, he arrived beneath the giant exotic beast. From a distance, it didn't feel imposing, but as he got closer, Gao Chun realized just how massive it was. Standing at the foot of this exotic beast, Gao Chun felt like a tiny ant. Roughly estimating, this exotic beast was at least 20 stories tall. But that was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that this exotic beast was actually a spider-like creature. Could this be the legendary Phantom Spider? The Phantom Spider was undoubtedly the most terrifying among exotic beasts. Its terror did not stem from its combat power or defense but from its ability to produce an unlimited number of explosive spiders. Explosive spiders were the most peculiar existence among exotic beasts. They had neither attack power nor defense. However, once they approached a target, they would explode directly. The damage caused by the explosion was not terrifying, but the sheer number of explosive spiders was overwhelming. Perhaps due to its unique characteristics, the Phantom Spider was extremely rare. You have quite the discerning eye to recognize the Phantom Spider, came the voice of the black-robed man from atop the Phantom Spider. Gao Chun looked up and saw a black-robed man. This black-robed man was different from the ones Gao Chun had encountered before that he did not sense any killing intent or hostility from the figure in the black robe. In fact, he felt warmth and affinity emanating from this person. Kid, I have high hopes for you. Join us, the figure in the black robe invited Gao Chun. In that moment, Gao Chun felt a flicker of temptation. We're not on the same path. Gao Chun suppressed his feelings and replied to the figure. Not on the same path? I feel we are quite similar, the voice of the figure echoed again. However, this time, Gao Chun found himself stirred once more. The voice of the figure in the black robe seemed to possess a kind of magic. Join us, and not only will you have a bright future, but you will also gain endless wealth and anything you desire. The figure spoke again, and Gao Chen's resolve began to waver. This person is terrifying, Gao Chen thought, still shaken. The figure in the black robe was truly frightening. Every word they spoke seemed to have an enchanting power, deeply tempting Gao Chen. If you were a woman, I might really consider joining you, Gao Chen teased. To his surprise, the figure in the black robe directly lifted the hood from their head. A breathtakingly beautiful face appeared before Gao Chen's eyes. In his past life, after experiencing photo editing, beauty enhancements, cosmetic surgery, and gender reassignment, Gao Chen believed he had developed immunity to beautiful women. Yet, upon seeing this stunning face, he couldn't help but feel his heart race. What do you think? The voice of the figure changed at that moment, becoming sweet and delicate, pleasant yet not cloying. Does this face catch your eye? To be honest, Gao Chen swallowed hard and gave a thumbs up to the figure. Your face is indeed very alluring. I believe no man would refuse it. Gao Chen admitted he was on the verge of falling for it. So, join us, the figure in the black robe extended their slender, fair hand, making one last invitation to Gao Chun. As long as you join us, I could even become your bride. Goodness, the final word bride combined with that seductive gaze nearly stole Gao Chen's soul. Still not possible, Gao Chen shook his head. Why not? The figure in the black robe frowned slightly. Even with a frown, that stunning face remained pleasing to the eye. I can't handle kissing a robot. No matter how beautiful the face, how captivating the eyes, or how sweet the voice, Gao Chen could not bear the thought of kissing a robot. It seems you are refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead. The figure in the black robe suddenly changed their expression, their face darkening. The gloomy expression, combined with that exquisite beauty, was truly overwhelming for Gao Chun. You should put the hood back on, Gao Chen said, closing his eyes and waving his hand. I really can't handle your face. Seeing Gao Chen close his eyes, a scheming expression appeared on the beautiful face of the figure in the black robe. She patted the phantom spider beneath her. The phantom spider shook its body, and one by one, human-sized explosive spiders crawled out of its mouth, racing towards Gao Chen at high speed. Gao Chen reacted swiftly. Just as the explosive spider was about to get close, he swung his sword and struck it. Bang! With a faint explosion, the explosive spider detonated, leaving behind a disgusting green viscous liquid. He looked at the green liquid in surprise, discovering that it was corroding the ground. In the blink of an eye, a large hole had been eaten away in the ground by the green liquid. How terrifying! Gao Chen gasped. If a person were to come into contact with this green liquid, their body could be corroded away. At that moment, he finally understood why the figure in the black robe had brought the phantom spider for this siege. The walls of the base were indeed sturdy and could withstand powerful attacks. But if the explosive spiders continuously attacked the walls, even the hardest materials in the world would not be able to hold up. First, kill this phantom spider. To Gao Chun, the black-robed figure at this stage was merely a nuisance. His most important task now was to slay the phantom spider. Calm the chaos. Gao Chen swung his sword. The invisible sword energy shot straight towards the phantom spider. The The black-robed figure standing on the phantom spider seemed to have guessed Gao Chen's intentions. With a flash of her figure, she wielded her weapon and managed to counter Gao Chen's calm the chaos with ease. You've got some skill. Gao Chen observed the black-robed figure with a serious expression. If Gao Chen wasn't mistaken, this black-robed figure should be at the king level. However, he speculated that her star rating wouldn't be too high. Since you are blocking me from killing the phantom spider, then I will kill you. Gao Chen's face turned cold, and a murderous intent filled his eyes. In that moment, he truly felt the urge to kill. In the small beast swarm, a golden black-robed figure has been discovered. In the snake beast swarm, a golden black-robed figure has been discovered. In the dog beast swarm, a golden black-robed figure has been discovered. In the previous battle, Gao Chen had slain all the diamond black-robed figures. Now, among the black-robed figures here, apart from the one Gao Chen was facing, the others were all of golden rank. Everyone, don't worry about face or anything else. Focus all efforts on encircling and exterminating all the black-robed figures. Gao Chen commanded the crowd. Each of these black-robed figures could command a considerable number of beasts. Surrounding and exterminating them was indeed not a simple task. Fortunately, the people Gao Chen brought this time were all considered elites of their realm, and their combat power was exceptionally fierce. Even so, the encirclement battle against the black-robed figures still resulted in heavy casualties. The reason for this was that Gao Chen was fully engaged in battling the king-level black-robed figure and had no time to spare. Just as Gao Chen and the king-level black-robed figure were locked in a fierce battle, a voice from the headset of the king-level black-robed figure called for a general attack. She wanted to instruct the other black-robed figures to initiate the general attack, but she was too entangled with Gao Chen to break free. Everyone, prepare for a general attack, she ordered. The black-robed figures on her side were panting as they replied. We're entangled and unable to launch a general attack. I'm in the same situation. Me too. Gao Chen, like a persistent parasite, was already making the black-robed figures anxious. The feedback coming from the headset only heightened her frustration. Damn it! She cursed under her breath, then glared at Gao Chen. If you disrupt my plans today, I will skin you alive while you still breathe, making you experience what true pain is. Ha! Her threat only drew Gao Chen's mockery. You can say that again if you manage to survive. The black-robed figure wanted to retort, but Gao Chen's fierce swordplay left her with no choice but to defend. Gao Chen was giving it his all, holding nothing back. The black-robed figure, who once thought she could slay Gao Chen, now found that the only thing she could do was to hold on desperately. Gao Chen's attacks were relentless, like a surging river that never ceased, or like the yellow river flooding uncontrollably. The black-robed figure felt bitter, but she had no one to confide in. When I get back, I must kill all those useless fools in the intelligence department. The feedback from the intelligence department indicated that Gao Chen was only at the golden level. Yet now, Gao Chen was able to suppress her, a king-level 1-star warrior. It was clear that there was a problem with the intelligence department. The black-robed figure struggled to hold on, planning to counterattack. Once Gao Chen's momentum decreased. But 10 minutes later, Gao Chen's momentum not only hadn't diminished, but it even showed signs of increasing. No way. The black-robed figure thought to herself. If this continues, the grand plan will definitely be thwarted. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out a syringe from her lower back and plunged it forcefully into her neck. This was a very peculiar potion. It could temporarily boost a person's combat power by 1-star level. However, the side effects of this potion were also quite severe. Therefore, the black-robed figure would never use it unless absolutely necessary. If the potion entered the body of the black-robed figure, and Gao Chen discovered that her combat power had significantly increased. What is this? So powerful? It can actually elevate her combat strength by a star. Although Gao Chen's Jiezemu technique could multiply his strength tenfold, there were very few potions in this world that could enhance one's power. A potion capable of increasing strength by a star level was undoubtedly a treasure. Moreover, its value was certainly considerable. As the potion was injected, the black-robed figure felt invigorated. She swung her weapon, resembling a mournful staff, preparing for a desperate counterattack. However, Gao Chen had no intention of giving her the chance to retaliate. The sword was like frost, the aura like a rainbow. Gao Chen unleashed his full combat power. This time, the black-robed figure not only retreated continuously but also sustained numerous injuries. Why are you so strong? The black-clad figure wanted to cry. She had thought that the East Gate would be the best breakthrough point. When she was assigned to the East Gate, she was very happy, believing she would be the first to breach the city. But she never expected to encounter a freak like Gao Chen at the East Gate. Under Gao Chen's overwhelming pressure, the black-robed figure began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the moment she was distracted, Gao Chen struck and severed one of her arms. Without an arm, the black-robed figure was no match for Gao Chen. With a flourish of his sword, he quickly severed all her limbs. Left with only her torso and limbs, the black-robed figure wore a face of unwillingness. Gao Chen, however, did not give her a chance to speak. He thrust his sword, piercing through her skull. After slaying the black-robed figure, Gao Chen leaped high and drove his sword into the head of the phantom spider. The phantom spider, with no means of defense, fell dead from the blow. "Everyone, stop!" Gao Chen shouted, standing atop the massive corpse of the phantom spider, holding the head of the black-robed figure aloft. The other black-robed figures, engaged in fierce combat with the warriors brought by Gao Chen, visibly hesitated at the sight. But that brief moment of hesitation provided the struggling warriors with an opportunity. Taking advantage of the pause, they swiftly dispatched the black-robed figures in front of them. With the black-robed figures dead, the beasts seemed to lose their backbone and began to panic. "Retreat, pull back from the beast horde," Gao Chen shouted to the warriors. The warriors trusted Gao Chen and, without hesitation, rushed out of the beast horde. Not long after they broke free, the beasts began to turn on each other. These beasts were already ferocious, and with some tribes among them being hostile, they started to slaughter one another without the black-robed figure's command. "Everyone, take a break." Gao Chen sat down, looking at the warriors he had brought. Upon hearing this, the warriors collapsed to the ground as if they had lost all strength. They rested, but Gao Chen did not. He moved among the warriors, checking their injuries. Most were lightly wounded, with only a few severely injured. Gao Chen was generous, directly giving the severely injured 5-element blood condensing fruit. For the lightly wounded, he let them recover on their own. The chaos among the beasts lasted a full half hour. After half an hour, only a few beasts remained standing, most of them heavily injured. Some beasts were even swaying, on the verge of collapse due to their injuries. "Finish them off, clean up the battlefield." Gao Chen began to issue his final orders. The warriors, having regained their strength, rose and started to collect their spoils. "How's it going? What about the situation at the other 3 gates?" Zhen Hu, stationed at the south gate, asked his subordinates. One subordinate hesitated slightly and replied, "Not too clear." "Not too clear?" Zhen Hu drew his weapon and pointed it at the subordinate's throat. "If you respond like this during wartime, do you believe I won't kill you?" The subordinate panicked. "City guard." At that moment, someone stepped forward and cupped his hands to Zhen Hu. "The north gate and west gate are both in fierce battles. The situation at the east gate is unknown." Unknown, a bad feeling surfaced in Zhen Hu's heart. "Immediately contact Dongmen. I want to know the specific situation there." Zhen Hu was very clear that if Dongmen fell, even if they managed to hold their ground, it would be in vain. "Yes." His subordinate clasped his fists and turned to contact Dongmen. "Damn it, this group of alien beasts is really disgusting." Lu Tianping, stationed at the north gate, looked at the endless stream of alien beasts with a headache. "Especially that explosive spider. Every explosion creates small holes in our city walls. If this continues, our city walls won't hold out for long," he muttered to himself while contemplating countermeasures. "Master." The deputy master of the branch clasped his fists towards Lu Tianping and said with a very determined expression, "I will take people to kill that phantom spider." "No." Lu Tianping shook his head. "Not to mention the tight defenses around the phantom spider, there are also a large number of alien beasts. Even if you really rush to the phantom spider's side, with your combat power, you might not be able to kill it. The main issue is that those black-robed people are still guarding around the phantom spider." In fact, before the siege even began, Lu Tianping had already noticed the presence of the black-robed people. "Then what should we do?" The deputy master was also very anxious, stamping his feet as he spoke. "Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Sitting and waiting for death isn't the only option. At that moment, a very relaxed voice rang out. "Give me a few people, and I'll help you kill the phantom spider." Lu Tianping was surprised to hear Gao Chen's voice. However, he quickly thought of something and anxiously said to Gao Chen, "Entering the city at this time is just asking for death. Let's not talk about that for now." Gao Chen walked in front of Lu Tianping and threw 2 items in front of him. Upon seeing what Gao Chen threw, Lu Tianping's pupils contracted. He pointed at the alien beast's core and said to Lu Tianping, "This core is from the phantom spider, and this head is from the black-robed leader of Dongmen. Could it be?" A terrifying thought spread in Lu Tianping's mind. "Exactly." Gao Chen nodded smugly, putting on an expression of admiration for Lu Tianping. "The phantom spider and the black-robed people in the East City have already been killed by me. The alien beasts in Dongmen have also been eradicated due to internal strife." Lu Tianping found it hard to believe. After all, the siege had just started less than an hour ago. They were barely holding on, while Gao Chen had already resolved the crisis at the East City Gate. "Bro, are you bragging?" The deputy master was seeing Gao Chen for the first time, so he didn't believe his words. "Dongmen is just a bunch of scattered soldiers. How could it be resolved so quickly?" Smack! Without saying a word, Lu Tianping raised his hand and slapped his deputy master. The deputy master was left dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Tianping in confusion. "You can contact the East City Gate to find out." The deputy master was slightly taken aback, then went to find someone to contact the East City Gate. Soon, the deputy master received a reply from the East City Gate. "Crisis resolved, East City Gate is safe." These 9 short words left the deputy master in shock. He walked over to Lu Tianping, ready to tell him these 9 words. However, Lu Tianping waved his hand and said, "I trust my brother." After saying that, he asked Gao Chun, "What configuration do you need?" Gao Chun hesitated for a moment and said, "Give me 10 warriors. Above diamond 5 stars, and several golden warriors. Give me an hour and I should be able to resolve it." Lu Tianping was not surprised at all by Gao Chen's request. He nodded and quickly selected 10 warriors above diamond 5 stars and about 30 golden warriors. Why should we listen to him? Who is he? Yeah, why should we listen to a kid? We won't do it. What qualifications does he have to command us? When Lu Tianping said they had to follow Gao Chen's orders, these warriors strongly resisted. The most intense resistance came from the warriors above diamond 5 stars. Gao Chen said nothing, only looked at Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping subtly nodded. Gao Chen walked directly in front of the loudest protester and swung his sword across his throat. His eyes widened. In shock, his face filled with disbelief. Even in death, he couldn't understand why he was dying. Those who do not obey orders on the battlefield shall die. Gao Chen's indifferent gaze and cold tone silenced the previously rebellious crowd. "Follow me out of the city, orders must be obeyed." "Can you do that?" Gao Chen surveyed the remaining few. "We can," the others shouted in unison. Outside the north gate, the ground was littered with corpses. The bodies of the beasts piled atop the warriors, the beasts' corpses pressing down on the warriors' bodies. The flames of war raged, and the slaughter continued. Blood stained the city walls, coloring the eyes of the people red. Gao Chen led the warriors, piercing into the horde of beasts like a steel spear. Standing on the city wall, Lu Tianping watched as Gao Chen's team carved a path through the beasts, his mouth involuntarily agape. Recalling the first time he saw Gao Chen, Lu Tianping felt as if he were in a different world. In just a few months, he has grown to such an extent. How terrifying is this young man? Gao Chen, who had plunged into the beast horde, showed no signs of stopping. The long sword in his hand was like a life-harvesting machine. No matter how powerful the beasts were, they could not withstand a single strike from him. Thus, he led his team to the front of the phantom spider. Remember, do not concern yourselves with the beasts, focus all your efforts on locating and killing the black-robed man among them. The warriors nodded solemnly and then dispersed. Once the warriors had left, Gao Chen directly attacked the phantom spider. Secret of the word Jie. Indestructible Vedra technique. Chaos suppression technique. Gao Chen's sword energy surged like a rainbow, piercing towards the phantom spider. The black-robed man on the phantom spider had long since noticed Gao Chen. As Gao Chen launched his attack, he leaped down from the phantom spider. Before landing, he had already neutralized Gao Chen's attack on the phantom spider. "You must be Gao Chen?" The black-robed man directly stated Gao Chen's name. Gao Chen nodded without any surprise. "Join us." The black-robed man attempted to recruit Gao Chen, but before he could finish his sentence, Gao Chen struck again. His previous attack on the phantom spider was merely to lure this black-robed man down. Now that the black-robed man had come down, Gao Chen would certainly go all out. Gao Chen, fighting with all his might, was truly terrifying. In just a few strikes, countless wounds appeared on the black-robed man. He staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. "Damn the intelligence department." The black-robed man uttered the same words as the previous. Black-robed man injured. The black-robed man's defense and attack had significantly weakened. Chaos suppression technique. Gao Chen's strongest skill was unleashed once more. With a sweep of his sword, Gao Chen instantly severed the black-robed man's limbs and head. As he tore through the clothing, the mechanical body beneath was revealed. Piercing through the head, the black-robed man met his demise. Subsequently, Gao Chen also killed the phantom spider. "Attention, the black-robed man's vital point is his head." Gao Chen notified the others through his earpiece. "Understood," the others replied. Gao Chen stood atop the towering corpse of the phantom spider, overlooking the horde of beasts below. The group of warriors Gao Chen brought could be considered the elite of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Not only were they exceptional in rank, but their combat power was also extraordinarily fierce. The black-robed men were no match for them at all. In no time, the black-robed men were all eliminated. With all the black-robed men dead, the beast horde fell into chaos. Gao Chen led his team out of the beast horde, waiting for them to turn on each other. However, unlike last time, this time the beasts, without the black-robed men to command them, fled in an orderly manner towards the wilderness. Seeing some wanting to pursue, Gao Chen quickly stopped them, saying, "Do not pursue a desperate enemy." Though they were reluctant, they recalled Gao Chen's previous methods and gave up the chase. The logistics department of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, began to enter after confirming that the alien beasts were all dead. "What should we do next?" Lu Tianping asked Gao Chen. Some onlookers, not understanding the situation, were surprised by this scene. Gao Chen pondered for a moment and said, "I'll take a group to support the west gate. You take some people to support the south gate." The crises at the east and north gates had been resolved, requiring only a few people to remain stationed to prevent any surprises. However, the crises at the other two gates still existed. Therefore, they had to rush to support the other two gates. As for the Hanu Guard, to be honest, Lu Tianping didn't want to support Zhan Hu and the others. After the Gao Chen incident, the relationship between the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and the Hanu Guard had become very poor. At this time, you shouldn't be thinking about that anymore. Gao Chen rolled his eyes and complained. The Hanu Guard is indeed in a terrible state right now, but behind them are the citizens of the city. How could Lu Tianping not understand the bigger picture? The purpose of his words was merely to vent his frustration. If it weren't for the citizens behind them, I would have ambushed them long ago. Gao Chen patted Lu Tianping on the shoulder and said nothing more. Lu Tianping went to support the Hanu Guard while Gao Chen took a group to support the Tsanxiang Martial Arts School. When Gao Chen arrived at the West Gate, he discovered a very interesting phenomenon. This battle was surprisingly easy. How did you do it? Gao Chen curiously asked someone. The Bull Division leader severely injured the Phantom Spider right at the start of the battle. Someone replied. In a daze, Gao Chen remembered that the strong and robust Niu Meng used a battle bow as his weapon. Without the Phantom Spiders, the alien beasts would find it extremely difficult to breach the city walls. As long as they could ensure a constant supply of ammunition on the walls, the alien beasts would not be able to break through. In that case, I'll take my people to rest. After saying this, Gao Chen led his group to the resting area not far from the city gate. Looking at Gao Chen and the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School warriors' backs, Niu Meng scoffed. Who do you think you are? You don't really believe that a golden warrior can change the course of the battle, do you? Killing the Diamond 9-star Zhanlan was just your luck. I don't believe your luck can hold out forever. Niu Meng looked down on Gao Chen. The main reason was that he believed Gao Chen had used very despicable means to kill Zhanlan. Brothers, stay alert. The East and North gates are already safe. We can't fall behind here. Niu Meng commanded with precision, and his subordinates moved appropriately. In half an hour, he had repelled several attacks from the alien beasts. Something's not right. Far away in the resting area, upon hearing this news, Gao Chen frowned slightly. Just a moment ago at the North Gate, the alien beasts' attacks were relentless. But why is there such a long interval at the West Gate? Realizing something was off, Gao Chen went directly to find Niu Meng and expressed his concerns. However, Niu Meng dismissed Gao Chen's worries with a sneer. Each gate has a different commander, so the rhythm of the alien beasts' attacks varies. If I were you, I would just rest well in the resting area. Niu Meng's unfriendly attitude made Gao Chen quite displeased. Just as he was about to return to the resting area, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet trembling. Everyone looked towards the city wall. The tall and majestic city wall began to collapse. People on the wall and below were injured by the falling debris. Then, a gigantic creature resembling a pangolin emerged from the ground. Fiery Claw. Pangolin, an alien beast evolved from a pangolin. This creature has claws as sharp as knives, capable of easily breaking through bricks and stones. Inheriting all the characteristics of the pangolin, it can also burrow underground. The feedback in the glasses left Gao Chen astonished. Previously, he had only thought of the Phantom Spider as a siege weapon, completely forgetting that the fierce-clawed pangolin was also a formidable tool. As the city walls collapsed, the beasts surged into the city like a tide. When the walls served as a barrier, the warriors found it relatively easy to deal with these creatures. Now, without that layer of protection, the beasts were like wolves among sheep, slaughtering wildly. Rats as large as adults, hyenas taller than horses. In just a few minutes, the warriors in the outer city suffered heavy casualties. Retreat, retreat to the inner city. Niu Meng shouted. The lightly injured or uninjured warriors began to withdraw towards the inner city. But at that moment, a gate between the outer and inner city also collapsed. Another fierce-clawed pangolin emerged from the ground, its blood-red eyes fixed on the warriors as if it were looking at food. So it turns out. Niu Meng suddenly realized. The reason the beasts had attacked so calmly and methodically before was to set the stage for these two fierce-clawed pangolins. With the tide of beasts in front and the pangolins behind, the warriors of the Tsanxiang Martial Arts School found themselves surrounded. Niu Meng's face was terrifyingly dark, and he felt immense regret. If it weren't for his own arrogance, this situation wouldn't have occurred. The people from the Jidao Martial Arts School had not made a move. They all stood behind Gao Chen, waiting for his command. At this point, they had become entirely reliant on Gao Chen. Why are you still just watching? Why aren't you making a move? Niu Meng shouted at Gao Chen, seeing the heavy losses on their side. Gao Chen coldly looked at him and replied, if you weren't so arrogant, this situation wouldn't have happened. Niu Meng knew that this scene was entirely due to his own actions. But you can't just stand by and watch us die. Niu Meng continued to shout at Gao Chen as if he didn't understand the situation. Can you really bear to see so many warriors killed? If our Tsanxiang Martial Arts School falls, the common people in the city will also suffer. You must know that your parents are still in the city. If you want to live, you'd better shut up. Gao Chen continued coldly. The reason he hadn't acted was not to take revenge on Niu Meng. He refrained from acting because he was observing the situation. Based on Previous experience, as long as he found the black-robed figure among the beasts, the problem could be easily resolved. Ah, no, I'm still young, I don't want to die. I haven't married the girl I love yet, I want to live. My parents are still waiting for me to come home for dinner. The cries of the warriors rose and fell. Gao Chen felt very distressed as well, but he had not yet found the trace of the black-robed figure, so he could not act recklessly. Damn it! Niu Meng, seeing that Gao Chen remained unmoved, cursed under his breath. I knew you were a coward. Song Qiong. Martial arts school people, follow me. Niu Meng, holding a battle bow, charged forward. The battle bow, originally a ranged weapon, became a melee weapon in Niu Meng's hands. The bowstring and bow body could inflict considerable damage on the beasts. 7 o'clock direction. Gao Chen shouted to the warriors of the Jidao martial arts school. There's a black-robed figure over there. Everyone charge and take him down. Yes. The warriors of the Jidao martial arts school, who had long been impatient, shouted and rushed towards the 7 o'clock direction. The black-robed figure also noticed the movements of the Jidao martial arts warriors and commanded the beasts to block their path. This group was clever and did not choose to confront the beasts head-on. They opted to bypass the beasts as much as possible. Soon, they formed a siege around the black-robed figure. These individuals had experienced life and death and were decisive in battle. As they approached the black-robed figure, they unleashed their strongest attacks. In just an instant, the black-robed figure was mercilessly slaughtered by this group of warriors. The death of the black-robed figure caused the beasts in the city to begin to riot. The warriors of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School already had the corresponding experience. They quickly withdrew from the tide of alien beasts. Niufen, you'd better take your people out now, Gao Chen shouted at Niu Meng. Niu Meng glanced back at Gao Chen, shaking his head disdainfully. Why should I listen to you? Suit yourself, Gao Chen said, too lazy to explain to Niu Meng, waving his hand and standing aside. The warriors from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School lined up and stood next to Gao Chen. Good advice is hard to give to a damned ghost. Gao Chen sighed. The chaos among the alien beasts had already begun. Their eyes were blood-red, unable to distinguish friend from foe. In less than 5 minutes, the alien beast horde had suffered heavy casualties. The people from the Tsongchong Martial Arts School were not much better off. The indiscriminate attacks from the alien beasts caused many of their warriors to die. Niu Meng's eyes were bloodshot with rage, but it was of no use. Stop staring. Although Gao Chen's relationship with Niu Meng was not good, he did not want to see the warriors perish. He shouted to the people behind him, if we can save one, we save one. Yes. The people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School obeyed the order and began to rescue the warriors among the alien beasts. Soon, the warriors from the Tsongchong Martial Arts School were rescued. Gao Chen ignored the lightly injured and directly assigned a 5 elements blood-condensing fruit to each of the severely injured. Seeing Gao Chen give his people the 5 elements blood-condensing fruit, Niu Meng's expression was somewhat complicated. The battle among the alien beasts quickly came to an end. The people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School began to clean up the battlefield. The injured were sent to the hospital for treatment. The uninjured started to help repair the city walls. The crises at the East Gate, West Gate, and North Gate had all been resolved. Now only the South Gate was still in battle. What's the situation at the South Gate? Gao Chen asked a person from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. That person was responsible for communicating with the South Gate. After taking a look at the communication device, he replied, the gates of both the outer city and inner city have been breached. Now the Hanu Guard and the people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School have retreated to the vicinity of the third defensive line. What did you say? Gao Chen's face changed dramatically. Normally, the first defensive line was the outer city wall. The second defensive line was the inner city wall. The third defensive line was already inside the inner city. Given the current situation, the South Gate was extremely dangerous. The third defensive line was considered the last line of defense in the base city. If nothing unexpected happened, if the third defensive line fell, the ordinary people in the base city would face a catastrophe. How many people can still fight on your side? Gao Chen didn't bother with anything else and directly asked Niu Meng. Niu Meng pondered for a moment while holding his tablet and said, there are about 50 people left, with around 10 of them being above diamond rank. Allocate all the diamond-ranked warriors to me. I'm going to the South Gate. He knew the situation at the South Gate and without hesitation called over the 10 from the Tsongchong Martial Arts School. After explaining the situation, these 10 immediately expressed their unconditional trust in Gao Chen. With the addition of these 10, Gao Chen's combat power received a significant boost. Accompanied by over 30 people, Gao Chen took the fastest means of transportation to the South Gate for support. At the third defensive line of the South Gate, Lu Tianping looked at the endless stream of alien beasts with a very heavy expression. The people he brought had already suffered heavy losses. The Hanu Guard was not much better off either. Zhanhu's people were almost wiped out. It was only a matter of time before their third defensive line was breached. The warriors fought bravely against the enemy. However, their killing speed was far outpaced by the rate at which the alien beasts replenished. Sometimes, just as they killed one alien beast, several more would take its place. Unless they had completely lost their fighting ability, even if severely injured, they still fought on. The front lines. The brutal battle situation filled Zhan Hu's heart with despair. Unlike Zhan Hu's despair, Lu Tianping still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. We must hold on until Gao Chen arrives, Lu Tianping shouted. Gao Chen, when he heard the name Gao Chen, Zhan Hu's face turned fierce. He has entered the city? If he dares to appear in front of me now, I will kill him. If you dare to kill him, I guarantee that your Zhan family will be destroyed in an instant, Lu Tianping warned coldly, looking at Zhan Hu. He led the non-affiliated martial artists to defend the East Gate. He also helped me secure the North Gate, and the West Gate should be held as well. In this beast-tide siege, the greatest contributor is him. If you dare to lay a hand on him, not only will the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall not let you off, but even those above you won't spare you. Zhan Hu, who was eager to fight, visibly hesitated upon hearing this. If what Lu Tianping said was true, then he would have to think twice before making a move against Gao Chen in the future. Previously, he could act against Gao Chen from a moral high ground. If he were to act against Gao Chen again, he would have no justification. Even if Gao Chen were to make mistakes in the future, as long as they weren't major acts of rebellion, those above wouldn't dare to easily touch him. After all, Gao Chen was the hero defending the city. How much longer? The speeding car raced through the streets of the base city. Due to the beast-tide siege, the usually bustling streets were deserted. About 10 more minutes. Even with the streets empty, without the need to follow traffic rules, and using the fastest mode of transport, it would still take a long time to get from one city gate to another. 10 minutes? Gao Chen pondered for a moment and said to the martial artists he brought, "You all take the car, I'll go ahead." The battle at the south gate was fierce and allowed for no delays. Ha! Before anyone could react, Gao Chen jumped out of the car. Ji zi mi, xing zi mi. Gao Chen's strength increased tenfold, and he used the fastest skills. In the blink of an eye, Gao Chen disappeared from everyone's sight. His speed is incredible. He vanished in an instant. He's so strong. Oh my god, as expected of Gao Chen, he's truly on another level. The people in the car were astonished by Gao Chen's speed. Once the Xing Zimi was activated, Gao Chen's speed reached its peak. What was originally a 10-minute journey was reduced to just 1 minute. He's here. Gao Chen's arrival gave Lu Tianping a glimmer of hope. Zhan Hu looked at Gao Chen with a very complex expression. How could it be this brutal? Gao Chen frowned as he surveyed the horrific scene before him. Is the commander of this gate an idiot? Damn it, all he knows is scheming and backstabbing. Gao Chen's veiled criticism made Zhan Hu's face turn pale with anger. But at this moment he didn't even dare to think of rebutting. He knew very well that the reason the South Gate was in such dire straits was due to his own command errors and arrogance. I will take command from here on. Gao Chen looked at Zhan Hu with an authoritative tone. On what grounds? Zhan Hu was dissatisfied. If you want to live, you'd better shut up. Gao Chen glared at Zhan Hu. The long-standing resentment within Zhan Hu erupted at that moment. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? You should know that I am the city guard of the base city now. Even at this point, Zhan Hu was still trying to assert his authority. Damn it. Without saying another word, Gao Chen stepped forward and slapped Zhan Hu. At a time like this, you're still putting on airs. Is your brain filled with crap? Zhan Hu, who had just been slapped, was filled with indignation. He tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to strike at Gao Chen. But Gao Chen was a step ahead, placing his sword across Zhan Hu's throat. If you dare to move, I will kill you. Gao Chen's eyes were blood red. Zhan Hu looked into Gao Chen's eyes and dared not move. Lu Hall Master, find someone to keep an eye on him. If he dares to act recklessly, kill him. At that moment, Gao Chen resembled a decisive general. Understood. Lu Tianping had long been dissatisfied with Zhan Hu. He waved his hand to summon a heavily injured person and ordered, kill him if he dares to move. Yes. The heavily injured person nodded resolutely. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Seeing that Zhan Hu had already been subdued, Gao Chen turned around and took over command. Everyone, listen to me. Gao Chen's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Next, someone will deliver the 5 elements blood-condensing fruit to you. I believe everyone knows the effects of this extraordinary fruit. Then, a group of diamond warriors will come to support us. They should arrive in about 10 minutes, so everyone hold on a little longer. Gao Chen's words acted like a shot of adrenaline, allowing the already desperate crowd to see hope once more. After rallying their spirits, he brandished his long sword and charged into the horde of strange beasts. With the help of the secret technique, Gao Chen became a meat grinder. No matter how powerful the strange beasts were, they were no match for him. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of strange beasts had fallen under his sword. While hunting the beasts, he searched for the figure in the black robe among them. Soon, he spotted a black-robed person. This black-robed individual was different from the ones Gao Chen had encountered before. The robe he wore had a number tattooed on the chest. The golden number shone glaringly in the sunlight. If Gao Chen wasn't mistaken, the number on his chest should be 9. When Gao Chen noticed the black-robed person, the latter also noticed him. You must be Gao Chen, right? I admire you greatly, join us. The black-robed person opened with an invitation to Gao Chen. Gao Chen looked at him with a half-smile and said, do you really think I would join you? Then tell me one reason why you won't join us. The black-robed person's interest in Gao Chen was stronger than that of the previous ones. Different ideologies. Gao Chen's answer was straightforward. That's not important. The black-robed person waved his hand dismissively and laughed. I don't need your ideology to align with ours. I just need you to join us. We can meet any of your demands. The black-robed person gave Gao Chen a very sincere impression. Forget it. Gao Chen waved his hand. I don't want to become a half-human, half-machine monster. While being half-human and half-machine could make one powerful, Gao Chen simply couldn't accept it in his heart. Actually, we have quite a few normal people in our organization. The term monster did not anger Gao Chen. The black-robed person patiently explained. These normal people receive abundant resources. Under the same talent conditions, their cultivation speed far exceeds that of others. The black-robed person's words were very tempting. But for Gao Chen, these temptations really meant nothing. The hundredfold rewards from signing in made him feel desireless. Not interested. Gao Chen clearly did not want to continue the conversation with the black-robed person. He directly swung his long sword and charged towards him. You are not my opponent, but if you insist on attacking me, I might just kill you. The black-robed person, seeing Gao Chen refuse his offer, felt a bit irritated. Ha! Gao Chen sneered. It's not a good thing to speak too soon. Calm the chaos decision. As Gao Chen reached the black-robed person, he unleashed his strongest skill. The sword energy surged, and the killing intent soared. The black-robed person merely raised a hand in response to Gao Chen's sword energy. That powerful sword energy dissipated into nothingness with just a flick of his hand. So strong. It was Gao Chen's first time encountering such a formidable opponent. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous Calm the Chaos decision, it was definitely not something an ordinary king-level warrior could withstand. After receiving Gao Chen's attack, the black-robed person began his counterattack. His weapon was a massive token. The token appeared to be made of wood, but it shimmered with a metallic luster. Gao Chen had seen many weapons, but this was the first time he encountered someone wielding a token as a weapon. The black-robed person swung the token in his hand, quickly clashing with Gao Chen's long sword. The collision of the sword and token sparked a shower of sparks. Such great strength, such a powerful attack, such an impressive weapon. Gao Chen, who had elevated to a 3-star king, felt that he was not a match for the black-robed man. You are truly extraordinary, the black-robed man said appreciatively after Gao Chen withstood his strike. If you join us, I guarantee you will enjoy endless wealth and glory. The black-robed man once again tried to recruit Gao Chen, but he was rejected once more. Holding his long sword, Gao Chen unleashed his full combat power. The black-robed man was equally formidable, his strength surging. After several exchanges, both sides took a step back. Gao Chen looked at the black-robed man not far away, his expression very complex. The black-robed man's strength exceeded Gao Chen's expectations. Gao Chen isn't doing well. After fighting for so long, he still hasn't defeated his opponent, Zhan, who commented from the side. Shut up, Lu Tianping said, his face serious as he looked in Gao Chen's direction. This black-robed man is at least a 5-star king? For Gao Chen to hold his ground like this is already impressive. What did you say? Zhan, who didn't believe Lu Tianping's assessment. Are you just bragging? He's so young, how could he possibly match a king-level warrior? Humph. Lu Tianping shot Zhan who a glance, his eyes filled with disdain for the ignorant. What's wrong with being young? Can't a young person become a king-level warrior? Lu Tianping's words left Zhan Hu deep in thought. Meanwhile, several figures rushed in from the west gate into the base city. Who goes there? As soon as they entered the city, they were stopped. The leader, a middle-aged man with a resolute appearance, took out his credentials for the gatekeeper to see. After the gatekeeper looked it over, the middle-aged man asked, why aren't there any strange beasts? Wasn't it said that the Langya base city is under attack by strange beasts? The strange beasts at the east, west, and north gates have been eradicated. Now only the south gate is still under attack, the gatekeeper replied. The middle-aged man was shocked to hear this. There were still strange beasts attacking the south gate. He didn't have time to think further and said to his companions, let's head to the south gate. Yes, his companions responded in unison. Who are these people? Why do they exude such a powerful aura? Just as the middle-aged man and his team left, someone asked the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was slightly taken aback and then said in shock, they are from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, and all of them are masters above the king level. The middle-aged man and his team quickly arrived at the south gate. The situation at the south gate left them astonished. Master Lu, the middle-aged man immediately recognized Lu Tianping and hurriedly approached him. What's the situation? Master Ma. Lu Tianping was very surprised to see the middle-aged man and clasped his fist in greeting. The situation at the south gate has improved significantly. Once Gao Chen kills that black-robed man, the crisis at the south gate will be completely resolved. Both Lu Tianping and Ma Jun were branch masters, but Lu Tianping was the master of a level 5 base city, while Ma Jun was the master of a level 4 base city. In the hierarchy of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Ma Jun ranked one level higher than Lu Tianping. Gao Chen? Upon hearing this name, Ma Jun showed a curious expression. Where is he? I've always wanted to meet this talented young man but never had the chance. Lu Tianping pointed towards the direction of Gao Chen's battle with the black-robed man. Ma Jun looked over and was taken aback. 5-star king? The moment Ma Jun saw the black-robed man, he recognized his level. His face was filled with shock and his voice trembled slightly as he said, how can he be so strong, able to fight against a 5-star king warrior? Hearing Ma Jun's words, the others he brought also turned to look at the battle between Gao Chen and the black-robed man. Their expressions changed to match Ma Jun's. Gao Chen and the black-robed man were locked in a fierce battle, completely unaware of Ma Jun and the others' arrival. Let's clear the battlefield first. If the battlefield is cleared and Gao Chen's fight is still ongoing, we will go help, Ma Jun instructed. His companions, the people he brought, all nodded in unison and then rushed towards the battlefield. This group consisted of king-level experts, and their presence directly changed the situation on the battlefield. The alien beasts were quickly cleared out under their assault. However, at this moment, the battle between Gao Chen and the man in the black robe was still ongoing. With the enhancement of the secret character, Gao Chen's star level was 2 levels lower than that of the man in the black robe. But when it came to actual combat, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Let's all go together. Seeing that the battle on Gao Chen's side was not over yet, Ma Jun didn't want to waste any more time and shouted directly. The world of martial artists is completely different from that of martial heroes. They have their own unique set of values. They do not consider it shameful for a group of people to besiege one person in such circumstances. The addition of Ma Jun and the others quickly brought the battle to an end. The man in the black robe also fell to the ground. Do you know? Ma Jun looked down at the man in the black robe and shook his head. I really don't like you guys. The man in the black robe gave a cold smile but said nothing. The victor takes all. Now he was the loser and whatever he said was meaningless. Go ahead. Ma Jun looked at Gao Chen. Gao Chen also had no moral scruples and directly swung his sword to pierce through the head of the man in the black robe. At this moment, the crisis in Langia Base City was completely resolved. In the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, in Lu Tianping's office, Ma Jun, Lu Tianping, and Gao Chen sat together drinking tea. Do you think the people from Hanu are out of their minds? Such impressive people not only don't try to keep him but even want to kill him. Ma Jun had no reservations at all and dared to say anything. After taking a sip of tea, Gao Chen shrugged and said, these be people only know how to fight among themselves and scheme against each other, they know nothing else. Lu Tianping strongly agreed with Gao Chen's viewpoint. So, do you want to withdraw from Hanu and join our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall? Ma Jun extended an invitation to Gao Chen. To be honest, Gao Chen really wanted to join the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall this time. At least in his view, the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall wouldn't be as disgusting as Hanu. Let me think about it, Gao Chen said, and his consideration was not perfunctory. He genuinely intended to think it over. The various incidents that had occurred in Hanu made him feel the repulsiveness of this force. At least in his view, the internal scheming within this force was very severe. Let's talk about this later, Lu Tianping said, stepping in to avoid an awkward silence. Let's consider where to hold tonight's celebration banquet. With Langia Base City secured, Zhanhu, the city guard, directly announced a citywide celebration. All expenses incurred from this celebration would be borne by the base city. The evening's celebration banquet was held at the best hotel in the base city. This was the first time Gao Chen got completely drunk. When he woke up the next day, he found himself lying on a large bed. After getting up from the bed, he shook his head and walked out of the room. You're up! A very gentle voice rang in Gao Chen's ear as soon as he stepped out of the room. Following the sound, he saw a sweet-looking, cute girl smiling at him. Gao Chen shook his head and asked, where is this place? Wachun Biayuan, the girl replied with a smile. Your home. Gao Chen looked around and realized that this was indeed his home. Who are you? This was the first time Gao Chen had seen this girl. She is Karo, our housekeeper. His mother's voice came from downstairs. Seeing Gao Chen's drunken state, she frowned and waved at him. Hurry down and have some tea. Gao Chen nodded and walked downstairs to sit beside his mother. He picked up the steaming hot tea and drank it all in one go. The thirst caused by the alcohol disappeared completely with the tea going down his throat. How much did you drink yesterday? His mother looked at her son with a concerned expression. Gao Chen half lay on the sofa and held up 5 fingers, watching television. Father Gao scoffed at the scene. Back in my youth, I could drink over 10 bottles of beer without getting drunk. You get drunk after just 5 bottles. Your tolerance isn't great. 5 types of alcohol, 5 bottles each. Gao Chen's voice still sounded weak. Good grief. Father Gao gave Gao Chen a thumbs up. You're really something. Gao Chen cupped his fists in salute to Father Gao. indicating he was just average. What the hell is this guy saying? Gao Chen pointed at Zhan Hu on the TV and asked Father Gao, how can you talk like that? Mother Gao, standing nearby, gave Gao Chen a nudge, somewhat displeased. No matter how he speaks, he's the city guardian of our base city. Do you want to get yourself in trouble? Poof. Gao Chen snorted disdainfully. If it weren't for this jerk, we wouldn't have lost so many people in this defense battle. Father Gao and Mother Gao fell silent. They had never been on the front lines, so they didn't know if what their son said was true or not. But based on their understanding of Gao Chen, what he said was likely true. The reason our base city was able to hold on was thanks to everyone's efforts. Zhan Hu spoke passionately, tears in his eyes. Gao Chen, however, looked on with disdain. Zhan Hu said a lot and credited many people. On the large screen behind him, numerous names appeared. Gao Chen scanned from top to bottom, inside to outside, and found that his name was nowhere to be seen. What the hell does this mean? Gao Chen slammed his hand on the table, cursing at the TV. If it weren't for me in this city defense battle, you idiots would have lost the city long ago. I want to emphasize one person here. Zhan Hu's voice came from the TV again. His expression was a mix of emotions. Filled with guilt, this person is Gao Chen. During the beast siege, he not only didn't help us defend the city. In fact, he even colluded with the beasts. Gao Chen didn't catch the rest of Zhan Hu's words. He felt his brain was filled with rage. The veins on his forehead throbbed incessantly. What the hell? Gao Chen was truly furious. Not only was Gao Chen angry, but even Lu Tianping and Niumang were furious. Niumang didn't like Gao Chen, but that didn't mean he would allow others to easily slander him. He knew very well that without Gao Chen, the Lengya base city would have suffered greatly, with bloodshed everywhere. Enraged, Gao Chen directly called Lu Tianping. Where is that idiot streaming? Central office area. Lu Tianping's voice was also filled with anger. In the central office area, Zhan Hu sat in his office, looking worried as he spoke to the person in front of him. Is it really okay to say this? After all, Gao Chen is the savior of the base city. Sitting across from him was a person of similar age, pale-faced and thin. This person was named Han Lantu, the city guardian of the Eye Pupil base city. He was also a special envoy sent to the Lengya base city by the higher-ups. Han Lantu's purpose for this trip was twofold: to help the Lengya base city resume production and to address the lingering issue of Gao Chen. Han Lantu waved his hand dismissively. So what if he's a hero? If I say he's a hero, then he is. But if I say he's a traitor, then he is a traitor. Han Lantu was a young prodigy who gained fame early. Although he was of similar age to Zhan Hu, his realm had already reached the 3-star king level. At the same time, he was one of the rare individuals who held the city guardian position without being a 9-star. But Zhan Hu still had some concerns. Recalling Gao Chen's combat power displayed in the final battle, Zhan Hu felt a chill. An 18-year-old who could single-handedly fight against a 5-star king level expert. His future and prospects were beyond measure. Don't worry. Han Lantu patted Zhan Hu's shoulder, took a sip of red wine, and said with a relaxed expression, I've brought quite a few experts this time. If he dares to come to the central office area, I'm confident I can take him down. Zhan Hu sighed slightly and remained silent. Gao Chen alone didn't worry him. What truly concerned him was the extreme Dao martial arts school. Master Ma, isn't what they're doing a bit excessive? Exactly. Gao Chen is clearly the hero of the city, yet they label him a traitor. They obviously want to kill Gao Chen. I've heard that Han Lantu has brought a lot of king-level experts this time, and they're all gathered in the central office area. Last night's gathering had quickly warmed the feelings between Gao Chen, Ma Jun, and Ma Jun's group. If it weren't for someone holding them back, these few would have eagerly bowed to Gao Chen and sworn brotherhood. This is indeed inappropriate. Ma Jun's expression was serious, his brows furrowed. He has contributed to this base city. Before Ma Jun could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something was off. Lu Tianping, Lu Tianping. He took out his communication device and shouted, Has Gao Chen contacted you? He has. Lu Tianping replied, somewhat confused, holding the communication device. He just asked me where Zhan Hu is right now. Damn. Ma Jun slammed the table and said to his subordinates, It seems the Hanu Guard wants to deal with Gao Chen in the central office area. As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Jun's subordinates could no longer sit still. He directly picked up his weapon and told his men, Let's go, follow me to the central office area. Without hesitation, his subordinates stood up and followed behind Ma Jun. In the central office area, Gao Chen stood at the entrance and coldly said to the guard, I want to see Zhan Hu. Who do you think you are? The guard was completely rude, pointing at Gao Chen's nose and cursing. Do you think you can just see the city guard whenever you want? Gao Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and directly swung his sword, severing his head. The other guards were wide-eyed at this scene. After a moment of shock, one of them shouted into the communication device, Someone has breached the central office area, someone has breached the central office. After shouting, he didn't forget to activate the alarm system. Red alarm lights and piercing sirens blared throughout the central office area. Zhan Hu, sitting in his office, felt anxious, but Han Lantu remained as steady as a mountain. Get all your men out and kill him for me, Han Lantu said to Zhan Hu. Zhan Hu was reluctant to listen to Han Lantu, but at this moment he could only nod in agreement. He picked up the communication device, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Everyone, attack immediately! Kill Gao Chan on sight!" Yes, yes, yes. Many voices came from the communication device. Once Zhan Hu finished issuing orders, Han Lantu coldly smiled, stood up, and said, "Next, let's see what I can do." With that, he walked out of Zhan Hu's office. At the same time, the door next to Zhan Hu's office opened. 7 or 8 people streamed out from within. These individuals were tall and robust, their expressions serious and cold. They didn't speak, but an indescribable aura of bloodlust emanated from them. "You all know what today's mission is, right?" Han Lantu asked casually. The few didn't respond, only nodding. These individuals were the experts Han Lantu had brought this time. Among them was a king-level 9-star martial artist, while the rest were all above 5 stars. To kill Gao Chen, Han Lantu was truly going all out. After killing the guard, Gao Chen's eyes began to redden. The martial artists in the central office area had now surrounded Gao Chen completely. "If you don't want to die, it's best not to block my way," Gao Chen coldly warned them. "Gao Chen." One martial artist who recognized Gao Chen stepped forward, pointing at him and shouting, "I know you're the so-called genius youth, but just because you're a genius doesn't mean you can do as you please. You've betrayed the Hanu Guard and the base city. We're not looking for trouble, yet you come knocking on our door." As soon as this person spoke, he laid bare all of Gao Chen's crimes. "Good fellow, you hid behind during the city defense. Now that the base city is safe, you dare to show your face." Gao Chen had never seen this person during the city defense. Moreover, the man spoke with a strong voice and didn't seem injured at all. So Gao Chen deduced that he hadn't been on the front lines during the defense. Gao Chen's words made the man's face turn slightly red. Seeing this, Gao Chen knew he was right. "You're just making excuses." The man angrily pointed at Gao Chen and shouted, "Traitors must be executed. Brothers, let's go together." Although he was inciting others to act, he had no intention of charging himself. He treated others like fools, but they didn't want to be fools. When he saw no one move, he urged again, "The city defense has said, whoever kills Gao Chen will receive a direct reward of 10 million and be prioritized for training by the Hanu Guard. Some people fight for faith, some for tomorrow. But in this world, most people choose to fight for profit. As long as there is enough profit, they would rather be fools." The combined allure of a 10 million reward in prioritized training was enough to make some people's eyes redden. Once a person's eyes turn red, it signifies their heart is turning black. Some people no longer considered right or wrong, they only thought of immediate benefits. They gripped their weapons tightly, waiting for someone to charge first. "Kill the traitor." One person, with blood-red eyes, waved his weapon and charged at Gao Chen. With someone charging, the others no longer hesitated. They swung their weapons and all rushed towards Gao Chen. "Since you all want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish." Gao Chen's eyelids slightly drooped. All characters secret. Indestructible Vajra technique. Pacification decision. The killing intent surged, and sword energy crisscrossed. As soon as the strongest killing move, the pacification decision, was unleashed, the first person to reach Gao Chen was instantly taken away from life. Yet even so, those behind continued to surge forward. The reward was simply too tempting for them. Green Lotus Sword Technique. The long sword swung, gathering and dispersing the Green Lotus. Although the Green Lotus Sword Technique wasn't as overwhelming as the pacification decision, its power was not to be underestimated. Gao Chen's long sword was like a merciless reaper. Lives were buried beneath his sword. He didn't know how many people he had killed, he only knew his face was covered in blood. The one who had just shouted that Gao Chen was a traitor, seeing him like an undefeated war god, felt completely panicked. He took out his communication device and shouted, "We can't hold them off any longer." At that moment, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Han Lantu smiled at him and said, "You've done well. Leave the rest to me." The other party recognized Han Lantu, and his appearance relieved him. Han Lantu raised his hand above his head and waved lightly, saying, "Quick battle, quick resolution, don't waste time." The king-level warriors, following him, clasped their fists and shouted, "Yes." Then, they rushed towards Gao Chen at high speed. Gao Chen seemed to sense something. He looked up towards Han Lantu's direction. Seeing so many king-level warriors charging at him, he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. "Brother Gao Chen, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you." At that moment, Ma Jun's voice rang out. The previously calm Han Lantu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this voice. He looked towards Ma Jun and shouted, "Ma Jun, are you trying to start a full-scale war with me in the central office area? Are you trying to scare me?" Ma Jun, from a distance, stared at Han Lantu with disdain. "I want to start a full-scale war with you, what can you do about it?" Upon hearing this, Han Lantu dared not speak further. The reason he initially called for a full-scale war was entirely to intimidate Ma Jun, but he never expected that Ma Jun would be completely unafraid. "Brothers, help Brother Gao Chen." Seeing Han Lantu silent, Ma Jun continued to shout, "No matter what Brother Gao Chen did today, we stand with him." Ma Jun's words made Han Lantu's face darken immensely. The trap he had set for today was supposed to be a certain death for Gao Chen, but with Ma Jun's involvement, this certain death trap had shown cracks. Why? Gao Chen blared at Han Lantu. Although he did not know Han Lantu, he could sense the killing intent and hostility emanating from him. Of course, it's because you blocked their way. Before Han Lantu could respond, Ma Jun mockingly interjected. These be people, they can't do anything right, but they're number one at eliminating dissent. You're too strong enough to make them wary. So even if you save the base city, they won't be grateful. In fact, because you saved the base city, they have developed a killing intent towards you. Ultimately, it's because your growth rate is too fast. And besides, you're not part of their camp. Han Lantu did not refute Ma Jun's words. Gao Chen also knew that Ma Jun was right. Forget the nonsense, brothers, kill. Ma Jun, perhaps tired of talking, shouted directly. The people he brought were indeed formidable, all engaging with Han Lantu's group. Both sides had similar realms and star levels, so even when they clashed, there wouldn't be any immediate casualties. What do you say? Gao Chen looked at Han Lantu. Han Lantu's face was dark, his eyes coldly fixed on him. This killing trap is set. Anyway, you won't survive today. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Lantu charged straight at Gao Chen. He hadn't intended to confront Gao Chen head-on. After all, he knew that Gao Chen was not at a disadvantage even against 5-star masters. But the people he brought were now engaged with Ma Jun's group. He had no choice but to take action himself. Gao Chen gripped his long sword tightly and charged towards Han Lantu. Han Lantu's weapon was also a long sword. However, unlike Gao Chen's sword, which looked incredibly luxurious, Han Lantu's sword appeared very ordinary. Of course, it only seemed ordinary. A warrior of Han Lantu's caliber, even if his weapon wasn't of the king level, would at least have a diamond level weapon. When the long swords clashed, there were no sparks as one might imagine. But this collision caused Han Lantu's expression to change drastically. Because Gao Chen's strike was truly too heavy, causing his palm to crack and blood to flow. He wanted to say something. But before he could utter a word, Gao Chen's attack came again. Qinglian. Sword technique. As a test, Gao Chen did not use the Ping Ruanju. But even though it wasn't Gao Chen's strongest attack skill, it still made Han Lantu cry out in pain. How can he be this strong? Despite being much older than Gao Chen, he was being beaten so badly. Han Lantu felt a deep sense of unwillingness. After all, he was also considered a genius in his youth. Gao Chen's attacks came like a relentless torrent. Han Lantu's defense had turned into a desperate struggle. He roughly estimated that in less than 10 exchanges, Gao Chen would break through his defense. Everyone, come help me! Han Lantu shouted helplessly. But the people he brought were entangled with Ma Jun's group. The others either lacked the realm or were too afraid to step forward. Zhan Hu, watching everything from a distance, sighed slightly. Perhaps it wasn't necessary to come to this point. Now that things had reached this stage, Gao Chen would inevitably sever ties with the Hanu Guard. Based on his growth trajectory, even if he couldn't become the strongest in this world, he would still stand at the pinnacle of this world. Thinking of this, Zhan Hu dared not think any further. Just as Zhan Hu was lost in thought, Gao Chen had already used the Ping Ruanju, leaving Han Lantu covered in injuries. Spare me. At that moment, Han Lantu suddenly stopped, looking at Gao Chen with pleading eyes. Everything that happened today, I was forced into it. He had lost the pride and arrogance he once held, leaving only the instinct to survive and the fear within. Han Lantu's sudden kneeling caught everyone off guard. Not only his own people, but even those on Ma Jun's side hadn't anticipated it. Well. Seeing that Han Lantu's side had ceased their attack, Ma Jun sheathed his weapon and shook his head in mockery. You were so tough just now, and now you're cowering. Han Lantu lowered his head in silence, not uttering a word. Sigh. Zhan Hu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but lament. If I had known it would come to this, why did I act so rashly back then? Kneeling before Gao Chen, Han Lantu's expression was dark and uncertain. He never expected to be in such a humiliating position today. He also hadn't anticipated that Ma Jun would come to support Gao Chen. At the same time, he realized Gao Chen's status in the hearts of those at the extreme martial arts school. He was unwilling to accept it. But now, he had no way out. Gao Chen, on the other hand, felt a severe headache. If Han Lantu had continued to fight him, Gao Chen could have killed him directly. But with him kneeling and apologizing, Gao Chen lost his reason to kill. To kill or not to kill? Gao Chen began to hesitate. Just as he was deep in thought, Han Lantu suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, looking extremely fierce. He gripped his weapon tightly, staring at Gao Chen like a ferocious wolf. Seeing Gao Chen in contemplation, he seemed to have made up his mind and suddenly erupted. His long sword shot towards Gao Chen with lightning speed. Han Lantu's sudden attack was unexpected for everyone. Watch out. Ma Jun wanted to intervene, but he was too far away to make it in time. Han Lantu's outburst did not catch Gao Chen off guard at all. Die. As his long sword was about to pierce Gao Chen's body, Han Lantu's face twisted into a cruel smile. As long as he could kill Gao Chen, the lost face and pride would be instantly regained. However, he still underestimated Gao Chen. just as the tip of his sword was a centimeter or two away from Gao Chen's body. Han Lantu's expression changed drastically, because Gao Chen's sword had already pierced through his throat. He widened his eyes, filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Blood gushed out like a fountain, continuously flowing from his fingers. He clutched his throat tightly, as if trying to slow the blood flow, but everyone knew that his actions were futile. In the end, he collapsed to the ground, dying with a face full of regret. His identity is not ordinary. At that moment, Junhu suddenly stepped forward, walking close to Gao Chun, and spoke coldly. If you kill him, your relationship with the Han Yue will be completely severed. Junhu's feelings towards Gao Chen were very complex. He hated that Gao Chen killed Tan Lan, but he was also grateful to Gao Chen for helping him defend the base city. Gao Chen nodded at Junhu without saying a word. After leaving the central office area, Ma Jun, who had been silent, finally spoke up. You killed a king-level expert of the Han Yue. This matter could be big or small. But if the other party's identity is really as Junhu said, then I still suggest you stay away from the base city. Stay away from the base city? Ma Jun's suggestion made Gao Chen frown slightly. If I stay away from the base city, where else can I go? In today's Earth, the only habitable place was the base city. Unless Gao Chen fled to the wilderness, otherwise, there is a place I recommend you go. Ma Jun smiled slightly, his eyes glinting. Is it the headquarters of our extreme martial arts school? The headquarters of the extreme martial arts school? This was the place Gao Chen had to go next. After all, the new sign-in location was the headquarters of the extreme martial arts school. That's right. Seeing that Gao Chen did not resist, Ma Jun continued. Have you heard of the training camp of the extreme martial arts school? Gao Chen nodded. The training camp of the extreme martial arts school was divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The training camp opened once a year, inviting martial artists from all over the world to participate. In the low-level training camp, the participants are all martial artists below the king level. The purpose is to help these martial artists step into the king realm. The intermediate training camp, on the other hand, is for martial artists above the king level. This training camp is designed to cultivate martial artists of king level and above. This is the information Gao Chen was able to find online about the training camps. However, information about the advanced training camp is hard to come by on the internet. The training camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is certainly not accessible to just anyone. Even if you have received an invitation from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, you still have to pass their assessment. Every year, countless people are invited, but very few actually pass the assessment. If Gao Chen remembers correctly, last year's intermediate training camp invited about 10,000 martial artists, but only a handful managed to pass the assessment. A 1% acceptance rate is enough to illustrate the difficulty of the training camp's evaluation. Since you know, I might as well tell you. Today's assessment for the intermediate training camp has already ended. But if you want to participate, I might be able to help you find a way in. Gao Chen fell silent, lost in thought. The headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, as an independent city, is not easy to enter. Given Gao Chen's current situation, joining the training camp is actually the best choice. All right. After some contemplation, Gao Chen agreed. Help me find a way. I want to enter the intermediate training camp. Ma Jun smiled and nodded. When they returned to the villa, Gao Chen's parents did not ask many questions, and Gao Chen did not say much either. The peaceful days passed by unknowingly. A week later, Ma Jun arrived at Gao Chen's villa and informed him that there was progress regarding the training camp. If it's convenient, we should set off right away. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ma Jun got straight to the point. Gao Chen glanced at his parents, feeling a bit reluctant. Go ahead. Gao's father nodded, smiling at Gao Chen. Be safe. Although Gao's mother did not speak, her eyes were filled with tears and reluctance for her son. This time, Gao Chen took nothing with him, not even that extravagantly luxurious weapon. Ma Jun told him that the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School has everything, so there was no need to bring those things. At the airport of the base city, nowadays, airplanes are a mode of transportation only, affordable to high-spending individuals. Because there are also exotic beasts in the sky, every airplane is made of materials that can withstand these creatures. This has led to the extremely high cost of each aircraft. Sitting on the plane, Gao Chen watched the Langya base city gradually shrink, feeling a surge of emotions. Goodbye. He did not feel anxious about facing a new environment. Instead, he felt a bit excited. A new environment represents the unknown, and it also represents a challenge. He was no longer afraid of any challenge. The headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is located outside of Huaxia. The plane took off from Langya base city and flew for nearly 5 hours before it gradually landed smoothly. As the cabin door opened, Gao Chen took a deep breath. Looking at the outside environment, he was clearly taken aback. Why did we stop in the wilderness? Gao Chen asked Ma Jun, who was not far behind him. The situation at the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is very special. No flying vehicles are allowed inside. So, the plane can only stop in the wilderness. Ma Jun took out a map, glanced at it, and said, we still need to hurry, so let's not waste time in the wild. Gao Chen nodded and sprinted in the direction Ma Jun pointed. After running for about an hour, Gao Chen saw a tall city wall appear on the distant horizon. When they reached the base of the wall, Gao Chen felt small once again. He estimated that this wall was at least 40 stories high. Standing under the city wall, Gao Chen felt even smaller than an ant. Let's go! Ma Jun, seeing Gao Chen staring at the wall in a daze, teased him with a smile. Once we get into the city, there will be even more surprises waiting for you. Gao Chen smiled slightly and followed behind Ma Jun. Beneath the city wall stood a massive city gate. Atop the gate was the enormous, terrifying head of a beast. What is this? Gao Chen asked Ma Jun, genuinely surprised as if he had never seen such a thing before. Ma Jun, however, was unfazed and proudly replied, the skull of a Dominator dragon. Dominator dragon? Gao Chen exclaimed. With the revival of spiritual energy, exotic beasts had risen. Yet even so, dragon-like creatures remained among the elite of these beasts. Those that could be called dragons were all extraordinary beings. Why is there a Dominator dragon skull here? Gao Chen asked curiously. Smack! Ma Jun proudly patted his chest, raising his right thumb in a show-off manner. Of course, it was hunted by the headmaster of our martial arts school. As he spoke, there was a glint in Ma Jun's eyes. It was clear that he genuinely loved the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Alright, let's head into the city, Ma Jun said, patting Gao Chen on the shoulder. Under Ma Jun's guidance, Gao Chen entered the city smoothly. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw numerous towering buildings reaching into the clouds. That is the core area of the headquarters, Ma Jun explained, pointing to the tallest building. Those who live there are mostly family members of the core members of the martial arts school. The shorter buildings also house family members of the martial arts members, but their ranks are not as high as those in the tallest building. While introducing, Ma Jun opened a maglev car. Ding! Identity confirmed, Ma Jun, branch master of level 4 base city. Gao Chen noticed that the technological level of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School headquarters was indeed very high. The car drove for over an hour on the streets before finally stopping. This is the comprehensive office building, Ma Jun continued to introduce as he got out of the car. Those who work here are all administrative staff of the martial arts school. The reason I brought you here is to help you with the training camp procedures. The process went very smoothly, and within just a few minutes, Gao Chen received his identity as a trainee in the intermediate training camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. What does the G grade on this trainee badge mean? Gao Chen asked, noticing a capital G on his trainee badge. Each training camp lasts for 6 months. During this time, there will be a rating once a month, Ma Jun explained. This G grade is initially the lowest level. Of course, you can improve your level through various means. At the beginning of each month, the trainees will be re-evaluated based on their performance from the previous month. The higher the rating level, the higher the ranking level. Once the ranking level increases, the resources obtained will be better. Ma Jun explained in great detail. Later, I will send you a detailed list of ways to improve your score. At the same time, your communication device has also been installed with the exclusive leaderboard for this session of the intermediate training camp. You can check your ranking and that of others through the leaderboard. After saying all this, Ma Jun glanced at the time and said to Gao Chen, I can only help you with this much, the rest depends on you. Before Gao Chen could respond, he left directly. Gao Chen stood there, bewildered and unsure of what to do. Now, you need to head to the intermediate training camp's camp. Just as Gao Chen was in a daze, a voice called out from not far away. Following the sound, he saw a service robot looking at him. How can I get to the intermediate training camp's camp? Gao Chen asked the robot in return. The robot pointed to a car and said, the cars here are for everyone's use. You can drive a car directly there. Goodness, Gao Chen exclaimed upon hearing the robot. Isn't this just a shared car? Following the robot's instructions, he opened the door of a car. Please select a driving mode. As soon as he sat in the driver's seat, he heard mechanical sounds coming from inside the car. Looking at the two options on the screen in front of him, Gao Chen decisively chose autopilot. Please select a destination, the voice sounded again. After selecting his destination, Gao Chen leaned back in his chair and began to review the information that Ma Jun had sent him. The pagoda? Upon seeing the 3 characters for the pagoda, Gao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. In the ratings, the pagoda was also one of the important data points. The higher the levels cleared, the higher the rating for the next month would be. Besides the pagoda, a series of other projects such as beast hunting and the end-of-month competition were also crucial rating data. While Gao Chen was reviewing this information, his car had already stopped at the entrance of the training camp. After getting out of the car, the training camp appeared before him. Is this the training camp? It looks like a luxury hotel. The exterior here, no matter how you looked at it, resembled that of a top-tier luxury hotel. If it weren't for the sign next to it, Gao Chen would even suspect he had gone to the wrong place. After a slight complaint, Gao Chen stepped towards the training camp. Who are you? Just as he reached the entrance of the training camp, he was stopped by a middle-aged man. My name is Gao Chen, and I am a student of the training camp, Gao Chen said while taking out something to prove his identity. The middle-aged man frowned slightly upon hearing Gao Chen's words. Why did you come so late? He muttered to himself while checking Gao Chen's identity. Others arrived several days in advance, and you just got here. Do you know what it means to be a day late? This middle-aged man was both an instructor at the intermediate training camp and a former examiner. As he looked at Gao Chen's information, his frown deepened. You didn't participate in the assessment? For a martial artist of his level, his memory was exceptionally sharp. In his recollection, there seemed to be no one named Gao Chen among the participants in the assessment. Most importantly, Gao Chen's information was blank except for his name. Even the realm column was empty. This led him to form a very unfavorable misunderstanding about Gao Chen. I missed the assessment due to some matters, Gao Chen replied. His answer only deepened the middle-aged man's misunderstanding. Every year, there were some people who got in through the back door. These individuals were almost always relatives of the higher-ups from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Although the middle-aged man was not surprised, he still felt uncomfortable. I will send you the rules for trainees to your device shortly. Perhaps due to the misunderstanding, the middle-aged man's attitude towards Gao Chen was somewhat unfriendly. The rest doesn't matter, but you must remember some red lines that cannot be crossed. After saying this, the middle-aged man waved his hand at Gao Chen, signaling him to go in. After Gao Chen left, the middle-aged man returned to his office. Sending someone of this age to the intermediate training camp, I don't know what they were thinking. Sitting at his desk, the middle-aged man's expression was not good. What's going on? A person who heard the middle-aged man's complaints asked with a smile. Is there another backdoor entry? This person was also aware of the middle-aged man's character. There's one, only 18 years old, sent to the intermediate training camp. The middle-aged man was very displeased. Goodness, do those people up top have no shame? The person who had just inquired also joined in the complaints. An 18-year-old dares to be sent to the intermediate training camp. Isn't the gilding a bit too obvious? The training camp of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School not only cultivates talent for the world but is also a good place for gilding. Who can argue with that? The middle-aged man said, feeling very frustrated. At this age, even if they are a true young genius and one of the best among geniuses, their realm won't be that high. I really don't understand. Is this gilding even meaningful? Isn't it just self-deception? The middle-aged man complained while pouring himself a cup of tea, his face full of displeasure. Instructor Lee, stop complaining, let me show you something good. At that moment, another voice rang out. Instructor Lee turned to the speaker and asked, what good thing? Someone just broke into the pagoda tower, you should take a look. Instructor Lee was slightly taken aback, opened his computer, and logged into the instructor's exclusive backend. After parting ways with Instructor Lee, Gao Chen followed the prompts to find his dormitory. After tidying up a bit, Gao Chen, feeling bored, chose to check in. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained, cold fruit *100. Ding. New check-in location updated. Please proceed to the headquarters pagoda tower to check in. After swallowing the newly rewarded exotic fruit in his dormitory, Gao Chen's strength reached 8.75 million kg. As for his realm, it had also reached Diamond 8 stars. He wasn't in a hurry to check in at the pagoda tower. However, when he saw that it was already the end of the month, he quickly walked out of the dormitory. Tomorrow is the beginning of the month? If I don't break into the pagoda tower now, then next month I might end up at the bottom. With a strong competitive spirit, he didn't want to be at the bottom. Without hesitation, he headed straight to the pagoda tower. The pagoda tower here was no different from the one in Langya Base City. However, unlike the one in Langya Base City, this pagoda tower required scanning Gao Chen's ID. At the same time, all his real information was uploaded to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's backend. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Grass character sword technique. Great accomplishment. Ding. Check-in location updated. Please proceed to Shuanshin Pavilion to check in. When he heard the check-in reward, Gao Chen almost jumped up on the spot. It should be noted that this grass character sword technique is one of the 3 major sword techniques that can rival the peace and chaos technique. In the perfect world, with this grass character sword technique, Gao Chen's offensive capabilities were once again enhanced. Compared to the joy of obtaining a new skill, Gao Chen was more puzzled about the new check-in location. What? Is this Shuanshin Pavilion? He took out his device and searched for information about Shuanshin Pavilion. Soon, he found out. Shuanshin Pavilion is one of the most important places at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Its function is somewhat similar to the Sutra Repository of Shaolin Temple. The martial arts discovered or created by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy can all be found here. Of course, the requirements to enter Shuanshin Pavilion are also very strict. As a trainee, wanting to enter here is not easy. You must achieve first place on the monthly leaderboard 3 times. Wow, that's quite a high difficulty. Gao Chen muttered to himself as he began to challenge the levels. Although he had passed the first 10 levels when he was in Langya Base City, he had to start from scratch here. It took him 5 minutes to get from the 1st to the 10th level. From the 10th to the 20th level, it took him 10 minutes. From the 20th to the 30th level, it took him 20 minutes. from the 30th to the 40th level. After an hour, he stood on the 49th level of the pagoda tower. The journey through the levels was very smooth. The exotic beasts that refreshed in the pagoda tower were no match for him at all. Even at the 48th level, equivalent to Diamond 8 stars, he passed through very easily. But at the 49th level, it was no longer so easy. Fortunately, he passed through without any major issues. Standing on the 50th level, Gao Chen didn't rush to let the exotic beasts appear. Instead, he planned to take a good rest. While Gao Chen was resting, the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was in an uproar. The 50th level. When they saw Gao Chen enter the 50th level, Instructor Li's mouth dropped wide open. Looking at Instructor Li's astonished face, a fellow instructor who was close to him teased, "Who among those who can enter the intermediate training camp hasn't broken through 50 levels? What's so surprising about that? But the problem is, perhaps due to being too surprised." Instructor Li stuttered. "What's the problem?" The person, holding a cup of water, walked behind Instructor Li and took a sip of tea. "The question is he a young genius? Are there really that few young geniuses around here?" Instructor Li didn't respond but pointed to his screen. The direction he pointed to was exactly the age of Gao Chen. When that instructor saw that Gao Chen was only 18 years old, he sprayed a mouthful of tea directly onto Instructor Li's computer. More and more people gathered behind Instructor Li. It wasn't that these instructors didn't have computers, they wanted to witness this miracle together. At the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, aside from Instructor Li's office, several other offices were also witnessing the miracle that Gao Chen was about to create. "This kid is impressive, the future is promising," said Inspector Chi, holding a teacup as he walked to the window, gazing into the distance and murmuring to himself, "I wonder what those idiots from the Hanu Guard are thinking, letting such a prodigy go." Gao Chen didn't stop at the 50th floor of the pagoda but continued to challenge the levels. With the Diamond 8 Star Realm and the combination of the Jie character secret, it was conservatively estimated that he could get through the 58th floor. Of course, if he added the Ping Wanju and Chaozi Jianju, he might even reach higher levels. 50, 51, 52. Gao Chen, who was addicted to breaking through levels, had no idea that the Extreme Martial Arts School was in chaos because of his progress. "I want this person, no one else can compete with me." "You want him? Why? I'm the supervisor, I want him." "So what if you're the supervisor? I'm still the deputy head, he must be my disciple." Extreme Tsongshan, Extreme Palace. Extreme Tsongshan is the virtual world created by the Extreme Martial Arts School. Here, everyone materializes themselves. The Extreme Palace is the highest palace in Extreme Tsongshan and a gathering place for the upper echelons of the Extreme Martial Arts School. To enter the Extreme Palace, one must at least be the head of a first-level branch. The heads of various branches, supervisors, inspectors, and deputy heads were all desperately vying for Gao Chen. Is an 18-year-old boy rare? Not really. Are king-level martial artists rare? Also not really. But if you combine these two conditions, it becomes a matter beyond rarity. Everyone, quiet down. Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, a gentle female voice rang out. In the center of the Extreme Palace, a shadow resembling a young girl quietly appeared. Upon seeing this girl, everyone was momentarily stunned. "My father said that no one can take this boy as a disciple," the girl spoke, and everyone fell silent. There wasn't a single person present who didn't know the identity of this girl. "What did the head say?" the deputy head asked the girl softly. The girl glanced at the deputy head and smiled, saying, "Father is currently in seclusion. His intention is to let that boy grow wildly. Unless he encounters difficulties in cultivation or faces some uncontrollable situation. Otherwise, no one is allowed to intervene." The girl's words left everyone present with a look of regret. However, they didn't dare to say much. After all, this was a direct order from the head. As the girl's shadow gradually disappeared, the people in the Extreme Palace did not completely exit the virtual world. They stood quietly in place, their eyes flashing with brilliance. Some quick-witted individuals began to search for loopholes in the head's orders. "Since I can't take him as a disciple and can't intervene, then I can befriend him in advance." The most cunning among them was Inspector Chi. "I already know him and didn't leave a bad impression. I'll go find him later, chat with him, and strengthen our relationship." This group of people was clear about how far Gao Chen could grow. If they didn't take the opportunity to get closer to him before he matured, they might not even see his face once he did. Inspector Chi was also a decisive person. Taking advantage of others' inattention, he quietly left the virtual world of the Extreme Palace and returned to the real world. As soon as he returned to the real world, he opened his safe and took out a long sword that he regarded as a treasure. This sword was a king-level weapon. Its entire body was silver white, and with its unique design, the Inspector Chi named it the Tiansuo sword. He had obtained this sword during his exploration of the ruins. Due to his current realm, he had never used this sword. Moreover, he always felt that this sword was somewhat extraordinary. Therefore, he had not been willing to sell it and had kept it stored in the safe all this time. If it weren't for wanting to strengthen his relationship with Gao Chen, he wouldn't have taken out the sword. He found a sword sheath and carefully wrapped the Tiansuo sword. Then, he took the Tiansuo sword and walked out of his home. As the inspector of the Jidao martial arts school, he had extensive backstage privileges. Finding the address of a trainee like Gao Chen was truly too easy for him. After locating Gao Chen's address, he directly opened the door of his maglev car. His maglev car was different from others. The headquarters of the Jidao martial arts school had divided the car lanes into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. The highest level was about 50 meters off the ground, reserved for executives. The middle level was about 20 meters off the ground for middle management. The lowest level was accessible to everyone. The maglev car started, and due to the lack of other vehicles, he took less than 5 minutes for a journey that would normally take 10. Standing outside Gao Chen's room, he knocked on the door with great anticipation. But no matter how he knocked, there was no response from inside. Inspector. She frowned and murmured, could it be that he hasn't returned yet? He seemed to think of something and quickly opened the back end of the pagoda tower. When he saw Gao Chen's current floor, he was stunned. Is this the 56th floor? Already? Indeed, at this moment, Gao Chen was standing on the 56th floor of the pagoda tower. Holding the sword conjured by the pagoda tower, Gao Chen looked at the strange beasts not far away and shook his head easily. As the strange beasts moved, Gao Chen also took action. Grass character sword technique. After using it a few times before, he had grown fond of this sword technique. Waves of sword energy erupted from Gao Chen, heading straight for the strange beasts. Those seemingly powerful strange beasts were quickly torn into fragments by the sword energy of the grass character sword technique. Seeing the strange beasts disappear, Gao Chen stepped onto the stairs leading to the 57th floor. 57, 58, 59. When Gao Chen stood on the 60th floor, his footsteps finally stopped. These 2 floors seemed not much different, but upon encountering them, Gao Chen realized that the strange beasts on these 2 floors were worlds apart. He merely collided with a strange beast on the 60th floor and was instantly killed by it. Exiting the pagoda tower, Gao Chen wore a face full of regret. Meanwhile, the system of the Jidao martial arts school headquarters began to enter the raiding phase for the intermediate training camp. However, Gao Chen was not concerned about this right now. What he cared about most was what to eat. The tower exploration had left him famished. The advancement of technology had restored many original delicacies. For example, the food from the 3 major chain giants, Shaxian snacks, had been perfectly recreated. Gao Chen never dreamed he would eat Shaxian snacks in the other world. What surprised him even more was how expensive the other world's Shaxian snacks were. I just ordered a large pork rice, a chicken chop rice, a large meat rice, 8 steamed dumplings, and a few chicken legs, and you want me to pay 200,000? Is this reasonable? Gao Chen was very angry about this price. It wasn't that he didn't have money, but this price was truly outrageous. Brother, the shop owner, not at all annoyed, patiently explained to Gao Chen, for the large pork rice, we used the meat of the king-level strange beast, the white-skinned wild boar. For the chicken chop rice, we used the meat of the king-level strange beast, the Tianhui snow goose. And for the big meat rice, we used the meat of the Chi Tian snow pig. The shop owner rambled on, with the core idea being that the ingredients in their shop are very precious. So, this price of 200,000 is also reasonable. Goodness. If what the shop owner said is true, then this price is indeed not excessive. Since you say so, even if this is all made up, I'll accept it. After saying this, Gao Chen directly settled the bill and left. Satisfied, he hopped into a shared hover car and returned to his dormitory. Chi Inspector? Seeing Chi Inspector waiting at his door, Gao Chen was quite surprised. It felt somewhat like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. It's really great to see you here. Gao Chen's enthusiasm brought a brilliant smile to Chi Inspector's face. To be honest, Gao Chen still preferred the icy demeanor of Chi Inspector. His sudden bright smile made Gao Chen feel a bit awkward. How's it going? Are you eating well? Living well? Resting well? Chi Inspector opened with a classic, fatherly trio of questions. This barrage of questions left Gao Chen momentarily stunned. After a while, he finally responded, it's okay, the food is pretty good, but the prices are a bit high. Gao Chen's words were purely a complaint. However, Chi Inspector's expression changed dramatically, his brows furrowing as he said, tell me the name of that shop and I'll go punish them immediately. No. Gao Chen awkwardly waved his hand, then quickly changed the subject. Is there something you need from me, Chi Inspector? With this change of topic, Chi Inspector finally remembered the purpose of his visit. Well, here's the thing. Chi Inspector handed over the Tizot sword in his hand and casually said, I heard that you came here without bringing anything. I happen to have a weapon that has been sitting around for a long time. I want to give it to you as a welcoming gift. Looking at the Tizot sword in Chi Inspector's hand, Gao Chen exclaimed, wow, this Chi Inspector is really generous, just like that, giving away a king-level weapon. Gao Chen initially wanted to refuse, but Chi Inspector had no intention of giving him a chance to decline. He directly shoved the Tizot sword into Gao Chen's hands and turned to leave. Gao Chen looked at the Tizot sword in his hand, wearing a confused expression. A patrol inspector giving a trainee a weapon, what's going on here? Gao Chen rubbed his head as he returned to his dormitory. The gap between a patrol inspector and a trainee could be likened to a galaxy. Normally, these two identities would never intersect in a lifetime. Back in his dorm, Gao Chen began to play with the Tizot sword. As expected of a king-level weapon, the Tizot sword was indeed exceptional. He swung it lightly, and the sword emitted a ringing sound. What a great weapon! After sheathing it, Gao Chen lay down on his bed. As he pondered, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. The letter G on the medal had now turned into an S. The next second, he opened the leaderboard. On the intermediate training camp leaderboard, Gao Chen had shot straight to first place. He looked further down the leaderboard. Aside from him, even the person in second place had only received a C rating for the total score last month. It wasn't that these people were lacking, it was just that they weren't as terrifying as Gao Chen. Wow, is this first place even human? To get an S rating in such a short time and shoot to the top of the leaderboard. Who is this person? How can they be so strong? I've been working hard, yet I only got a D. I suspect this person is cheating, otherwise there's no way they could get such a high score. Extreme Doubt Sangshan, Intermediate Training Camp. This is the virtual world gathering place for trainees of the intermediate training camp. All the trainees looked at Gao Chen's ranking and rating, falling into deep self-doubt. Those who could enter the Extreme Path Martial Arts Training Camp were all young geniuses, the masters of their cities. Confident as they were now slapped in the face by this reality. It made them feel that their pride was somewhat hard to maintain. Doubts, dissatisfaction, and self-doubt began to spread among this group of trainees. Since Gao Chen did not enter the Extreme Path Sangshan, he could not hear these doubts. At this moment, he was focused on thinking about how to achieve a high rating and ranking for the next month. After all, only by ranking first 3 times in a row could he have the opportunity to enter the Xuanxin Pavilion and complete his next phase of sign-in. He rummaged through the relevant rating conditions and soon had an idea. Go hunt exotic beasts. Outside the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts, there were many gathering places for exotic beasts. Among these gathering places, there were certainly some where king-level exotic beasts congregated. First, let's check the contribution points. Contribution points were also one of the important criteria for ratings. The conditions for obtaining contribution points were the simplest. You could gain contribution points by selling the cores of exotic beasts to the martial arts hall. Besides being useful for ratings, contribution points could also be used to purchase some good items that couldn't be bought outside within the Extreme Path Martial Arts. Since breaking through the pagoda was out of the question, he could only choose another path now. Let's earn contribution points first. Gao Chen was a practical person. He directly bought a map from the official website and left the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts. Huantian City, a gathering place for king-level exotic beasts. As soon as Gao Chen left the city, he headed straight for Huantian City. Without using the secret of movement, Gao Chen's speed was still quite fast. In less than an hour, he arrived at the outskirts of Huantian City. After sitting on the ground to recover briefly, he drew the Tizot sword and cautiously stepped into Huantian City. As soon as he entered Huantian City, Gao Chen encountered the first king-level exotic beast of his life. It was a strange beast that looked very similar to a husky but was enormous, with blood-red eyes. This beast had no fur but was covered in spines resembling those of a hedgehog. Even though Gao Chen did not have a fear of such things, seeing them made him feel uncomfortable. Since you are the first king-level exotic beast I've encountered, I won't hold back, Gao Chen said as he charged towards the beast. Indestructible Vajra technique. Grass character sword technique. The reason Gao Chen did not use the secret of all was not because he was overconfident. Rather, he wanted to see if his current strength could contend with a king-level exotic beast. As the grass character sword technique was unleashed, sword energy filled the air. However, the beast showed no concern at all. In fact, a hint of disdain, very similar to that of a human, appeared in its blood-red eyes. It allowed the sword energy from the grass character sword technique to wreak havoc on its body. When the sword energy dissipated, it cast a contemptuous glance at Gao Chen, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" This was the first time Gao Chen had been looked down upon by an exotic beast, and he felt extremely embarrassed. Secret of all. Since he had already tested his strength, he would not waste time on this beast. The tenfold increase in strength caused his combat power to explode instantly. Grass character sword technique. Gao Chen swung his sword again. Initially, the beast's expression was one of disdain, but when the sword energy approached, its expression changed. First, it was shock, then pain, and finally, unwillingness. Yes, this time, the grass character sword technique directly killed the beast. He opened its skull, retrieved the core, and tossed it into his backpack, then began searching for his next prey. The core hunting plan was proceeding very smoothly. Gao Chen hoped to fill his backpack before nightfall. In a certain deep courtyard of the imperial capital base city. This courtyard was clearly not a place for ordinary people to live. Among the red bricks and green tiles, one could vaguely see several people in Hanu Guard uniforms patrolling. At the deepest part of the courtyard, an old man was lying in a rocking chair, swaying a fan and squinting while humming a tune. As he hummed, tears began to well up in the corners of his eyes. Lantu, he is my most valued grandson. Does Gao Chen have the audacity to kill him? The old man's voice sounded devoid of emotion, giving off a very calm feeling. Grandfather. At that moment, a person of similar age to Han Lantu stepped forward, kneeling on both knees. Let me go. I will definitely avenge Lantu. The old man squinted his eyes, not even opening them, and waved his hand dismissively. If Lantu is not his opponent, how can you be? If Lantu is not his opponent, then it must be that Lantu was careless. Everyone present, except for Gao Chun and Ma Jun, believed that Gao Chen's ability to kill Han Lantu was an accident. Careless? The old man swayed in his rocking chair, gently fanning himself as he spoke. Even if Lantu was careless, he shouldn't be an opponent for such a young man. The old man's voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself or perhaps to others. Grandfather. The person kneeling on the ground raised his head to plead again. I guarantee I can kill Gao Chen. The old man still did not open his eyes. He weakly waved his hand. He is currently at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Are you sure you can kill him there? The man nodded confidently. He is a trainee from the intermediate training camp. To obtain more resources, he must work hard to improve his ranking and rating. He might break through the pagoda in the first month, but if he wants to improve his ranking and rating again, in the second month he can choose to hunt exotic beasts. We will lie in wait outside. There will definitely be an opportunity to kill him. This guy's investigation was very thorough. Not bad. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. But you must also understand, if you can't kill him, the man interjected, I will commit suicide and no one will know my true identity. Note down his name. The old man said slowly to a person beside him, who resembled a butler. If he succeeds, he will become the first heir of his generation. The butler nodded and the kneeling man was overjoyed. After leaving the deep courtyard, he did not linger and went straight to the airport in the imperial capital. Boarding their private plane, they headed directly to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. This time, he brought about 20 king-level warriors with him, 15 of whom were king-level 9 stars, while the remaining 5 were peak king-level 9 stars. Although the difference was only 2 words, the gap in strength was like heaven and earth. Everyone. On the plane, he stood up very seriously and solemnly said, we must not take this hunting plan lightly. Yes. The 20 people shouted in unison. The plane stopped 100 kilometers away from the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. On the plane, they removed all items related to their identities. They even used knives to scar their tattoos. Once it was confirmed that everyone had lost their identities, Han Lanfeng stepped off the plane with a dark expression. This time, I must seize the opportunity. Han Lanfeng clenched his fists. As night fell, Gao Chun, who was crazily hunting in Huantian City, also completed his tasks for the day. Looking at the full backpack of cores, Gao Chun smiled. After securing his backpack, he headed towards the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Hey, wait a minute. Gao Chen had not walked far when he was stopped by several warriors. From Gao Chen's observation, these warriors were all at least king level. As for their age, they seemed to be around 50 or 60 years old. On this earth, it is not an exaggeration to refer to people in their 50s or 60s as young men. After all, the average lifespan of ordinary humans on this earth reaches about 120 years. The average lifespan of warriors is even around 250 years. Calling people in their 50s or 60s young men is indeed not an exaggeration. Is there something you need? Gao Chen looked at them, his hand already cautiously reaching for his Tizot sword. The leading boy with a head full of yellow hair said with a grin, I want to buy a bit of your core, I wonder if you're selling? While he spoke with a smile, Gao Chen saw deep greed in his eyes. What price? Perhaps due to the greed in the other's eyes, Gao Chen's vigilance increased a few notches. How about the market price plus 10%? The blonde continued. Gao Chen didn't respond, he felt something was off. The reason he felt uneasy was that there were 4 of them. Generally, martial artist teams venture into the wild. It's rare to see an even-numbered group. Most of the time, the team composition is odd. 2 ranged and 3 melee is the perfect team setup. However, from the weapon configuration in the team, it was clear that there were 3 melee and 1 ranged. No matter how you looked at it, this lineup was problematic. Either they were exceptionally strong and confident in hunting beasts with such a formation, or another ranged member was hiding in their team. In Gao Chen's view, the second possibility was more likely. Secret of the word Jie. Indestructible Vajra technique. Out of caution, Gao Chen activated his strongest defensive skill. It proved that his caution was justified. As the golden barrier enveloped him, he heard 3 sounds of air being sliced behind him. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out against Gao Chen's back. He quickly turned around. There stood a bewildered young man nearby, while 2 others with bows and arrows stood at a distance. Not only were these 3 stunned, but even the 4 in front of Gao Chen wore expressions of confusion. They had thought their attack on Gao Chen was almost guaranteed to succeed, but they hadn't expected his defense to be so formidable. Such a sudden attack was also thwarted by his defenses. After the shock, the one who had just negotiated with Gao Chen shouted, "Don't just stand there, let's go together." As they regained their composure, they drew their weapons and prepared to confront Gao Chen head-on. A 7-person team? Gao Chen's estimation had indeed been mistaken. He had thought this team was a standard 5-person squad, but it turned out to be an unconventional 7-person team. The Extreme Dao Martial Arts School encourages students to spar with each other, but they do not allow students to fight in the wild. As humans, everyone is well aware that once the constraints of rules are removed, everything can become uncontrollable. Fighting in the wild would result in severe punishment from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Of course, if one could manage to destroy all evidence and leave no trace, that would be a different story. The cooperation among the 7 was very tacit. 3 melee fighters were responsible for engaging Gao Chen up close, while the remaining 3 ranged fighters focused on distracting him with long-range attacks. The last melee fighter was not idle either. He moved around the 3 ranged fighters, providing them protection. The attacks from the 3 melee fighters were nearly flawless. The harassment from the 3 ranged fighters also made Gao Chen quite annoyed. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously. If it weren't for Gao Chen's indestructible Vajra technique protecting him, he might have already sustained serious injuries. The 7 were also surprised that Gao Chen could withstand so much punishment. After all those attacks, he remained unscathed. There's a saying, 1 surge of energy leads to a decline, and 3 leads to exhaustion. The prolonged inability to take down Gao Chen made them feel a bit anxious. Gao Chen, on the other hand, remained calm, waiting for them to make a mistake. In their impatience, the 7's coordination indeed faltered. Seizing the opportunity during their blunder, Gao Chen directly thrust his sword through one of their throats. Seeing this scene, the remaining 6 were left dumbfounded. They did not expect that, despite their absolute numerical advantage, not only did they fail to kill Gao Chen, but instead, one of them was killed by Gao Chen in return. This counter-kill by Gao Chen once again changed their mindset. Taking advantage of their shifting mentality, Gao Chen appeared again. Each of his strikes was ruthless. In just a few rounds, Gao Chen had already slain another opponent. Stop hiding, quickly use your strongest skills, the leader shouted. The remaining 5 warriors nodded in unison and prepared to unleash their strongest skills. However, their mindset had already changed. Even using their strongest skills could not alter the situation. Gao Chen had transformed into a merciless killer, slaying these individuals one by one with his sword. When he reached the 6th person, the yellow-haired one was already stunned. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground before Gao Chen, frantically bowing his head. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare me. The yellow-haired one was tearful, his expression as pitiful as could be. Gao Chen looked at him with disdain and said, give me a reason not to kill you. This sentence seemed to give the yellow-haired one a glimmer of hope for survival. After a moment of thought, he replied very seriously and sincerely, I have someone in a high position at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. If you spare me, I can help you pass through the training camp smoothly. Moreover, I can ensure you receive the highest ratings every month. Gao Chen stroked his chin, looking at the yellow-haired one with interest. That reason isn't enough to move me. With Gao Chen's current level, obtaining high ratings and rankings was far too easy. I can also give you money. In the yellow-haired one's world, money could solve most problems. You tell me how much you want, I can give you whatever amount. Would money sway Gao Chen? Clearly, it would not. Enough. Gao Chen waved his hand in annoyance. I don't want to waste more words with you, you can die now. Upon hearing the word die, the yellow-haired one suddenly looked up. My dad is the supervisor of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. If you dare to kill me, he will definitely kill you. The yellow-haired one was still making a last-ditch effort. Supervisor, huh? Gao Chen chuckled and shook his head. When you were preparing to kill me, you should have been ready to be killed by me. As the words fell, the Tizot sword swung. The yellow-haired one's head rolled to the side. Gao Chen shook his head and continued on his way. His expression did not change at all due to the appearance of the yellow-haired group. His mood also remained unaffected by the slaughter of the yellow-haired group. However, what he did not expect was that shortly after he left, a 5-person team arrived at the place where Gao Chen had just fought. They had previously interacted with the yellow-haired one, so they immediately recognized his identity. This is going to be a big deal, one of the team members whispered. A child of a supervisor from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School has been killed. Who has the guts to do that? The others were alarmed and dared not speak. Should we report this? One member of the team asked. The captain pondered for a moment before nodding. Since we discovered this, we definitely need to report it. The other members of the team did not oppose the captain's decision. After all, they might gain a decent reward from this incident. In Extreme Path City, the logistics department. This place was undoubtedly the busiest in Extreme Path City. Trainees could submit their cores here. Members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School gathered here to look for suitable bounty tasks. After entering the logistics department, Gao Chen quickly arrived at the place where trainees submitted their cores. Perhaps due to the beginning of the month, there weren't many people submitting cores. He waited for less than 10 minutes before it was his turn. I'm here to submit my core, Gao Chen said to the young lady at the service desk. The young lady wore a professional smile and pointed to the platform in front of Gao Chen, saying, place your cores on the platform, and the system will automatically analyze their grade. Gao Chen nodded and then took off his backpack. When the young lady saw the cores pouring out of Gao Chen's backpack, her expression lost its composure. She had been working here for about 5 years, but it was the first time she encountered someone like Gao Chen who submitted so many cores at once. Wow, that's an excessive amount of cores. Who is this guy? How does he have so many cores? Could he have bought them? It's impossible to have this many just from hunting exotic beasts. Whether he bought them or hunted them, he's impressive either way. The trainees lined up behind Gao Chen looked at him with envy at the sight of so many cores. In fact, it wasn't just the trainees who were envious, even the official members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School were very envious. I wonder what underhanded means he used to get them. I really don't believe anyone could hunt so many exotic beasts in such a short time. I suspect this guy is just a rich second generation. All these cores are bought. Maybe the grades of these cores aren't high, which is why he could gather so many. Where there is envy, there is bound to be jealousy. Gao Chen stood at the front of the line but caught a strong whiff of lemon. However, he didn't offer any explanation. He quietly waited for the young lady to assess the cores. The young lady quickly recovered from her surprise, but what shocked her even more was yet to come. According to the system's feedback, all of Gao Chen's cores were from king-level exotic beasts. Oh my god. The young lady covered her mouth, looking incredulous. The people nearby, seeing her expression, all showed curious looks. The logistics department, which had been chaotic and noisy, became eerily quiet because of the young lady. Everyone was waiting for the appraisal results. After taking a deep breath to suppress her shock, she asked, How did you do it? Gao Chen looked at the young lady in confusion, not quite understanding her question. How did you manage to hunt so many king-level exotic beasts? The young lady asked Gao Chen, her face filled with astonishment. Others gasped upon hearing her question. All of them are from king-level exotic beasts? That can't be true. I don't believe it. Could the system be malfunctioning? These people were all king-level martial artists, so they understood the difficulty of hunting king-level exotic beasts very well. For a normal 5-person king-level team, hunting a single king-level exotic beast of the same realm and star level, without casualties would be considered a blessing from heaven. Gao Chen didn't look like someone who had a team, which was what shocked them the most. So how many contribution points can I earn? Gao Chen asked the young lady. Her calm tone quickly brought her back to reality. I don't know, it depends on the system, the young lady answered honestly. Gao Chen nodded and began to wait. Time passed second by second, and the usually reliable system had yet to provide a result. What's going on? Gao Chen grew a bit impatient, his brows slightly furrowing. Ding! The platform in front of the young lady suddenly made a sound, and she frowned slightly as she looked at it, then raised her head to Gao Chen and said, The system might be having some issues, so you need to wait a bit. Gao Chen nodded, somewhat impatiently. Who is Gao Chen? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Gao Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw several people in uniform searching for him. Upon seeing these people, everyone present instinctively took a step back. These uniformed individuals belong to the Extreme Path City Law Enforcement Department. The Law Enforcement Department of Extreme Dao City is a very special department. This department operates independently from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School system, yet it has the authority to inspect everyone within the school. The position of its head is even comparable to that of the deputy head of the school. Gao Chen stepped forward and said. The members of the Law Enforcement Department cast sharp glances in Gao Chen's direction. Those around Gao Chen retreated one after another, as if trying to distance themselves from him. This clearly shows how terrifying the Law Enforcement Department is in Extreme Dao City. Come with us for a moment. The team leader, Yan Hanxian, stepped forward and addressed Gao Chen. Gao Chen frowned and replied, Why should I go with you? This question left Yan Hanxian dumbfounded, as well as everyone else present, especially the members of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, who silently gave Gao Chen a thumbs up. Every member of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School knows how fearsome the Law Enforcement Department is. Their power is immense. If they suspect you of wrongdoing, they can detain you first. Once they have evidence, they can even kill you without notifying anyone. Therefore, no member of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School dares to provoke the Law Enforcement Department. While the Law Enforcement Department wields great power, its members cannot use it recklessly or arbitrarily. The first rule of the Law Enforcement Department is that anyone found to be indiscriminately killing innocents, abusing their power, or falsely accusing good people will be executed on the spot. We suspect that your method of obtaining your core is problematic, Yan Hanxian said with a very serious expression, like a ruthless enforcer. Suspect? Gao Chen scoffed, curling his lip. You can't just take me with you based on suspicion. Gao Chen's resistance left those around him stunned. As far as they knew, it seemed to be the first time someone dared to speak to the Law Enforcement Department like this. Not only was this the first time for these people, but it was also the first time for Yan Hanxian to encounter someone unafraid of the Law Enforcement Department. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, You must come with me now. If you refuse, I have the right to execute you on the spot. What a grand display of authority. Gao Chen was unafraid. He straightened his back and said firmly, unless you can provide evidence, I absolutely will not go with you. Yen Hanxian felt somewhat conflicted, and the atmosphere in the logistics department began to shift subtly. Yen Hanxian's subordinates had already placed their hands on their weapons, ready to execute Gao Chen at any moment. What are you doing? At that moment, a commanding female voice suddenly rang out. The arrival of this voice changed the atmosphere slightly. Yen Hanxian looked towards the source of the voice, and his expression became somewhat complicated upon seeing the newcomer. Gao Chen also turned to look. It was a woman, who appeared to be in her mid-30s. Perhaps due to being a martial artist, she maintained an excellent figure and appearance. She wore a tight-fitting black outfit that perfectly outlined her physique. Director Yi. Yen Hanxian cupped his hands in greeting to the woman. We in the law enforcement department are handling a case, please do not interfere. This woman was Yi Qingshan, the head of the logistics department of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Yi Qingshan looked at Yen Hanxian with a half-smile, her voice cold as she said, coming to my logistics department to arrest someone, don't you think your law enforcement department is being a bit too arrogant? We wouldn't dare. Although the law enforcement department was powerful, he did not dare to act too recklessly in front of Yi Qingshan. We are only here to carry out our duties, please do not make things difficult for us, Director Yi. Carry out your duties? What duties? Yi Qingshan showed no respect for the law enforcement department. She looked at Yen Hanxian with a frosty expression and said, if you want to arrest someone in my logistics department, it must be done by your head. Otherwise, none of you will take anyone away today. Yen Hanxian felt somewhat troubled. I'll give you a minute to disappear from my sight. If you don't, I'll make you understand my power. Yi Qingshan showed no mercy, making Yen Han turn and leave without a trace of reluctance. You must be Gao Chun, right? After Yen Han left, Yi Qingshan changed from her previous cold demeanor to a radiant smile as she looked at Gao Chun and said softly, why is that pack of hounds from the law enforcement department fixated on you? This was Yi Qingshan. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare speak so freely about the law enforcement department. I don't know, Gao Chen replied innocently. His innocence was not feigned, he genuinely had no idea what's going on. Since Gao Chen didn't know, Yi Qingshan could only ask others. The young lady who had just attended to Gao Chen quickly realized it might be related to the beast course he submitted earlier. Yi Qingshan frowned and walked up to the counter in front of the young lady. The young lady, understanding the situation, quickly stepped aside. Yi Qingshan skillfully operated the counter, quickly grasping the reason behind it. More than 50 king-level beast cores? Yi Qingshan looked at Gao Chen with a strange expression, asking with slight suspicion, did you hunt these beasts yourself? Gao Chen nodded. Yi Qingshan was momentarily taken aback but then smiled, saying, I believe you. She then continued to operate at the counter. After about 5 minutes, she nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, that pack of hounds from the law enforcement department won't bother you anymore. Thank you. Gao Chen was most afraid of trouble. Yi Qingshan smiled slightly, walked up to Gao Chen, and patted his shoulder, saying, I really admire you, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Gao Chen was left confused by her words. Before leaving the logistics department, Yi Qingshan informed him that his cores were no longer an issue and that his contribution points would soon be credited to his account. Who is this guy? Even Minister Yi personally came to help him. I don't know, but I feel like this guy has some serious connections. Serious connections? More like invincible. Even for the logistics department, getting to see Minister Yi is not an easy task. While the people around were discussing Gao Chen, he had already returned to his dormitory. Extreme Doubt Sangshan, the gathering place for the intermediate training camp. Zhang Ronghao looked at Gao Chen, who ranked first, with a gloomy expression. He was the first to pass the assessment in this intermediate training camp and the first to enter the camp. With exceptional talent, he was given very high expectations. He believed that he would lead this intermediate training camp by a wide margin, crushing the other trainees completely. But unexpectedly, the sudden emergence of Gao Chen disrupted all his plans. Who is this Gao Chen? He coldly asked the person beside him. A sallow-faced, lecherous-looking man shook his head and replied, I don't know. Don't know? The lecherous man's ignorance made Zhang Ronghao's brows furrow deeply. He looked at the lecherous man and whispered, didn't you say you had mastered all the information on the intermediate training camp participants? The lecherous man replied very seriously before this Gao Chen appeared. I indeed had all the information, but his appearance was too sudden and too late, so my database doesn't have any information about him. But don't worry, I'll find information about him soon. Despite his lecherous appearance, the man was indeed efficient in his work. Since the lecherous man had said so, Zhang Ronghao nodded, I hope you can do it quickly. The lecherous man nodded again. Sitting in his dormitory, Gao Chen was looking for other ways to improve his score. After killing a 7-man team in the wild, he couldn't show his face in the wild for a while. What kind of place is Songlianhai? Songlianhai was also a good place to improve scores. Looking at the description of Songlianhai, Gao Chen had no intention of going there. If the pagoda of floating Buddha was a place to test comprehensive strength, then Songlianhai was a place to test physical strength. In this sea area, there were countless Fish-like beasts. The attacks of these fish-like beasts were not strong, even a bronze warrior could withstand their attacks. But the sheer number of these fish-like beasts in Songlianhai was overwhelming. In 1C, physical strength equals black iron. In 2Cs, physical strength equals bronze. In 3Cs, physical strength equals silver. Gao Chen's physical strength was not very high, and if he rashly ventured into Songlianhai, it would be easy for him to not come back out. Just as Gao Chen was hesitating, there was a knock on his room door. Frowning, Gao Chen opened the door. Yan Hanxian and his team stood at the entrance. What is it? Again? Gao Chen had no good feelings towards Yan Hanxian. However, Yan Hanxian's attitude had changed significantly from before. He looked apologetic as he said to Gao Chen, I am here to apologize for my previous actions. The purpose of Yan Hanxian's visit was somewhat beyond Gao Chen's expectations. No need for an apology. Gao Chen waved his hand and said in a slightly relaxed tone, just don't do that again in the future. Yan Hanxian nodded and then took his leave. After Yan Hanxian left, Gao Chen continued his research. Meanwhile, the lecherous man also began investigating Gao Chen. When he revealed the investigation results, Zhang Ronghao was taken aback. Minister Yi personally intervened for him? This was something Zhang Ronghao had not anticipated. To outsiders, the logistics department seemed like an inconsequential department. But after conducting an in-depth investigation, Zhang Ronghao was very clear about how terrifying this department truly was. It was not an exaggeration to say that this department controlled the economic lifeline of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. It's fine. A strange light flickered in Zhang Ronghao's eyes as he pondered for a moment. I don't believe Minister Yi can protect him forever. The lecherous man lowered his head and remained silent. Gao Chen had been hesitating about whether to venture into Songlianhai. Just as he was in doubt, in a luxurious villa in Extreme Path City, an old man looked grimly at the person kneeling before him. Are you telling the truth? The old man had a stern expression. Yes, the person kneeling at his feet trembled. We found your grandson's head in the wild. This old man was Lu Chuanshang, one of the supervisors of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The yellow-haired man killed by Gao Chen in the wild was the old man's grandson, named Lu Feng. Seeing the certainty in this person's words, Lu Chuanshang's hands trembled slightly. Lu Feng was his grandson, although not the only one. He was the most talented among all his grandsons. Lu Chuanshang had even considered bypassing his son and directly letting Lu Feng inherit his legacy. But unexpectedly, the grandson he had high hopes for was killed by someone like this. Do you know who did it? Perhaps due to his agitation, Lu Chuanshang's voice trembled. The person shook his head and said, when we arrived, we only saw the corpse. We have no idea about anything else. All right. In that moment, Lu Chuanshang seemed to age significantly. He wearily waved his hand. You can leave now. The person kneeling on the ground did not hesitate and got up to leave the villa. Come here. After the messenger left, Lu Chuanshang's cold voice echoed throughout the villa. I don't care what methods you use, you must find out who killed my grandson. Yes. Voices rose and fell within the villa. Extreme Path North City, Songlianhai. Standing on the shore of Songlianhai, Gao Chen silently gazed into the distance. Although Songlianhai was in Extreme Path City, its area was indeed not small at all. Even as a diamond warrior, Gao Chen could not see the edge of Songlianhai at a glance. Old man, Gao Chen asked after watching for a while, are you the administrator of Songlianhai? The old man, wearing a bamboo hat and a raincoat, holding a fishing rod, looked up at Gao Chen and said in a slightly aged voice, I am the administrator here. Gao Chen scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he asked, is there a safety officer in Songlianhai? The old man was momentarily taken aback by Gao Chen's question. There is no safety officer, but there is this. As he spoke, the old man tossed something with his free hand. A small ball, about the size of a billiard ball, flew towards Gao Chen. Noticing Gao Chen observing the small ball, the old man introduced it. This is the safety ball specifically for Songlianhai. Inside this small ball is a very peculiar substance. Once crushed, it will be released. Once the ball is crushed, it means you have given up on the upcoming challenges. The scores you achieved before still count, but if you continue swimming afterward, no matter how far you go, the scores will be invalid. Gao Chen nodded. This safety ball was clearly made to protect the challengers. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Gao Chen looked back at Songlianhai. The reason he was so determined to come to Songlianhai was still because of Xuanxin Pavilion. Besides the condition of being at the top for 3 consecutive months, there were actually other ways. If he could achieve 50 levels in the pagoda, swim 5 nautical miles in Songlianhai, and cover 500 meters in Phantom Mountain within a week, he could also enter Xuanxin Pavilion. He wanted to enter Xuanxin Pavilion as soon as possible to seize the time to refresh the sign-in location. Let's begin. Gao Chen took a deep breath and jumped into Songlianhai. As soon as he jumped in, a swarm of strange fish and beasts rushed towards him. In less than a minute, Gao Chen was surrounded by these fish and beasts. Once surrounded, they bared their sharp fangs and began to gnaw at Gao Chen. Ouch, that hurts. The intense pain made Gao Chen grimace. Indestructible diamond skill. He activated his strongest defensive skill. His golden skin made him immune to the attacks of these fish and beasts. At the same time Gao Chen entered the sea, the old man who had been fishing on the shore slowly stood up. He gently placed the fishing rod on the shore and lit a cigarette for himself. This kid must be a trainee, right? A trainee daring to challenge Song Lianhai, commendable courage. I just wonder how far this kid can swim. As the old man spoke, he waved his right hand. In the next second, a semi-transparent screen appeared in front of him. The screen displayed all of Gao Chen's information. Goodness! When the old man saw Gao Chen's information, he couldn't help but gasp. What kind of monster is this? Only 18 years old and already able to reach the 60th level of the pagoda. The old man had been guarding Song Lianhai for countless years. He had seen countless geniuses, but a talent like Gao Chen was something he had never encountered before. While the old man was checking Gao Chen's information, Gao Chen had already swum out 4 nautical miles. The indestructible diamond skill under the diamond realm could no longer withstand the attacks of the fish and beasts. Secret of the word Jia. As the voice fell, his strength surged tenfold. With his power elevated to that of a king, Gao Chen continued to swim forward. After reaching 5 nautical miles, his speed noticeably decreased. Just as he hesitated about whether to enter the 6th nautical mile, the fish and beasts began to launch a fierce attack on him. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Chen chose to give up. He pressed the safety ball, and fiery red smoke began to envelop him. 6 nautical miles. When he saw the red smoke indicating 6 nautical miles, the old man's expression became quite strange. After coming ashore, Gao Chen did not linger here for long. His next stop was Phantom Mountain. Like Song Lianhai, Phantom Mountain was also located in the extreme north city. Not far from leaving Song Lianhai, Gao Chen arrived at the foot of Phantom Mountain. Similar to Song Lianhai, there was also an administrator at the foot of Phantom Mountain. At the foot of Phantom Mountain, there was a very dilapidated pavilion. Inside the pavilion, an old woman was operating a loom without any distractions. Hello, elder. Gao Chen walked under the pergola and politely greeted the old woman. I want to venture into the Phantom Mountain. I wonder if there are any rules or conditions. In fact, Gao Chen had already thoroughly studied the rules and conditions of these two places before coming. The reason he asked was merely to get closer to the old woman. The old woman lifted her somewhat heavy eyelids and said in a weary tone, staying alive is the only rule and condition of the Phantom Mountain. After she finished speaking, she continued to operate the loom with great focus. Gao Chen, who had just hit a wall, awkwardly scratched his head. But Song Lianxi tests the physical strength of the challengers. The Phantom Mountain tests the psychological strength of the challengers. As you climb the mountain, various illusions will appear to disturb you. The higher you climb, the more terrifying the illusions become. The first 100 meters represent a black iron level of psychological endurance. The first 200 meters represent a bronze level of psychological endurance. The first 300 meters represent a silver level of psychological endurance. The first 600 meters represent a king level of psychological endurance. In the path of a martial artist, talent and effort are certainly important. However, psychological endurance is also very crucial. A strong and good psychological endurance not only allows one to remain calm in the face of danger but also enables one to handle problems calmly when they arise. After standing at the foot of the mountain for a while, Gao Chen prepared to start climbing. The moment Gao Chen stepped onto the Phantom Mountain, the old woman, who had been diligently operating the loom, stopped her actions. Without raising her head, she said in an extremely annoyed tone, "Old fisherman, why are you here instead of guarding your fish pond?" The old man who had been guarding the Song Lianxi smiled and said, "I came to see if this kid can create another miracle." The old woman frowned, not understanding the meaning behind the old man's words. This kid seems to be under 20 years old, yet he has already reached the 60th floor of the pagoda. Just now, in my Song Lianxi, he swam 5 nautical miles, just a step away from 6 nautical miles. The old man's words were left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. Hearing the old man's words, the old woman was shocked and said, "Are you serious?" The old man nodded. The old woman still seemed somewhat skeptical of the old man, and with a wave of her hand, a semi-transparent screen appeared in front of her. On the screen was all of Gao Chen's information. In the pagoda section, Gao Chen was at the 59th floor. In the Song Lianxi section, Gao Chen was at 5 nautical miles. She glanced at the old man and thought to herself, this old guy really didn't lie to me. Let's go, let's take a look together. The old man didn't wait for the old woman to react and directly soared into the air. "Old man, this is my territory," the old woman shouted as she followed him. Gao Chen's climbing speed exceeded the expectations of the two elders. While they were chatting, Gao Chen had already climbed to 425 meters. Goodness! The old man couldn't help but exclaim as he saw that Gao Chen was not disturbed by the illusions at all. What kind of monster is this kid? Why is he so strong? The old woman shook her head with an unnatural expression. Soon, Gao Chen reached 500 meters. Just when the two elders thought Gao Chen would continue climbing, he unexpectedly began to choose to descend. After coming down, Gao Chen didn't idle around and headed straight for the Xuanxin Pavilion. Watching Gao Chen's back, the two elders were somewhat bewildered. Extreme Dao City, East City. East City is a relatively important part of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. This is also the place with the richest cultural atmosphere in Extreme Dao City. The Xuanxin Pavilion is located right in the center of East City. Arriving at the entrance of the Xuanxin Pavilion, Gao Chen, who had already obtained his qualification, smoothly entered the pavilion. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Kanglan fruit * 100. Ding. New sign in location updated. Please proceed to the second floor of Xuanxin Pavilion to sign in. Looking at the exotic fruits stored in the system, Gao Chen's mouth curled up in a smile. Finding a quiet corner, he began to feast heartily with 100 Kanglan fruits in his stomach. Gao Chen felt a significant boost in his power. I wonder if I've reached the king level, he thought eagerly as he opened the system. God level sign-in system host, Gao Chen power, 12,430,000 kilograms realm, king 1 star. Skills, Thunder Fist, great. Accomplishment, Shadow Step, great accomplishment. Green Lotus Sword Technique, great accomplishment. All Character Secret, great. Accomplishment, Indestructible Vajra Skill, great accomplishment. Walking Character Secret, great accomplishment. Peacekeeping Decision, great accomplishment. Grass Character Sword Technique, great accomplishment. Sign-in locations, Xuanxin Pavilion second floor. Upon seeing that his realm had reached king 1 star, Gao Chen couldn't help but smile. However, after a moment, his brow furrowed again. Does Xuanxin Pavilion have a second floor? From both inside and outside, Xuanxin Pavilion appeared to be a single-story building. Logically, there shouldn't be a second floor. Hello. Gao Chen noticed an old man in a corner of the first floor of Xuanxin Pavilion. Engrossed in a book, he quickly approached and politely asked, "Excuse me, how do I get to the second floor of Xuanxin Pavilion?" The old man looked up at Gao Chen. When Gao Chen saw the old man's full appearance, he was slightly taken aback. The old man had a head of disheveled silver hair and wore glasses thicker than a beer bottle. Once a martial artist reaches a certain realm, it is impossible for them to be nearsighted. You want to go to the second floor? The old man's voice sounded very deep. Gao Chen nodded. If you want to go to the second floor, it's not impossible. The old man's voice was not only deep but also carried a somewhat dazed tone. But you have to answer a few questions for me. To be honest, the old man looked particularly like a bookworm at that moment. Sure. Upon hearing that he had to answer questions, Gao Chen immediately perked up. You may begin. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The old man asked a very philosophical question. This question completely stumped Gao Chen. He tentatively replied, the chicken came first. The old man spread his right hand, revealing an expression of "Please start your performance," and said, "Please elaborate." The chicken evolved from other creatures, so the chicken came first. Gao Chen's answer was from the perspective of evolution. After pondering for a moment, the old man said, "Valid, next question." Seeing that the old man wanted Gao Chen to answer another question, Gao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. This question is, the eunuch symposium. Gao Chen was once again confused. He had thought the old man's question would be similar to the previous one, also very philosophical. Unexpectedly, this question turned out to be a pun. Nonsense. Gao Chen blurted out. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. Seeing Gao Chen answer his question so easily, the old man patted Gao Chen's shoulder with satisfaction. In that moment, Gao Chen felt like a fool. Alright, since you answered my questions, you can go to the second floor now. After saying this, the old man waved his hand. Boom! Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a huge crack opened up in the ground not far in front of Gao Chen. Go ahead. The old man pointed towards the crack. That is the path to the second floor. Wow, so the second floor is below. After thanking the old man, Gao Chen walked towards the second floor. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Enlightenment fruit * 100. Ding. New sign in location updated. Please proceed to Changjia City to sign in. Gao Chen didn't dwell on the new sign in location. What he was more concerned about was the new sign in reward. Enlightenment fruit, a very peculiar exotic fruit. Consuming it will temporarily elevate one's comprehension to a terrifying level. The introduction to the enlightenment fruit was very simple, but between the lines, it revealed its extraordinary nature to Gao Chen. After thinking for a moment, Gao Chen tossed one enlightenment fruit into his mouth. Unlike other exotic fruits, the enlightenment fruit had no taste at all. After swallowing the fruit, Gao Chen only felt a warm current rushing straight to the top of his head. To verify the effects mentioned in the introduction, Gao Chen picked up a book and began to read. The title of the book was Sky Sword Technique. As soon as he opened it, he felt the content of the book surge into his mind like a river. He didn't even have time to savor it before he had memorized everything in the book. Not only did he accurately remember the content, but his mind was also continuously deducing the sky sword technique. In less than 15 minutes, Gao Chen gained a deeper understanding of the sky sword technique. He pretended to hold a sword with his right hand and began to move as if he had one. Even without a sword in hand, Gao Chen was able to execute the entire sky sword technique. Moreover, both his movements and techniques were exceptionally standard. What kind of monster is this kid? The old man not far away gaped at the scene. The sky sword technique was the highest level sword technique of the Sky Martial Arts Academy. To learn this technique, one needed not only astonishing talent but also extraordinary perseverance, as there was no shortcut to mastering it. The Sky Martial Arts Academy once had a young genius who took a year to master all the movements and techniques of the sky sword technique. He was hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent of the Academy. For an average genius, achieving this would take at least 5 years, and for some, even 10 years. This was why the old man was so astonished. This sword technique is not bad, Gao Chen said nonchalantly after finishing his movements. In Gao Chen's skill system, this sword technique was only slightly better than the Qinglian sword technique, but it was like a younger brother compared to the Pinghuan decision and the Chaoward sword technique. After obtaining the sky sword technique, Gao Chen left Xuanxing Pavilion feeling quite satisfied. As he walked, he looked for new sign-in locations on the map. The sign-in at Xuanxing Pavilion not only allowed him to break through to the King Realm but also updated his new sign-in location. However, he was no longer in a hurry. Now that he had reached the King Realm, he planned to consolidate his strength. Let's go to the training ground first. The training ground was where the Extreme Martial Arts Academy usually practiced. Upon arriving at the training ground, Gao Chen casually found an inconspicuous spot and began his training. He only left the training ground after nightfall. The day's practice gave him a new understanding of the power of the King Realm. Back in his dormitory, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. After eating a simple meal, he returned to his dormitory to consider his next steps. Attention, intermediate training camp trainees, please gather at the training ground now. Attention, intermediate training camp trainees, please gather at the training ground now. Attention, intermediate training camp trainees, please gather at the training ground now. While he was lost in thought, his communication device emitted a piercing sound. Gao Chen quickly got out of bed and headed to the training ground. At this time, all the trainees from the intermediate training camp had gathered at the training ground. In front of the trainees stood Instructor Lu, who had previously contacted Gao Chen. Today marks the first month since you arrived here, and I will conduct a test for everyone, Instructor Lu said with a serious tone. Seeing that no one spoke, he continued, this test is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to test everyone's strength and realm. The second stage is a 1v1 personal battle. The third stage is wilderness survival. Seeing that no one had any objections, Instructor Lu nodded in satisfaction. Now, let's begin. When your name is called, come forward to test your realm, Instructor Lu said, taking out a tablet. Hu Tao, Yang Mi, Tang Yen. The trainees who were called by name stepped forward to test their strength. Looking at the data from each test, Instructor Lu was very satisfied. Among these individuals, the weakest one was at the 5-star king level, while the strongest had even reached 9 stars. When it was Gao Chen's turn, Instructor Lu was filled with anticipation. 1-star king. When he saw Gao Chen's level, Instructor Lu was left dumbfounded. Not only was Instructor Lu stunned, but the other instructors were also taken aback. 1-star king? Am I seeing things? Or is there a problem with the equipment? This is too ridiculous. How could a weakling at 1-star king appear in our training camp? Are we going to be known as the worst training camp ever? Gao Chen's 1-star king level left the trainees quite dissatisfied. The instructors, however, did not voice any opinions. They exchanged glances, all showing bewildered expressions. What's wrong with being a 1-star king? Levels don't indicate anything. Gao Chen straightened his back and said, ha. Just as Gao Chen finished speaking, Zhang Ronghao's voice rang out. If levels don't indicate anything, then what does? Gao Chen opened his mouth to respond but was directly interrupted by Zhang Ronghao. Are you trying to say strength? Good. Zhang Ronghao didn't give Gao Chen a chance to speak. Since you think that way, let me see your strength. Having been overshadowed by Gao Chen on the leaderboard, Zhang Ronghao had been holding back his frustration. Now that he had the opportunity to release it, he certainly wouldn't miss it. He declared in front of everyone, the rankings on the leaderboard don't mean anything. The instructors present frowned slightly upon hearing this. They knew that the rankings didn't indicate much. However, since the leaderboard existed, it surely had its reasons for being there. Zhang Ronghao's public denouncement of the leaderboard made the instructors very displeased. Don't rush. Instructor Lu was also very unhappy, but he didn't show it. With a stern face, he said in a deep voice, there are still trainees who haven't finished testing. Wait until everyone is done before we move on to the second test. After waiting for such a long time, Zhang Ronghao wasn't afraid to wait a little longer. The results of the remaining trainees' tests were similar to those of the previous ones. The lowest level was 5-star king, and the highest was 9-star king. The first test quickly concluded. Afterward, Instructor Lu led them to the location of the second test. He pointed to the many platforms in the training ground and said, "In a moment there will be an instructor acting as a referee on each platform. Everyone will need to fight. You can choose your opponents or engage in free battles. Of course, the results of the battles will be counted in this assessment." After Instructor Lu finished speaking, no one rushed to act. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Gao Chen and Zhang Ronghao. "Dare to fight me?" Zhang Ronghao provoked Gao Chen. Gao Chen immediately agreed. Seeing Gao Chen nod, Zhang Ronghao jumped onto a platform and waved at Gao Chen below. He looked so relaxed, as if victory was already in his grasp. Zhang Ronghao is a 9-star king warrior. Do you think Gao Chen can be his opponent? I don't understand why a 1-star king warrior would appear in our training camp. He probably got in through the back door, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed the entrance test. Not necessarily, maybe he has real skills. Among the crowd below, no one had faith in Gao Chen. After all, Jiang Yingyu was a 9-star king warrior, while Gao Chen was merely a 1-star king warrior. The gap between these 9 stars was not something that could be easily bridged. Climbing onto the platform, Gao Chen looked at Zhang Ronghao. "Are you planning to use weapons?" the instructor on the platform asked. Zhang Ronghao smiled slightly, teasingly saying, "I can do without it, but he definitely needs it." Faced with Zhang Ronghao's mockery, Gao Chen disdainfully curled his lips and replied, "If you want me to use a weapon, I'm afraid you won't last a minute." "Ridiculous." Zhang Ronghao scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is your weapon a divine artifact? Even if it were, I wouldn't be afraid. Use your weapon if you want. If you're scared, I'll consider it my loss." Gao Chen had no idea who had given Zhang Ronghao the courage to say such things in this place. "Are you going to use a weapon?" the instructor asked Gao Chen. Without a second thought, Gao Chen nodded and said, "Since he said that, I definitely will." Gao Chen had no so-called moral scruples. He wouldn't be like characters in other novels who, when provoked, foolishly refused to use weapons. Upon hearing Gao Chen say he would use a weapon, Zhang Ronghao was clearly taken aback. Gao Chen was obviously not playing by the rules, which Zhang Ronghao had not anticipated. In his imagination, even if Gao Chen used a weapon, he wouldn't state it so matter-of-factly. Those without moral scruples applauded Gao Chen's unethical behavior, while those who prided themselves on being heroes looked down on him. "Is there anything else you want to say?" the instructor asked the two with a blank expression. Gao Chen shook his head, indicating he had no issues. Zhang Ronghao also shook his head, signaling he had no problems. Seeing that both had no issues, the instructor directly announced, "The match begins." After announcing, the instructor jumped off the stage. "I can let you attack first." Zhang Ronghao, with a face full of disdain, beckoned to Gao Chen, speaking in a very pretentious manner. "Otherwise, if you lose, you'll find an excuse." Zhang Ronghao's generosity made Gao Chen ecstatic. "Since you put it that way, I'll reluctantly attack first." Gao Chen drew his Tizot sword and charged towards Zhang Ronghao. Zhang Ronghao scoffed, "I'll just stand here and not move. I want to see how impressive you really are after all that bragging." Secret of the character Jie. Sword technique of the character Chao. Gao Chen raised his hand and unleashed his strongest skills. The chaotic sword energy surged towards Zhang Ronghao. Feeling the sword energy, Zhang Ronghao's expression changed dramatically. He instinctively took a defensive stance. Stab, stab, stab. Even though Zhang Ronghao assumed a defensive posture, Gao Chen's powerful sword technique of the character Chao still left him with several deep and long wounds. The spectators below gaped at this scene. To them, this battle was undoubtedly one-sided. However, they did not expect that the one-sidedness they imagined differed slightly from reality. "You dare to hurt me, Zhang!" Ronghao put away his contempt and mockery, glaring at Gao Chen with a face full of anger. Gao Chen's sword energy not only left wounds on his body but also slapped him in the face. If there were a crack in the ground, he would definitely dive into it without hesitation. In that case, I won't hold back either. Furious, Zhang Ronghao decided not to passively defend anymore. He felt the wind at his feet and charged straight at Gao Chen. "Am I afraid of you?" Gao Chen smiled slightly and met him head-on. Sky sword technique. This time, Gao Chen planned to use the skill he had just acquired. As he swung his long sword, stars the size of a pinky nail appeared and vanished. Sky sword technique? Among the instructors below, someone immediately recognized the sword technique Gao Chen was using. "It seems to be the perfected sky sword technique," another instructor said with a serious expression. "If it weren't perfected, the stars wouldn't appear and disappear." While the instructors were shocked, Gao Chen's attacks had already forced Zhang Ronghao to retreat step by step. At this moment, Zhang Ronghao had retreated to the edge of the stage. If he took another step back, he might fall off the stage. He was extremely furious now. From a young age, he was the pride of the heavens. When had he ever been so embarrassed? "Gao Chen, I'm going to kill you today." Jiang Ronghao's eyes began to redden, and a murderous aura gradually spread around him. Gao Chen paid no attention to these trivialities. He continued to swing the Tizot sword, tearing Jiang Ronghao's clothes into shreds. Some female warriors in the audience had already started to cover their eyes. Enraged and humiliated, Jiang Ronghao seemed to have forgotten his earlier words. He glared in the direction of the arena and screamed hysterically, "Throw my weapon up here!" A lecherous man in the audience immediately raised a long knife and threw it onto the stage. Jiang Ronghao easily caught the long knife. As the blade was drawn, a chilling light gleamed from it. The luster of this long knife indicated that it was definitely not an ordinary item. Quite wealthy, Gao Chen mocked, looking at the long knife in Jiang Ronghao's hand. This must be at least a king-level weapon. Jiang Ronghao ignored Gao Chen and lightly swung the long knife in his hand. As he swung, a faint sound of the blade echoed. Gao Chen smiled and shook his head. Jiang Ronghao remained silent, his eyes sharp and filled with killing intent as he said, "Today, I will kill you." No killing is allowed within the Extreme City. Anyone who dares to kill an Extreme City will be severely punished. The instructor in the audience warned loudly. Jiang Ronghao, whose anger had reached its peak, paid no heed to this. He charged directly at Gao Chen. Peacekeeping decision. Gao Chen did not hold back either, his long sword moving again. The peacekeeping decision was not as powerful as the grass character sword technique, but it was still not something Jiang Ronghao could easily withstand. The sword light flashed, adding several more wounds to Jiang Ronghao's body. "If I were you, I would definitely jump off the stage right now. After all, swords and knives have no eyes. Who knows what will happen next?" Gao Chen gave Jiang Ronghao one last warning. Not only the current Jiang Ronghao, but even a calm Jiang Ronghao would not take Gao Chen's words to heart. QNMD, Jiang Ronghao cursed loudly. This outburst made Gao Chen's expression darken completely. His parents and family were Gao Chen's only bottom line. "Today, I will definitely kill you." With his bottom line crossed, Gao Chen's anger surged. The intent to kill began to spread in his heart. Today, he must kill Jiang Ronghao. Seeing the change in Gao Chen's expression, Jiang Ronghao suddenly became alert. The murderous intent radiating from Gao Chen filled him with unprecedented panic. He realized he had retreated to the edge of the stage and unexpectedly turned to jump off. "So damn cowardly, weren't you just shouting happily a moment ago? Why are you so scared now? I really look down on people like this. No ability but still likes to act tough. How could I be in the same training camp as someone like this?" Jiang Ronghao's cowardice in jumping off the stage was met with disdain from the other trainees. But Jiang Ronghao didn't care about that. Just now, he had grasped a simple truth. As long as he could survive, face and pride meant nothing. Jiang Ronghao thought he was safe after jumping off the stage, but Gao Chen had no intention of letting him off so easily. Gao Chen leaped off the stage, sword in hand, charging towards Jiang Ronghao. Seeing this, Jiang Ronghao was completely stunned. He never expected that Gao Chen would disregard everything just to kill him. Enough. At that moment, Instructor Lu from the training camp stepped forward. He stood in front of Gao Chen, stopping him from advancing. However, his appearance did not change Gao Chen's desire to kill Jiang Ronghao. "Get out of the way!" Gao Chen shouted, thrusting the Tizot sword towards Instructor Lu. Instructor Lu did not expect Gao Chen to attack him. He dared not be careless and drew his weapon to defend himself cautiously. Clang! The Tizot sword was blocked by Instructor Lu's weapon. The powerful impact caused Gao Chen's hand to slip and blood dripped from his elbow onto the ground. Although Instructor Lu was not pushed back by Gao Chen's sword, he was left in shock. What kind of monster is this kid, and why does he possess such immense power? Seeing that his sword strike had not repelled Instructor Lu, Gao Chen continued to attack with his sword. "Enough!" Instructor Lu shouted. This loud roar gradually calmed Gao Chen down. "This ends here," Instructor Lu said to Gao Chen. Gao Chen said nothing, merely casting a cold, indifferent gaze at Jiang Ronghao, saying, "They can protect you for a moment, but they cannot protect you for a lifetime. You want to go out into the wild to hunt exotic beasts, right? You want to leave the city to complete the third phase of the assessment? Let me be clear, as long as you leave the city, I will have the opportunity to kill you." Gao Chen's threat made Jiang Ronghao tremble. He never expected that his unintentional slip would provoke such a murderous intent in Gao Chen. He had already begun to silently calculate how he could safely leave Extreme Path City. "The third phase of the test will begin tomorrow," Instructor Lu announced before hurriedly leaving with the other instructors. What had happened today was already beyond his control. He had to report this matter to the higher-ups for them to handle. Since the third phase of the test would wait until tomorrow, Gao Chen decided not to rush. Back in his dormitory, he simply lay on his bed and started playing games. Meanwhile, while Gao Chen leisurely played games, Extreme Path City was stirred up by the storm he had caused. Daring to harbor murderous intent in Extreme Path City, does he want to die? Chu Yuntian, the inspector, was the overall head of all the training camps. This time, upon hearing Instructor Lu's report, he frowned in dissatisfaction. It was Jiang Ronghao who spoke first. Instructor Lu didn't mind defending Gao Chen a bit. Shu Yuntian glanced at Instructor Lu, his brow furrowing in displeasure as he said, "No matter who started it, daring to harbor murderous intent in my extreme path city means he is looking for death." Seeing Shu Yuntian's dissatisfaction, Instructor Lu dared not say anything further. "I understand this matter. The third test will continue tomorrow. However, you should warn that kid in advance, telling him it's best not to act rashly. Otherwise, I won't mind making him disappear from this world." As a high-ranking official of Extreme Path City, Shu Yuntian had every right to say this. Understood. Instructor Lu sighed slightly before taking his leave. After leaving Shu Yuntian, Instructor Lu headed straight for Gao Chen's dormitory. Upon seeing Gao Chen, Instructor Lu directly stated his purpose and relayed Shu Yuntian's words verbatim. "Who has a higher rank, him or Inspector Qi?" Gao Chen asked Instructor Lu. "They are of the same rank, both inspectors from the headquarters of the Martial Arts Academy," Instructor Lu replied. Although he did not understand why Gao Chen asked this, he couldn't help but remind him, in the eyes of the inspectors, "You and I are both ants. They can crush you more easily than squashing an ant." Gao Chen knew that Instructor Lu said this out of goodwill. He cupped his hands in gratitude to Instructor Lu. The next day, at the west gate of Extreme Path City, everyone from the intermediate training camp gathered here. Zhang Ronghao, having not slept all night, looked haggard and pale. Everything that happened yesterday had sent his pride plummeting to the depths. If it weren't for an hour of mental preparation before leaving in the morning, he wouldn't have even had the courage to step outside. He stood in the corner of the line, afraid to lift his head. He feared that if he did, he would see Gao Chen's furious eyes. Standing at the front, Instructor Lu took everything in. He had warned Gao Chen yesterday, but whether he listened was entirely up to him. The location for this test is Tsangjia City. It is near Extreme Path City, a gathering place for king-level exotic beasts. Today's test requirement is very simple. Each person must bring back 10 cores from king-level exotic beasts to pass the test. Instructor Lu's words made the expressions of the people start to look a bit unnatural. Ignoring their reactions, Instructor Lu waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave the city. This trip to Tsangjia City included several other instructors along with Instructor Lu. The task of these instructors was very simple: to ensure that these trainees could return alive to Extreme Path City. Rushing along, the group quickly arrived at Tsangjia City. "Be careful, the test begins, and there is no time limit." As Instructor Lu's voice fell, people did not rush to act. Some familiar faces gathered in small groups to form teams. "Brother Gao Chen, do you want to team up? The more people, the more efficient. Let's go hunt exotic beasts together. We have all king-level 9-star warriors here. It will be much faster with us." Gao Chen's powerful combat strength yesterday had conquered all the trainees in the camp. However, Gao Chen waved his hand and smiled, politely declining their goodwill. Unlike the bustling scene around Gao Chen, no one approached Zhang Ronghao, except for a lewd man. Logically, someone of his caliber, ranked second among super experts, should have many wanting to team up with him. But because he offended Gao Chen yesterday, he became a pariah in the eyes of others. Those who had wanted to team up with him now kept their distance. Some teams had already started entering Tsangjia City. Zhang Ronghao, however, did not rush in. After all, Gao Chen was not far away, watching him closely. "Boss." Not far from Gao Chen's team, a person put down his binoculars and said to those behind him, "I've spotted Gao Chen. Their team has already started entering Tsangjia City." The person referred to as boss was none other than Han Lanfeng. To wait for Gao Chen to exit the city, Han Lanfeng and his team had been waiting outside for quite a while. "Boss." The person picked up the binoculars again and said, "They have instructors from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall protecting them. It won't be easy to take them down." "Instructors from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall?" Han Lanfeng frowned slightly, feeling it was a bit troublesome. The Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall was an entity they did not want to provoke and dared not provoke. "If it really comes to it, we'll take that. Instructor down too." Han Lanfeng was determined to fight for the position of successor. The others, being desperate men, showed excitement rather than fear upon hearing Han Lanfeng's words. Once Gao Chen entered Tsangjia City, Han Lanfeng carefully led his team into the city. Upon entering Tsangjia City, Gao Chen's first task was to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Heartless fruit *100. Ding. Sign in location updated. Please proceed to the depths of Tsangjia City. To sign in. Heartless fruit king level exotic fruit. Each one contains a large amount of spiritual energy. If lucky, consuming one could even directly break through the current star level. The reward of heartless fruit made Gao Chen's face bloom with a smile as if he had found money. He did not expect that the exotic fruit obtained from this sign-in would be so effective. Even if the probability is low, with 100 fruits, I should at least be able to break through to king level 6 or 7. With that thought, Gao Chen directly tossed one exotic fruit into his mouth. As soon as the fruit went down his throat, a sweet flavor enveloped his entire mouth. Without hesitation, he swallowed a second one. After consuming 100 exotic fruits, he felt a significant boost in his strength. System. God level sign-in system host, Gao Chen strength, 78,060,000 kilograms realm, king level 7 star. Skills, Thunder Fist, great accomplishment, Shadow Step, great accomplishment, Green Lotus. Sword technique, great accomplishment, all character secret, great accomplishment, indestructible skill, great accomplishment, walking character secret, great accomplishment, chaos decision, great accomplishment, grass character sword technique, great accomplishment, sky sword technique, great accomplishment. Sign-in locations available, depths of Sanjia City. The system interface displayed that his strength had reached 78,060 kilograms and his realm had also reached king level 7 star. I wonder if today, there's a chance to break through to the master realm. Gao Chen murmured to himself, the master realm and the king realm may seem to be just one level apart, but all martial artists know that those in the master realm are the true powerhouses. After his realm had improved, Gao Chen did not rush to move forward. He drew his Tizot sword and began to swing it in place. Shenglian sword technique, Pingwan decision, Saozi sword technique, Saiqiang sword technique. He went through all his skills. The reason he did this was to test the current power of these techniques. After testing all the skills, he activated the Jiezami and tested the skills once more. Once he had mastered everything, Gao Chen set off again. Not long after he started, he encountered the first exotic beast. In Sanjia City, it was a creature the size of a human, covered in black fur, with blood-red eyes, a King Kong blood ape. This was a very peculiar exotic beast, and it was one of the rarer berserk-type beasts. Once provoked, it could go berserk. The berserk King Kong blood ape was not only impervious to blades and bullets, but its fur would also become as tough as steel needles, and its size could grow to 10 stories high. The feedback from his glasses informed Gao Chen of the beast's name. Although its appearance was quite intimidating, Gao Chen felt no fear at all. He drew his Tizot sword and charged straight at the King Kong blood ape. Jiezami, indestructible divine skill. As he rushed forward, Gao Chen did not forget to use his strongest defensive skill to protect himself. Seeing Gao Chen charging at it, the King Kong blood ape did not hold back and met him head-on. Bang! The collision between man and beast happened quickly. This time, the clash ended with the King Kong blood ape retreating. At least has the strength of a King 5 star. This was Gao Chen's estimation of the King Kong blood ape's power. Gao Chen was at King 7 star, and this King 5 star beast was simply no match for him. In just a few exchanges, the King Kong blood ape was slain by Gao Chen. After extracting its core, Gao Chen continued to search for and hunt exotic beasts. After Gao Chen obtained 5 cores, Han Lanfeng's team also found traces of him. Boss, the scout in the team reported to Han Lanfeng. From my observations, Gao Chen's realm should be around King 7 star. King 7 star? Han Lanfeng frowned slightly, his expression serious as he asked, "Are you sure?" The scout nodded, "Absolutely sure. Whether it's from the aura he exudes or his combat power and fighting style, it all indicates he is at King 7 star." The scout was very confident. A cold glint flashed in Han Lanfeng's eyes, and then he said to his team, "Everyone split up and surround him." Yes. The other members of the team nodded solemnly. "Let's move out." After assigning the tasks, Han Lanfeng waved his hand. The other members of the team, well trained, began to surround Gao Chen. Once Han Lanfeng confirmed that everyone was in position, he stepped out from his hiding place. "Who are you?" The moment Han Lanfeng appeared, Gao Chen noticed him. Encountering a stranger in such a place was definitely not a good omen. Han Lanfeng introduced himself. Han Lanfeng? Upon hearing this name, Gao Chen frowned slightly. It seemed to be the first time he had heard this name. "You might not know me," Han Lanfeng said upon seeing Gao Chen's frown. "But you should know my brother, Han Lantu. I know him, I killed him with my own hands." Gao Chen nodded. Gao Chen could see that Han Lanfeng was not here with good intentions, so he chose not to hide anything. "At least you dare to admit it." Gao Chen's straightforward acknowledgement was somewhat beyond Han Lanfeng's expectations. He nodded and said to Gao Chen, "Since you've admitted it, things will be easier. What do you want?" Gao Chen asked Han Lanfeng. "Of course, to kill you," Han Lanfeng replied bluntly. Just based on you, Gao Chen truly did not look down on Han Lanfeng. Han Lanfeng's realm was not very high. Even if Gao Chen stood still, Han Lanfeng might not be able to do anything to him. "Of course not." Han Lanfeng waved his hand and said, "I definitely came prepared to face a master like you." As Han Lanfeng's words fell, the people he brought appeared in unison. Goodness, Gao Chen looked around and couldn't help but nod. "To kill me, you've really invested a lot by bringing so many king-level warriors. It's worth it," Han Lanfeng said with a smile. "As long as I can kill you, spending any amount of money is worth it. Isn't it just killing a Han Lantu? Do you really need to go this far?" In Gao Chen's view, killing a Han Lanfeng was not a big deal at all. "Is your tone that big?" Gao Chen's attitude did not surprise Han Lanfeng too much. He looked at Gao Chen with a half-smile, slightly mocking. "But to be honest, I actually want to thank you." "Thank me?" Gao Chen didn't understand. "Of course, thank you," Han Lanfeng smiled slightly and explained. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the position of the first heir." Gao Chen suddenly realized So it's because I killed Han Lantu that you obtained the position of the first heir? Gao Chen didn't expect that he had inadvertently done a good deed. That's not it. Han Lanfeng shook his head, sizing up Gao Chen as he continued. You killed Han Lantu, so the family sent me to kill you. If I kill you, I will obtain the position of the first heir. But who gave you the confidence to think you can kill me? Gao Chen was puzzled. Isn't it enough that I brought so many people? He didn't believe that with so many king-level experts they couldn't kill Gao Chen. Not enough. Gao Chen chuckled and shook his head. Even if you doubled your numbers, it still wouldn't be enough. Alright, Han Lanfeng was too lazy to waste more words with Gao Chen, and with a wave of his hand, he said, everyone, hurry up and take action. After we go back, I will definitely treat everyone to a good time. Han Lanfeng's words piqued the interest of these warriors. Young Master Han, where are you taking us for a good time? The splendid palace in the imperial capital, that's a great place. Young Master Han is so generous, he must be booking the splendid palace for us to enjoy ourselves. The warriors had already begun to look forward to the entertainment Han Lanfeng mentioned. They chatted among themselves, completely disregarding Gao Chen. Han Lanfeng generously waved his hand, saying, the splendid palace, I'll book it for everyone for a month. His generosity made the eyes of the warriors gleam like hungry wolves. Go for it, brothers. One warrior drew his weapon and charged directly at Gao Chen. The other warriors did not hesitate either. They drew their weapons and began to attack Gao Chen. Secret of the character Jie. Indestructible Vajra technique. The skills that needed to be used were definitely going to be used at this moment. Grass character sword technique. The Tiansuo sword swung, and invisible sword energy flew straight towards the warriors brought by Han Lanfeng. These warriors didn't even have time to react before the sword energy from the grass character sword technique left deep wounds on their bodies. So strong. One warrior's eyes changed dramatically. He realized that the opponent before him was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. However, the other warriors were not as calm as this warrior. After being injured by Gao Chen's sword energy, their eyes began to turn blood red. Anger started to spread in their hearts. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the cries of killing rose. Gao Chen smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, no matter how loud you shout, you are still not my match. At this moment, not far from Gao Chen, the instructor responsible for protecting Gao Chen's safety had a rather interesting expression from the moment this group of people appeared. He had been hesitating whether to step in and help, but when he saw Gao Chen injure them with the sword energy from the grass character sword technique, the instructor abandoned the idea of intervening. Unless his life is in danger, I absolutely will not intervene, the instructor muttered to himself. While the instructor was lost in thought, Gao Chen's Tizot sword had already sliced through one person's throat. The hunting moment officially begins now. Gao Chen's voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself, or perhaps declaring something to Han Lanfeng. The death of the first king-level warrior did not alert Han Lanfeng to anything amiss. However, as more warriors fell, Han Lanfeng's expression began to grow increasingly serious. He had thought this was a very simple task. After all, Gao Chen was just a boy under 20. But now he realized that the boy's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations and imagination. In just 10 minutes, the warriors he had brought were nearly all slain by Gao Chen. The only one left, Han Lanfeng, had begun to tremble. The confidence and arrogance he had just moments ago vanished with the death of the last warrior. So, how do you want to die? Gao Chen casually tore off a warrior's clothing, wiping the Tizot sword while slowly approaching Han Lanfeng. And no, please don't kill me? Fear made Han Lanfeng stutter. Not kill you? Give me a reason not to. Gao Chen sheathed the Tizot sword, looking at Han Lanfeng with a half-smile. The sheathing of the Tizot sword seemed to give Han Lanfeng some courage. He took a deep breath and said, I can give you money, resources, everything you want. Just let me go, please. At this point, it seems you don't have the right to negotiate, Gao Chen said to Han Lanfeng in a very calm tone. No, that's not it. Han Lanfeng quickly waved his hands. I'm not negotiating with you, I'm surrendering. Everything I mentioned before is the spoils of my surrender to you. Let me think about it. Gao Chen pondered for a moment. Instructor. After thinking for a while, Gao Chen turned and shouted, what do you say? The instructor, who had been enjoying the show, jumped down from the tree. With a helpless expression, he waved his hand grandly and said, if I were you, I would kill him. Letting a tiger return to the mountain will surely bring future troubles. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, Gao Chen didn't even give Han Lanfeng a chance to argue and directly beheaded him with a single sword strike. Do you have to be so decisive? The instructor frowned. Gao Chen shrugged and smiled. You said it. Letting a tiger return to the mountain will surely bring future troubles. The instructor was left speechless. After killing Han Lanfeng, the instructor did not return to the shadows. He stayed by Gao Chen's side, accompanying him in hunting exotic beasts. Goodness, what on earth has this kid been eating to be so strong? As an observer, the instructor took in everything about Gao Chen. Watching from a distance didn't feel as intense, but being up close stirred a storm in his heart. All right, Gao Chen handed 10 cores to the instructor. The instructor took the course and asked, "Are you planning to wait for them to finish, or are you going back to Extreme Dao City?" "First." "You go back first. I'm planning to take a look deeper into Sangjia City." Gao Chen had no intention of hiding this from the instructor. The instructor frowned and warned, "The depths of Sangjia City may have master-level exotic beasts. With your current realm, encountering a master-level beast would mean certain death." Gao Chen smiled and did not explain. Seeing that Gao Chen was determined to go, the instructor did not continue to persuade him. After parting ways with the instructor, Gao Chen cautiously made his way deeper into Sangjia City. To be cautious, he avoided any exotic beasts he encountered, regardless of their level. Soon, he had infiltrated the depths of Sangjia City. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, Sanyun Fruit *100. Ding, the new sign in location has been updated. Please head to the illusory cloud zone to sign in. Sanyun Fruit, a king-level exotic fruit. Consuming this fruit will greatly enhance one's strength. At the same time, it can help martial artists undergo sublimation, transforming their strength into spiritual energy. Looking at the description, the effects of this Sanyun fruit are explosive. If nothing unexpected happens, I might cross the threshold today and become a true high-level martial artist. Above the king level is the master realm. Once one steps into the master realm, everything will change. Come on. Gao Chen found a secluded spot and began to consume that Sanyun fruit. 1, 2, 3. By the time he reached 10, Gao Chen's realm had already climbed to King 9 stars. However, by the 20th fruit, he still felt that layer of shackles was unbreakable. By the 30th fruit, the shackles had begun to loosen slightly. By the 40th fruit, cracks had started to appear on the shackles. By the 50th fruit, the cracks on the shackles were becoming more pronounced. After consuming the 100th fruit, the cracks had completely penetrated the shackles. See, Gao Chen cursed under his breath. Clearly, he was just a step away, but at that moment, the exotic fruit was gone. What to do? Gao Chen looked around, trying to find a way to break the shackles. What is that smell? At that moment, Gao Chen suddenly caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. He quickly stood up and headed towards the direction of the scent. Exotic fruit? It turned out that when he was affluent, Gao Chen had no real feeling for the exotic fruits in the wild. But today, he felt different. The sensation of being just one step away was truly unbearable. That exotic fruit might break the shackles. Gao Chen felt a sense of urgency. Since that was the case, he definitely had to pick that exotic fruit. He glanced around and, seeing no exotic beasts, he quietly approached the exotic fruit. But just a few steps in, Gao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling made him stop. Something's not right, something's not right. It should be known that not only humans need exotic fruits, but exotic beasts do as well. In a place where such a strong fragrance of exotic fruit appears, it is impossible for there to be no exotic beasts. Unless Gao Chen thought of a possibility. His eyes sharpened, directly looking towards the direction of the exotic fruit. This exotic fruit was growing on a small tree. The tree was less than a meter tall, so the blood-red exotic fruit was particularly conspicuous on it. What is that? Gao Chen looked towards the trunk. He felt that there was a spot on the trunk that was slightly different from the others. He observed carefully and then gasped. Upon closer inspection, he found that the area that was different from the trunk was actually occupied by a small snake that was the same color as the trunk. Perhaps due to their close resemblance, even upon careful observation, it might not be easy to distinguish them. If Gao Chen hadn't been cautious, he might have already fallen into a trap. At the same time, he understood why the fragrance of this exotic fruit was so strong, yet no exotic beasts approached. Bash? Gao Chen was somewhat uncertain. But soon, the glasses provided him with feedback. Bash is small in size but can devour exotic beasts and humans that are countless times larger than itself. The information from the glasses also confirmed Gao Chen's viewpoint. Knowing of the Bash's existence, Gao Chen would definitely be on guard against it. He drew the Tizot sword from its sheath and cautiously approached the small tree. Secret of the character Jie. Indestructible Vedra technique. When he was less than a meter away from the small tree, Gao Chen activated his strongest defensive skill. 90 centimeters, 80 centimeters, 70 centimeters. Gao Chen silently counted down the distance to the small tree. When he was still 50 centimeters away, the Bash, which had been motionless, suddenly launched an attack. It darted towards Gao Chen like lightning. The speed of the Bash was incredibly fast. If Gao Chen hadn't been prepared in advance, he might have been bitten. According to Gao Chen's memory, this python not only had a massive mouth capable of swallowing everything, but it also possessed venom that could paralyze beasts and warriors of the same level in just 1 second. Upon seeing Gao Chen on guard, the python twisted in midair and returned to the small tree. Once again hidden among the branches, the python resembled a lurking assassin. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. Gao Chen sighed softly. The reason for his exclamation was that he was about to take action. The strange tree was a treasure of heaven and earth, unless absolutely necessary. Neither warriors nor beasts would typically harm it. No matter how fierce the competition for the strange fruit, beasts and warriors would generally avoid attacking the strange tree. But today, Gao Chen intended to break that norm. Grass character sword technique, sky sword technique, peacekeeping decision, green lotus sword technique. Gao Chen swung his long sword, sending waves of sword energy flying towards the strange tree. The python did not expect this warrior to be so reckless. It had been hiding on the strange tree not only because its skin resembled the tree's bark but also because ordinary warriors and beasts dared not attack it. However, Gao Chen was beyond its expectations. As the sword energy drew closer, the python's only option was to evade. Its body twisted and turned on the strange tree. When the sword energy struck the tree, it produced a very peculiar sound. No matter how agile the python was, it was still injured by Gao Chen's sword energy. Reluctantly, it glanced at the strange fruit before climbing away without hesitation. Before leaving, it shot a venomous glare at Gao Chen. Well, this strange tree is quite interesting. Despite so many sword energies striking the tree, it had not been severed. In fact, it had only sustained a minor surface wound. Gao Chen, not caring about anything else, reached out and plucked the fruit from the strange tree. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, a voice suddenly rang out. "If I were you, I would definitely put down that strange fruit." The sudden voice made Gao Chen's hand freeze in midair. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man with a massive sword on his back, bare-chested, glaring at him and the strange fruit in his hand. "What a guy, coming up and acting tough. Who do you think you are?" Gao Chen shook his head in dissatisfaction and directly tossed the strange fruit into his mouth. As the fruit entered his stomach, a crack sound echoed within Gao Chen. The shackles were completely shattered after the fruit was consumed. An indescribable strange power began to spread within Gao Chen's body. Is this what spiritual energy feels like? Gao Chen sensed it carefully. However, the burly man with the massive sword seemed unwilling to give Gao Chen a chance to feel it. With a grim expression, he took the giant sword from his back and shouted with overwhelming anger, "Dare to steal my things? Today, I will kill you." After drawing the great sword, the burly man swung it fiercely towards the front. Bang! The great sword struck the ground with a loud crash. At the same time, a massive sword light rushed towards Gao Chen at high speed, transforming force into spirit, wielding the weapon with radiance. The standard of a master-level warrior is to have spiritual energy within and weapon radiance when wielding. This meant that the burly man before him was a master-level warrior. Watching a sword energy taller than himself fly towards him, Gao Chen not only remained calm but felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was his first time facing a master-level warrior head-on and also his first time witnessing sword radiance. "I want to see just how strong you are." As the sword light drew closer, Gao Chen swung his Tizot sword, just entering the master level. He had not yet learned to use spiritual energy or how to release sword radiance. Yet, despite this, he hesitated not at all. Grass character sword technique. No sword radiance, but he had sword energy. As the Tizot sword swung, waves of sword energy surged towards the sword light. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy struck the sword light, producing a crisp sound. "You've got some skill." The burly man coldly smiled as he saw Gao Chen's sword energy. "But the level of your sword energy is far too inferior to my sword light. All character secret." After elevating to the master realm and using the all-character secret, Gao Chen felt he had a new understanding of this skill. With 10 times the power infused, Gao Chen felt his entire body brimming with strength. Calm the chaos decision. The Tiansuo sword moved again. Unlike last time, this time the sword energy from the calm the chaos decision actually created small notches in the sword light. Seeing it was effective, Gao Chen swung his sword once more. Gao Chen's sword energy flew towards the sword light like it was free, one after another. The sword light emitted by the burly man became smaller and smaller due to these waves of sword energy. Eventually, the sword light was completely obliterated by the sword energy. The burly man was stunned, looking at Gao Chen with the eyes of someone seeing a monster. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. "Now it's my turn to attack." Without giving the burly man any explanation, Gao Chen brandished the Tiansuo sword and charged at him. The burly man was not hesitant either, gripping his giant sword and beginning to counterattack. The giant sword in the burly man's hands danced with ferocity. Gao Chen even suspected that this guy was using the giant sword like a hammer. Gao Chen's attacks were relentless, while the burly man's defense was impenetrable. The two engaged in a back and forth for 20 rounds. Gao Chen did not expect that even after his strength had increased tenfold, he still could not overpower the burly man. "Alright, stop fighting. You're a coach, bullying a trainee here, does that seem right to you?" Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, Instructor Lu's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing Instructor Lu's words, both Gao Chen and the burly man paused for a moment. "You're a trainee? You're an instructor?" Then both looked at each other in shock. "The third phase of the test has been completed, let's gather." Instructor Lu waved his hand, urging them along without caring about what had transpired between the two. When they returned to the base, the assessment team disbanded. Instructor Lee informed everyone that the bottom 10 in the assessment would face two choices. The first choice was to leave the training camp. The second choice was to be demoted to a lower-level training camp. However, none of this concerned Gao Chen. He was confident he could achieve excellent results in this assessment. So, what do you think? After everyone dispersed, Instructor Lu asked the burly man. This kid is quite extraordinary, isn't he? Extraordinary doesn't even begin to cover it. The burly man glanced around before quietly saying to Instructor Lu, if you hadn't arrived quickly, I might have very well lost. Instructor Lu's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. Really? Seeing Instructor Lu's skepticism, the burly man spoke passionately, this kid is some kind of freak. He was able to shatter my sword light with his sword energy. Is that true? Instructor Lu still didn't believe it. It is. The burly man nodded again, his expression serious. I even suspect this kid could directly advance to the advanced training camp. Upon hearing this, Instructor Lu was completely stunned. To advance from the intermediate training camp to the advanced training camp was unprecedented in the entire history of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. After returning to the dormitory, Gao Chen collapsed into bed and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. After tidying up a bit, he left the dormitory, planning to find a place to eat. For high-level martial artists, food was not merely for sustenance. Its purpose was simply to satisfy the desire for taste. Extreme City was vast and the food street was exceptionally bustling. Gao Chen ate his way from one end of the street to the other. He patted his slightly bloated stomach and said, "This isn't good, the food here isn't that tasty." As he muttered to himself, he searched for new shops. In a corner at the end of the food street, he spotted a very dilapidated shop. This shop is completely out of place amidst the bustling food street. Is there anything good to eat here? Gao Chen, who had been influenced by novels since childhood, instinctively thought that the owner of this shop must be a reclusive master. He hesitated for a moment and walked towards the shop. The shop was not only dilapidated but also very, very small. Upon entering, there was only a very greasy table. Are you here to eat? A somewhat aged voice came from deep within the shop. Gao Chen looked over and saw a plump elderly man, broad-shouldered and round-waisted, slowly walking out. The oversized chef's outfit on this old man surprisingly gave Gao Chen a sense of tightness and fit. Yes, do you have anything good to eat? Gao Chen asked the old man. The old man enthusiastically pointed to the menu on the wall and said to Gao Chen, the dishes on the menu are all my specialties. You can choose for yourself, but I must tell you in advance, the prices here are not low. Gao Chen waved his hand with a smile. Money is not an issue, the main thing is that the food is delicious. The old man smiled and said no more. I'll have a portion of braised ribbon fish, a portion of stinky mandarin fish, a portion of dompa pork and a portion of dompa elbow. Also, a portion of spicy chicken and a crispy duck as well. Gao Chen ordered all meat dishes. No problem, just sit tight for a moment. The old man nodded and went to prepare the dishes for Gao Chen. Sitting at the greasy little table, Gao Chen waited quietly. Soon, a plate of braised ribbon fish was brought to the table by the old man. Shouldn't the braised ribbon fish at least have some red color? Gao Chen felt a bit of difficulty in breathing. He had clearly ordered braised ribbon fish, but the fish on the table was pitch black. If it weren't for being in Extreme Dao City, Gao Chen would have suspected that this old man was trying to poison him. Braised is just a name, the color doesn't really matter. The old man looked at Gao Chen with anticipation, urging him anxiously, you should try it quickly. The old man's expression and gaze made Gao Chen doubt whether this old man could actually cook. Suppressing his nausea, he picked up a piece with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. As soon as the ribbon fish entered his mouth, Gao Chen's eyes widened. Whether in his past life or this one, it was the first time he had tasted something so delicious. This seemingly pitch-black braised ribbon fish tasted far beyond his imagination. Seeing Gao Chen pick up another piece of ribbon fish, the old man returned to the kitchen, satisfied, to prepare the other dishes. The second dish was stinky mandarin fish. Wow, this smell is a bit overwhelming. Before the stinky mandarin fish was served, Gao Chen had already caught a whiff of its distinctive odor. When the stinky mandarin fish was finally brought out, Gao Chen directly covered his nose. But even with his nose covered, the stench still seeped into his brain. He picked up his chopsticks and gently grabbed a piece. As soon as it entered his mouth, a strong odor hit him, but soon the stench faded, replaced by the fish's freshness. This is too delicious. Realizing how good the stinky mandarin fish was, Gao Chen began to grab food like a starving ghost. In less than a minute, he had completely devoured the stinky mandarin fish. The old man, seeing this scene, laughed happily. The remaining dishes, like the first two, looked unremarkable but tasted truly exceptional. When Gao Chen wiped his mouth contentedly, the old man came over with the receipt. A total of 7 million. How would you like to pay? The plump old man's eyes squinted with a smile. Although Gao Chen was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the price of 7 million. Old man, he took a deep breath and said to the elderly man, isn't the reason your shop has no customers because your prices are too high? Too expensive? The plump old man scratched his head and replied, I even gave you a 50% discount. If I hadn't given you a discount, this table of dishes would have cost over 14 million. Gao Chen felt that his values were slowly collapsing. All right, Since the old man had said so, Gao Chen didn't say anything more and paid the bill straightforwardly. After Gao Chen left the small shop, the plump old man smiled as he watched Gao Chen's back and murmured to himself, "This young man is quite interesting." Once back in his dormitory, Gao Chen didn't idle around. He immediately opened his device to check information about the new sign-in location. He didn't expect much, but the search truly startled him. This new sign-in location, the Illusory Cloud District, was not a place just anyone could enter. To get in, one had to join the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Moreover, one had to become a core member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. This is a bit troublesome. Gao Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache. He quickly found Instructor Lu. "I want to join the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Are there any requirements?" Gao Chen got straight to the point upon seeing Instructor Lu. Instructor Lu was momentarily taken aback by Gao Chen's question. It took him a while to react, and he said, somewhat dazed, "You are a trainee from the intermediate training camp. Wanting to join the Extreme Path Martial Arts School isn't too difficult. But I want to ask you, why do you want to join the Extreme Path Martial Arts School? Didn't you have an organization before entering the training camp?" It wasn't easy to go through the Extreme Path Martial Arts School training camp, but participating in the assessment for the Extreme Path Martial Arts School training camp wasn't a simple matter either. After all, the number of trainer spots was limited each year. Generally, organizations that could secure spots were quite famous worldwide. No organization. Gao Chen shook his head. Instructor Lu was surprised. However, being a smart person, Instructor Lu chose not to ask further. "I need to talk to you first. If you choose to join the Extreme Path Martial Arts School at this time, you must withdraw from the intermediate training camp." The training camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was for martial artists who were not part of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. If Gao Chen chose to join, he could no longer stay in the training camp. No problem. Gao Chen came to the training camp mainly to seek refuge. After all, the training camp wasn't much help to him. "In that case, follow me. Extreme Path City, office area." Instructor Lu took Gao Chen to the front of a tall building. To enter the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, you must complete some tests. Before Instructor Lu could finish his sentence, a voice interrupted him. "He doesn't need to participate in any tests, as long as he wants to join our Extreme Path Martial Arts School, we will welcome him unconditionally." The voice of Inspector Chi rang out from not far away. "Inspector Chi." Hearing Inspector Chi's voice, Instructor Li quickly bowed in greeting. Inspector Chi nodded to Instructor Lu and, smiling like an old friend, said to Gao Chen, "Have you figured it out? Want to join our Extreme Path Martial Arts School?" Seeing this scene, Instructor Lu was left speechless. He knew Gao Chen was extraordinary but didn't expect him to know Inspector Chi. "Figured it out isn't quite right," Gao Chen joked with Inspector Chi. "I can only say it's a choice I have to make." Instructor Lu felt that Gao Chen's joke was not funny at all. Just when he was nervously thinking Inspector Chi might get angry, to his surprise, Inspector Chi laughed. "A choice you have to make is still a choice." Instructor Lu was dumbfounded. In his memory, Inspector Chi was not someone who was easy to talk to. "Little Lu," after joking with Gao Chen for a while, Inspector Chi said to Instructor Lu, "Gao Chen joining the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is your achievement. If your realm can improve, I will promote you directly." Inspector Chi's words left Instructor Lu both shocked and delighted. "Thank you, Inspector Chi." Instructor Lu repeatedly bowed. "Alright, this is no longer your concern, you can leave now." Instructor Lu cupped his hands and left. "What do you want to gain by joining the Extreme Path Martial Arts School?" Inspector Chi asked Gao Chen bluntly. He didn't believe Gao Chen's nonsense. "I really don't seek anything." Gao Chen is speaking the truth. He chose to join the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School solely because he wanted to make a name for himself in the Huanyun district. "I don't believe it," Chi Inspector said skeptically. Gao Chen shrugged. "Whether you believe it or not, it can't be helped. Let's go, I'll take you to handle the paperwork." Seeing that he couldn't extract any more information, Chi Inspector stopped pressing. The paperwork for the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School was quite cumbersome. However, under Chi Inspector's instructions, the procedures were completed quickly. Thus, Gao Chen officially became a member of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Trainee member? Looking at the word trainee on the bronze badge, Gao Chen felt somewhat awkward. Everyone who just joins is a trainee member. Although you are highly regarded, you still have to go through the necessary procedures, Chi Inspector explained. Some nearby people, upon hearing Chi Inspector explain to Gao Chen, were taken aback. Everyone here was from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. They all understood Chi Inspector's status within the school. Yet, such a high-ranking person was explaining things to someone who had just entered. To anyone, this was an incredibly unbelievable situation. Who is this kid? Why does Chi Inspector value him so much? I don't know, maybe he's a relative of Chi Inspector. I don't think so, he might be some young genius. Genius? Our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School lacks many things but not geniuses. While everyone was discussing, Gao Chen had already understood the promotion rules of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Trainee members were the most numerous among the school's personnel. To stand out, Among the trainee members, one must accumulate enough contribution points. Once there are enough contribution points, they can be exchanged for items to enhance one's realm and combat power. At the end of each month, there would be a small competition for promotions. Those who succeed in this small competition can be promoted to ordinary members. Less than 3 days until the end of the month, Gao Chun glanced at the time and made a plan. After bidding farewell to Chi Inspector, Gao Chun directly signed up for the small promotion competition at the end of the month. When filling out his realm, Gao Chun hesitated a bit. No need to be shy, after all, there will still be a test of realms before the promotion competition starts. The receptionist thought Gao Chun was taking his time because he was embarrassed. Gao Chun smiled and nodded, then seriously filled in Master 1 star in the realm section. After returning the form to the receptionist, he thanked her and turned to leave. Still too shy to write down his own realm. Just how low is it? The receptionist muttered as she picked up Gao Chun's filled out form. Only 19 years old? That's really young, she said with a slight smile, then looked at the realm section. When she saw the 4 characters Master 1 star, she was clearly stunned. What's wrong? Her colleague, noticing her daze, patted her shoulder and teased, even if the realm is low, it shouldn't leave you speechless. It's not that the realm is low, the receptionist came to her senses and handed the form to her colleague. It's that the realm is too high. At the same time, her colleague began to look at the results form. When she saw the realm section, she was just as stunned as the receptionist. This must be fake. She threw the form on the table, her face filled with disbelief. A master at 19 years old? Who would believe that? I can't stand dishonest people like this, the receptionist said angrily. I must be there to watch when he competes for promotion. Then, I'll slam this form right in his face. In Extreme Dao City, at the martial arts arena. Today's arena was bustling with activity. Almost all the high-ranking officials from the martial arts schools in Extreme Dao City had gathered here. They did not converse with each other, but their intentions were clear. After a trainee member is promoted to an ordinary member, there will be a choice to make. This choice will affect their future development in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. So for everyone, this choice is crucial. After entering the training arena, Gao Chun frowned slightly and muttered to himself, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a small promotion match? He didn't know that all this commotion was brought about by him. As soon as Gao Chun entered, he instantly attracted the attention of all the big shots. Wow, this little guy is really adorable. If I'm not mistaken, this kid should be the son of heaven. What does being the son of heaven even mean? I feel like this kid has the aura of a protagonist. While the big shots were discussing, Gao Chun walked up to the strength testing device. The person in charge of testing the realm looked at Gao Chun's information with a frown. You have the realm of a 1-star master at 19 years old. Are you kidding me? This person had tested realms many times before and had encountered unreliable people, but someone as unbelievable as Gao Chun was a first for him. Master realm? Why? Didn't you fill in the Grand Master realm? Dude, isn't this a bit outrageous? Outrageous? This is simply throwing away all pretense. Some people waiting for their tests began to mock Gao Chun after hearing the tester's words. Gao Chun shrugged indifferently and said, the machine is right in front, we'll know once it's tested. Wow. The tester, seeing Gao Chun's persistence, slapped his forehead. Do you even believe yourself that you have the master realm? People like you are the highest level of frauds. Not only do you deceive others, but you also deceive yourself. The tester, seeing Gao Chun's stubbornness, didn't say much more and directly told him. Irritably, release a strand of spiritual energy and inject it into the machine. This machine will be able to detect your realm. Of course, if you don't have any spiritual energy. Before the tester could finish, the testing machine beeped. When he saw the numbers on the machine's screen, his eyes went wide. Not only did he widen his eyes, but even those waiting behind Gao Chun also stared in shock. What's going on? Why is everyone so surprised? One of the big shots on stage furrowed his brow and stood up. Oh my. When he saw the words appearing on the testing machine, his eyes were as wide as saucers. Have you never seen anything like this before? The big shot's reaction drew laughter from the other big shots. This big shot was a bit angry and pointed towards Gao Chun's testing machine, saying, look for yourselves, if you're not surprised. I'll treat you all to dinner every day from now on. The big shots chuckled and then all looked towards Gao Chun's testing machine. When they saw the words on it, they displayed the same expression as this big shot. One big shot reacted the fastest, taking a step forward and rushing towards Gao Chun. The remaining big shots also reacted and rushed towards Gao Chun with all their might. Brother Gao Chun. The first big shot to reach Gao Chun grabbed his shoulders tightly. Come with me, I guarantee you'll at least be a patrol envoy. Brother Gao Chun. The next big shot followed suit. Patrol envoy? Are you looking down on our brother Gao Chun? I guarantee that as long as brother Gao Chun comes with me, he'll at least be a department head. What's a department head? Another even more impressive big shot chimed in. As long as brother Gao Chun comes with me, being a supervisor is no problem. The tester was dumbfounded. He had been in this testing job for a long time. During his time in this job, he had seen a few patrol envoys fighting over someone, but he naively thought that those were the most impressive young geniuses he had ever seen. However, compared to everything happening today, a few patrol envoys fighting over someone really didn't amount to much. After all, today the patrol envoys didn't even have a chance to speak. Not only was the tester dumbfounded, but Gao Chen was also stunned. He looked at all this with a somewhat bewildered expression. Everyone, shut up. Just when the big shots were bidding enthusiastically, a cold voice rang out. You seem to have forgotten the words of the main hall master. As soon as this was said, the big shots fell silent. Minister Yi, you're here. The speaker was none other than Yi Qingshan. Enough. Yi Qingshan frowned at these big shots and said irritably, go do what you need to do, don't be an eyesore. Here. Once Yi Qingshan said this, the big shots awkwardly laughed and took their leave. Minister Yi. Gao Chen gently cupped his hands towards Yi Qingshan and smiled. Thank you for helping me out. I didn't help you out, they were just too annoying. Yi Qingshan waved her hand, indicating it was no trouble. Since you're here, does that mean I don't have to participate in this little competition? Gao Chen asked Yi Qingshan with a smile. Upon hearing Gao Chen's question, Yi Qingshan was clearly taken aback. Young man, do you know how dangerous that is? Yi Qingshan stared at Gao Chen, pretending to speak harshly. Do you know that even the deputy hall master wouldn't dare to speak to me like that in extreme Dao City? But I dare, Gao Chen replied with a smile, knowing Yi Qingshan was just pretending. After all, you're so kind. Kind? Yi Qingshan, who had lived for so long, was hearing that for the first time. Goodness, if you had heard my story, you wouldn't think I'm kind. To be fair, Yi Qingshan really liked this little guy Gao Chen. He was different from others she had met. When others were with her, they either flattered her or were filled with fear. She couldn't even remember the last time she had such a relaxed conversation with someone. Moreover, this little guy didn't have the arrogance typical of a young genius. She had encountered many so-called young geniuses, and they were either overly proud or full of themselves. A young man like Gao Chen, who was neither arrogant nor impatient, was indeed very rare. Since you've spoken up, then you definitely don't need to be tested. Yi Qingshan smiled at the person responsible for this little competition not far away. He has passed. The person didn't dare to say more, and could only nod. What realm are you at now? After leaving the martial arts arena, Yi Qingshan chatted with Gao Chen. Gao Chen smiled and said, just tested, Master 1 star? What? What did you say? Yi Qingshan was stunned. She was born in a very prosperous era of martial artists. That era was truly one of heroes rising and stars shining. Most of the high-ranking members of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, the Zhangqiang Martial Arts Hall, and the Hanu Guard came from that era. Many extraordinary talents comparable to monsters emerged during that time. In Yi Qingshan's view, that era was the best and most prosperous. But compared to the young man before her, those from that era seemed weak. Even the strongest from that era would be like a younger brother compared to Gao Chen now. Goodness, you really are something, kid. Yi Qingshan couldn't help but give Gao Chen a thumbs up. Gao Chen smiled innocently and said very casually, it's just good luck, just good luck. Gao Chen wanted to show off a bit, but in front of Yi Qingshan he decided to keep a low profile. By the way, it seemed she thought of something as she looked Gao Chen up and down. Previously, the martial arts hall invited you repeatedly, but you didn't join. What made you want to join now? Yi Qingshan had heard quite a bit about Gao Chen's deeds in the Langya-based city. She had also inquired about the recruitment of Gao Chen at that time. However, Gao Chen hadn't been particularly extraordinary back then, so Yi Qingshan only knew of him. Gao Chen pondered for a moment, unsure how to explain. Seeing that Gao Chen didn't want to answer, Yi Qingshan didn't press him. I want to quickly become a core member. I wonder if there are any shortcuts? The Illusion Cloud District was very important to Gao Chen right now. Although he wasn't in a hurry to break through, refreshing the new sign-in location was an urgent matter. Are you that anxious? Yi Qingshan asked, puzzled. If it were anyone else asking such a question, she wouldn't even bother to respond. But with Gao Chen asking, it made Yi Qingshan start to think. If I remember correctly, there does seem to be a shortcut. What shortcut? Gao Chen asked anxiously. Yi Qingshan smiled slightly and said, become my disciple, join my sect, and I can immediately make you a core member. Generally, to advance from an ordinary member to a core member, one must complete various tasks, have a certain contribution value, and reach the corresponding realm. But if one becomes a disciple, the situation is different. Especially for disciples at the minister level, as long as the master is willing, they can become core members at any time. I need to think about it, Gao Chen replied. He didn't want to become a disciple, he didn't like the idea of it. If it weren't for they need to sign in, he wouldn't even have considered joining the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Masters, powers, organizations were all constraints for Gao Chen. Once a person has constraints, thinking becomes very complicated. Without constraints, some things become very simple instead. You really don't take me as a person, Yi Qingshan said, a bit displeased upon hearing Gao Chen's need to think. Some people are willing to spend a fortune just to join my sect. Yet here I am, without a single disciple. And I want to take you as my disciple, but you need to think about it. Gao Chun, what can I say about you? After finishing her words, Yi Qingshan didn't wait for Gao Chen to explain and left in a huff. Gao Chen truly didn't expect this powerful figure to throw a childish tantrum. Extreme Path City, Beichuan Lake. On a small island in the center of the lake, a middle-aged man was fishing with a rod in hand. Beside him, a girl was playing a game out of boredom. I say, big brother, you really have a big heart. Yi Qingshan suddenly appeared behind the man, complaining. With such a super genius coming out of our Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, you still have the leisure to fish. And, you're here. The girl said upon seeing Yi Qingshan, putting down her gaming device and running over to her. Yi Qingshan reached out and ruffled the girl's hair, doting, how's your realm? The girl proudly lifted her head, her face full of delight, and said, I just broke through to King 1 star yesterday, so today dad allowed me to play games. Not bad, Yi Qingshan nodded. The little girl was about the same age as Gao Chen. To break through to King 1 star at this age is already considered a super genius. Yi Qingshan's indifferent attitude made the little girl unhappy. And, am I not impressive? The girl lowered her head, looking a bit wronged, and said softly, why don't you praise me? Girl, to break through to the king realm at this age, you are definitely a genius among geniuses. Yi Qingshan's praise was still very perfunctory. But even such a perfunctory compliment made the girl very happy. Girl, you go play by yourself first and has something to discuss with dad. Yi Qingshan coaxed the girl away from the island. What's wrong? After the girl left, the man slowly reeled in his line and turned to Yi Qingshan. Have you never seen a genius before? Why are you so excited? Big brother, it's not about whether I've seen a genius or not, but Gao Chen is truly astonishing. He has already reached the master level. Upon hearing the term master, a look of shock appeared in the depths of the man's eyes. To become a master at this age, not to say there will be no one after him, but he is definitely unprecedented. What do you plan to do with this kid? Yi Qingshan asked anxiously. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly and he shook his head, saying, I don't know. This was the first time Yi Qingshan had heard the words I don't know from the middle-aged man. Don't you want to keep him in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall? Regarding keeping Gao Chen, here, Yi Qingshan was very proactive. He can't be kept. The middle-aged man shook his head, his expression calm. Someone like him will definitely end up establishing his own sect. In his eyes, our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall is still too small. Big brother, are you kidding me? As one of the top forces on Earth, if the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall is considered small, then there really are no major forces left on Earth. The middle-aged man seemed too lazy to explain to Yi Qingshan. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, you don't need to think about taking him as a disciple, nor do you need to think about keeping him in our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall for long. You just need to remember, no matter what happens in the future, he will always be a friend of our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he said no more and directly swung his rod to continue fishing. Yi Qingshan left Lake Heart Island in a daze. The moment she left Lake Heart Island, she understood what her brother meant. Isn't it just a core member? I'll give it to you. After saying this, Yi Qingshan took out her communication device and dialed a number. You have only 3 minutes. Gao Chen must become a core member in 3 minutes. At that moment, Yi Qingshan was incredibly imposing. In a certain dark room in Extreme Dao City, Lu Chuansheng's aged hand caressed a photo of his grandson. On the table in front of him lay some disorganized documents. From the photos in the documents, it was clear that all the materials were about Gao Chen. After his grandson's death, Lu Chuansheng used all his connections to investigate. For a period of time, there were no results or feedback from the investigation. But just a few days ago, the investigation suddenly made a breakthrough. Ultimately, Lu Chuansheng discovered that all the investigation results pointed to Gao Chen. I don't care if you're a young genius or if you're the center of attention. If you dare to kill my grandson, I will dare to end you. Lu Chuansheng muttered to himself, somewhat entranced, while stroking his grandson's photo. Notify He Gu and let him act quickly, Lu Chuansheng said. Yes. A cold voice echoed from the shadows. Sitting in his dormitory, Gao Chen stared blankly at the golden medal representing core membership in his hand. I haven't done anything. How did I become a core member? Just 10 minutes ago, someone from the logistics department knocked on Gao Chen's dormitory door and handed him a package. Upon opening the package, Gao Chen saw the golden medal exclusive to core members. For these 10 minutes, Gao Chen had been in a state of contemplation. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Could it be a mistake? Gao Chen used his communication device to open the official website of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. In the member backend of the official website, there was relevant information about all members. Once he entered the backend, Gao Chen was shocked to find that the rank under his name had changed to core member. How is it? My efficiency is not bad, right? Just as Gao Chen was pondering who was helping him, Yi Qingshan's call came in, and she said with a hint of pride, so, are you now a core member? Thank you, Minister Yi. Gao Chen replied politely. Oh, don't be so formal. Yi Qingxian laughed. Take me out for a meal sometime. After hanging up the communication device, Gao Chen left the dormitory, preparing to head to the illusory Cloud District. Not long after Gao Chen left the dormitory, Higu appeared not far behind him. He pressed his hand to his ear and whispered, "Begin execution according to the previous plan." Yes. A response came from the phone headset. Sitting in the car, Gao Chen leisurely played a game. Before long, the car came to a stop. He looked out the window and his expression changed dramatically. Outside was pitch black and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. If he remembered correctly, it was already afternoon. Even if it were dark, it shouldn't be this completely dark. The occurrence of this situation meant that someone was definitely up to no good. Get out of the car. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Gao Chen carefully opened the car door and stepped out. As he got out, he saw the light again. But the light in this place was somewhat different from that in other places. Not far in front of him stood about 3 or 4 people. He didn't rush to look at them but began to observe his surroundings. This was a very dilapidated, overgrown, remote area. No need to look, one of the people opposite him said to Gao Chen. Since we dared to bring you here, we definitely won't let anyone else find you. Who are you? Since the other party had said so, Gao Chen didn't continue to dwell on his situation. Who we are isn't important, the person who spoke earlier continued. You just need to know that we are here to send you to the afterlife. Gao Chen looked at them coldly, remaining silent. The fact that these people dared to act in extreme Dao City indicated that they had made thorough preparations. But even so, Gao Chen remained unafraid. Just you guys? Aren't you underestimating me a bit? The cultivation levels of these people were probably only at the early stage of the Master Realm. Although Gao Chen's strength was also at the early stage of the Master Realm, under the stacking of the Jie character secret, these people were simply no match for him. We are actually overestimating you, the earlier speaker continued. To prevent any mishaps, we brought so many people. But I feel we might have been overly cautious. A young master was indeed terrifying, but for them, bringing this many people to deal with a young master should be more than enough. Alright, stop wasting time with him, one of the group said impatiently. Let's get on with it. I have an appointment for a foot massage soon. I need to go have some fun later, so let's hurry up. The others were also a bit impatient. Seeing the impatience of the crowd, the leader didn't waste any more words and directly drew his weapon, charging at Gao Chen. Jie character secret. Indestructible. Diamond technique. Gao Chen drew his Tizot sword and began to fight. The first person to charge at Gao Chen swung his large knife, releasing a blade aura that was about a meter high when he was less than 5 meters away from Gao Chen. The blade aura was fast, reaching Gao Chen in an instant. Is that it? Gao Chen scoffed, curling his lip as he lightly waved his Tizot sword. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the Tizot sword emitted a sword aura. However, compared to the opponent's blade aura, his sword aura appeared somewhat miniature. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? A sword aura less than 20 centimeters? Is this the young genius? This young genius is nothing special, after all. It's a shame we brought so many people. I told you we were overly cautious, but you didn't believe me. That 20-centimeter sword aura became the laughingstock of everyone. But Gao Chen didn't care. The sword aura and blade aura quickly collided. Just when people thought Gao Chen's sword aura would be crushed by the blade aura, a miracle occurred. The tiny 20-centimeter sword aura collided with the blade aura and directly shattered it. Not only that, but the sword aura, after shattering the blade aura, maintained its speed and flew straight toward the person who had charged at Gao Chen first. That person reacted quickly, hurriedly swinging his long knife to release another blade aura. But the fate of this blade aura was exactly the same as that of the previous one. How is this possible? That person was dumbfounded. The others present were also stunned. While they were in shock, Gao Chen moved first. Xing character secret. Gao Chen transformed into an afterimage, charging toward the person who had rushed at him first. The person didn't even have time to react before Gao Chen's Tizot sword was already pressed against his neck. The other party opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't say anything at all. TMTM. Li Zijiang wasn't afraid of offending people, but he didn't want to offend Lu Chuanshang. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Qingshan really didn't give Li Zijiang any face. Isn't what your law enforcement department does just about offending people? Haven't you offended enough people over the years? Li Zijiang felt quite pained. You help me get the authorization from the head of the main hall, and our law enforcement department will take the blame. Li Zijiang was also going all out. There definitely won't be any authorization. Yi Qingshan knew Li Zijiang's little thoughts, and she waved her hand. However, if you can't make Lu Chuanshang kneel and apologize to Gao Chen within a month, then you can forget about being the head of the law enforcement department. Li Zijiang knew Yi Qingshan was ruthless, but he didn't expect her to be this ruthless. The situation of the law enforcement department within the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall was special. its head was generally a lifetime position. After all, the law enforcement department was too good at offending people. Without the halo of being a head, most law enforcement department heads would end up in a very miserable state. Li Zijiang was very clear about this, so he couldn't afford to lose that halo. Sigh. After a slight sigh, Li Zijiang said to Yi Qingshan, "I'll do my best." After Yi Qingshan got Li Zijiang's guarantee, she said to Gao Chen, "Hurry up and get back to your business." Gao Chen nodded and left for the Huanyun district. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained, Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit *100. Ding. New sign in location updated. Please proceed to the Huanyun district auction house to sign in. Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit. Do you think that reaching great accomplishment is already the peak of skills? No, it isn't. Above great accomplishment, there are actually many realms. The Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit can help you break through the great accomplishment realm and elevate your skills to a higher level. Looking at the introduction of the Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit, Gao Chen's expression became somewhat strange. He really thought that great accomplishment was the peak of skills. So what is above great accomplishment? Gao Chen thought and then tossed an Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit into his mouth. Ding. Skill, all character secret, breaks through the great accomplishment realm, entering the perfect realm. Ding. Skill, walking character secret, breaks through the great accomplishment realm, entering the perfect realm. Ding. Skill, calm chaos decision, breaks through the great accomplishment realm, entering the perfect realm. One Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit after another went down, and the system prompts kept ringing in his ears. After all skills had entered the perfect realm, Gao Chen finally stopped eating the Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruits. Should I find a place to test the power of the perfect skills? The elevation of skill realms made Gao Chen's heart itch. However, as an important area, Huanyun District didn't have a place like a training ground. Let's go to the auction house first. I hope it can give me more surprises, Gao Chen said as he walked towards the auction house. The auction house was one of the busiest places in Extreme Dao City. Small auctions were held once a day, medium auctions were held once a week, large auctions were held once a month, and super large auctions, open to everyone, were held once a year. Gao Chen was quite lucky. He happened to encounter a large auction that was held once a month. Should I go? To be honest, even a large auction was hard to pique Gao Chen's interest. With the system, he could sign in to receive various rewards. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained. Pure Yang Holy Fruit *100. Ding. New sign in location updated. Please proceed to auction hall number 2 to sign in. Pure Yang Holy Fruit. This extraordinary fruit belongs to the master level. Eating this fruit has a certain probability of obtaining a wisp of spiritual energy. Eating 30 of them guarantees a wisp of spiritual energy. The introduction of the Pure Yang Holy Fruit made Gao Chen's eyebrows twitch wildly. Holy fruit is indeed extraordinary, Gao Chen murmured to himself as he summoned a holy fruit from the system and held it in his palm. The Pure Yang Holy Fruit was overall golden yellow, about the size of an adult's fist. Is this in your hand, the Pure Yang Holy Fruit? As Gao Chen was observing the Pure Yang Sacred Fruit, a slightly excited voice came from behind him. Gao Chen turned around to see a young man, his face full of greed, staring at the Pure Yang Sacred Fruit in Gao Chen's hand. A fiery blaze churned in the young man's eyes. To him, the Pure Yang Sacred Fruit was like a beautiful woman in the eyes of an old lecher. Yes, Gao Chen did not shy away at all. How much will you sell it for? The young man retracted his fiery gaze, straightened his back, and spoke very seriously to Gao Chen. As long as you are willing to sell, I am willing to pay a high price. High price? Gao Chen shook his head. Did he lack money? He did not lack money. As long as he wanted, he could even acquire a large sum of money in a short time. Money held no allure or attraction for Gao Chen at this moment. Then what do you want? The young man seemed to desperately need this Pure Yang Sacred Fruit, looking anxiously at Gao Chen. I don't know, Gao Chen genuinely replied, unsure of what he needed. He lacked no skills or techniques. He lacked no exotic fruits or treasures. He lacked no weapons or armor. I lack nothing. After thinking it over, Gao Chen shrugged and said with a helpless expression, however, if you can offer me something that excites me, I will still give you the Pure Yang Sacred Fruit. Upon hearing this, the young man became anxious again. How about this, brother? He took off his backpack and placed it on the ground in front of Gao Chen. There are many things in my backpack, feel free to choose. Gao Chen looked at the young man's backpack and squatted down. The contents of the young man's backpack were quite chaotic. Besides the common outdoor gear, there were many strange items inside. What is this? A small sword caught Gao Chen's attention. The sword was entirely bronze-colored, as if made from a material similar to bronze. At first glance, the small sword did not seem extraordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would notice its uniqueness. Of course, only Gao Chen could see this uniqueness, because the small sword, both in shape and craftsmanship, was identical to the Tizot sword behind Gao Chen. In other words, this small sword was a miniature version of the Tizot sword. Where did you get this sword? Gao Chen asked the young man. The young man looked at the small sword in Gao Chen's hand, lost in thought. Then he said, I think I found it by chance during one of my outdoor adventures. Found it by chance? Although the Tizot sword belonged to a king-level warrior, Gao Chen always felt it was quite extraordinary. This was why, even though he was now a master-level expert, he still carried the Tizot sword with him. Do you remember the exact location? Gao Chen asked the young man. This question made the young man's brows furrow slightly. Why are you asking so much? Suddenly, he squatted down and snatched the small sword and backpack from Gao Chen's hands. While examining the small sword, he looked at Gao Chen with a wary expression and asked, "Did you discover something extraordinary about this small sword? Are you an idiot?" Gao Chen couldn't help but mock the young man upon seeing his reaction. Not to mention that I haven't discovered anything extraordinary about this small sword. Even if I did, would I tell you? To be honest, I just feel that this sword is quite good. So, I wanted to see if I could find the same one at the place where you found it. The young man looked at Gao Chen with suspicion. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Gao Chen was too lazy to argue with the young man and turned to walk towards the auction house. Seeing Gao Chen turn away so decisively, the young man became a bit flustered. He rushed forward and grabbed Gao Chen's arm, saying with a sheepish smile, "Brother, I was too cautious, I hope you don't mind." Gao Chen ignored him and continued walking towards the auction house. "The small sword is yours, the small sword is yours." The young man became even more anxious upon seeing Gao Chen like this. He directly placed the small sword in Gao Chen's hand, his tone filled with pleading. "Can you give me the pure yang sacred fruit?" Gao Chen stopped in his tracks and placed the pure yang sacred fruit directly into the young man's hand. The young man left, satisfied. Gao Chen continued walking while examining the small sword in his hand. As mentioned before, the small sword was strikingly similar to the Tizot sword behind Gao Chen. However, Gao Chen noticed that this small sword had some differences from the Tizot sword. On the blade of the small sword, there were several small notches. These notches were very regular and smooth, clearly man-made. I remember now. At that moment, Gao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He had always felt that the Tizot small sword was familiar, he just hadn't realized it until now. The reason he felt this way was that the Tizot small sword resembled a key from Gao Chen's past life in ancient times. Could it be that this is a key? As someone well-versed in various web novels and stories, Gao Chen understood what it meant to find a key in this world. Could it be that my protagonist Halo was about to be activated? With this thought, Gao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. However, after the excitement, he quickly calmed down. Although this is a key, I don't know what it opens. Gao Chen dejectedly put the Tizot small sword into his backpack, and the earlier thrill vanished instantly. "Gao Chen, what are you doing here?" Gao Chen looked up to see Chi Inspector watching him from a distance. "Did you come to buy something?" Chi Inspector asked enthusiastically. "Isn't this just like calling your mother-in-law sister-in-law to make small talk?" Gao Chen thought to himself, internally rolling his eyes at Chi Inspector's question. No matter how much he wanted to complain, he replied, "I just came to take a look. It's my first time at an auction house. What about you? Are you here to buy something too?" "Yes," Chi Inspector said, glancing around cautiously. "I heard there are some good items this time, so I came to check it out." Good items? Gao Chen's interest was piqued. If someone at the level of an inspector said it was good, then it must be something worthwhile. Is there any insider information? Care to share? Since he was going to the second auction hall anyway, if there was something that caught his eye, Gao Chen wouldn't mind buying it. This time, there are said to be several decent weapons and armors, as well as a few quality exotic fruits, Chi Inspector said mysteriously. Exotic fruits and weapons didn't particularly attract Gao Chen, but he was interested in the armor. The armor he had signed in for earlier was long overdue for replacement. If he could buy good armor this time, it would be worth the trip. By the way, which auction hall is this taking place in? As they walked deeper into the auction, Gao Chen asked Chi Inspector. "Number 2, Chi Inspector replied. Without hesitation. The first auction hall only opens during the annual mega auction. The two chatted casually and soon arrived at the entrance of the second auction hall. After receiving their number plates at the entrance, they walked into the second auction hall. The second auction hall was quite large, capable of accommodating around 1,000 people. In front of all the seats, there was a huge stage. After sitting down, they began to chat idly. An hour later, the auction officially began. The items being auctioned at the start were all small trinkets, which hardly piqued Gao Chen's interest. He yawned while waiting for something he was looking forward to. Half an hour later, a pure black armor was pushed onto the auction stage. Just one glance, and Gao Chen was captivated by this set of armor. Master-level armor, black inked Sanglom armor. This armor was crafted by the armor forging master Mo Yunfei. I think everyone should be familiar with Master Mo Yunfei, a very mysterious master of armor forging. Every year, he forges armor. For reasons unknown, he only forges one set of armor for each realm annually. This is the new armor forged this year, the voice of the Chi Inspector echoed in Gao Chen's ear. In nearly 10 years, there hasn't been a piece like this at the master level. Gao Chen nodded. How much does this armor cost? Despite having been in this world for over a year, he had never paid much attention to the prices here. About 2 billion or so. The Chi Inspector provided a relatively reasonable estimate. 2 billion? Hearing this amount, Gao Chen felt a bit of a headache. He certainly wasn't short on money, nor did he have much interest in it. But the problem was, he seemed to have very little money at the moment. You don't have any money? Do you want me to lend you some? The Chi inspector was quite generous, asking Gao Chen, just tell me how much you need, and I'll cover it. Gao Chen scratched his head awkwardly. I might only have a few tens of millions on me. Goodness. Upon hearing Gao Chen say he only had a few tens of millions, the Chi inspector was taken aback. How do you only have that much money? It's a long story, a child without a mother. Gao Chen sighed slightly, looking helpless. I do have 2 billion. The Chi inspector hesitated for a moment before saying to Gao Chen, if you need it, I can lend it to you. No. Need. Gao Chen's pride suddenly kicked in. If I can't even come up with 2 billion, how am I supposed to get by in the future? With that, Gao Chen stood up and headed towards the backstage of the auction. You want to auction something? The staff backstage looked at Gao Chen in surprise. Gao Chen nodded. Is there a problem? There isn't a problem, but the auction has already been going on for quite some time. If what you provide isn't of high value, we might not be able to auction it for you. This was the rule of the auction house. Once the auction started, the value of items only increased as time went on. How about this? Gao Chen took out a pure yang sacred fruit from his backpack and handed it to the staff. Pure yang sacred fruit? The staff's eyes widened when they saw the fruit. They swallowed hard and said, the sacred fruit is indeed good, but a single one is only worth about 500 million. The estimated price of the black ink Sanglong armor is around 2 billion. Of course, this is just an estimated price. At the auction, this price will definitely exceed that. So, after calculating in his mind, Gao Chen took out 5 more from the system and placed them in his backpack. With these 5 added, is that enough? When the staff saw the 5 pure yang sacred fruits, they were stunned. They had worked in this auction house for about 5 years and prided themselves on having seen many good things. After all, there was a super large auction house every year. But when Gao Chen took out 5 pure yang sacred fruits, they were still extremely shocked. Exotic fruits were already rare, and high-end exotic fruits were even harder to come by. The 500 million price was just an estimate. If a madman showed up, doubling the price wouldn't be a big deal. Enough, enough, enough. The staff stammered with excitement. By the way, if I participate in the auction later, can the money for what I buy be deducted directly? The staff hesitated slightly and said, no problem. The staff's assurance relieved Gao Chen. He had just walked a short distance when the staff found their superior. Upon hearing that someone wanted to auction something at this time, the superior was very angry. But just as he was about to scold the staff, he heard that it was the pure yang sacred fruit, and he immediately performed a face-changing act right there, demonstrating what it meant to do a Sichuan opera face change. Well done. The superior patted the staff member on the shoulder, speaking with great satisfaction. If you do well this time, your chances of promotion are quite high. After praising the staff member, the superior turned and dialed a phone number. In Jidao City, the residence of Luchuan Shang, the law enforcement department, led by its minister, surrounded the place completely. Luchuan Shang. Li Zijiang stood at the front of the line, completely disregarding Luchuan Shang's face as he shouted, the law enforcement department suspects you are involved in an assassination case. Please cooperate with the investigation. Luchuan Shang, standing by the window and looking at Li Zijiang, had a dark expression. He never expected that his attempt to assassinate Gao Chen would cause such a huge uproar. At the same time, he also didn't realize how high Gao Chen's status was in the Jidao martial arts school. After all, Luchuan Shang was a supervisor-level figure in the Jidao martial arts school. Even if Luchuan Shang had really made a mistake, the law enforcement department would quietly take him away for investigation. After all, this way, both his reputation and face could be preserved. Moreover, it wouldn't lead to a public confrontation with Luchuan Shang. However, Li Zijiang's actions today were somewhat beyond Luchuan Shang's expectations. Sigh. At this moment, he understood that Li Zijiang was doing this to break ties with him. If I had known this, I might as well have. Regret at this point was clearly too late. He walked out of his house, his face dark as he approached. Li Zijiang. We've known each other for so many years, is it really necessary to break ties over a kid? Luchuan Shang's voice was very low, as if blaming Li Zijiang. Li Zijiang glanced around and whispered in Luchuan Shang's ear, this is the higher-up's intention. Upon hearing this, Luchuan Shang's expression changed again. The law enforcement department was not under the jurisdiction of any high-level officials. Luchuan Shang was well aware of who the higher-ups Li Zijiang referred to were. But I'm a meritorious minister. Luchuan Shang still felt unwilling, saying to Li Zijiang, are the higher-ups really going to take action against a meritorious minister for a kid? Meritorious minister? Does it matter? Li Zijiang shot Luchuan Shang a sidelong glance, his voice suddenly turning serious. As long as you violate the laws and rules of the Jidao martial arts school, even a meritorious minister must be dealt with. At this moment, Li Zijiang's attitude also represented the stance of the higher-ups. I understand. Luchuan Shang lowered his head and said, can you at least leave me some face? Li Zijian said nothing, only glanced at his subordinates. The subordinates understood what that meant and nodded. The news of Lu Chuansheng being taken away by Li Zijian spread throughout Jidao City within a minute. This incident stirred up a storm in Jidao City. Shi Inspector, who was attending an auction, also received the news immediately. Gao Chen, Lu Chuansheng has been taken away, did you know? Shi Inspector was unaware that this incident was related to Gao Chen. Gao Chen did not turn around, but his eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect the law enforcement department to be so efficient in handling matters. What was the reason? Gao Chen asked Shi Inspector. Shi Inspector glanced at him and said, it seems to be for disturbing the public order in Jidao City, and instigating others to commit murder within the city. Shi Inspector's words trailed off suddenly. Lu Chuansheng is finished. Shi Inspector slumped back in his chair, feeling a sense of sorrow for the fallen fox. But after sitting for a while, he suddenly straightened up. Gao Chen looked at Shi Inspector with a puzzled expression, surprised to find that Shi Inspector's eyes were shining. Goodness. At this moment, Gao Chen seemed to understand what was happening. Lu Chuansheng was a supervisor. If Lu Chuansheng fell because of this incident, that position would surely be vacant. Once that position became vacant, it would be an opportunity for all the inspectors. Do you need me to help you? Gao Chen said out of the blue. Shi Inspector, however, understood what Gao Chen meant. You help me? How would you help me? Shi Inspector said with a good mood, slightly teasing. The young master is indeed powerful, but you shouldn't get involved in matters at this level. Seeing the expression of the inspection envoy, Gao Chen smiled and shook his head. By the way, the envoy, in a good mood, looked up at the stage. How much is the Black Demon Sanglong armor now? The Black Demon Sanglong armor had actually started auctioning a while ago, but Gao Chen had not made a move. He glanced at the big screen, thought for a moment, and said, it's almost 1.5 billion. The starting price for the Black Demon Sanglong armor was 100 million. In just a few minutes, it had skyrocketed to 1.5 billion. Let's wait until it hits 2 billion before we make a move, Gao Chen said. While Gao Chen was chatting with the envoy, the price of the Black Demon Sanglong armor soared to 2 billion, 2.1 billion. After it reached 2 billion, Gao Chen decisively made his bid. Number 68, you can't bid. As soon as Gao Chen shouted, he heard the auctioneer on stage say. Gao Chen frowned slightly and questioned, why? Can't I bid? First, you haven't verified your funds. Second, there are issues with the items you submitted for auction. Therefore, we have the right to prohibit you from bidding. Upon hearing this, Gao Chen became somewhat displeased. He stood up and pointed at the auctioneer on stage, shouting, get your manager out here. Humph. The auctioneer on stage said disdainfully, you think you deserve to see our leader? You'd better hurry up and get out of here. I can pretend nothing happened. But if you insist on causing trouble, our auction house is not to be trifled with. A mere auctioneer dared to be so arrogant, which ignited Gao Chen's anger. Envoy Qi, aren't you going to say something? Gao Chen looked at the envoy, who was watching the commotion. He smiled slightly and said, this auction house is probably going to undergo a major shakeup. His words were light and gentle, yet they carried an indescribable charm. Since you say so, I can relax. Gao Chen moved his body and suddenly stepped forward, charging towards the auction stage. The auctioneer did not expect Gao Chen to dare to act here. In shock, he shouted, quick, someone is causing trouble in our auction house. After the auctioneer shouted, a group of people rushed out from the back, surrounding Gao Chen. Wow, so many people have come. Gao Chen flexed his wrist and looked at the auctioneer. It seems you came prepared. By the way, my name is Gao Chen. You'd better inform your manager of my name. Gao Chen introduced himself, leaving the auctioneer momentarily stunned. Then, he quickly walked towards the backstage. Backstage, a plump man in a suit, smoking a cigar, was greedily admiring the pure yang sacred fruits. Beside him stood a thin, sallow-looking man. This man was the manager of the auction house, and he asked with a fawning smile, boss, are you satisfied? The auction in Jidao City belonged to the Jidao Martial Arts School, yet it also did not belong to it. It belonged because the Jidao Martial Arts School had shares in the auction house, but it did not belong because other factions also held shares in the auction house. Lu Boqing was the owner of this auction house. Despite his rotund appearance, he was quite capable in running the auction house. This was one of the reasons why several factions had nominated him as the owner. Not bad, not bad, Lu Boqing nodded. Very satisfied. With these pure yang sacred fruits, I might be able to take a step further. The step further he referred to was not about cultivation, but about power. He knew that recently, a big shot's child had been trapped in the Master Realm, unable to move an inch. The big shot was very fond of this child and had put in a lot of effort for him. To help his child advance, he even went so far as to use his connections to seek out rare fruits. The pure yang sacred fruit is one of the exotic fruits that this big shot needs. Manager, something's wrong. At that moment, the auctioneer suddenly rushed in. The manager frowned at his subordinate's lack of decorum and sternly reprimanded, how have I taught you? Stay calm in the face of events, don't you understand? And I was talking to the boss. Do you want to quit by barging in like this? Lu Boqing was also quite displeased with the intrusion. However, he did not show it. He stood up, furrowed his brow, and said to the manager, "Since you work in my auction house, you are family. Don't forget who you are just because you have a little power." The manager knew Lu Buqing's temperament all too well. You say nice things, but then you turn around and fire people. If we're talking about dogs, you're the dog. The manager cursed Lu Buqing in his heart. Though he was cursing internally, he spoke with flattery. "You're right, it's all my fault, all my fault." The auctioneer standing by felt deeply moved. "Do you have something to say?" Lu Buqing sat on the sofa taking a puff from his cigar. "I was discussing something important with your manager." "There's something." The auctioneer hadn't forgotten his purpose for being there. He pointed outside at Lu Buqing and the manager. "The owner of the Pure Yang sacred fruit jumped onto our auction stage and demanded we hand over his sacred fruit." "Oh," Lu Buqing responded flatly and then asked, "Did you not tell him the reason?" "I did, but it was useless." The auctioneer was anxious. "Useless?" Lu Buqing stroked his chubby chin and said to the manager, "Go take a look. If he really doesn't know his place, I don't mind making him disappear in this extreme Dao city." "Understood." The manager grinned maliciously and was about to head out. "Wait." At that moment, the auctioneer seemed to remember something and said he introduced himself as Gao Chun. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. An indescribable eerie atmosphere began to spread within. "What did you say his name was?" Lu Buqing swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice from sounding too tense. "You said his name is Gao Chen?" "That's right." The auctioneer thought for a moment and nodded. "He said his name is Gao Chen." "See?" Lu Buqing cursed under his breath. After cursing, he picked up the cigar to ease his nervousness. Perhaps due to his anxiety, he held it the wrong way. The glowing tip of the cigar burned a large blister on his lip. "Gao Chen? Who is Gao Chen?" The manager was a bit slow to realize. "Do you remember when the high-ranking officials of Extreme Dao City all went to watch the promotion competition a while back?" Lu Buqing endured the pain on his lip and said to the manager. The manager nodded, looking bewildered. Then, he suddenly remembered and began to tremble involuntarily. "Are you saying that the reason those big shots went to watch the promotion competition was all because of him?" The manager started to panic. Lu Buqing nodded, "Exactly because of him." "What do we do now?" Cold sweat had already appeared on the manager's forehead. "This has nothing to do with me." Lu Buqing immediately distanced himself from the matter. "You did this, you have to bear it alone. Boss, you can't do this." He was just a small manager, how could he handle such a thing? "If I don't do this, should I go down with you?" In Lu Buqing's view, whether it was the manager or the employees, they were all his dogs. As long as he wanted, he could abandon them at any time. "Alright, hurry up and deal with it. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first." After Lu Buqing finished speaking, he exited the auction house through the back door. Lu Buqing's resolute back made the manager's face turn very ugly. Damn fatso. He didn't care if there were others around, directly cursing. "Since you want me dead, don't think you can live either." With that, he headed towards the auction stage. Just as Lu Buqing stepped out of the auction house, he encountered a young man. The young man looked quite young, but in reality he was over 50 years old. Behind him were two bodyguards. This young man was none other than the son of the big shot Lu Buqing wanted to curry favor with, named Yu Wu. Old Lu. Yu Wu was very happy to see Lu Buqing. "Where's the Pure Yang sacred fruit? You called my father and said there was Pure Yang sacred fruit here. I just got home, and before I could rest, I came to find you." The Pure Yang sacred fruit was very important to Yu Wu. Lu Buqing's expression turned a bit ugly. "It's still in the auction house." Lu Buqing pointed in the direction of the auction house, looking somewhat troubled. But before Lu Buqing could finish, he was interrupted by Yu Wu. "Take me to see it." Lu Buqing hesitated for a moment, and when he saw the two bodyguards behind Yu Wu, it seemed he thought of something. "All right." Without saying another word, he turned and led Yu Wu back into the auction house. "What did you say?" Gao Chen looked at the manager kneeling in front of him and said coldly, "Is it because of your appraisal that you think my fruit is fake?" "That's right." The manager wiped his sweat while explaining. "The appraiser has been fired, and your Pure Yang sacred fruit will appear on the auction stage. No need for an auction, just name a price. I'll take all the Pure Yang sacred fruits." At that moment, a voice came from afar. Of course, Gao Chen was happy to get cash without going through an auction. He extended 6 fingers. "Isn't it just 60 million? No problem." Yu Wu agreed very generously. However, his price made Gao Chen frown. "Young Master Yu." Lu Buqing wanted to say something, but was rudely interrupted by Yu Wu. Yu Wu turned back and glared at Lu Buqing, warning him in a low voice, "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't choose to meddle at this time." Yu Wu's warning made Lu Buqing shut his mouth. "Buddy." Gao Chen rubbed his temples and said to Yu Wu, "Was your previous job robbing banks?" Yu Wu also caught the sarcasm in Gao Chen's words and disdainfully shook his head. "Robbing banks? The money doesn't come quickly at all. 60 million. Each. I'll take all your Pure Yang sacred fruits. Of course, if you don't know what's good for you, I have ways to deal with you." Yu Wu relied on his father's identity to act arrogantly in the extreme Path City. Ordinary members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall would never provoke him. If he really took a liking to something, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Deal with me? Are you dreaming? Not to mention Yi Qingshan, even Qi Xuansha sitting outside would be enough for Yu Wu to drink a pot. Don't believe it? Seeing that Gao Chen didn't believe him, Yu Wu smiled slightly. If that's the case, then I'll let you see my power. With a wave of his hand, the two bodyguards stepped forward. Yu Wu himself was a master at the initial stage. His two bodyguards had also reached the peak of the master level. If you make a move here, you better think it through. Gao Chen looked at Yu Wu with a mocking expression. What am I afraid of? Yu Wu was completely unafraid, speaking to the two bodyguards. As long as no one dies, I can bear any consequences. Yu Wu was so confident because his father had said the same thing to him. After being instructed by Yu Wu, the two bodyguards walked towards Gao Chen together. Young Master Yu. Seeing the scene, Lu Buqing, who knew Gao Chen's identity, became a bit anxious. He grabbed the bodyguard and advised, I think we should just let this matter go. Slap. Lu Buqing's repeated advice made Yu Wu very unhappy. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Buqing. After hitting Lu Buqing, he coldly warned him, you'd better not meddle in other people's business or you should know what will happen. Next, Lu Buqing stepped back, not daring to speak again. However, his eyes were filled with anxiety. Gao Chen was currently the hottest figure in Extreme Dao City. Even those in charge, ministers, and vice masters were very interested in him. If Yu Wu really got into a major conflict with Gao Chen, then even if Yu Wu's father was a big shot, it wouldn't end well. Lu Buqing was very anxious, but he had no way to intervene. Get to work, Yu Wu ordered the two bodyguards. Since you want your bodyguards to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Yu Wu was the one who caused trouble first, so even if Gao Chen killed Yu Wu, he would have his reasons. Secret of the word Jie. Indestructible withdraw. Technique. With the strongest defensive skills activated, he ensured his own invincibility first. Pacification decision. The Tizot sword swung, and dazzling sword lights flew towards the two bodyguards. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Wu's pupils slightly constricted. The reason he dared to let his bodyguards attack Gao Chen was mainly because he thought Gao Chen was just an ordinary martial artist. After all, Gao Chen's age was evident. But unexpectedly, this seemingly young boy already possessed the combat power of a master. The two bodyguards shared the same thought as Yu Wu. Therefore, they didn't take Gao Chen seriously at all. When they saw the sword lights, their hearts began to panic. By the time they thought to defend themselves, the sword lights had already reached them. At this point, it was too late to make any defense. In the blink of an eye, the clothes of these bodyguards were shredded into pieces by the sword lights. Not only that, but the sword lights also left various wounds of different depths and lengths on their bodies. After being baptized by a flurry of chaotic sword lights, the two bodyguards had temporarily lost their combat ability. They hadn't done anything too excessive, so Gao Chen didn't intend to take their lives. After dealing with the bodyguards, Gao Chen turned his gaze to Yu Wu. Gao Chen's eyes filled Yu Wu with fear. You can't touch me. Yu Wu shouted at Gao Chen. Gao Chen smiled slightly and said, why can't I touch you? You caused trouble first, and even if it reaches the master, I still have something to say. My dad is Yu Yong. Yu Wu shouted. Upon hearing this name, Gao Chen was slightly taken aback. He was surprised because it was the first time he had heard this name. But Yu Wu thought that Gao Chen was intimidated by his father's name and began to show off again. You injured my bodyguards, so I can only give you 40 million for a pure yang sacred fruit. Who is Yu Yong? Gao Chen still asked this question. Hearing that Gao Chen didn't know Yu Yong, the person next to him quickly explained, one of the 4 supervisors of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. After hearing the explanation from the person beside him, Gao Chen showed a look of realization. At the same time, he understood why Yu Wu was so arrogant. If my old man were a supervisor of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, I would definitely be even more arrogant than this idiot, Gao Chen thought. 1 billion for one, I can sell you the pure yang sacred fruit, Gao Chen said to Yu Wu. Are you out of your mind? The price Gao Chen offered was already far beyond the market price. Unless I'm crazy, I definitely wouldn't spend 1 billion to buy your pure yang sacred fruit. I'll say it one last time, 40 million each. I want all your pure yang sacred fruits. Yu Wu was still arrogantly putting on airs. Lu Buqing, who was standing aside, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Young Master Yu, Lu Buqing whispered into Yu Wu's ear to prevent him from embarrassing himself further. This person is called Yu Wu, not knowing if he had a problem, still didn't let Lu Buqing finish his sentence. Do you know your mouth stinks? Yu Wu disdainfully waved his hand at Lu Buqing, frowning and cursing. What the hell do you think you are, daring to talk to me this close? Lu Buqing decided to stop talking. As the saying goes, good advice is hard to give to a damned ghost. Since Yu Wu wanted to seek death so badly, Lu Buqing might as well fulfill his wish. Kid. After reprimanding Lu Buqing, Yu Wu turned his gaze back to Gao Chen, giving him a final warning. You better know your place, after all, a person's life is only lived once. Wow, now he's threatening me. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Who the hell is that? So annoying. Interrupted one after another, Yu Wu was extremely angry. Yu-Wu, your courage is getting bigger and bigger. There was no ripple in the voice of the Inspector Chi, but some could still hear the suppressed anger within. Shay, Inspector Chi, what are you doing here? The position of inspector was only one rank lower than his father's. No matter how problematic Yu-Wu's brain was, he wouldn't choose to offend the inspector. What's wrong? Can't I come here? Inspector Chi had a very poor attitude towards Yu-Wu. No, that's not what I meant. In front of Inspector Chi, Yu-Wu was as obedient as a little kitten. Gao-chun, brother. Inspector Chi no longer paid attention to Yu-Wu and smiled as he asked Gao-chun, what happened here? Do you need me to help you out? It was clear that Inspector Chi's words were directed at Yu-Wu. Sure enough, when Yu-Wu heard this, his expression changed immediately. Gao-chun? His brain spun rapidly, searching for information about the name Gao-chun. Fortunately, during this time in Extreme Dao City, many people had been discussing Gao-chun, so he quickly found all the information about Gao-chun. Why you are Gao-chun? Fear made Yu-Wu stutter. He still remembered that yesterday, his father Yu-Yon had warned him personally, saying that in this Extreme Dao City, anyone could be provoked, but he must not provoke Gao-chun. I am Gao-chun. Gao-chun nodded calmly. Seeing Gao-chun admit it, Yu-Wu decisively slapped himself. Gao-chun, brother, I was rude just now, I hope you won't mind. Yu-Wu's transformation was comparable to the face-changing act in Sichuan opera, leaving Gao-chun utterly dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Inspector Chi was genuinely curious. It's nothing, it's just that brother Yu-Wu wanted to buy my pure yang sacred fruit for 1 billion each. I found the price he offered too high, so I didn't agree. However, since brother Yu-Wu is so sincere, I might as well sell it all to him. After all, Yu-Yang was a person in charge, and Yu-Wu hadn't done anything too outrageous. If Gao-chun were to really fight with Yu-Wu over a trivial matter, it might provoke some people's dissatisfaction. However, Gao-chun also didn't plan to let Yu-Wu off easily. Now that there was a chance to take advantage of him, Gao-chun certainly wouldn't miss it. Oh. Although Inspector Chi didn't know what had happened between the two, he could tell that they were definitely not on good terms. Since Gao-chun intended to reconcile, he would surely add fuel to the fire. Recently, my pocket money has increased, this 1 billion per exotic fruit, I'll buy it. Don't be fooled by Yu-Wu being the son of a supervisor, his monthly allowance was only about 100 million. According to the price Gao-chun mentioned, it would take him 10 months of pocket money to buy one from Gao-chun. And Gao-chun had a total of 6. Coincidentally, he currently had exactly 6 billion. His teeth hurt, his heart ached, and well, you get the idea. But now, he was in a difficult position. All right, he gritted his teeth and said resentfully, I want 6 fruits for 6 billion. Generous boss. Gao-chun was delighted. Yu-Wu felt terrible, extremely terrible. If he had known Gao-chun was this formidable, he would have just participated in the auction honestly. After all, even at the auction, the pure yang holy fruit only sold for 600 million. Once the transaction was completed, Gao-chun raked in 6 billion. Returning to his seat, the auction continued. Gao-chun ultimately bought the black ink Sanglong armor for 4 billion. Although it was quite a markup, Gao-chun was still very happy. Buying things with other people's money is just delightful, huh? Gao-chun teased the inspection envoy Chi with a smile. She remained silent, smiling. The auction ended, and Gao-chun acquired what he desired. However, Chi's luck was somewhat lacking, as he did not manage to buy what he wanted. Just before leaving Hall 2 of the auction, Gao-chun suddenly remembered the main purpose of his visit. Sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward obtained, Sanlong-ju, great achievement, ding. New sign-in location updated, please proceed to Langya Base City to sign in. Sanlong-ju is a very miraculous technique. As long as you have sufficient spiritual energy, you are invincible. By using this technique, you can heal wounds in a very short time. The introduction of Sanlong-ju made Gao-chan's eyes sparkle. This technique was simply invincible. He now had defensive skills and offensive skills, but he was lacking in healing skills. The appearance of Sanlong-ju perfectly filled this gap. Taking advantage of Chi's inattention, he directly took a Wudao tea tree fruit from his backpack and tossed it into his mouth. Sanlong-ju immediately advanced from great achievement to perfection. After looking at the new reward, Gao-chen's expression turned strange as he glanced at the new sign-in location. Is this a circle? The new sign-in location was Langya Base City, the place Gao-chen had recently escaped from. Is it a bit untimely to go back now? He was indeed now a high-level martial artist. However, the enmity between him and Hanu Guard had not ended just because he had become a high-level martial artist. From some information he had seen, it seemed that the conflict between him and Hanu Guard was escalating. He had a vague feeling that someone was stirring the pot behind this matter. While he was pondering, he also parted ways with Inspection Envoy Chi. This is a dead end. Gao-chen set the car to autopilot and leaned back in the comfortable seat, lost in thought. Before he hid in Extreme Dao City, he had thought about waiting for this enmity to pass, or for his strength to reach a certain level before leaving Extreme Dao City. But it was clear that this enmity would not pass. Without the help of sign-in exotic fruits, it would be a big problem for him to improve. Without any cultivation talent, how about taking a gamble? Gao Chen began to hesitate. Just as he was hesitating, his communication device suddenly rang. When the device connected, Lu Zijian's voice came through. Lu Chuansheng has been brought to justice, and the trial will take place next month. So soon? The efficiency of the law enforcement department exceeded Gao Chen's expectations. How could it not be fast? That crazy woman has already spoken. I don't want to be chopped to death by her. Lu Zijian cursed Yi Qingshan in his heart. Although he was cursing internally, his face was all smiles. That's a must. Our law enforcement department has always been very efficient. Thank you, Minister Lu. Politeness was still necessary. Lu Zijian nodded and then ended the call with Gao Chun. Perhaps I can go back, but this time I must not be sneaky. I have to be open about it. You want to return to your hometown and serve as the local branch master? Yi Qingshan looked at Gao Chen with a strange expression. Gao Chen nodded. Generally speaking, members of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall who enter Extreme Dao City rarely choose to be dispatched elsewhere. After all, the fixed salary for dispatching is limited each month, and they cannot leave the dispatch location at will. So Gao Chen's choice made Yi Qingshan feel very strange. Is that not allowed? If it weren't for the new sign-in location being in Langya Base City, Gao Chen might not have chosen to go back. It is allowed, but you must. At this point, Yi Qingshan suddenly paused. I in the ranking system of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, core members who reach a certain level can choose to be dispatched or continue to stay in Extreme Dao City. If not assigned by the martial arts school, very few would actively choose to be dispatched. What must be done? Gao Chen believed that the requirements for dispatch would be quite high. You need to become a 1-star core member. Gao Chen was currently just a no-star core member. Above that, there are 1-star, 2-star, 3-star. To become the branch master of a level 5 base city, one must meet the standards of a 1-star core member. Is this difficult? Gao Chen felt a bit anxious. It might be difficult for others, but for you, it doesn't seem that hard, Yi Qingxian said. After becoming a core member, the difficulty of leveling up increases exponentially. If the difficulty of becoming a core member from an ordinary member is 1, then the difficulty of upgrading from a no-star core member to a 1-star core member is 5. What do I need to do? Gao Chen continued to ask. After a moment of thought, Yi Qingxian replied, first is the realm. You don't need to say, you must have reached it. Next is the contribution value, which needs to reach 100,000. Additionally, you will have to compete with several others who also want to level up. These tasks were not really a challenge for Gao Chen at this point. He opened his device and checked his contribution value. My current contribution value is 10,000. To reach 100,000, I need to hunt more than 9 master-level exotic beasts. The core of a master exotic beast can roughly be exchanged for 10,000 contribution points. I'm going to hunt exotic beasts now, Gao Chen said as he left the logistics department. The decisive Gao Chen left Yi Qingxian dumbfounded. The current branch master of the Langya base city, Lu Tianping, has been wanting to be transferred back to the base city. How about this? You contact him and ask if he would be willing to come back next month. To help Gao Chen smoothly return to his hometown, Yi Qingxian had already begun to pave the way for him. Lu Tianping, who was in his office drinking tea and reading the news, jumped up from the sofa upon seeing the message on his phone. Usually mature and composed, he rarely showed such excitement. Finally, I can leave this terrible place. But I wonder who will take over for me this time. Lu Tianping was very happy, extremely happy. If he knew that the person taking over for him was Gao Chen, he might be even happier. After leaving the logistics department, Gao Chen headed straight for the West Gate. According to the map, 100 kilometers outside the West Gate, there was a gathering place for master exotic beasts on the way to the West Gate, and Gao Chen did not waste any time. He extracted the pure young sacred fruit from the system and began to stuff it into his mouth. After swallowing one, he felt a surge of energy condensing within him. After the second, that condensing energy began to contract. After the third, the energy started to take shape within Gao Chen. After swallowing them all, Gao Chen felt a strand of spiritual energy added within him. Wow, has the difficulty of upgrading to a master become this high? Before entering the master realm, even 100 exotic fruits would not allow Gao Chen to break through his current level. At the very least, it would grant him a 4 or 5-star upgrade. But now, with so many exotic fruits consumed, his small realm had only increased by 1 level. After venting his frustration, Gao Chen had arrived at the West Gate. He donned the black-inked Sanglong armor, strapped the Tiansuo sword to his back, and walked towards the city outskirts. That person's battle armor looks really cool. Of course it looks cool, that's the black-inked Sanglong armor. Black-inked Sanglong armor? Then isn't that person Gao Chen? Gao Chen? That legendary genius boy? As people discussed, Gao Chen walked out of the West Gate. The feeling of being discussed like this is really exhilarating. After feeling secretly pleased for a moment, Gao Chen pinpointed a direction and directly activated the walking secret. With the help of the walking secret, the 100-kilometer distance felt as close as a stone's throw to Gao Chen. In less than a minute, he arrived at the gathering place of the master-level beasts. Secret of the characters. Indestructible Vajra technique. After raising his defense to the maximum, Gao Chen began to walk towards the beast gathering area. He had barely taken 2 steps when a beast blocked his path. It was a massive ape-like beast, covered in white fur, with a very fierce appearance. What caught Gao Chen's attention the most were its enormous feet, which were a striking crimson color, different from its fur. Goodness, isn't that Zhu Yan? Gao Chen was well versed in the classic of mountains and seas. If he remembered correctly, the description of Zhu Yan in the text was of a white-furred, red-footed creature. After a moment of astonishment, Gao Chen drew his Tiansuo sword and charged at Zhu Yan. Peacekeeping. Decision. Grass character sword technique. The 2 sword techniques were unleashed in succession. Sword energy filled the air and the sword light blazed like a torch. Although Zhu Yan's defense was formidable, it quickly fell under Gao Chen's assault. After cleaving open Zhu Yan's skull, Gao Chen retrieved its core. After tossing it into his backpack, he continued his search for beasts. Finding beasts in the gathering area was truly not a difficult task. In less than a minute, Gao Chen encountered another opponent. This was also an ape-like beast. However, unlike the previous Zhu Yan, this beast had fiery red fur and snow-white feet. Sky sword technique. This time, Gao Chen initiated with the sky sword technique. Sword energy drifted, filling the sky with stars. Stars formed from sword light continuously bombarded the ape-like beast. The beast intended to use its defense to withstand Gao Chen's attack, but unfortunately, Gao Chen's strikes were too powerful. After a few attempts to block, it was knocked to the ground by Gao Chen's stars. Just as it was preparing to rise, Gao Chen stepped on its chest. Die! The Tiansuo sword pierced its brain. He then sliced open the top of this ape-like beast's head. Is that all? Gao Chen shook his head and stored the core. With 2 master-level beast cores in his bag, Gao Chen glanced at the time. I should be able to finish before tonight. If I hurry a bit, I might return to Jidao City before dark. Gao Chen truly did not want to spend the night outside the city. After muttering to himself, he continued in a certain direction. After walking a few steps, he spotted another beast. This one, like the previous beast, was also dispatched in a single move. Just like that, Gao Chen's collection of beast cores reached 3. Time ticked by, and around 3 in the afternoon, the number of beast cores in Gao Chen's backpack had reached 7. Just one more. Gao Chen continued to delve deeper into the area. What's that? At that moment, a strange beast appeared before him. This beast was also ape-like, but it was different from the ones Gao Chen had encountered before. The previous ape-like beasts were all over 5 meters tall, but this one was only about 1 meter tall. The most astonishing thing was that this ape-like beast emitted a bizarre golden light. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a statue carved from gold. Golden Ninely monkey, a very peculiar and rare beast. Its organs could be used for medicine and were essential for refining the 5 elements golden pill. After reading the feedback from his glasses, Gao Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The 5 elements golden pill was a very miraculous elixir. After the revival of spiritual energy on Earth, alchemists rose to prominence. Alchemists were divided into 2 camps. One was the spiritual alchemist, who could refine pills. The other was the witch alchemist, who could create various magical potions. The 5 elements golden pill was the masterpiece of the spiritual alchemist. It could help high-level warriors break through the shackles between realms. Because of this, the 5 elements golden pill became a very precious and highly valued elixir. Little monkey, you're dead. Gao Chen had now stepped into the ranks of high-level warriors. The 5 elements golden pill was truly very tempting for Gao Chen. He swung the Tizot sword and charged towards the golden Ninely monkey. The golden Ninely monkey sensed the danger and rushed towards Gao Chen with bared fangs and claws. Soon, Gao Chen and the golden Ninely monkey collided. This time, Gao Chen's attack did not stack the Jie character secret. He wanted to test how strong his combat power could be without using the Jie character secret. In the first collision, both sides retreated 3 steps. Gao Chen looked coldly at the golden Ninely monkey, while the golden Ninely monkey glared back at him with a fierce gaze. At that moment, it raised one of its front claws and beckoned towards Gao Chen. At the same time, Gao Chen clearly saw a provocative look in its eyes. Being provoked by a strange beast made Gao Chen feel quite annoyed. Grass character sword technique. Gao Chen shouted, raising his hand to draw his sword. The sword light shot straight towards the golden Ninely monkey. Peaceful chaos decision. Gao Chen raised his hand again. The peaceful chaos sword chi followed closely behind, flying towards the golden Ninely monkey. Sky sword technique. The starry sword light formed a final strike. After all these skills were unleashed, Gao Chen gasped for breath. Releasing 3 powerful skills in succession had completely drained his energy. This monkey is quite interesting. 3 skills, 3 sets of sword lights. If it were any other strange beast, it would have been turned into mush. But the golden Ninely monkey not only remained intact but had only sustained minor injuries. It cast a disdainful glance at Gao Chen, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Gao Chen couldn't help but laugh at it. Jie character secret. Gao Chen stopped pretending and directly stacked his combat power to 10 times. This time, he didn't use any skills and directly confronted the golden Ninely monkey head-on. With 10 times the combat power, the golden ninely monkey was no match for Gao Chun. In just a few exchanges, it was easily killed by Gao Chun. After harvesting its organs and core, Gao Chun prepared to head back with his backpack. But just as he turned around, his steps suddenly halted. He looked into the distance. What is that? In a place of ruins, he saw a sword. He hurried over. It was a long sword that had decayed with time. The blade was covered in holes and looked very fragile. Gao Chan reached out to grab it. As he grasped the sword, it began to disintegrate. Goodness, a sword within a sword. After the broken sword disintegrated, Gao Chan discovered that a small sword was still embedded in its hilt. He pulled out the small sword and examined it closely. Another Tizot small sword? Gao Chan's eyes widened. This Tizot small sword looked exactly like the one he had obtained at the auction house. Could this Tizot small sword really be the key I thought it was? Gao Chan stored the Tizot small sword in his backpack and headed towards Extreme Dao City. With both the Jie character secret and Xing character secret activated, Gao Chan finally returned to Extreme Dao City before nightfall. So fast? Yi Qingxian looked at the strange beast core that Gao Chan had collapsed onto the table, her expression quite remarkable. It's only been a few hours, and you've hunted so many master-level strange beasts. Gao Chan smiled slightly and said, is my contribution value enough? After a quick count, Yi Qingxian replied, enough. The upgrade competition will be held tomorrow, Yi Qingxian told Gao Chan. After expressing his gratitude to Yi Qingxian, Gao Chan returned to his dormitory. Notify them, Yi Qingxian said coldly after handing the master-level strange beast core to her assistant. Tomorrow, we will hold a small competition for the promotion of the core members of the Starless. The assistant was slightly taken aback. It's only been a week since the last promotion competition. At this time, before the assistant could finish, a single glance from Yi Qingxian silenced him. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Yi Qingxian was kind to Gao Chan because she saw potential in him. But if you really thought she had a good temper, you were gravely mistaken. No, that's not what I meant. The assistant stuttered, a bit out of fear. Then why aren't you going quickly? Yi Qingxian said coldly. After a slight tremor, the assistant went to notify. Not long after returning to the dormitory, Gao Chan received the notification for the promotion to the small competition. There was no conversation that night, and the next morning, the small competition was scheduled for the afternoon, and in the morning, Gao Chan returned to the Illusory Cloud District. Today, he planned to find someone to refine the 5 organs of the golden ninely monkey into pills. As he wandered through the Illusory Cloud District, he searched for relevant information. Tua Tianyun, that's the one. Gao Chen finally fixed his gaze on Tua Tianyun. Tua Tianyun ran a pill shop in Extreme Dao City. At the same time, he was a relatively rare spiritual alchemist. Moreover, according to the introduction, his level in alchemy seemed quite high. Are you looking for our boss? Our boss isn't here. An employee in Tua Tianyun's shop said when he heard Gao Chen was looking for Tua Tianyun. He went out to gather medicinal materials and won't be back for a while. What a pity. Gao Chen didn't quite believe the employee's words. If the 5 organs of the golden ninely monkey can't be refined into pills in a short time, then they'll just go to waste. Not a waste. The employee, hearing Gao Chen's words, grabbed his arm and dragged him inside. Even though our boss is out looking for materials, his brother is here. Brother? Gao Chen was taken aback. As far as he knew, Tua Tianyun didn't seem to have a brother. The backyard of the pill shop was a large courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a huge alchemy furnace. Surrounding this large furnace were many smaller furnaces. In the center of these furnaces, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged, muttering to himself. Second boss, the employee dragged Gao Chen to the backyard and shouted directly at the middle-aged man. There's someone here with the 5 organs of the golden ninely monkey. As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged man opened his eyes wide. He moved closer to Gao Chen, his eyes fixed intently on him. Do you really have the 5 organs of the golden ninely monkey? The middle-aged man was very excited. Let's introduce ourselves. Gao Chen was suspicious that the man in front of him was Tua Tianyun. My name is Tua Tianfeng, Tua Tianyun's brother. Don't underestimate me just because I'm his brother. My talent in alchemy is no less than his. Tua Tianfeng introduced himself. You are Tua Tianyun. Gao Chen was too lazy to waste words with Tua Tianyun and said directly, I just asked Minister Yi. Tua Tianyun wanted to argue a bit more, but upon hearing the name Minister Yi, he instantly lost the desire to argue. Since Gao Chen already knew his true identity, Tua Tianyun also stopped pretending, straightening his back and saying, I am Tua Tianyun. Give me the 5 organs of your golden ninely monkey and I'll refine pills for you. Goodness, Gao Chen had seen direct people, but never someone this direct. If I give it to you, what benefits will I get? Isn't the golden 5 elements pill enough? Tua Tianyun was also seeing someone this greedy for the first time. How long do you need? If all went well, Gao Chen might only stay in Extreme Dao City for another 3 or 4 days. About a month, Tua Tianyun said after a moment of thought. I need a week to process the 5 organs, then another week to dry them out. Finally, I need a week to grind them into powder. The last week is when I will actually refine the pills. No way. The time was too long, Gao Chen couldn't wait that long. I have to go to the base city for work in 3 days. I can't wait that long. Then I'll personally deliver it to you when the time comes. Tua Tianyun was also going all out. The reason he was so bold wasn't because of Gao Chen, but because he really needed to refine the 5 elements golden pill. The golden 9-li monkey was considered a very rare exotic beast. Even if he offered a high price, it would be difficult to buy its 5 organs. Even if one were to acquire the 5 organs, there's no guarantee that they would be fresh. In that case, I might consider it, Tua Tianyun said. After all, he was a renowned spirit-refining pharmacist. He wouldn't sacrifice his reputation for the organs of a golden 9-li monkey. Seeing Gao Chen say he needed to think, Tua Tianyun hurriedly said, "How about I go with you to where you work?" Tua Tianyun was anxious. His urgency stemmed from his desire to break through. He had been stuck at the invincible master level for over a decade. During these years, not only had his realm stagnated, but he had also made little progress in alchemy. If he could break through to the Grand Master level, he would successfully advance from a first-tier pharmacist to a second-tier pharmacist. Alright, it's a deal. Gao Chen smiled. He had come to Tua Tianyun merely to ask for help in refining pills, but he hadn't expected to be taken along instead. After exchanging contact information, Gao Chen left Tua Tianyun's pharmacy. "Boss," an employee said, puzzled as to why Tua Tianyun was leaving. Sigh, Tua Tianyun sighed slightly. Not breaking through all these years isn't due to a lack of talent. Living in extreme Dao City for so many years has indeed been comfortable and safe, but this has also made me complacent. This time out, I need to regain that relentless heart, Tua Tianyun said before walking towards his room. The employee stood at a distance, watching his back, feeling that his boss was different from before. The old boss had seemed slow and heavy with every step, but now his pace was not only light but also very brisk. After leaving the pharmacy, Gao Chen headed straight for the training ground. "Minister Yi, can we start yet?" the instructor in charge of the small competition asked, anxiously while checking the time. Yi Qingshan looked towards the entrance, frowning. "Gao Chen hasn't arrived yet. We'll start when he gets here." The instructor nodded helplessly. "Why hasn't it started yet? It's been so long. Are we waiting for someone? This back door is really annoying. It's probably some connected person, otherwise we wouldn't be waiting for just one person. I've always hated connections. When he arrives, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." The instructor was helpless, while the other participants were very dissatisfied. "Sorry, I'm late." After waiting for about half an hour, Gao Chen finally arrived. An hour had already passed since the scheduled time. It wasn't that Gao Chen had intentionally come late, he had just had an exceptionally bad day. The car he chose broke down halfway. Not only did the car break down, but the communication devices inside also failed. In desperation, he had to break the car door and rush over. "It's fine, no rush," the instructor said with a forced smile. "After all, we haven't started yet." Gao Chen glanced at the time, somewhat surprised. But when he saw Yi Qingshan, he looked puzzled. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to use the back door like this?" Gao Chen whispered to Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan waved her hand. "What's wrong with it?" Since she had said that, Gao Chen didn't press further. Gao Chen's arrival officially marked the start of the competition, which had been delayed for an hour. "You're dead meat," a participant who had been waiting impatiently whispered to Gao Chen. "Today, I'll make you pick up your teeth from the ground." "Is it really that serious just because I made you wait a bit?" Gao Chen felt a bit annoyed. "Stop talking nonsense, let's get to it." The person drew their weapon and charged directly at Gao Chen. "You may not have seen me, but you should have heard of my name, right? Even if you haven't heard of me, you should at least know something about me. The 9 stars of the king are indeed formidable, but in front of me, they seem to have no standing at all." As Gao Chen spoke, the opponent had already rushed close to him. "Show me your weapon," the man shouted at Gao Chen. Gao Chen scoffed and replied, "Buddy, even if I move a little, it would be bullying you." Indestructible diamond technique. The man didn't understand the meaning of Gao Chen's words, but he saw the humiliation in Gao Chen's eyes. Die! He leaped high, gripping his weapon tightly, and struck down fiercely at Gao Chen's head. "Hey!" Gao Chen shook his head, remaining unmoved. Clang! When the opponent's weapon came down, not only was Gao Chen unharmed, but the opponent also flew backward due to the force of his own strike. "Is that all?" Gao Chen shook his head. It was unclear whether Gao Chen was lucky or if this guy was just unfortunate. After being sent flying, he directly fell off the stage. Just like that, Gao Chen smoothly passed the first round. "Aren't they a bit too weak?" After passing the first round, Gao Chen chatted with Yi Qingxian off stage. "I say, do you have to show off so much?" Yi Qingxian shot Gao Chen an annoyed glance. The other contestants, hearing this, glared angrily at Gao Chen. "It's not that they're weak, it's that you're too strong." After giving Gao Chen another glare, Yi Qingxian continued, "You're a master-level fighter participating in a king-level competition. Isn't that just blatant bullying?" As soon as these words were spoken, the previously furious contestants widened their eyes in shock. "Isn't this a bit against the rules?" one contestant reported to the instructor. He's a master participating in a king-level match. What's the difference from a dimensionality reduction attack? The instructor looked helpless. According to the rules, he is indeed a core member without stars. If we don't consider the realm, it's reasonable for him to participate in this competition. The crowd fell into despair. I'm out. I'm out too. This competition isn't interesting anymore. I'm out. Before the second round even began, all the contestants chose to withdraw. They were martial artists, brave and unyielding. But doing something pointless isn't bravery, it's just foolishness. So I passed? Gao Chen looked at the instructor with a silly, sweet expression. The instructor really wanted to swallow Gao Chen whole. Yes. The instructor gritted his teeth, looking at Gao Chen with resentment in his voice. You passed. This competition is really easy. Gao Chen began to show off again. I hope you have the same thought when you advance from 1 star to 2 stars, the instructor thought bitterly. I say, young man, can you stop showing off? On the way to the logistics department, Yi Qingxian couldn't help but say. Gao Chen glanced at Yi Qingxian and cheerfully replied, I don't know what youthful arrogance means, I only know that the victor is king. Goodness, the quotes from spirited young men are coming out now. Have you been scrolling through short videos in your free time lately? Yi Qingxian was already feeling a bit exasperated. The two chatted as they walked, quickly arriving at the logistics department. Thanks to Yi Qingxian's supervision, the efficiency of the logistics department was very high. In just under 5 minutes, all the procedures for Gao Chen's advancement were completed. After waiting for about 10 more minutes, his appointment paperwork was also finished. As long as he took the appointment paperwork to the Langya base city, he would directly become the branch master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. There. When do you plan to go back? Yi Qingxian chatted with Gao Chen. Gao Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll call Tua Tianyun in a bit. At the latest, it will be tomorrow. Tua Tianyun? Yi Qingxian's face showed surprise upon hearing the name. Is he going with you to Langya base city? I'm curious, how did you convince him? He's been holed up in Extreme Path City for many years, and many people have tried to get him to come out but failed. Gao Chen did not hide anything and directly told Yi Qingxian about what happened that day. It's reasonable, yet unexpected, Yi Qingxian said, slapping her forehead. Why didn't I think of such a simple method? I was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, Gao Chen said, surprisingly humble this time. After leaving the logistics department, Gao Chen contacted Tua Tianyun. He initially thought Tua Tianyun would need another day to prepare, but unexpectedly, as soon as the call connected, Tua Tianyun directly asked, when are we leaving? Anytime, Gao Chen stammered, still a bit taken aback. Then let's go now, Tua Tianyun, being quite impatient, said urgently. I'm heading to the airport right now, you should come early too. Although planes were not allowed to enter Extreme Dao City, it didn't mean that Extreme Dao City didn't have an airport. Not only did Extreme Dao City have an airport, but it was also the best and most luxurious airport in the world. Gao Chen had just arrived at the airport when Tua Tianyun also showed up. Where are your things? Gao Chen looked at Tua Tianyun with a puzzled expression. Tua Tianyun was not going to the Langya base city for tourism. His main purpose for this trip was to refine the 5 elements golden pill. I checked them in. Tua Tianyun waved his hand grandly. If we're lucky, the things might arrive before us. While the two were chatting, a staff member came to inform them that boarding was ready. Once on the plane, the two closed their eyes to rest. Langya base city, airport. Hey, old Lu, how's the person replacing you this time? Easy to get along with? Niu Mang asked loudly. Lu Tianping frowned slightly and shook his head. I don't know. The headquarters didn't disclose any information about him. So mysterious? Niu Mang was somewhat surprised. Generally, when a new person takes over as branch director, the old director is notified in advance to prevent any awkward situations. Such situations without prior notice had occurred before, but they were relatively rare. Why aren't they here yet? A plump, middle-aged man impatiently said. If they don't come soon, I'm going back. This man was named Han Tong, the new city guard of Langya base city. Just as Han Tong finished complaining, he saw a plane slowly flying in the sky not far away. He wanted to complain a bit more, but upon seeing the plane, he shut his mouth. The plane landed at the airport. The 3 major figures of the base city held their breath. As the cabin door opened, Gao Chen slowly walked down the plane. Gao Chen, Gao Chen, Gao Chen, the 3 said in unison. Although they spoke in unison, their expressions were different. Lu Tianping's expression was one of surprise. Niu Meng's expression was one of astonishment. Han Tong's expression was one of terror. When he arrived, Gao Chen had already fled to Extreme Dao City. So this meeting with Gao Chen was their first encounter. However, that did not prevent Han Tong from recognizing Gao Chen at a glance. After all, his predecessor had been dealt with by Gao Chen himself. What are you doing here? Is the new branch master you? Lu Tianping walked up to Gao Chen and gave him a big hug. Surprised? Unexpected? Gao Chen smiled and hugged Lu Tianping back. So you didn't let the headquarters inform us in advance just to give us a surprise? Lu Tianping was truly thrilled. It was no exaggeration to say that he was one of the witnesses to Gao Chen's rise. He had known Gao Chen since he first became a martial artist. Their relationship was like friends, yet sometimes like a teacher and father. How is this possible? Niu Meng, standing aside, took a while to snap back from his astonishment. He remembered that when he first met Gao Chen, he was just a small martial artist. Yet in such a short time, the small martial artist had already reached the same level. As him, aside from surprise, he felt more discomfort in his heart. Niu Meng was at most just uncomfortable. But Han Tong was trembling slightly. Within the Hanu Guard, Gao Chen had already been portrayed as a ruthless supervillain. Moreover, this villain particularly enjoyed hunting down the people of Hanu Guard. Niu Meng, the branch leader, I don't think I need to introduce him, Lu Tianping said with a smile to Gao Chen. Gao Chen shook his head, indicating that no explanation was necessary. Lu Tianping, with a half-smile, walked over to Han Tong, patted the trembling Han Tong on the shoulder, and introduced him to Gao Chen, saying, Han Tong, the new city guard of Langya Bay City. Hello. Gao Chen extended his hand to shake hands with Han Tong. Seeing Gao Chen reaching out, Han Tong hesitated and didn't dare to extend his own hand. He's afraid of you, Lu Tianping teased with a smirk. After all, his predecessor was killed by you. Ha ha ha. Gao Chen laughed heartily, showing no restraint. Once Gao Chen finished laughing, Lu Tianping continued, We've prepared a welcome banquet for you. Are you going? Welcome banquet? Gao Chen was slightly taken aback before shaking his head. What's the point of a welcome banquet? I want to go directly to the inauguration ceremony. As a big shot, the inauguration ceremony was certainly necessary. We have indeed prepared an inauguration ceremony for you, but it's scheduled for the afternoon, Lu Tianping said. Eating can happen anytime, but the inauguration ceremony is the most important. Gao Chen's words left the three present very puzzled. I'm returning in glory now. Gao Chen noticed their confusion and said without hiding anything, I want everyone who knows me to know that I, Gao Chen, have made it big. Gao Chen's nouveau riche demeanor made Han Tong scoff. However, he only dared to hide his disdain deep in his heart. Then I'll notify them. Although Gao Chen's reasoning was quite ridiculous, it was also understandable. Lu Tianping took out his phone and dialed the number of the person in charge of the inauguration ceremony. In fact, Gao Chen's inauguration ceremony had been prepared 3 days prior. By today, everything that needed to be ready was already in place. No problem, the inauguration ceremony can start anytime, the person in charge said. Let's go, Lu Tianping gestured for Gao Chen to proceed. On the way to the inauguration ceremony, Gao Chen sent a message to Shenwei, Bring my parents to the square of the base city. The location of this inauguration ceremony was indeed the square of the base city. Han Wei, who was playing around with a beautiful woman, frowned slightly upon seeing this message. He knew that the square was recently preparing for the inauguration ceremony. There were rumors that this ceremony was for the new branch leader of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Connecting this with Gao Chen's visit to Extreme Path City, a terrifying thought spread in Shenwei's mind. Young Master Shen, another drink? A stunning woman dressed in revealing attire handed a glass of champagne to Shenwei. Without even looking, Shenwei directly knocked the glass over. He stood up without waiting for the woman to react and headed straight for the changing room. After changing into more formal attire, he drove directly to where Gao Chen's parents lived. Godfather, godmother, I, Shenwei, have missed you so much. Shenwei's exaggerated expression and gestures made Gao's mother roll her eyes dramatically. Didn't you just come yesterday? Why are you here again today? Gao's mother asked irritably. After Gao Chen left Langya Base City, Shenwei had been visiting the villa every few days. Today he brought some fresh vegetables, and tomorrow he would bring some fresh fruits. He brought what Gao's father and mother needed, and even what they didn't need. Godfather, godmother. Shenwei truly didn't treat himself as an outsider, casually sitting on the sofa and grabbing a piece of fruit to eat. You two get ready, I'm taking you out. Where to? Gao's father, who was playing a game, looked at Shenwei with a puzzled expression. Is there something exciting to see today? Sort of, Shenwei nodded. Shenwei knew that Gao Chen sent him a message instead of contacting Gao's father and mother because he wanted to give them a surprise. As Gao Chen's most loyal little brother, Shenwei certainly wouldn't waste his efforts. Therefore, he had to help Gao Chen keep it a secret. Old lady, Gao's father put down the game he was playing and happily said to Gao's mother, Since there's something exciting to watch, let's go. As a Chinese, the gene for enjoying a spectacle is ingrained in their DNA. Upon hearing there was something to see, Gao's mother immediately became interested. Alright, I'll get ready. Shenwei knew how slow the elderly couple could be, so he wasn't in a hurry. He sat down at the game console Gao's father had just been playing and started playing the game himself. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. An hour later, the elderly couple finally came down from the second floor. What on earth have you two been dawdling about? Shenwei complained inwardly. He put down the game controller and got up to drive. After the elderly couple got in the car, Shenwei acted as the driver, heading towards the square in the base city. How long until it starts? Gao Chen impatiently asked Lu Tianping backstage at the ceremony. Any time. Lu Tianping replied. Just then, Gao Chen's phone buzzed. After glancing at his phone, Gao Chen said to Lu Tianping, then let's get started. Because Gao Chen had given prior instructions, Shenwei, Gao's father, and Gao's mother secured a very good spot. What is this for? Gao's mother curiously asked Shenwei while looking at the splendid stage. It seems to be a ceremony for some big shot. Shenwei answered. What's so interesting about a ceremony? I think there's a leg dance to watch today. Gao's father was very disappointed upon hearing it was a ceremony. I might as well go home and play games. If you want to go back, you can take a taxi by yourself. Gao's mother shot him an unhappy glance. Seeing his wife a bit angry, Gao's father closed his mouth in grievance. Xiao Xin, what are you doing here? At that moment, a voice came from not far from Gao's mother. She turned towards the source of the voice, her brows furrowing immediately. What bad luck, I actually ran into her. Hearing Gao's mother's complaint, Gao's father curiously looked in the direction of the voice. At the same time, Shenwei's gaze also shifted that way. Godfather. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shenwei curiously asked Gao's father, who is this person? Why does my godmother look so displeased with her? This woman is your godmother's cousin, a woman with a particularly strong sense of vanity. When Gao Chen was rising to fame, she called you every day to check in. But after Gao Chen went to Extreme City, they lost contact. This woman not only has a strong sense of vanity but also loves to mock women who are not as good as her. Gao's father had no good feelings towards the newcomer at all. Xiao Rou, are you here to watch the excitement too? Although Gao's mother was rolling her eyes, she still greeted Li Rou. I'm not here to watch the excitement. Li Rou looked at Gao's mother with a hint of disdain in her eyes and spoke arrogantly. Today is a certain Big Shot's inauguration ceremony, and I have an invitation to the Big Shot's dinner. As she said this, Li Rou proudly took out a gold-embossed invitation from her handbag. Shenwei, standing nearby, had a very interesting expression. Daring to show off in front of the Big Shot's parents, I wonder who gave her the courage. Shenwei silently complained. Alright, you're impressive, is that enough? Gao's mother, eager to see the excitement, waved her hand dismissively. Can you just go do your own thing? I just want to quietly watch the show. This doesn't seem to be your place, does it? Li Rou really had no intention of leaving. She glanced at Gao's mother and said, I should be able to watch the excitement here. Gao's mother ignored Li Rou and turned her gaze back to the stage. Gao's mother's demeanor made Li Rou feel very uncomfortable. The IT felt as if a punch had landed on cotton, with no force to exert. The inauguration ceremony for the director of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall's Langya branch officially begins. As the host's voice fell, a passionate song echoed throughout the square. This song was commissioned by the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, hiring the best musicians of the time to compose it. As the music played, all eyes were focused on the stage. Gao Chen stepped to the front from backstage, moving slowly to the rhythm of the music. The lively square fell into an indescribable eerie silence the moment Gao Chen appeared. Aside from the still boisterous music, the square was as quiet as hell. Isn't that Gao Chen? Could he be the branch master of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall's Langya branch? Oh my god, isn't he still on the wanted list? Gao Chen was well known because his image was still displayed on the official website of the base city. Is it really Gao Chen? The most surprised people in the audience were Gao's father and mother. They never expected that their son, who had been absent for a long time, would reappear as a big shot in the base city. You little rascal! Gao's father cried tears of joy, wiping his eyes with one hand while playfully hitting Shenwei with the other. Did you know all along? Shenwei shook his head. Innocently, I had no idea. I just received a text from Brother Mu today asking me to bring you to the square. Our son has made it, our son has made it. Gao's mother also had tears in her eyes. Standing next to Gao's mother, Li Rou looked completely bewildered. But to be honest, this woman's reaction speed was really fast. Xiao Xin, we're still good friends, right? Li Rou grabbed Gao's mother's hand, her face full of eagerness. Get lost. Shenwei had long found this woman unpleasant and raised his hand to slap her. After hitting her, he pointed angrily at Li Rou's nose and scolded. Be smart and get the hell out of here, or I'll have someone take care of you. Li Rou, already feeling wrong from the slap, was now in tears from Shenwei's blow. Despite being about the same age as Gao's mother, her tearful appearance was truly pitiful. If Shenwei wasn't used to women, he might have been moved. Get lost. Seeing that Li Rou still wouldn't leave, Shenwei slapped her again. If you don't leave, I guarantee you'll regret it. When she saw that her usual tactics were ineffective, Li Rou had no choice but to flee in embarrassment. This woman is really shameless, as Gao's father commented from the side, unaware that his heart had just skipped a beat. That's right, Gao's mother nodded. After nodding, she looked at the stage with tears in her eyes. At this point, Gao Chen's speech had ended. The crowd below erupted into enthusiastic applause. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, he jumped off the stage amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. You know to come back. Gao's mother, with tears in her eyes, stepped forward and punched Gao Chen. Do you know how much I missed you while you were gone? Her reaction perfectly illustrated the saying. A mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles, but a child doesn't worry when their mother travels I'm back now, aren't I? Gao Chen gave his mother a big hug. As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Gao's father's reaction, though not as intense as Gao's mother's, was also filled with tears of excitement. Isn't this a bit against the rules? Han Ton, who was unclear about Gao Chen's relationship with Lu Tianping, muttered to himself. Against the rules? Lu Tianping glanced disdainfully at Han Ton. Why don't you go tell him about the rules? He. Han Ton awkwardly waved his hand and took a few steps back, feeling a bit embarrassed. I think it's better to let it go. After all, rules are dead, but people are alive. After chatting with his parents for a while, Gao Chen got into Xinwei's car with them. I haven't been in Langya for a while. Thank you for your help. Gao Chen sincerely thanked Xinwei. Xinwei smiled slightly and humbly said, "This is just what I should do." Gao Chen didn't respond, just nodded with a smile. Gao Chen had been busy all day. After the inauguration ceremony, it was time for the welcome banquet. By the time the banquet was over, it was already around midnight. Back home, Gao Chen lay in bed inside. The feeling of returning home in glory is truly delightful. With that thought, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, before he had even woken from his dreams, the door to his room was knocked on by his mother. "What's wrong?" Gao Chen asked, still groggy. He pointed to the first floor. "Your dad's cousin is here." Ha! This was the first time Gao Chen had heard about his father's cousin. After tidying up a bit, Gao Chen went downstairs. His father's cousin stood up excitedly upon seeing Gao Chen. "You must be Gao Chen, right?" His father's cousin, with hair completely white and a bit unsteady on his feet, was undeterred in his enthusiasm for Gao Chen. A young talent, eh? Young talent. Gao Chen's expression was quite stiff as he exchanged pleasantries with the old man. After sending the elder off, Gao Chen barely had time to rest before more relatives arrived. Cousin, uncle, cousin. By the end of the morning, Gao Chen had entertained no less than 10 relatives. By then, the corners of his mouth were almost frozen in a smile. At the same time, he truly understood the saying, in a poor mountain town, no one asks about you, in a rich mountain, you have distant relatives. The true meaning. These people's faces really are shameless, Gao's mother said disdainfully after sending everyone off. When Xiaomu had an accident, they all ran off faster than anyone else. They would have loved to drain every drop of blood related to our family from their bodies. Now that Xiaomu has become successful, they come crawling back. These people are truly disgusting. After her complaints, the Gao family began to eat. After lunch, Gao Chen intended to rest at home. However, his mother insisted that he go to the Langya branch to report in. Gao Chen thought about it and agreed. After tidying up a bit, he headed straight to the Langya branch. The branch was as lively as ever. As soon as he walked in, he became the center of attention for everyone present. Is this Gao Chen? Why does he look so young? I heard his martial artist assessment was conducted right here. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by his high position. He seems to be under 20 years old. My goodness, is he really that young? The unusual gazes from the crowd made Gao Chen quicken his pace. In the branch master's office, Lu Tianping was happily tidying up his things. In such a hurry to leave? Gao Chen pushed the door open and teased with a smile. Don't you want to stay a little longer with your old friend? Lu Tianping didn't even look up, directly laughing and scolding. To be honest, I really don't want to stay here for another second. Since you're here, I can finally be free. Once I get back to Jidao City, I'll form a small team and go on an outdoor adventure. The fire of adventure had long been burning fiercely in Lu Tianping's chest. Actually, I wanted to say, could you not leave? Gao Chen hesitated for a moment but finally spoke up. Lu Tianping's body trembled slightly, then he put down what he was packing and looked at Gao Chen with a frown. Why? I don't understand anything. Before Gao Chen could finish his sentence, Lu Tianping understood his meaning. He walked over to Gao Chen, patted his shoulder, and said, "If you don't understand, you can learn. Besides, I've left you a good deputy branch master. I believe that with his help, you'll quickly get familiar with everything." Since Lu Tianping didn't want to stay, Gao Chen no longer insisted. After packing up, Lu Tianping cheerfully walked out of the office. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Gao Chen and said, "I hope you can endure the loneliness." As the words fell, Gao Chen surprisingly found that Lu Tianping's steps had become much lighter. After Lu Tianping left, Gao Chen sat in his office with a bewildered expression. Just having become a leader, he didn't even know what he was supposed to do. Master. Just as Gao Chen was lost in thought, there was a sudden knock on his office door. He raised his hand and said, "Come in." As soon as he spoke, the office door was opened. A short, unsightly man walked in from outside. If Gao Chen guessed correctly, this man should be Qiu Tianhen, the deputy master of the Langya branch. "Deputy Master Qiu, is there something you need from me?" Gao Chen asked, sitting up straight. Qiu Tianhen nodded seriously and handed a document to Gao Chen, saying, "Recently, a ruin was discovered outside the city, and I suspect it might be a relic from some ancient period. If the master has time, it would be best to take a look in person." As Qiu Tianhen spoke, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. Ancient relic? Upon hearing these 4 words, Gao Chen's expression clearly froze for a moment. Ancient relics are generally remnants left over from ancient times. Different relics produce different items. Some relics yield weapons, some yield armor. Some relics may produce elixirs, while others may yield witchcraft medicines. Of course, not all relics produce items, but any item produced by a relic is a valuable treasure. Thus, ancient relics have become a strategic target that various forces compete for. Are you sure it's a relic? Gao Chen asked, frowning as he looked at the information Xiao Tianhan provided. No, Xiao Tianhan shook his head. Our people only found that the place is suspected to be a relic. I understand. Gao Chen nodded and said to Xiao Tianhan, since it's suspected, I will personally lead a team to take a look. Upon hearing that Gao Chen wanted to check it out, Xiao Tianhan's mouth curled up, revealing a very strange smile. However, when Gao Chen looked up at him, the strange smile on his face instantly vanished. Master, Xiao Tianhan cupped his fists and said, are you planning to go by yourself this time, or take our branch's people with you? Just give me a rough address and I can go by myself. Based on previous intelligence, the lower the level of the base city, the lower the danger level of the surrounding relics. Since this relic is near a level 5 base city, its danger level shouldn't be too high. I'll send you the address shortly, Xiao Tianhan said, cupping his hands as he left. Soon, the address of the ancient relic was sent to Gao Chen's phone. After glancing at the address, he took out his phone and dialed Tuo Tianyun's number. I need you to come out with me for a bit. Before Gao Chen could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Tuo Tianyun. I'm busy refining pills right now, no time. Tuo Tianyun's attitude was incredibly arrogant. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Gao Chen to respond. Wow, quite the temper. Gao Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose. Then, he sent Tuo Tianyun a text message. In the Langya base city, at Tuo Tianyun's residence. In the large villa, there was only Tuo Tianyun. In the backyard of the villa stood a pill furnace that was at least 3 meters tall. After hanging up on Gao Chen, Tuo Tianyun placed his phone aside and muttered under his breath, my time is very precious, don't bother me with your trivial matters. Just after he finished cursing, his phone rang again. He initially didn't plan to check it, but seeing that the flames in the pill furnace hadn't fully risen, he picked up his phone to take a look. Ancient relic? Upon seeing these 4 words, Tuo Tianyun instantly lost his drowsiness. Without caring about his pride, he directly dialed Gao Chen's number. Are you annoying? I'm busy right now. Gao Chen immediately returned the favor, using Tuo Tianyun's own words against him. Tuo Tianyun felt a bit awkward. Awkward as it was, who could resist the temptation of ancient ruins? He chuckled awkwardly and said, if it's about the ancient ruins, can you take me there? On the other end of the line, Gao Chen laughed. Tuo Tianyun could hear the mockery in Gao Chen's laughter, but he still forced himself to suppress his embarrassment and said, we're all friends, there's no need to be like this. Alright then. Seeing that Tuo Tianyun's arrogance had diminished, Gao Chen said with a smile, I'll send you the address, just come over directly. As an alchemist, one cannot refuse the allure of ancient ruins. There are only a few legendary recipes. These recipes are almost all left behind by predecessors. This means that as long as one is an alchemist, there's a chance to learn these recipes. But alchemists also have dreams. They want to obtain a recipe that belongs solely to them. After all, the names of the owners are marked on legendary recipes. In this world, it's hard to find someone who would refuse the temptation of leaving a lasting legacy. The reason Gao Chen called Tuo Tianyun was that he needed Tuo Tianyun to assist him. Although his realm was quite high and the danger level of this secret realm wasn't too great, his principle was to be cautious to avoid major mistakes. Bringing Tuo Tianyun along was merely a precaution. After leaving the branch, Gao Chen suddenly remembered he hadn't signed in yet. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Recipe analysis. Great accomplishment. Ding. New sign-in location. Updated. Please proceed to Shuanfa City to sign in. Recipe analysis. Great accomplishment. Regardless of the era of the text on the recipe, you can analyze it. Moreover, there's a certain chance of obtaining the most suitable refining method. The new sign-in reward startled Gao Chen. This reward was truly amazing. With this skill, he could even consider pursuing the path of an alchemist. If the probability of an ordinary person becoming a martial artist is low, then the probability of a martial artist becoming an alchemist is minuscule. According to Gao Chen's knowledge, it might be difficult to find even one alchemist among 100,000 martial artists. One more enlightenment tea tree fruit. Gao Chen extracted an enlightenment tea tree fruit from the system and tossed it directly into his mouth. Ding. Skill, recipe analysis, has broken through to great accomplishment, entering perfection. After leveling up recipe analysis to perfection, Tuo Tianyun also came over to Gao Chen. How are your preparations? Gao Chen asked Tuo Tianyun. Tuo Tianyun looked up and patted his chest, assuring, everything is ready. Hearing Tuo Tianyun's assurance, Gao Chen drove directly to the east gate of the base city. Both of them were martial artists at the master level, so they traveled particularly fast. A journey that would take a king-level martial artist 2 hours was completed by the two of them in 1 hour. Is this the gathering place for exotic beasts? Is the ancient ruin located in the gathering place for exotic beasts? Tua Tianyun asked Gao Chun. According to the intelligence, the ancient ruins were indeed within Xuanfa City. That's right. Gao Chen nodded and led the way into Xuanfa City. Xuanfa City is a gathering place for king-level exotic beasts, with the occasional master-level exotic beast appearing. But for Gao Chen and Tua Tianyun, both master-level martial artists, the exotic beasts here were hardly a concern. Sign in. Upon entering Xuanfa City, Gao Chen immediately chose to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained, complete guide for alchemists, great accomplishment. Ding. New sign-in location updated, please. Proceed deeper into Xuanfa City to sign in. Complete guide for alchemists, great accomplishment. Do you want to become an alchemist? This guide can fulfill your dream. It not only details all the strategies for spiritual alchemists but also records the strategies for witch alchemists. With this guide, becoming a master alchemist is not a dream. The introduction of the skill was incredibly magical, but it made Gao Chen extremely happy. Taking advantage of Tua Tianyun's inattention, Gao Chen directly tossed an enlightenment tea tree fruit into his mouth. Ding. Skill, complete guide for alchemists, has broken through to great accomplishment, entering perfection. The system prompt ringing in his ears made Gao Chen nod in satisfaction. With the skills of alchemist's complete guide and Danfang analysis, Gao Chen already possessed all the potential to become an excellent alchemist. What are you laughing at? Seeing Gao Chen's foolish grin, Tua Tianyun asked. It's nothing. Gao Chen waved his hand, giving a perfunctory explanation. I just thought of something fun. Let's go. To prevent Tua Tianyun from continuing to pry, Gao Chen pointed towards the depths of Xuanfa City. We should check out those ancient ruins and see if they are real. Tua Tianyun wanted to ask more, but upon hearing the words ancient ruins, he abandoned the idea. After all, compared to ancient ruins, what was the gossip about? Not long after Gao Chen and Tua Tianyun entered Xuanfa City, a group of sneaky figures appeared on the outskirts. As soon as these figures emerged, one of them dashed over and whispered, "The person you mentioned has already gone in. But it seems he brought someone with him. Are you sure it's the person in the photo I sent you?" One figure among them asked the scout very seriously. Yes, the scout replied. It doesn't matter, the figure said with a somewhat sinister grin. 1 to kill is the same as 2 to kill, there's not much difference. After saying this, the figure waved his hand, signaling everyone to enter Xuanfa City. Once inside, they quickly spotted Gao Chen and Tua Tianyun. At that moment, the two were studying a map completely unaware that they were being watched. Wait, we should go this way, Tua Tianyun expressed his opinion. Gao Chen, however, disagreed. He pointed in another direction and said loudly, I feel that way is the right one. Then let's split up and keep in touch with the communicator. Since they had come out together, they brought the necessary communicators. Gao Chen had bought the most expensive one, which covered a terrifying area of 100 square kilometers. Before coming out, he had specifically checked the area of Xuanfa City, which was exactly 95 square kilometers. This meant that as long as they didn't leave Xuanfa City, they could stay in contact. Seeing the two split up, the followers behind them were ecstatic. Boss, should we? Someone asked. Shut up, the leader of the group directly slapped his subordinate and cursed in a low voice. We're here to kill Gao Chen. If he has someone with him, we'll take them out too. But if he's alone, splitting up is just stupid, right? Boss is brilliant. All the subordinates expressed their admiration for their leader. The boss nodded and then took the lead, following closely behind Gao Chen. Seeing the boss catch up, the subordinates no longer hesitated. They didn't realize that while they were tailing Gao Chen, Tua Tianyun was also following them. The argument between Gao Chen and Tua Tianyun was merely an act. In fact, when this group appeared, the two had already noticed them. The reason they didn't act immediately was that they wanted to see what the group intended to do. At the same time, Gao Chen was also curious if there were others behind this group. As Gao Chen ventured deeper into Xuanfa City, he chose to sign in first. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained. Initial spirit fruit * 100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Alchemist Alliance, Langya branch, to sign in. Initial spirit fruit is a rare fruit that can quickly restore spiritual energy, with one fruit able to restore at least 50% of spiritual energy. Unlike the rare fruits that enhanced strength before, this time the reward was a restorative type of rare fruit. Not bad, not bad. Gao Chen's mindset was quite calm. After organizing the sign-in rewards, Gao Chen began searching for traces of the ancient ruins. However, after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Is it possible that Qiu Tianhan is deceiving me? Gao Chen frowned slightly, realizing that things were a bit complicated. Just then, the group of people following Gao Chen appeared right in front of him. The leader of this group was none other than Qiu Tianhan, who had provided Gao Chen with the information. Surprise, my branch master. Qiu Tianhan spread his arms wide, looking like a victor. It is indeed quite a surprise, Gao Chen replied expressionlessly. What do you want? Gao Chen asked directly, and Xiao Tianhan answered just as straightforwardly, my goal is simple. To kill you and take your place. On what basis? Gao Chen found Xiao Tianhan's actions hard to understand. On what basis do you think that by killing me you can take the position of branch master? If they really wanted you to be the branch master, they wouldn't have sent me. I really don't understand if people like you have anything but crap in your heads. Xiao Tianhan was genuinely taken aback that Gao Chen still dared to mock him in this situation. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't say much at this time. After all, the more you say, the less likely you are to die a quick death. In Xiao Tianhan's eyes, Gao Chen was no different from a dead man. Who gave you the confidence to think you could kill me? Gao Chen was puzzled. I brought 20 warriors at the King 9 stars level. Do you think that can't kill you? In Xiao Tianhan's view, Gao Chen, who was already the branch master of the Langya branch, was currently at the King 9 stars level, so he naively believed that bringing 20 warriors at the King 9 stars level would be enough to eliminate Gao Chen. Sometimes, people are just too naive. Gao Chen guessed Xiao Tianhan's thoughts and continued to mock him. You don't think I'm a King 9 stars warrior, do you? No way, right? Gao Chen's continuous taunts made Xiao Tianhan a bit less confident. Aren't you a King 9 stars warrior? Of course not. Gao Chen replied bluntly. I am currently a mid-stage grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhan was completely dumbfounded. He thought he had been cautious enough, but unexpectedly, it seemed he was still wrong. If Gao Chen were really just a King 9 stars warrior, then the 20 King 9 stars warriors he brought would easily be able to kill him. But if Gao Chen was a mid-stage grandmaster, then things were a bit off. He knew very well that as long as Gao Chen was willing, he could easily escape from the encirclement of these 20 King 9 stars warriors. Once Gao Chen escaped, Xiao Tianhan would be completely finished. Master Gao, let's just pretend this never happened, how about that? Xiao Tianhan asked Gao Chen with a stiff face. Gao Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot, and said, do you think that's possible? Xiao Tianhan felt bitter inside. If he had known that Gao Chen was already a mid-stage grandmaster, even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't have brought people to ambush Gao Chen. Brother Tua, make your move. Just as Xiao Tianhan was feeling distressed, Gao Chen suddenly shouted. Before Xiao Tianhan could react, screams erupted. Tua Tianyun was indeed an alchemist, but he was also a grandmaster warrior. Moreover, his combat power was even stronger than that of other warriors at the same level. Ah, 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 the screams echoed through Xiao Tianhan's group. Just as he was about to turn around to check, Gao Chen also made his move. After all, the opponents were all king-level warriors. If Gao Chen used the secret of the word all, it would be a bit too much. But not using the secret of the word all didn't mean he was weak. Grass character sword technique. The sword light transformed into sharp blades, charging straight at Xiao Tianhan's group. This group of King 9 stars warriors was no match for Gao Chen and Tua Tianyun at all. In less than 5 minutes, they were all knocked to the ground by Gao Chen and Tua Tianyun. Is that it? Gao Chen looked down at Xiao Tianhan and couldn't help but mock him. Before ambushing me, you should have done your homework. To be honest, having a villain like you makes me feel like a failure, you know? As a defeated person, Xiao Tianhan was filled with the despair typical of losers. Since he had already lost, he could just lie back and take the ridicule. How do we solve this? Tua Tianyun asked Gao Chen. Just as Gao Chen was about to speak, a loud roar suddenly came from deeper within Xuanfa City. You're done for. Gao Chen waved his hand dismissively, looking towards the depths of Xuanfa City. Do you think I'm your little brother? Tua Tianyun mumbled, but still, the weapon in his hand flashed and sliced through Xiao Tianhan's body. Lying on the ground, Xiao Tianhan frowned slightly. He didn't feel any discomfort in his body, but just as he was about to try to use his power, he found that the strength within him had completely vanished. What did you do to me? He looked at Tua Tianyun in horror. Tua Tianyun innocently pointed at Gao Chen. He told me to take you out, so I did. You really took him out? Gao Chen looked at Tua Tianyun, surprised that he had such a skill. Of course. Tua Tianyun nodded proudly and said to Gao Chen, do you want to learn? Roar. At that moment, another roar echoed from the depths of Xuanfa City. Let's go take a look. I have a feeling we might encounter something good this time. Gao Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at Tua Tianyun. Tua Tianyun glanced in that direction, his expression serious as he nodded. I have that feeling too. The two exchanged a glance and then soared towards the depths of Xuanfa City. You can't treat me like this. Xiao Tianhan shouted desperately in the direction the two had gone. He was now just an ordinary person. Throwing an ordinary person into a gathering place of exotic beasts was like tossing a little lamb into a pack of wolves. But no matter how he shouted, no one paid him any attention. Roar! Just as he was about to leave Xuanfa City, a low growl sounded from behind him. He turned back with difficulty. What he saw were a pair of blood-red eyes like lanterns. No matter what, he is the vice master of your branch. You just leave him there. Do you think that's appropriate? Tua Tianyun asked Gao Chen as they hurried along. Gao Chen smiled slightly and replied, he wanted to kill me, big brother. I didn't kill him, I've already given him a lot of face. Tua Tianyun was not a newly minted warrior. He understood that Gao Chen had a point. The two moved at great speed, and in less than 10 minutes they reached the deepest part of Xuanfa City. What is that? In a certain spot at the deepest part, two exotic beasts were fiercely attacking each other. One was like a crocodile turtle, and the other like a python. What are they fighting over? Most of the conflicts between exotic beasts arose from competing for something. Could it be an exotic? Before Tua Tianyun could finish his thought, he dismissed it. If they were really fighting over an exotic fruit, there wouldn't be a single scent in the vicinity. As they spoke, the battle between the two exotic beasts was gradually coming to an end. The crocodile turtle had its shell for defense, but the python did not. The bloodied python was slowing down, and the blood on its body was increasing. You take the python, I'll take the crocodile turtle. Gao Chen looked at Tua Tianyun. Tua Tianyun licked his lips and nodded. Go! Gao Chen growled, then charged forward. The moment Gao Chen made his move, Tua Tianyun also acted. The two reached the sides of the two exotic beasts almost simultaneously. This weapon is quite interesting, Gao Chen thought to himself as he looked at the weapon in Tua Tianyun's hand. Unlike other conventional weapons, Tua Tianyun's weapon was a very rare ruler-type weapon. Although ruler-type weapons seemed somewhat clumsy in Tua Tianyun's hands, their speed was not at all inferior to the Tizot sword in Gao Chen's hand. The two approached the strange beast simultaneously and almost struck at the same time. With just one move, they each dealt with their respective beasts. The body of the alligator turtle is mine, and the python's is yours, Tua Tianyun said to Gao Chen. Gao Chen waved his hand and replied, you can have them both, I just want to know what they were fighting over. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Chen pulled the Tizot sword from the alligator turtle's body and began to search around. Soon, he discovered a dilapidated ancient building not far away. The height of this ancient structure was barely a meter. Its style resembled the architectural style of the Qin dynasty, from before Gao Chen's time. 1 meter? This definitely isn't meant for people to live in. Since it's not for habitation, then, this was the first time Gao Chen had seen such a building. This is a temple dedicated to the earth god, Tua Tianyun said as he finished dealing with the alligator turtle's corpse and walked over to Gao Chen, gently patting him on the shoulder. Earth god? Gao Chen was somewhat surprised upon hearing those words. After spending so much time in this world, it was the first time he had heard anything about gods. Seeing the confusion on Gao Chen's face, Tua Tianyun continued to explain, according to legend, there were indeed deities in this world during ancient times. But later, for reasons unknown, the gods disappeared, and the evidence of their existence lies in various ruins, Tua Tianyun said as he prepared to lean down and investigate the earth god temple. Gao Chen grabbed him. This place feels a bit eerie, let's be cautious. The ancient building did indeed seem like a place of worship for deities. However, for some reason, the more Gao Chen looked at it, the more strange it felt. You know, such buildings are quite rare. Generally, inside these kinds of structures, one might find maps leading to ancient ruins. If no one has been here before, we might just find a map to the entrance of the ancient ruins, Tua Tianyun said. Before Gao Chen could respond, and he directly slipped inside. Seeing this, Gao Chen followed him. Because the building was in ruins, sunlight streamed in through the broken parts, making the interior very bright. Once inside, Gao Chen felt an indescribable chill. The building was only a meter high, so it wasn't very deep either. The two crouched down and walked less than 5 meters before reaching the end of the structure. At the end of the building stood a half-meter tall statue. Is this the earth god? Although Gao Chen had never seen the earth god before, he had seen many statues of deities. Yet, even those gods that suppressed evil spirits did not seem as fierce as the statue before him. It's written right there. Tua Tianyun pointed to the tablet on the offering table in front of the statue and said to Gao Chen, Earth god. Gao Chen looked at the tablet and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The tablet indeed bore those 4 characters, and it was truly the Earth god. But what terrified him was that the script on it was in the small seal script used after the first emperor unified the 7 states. Just as Gao Chen was feeling terrified, Tua Tianyun had already begun to search around. However, after a round of searching, disappointment appeared on his face. Seeing Tua Tianyun's disappointed expression, Gao Chen realized that they were not the first to discover this temple. Let's go, Gao Chen said, not wanting to stay in this place for even a second longer. Tua Tianyun nodded, looking dejected. But just as he turned around, his eyes suddenly lit up. Look at this. Tua Tianyun pointed to the back of the statue. Gao Chen walked over to take a closer look. Behind the statue, a sword was embedded. The blade was completely inserted into the statue, leaving only the hilt exposed. Why does this hilt look so familiar? Tua Tianyun pondered. Isn't this just like the hilt of your weapon? Tua Tianyun looked at Gao Chen's Tizot sword. Gao Chen suddenly came to his senses. He quickly walked over, disregarding the eerie feeling, and pulled the small sword out. Sure enough, the small sword was exactly the same as the Tizot small sword he had obtained earlier. This small sword belongs to me, how about that? Gao Chen asked Tua Tianyun while playing with it. Tua Tianyun shrugged indifferently and said, this thing looks Useless at first glance, so if it belongs to you, it belongs to you. The two searched around again, and seeing that there were no other spoils, they left the land god temple. Just before they exited, Gao Chen turned back to take a look. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he actually saw a strange smile on the statue's face. When he rubbed his eyes, that eerie smile disappeared again. After leaving the temple, the two of them didn't bother with Xiao Tianhan anymore and chose to return directly to the Langia base city. Before dark, they returned to Langia base city. Once back in the base city, the two parted ways. Gao Chen didn't know where Tua Tianyun went, but Gao Chen returned to the branch library. On the way to the branch library, he called Lu Tianping. What did you say? In the director's office, Lu Tianping was very angry upon hearing about Gao Chen's encounter today. Xiao Tianhan tricked you into saying he found a place that might be an ancient relic and then ambushed you? Lu Tianping's face was filled with rage. Gao Chen nodded. After the anger subsided, Lu Tianping asked Gao Chen again, where is Xiao Tianhan? After I disabled him, I threw him in Xuanfa City, Gao Chen said casually after taking a sip of tea. That's a bit troublesome. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping's brows furrowed slightly. After all, he is the deputy director of the branch library, second only to the director. The disappearance of a deputy director of a branch library is a big deal for the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. If we can't find evidence of him ambushing you might get into trouble. After Lu Tianping finished speaking, he looked at Gao Chen. Gao Chen pondered for a moment and said, do you know where his home is? Maybe there's evidence at his home. Lu Tianping perked up upon hearing this. Before we go to his home, let's go to his office first. Lu Tianping was also a practical person. As soon as he finished speaking, he got up and walked out of the office. Gao Chen followed closely behind. With Lu Tianping leading the way, they quickly arrived at Xiao Tianhan's office. You can just walk up and open the door, he said. The deputy director of the branch library had high authority within the branch. Gao Chen nodded and walked up. The door to Xiao Tianhan's office opened. His office was the same size as Gao Chen's. The only difference was that the decor in his office was much more luxurious than that in Gao Chen's. This indicated that he was a very ostentatious person. Once the two entered the office, they began to search. Soon, they found Xiao Tianhan's personal computer. Because the computer was encrypted layer by layer, neither of them could open it. I'll find someone to crack it, Lu Tianping said. His connections in Langia Base City were far more extensive than Gao Chen's. After Lu Tianping left, Gao Chen continued to search in Xiao Tianhan's office. Could everything be stored in the computer? After searching with no results, Gao Chen had no choice but to leave. The next morning, the computer's defense level is very high. It will take about a week to crack, Lu Tianping said on the phone. A week is neither long nor short. However, since there was a specific time frame, Gao Chen was no longer anxious. Let's go check out the Alchemy Alliance first. Gao Chen drove straight to the Alchemy Alliance. Looking at the Alchemy Alliance in front of him, Gao Chen felt a bit lost. As a loosely managed alliance-type organization, he had expected its decor not to be too luxurious. But upon seeing it, Gao Chen found that the branch of the Alchemy Alliance was vastly different from his imagination. A narrow storefront, dilapidated doors and windows, and a hall filled with a musty smell. Gao Chen could never have imagined that the branch of the Alchemy Alliance would be so run down. Who are you looking for? An old man in the hall saw Gao Chen enter and asked with his murky eyes. I'm not looking for anyone, Gao Chen snapped back to reality from his shock. I'm just here to take a look. The old man, upon hearing Gao Chen say he wanted to take a look, did not refuse. He waved his hand and said to Gao Chen, feel free to look around, there's nothing valuable left here anyway. After the old man left, Gao Chen sighed. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained, heart. Monkey pill formula. Ding. A new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to Alchemy Room number 1 for sign-in. Heart Monkey Pill Formula, great achievement, a first-grade pill formula, with a chance to refine a heavenly-grade Heart Monkey Pill. The introduction to the Heart Monkey Pill formula is very simple. With no other options, Gao Chen could only check his phone for information about the Heart Monkey Pill. Heart Monkey Pill, a pill refined by spiritual alchemists. Its name derived from the saying Heart Monkey, wandering thoughts. Everyone has a heart monkey within them. The Heart Monkey Pill can help you break free from it, allowing your cultivation to reach new heights. The higher the level of the Heart Monkey Pill consumed, the greater the chance of breaking free from constraints. The effects of this Heart Monkey Pill seem to be quite similar to those of the 5 Elements Golden Pill. On the surface, it appears so, but in reality, the effects of the two are worlds apart. The chance of breaking free from constraints with a heavenly grade Heart Monkey Pill is about 95%. However, the probability for the same level 5 Elements Golden Pill is only 50%. Let me see if the Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit can enhance the level of this formula. Gao Chen thought, taking an Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit from the system and placing it in his backpack. He took it out and swallowed it whole. Ding! Skill, Heart Monkey Pill formula has broken through to great achievement and entered perfection. Gao Chen looked at the Heart Monkey Pill formula again and noticed that has a chance had changed to has a high chance. Seeing this, Gao Chen was delighted. He glanced at the drowsy old man and turned to leave the Alchemy Alliance branch. This young man is interesting. The old man slowly opened his eyes after Gao Chen left. The reason Gao Chen did not rush to find a new sign-in location was that he needed to buy some materials. He intended to use these materials to refine a heart monkey pill. Extreme Dao City, Law Enforcement Department. The deputy head of the Langya branch has gone missing? Li Zijiang frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. Yes, his subordinate replied seriously, nodding. He has been missing for over 24 hours. Have you contacted the branch head? Li Zijiang asked his subordinate. Not yet, the subordinate said, looking troubled. Bang! Li Zijiang slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at his subordinate and scolded. What are you doing? It's been 24 hours, and you still haven't contacted the local branch head to inquire about the situation. The subordinate stammered, lowering his head. The branch head of Langya is Gao Chun. Even if it's the king of heaven, you still need to. Li Zijiang's words trailed off as he froze. Who did you say? Li Zijiang asked again. Gao Chun, the one who is very close to Minister Yi, the subordinate said, looking quite troubled. That's troublesome. Li Zijiang rubbed his forehead, muttering to himself. Is Yi Qingshan scary? In Li Zijiang's view, Yi Qingshan is indeed very scary. But what's even scarier is the person behind Yi Qingshan. In that case, notify the two deputy heads and have them investigate in Langya Base City. Besides Li Zijiang and his trusted subordinate, no one in the law enforcement department knew about Gao Chen and Yi Qingshan's relationship. You have a good plan, the trusted subordinate said with a smile. Better to let a dead friend not die than a poor Taoist. Li Zijiang smiled sinisterly. This minister, who appeared to be in a glorious position, was actually walking on thin ice with every step. His two deputy heads were also eyeing his position covetously. They hoped for Li Zijiang to make a mistake, and Li Zijiang hoped for them to make a mistake as well. Since there was an opportunity for them to err, Li Zijiang certainly wouldn't let it slip by. After the trusted subordinate left, Li Zijiang picked up a cup of tea and walked to the window, murmuring, I hope you two can get to the bottom of this matter. At this moment, Gao Chen was in the market of the base city, searching for materials to refine the Heart Monkey pill. The Heart Monkey Dan is, after all, a pill that helps master martial artists break through, so finding the corresponding materials is not an easy task. He searched the market for a whole day and only found 3 or 4 of the required materials. Right. After leaving the market, Gao Chen thought of Tuo Tianyun. This guy is a spirit alchemist. He should have quite a few materials for refining pills. Perhaps he also has the materials Gao Chen needs. You want Heart Monkey grass? What do you need that for? The materials for refining pills are not exotic fruits. Ordinary martial artists don't need them at all. I want to refine a pill. Gao Chen did not hide this from Tuo Tianyun. Upon hearing this, Tuo Tianyun was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. While laughing, he did not forget to mock Gao Chen. Are you kidding me? Are you an alchemist? Do you have an alchemy certificate? Without an alchemy certificate, you dare to refine pills? Aren't you afraid the Alchemy Alliance will come after you? Gao Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard that refining pills required an alchemy certificate. And are you sure you have the talent for refining pills? Can you understand the formulas? Tuo Tianyun's 2 questions left Gao Chen stunned again. After a moment, Gao Chen asked, where can I take the exam for the alchemist certificate? As long as it's the Alchemy Alliance, you can take the exam anywhere, Tuo Tianyun replied. After hanging up the phone, Gao Chen did not concern himself with the materials anymore but headed straight to the Langya branch of the Alchemy Alliance. Why are you here again? The old man saw Gao Chen return and said impatiently. There's nothing left here. I'm here to take the alchemist certificate exam, Gao Chen stated directly. The old man was slightly taken aback. He clearly did not expect someone to come here to take the alchemy certificate exam. The exam requires a payment of 1 million and you need to bring your own materials. After the old man regained his composure, he said to Gao Chen. Gao Chen nodded and replied, money is not a problem and materials are not a problem either. Upon hearing this, the old man took out his phone from his pocket and opened a payment app, saying, scan to pay. Gao Chen took out his phone and scanned to make the payment. After completing the payment, the old man said to Gao Chen, follow me. Didn't you say the materials need to be self-provided? Gao Chen had planned to buy some materials. The old man glanced at Gao Chen and said lightly, it's been a long time since anyone came. Today, consider it a way to entertain me. The materials you need for the exam today, I'll cover. Since the old man had said so, Gao Chen certainly would not refuse. After all, the materials needed for pill refining are not cheap. After the old man finished speaking, he turned and walked in a certain direction. Gao Chen followed closely behind. He noticed that the deeper they went, the better the environment became, and the more pleasant the aroma was. Outside the first alchemy room, the old man stopped. This is the first alchemy room. It contains all the materials needed for first-grade pills. Additionally, there are some basic pill formulas inside. You Have only 1 hour. If you can refine a first-grade pill within that time, even if the pill's level is yellow grade, you will receive the alchemy certificate and become a first-grade alchemist. Gao Chen nodded and then pushed the door to enter the first alchemy room. Once Gao Chen entered, the old man walked in another direction. He opened the door to a concealed room which was filled with numerous televisions. One of the screens displayed the scene from the first alchemy room. After entering the first alchemy room, Gao Chen began to observe the environment inside. The first alchemy room was about 200 square meters in size. In the center, there was a huge alchemy furnace that was more than 2 people tall. In the corners, there were many materials needed for alchemy. Next to the materials, there was a cabinet. On top of the cabinet were some books. Gao Chen first walked to the cabinet. He found the instructions for using the alchemy furnace and the main steps for refining pills. Does he even know how to refine pills if he has to look at these basic things? The old man sitting on the sofa, staring at Gao Chen, frowned deeply. Gao Chen read quickly, finishing 2 books in just 5 minutes. After reading, he began searching for pill formulas. The Qi Yuan Dan was the most basic and ordinary pill formula. Generally, novice alchemists would use Qi Yuan Dan as a breakthrough point. Without hesitation, Gao Chen took a Wu Dao tea tree fruit from his backpack and tossed it into his mouth. Ding! Acquired new skill, Qi Yuan Dan formula, great accomplishment. He didn't check the specific introduction of the Qi Yuan Dan formula and threw another Wu Dao tea tree fruit into his mouth. Ding! Skill, Qi Yuan Dan formula, has broken through to the perfect realm. With everything ready, Gao Chen began selecting materials. Selecting materials was also an important part of this exam. Seeing Gao Chen quickly and accurately pick out the required materials from a multitude of options, the old man in the monitoring room nodded in satisfaction. After selecting the materials, Gao Chen tossed all of them into the alchemy furnace in one go. The old man's brows furrowed at Gao Chen's simple and crude actions. He then walked to the alchemy furnace and began to operate it. The old man opened a computer. The screen displayed the control interface of Gao Chen's alchemy furnace. The temperature is too high, the water injection was late by 18 seconds, and the lid was open 12 seconds too early. Despite the antique appearance of the alchemy furnace, the system operating it was the latest computer intelligence system. While observing Gao Chen's operations, the old man made comments to himself. After Gao Chen tossed the materials into the alchemy furnace, he stood by the operating system waiting. What does this kid want to do? The old man frowned again when he saw that Gao Chen had no intention of leaving the alchemy furnace. As the temperature of the alchemy furnace rose, Gao Chen began to adjust the furnace's settings under the old man's astonished gaze. Initially, he adjusted it every 5 minutes, then every 3 minutes in the mid-stage, and finally every minute in the later stage. Does he really know how to refine pills? The old man was very skeptical. Half an hour later, the door of the alchemy furnace opened. At this moment, the old man was astonished to find that there were actually pills inside Gao Chen's alchemy furnace. After waiting for a moment, Gao Chen took the pills out of the furnace. Through the monitor, the old man was taken aback. As expected, Gao Chen had refined a Qi Yuan Dan. However, the color of this Qi Yuan Dan was shockingly red. A first-tier supreme-grade pill, how is this possible? The old man widened his eyes as if he had witnessed something incredible. Besides the tier, pills also have levels. From low to high, they are ordinary, inferior, medium, superior, fine, and supreme. The corresponding colors are white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. Even the most experienced first-tier alchemist would find it challenging to refine a first-tier supreme-grade pill. In addition to controlling the heat, one must closely monitor the temperature inside the furnace and various complex procedures. Yet Gao Chen had refined a first-tier supreme-grade pill right from the start. How could this not astonish the old man? Seeing that Gao Chen was about to leave the alchemy room, the old man slowly walked out of the monitoring room. I should be able to pass the exam now, right? Gao Chen raised the first-tier supreme Qi Yuan Dan in his hand, asking the old man proudly. Yes. The old man reached out to take the Qi Yuan Dan from Gao Chen's hand, observing it seriously for a moment before handing it back to Gao Chen. Come here in 3 days to collect your certificate. After saying this, the old man waved his hand, signaling Gao Chen to leave. Shortly after Gao Chen left, the old man took out his phone and dialed a number. The headquarters of the Alchemy Alliance. The leader, Xia Tianfeng, was busy preparing for the Alchemy Conference a month later. Every year, the Alchemy Alliance's conference attracts attention from people all over the world, and every alchemist aims to win the championship at the conference. Leader.at This moment, the door to Xia Tianfeng's office was knocked on, and his voluptuous and graceful female secretary walked in. What's wrong? Xia Tianfeng smiled at the secretary, noticing there was no one around. Are you missing me? How annoying. The secretary shot him a flirtatious glance and pointed to the phone in her hand. Someone is looking for you. Just tell them I'm busy, Xia Tianfeng replied. Irritably, the secretary glanced at her phone and said, the caller ID shows it's someone named Chu Phone. No one is useful right now, I'm too busy. Before Xia Tianfeng could finish his sentence, he froze. It seemed he remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Who did you say it was?" "Shu Feng," the secretary repeated. Xia Tianfeng quickly rushed in front of the secretary and snatched the phone. "Teacher, how do you have time to call me?" As soon as the call connected, Xia Tianfeng's attitude changed instantly. "I need a certificate for a first-grade alchemist. I must have it within a day," Shu Feng said. "No problem, I'll send someone over right away," Xia Tianfeng replied respectfully. The secretary watched the scene, astonished. Xia Tianfeng was the leader of the Alchemist Alliance and also a rare 7th-tier alchemist. Even when facing some world-class big shots, he could maintain his composure. Yet now, he was so humble towards an apparently ordinary old man. How could this not make the secretary feel puzzled? After hanging up the phone, Xia Tianfeng ordered the secretary, "Call Lu Rui over immediately." Lu Rui, the vice-leader of the Alchemist Alliance. "Yes." Seeing Xia Tianfeng's serious demeanor, the secretary straightened up instantly. "Leader." A few minutes later, a middle-aged man entered Xia Tianfeng's office. This man was Lu Rui, one of the 2 vice-leaders of the Alchemist Alliance and a 6th-tier spiritual alchemist. "Did you need something? Go get a first-grade alchemist certificate and send it to the branch in Langya Base City," Xia Tianfeng commanded. Lu Rui was slightly taken aback, then frowned. "Do I really need to deliver a first-grade alchemist certificate?" Langya Base City, Xia Tianfeng simply repeated those 5 words. Lu Rui, who hadn't felt anything before, seemed to realize something upon hearing Xia Tianfeng repeat it. "Is it the Langya Base City where Old Chu is?" Lu Rui's expression changed dramatically. "That's right." Xia Tianfeng nodded seriously. "You should know what this represents." Lu Rui nodded. The Langya Base City branch had been abandoned for over 10 years. In that time, not a single alchemist had appeared there. The Alchemist Alliance had almost forgotten about that place. Now that Old Chu had requested an alchemist certificate from headquarters, it indicated that an exceptional talent had emerged from that location. Understanding this, Lu Rui didn't dare to delay. He grabbed a first-grade alchemist certificate and immediately took a flight to Langya Base City. Oh no. As soon as he stepped out of the Alchemist Alliance branch, Gao Chen slapped his thigh. "I was so focused on alchemy that I forgot something important." Gao Chen's main reason for going to the Alchemist Alliance was to sign in. No rush. He would come back anyway, he could sign in next time. Thinking this, Gao Chen prepared to go home and rest. He sat in the car, and as soon as it started, his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Lu Tianping. After answering the call, Lu Tianping said in a serious tone, "Come to the branch, someone is looking for you." The Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Langya branch. In the first conference room, 3 people were chatting. One of them was Lu Tianping, while the other 2 looked very unfamiliar. One was a man in a bright red suit with a gentle smile, resembling a host from a wedding planning company. The woman wore a white long dress, her face cold as ice, giving off an air of, "Do not approach." The man's name was Zhou. The woman's name was Di Tian. The 2 individuals were the deputy ministers of the law enforcement department responsible for this investigation. Why hasn't Gao Chen arrived yet? Di Tian's face was as cold as ice, and his words carried a chilling tone. Does he not know we are here? He doesn't even care about the face of our law enforcement department. What does he want to do? It's not that. The high-score pavilion master lives a bit far from here, so Lu Tianping tried to explain for Gao Chen. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhou. That doesn't seem like a valid reason. One was icy and the other cheerful, yet they shared a common trait, arrogance. "I'm here." At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Gao Chen swaggered in. "You finally made it." Lu Tianping wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and introduced him. "This is Deputy Minister Zhou, and this is Deputy Minister Di Tian. Both are from the law enforcement department." Gao Chen politely nodded at the 2. However, they did not rise, they merely cast a disdainful glance at Gao Chen. "Do you know why we are here to find you?" Di Tian's opening line gave off the vibe of an old interrogator. The rudeness of the 2 made Gao Chen quite displeased. He pulled out a chair and sat down casually, saying, "I don't know." Impudent. Seeing Gao Chen sit down without their permission, Zhou slammed the table angrily. "Did I tell you to sit?" Gao Chen shot a sideways glance at Zhou. "Who do you think you are?" As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire conference room fell silent. "Daring to speak like that to someone from the law enforcement department, I see you don't want to live anymore." Gao Chen's audacity infuriated Zhou. "Trying to scare me?" Gao Chen was not easily intimidated. He looked at Zhou with a face full of contempt. "If I could be scared by you, I would take your surname. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, get the hell out." Gao Chen's attitude filled Zhou with rage. If this were not in the base city, Zhou would have undoubtedly slapped Gao Chen to death. "Is the disappearance of Qiu Tianhen related to you?" Di Tian suppressed his anger and asked Gao Chen sternly. Leaning back in his chair, Gao Chen did not hide anything. "It is related. That idiot tried to ambush me and I took him out." "He wanted to ambush you?" Di Tian did not believe it, frowning. "Do you have any evidence?" "No." Gao Chen shook his head indifferently. At that moment, Lu Tianping wanted to say something, but a glance from Gao Chen stopped him. Lu Tianping had no idea what Gao Chen was up to. However, since Gao Chen didn't want him to speak, he kept quiet. You dare to kill the deputy master of the branch without evidence. Gao Pavilion Master, you have quite the authority. Chen Zhou, suppressing his anger, began to speak sarcastically. No matter how much authority I have, it can't compare to the authority of your law enforcement department, right? When it came to sarcasm, Gao Chen was not afraid of anyone. What do you mean by that? Chen Zhou slammed the table and stood up again. Are you implying that our law enforcement department has issues? Exactly, your law enforcement department has problems. Relying on the fact that you have the pavilion master behind you, you don't even follow procedures when doing things. If this isn't a problem, then what is? Continuously being countered by Gao Chen, Chen Zhou's anger had reached its peak. However, Gao Chen was the master of the branch and it wasn't easy for them to take action against him. As a one-star core member, if Gao Chen didn't have the identity of a branch master, they could easily manipulate him. But with that identity, they needed solid evidence to act against Gao Chen. Just as Gao Chen and Chen Zhou were at a standoff, Lu Tianping's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at his phone and then, with an apologetic expression, said to Chen Zhou and Di Tian, I have something to attend to, I'll step out for a moment. Without waiting for their reaction, Lu Tianping directly left the conference room. Since you say our process has issues, let's proceed with a process that has no problems. Di Tian had calmed down more quickly than Chen Zhou. She sat up straight and asked, seriously, is the disappearance of Qiu Tianhen related to you? Yes, Gao Chen nodded. Did you kill him? Di Tian continued to ask. That's right. Gao Chen still did not hide anything. He knew there was no need to conceal these matters. Since this has been confirmed, please come back with us to Jidao City. Killing the deputy director of the branch was considered a serious crime under the laws of the Jidao Martial Arts Academy. But he was the one who plotted to ambush me first. Gao Chen did not want to go back with them. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Chen Zhou shouted, angrily, slamming the table. If there's no evidence proving he ambushed you first, then you must come back to Jidao City to face punishment. But it seems you also have no evidence of me killing Qiu Tianhen, right? This statement sounded somewhat contradictory to the previous one. However, upon further thought, it was not contradictory at all. Gao Chen did admit that Qiu Tianhen's disappearance was related to him, but the problem was that they had no relevant evidence. If this matter escalated, Gao Chen could deny it vehemently. Then both of them would likely have to face accountability from the minister and the head of the academy. At this moment, the situation fell into a stalemate. Lu Tianping left the conference room and headed straight for the branch's main entrance. At the entrance, a young man was looking around. When he saw Lu Tianping come out, the young man was overjoyed. He handed his computer to Lu Tianping and said proudly, I cracked the computer, it should have what you want. So fast? Didn't you say it would take a week? Lu Tianping asked, puzzled. The young man replied proudly, I used the latest technology, so the cracking speed was much faster. Thank you, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Lu Tianping transferred the money to the young man. You're so generous. Seeing the amount Lu Tianping sent, the young man beamed with joy, as it was double what they had agreed upon. After the young man left, Lu Tianping found a place to open the computer. When he saw the contents of the computer, a smile appeared on his face. In addition to evidence of Qiu Tianhen contacting the assassin, it even retained the receipt for hiring the assassin. Wow, this can be reimbursed? Lu Tianping joked as he walked toward the conference room. Inside Jidao City, Yi Qingshan also received news about Gao Chen. She rushed to the law enforcement department to Li Zijian's office. What's going on? Yi Qingshan almost barged into Li Zijian's office. Li Zijian waved his hand to dismiss others and said, the deputy director over there is missing. It's normal procedure to investigate. Normal procedure? Do you think I'm a fool? Yi Qingshan shouted angrily at Li Zijian. Seeing Yi Qingshan's anger, Li Zijian's heart trembled. While Yi Qingshan was reprimanding Li Zijian, Lu Tianping's computer was also delivered to Gao Chen. He opened the computer in the conference room and showed the evidence to the two deputy ministers. When they saw the evidence, they realized that what Gao Chen said was the truth. Let's go, Chen Zhou said to Di Tian. Di Tian reluctantly stood up and was about to walk out of the conference room. You're leaving just like that? Don't you plan to say something? Gao Chen's voice rang out from behind them. Di Tian turned around first, her face dark as she growled, what else do you want? You slandered me and still won't apologize. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Gao Chen's tone was very relaxed. Apologize? Are you out of your mind? Chen Zhou's anger was about to overflow. He screamed hysterically in Gao Chen's direction. When has our law enforcement department ever apologized to anyone? Lu Tianping also believed that an apology was impossible and advised from the side, since the matter has already passed, why not just let it go? Impossible. Gao Chen's attitude was very firm. You come to my territory, act like you're done, and think you can leave. It seems there's no such good thing in this world. If you don't apologize today, don't even think about leaving. Gao Chen spoke with great resolve. However, his threat held no real deterrent power for the two of them. Not to mention their identities, just considering their realms, if the two of them wanted to leave, there truly was no one in the Langia base city who could stop them. I'm quite curious to know how you plan to stop us from leaving, Shinjo said with a half smile, looking at Gao Chen. I want to know too, Tian said, looking at Gao Chen with a mocking gaze, his words laced with disdain. Don't believe me, huh? Then just wait and see. Gao Chen, like a primary school student, took out his phone and dialed Yi Qingshan's number. As soon as the call connected, Yi Qingshan anxiously asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Gao Chen shook his head, indicating he was okay, and said, "These two deputy ministers from the law enforcement department think they can just leave after acting like they're done with me. Minister Yi, what do you think about this matter?" As soon as the 5 words Minister Yi came out of Gao Chen's mouth, the expressions of the two changed instantly. They might not fear their own minister, but they were very afraid of Yi Qingshan. Shenzhou, Tian. Immediately Baoan apologized to Gao Chen. Otherwise, don't even think about returning to the extreme Dao city. As soon as these words were spoken, Shenzhou and Tian immediately softened. I'm sorry. The previously tough Shenzhou deeply bowed to Gao Chen. The previous matter was all my fault. I shouldn't have come to hold you accountable without investigation. I hope this matter hasn't caused you any trouble. I also realize my mistake. Tian's attitude also softened. Although her eyes were filled with anger, she still deeply bowed to Gao Chen. Our procedures do indeed have issues, and we will improve them. I hope in the future, you can supervise us. Lu Tianping stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that Gao Chen's trip to Extreme Dao City would lead him to meet such a significant figure as Yi Qingshan. At the same time, a strange thought arose in his mind. All right. Seeing the two's attitude so sincere and proper, Yi Qingshan waved her hand. You can leave now. Yes. Yes. The two nodded and fled the conference room as if in a panic. After chatting with Yi Qingshan for a few more moments, the call was also ended. What a clever move. Letting the dead friend not die while the poor Taoist lives. Yi Qingshan coldly left a remark as she exited Li Ziji's office. This remark made Li Ziji break out in a cold sweat. I don't want to go back to Extreme Dao City anymore, Lu Tianping expressed his thoughts after the two left. I want to stay in Langia and be your deputy curator. Ha! Gao Chen was somewhat surprised. It was known that Lu Tianping could definitely get promoted if his realm kept up during this trip back to Extreme Dao City. Why? Gao Chen's expression was serious. After thinking for a while, Lu Tianping replied. Earnestly, I feel that staying in Langia might lead to a brighter future for me. Then you should stay. Regardless of the reason, Gao Chen actually hoped Lu Tianping would stay. But since it concerned Lu Tianping's future, Gao Chen didn't want to pressure him to stay. However, since he brought it up himself, Gao Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. Since you believe in me so much, I'll give you a bright future. Lu Tianping nodded. Then, he went to contact the headquarters. Not long after the two deputy ministers left, Tua Tianyun found Gao Chen. Is the 5-star golden pill ready? Gao Chen asked Tua Tianyun. Tua Tianyun shook his head dejectedly. The first batch was a failure. Ha! Gao Chen didn't expect Tua Tianyun to fail. I'll go take a look, Gao Chen said. You, Tua. Tianyun shot Gao Chen a mocking glance again. It's not that I look down on you. You simply can't see where the problem lies. Faced with Tua Tianyun's ridicule, Gao Chen remained silent and just shrugged. Go take a look, it won't hurt to try, Gao Chen said. Since Gao Chen had said so, Tua Tianyun didn't press the matter further. 10 minutes later, the two appeared in Tua Tianyun's villa. The timing is off. Standing in front of the alchemy furnace, Gao Chen immediately spotted Tua Tianyun's issue. The temperature was too high in the first 10 minutes and too low in the last 10. You're just all talk. Tua Tianyun, with years of alchemy experience, didn't believe Gao Chen's words at all. After so many years of alchemy, how could I make such a basic mistake? Mastering the timing is fundamental for an alchemist. Someone like Tua Tianyun, an experienced practitioner, wouldn't make such a rookie error. Don't believe me? Then take out the herbs, and I'll refine them for you, Gao Chen said to Tua Tianyun. To dispel Gao Chen's notion that alchemy is easy, Tua Tianyun relinquished his position and gestured for Gao Chen to proceed. Gao Chen, however, showed no signs of hesitation. He walked directly to the alchemy furnace and began cleaning up the remnants from Tua Tianyun's previous attempt. Watching Gao Chen's slow and amateurish movements, Tua Tianyun shook his head furiously. You can't really think that anyone can become an alchemist, right? No way, right? If you really think that, then you truly don't regard us alchemists as human. Alchemy, like cultivation, relies on talent. You do have talent in cultivation, but you can't possibly have any in alchemy. Tua Tianyun's incessant chatter gave Gao Chen a headache. While cleaning the furnace, he helplessly said to Tua Tianyun, come on, can you be quiet for a moment? Tua Tianyun complied and shut his mouth. Soon, Gao Chen finished cleaning the furnace. He reached out to Tua Tianyun. Give me the recipe. Tua Tianyun was quite straightforward, handing a recipe to Gao Chen. Do you need me to teach you how to read the recipe? Just shut up. Tua Tianyun's talkative nature was really getting on Gao Chen's nerves. He looked at Tua Tianyun with a troubled expression and said humbly, I beg you, please stop talking. Tua Tianyun fell silent again. Gao Chen took the recipe and began to study it seriously. When Gao Chen put down the recipe, Tua Tianyun spoke up again. Just memorizing it isn't enough. Before Tua Tianyun could finish, he was interrupted by a look from Gao Chen. After committing the recipe to memory, Gao Chen began to prepare. He cleaned the herbs, ground them, and preheated the alchemy furnace. After completing all these tasks, Gao Chen stood in front of the furnace, lost in thought. The temperature of the furnace quickly rose. Gao Chen directly tossed the ground herb powder into the furnace. His simple and crude method made Tua Tianyun want to curse. But before Tua Tianyun could say anything, Gao Chen began to operate the control panel of the furnace. He silently calculated the time in his mind while adjusting the furnace's temperature. Time passed quickly without notice. Just as Tua Tianyun was starting to feel a bit impatient, Gao Chen removed his hand from the control panel. From the moment the herbs went in until the elixir was ready, his hand had never left the control panel. Seeing Gao Chen's hand come off the panel, Tua Tianyun cautiously asked, Is it done? Gao Chen glanced at Tua Tianyun, a smile creeping onto his lips. Almost, but we still need to wait a bit longer. Tua Tianyun was filled with questions. He didn't understand why, if the elixir was ready, they still had to wait. Gao Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. After about half an hour, Gao Chen said to Tua Tianyun, It's done. The disdain in Tua Tianyun's heart had turned into anticipation at that moment. Gao Chen walked to the alchemy furnace and opened the lid. A fragrant aroma of medicine instantly filled his villa. Is it done? Tua Tianyun was utterly shocked. Before his astonishment could fade, Gao Chen had already taken the elixir out of the furnace. The golden elixir was surrounded by a layer of fiery red light. Seeing this scene, Tua Tianyun was completely dumbfounded. How did you do it? Tua Tianyun looked at Gao Chen as if witnessing a miracle. He knew that Gao Chen was a rare super genius in cultivation, but he never expected that this super genius, who was hard to come by in a millennium, would also possess such extraordinary talent in alchemy. This is the second elixir I've refined. The last one was a Chiyuan pill. Noticing the shock in Tua Tianyun's eyes and on his face, Gao Chen decided to play it up a bit. It seemed to be red when I refined it too. The first and second elixirs refined are both top-grade elixirs? Oh my god, what kind of monster is this person? Tua Tianyun was deeply impacted. During his first alchemy assessment, he had only managed to refine a high-quality elixir. Yet, it was this high-quality elixir that earned him the title of genius among the big shots of the Alchemy Alliance. But in front of Gao Chen, this so-called genius felt like a waste. After all, refining a high-quality elixir on the first try had some element of luck. However, if the first attempt produced a top-grade elixir, that could not simply be explained by luck. In other words, even if Gao Chen's first attempt at alchemy resulted in a top-grade elixir due to luck, the fact that the second attempt was also a top-grade elixir could no longer be attributed to luck. Master, Tua Tianyun truly admired Gao Chen. You are really impressive. I am genuinely convinced. Gao Chen smiled slightly and handed the top-grade 5 elements golden pill to Tua Tianyun. It's good that you're convinced. Just follow me from now on. There was a hint of jest in his words, but unexpectedly, after a moment of thought, Tua Tianyun replied, Then I will follow you from now on. Seeing Tua Tianyun agree so readily, Gao Chen was momentarily taken aback but said nothing further. Gao Chen left Tua Tianyun's villa. Tua Tianyun looked at the 5 elements golden pill in his hand, feeling a bit hesitant. Should I eat it or not? He was currently stuck at a bottleneck. Eating this top grade 5 elements golden pill would definitely allow him to break through and reach a new level. However, although Gao Chen had given him the 5 stars golden pill, he hadn't specified whether it was a gift or just for him to keep. Just as he was hesitating, Gao Chen returned. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and eat it, Gao Chen said to Tua Tianyun. After a moment of hesitation, Tua Tianyun tossed the 5 elements golden pill into his mouth. The effects of this top-grade 5 elements golden pill were truly powerful. As soon as it entered Tua Tianyun's body, it transformed into streams of energy, beginning to help him break through the bottleneck. Crack! Gao Chen suddenly heard a sound of shattering. Although the sound was not loud, Gao Chen heard it very clearly. Just as he thought Tua Tianyun was about to break through, he noticed something was off. The spiritual energy within Tua Tianyun was rapidly depleting. In just a minute, his spiritual energy had been almost completely exhausted. Isn't this asking for death? Gao Chen seemed to realize something. Without a second thought, he quickly took out a chuling fruit from the system's rewards. Then, he pried open Tua Tianyun's mouth and directly tossed a chuling fruit into it. With the help of the chuling fruit, Tua Tianyun regained a significant amount of energy. However, Gao Chen suddenly discovered that this one chuling fruit could not help Tua Tianyun break through. 1, 2, 3. When the 10th chuling fruit was thrown into Tuo Tianyun's mouth, the rapidly depleting spiritual energy finally began to slow down. He broke through. 10 minutes later, Gao Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, Tuo Tianyun absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy into his body like a whale, sucking in water. Then, he opened his eyes. A powerful aura erupted from him. Immediately after, he stood up. Congratulations! Gao Chen smiled and cupped his fists at Tuo Tianyun. Thank you, Tuo. Tianyun replied, cupping his hands in return. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within him had struggled several times to keep up. If it weren't for some exotic fruits he had consumed, this breakthrough would surely have ended in failure. At this moment, Gao Chen was the only one by his side. It was obvious who those exotic fruits belonged to. You're too polite, Gao Chen said with a humble smile. While Tuo Tianyun consolidated his realm, Gao Chen left Tuo Tianyun's villa. Not long after he left, Lu Tianping's call came in. His report had received approval from the extreme Dao City. The higher-ups had agreed to let him serve as Gao Chen's assistant in the Langya base city. This reverse promotion is quite a pity for him. Since there's still time, I should buy some medicinal materials and refine some pills, Gao Chen thought, heading straight for the trading market. After purchasing the necessary materials, Gao Chen made his way to the Alchemy Alliance. Why are you back again? Seeing Gao Chen return, Chu Feng frowned slightly. Your certification will take some time. I'm not here for the certification, Gao Chen smiled and said to Chu Feng. I'm here to use the number 1 alchemy room. You want to refine pills? Upon hearing that Gao Chen wanted to use the number 1 alchemy room, Chu Feng immediately became interested. He sized up Gao Chen and asked with a smile, what kind of pill do you plan to refine this time? Qi Ling Dan. Although both Qi Ling Dan and Qi Yuan Dan are first-tier pills, their effects are quite different. Qi Yuan Dan is suitable for everyone below the king realm. It not only helps ordinary people quickly become martial artists but also allows those without talent to rapidly cultivate before reaching the king realm. Qi Ling Dan, on the other hand, helps martial artists in the king realm condense spiritual energy. This way, martial artists in the king realm can break through their shackles and ascend to the master realm in the shortest time possible. Lu Tianping had been silent in the king realm for many years. He had always wanted to break through to the king realm and become a true high-level martial artist. However, due to limited talent and the constant handling of affairs in Langya base city, his cultivation progress had been delayed. He had always wanted to resign as the branch leader to train in the wild, hoping to break through his shackles and become a high-level martial artist. However, when he decided to stay and help Gao Chen, it meant he had given up on the thought of breaking through to the master realm. Although he had given up on that thought, Gao Chen wanted to help him. You can go. Chu Feng pointed towards the number 1 alchemy room. Gao Chen pushed open the door to the number 1 alchemy room. The first thing he did upon entering was to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Nian Su Guai *100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Xinglong City to sign in. The Nian Su Gua can quickly increase spiritual energy without any side effects. Combined with the 5 elements golden pill or the heart monkey pill, it might just allow one to break through to the master realm in the shortest time possible. The new sign-in reward made Gao Chen drool. I'll eat the Nian Su Gua when I get home, Gao Chen thought. Then began selecting medicinal materials. He skillfully washed, crushed, and ground the prepared materials. Once everything was ready, he started refining pills. This kid is really getting more and more skilled. He is definitely a genius in alchemy, Chu Feng murmured to himself while observing Gao Chen. An hour later, the alchemy furnace opened. A fiery red light once again overflowed from the furnace. This kid is not just a genius. Chu Feng stared at the top-quality pill Gao Chen had refined, his mouth agape in shock. This kid is a super genius, an unparalleled prodigy. Chu Feng prided himself on having seen many talented individuals in alchemy. However, compared to the young man before him, all those geniuses he had seen and known were nothing but trash. I must cultivate this genius myself. After decades, or even a century, without taking on a disciple, Chu Feng suddenly had the thought of accepting one. If the people from the Alchemy Alliance knew about this, they would surely be astonished. Looking at the fiery red spirit awakening pill in his hand, Gao Chen couldn't help but smile happily. He didn't even greet Chu Feng before directly leaving the Alchemy Alliance. Chu Feng, who was a step too late, felt quite frustrated. After leaving the Alchemy Alliance, Gao Chen headed straight to the branch of the Extreme Martial Arts School. In the office of the Deputy Branch Master, Gao Chen met Lu Tianping. At that moment, Lu Tianping was busy handling the affairs of the branch. Uncle Lu. Outside, Gao Chen called him Deputy Branch Master Lu, but privately, he referred to him as Uncle Lu. Seeing Gao Chen arrive, Lu Tianping quickly stood up. What's the matter? Did you come to find me for something? Lu Tianping assumed that Gao Chen had something important to discuss. Gao Chen smiled slightly and took out a top-grade spirit awakening pill from his backpack. This is a gift for you. This gift is too precious. Upon seeing it, Lu Tianping quickly tried to decline. The market price of a spirit awakening pill is around 100 million. As for a top-grade spirit origin pill, it exceeds 2 billion. However, because top-grade spirit awakening pills are quite rare, even if someone offered 2.5 billion, they might not be able to buy one. This is why Lu Tianping said the gift was precious. Precious? Gao Chen looked at the top-grade spirit awakening pill in his hand and said with a smile, I refined this myself, so it's not that precious. The materials for the spirit awakening pill and the rental fee for the first-class alchemy room only cost about 20 million. You refined it yourself? Lu Tianping didn't believe it. He knew that Gao Chen had a talent in cultivation that was enough to defy the heavens. However, he had never heard anyone say that Gao Chen also had talent in alchemy. Really? Gao Chen raised his right hand very seriously. Top-grade spirit origin pills are currently available at a price but are hard to find. Even if I wanted to buy one to give to you, it wouldn't be possible. Lu Tianping nodded. He knew that Gao Chen was speaking the truth. But when did you learn alchemy? Lu Tianping looked at Gao Chen. Gao Chen confidently replied, for someone like me, the chosen one, some things don't need to be learned. Lu Tianping really wanted to curse, but the words were swallowed back down. After leaving the branch, Gao Chen went straight home. Seeing his parents watching TV in the living room, Gao Chen thought to himself, shouldn't I help them step into the world of martial artists too? The lifespan of martial artists is much longer than that of ordinary people. Gao Chen didn't want to enjoy wealth and honor without his family by his side. Son, you're back. Seeing Gao Chen return home, his mother jumped up from the sofa in surprise. Then, she frantically signaled to his father. The two had clearly made arrangements beforehand. Seeing his wife signaling, Gao Chen's father got up and ran to a cabinet. His mother pulled Gao Chen to sit beside her. At that moment, his father also ran over holding a box. Once Gao Chen was seated, his father opened the box. As the box opened, the first thing that caught the eye was a photograph. What are you doing? Gao Chen had a confused expression. Arranging a blind date. His mother directly grabbed Gao Chen's arm, looking as if she would do something drastic if he dared to move. How old are you now? You should think about your future. Do you know how boring it is for your dad and me at home? Your status is already quite high. Your main task now is to hurry up and get married and have children. Gao Chen was stunned. He never imagined that even in the world of global high martial arts he would still have to go through blind dates. This one was introduced by Aunt Wang. This one was introduced by Aunt Lu next door. This one is your dad's cousin's neighbor. This one is the sister of your Uncle Zhou's neighbor. His mother tirelessly introduced each one to Gao Chen. Gao Chen appeared completely uninterested. It's not that Gao Chen is resistant to blind dates, but the owners of these photos are all quite average in looks. Aren't you interested in any of these? Gao's mother noticed Gao Chen's lack of interest and looked at Gao's father. Gao's father understood and took out another box. Goodness, how many have you prepared? Gao Chen felt that his parents had really been busy during this time. Lu Weifei, a popular star. Yang Mi, a famous actress. Pang Ba, a rising star. Seeing that ordinary people had no allure for Gao Chen, Gao's mother pulled out her trump card. These are all celebrities. They can go on a blind date with me? Gao Chen said this in a completely sarcastic tone. Of course they can. What Gao Chen didn't expect was that Gao's mother actually guaranteed it. As long as you're willing, they can go on a blind date with you. Gao Chen was genuinely afraid of his mother. He helplessly said, anyway, I have time tomorrow, so let's do it one by one. Recently, Gao Chen had been idle anyway, so he might as well use this time to dispel his parents' thoughts of wanting him to marry and have children. Alright, I'll contact them right away. Gao's mother cheerfully went to make the arrangements. Gao Chen, on the other hand, helplessly returned to his room. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Gao Chen's door was knocked on by his mother. You only have 10 minutes. If you're not ready in 10 minutes, I'll kill you. Gao's mother's voice came from outside the door. Gao Chen, who had planned to sleep in, reluctantly got up to get ready. After a quick tidy up, Gao Chen stepped out of his room. Today is your blind date. Seeing Gao Chen in casual clothes, Gao's mother was furious. She raised her hand and slapped the back of Gao Chen's head. Are you trying to make me angry on purpose? Although Gao Chen felt very wronged, he didn't dare to argue. He could only helplessly turn back to his room to change into something more formal. When Gao Chen changed into formal attire, Gao's mother nodded in satisfaction. At the Yintai Mall, the most upscale and luxurious mall in the base city. In the large cafe on the first floor, Gao Chen stirred his coffee at the table with a helpless expression. Not far away, Gao's father and Gao's mother were watching him intently, as if they were on a stakeout. If you don't succeed at all today, I'll beat you to death. His mother's words echoed in Gao Chen's ears. I, Gao Chen, the branch master of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In Langya Base City, a genius in cultivation, an unparalleled prodigy, the son of destiny, have actually fallen to the point of going on blind dates. Just as Gao Chen was getting a bit bored waiting, a woman wearing sunglasses sat down across from him. You must be Gao Chen? You look pretty good. As she spoke, the woman took off her sunglasses. Underneath was an extraordinarily beautiful face. Big eyes, a high nose bridge, and cherry-like lips. Besides her stunning looks, the woman's figure was also Jaw-dropping. It's worth noting that before his transmigration, Gao Chen was a level 9 researcher of island culture. He had seen many good figures in movies, but those pale in comparison to the one in front of him. Who are you? Gao Chen asked lightly. Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu placed her glasses down and casually ordered a coffee using the tablet on the table. Seeing Luo Tianyu being so unreserved, Gao Chen just smiled. After smiling, his brows suddenly furrowed again. He felt that this woman in front of him was almost too beautiful to be real. Most importantly, her surname was quite rare. What's wrong? Seeing Gao Chen staring at her, Luo Tianyu smiled and asked, is it that I'm too good-looking, making you feel it's not quite real? Yes. Gao Chen was quite frank. Just as Luo Tianyu was about to say something, her coffee arrived. After taking a sip, Luo Tianyu frowned and looked around. I feel this place isn't quite suitable for a date. Hearing Luo Tianyu say this, Gao Chen immediately became interested. Then where do you think is suitable for a date? Outside the base city. When Luo Tianyu said this, she shot a slightly provocative glance at Gao Chen. You're a martial artist too? Gao Chen had thought that Luo Tianyu was an ordinary person. He didn't expect her to be a martial artist. King level 5, Luo Tianyu proudly stated her rank. Not bad, Gao Chen nodded. Reaching king level 5 at your age shows that you have great talent. Gao Chen's words, which carried a hint of condescension, made Luo Tianyu's brows furrow slightly. An indescribable feeling of disgust arose within her. I know you are the branch master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall's Langya branch. Clearly, Luo Tianyu had done her homework on Gao Chen before coming. In that case, do you dare to take a walk with me in the wild? If you can earn my approval, maybe I could become your woman. Luo Tianyu was very direct. Gao Chen hesitated a bit. Are you even a man? Seeing Gao Chen hesitate, Luo Tianyu directly used provocation. I'm not afraid of a woman, and you, a man, still have to think about it. First of all, you are indeed good looking, but I have no interest in you at all. Secondly, whether I am a man or not has nothing to do with you. Gao Chen was not a lecher, nor was he a naive young man who couldn't move when he saw a woman. So, whether it was temptation or provocation, it had no effect on him. However, Luo Tianyu was not planning to give up just like that. Her gaze shifted towards Gao Chen's mother. Since obtaining the system, Gao Chen truly feared nothing. Even if he encountered someone of a much higher realm, he had the confidence to give it a try. But there was one ordinary person in this world who made Gao Chen feel terrified. That person was none other than his own mother. No matter how well a child does outside, even if they become a giant in their own right, in front of their parents, they are still just their child. All right. Gao Chen relented. As soon as Gao Chen nodded in agreement, Luo Tianyu's face lit up with joy. Mom! Gao Chen walked over to his mother and spoke softly. I'm going on a date with her, so. Upon hearing that Gao Chen was going on a date, his mother showed a delighted expression. The earlier you go, the earlier you come back. If it really doesn't work out, then you can stay out overnight. His mother was willing to go all out just to hold her grandchild sooner. Gao Chen thought to himself, if you knew we were going on a date outside the base city, you probably wouldn't say that. After Gao Chen's parents left, he and Luo Tianyu drove directly to the outskirts of the base city. Why do you insist on going on a date with me outside the base city? Gao Chen asked Luo Tianyu on the way. I want to know if the renowned young branch master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall is really as impressive as the legends say, Luo Tianyu replied. Her answer left Gao Chen feeling somewhat perplexed. Soon, their car arrived at the exit of the base city. After organizing their gear, the two walked out of the base city side by side. Where to? Gao Chen asked outside the base city. Luo Tianyu opened her tablet, and a map appeared on the screen. The map displayed all the gathering places of exotic beasts near Langya base city. Here, Luo Tianyu pointed to a gathering place of exotic beasts and said to Gao Chen, this place is full of king-level exotic beasts, with the occasional master-level beast appearing. Do you dare to go with me? Looking at the place Luo Tianyu pointed to, Gao Chen smiled. Whether by coincidence or not, the place she indicated happened to be Gao Chen's new sign-in location, Xinglong City. Alright, no problem. Gao Chen nodded. Seeing Gao Chen agree, Luo Tianyu wasted no time and immediately accelerated towards Xinglong City. If you can get there before me, then I'll treat you to a meal when we return to the base city. Although Luo Tianyu was running far ahead, her voice still reached Gao Chen's ears. Sure, no problem. After agreeing, Gao Chen also accelerated to full speed. After all, Gao Chen's realm was higher than Luo Tianyu's. Even without the aid of the walking character secret, his speed was no slower than Luo Tianyu's. Although Luo Tianyu set off earlier than Gao Chen quickly caught up. Seeing Gao Chen catch up so quickly, Luo Tianyu increased her speed a bit more. Gao Chen followed closely behind her at a leisurely pace. Several times she thought she had shaken off Gao Chen, but every time she looked back, she could always spot Gao Chen's figure. Is he doing this on purpose? Luo Tianyu was no fool. She could tell at a glance that Gao Chen was just toying with her. With a strong competitive spirit since childhood, she felt provoked by Gao Chen. Her speed increased even further. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake off Gao Chun. As they approached Xinglong City, Luo Tianyu had already given up on the idea of outpacing Gao Chun, just when she thought Gao Chen would surpass her. At the last moment, Gao Chen still followed her at a leisurely pace. Am I really that unattractive? For the first time, Luo Tianyu doubted her looks and figure. A minute later, Luo Tianyu stopped at the outskirts of Xinglong City. Gao Chen stopped just a second later. You're pretty fast, Gao Chen said with a half smile, not even out of breath. Luo Tianyu, on the other hand, was panting heavily, her eyes filled with killing intent. She heard mockery and ridicule in Gao Chen's words. How long do you need to rest? Gao Chen asked, surveying the surroundings while standing next to Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu simply sat down on the ground, disregarding her image, and said, I need to rest for an hour. Alright, do as you please. Gao Chen shrugged lightly, and then looked towards the direction of Xinglong City. From a distance, it seemed that Xinglong City was once a very luxurious city before the revival of spiritual energy. Although it was now in ruins, Gao Chen could still see the city's former glory. Amidst the broken walls and crumbling structures, while Gao Chen was appreciating Xinglong City, Luo Tianyu, sitting on the ground, was also appreciating Gao Chen. The reason she was set up for a blind date with Gao Chen was purely coincidental. She came to Langya Base City out of boredom to visit her college classmate. Coincidentally, her classmate's mother was arranging a blind date for her. Her classmate had little interest in such matters. However, Luo Tianyu, who had never been on a blind date, was very interested. So she directly took her classmate's place to go on a blind date with Gao Chen. On the way to the blind date, she even specifically asked someone to look up information about Gao Chen. Initially, she thought her classmate didn't want to go on a blind date because Gao Chen's conditions were too poor. But after the investigation, she realized her classmate was somewhat blind. Even from the perspective of someone like Luo Tianyu, who came from a prominent family, Gao Chen could be considered a top-quality candidate. Not to mention in a fifth-tier base city like Langya Base City, even in a top-tier base city like the imperial capital, Gao Chen would still be a sought-after presence. Are you ready to rest? After appreciating Xinglong City, Gao Chen asked Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu, who was appreciating Gao Chen, quickly turned her head when Gao Chen looked at her. I'm almost done resting. Perhaps feeling guilty, Luo Tianyu's pretty face turned slightly red and her voice was very soft. Then let's hurry. In the wild, time is the most precious thing. Luo Tianyu nodded and got up. Her armor in the wild was a form-fitting, bright silver armor. In terms of appearance and luster, this armor could be considered top-notch for a king level. Unlike other girls' delicate weapons, Luo Tianyu's weapon was a bright silver spear. The bright silver spear was sharp, and clearly not an ordinary item. Let's go. Gao Chen drew the Tizot sword and held it in his hand, speaking to Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu also changed her previously relaxed demeanor and looked seriously towards the direction of Xinglong City. Sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward obtained, Xianling Fruit *100. Ding, the new sign-in location has been updated. Please, head deep into Xinglong City to sign in. The Xuanling fruit can enhance spiritual energy at the master level, and consuming this fruit can yield a large amount of spiritual energy. When used in conjunction with the Nianshu fruit, the effect is even better. Looking at the introduction of the Xianling fruit, Gao Chen fell into deep thought. If it weren't for the introduction of the Xianling fruit, Gao Chen might have even forgotten that the Nianshu fruit existed in his system. However, he was currently in the wild and there were others around him. Eating a strange fruit at this time was clearly not a wise choice. How about we have a competition? Not long after entering Xinglong City, Luo Tianyu spoke up. Gao Chen looked at her with curiosity and asked, what kind of competition do you have in mind? Let's set a time, and when the time is up, we'll gather at the place we just were. Let's see who can hunt the most exotic beasts, Luo Tianyu suggested. That's not a good idea, Gao Chen shook his head. Splitting up in a gathering place for exotic beasts is not a very good choice. It wasn't that Gao Chen was afraid, but he was worried about Luo Tianyu. Although this was a gathering place for king-level exotic beasts, there were also master-level exotic beasts lurking around. Gao Chen wasn't afraid of encountering master-level exotic beasts. After all, with his current realm, even if he were surrounded by 2 or 3 master-level exotic beasts, he was confident he could escape unscathed. But Luo Tianyu was different. She was only at the 5-star king level. Not to mention encountering 2 or 3, even facing 1 master-level exotic beast could turn her into a meal for the beast. Are you even a man? Luo Tianyu didn't seem scared at all. I'm a woman and I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of as a man? Alright. Since Luo Tianyu had said that, if Gao Chen continued to hesitate, it would seem overly cautious. It will probably get dark around 5 o'clock today. Let's meet at the place. We just entered at 4:30. After Luo Tianyu finished speaking, she dashed off in a direction within Xinglong City. As a woman, her competitive spirit is quite strong. I wonder if that's a good thing, Gao Chen sighed while searching for exotic beasts. Not long after parting ways with Gao Chen, Luo Tianyu stopped in a certain area of Xinglong City. Soon, 2 figures appeared beside her. Miss, why do you have to do this? The first to speak was an old woman. The old woman was thin and her face was withered. However, she exuded a powerful aura. Beside the old woman was an old man. Unlike the old woman's withered appearance, this old man had a youthful face and an ethereal demeanor. Exactly, the old man chimed in as soon as the old woman finished speaking. You have no shortage of admirers in the imperial capital. There are indeed many outstanding talents and exceptional individuals. But why are you interested in the branch leader of a base city? Both the old woman and the old man shared the same question. There are indeed many outstanding talents in the imperial capital, but I always feel like they lack something. And today, I sense that something in Gao Chen. I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I feel that Gao Chen's future will be incredibly bright. The two elders did not express their opinions on Luo Tianyu's view. At just 20 years old, she had already become the branch leader of the Langia base city, a feat no one else could achieve. However, to those who had been famous for a long time like them, a genius who had not yet matured was merely a genius. After all, people their age had witnessed the fall of many geniuses. Alright, you two don't need to say more. Just protect me. Luo Tianyu waved her hand. The two elders fell silent and continued to conceal their presence. In Xinglong City, Gao Chen quickly encountered his first exotic beast. However, this beast was merely a king-level exotic beast. The seemingly strong king-level exotic beast didn't even last a single move against Gao Chen. After extracting the core, Gao Chen chose not to continue hunting exotic beasts. Because when he extracted the core just now, an indescribable sense of unease suddenly arose in his heart. When this feeling arises, it signifies that there must be a powerful creature nearby that poses a threat to him. During this cautious period, Gao Chen prepared to find a safe place to consume the two exotic fruits, allowing his realm to ascend to a higher level. Soon, he found a relatively safe spot. After confirming that there were no strange beasts around, he began to sit cross-legged and swallow the exotic fruits. 1, 2, 3, all the Nianchu fruits were consumed and the powerful spiritual energy began to circulate within Gao Chen's body. Taking advantage of this moment, Gao Chen also started to consume the Xianling fruit he had just obtained. The spiritual energy generated by the two types of fruits began to intertwine within him. Half an hour passed, and the effects of the two exotic fruits began to manifest. Waves of powerful spiritual energy started to impact Gao Chen's body. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy belonging to him was transforming from 2 strands to 3 strands, from 3 strands to 4 strands. Just a little more. He initially thought that with the help of these exotic fruits, he could break through the constraints of the Master Realm and step into the Grand Master Realm. However, in the end, he found that these exotic fruits were still just a little short of that goal. System. God-level sign-in system host, Gao Chen Realm, Invincible Master Skills, Thunder Fist, Perfect, Shadow Step, Perfect, Qinglian Sword Technique, Perfect, All Character Secret, Perfect, Indestructible Vajra. Skill, Perfect, Action Character Secret, Perfect, Peacekeeping Decision, Perfect, Grass Character Sword Technique, Perfect, Sky Sword Technique, Perfect, Sanglong Decision, Perfect. Sign-in locations, Xinglong City, Deep Area. When he saw that his realm was Invincible Master, Gao Chen let out a slight sigh. Invincible is the final stage within the Master Realm. Only by breaking through this stage can one enter the next realm. Just one last step. How frustrating. This feeling of being so close yet so far was truly annoying. However, Gao Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, reaching Invincible Master at this age was already enough to crush many people. Walking through Xinglong City, the king-level strange beasts no longer piqued his interest. Even encountering master-level strange beasts only sparked a slight curiosity in him. Time passed unknowingly, and before he knew it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this point, Gao Chen had arrived deep within Xinglong City. Sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Kanyu Divine Technique. Great accomplishment. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Duoan Base City to sign in. Kanyu Divine Technique. Great accomplishment. Using this skill allows one to explore all strange places within a radius of 10 kilometers. The introduction of the new skill left Gao Chen puzzled. Shall I give it a try? Kanyu Divine Technique. Gao Chen was indeed a practical person. He immediately used the skill he had just obtained. In the next second, a golden eye appeared above his head. As the eye opened and closed, a map of a 10-kilometer radius appeared in his mind. What is this? On the map, he saw a place that seemed quite unusual. Although he discovered the strange location, he did not rush over. He first took out a Wudao tea tree fruit from the system and tossed it into his mouth. Ding! Skill, Kanyu Divine Technique, has broken through to great accomplishment and entered perfect realm. Gao Chen looked at the Kanyu Divine Technique again. Its range had expanded from 10 kilometers to 100 kilometers. He used the skill once more. Just as he was about to use the skill again, he realized that his spiritual energy had nearly vanished. This skill is powerful, but the energy consumption is just too high. Gao Chen muttered to himself as he took out a chuling fruit and tossed it into his mouth. The effect of the chuling fruit was indeed remarkable. One fruit replenished all the energy he had expended. Let's go take a look at that strange place. Following the direction in his memory, Gao Chen headed towards the unusual location. What is this? At that strange place, Gao Chen unexpectedly saw a building that had not collapsed and remained intact. This building stood out conspicuously among the ruins. Cautiously, Gao Chen carefully approached the structure. But just as he was less than 5 meters away, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, a shadow lunged at him. Xingzi's secret. Gao Chen activated his speed skill to evade the shadow. However, to his surprise, even with the Xingzi secret, he barely managed to dodge the shadow. Fortunately, he ultimately escaped. As the shadow landed, Gao Chen focused his gaze. He saw a furry spider. But upon closer inspection, he realized this creature was somewhat different from a spider. It had 6 legs, but its height was not very tall. Most importantly, it had the face of a husky, but that face had 6 eyes. What the hell is this? Having encountered many exotic beasts, Gao Chen thought he would be unfazed by any strange creature. Yet, the beast before him still shattered his understanding. Spider wolf, a very peculiar exotic beast. It possesses the skills of spinning silk and weaving webs. Like a spider, while also having the sharp teeth and keen senses of a wolf. Generally, the realm of a spider wolf is at the master level. Its size is 1 meter in the early stage, 2 meters in the mid stage, and 3 meters in the invincible stage. After receiving feedback from his glasses, Gao Chen felt somewhat powerless to complain. However, he was also observing the spider wolf's length. 3 meters, an invincible exotic beast at the master level. Gao Chen quickly analyzed its realm. In the past, if he encountered such a tricky and troublesome exotic beast, he would definitely choose to avoid it. But unfortunately, there was a strange place behind this beast that made Gao Chen's heart race. This left him with no other choice. Jiezi. Secret. Since there was no choice, he would face it head-on. With a 10-fold increase in strength, his realm directly transcended the master level and entered the Grand Master level. He gripped his Tizot sword tightly and charged straight at the spider wolf. Seeing this, the spider wolf opened its mouth and directly spat out a web that was taller than a person. The speed of the web was astonishing, and Gao Chen felt he couldn't dodge in time. Xingzi's secret. The fastest skill activated, and Gao Chen evaded the web. Fortunately, this skill has been upgraded. After dodging the web, Gao Chen took a deep breath. If it hadn't been upgraded, I might not have been able to escape. The upgraded Xingzi secret was much faster than before. Gao Chen estimated that at the previous speed, he might not have been able to dodge the web. Seeing Gao Chen evade the web, the spider wolf also took action. Its 6 legs propelled it straight toward Gao Chen. It charged while simultaneously spitting out webs at him. Just as the man and beast were about to collide, the spider wolf opened its mouth wide to bite Gao Chen. Seeing its gleaming white teeth, Gao Chen's hair stood on end. However, despite his fear, he remained undaunted. Shaozi sword technique. Gao Chen swung his sword. Clusters of grass formed from spiritual energy flew toward the spider wolf. The spider wolf defended with its web. However, its web was quickly shredded into pieces by the spiritual grass. After the spiritual grass cut the web into fragments, it gradually disappeared. Pinghuan decision. Gao Chen swung his sword again. Waves of sword light formed from spiritual energy flew toward the spider wolf. The spider wolf spat out webs again, but due to the close distance, its web only blocked a small portion of the sword light. The remaining sword light struck the spider wolf, leaving numerous wounds on its body. The pain caused the spider wolf to howl. At the same time, its 6 eyes turned blood red from the agony. It growled lowly and charged at Gao Chen again. This time, its speed was significantly faster than before. Xingqiang sword technique. Gao Chen raised his hand and swung his sword. Stars made of spiritual energy smashed down toward the spider wolf. The spider wolf did not defend itself, allowing the stars to hit it. Vivid red blood began to flow continuously from the spider wolf's body. Its originally black and white fur was stained a deep crimson. I'm not playing with you anymore. Gao Chen glanced at the time and murmured to himself. This time, he unleashed all his power without holding back. 5 minutes later, the spider wolf collapsed to the ground. Gao Chen severed its head and extracted the core. Tossing the core into his backpack, Gao Chen looked towards that strange place. It was the building that stood unyielding amidst the ruins. This was a structure of very peculiar style. It resembled the architecture from the Ming and Qing dynasties before Gao Chen's crossing. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that it also concealed elements of Tang dynasty style. After observing for a while without any discoveries, Gao Chen began to slowly walk towards the building. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a bone-chilling cold. As an invincible master martial artist, he had long been impervious to cold and heat. Since he could feel the chill here, it indicated that this cold was not ordinary. Although the cold was extraordinary, Gao Chen was still able to resist it. He resisted the cold while delving deeper into the building, all the while observing his surroundings. Although there were no illuminating tools inside the building, it was remarkably bright. The walls around were also very clean, with no mural clues about the building. Passing through the front hall of the building, he found a long corridor. The corridor, like the front hall, remained bright. This corridor was long. Gao Chen estimated it to be at least over 1,000 meters. At the end of the corridor there was a pair of double-opening lacquered red doors. The doors were as tall as 3 adults. The width of a single door exceeded 1 meter. Isn't the color of this door a bit too deep? The lacquered red on the door was very dark, resembling blood. Gao Chen approached the door, hesitated for a moment, and then opened it. He had thought he would need to exert a lot of force, but to his surprise, with just a gentle push, the double doors slowly opened. Inside the door was a room with an area of at least 500 square meters. The decor of the room was surprisingly similar to that of the world Gao Chen had crossed into. Television, computer, tablet, Apple phone. Not only was the decor style very similar, but even some of the electronic devices inside were identical. What on earth is this place? Just as Gao Chen was puzzled, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Then, the scene before him began to gradually shatter. It felt as if a mirror had suddenly cracked. In less than a minute, the scenery here underwent a tremendous transformation. Looking at everything before him, Gao Chen felt an indescribable sense of strangeness rising in his heart. The scene that was extremely similar to Earth vanished, replaced by a stone chamber. The style of the stone chamber was very simple. In the center of the stone chamber, there was a round table about the size of a grinding disc. On either side of the round table, there were 2 stone stools. Gao Chen walked forward. When he saw the object on the stone stool, his expression slightly froze. Another Tizot small sword? The round table was not small, but it only had 1 Tizot small sword lying flat on it. What exactly is this? Tizot small sword the key to unlocking? Gao Chen murmured to himself as he picked up the Tizot small sword from the table. Including this one, he now had 4 Tizot small swords. He held this Tizot small sword in his hand. He suddenly felt that this Tizot small sword was different from the previous ones. He held the small sword up to his eyes for a closer look. He discovered that the hilt of this Tizot small sword had what appeared to be very intricate characters. Gao Chen seemed to recall something. He quickly took out the other Tizot small swords as well. Like this one, the previous Tizot small swords also had characters. Perhaps he hadn't noticed them before because he hadn't paid attention. Why do I have a sense of déjà vu with these characters? While Gao Chen was pondering, he suddenly heard footsteps. He quickly put away the Tizot small sword and looked towards the entrance. He saw a dozen people streaming in through the entrance. When they saw Gao Chen inside, they were clearly taken aback for a moment. Gao Chen looked at them with a somewhat strange expression. From their clothing, it was evident that this group might be from the Hanu Guard. Gao Chen? The leader of the group, a stout man, immediately recognized Gao Chen. What a coincidence, to run into you here. Do I know you? Gao Chen fell into thought as he looked at the stout man. My name is Lu Song, the stout man said with a smile, noticing Gao Chen's contemplation. You definitely don't know me. How could someone like you, a lofty young genius, possibly know us ordinary people? Gao Chen could tell that Lu Song's words were laced with mockery. Are you the first to discover this place? Lu Song asked Gao Chen in an interrogative tone when Gao Chen remained silent. Gao Chen coldly regarded Lu Song without answering. Seeing that Gao Chen did not respond, Lu Song was not the least bit annoyed. After a brief observation of the stone chamber, he scrutinized Gao Chen with a measuring gaze. Then, he extended a hand towards Gao Chen and said, "Hand it over." Gao Chen looked completely bewildered. "Give us what you found. Here, and we'll let you go," Lu Song explained. "Not to mention that there's nothing here. Even if there were, I definitely wouldn't give it to you." Gao Chen's attitude was very resolute. "Big brother, this guy is not giving you any face." A skinny fellow beside Lu Song stepped forward, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Since he's not giving you face, do we really need to give him any?" Lu Song looked at Gao Chen, the corners of his mouth curling up, and patted the skinny fellow on the shoulder, saying, "He's the master of the Extreme Path martial arts branch, a young genius, an unparalleled prodigy. The respect that should be given must still be given." While saying this, Lu Song's tone and gaze were filled with mockery. "Big brother, you want to give him face, but he doesn't want to give you any." The skinny fellow seemed to guess Lu Song's thoughts and crazily played along. "If you keep giving him face, isn't that a bit too much of a loss of face?" Lu Song ignored the skinny fellow and turned his attention back to Gao Chen. He raised his right hand, thumb pointing to the brothers behind him. "Master Gao, I want to give you face. But these brothers behind me, they don't want to give you face. In name, I'm their big brother, but in reality, they are the big brothers. You can see the situation now. How to proceed, you decide for yourself." Lu Song's words were a warning to Gao Chen, suggesting that he should behave himself. But Gao Chen, since childhood, was never the obedient type. "Alright, enough with the nonsense." Gao Chen waved his hand impatiently in Lu Song's direction. "If you want to make a move, do it quickly. I don't have time to waste with you." This branch master really takes himself seriously. Lu Song's expression changed dramatically at Gao Chen's terrible attitude. He pointed at Gao Chen and shouted angrily, "I give you face by calling you branch master. But if I don't give you face, you are nothing in front of me." "Brothers," after cursing Gao Chen, Lu Song addressed his brothers behind him. "Since he's not giving us face, should we not give him any either?" "Yes, boss, let's take him down. Likes to act tough, huh? Acting tough comes with a price. He must have found something good in this place." The people behind Lu Tsong all drew their weapons, ready for battle. As for Lu Tsong himself, he crossed his arms and wore an expression as if he was ready to watch the show. Are you sure you want to make a move against me? Gao Chen asked Lu Tsong with a mocking expression. What's there to be uncertain about? Lu Tsong found Gao Chen's question to be quite ridiculous. You are already a wanted criminal of our Hanu Guard. Even if you don't get anything good from this place, we can still earn a hefty bounty by killing you. In Lu Tsong's view, as long as he could kill Gao Chen, he wouldn't be at a loss. He believed he could take down Gao Chen because he speculated that Gao Chen's realm might only be at the King 9 stars. Most of the people in his team were also at King 9 stars. As for himself, he was just a step away from the Master Realm. This was one of the reasons he believed his team could kill Gao Chen. In that case, come at me. Gao Chen was not afraid at all. A bunch of rotten fish dares to lay hands on me. I wonder what you're thinking. Gao Chen crossed his arms over his chest, putting on the air of a great master. Indestructible diamond technique. Though he was putting on a show, he still had to be cautious. In the next second, covered in golden light, the first person had already rushed up close to Gao Chen. The weapon in his hand swung directly at Gao Chen. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the stone chamber. The others, witnessing this scene, all showed expressions of shock. His defense is quite high. Brothers, unleash your strongest skills. Don't hold back, attack with all your might. Amidst the noisy clamor, everyone used their strongest skills. But their strongest skills seemed like a joke in front of Gao Chen's indestructible diamond technique. Clang! 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 The sounds of metal clashing rose and fell in the stone chamber. They had already exerted all their strength. Looking at Gao Chen, however, he was completely unharmed. It's my turn now, Gao Chen said with a smirk as their attack ceased. Retreat! Lu Tsong, watching from a distance, shouted loudly. Too late. Gao Chen murmured softly. Then he moved. His golden fist struck directly at the person closest to him. Bang! The punch sent that person flying. When he landed, his head was twisted into a very strange shape. Though he was not dead, he was severely injured and had lost his combat ability. Seeing this scene, the others began to contemplate retreating. But Gao Chen had no intention of letting them leave unscathed. With fists like dragons, he struck left and right. In just a minute, this group of people was all knocked down to the ground by Gao Chen. To be honest, Gao Chen really enjoyed this feeling of effortlessly mowing down opponents. Seeing his people all lying on the ground, Lu Tsong was horrified. He had thought that with so many people on his side, even if they couldn't kill Gao Chen, they could at least fight him to a standstill. But the scene before him seemed to mock him, ridiculing his wishful thinking. You said it yourself. I'm a young genius, an unparalleled prodigy. So why couldn't you just find someone to investigate my current realm properly? Gao Chen looked at Lu Tsong with a face full of mockery. Lu Tsong was filled with regret. His self-righteousness ultimately cost him dearly. As he watched Gao Chen approach step by step, his emotions had already plunged into deep despair. How about sparing me? Lu Tsong pleaded. Gao Chen then stopped, looking at him with interest. Give me a reason to spare you. I have a map and a key, Lu Tsong said, rummaging through his backpack. Soon, he pulled out a map and what he called a key. Upon seeing the key Lu Tsong mentioned, Gao Chen's expression changed. This key was none other than a Tizot small sword. Including this one, Gao Chen already had 5 in his possession. What secret is hidden in this Tizot sword? Gao Chen thought to himself. Then, he calmly took the Tizot small sword and the map from Lu Tsong's hands and began to study them. Seeing Gao Chen's attention completely focused on the map, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Tsong's eyes. Looking for death, he whispered angrily, then suddenly sprang into action. A short dagger quietly appeared from his sleeve. The short dagger was entirely silver white, but at its tip, it flickered with a strange, dark hue. Clearly, the tip of this dagger had undergone special treatment. If nothing unexpected happened, it was highly likely that the tip was coated with a deadly poison. After Lu Tsong erupted, he gripped the dagger tightly and thrust it directly at Gao Chen's chest. What was supposed to be a confident killing blow turned into despair for Lu Tsong the moment the dagger touched Gao Chen. He clearly saw the mocking expression on Gao Chen's face. Just like before, when the dagger made contact with Gao Chen, it emitted a sound of metal clashing. I say, do you think too little of me? In the next second, Gao Chen reached out his right hand and seized Lu Tsong's throat. Since I dared to distract myself in front of you, it means I have my guard up against you. But if you attack me at this moment, I will definitely sense it. Even if, for the sake of argument, I didn't notice, I still have defensive skills on me. Lu Tsong looked at Gao Chen, opening his mouth to say something. But because Gao Chen was gripping his throat, he couldn't make a sound. You've already lost your chance to speak, Gao Chen said, tightening his grip on Lu Tsong's throat. Lu Tsong's head tilted, and his complexion instantly turned pale. Gao Chen threw Lu Tsong to the ground as if discarding a dead pig. Then, he continued to study the map in his hand. It was a map, but not a complete one. From its edges, it was clear that this map was just a part of a complete map. Can't make heads or tails of it. Since the map was fragmented, Gao Chen couldn't discern anything from it. With no other choice, he put the map into his backpack. After that, he began to examine the Tizot dagger he had just obtained. This Tizot dagger was the same as the previous one, but the inscriptions on the hilt were different from those on the earlier daggers. After studying it for a long time without any results, Gao Chen simply tossed this Tizot dagger into his backpack. They're all damn poor. After rummaging around, Gao Chen spat on the people lying on the ground. He searched the stone chamber again and, seeing nothing of interest, turned to leave the building. Once outside, Gao Chen glanced at the time. Less than half an hour remained until his appointment with Luo Tianyu. First, I need to check in, everything else can wait, Gao Chen muttered to himself as he walked deeper into Xinglong City. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful, reward obtained, transformation fruit *100. Ding. New check-in. Location updated, please proceed to Divine Machine Base City to check in. The transformation fruit was a rare fruit that could help master-level martial artists break through to the grandmaster level. Although the description of the transformation fruit was simple, it made Gao Chan's eyes light up. He looked around, seeing no unusual movements, and directly tossed one transformation fruit into his mouth. As it went down, Gao Chen felt a powerful spiritual energy surging, breaking through the barrier between master and grandmaster. One more. Gao Chen swallowed another transformation fruit. The powerful spiritual energy surged even more intensely after this fruit entered his stomach. Gao Chen seemed to see hope and swallowed yet another transformation fruit. After swallowing the 90th transformation fruit, an indescribable pain swept through his entire body. At the same time, he noticed a crack on the seemingly indestructible barrier that was so fine it was almost invisible. The appearance of the crack gave Gao Chen a glimmer of hope. One more. Enduring the pain in his body, Gao Chen swallowed another transformation fruit. The pain from this fruit entering his stomach was suddenly more intense than before, nearly causing Gao Chen to faint. But because of this fruit, the crack on the barrier lengthened significantly. One more. After swallowing another transformation fruit, he gritted his teeth. The pain surged like a tide, relentlessly crashing against Gao Chen's internal organs and limbs. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, as if it were raining. His entire body was almost soaked with perspiration. This one transformation fruit, although it increased his pain significantly, had effects much better than the previous one. The crack had now penetrated the entire restraint. One more. Gao Chen gritted his teeth against the pain and swallowed another one. This time, the pain was even more intense than before. If it weren't for his relatively strong willpower, he might have fainted. He could clearly see the crack on the restraint expanding. It should be about time. This was Gao Chen's last transformation fruit. Whether he lived or died depended entirely on this one. The last transformation fruit did not disappoint Gao Chen's expectations. The moment it entered his abdomen, the restraint was shattered. The excruciating pain that had just been etched in his memory receded like a tide in the next second. Gao Chen could distinctly feel the spiritual energy within him gradually condensing. The mist-like spiritual energy was now coalescing into a droplet the size of a fingernail. Although this droplet was small, its spiritual energy content was equivalent to dozens of strands of spiritual energy. Gao Chen knew he had officially entered the ranks of grandmasters. Seeing no movement around him, he directly sat cross-legged to begin recovering his physical strength and spiritual energy. Soon, both his physical strength and spiritual energy returned to their peak state. Gao Chen stood up and walked towards the outskirts of Xinglong City. This trip to Xinglong City had been incredibly rewarding for Gao Chen. Not only had he acquired the miraculous skill of geomancy, but he had also obtained 2 Tizot small swords and a fragment of a map. What made him happiest was that his realm had now reached that of a grand master. Outside Xinglong City, Luo Tianyu was waiting anxiously. He can't have died in there, right? Luo Tianyu muttered to herself, eagerly looking in the direction of Xinglong City. Logically, he shouldn't. Someone like him, even without the protection of the protagonist's halo, at least has the favor of destiny. Someone like him shouldn't die so easily. As soon as Luo Tianyu spoke, it made her seem like a bit of a fool. He's coming. Just as Luo Tianyu was about to go look for Gao Chen, his figure appeared in her line of sight. You won today's match, Gao Chen said to Luo Tianyu. Hearing Gao Chen's words, Luo Tianyu should have been very happy. But looking at Gao Chen's current state, she couldn't feel happy at all. Because Gao Chen looked nothing like someone who had lost a match. He wore a smile, his face full of spring breeze. If there had been outsiders present, they would definitely think Gao Chen had won the match. Humph. Seeing this, Luo Tianyu was somewhat dissatisfied, placing her hands on her hips. No way, you had no sincerity just now. Gao Chen was completely dumbfounded. But to be honest, Luo Tianyu's hands on hips pose was quite cute. At the same time, Gao Chen noticed that Luo Tianyu had a very strange face. How can pure and desire coexist on one face? How does she do it? Gao Chen shook his head while looking towards the direction of the base city. No, you must sincerely tell me that I won this match. At this moment, Luo Tianyu displayed a little woman's demeanor. Ha ha ha. Seeing Luo Tianyu in such a state, Gao Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Realizing her slip, Luo Tianyu became aware of her loss of composure. You were great today, I lost this match. Gao Chen put on a very sincere expression. Luo Tianyu nodded, indicating her satisfaction. When they returned to the base, they exchanged contact information and then went home separately. As soon as Gao Chen pushed open the door to his home, he saw two pairs of eager eyes. How did it go? Gao's mother asked Gao Chen anxiously. Not bad, Gao Chen waved his hand dismissively. At least this date was quite enjoyable. Hearing Gao Chen say it was enjoyable, Gao's mother smiled. After perfunctorily dealing with his mother, Gao Chen returned directly to his room and locked the door. He opened his holographic computer, accessed the internal network of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, and began searching for information about this map. He indeed found some relevant information in the internal network. This map is very likely related to a relic. Moreover, it is probably a relic of around 3 stars. In this world, relics are divided into 5 levels. 1-star relics are ordinary relics. 2-star relics are rare, 3-star relics are uncommon, 4-star relics are legendary, and 5-star relics are epic. 1-star relics, while rare, are not uncommon. Almost every year, a 1-star relic appears. 2-star relics are rare, but they also appear once every 5 years. However, 3-star relics are different. Since the discovery of relics, only 3 3-star relics have been found. Among these 3 3-star relics, some astonishing treasures, exotic fruits, weapons, and equipment have been produced. The luckiest person even obtained a complete inheritance. This fortunate individual established his own martial arts school based on this inheritance. Although this school is not as prestigious as Songqiong and Extreme Path, many people still wish to join it. If it's related to a 3-star relic, I must keep it well. Gao Chen carefully placed the fragment of the map into a box. After everything was ready, Gao Chen lay on his bed. If I remember correctly, the new sign-in location should be the Divine Machine Base City, Gao Chen murmured. The Divine Machine Base City is a base city 1 level higher than Langya. Although its level is higher than Langya, it is much more exciting. Should I choose to transfer or, unlike Langya Base City, Gao Chen knew nothing about Divine Machine Base City. If he chose to directly take on the role of branch leader in this base city, it would definitely not end well. Should I ask Uncle Lu for his opinion? Gao Chen thought and then called Lu Tianping. Unless you can get very generous rewards in Divine Machine Base City, otherwise, I still advise you not to wade into this muddy water. Gao Chen did not understand what Lu Tianping meant by this. Lu Tianping might have felt that it was unclear over the phone, so he simply invited Gao Chen to a milk tea shop. Why do you want to go to Divine Machine Base City? As soon as he sat down, Lu Tianping asked with a serious expression. After pondering for a moment, Gao Chen replied, well, seeing that Gao Chen did not want to elaborate, Lu Tianping did not press further. However, he still introduced the situation of Divine Machine Base City to Gao Chen. Although Divine Machine Base City is only a 4-level base city, it holds a very important strategic position in Huaxia. It is precisely because of its strategic position that the situation in this base city is very special. Extreme Path, Sangqiong, and Hanu still hold significant power there. But besides these 3 forces, there are also some very powerful factions. The strength of these factions can even shake the 3 forces. The gathering of multiple forces has led to a chaotic mix in Divine Machine Base City. In that place, even the branch leader could easily fall into an irretrievable situation if not careful. After listening to Lu Tianping's introduction, Gao Chen fell into deep thought. However, after some contemplation, Gao Chen said, I must go there. Seeing Gao Chen's resolute attitude, Lu Tianping did not intend to persuade him further. What level are you at now? Lu Tianping asked a rather private question. Gao Chen is currently the branch leader of a 5-level base city, and according to the classification of strength, he should be at the King 9 stars level. However, Lu Tianping did not believe that Gao Chen's strength was merely at the King 9 stars level. In the early stage of Grand Master, in terms of real combat power, I should be able to fight evenly with an invincible Grand Master. Once reaching the high-level martial artist stage, even with the enhancement of the Jie character secret, Gao Chen can no longer fight. Across realms. Lu Tianping did not speak, only looking at Gao Chen with the gaze one might reserve for a monster. In his imagination, Gao Chen's current realm should be at the early or mid-stage of a master. Talent has limited my imagination, Lu Tianping sighed bitterly. Then, as Gao Chen's assistant, Lu Tianping began to help him with the relevant transfer procedures. Generally speaking, the transfer of a branch master in a base city is a very tedious and complex matter. Normally, even with the logistics department working overtime, it would take about half a month. However, when the logistics department learned that the person being transferred was Gao Chen, they managed to compress the workload of half a month into just 3 days. When Gao Chen received the transfer order, he smiled. The reason he chose to transfer to the Divine Machine base city was that he had other considerations. According to the system's past tendencies, Gao Chen would definitely sign in around the Divine Machine base city in the future. Besides the base city, there would surely be wild areas and some important locations. Since that was the case, he might as well stay in the Divine Machine base city permanently. After the transfer order arrived, Gao Chen packed his luggage and set off alone. You're going to the Divine Machine base city. Just before Gao Chen boarded the plane, Luo Tianyu suddenly blocked his path. Pouting slightly, she looked quite displeased and said, "Are you avoiding me? Sister, you're overthinking it," Gao Chen said helplessly, rubbing his forehead. "I just have some matters to resolve in the Divine Machine base city." Seeing Gao Chen's sincere expression, Luo Tianyu knew he wasn't lying. "In that case, I'll go with you." Her words left Gao Chen stunned in place. Luo Tianyu herself realized that she had lost her composure. Blushing slightly, she quickly explained, "The level of the exotic beast gathering near the Divine Machine base city is higher than that of the Langya base city. I really need to train right now, and the Divine Machine base city is perfect for me." Luo Tianyu felt embarrassed. Her explanation was quite forced. But Gao Chen said nothing, only nodded. Before the plane took off, Gao Chen called Tua Tianyun. Knowing that Gao Chen was going to the Divine Machine base city, Tua Tianyun really wanted to go along. However, Gao Chen did not plan to take him but assigned him a task instead. "In 1 year, I want my parents to become golden warriors. Moreover, they must not have any health issues." This task Gao Chen gave Tua Tianyun was extremely daunting. It should be noted that Gao Chen's parents were just ordinary people. Transforming ordinary people into warriors was already a very challenging task. The main point was that Gao Chen also stipulated that their health could not have any problems. Generally, taking pills below the top grade would have various side effects. This meant that every time Tua Tianyun administered pills to Gao Chen's parents, they had to be above the top grade. This was a tremendous challenge for Tua Tianyun, but it was precisely because of this challenge that Tua Tianyun became excited. After hanging up the phone with Gao Chen, Tua Tianyun began to prepare eagerly. Just then, a tremendous force burst open the door to his room. As he opened his mouth to curse, the visitor made him widen his eyes in shock. The visitor was none other than Chu Feng, the head of the Alchemy Alliance's Langya branch. Chu, old Chu, what brings you here?" In front of Chu Feng, Tua Tianyun felt like a primary school student. "Where's Gao Chen?" As soon as Chu Feng entered, he directly inquired about Gao Chen. Tua Tianyun paused slightly before answering truthfully, "He's at the airport. He's going to the Divine Machine base city." Divine Machine base city? Upon hearing these 5 words, Chu Feng's brows furrowed. After pondering for a moment, he asked Tua Tianyun, "What's he going there for?" "I don't know." Tua Tianyun shook his head. Sigh. Chu Feng sighed lightly, his expression one of reluctance as he muttered to himself, "I've been cooped up in this Langya for so long, it's time to get out and stretch a bit. What do you want with him?" Seeing Chu Feng turn to leave, Tua Tianyun mustered his courage to ask. Chu Feng glanced back at Tua Tianyun and smiled, saying, "I need someone to inherit my legacy." At these words, Tua Tianyun was completely dumbfounded. Shinji Base City, Extreme Dao Branch. Yuan Shi's face was dark as he pounded on the table in front of him. Yuan Shi was the head of the Extreme Dao Branch in Shinji Base City. Sitting across from Yuan Shi was a man of similar age. Unlike the burly Yuan Shi, this middle-aged man appeared somewhat frail and his expression was equally grim. This man was Hien, the deputy head of the Extreme Dao Branch in Shinji Base City. "Head, what on earth is going on?" Hien's face was not only dark but his voice also carried an uncomfortable gloom. Bang! Yuan Shi slammed his hands on the table, standing up and cursing. "How the hell would I know?" In Shinji Base City, it wasn't just Yuan Shi who was annoyed. The leaders of several other factions were equally troubled. After all, this group had been cooperating for such a long time. Suddenly having a newcomer join meant they would need to reorganize and redefine their interests. Enough thinking. Yuan Shi pounded his fist on the table, stood up, and straightened his clothes, saying to Hien, "Let's go. Welcome the new branch head." Shinji Base City Airport. As Gao Chen stepped off the plane, he immediately spotted Yuan Shi and Hien. Before coming, he had thoroughly studied the intelligence on Shinji Base City, which was why he recognized the two at a glance. "Head Gao, a pleasure to meet you," Yuan Shi approached, with a smile that was as fake as it could be. "Head Yuan, a pleasure." Gao Chen clasped his fists. Since the formal handover process had not yet taken place, Yuan Shi was still technically the branch head of Shinji Base City. "Head Gao, this Shinji is not like Langya. The waters here are a bit deep." Hien was preparing to speak sarcastically from the side, but before he could finish, Gao Chen raised his hand and slapped him. "Hien, right? Deputy head, right? I'm talking to head Yuan. What gives you the right to interrupt?" Gao Chen came in with a show of strength. This slap not only struck Hien's face but also hit Yuan Shi's face. They had planned to give Gao Chen a warning to make him retreat, but they didn't expect that before they could make their move, Gao Chen had already given them a taste of their own medicine. Shinji Base City was much more prosperous than Langya. The architectural style had a more technological feel. Sitting in the car that Yuanshi had specially prepared for Gao Chun, he rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. Yuanshi and Hien sat in front of Gao Chun, exchanging dark glances. 10 minutes later, the car came to a stop. The door opened, and Gao Chun saw a magnificent hotel. Zhao's Hotel, the best hotel in Shinji. It is also an enterprise under the Zhao family, Yuanshi introduced as they got out of the car. Gao Chen nodded silently. The Zhao family was one of the 4 major families in Shinji. All hotels, restaurants, and shops in Shinji were under their enterprise. Even those that weren't directly under their enterprise still had their shares. Hien followed closely beside Yuanshi, saying nothing. His dark eyes were fixed on Gao Chun, and Gao Chen noticed that besides gloom, there was also a hint of resentment in his gaze. Good evening, head Gao. Not long after Yuanshi finished introducing, a woman in a standard uniform, with a hot figure and alluring looks, walked up to Gao Chen to introduce herself. My name is Zhao Jixiang, and I am the general manager of this hotel. Hello, Manager Zhao, Gao Chen nodded. Seeing Gao Chen's arrogance, Zhao Jixiang couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. Just as she was about to say something, Gao Chen raised his hand and slapped Hien again. Can you stop staring at me? After Gao Chen finished beating Hien, he seemed unsatisfied and began to curse loudly. You think your eyes are pretty, huh? If you look at me with those dead fish eyes again, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Hien, who had been innocently slapped, felt his anger rising to the top of his head. If it weren't for Yuanshi pulling him back, he might have fought Gao Chen to the death. Zhao Jixiang, standing not far in front of Gao Chen, felt an indescribable sensation rise in his heart at the scene. I've prepared your welcome banquet, Zhao Jixiang said, smiling brightly as she gestured for him to enter, hoping to avoid being hit. If you have no other matters, let's go in. Gao Chen squinted slightly and nodded. I want to kill him, Hien said in a low voice to Yuanshi. Yuanshi glanced at Gao Chen with some trepidation before quietly advising Hien, just hold on a bit longer. Hien, though reluctant, could only nod in agreement. Under Zhao Jixiang's guidance, Gao Chen quickly arrived at the private room that Yuanshi had reserved for him. Throughout the journey, Gao Chen said nothing, merely looking down at his phone. When the door to the private room was pushed open, Gao Chen put his phone in his pocket and entered. The room was less than 10 square meters in size. Although the decor was luxurious, it gave a very cramped feeling. This is the welcome banquet prepared for me? Gao Chen asked Yuanshi, his expression unchanged. Yuanshi smiled and nodded. You came so suddenly that all the larger rooms were already booked. If it weren't for my acquaintance with manager Zhao Jixiang, we might not have even secured this small room. Gao Chen remained silent, simply finding a chair to sit down. Seeing Gao Chen sit down so obediently, Hien felt disdain in his heart, thinking, I thought you were tough, but it turns out you're just a soft-shell shrimp. He only dared to think this in his heart, as Gao Chen's previous 2 slaps had left a deep impression on him. Is it just the 2 of you for today's welcome banquet? Gao Chen asked Yuanshi and Hien. Yes, Yuan. Shi continued to smile as he answered Gao Chen's question. The branch master of the Tsangchong Martial Arts Hall has important matters tonight. The city guard has to entertain the city guards from other base cities. The 4 great families also have matters to attend to and cannot come to host you. We hope you can be understanding. Upon hearing this, Gao Chen secretly laughed. Are they trying to show me who's boss? In fact, the show of force had already begun as soon as Gao Chen got off the plane. Since you want to show me who's boss, then I won't make it easy for you. Gao Chen was not someone who would swallow his anger. Seeing that Gao Chen was silent again, Yuanshi and Hien thought he was about to back down. Since there are no others, let's serve the dishes, Gao Chen said to Yuanshi. Yuanshi then looked at Zhao Jixiang. Zhao Jixiang waved her hand. Her subordinates nodded and began to serve the dishes. Regardless of the show of force, they still had to give the proper respect. The dishes served were already the best the hotel had to offer. Not only were the dishes the best, but the wine was also top-notch. I propose a toast, Yuanshi said, raising his glass and looking apologetically at Gao Chen. I'm not good with words, so I won't say much. I just want to say, welcome, Master Gao. Thank you, Gao Chen replied, raising his glass and downing it in one go. Seeing this, Hien smirked slyly. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the faces of the 3 men were already showing a hint of red. What kind of wine is this? Why do I feel so lightheaded? As a high-level martial artist, ordinary alcohol no longer affected Gao Chen in this way. Martial artists drunk the best wine here. Even high-level martial artists can feel drunk, Yuanshi explained. Gao Chen nodded and then suddenly collapsed onto the table. Yuanshi and Hien didn't notice that beneath the table, Gao Chen wore a very strange smile. Yuanshi and Hien exchanged glances, both smirking. Master Gao, sitting next to Gao Chen, Yuanshi patted him on the shoulder. Are you okay? Gao Chen, who had been slumped over the table, suddenly sat up straight. I'm fine. I can still drink. His face was flushed with alcohol, and his gaze was hazy. Any normal person could tell that Gao Chen was drunk. If you can't drink, then let's not drink anymore, Yuanshi said, continuing to pat Gao Chen's shoulder. How about I take you upstairs to rest? The Zhao Hotel had dining and entertainment areas below the 10th floor, while above the 10th floor were the guest rooms. I'm fine, Gao Chen waved his hand dismissively, knocking Yuanshi's hand away. He then picked up a bottle of liquor from the table and started drinking it ton. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and said, "Is there more? I can still drink." Seeing this, Yuanshi exchanged glances with Zhao Jixiang, who was standing nearby. Zhao Jixiang immediately instructed the waiter to bring more alcohol. Bottles of warrior's drunkenness were poured into Gao Chen's stomach as if they were free. What surprised Yuanshi was that Gao Chen's condition seemed to improve the more he drank. At first, he needed to take 3 or 4 sips to finish a bottle, but by the end, he could down a bottle in one go. Yuanshi, encountering this situation for the first time, was left dumbfounded. After downing more than 10 boxes of warrior's drunkenness, Gao Chen finally slowed down his drinking. What are you looking at? The hazy-eyed Gao Chen looked at He Yin instinctively replied, "What are you looking at?" CNM. Gao Chen stood up and slapped He Yin directly. He Yin, already slightly tipsy, felt his previous anger resurface with that slap. "Today, I'm going to kill you," He Yin shouted, swinging his fist at Gao Chen. Gao Chen smirked, a glint of scheming triumph flashing in his eyes. Indestructible Vajra skill. Gao Chen cast a defensive skill on himself to prevent any unforeseen events. Just as the golden light enveloped him, He Yin's fist came crashing in. Bang! He Yin felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if he had struck a steel plate. The pain dulled his drunkenness significantly. When he regained a bit of clarity and saw Gao Chen's sinister smile, he immediately realized something was wrong. Although He Yin's punch didn't harm Gao Chen, it caused him to stagger back several steps. Ironically, those steps caused him to crash into one wall of the small private room. The people in the adjacent room were left bewildered by this unexpected guest. "Sorry for the disturbance, we're just having a fight and interrupting your meal." Gao Chen smiled and gestured to the people in the room. They were even more confused. After apologizing, Gao Chen charged at He Yin. This time, He Yin was smarter and didn't attack Gao Chen. However, sometimes not wanting to attack isn't a simple matter. As he approached He Yin, Gao Chen suddenly shouted loudly. He Yin looked completely bewildered. The next second, Gao Chen was sent flying backward. Put! In midair, he pretended to spit out blood dramatically. The direction he flew was quite coincidentally toward the other wall of the small private room, which just happened to lead to the corridor outside. After crashing through the wall and landing on the ground, Gao Chen quickly got up. He didn't even wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and dramatically shouted at He Yin, as the vice master of the branch, "How dare you treat me like this? I'll fight you." To be honest, Gao Chen's acting was really over the top. He Yin was stunned. He never expected Gao Chen would dare to play like this. "Today, whether you want to fight or not, you will fight with me," Gao Chen said, approaching He Yin with a sinister tone. "You have no choice." Before He Yin could react to what was happening, Gao Chen grabbed his hand. Then, the two of them charged out of the private room together. Once outside, Gao Chen began to unleash his punches and kicks. His punches weren't heavy, nor were his kicks, but every time he hit He Yin, it sent him flying. Standing aside and watching the battle, Yuanshi's expression darkened at this scene. Zhao's hotel, top-floor private room. At this moment, 6 people were gathered here. These 6, along with Yuanshi, were the true power holders of this divine machine base city. What does he want to do? The Zhao family organization looked extremely grim. Zhao's hotel is the best hotel under the Zhao family. This hotel brings substantial profits to the Zhao family every year. We want to show them our strength. But don't they want to show us theirs? One of the 6 picked up a wineglass and gently shook it, speaking softly. "Isn't he a bit too bold?" another person chimed in. "If he weren't bold, would he dare to come to our divine machine? Under our 8's operation, the divine machine has become impenetrable. Even if people from above want to replace us, they have to think twice. But this kid dares to come alone. If he didn't have some guts, would he dare to come?" The 3 leaders of the Extreme Path, Celestial Firmament, and Remorse Mountain had been in the divine machine for decades. During this time, they had countless opportunities for promotion and transfer, but they all chose to give them up. Moreover, people from their 3 families had also sent someone to replace them. But those who came either met with unexpected deaths or vanished mysteriously. Initially, the 3 major forces even sent people to investigate. However, the final investigation results were the same as what Yuanshi reported. Since then, the 3 major forces understood the situation in Divine Machine Base City. Therefore, they no longer sent people to Divine Machine Base City. "What did you say?" In Extreme Path City, Yi Qingsheng showed a very surprised expression. Upon learning that Gao Chen was appointed to Divine Machine, one of her staff members, eager to take credit, said, as soon as his application order came in, "We approved it in the shortest time possible." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian nearly reached out to strangle the staff member in front of her. But thinking that he was just doing his job. Yi Qingxian could only suppress her anger. From now on, all matters regarding Gao Chen must be reported to me, understood? Yi Qingxian said calmly to the staff member. The staff member nodded with a smile. The battle between Gao Chen and He Yin was still ongoing. The results of the two were very significant. In less than 10 minutes, they had already broken through the entire floor. I don't want to fight anymore, He Yin shouted. Gao Chen smiled at He Yin and said, some things can't just be decided by you saying you won't do them. He Yin fell silent, looking at Gao Chen with an indescribable expression. He realized this time that he had underestimated the young man before him. No more fighting. Having broken through the bottom 4 floors, Gao Chen chose to stop at this moment. He Yin felt a sense of relief upon hearing Gao Chen's words. Let's call it a day. Thank you for the hospitality, Yuan. Fan. Gao Chen cupped his hands to Yuan Shi and then walked straight towards the elevator. Just before entering the elevator, Gao Chen seemed to think of something. He turned around and walked outside the hotel. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Divine Machine Enlightenment Fruit. Ding. New. Sign in location updated. Please proceed to Zhao family for sign in. Divine Machine Enlightenment Fruit. Consuming this extraordinary fruit can elevate the skills of the perfect realm to a new level. After reading the reward fruit, Gao Chen looked towards the new sign in location. System, you are clearly trying to stir up trouble. Gao Chen had just smashed Zhao's hotel today, and the newly updated sign in location was Zhao's family. This system was clearly trying to play with Gao Chen. However, Gao Chen didn't care. Back in his room, he first extracted the Divine Machine Enlightenment Fruit from the system. Then, he swallowed one. Ding. Skill, Chaos Control, breaks through perfection, entering the peak realm. Ding. Skill, Universal Secret, breaks through perfection, entering the peak realm. Ding. Skill, Action Secret, breaks through perfection, entering the peak realm. As the Divine Fruit of Enlightenment was swallowed by Gao Chen, the system prompts continuously echoed in his ears. Once all skills were elevated to the peak realm, Gao Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to seriously comprehend these skills. With the increase in skill levels, the power of the skills also underwent significant changes. Although the secret of the word still provided a tenfold increase in combat power, the current tenfold was markedly different from the previous one. By the time Gao Chen had comprehended enough, it was already late at night. He lay on the bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Gao Chen climbed out of bed. Yawning, he made his way to the first floor of the hotel. Goodness, the efficiency of the Zhao family is truly impressive, Gao Chen remarked, gazing at the first floor, which was as good as new. It was worth noting that he had nearly destroyed the first to third floors during his battle with He Yin the day before. Yet, in just one night, the first floor had returned to its original state. How could this not leave Gao Chen in awe? Walking to the buffet area, Gao Chen casually grabbed a bit of breakfast. He had quite a few options for today's itinerary. The first was to go to the branch to initiate the handover process. Once this process began, it had to be completed within a certain time frame. The second was to go to the Zhao family to check in. Would going to the Zhao family to check in at this time seem too mocking? Gao Chen chuckled as he exited the Zhao hotel. Just as he left, Zhao Jixiang signaled to his assistant beside him. The assistant understood immediately and followed him discreetly. The moment the assistant caught up, Gao Chen had already sensed it. However, he had no intention of exposing everything. Not far from the hotel, Gao Chen dialed Yuan Shi's number. At that moment, Yuan Shi, who was already on duty, nearly smashed his phone when he saw Gao Chen's name on the caller ID. But he knew he couldn't do that. Branch Master Gao, is there something you need when calling me at this time? Yuan Shi tried to make his tone sound as friendly as possible. I want to go out for a stroll today, so please send a car for me, Gao Chen said, sounding completely reasonable. Yuan Shi wanted to curse but ultimately held back. Are you at the hotel? The car will be there shortly. After saying this, Yuan Shi couldn't wait to hang up the phone. I want to kill him right now, Yuan Shi said, crushing the teacup on his desk, his face filled with rage. He Yin stood silently beside him, but his eyes revealed that he shared the same sentiment as Yuan Shi. After waiting 5 minutes at the hotel entrance, the car sent by Yuan Shi slowly arrived. Get out, Gao Chen said, opening the driver's door and pulling the driver out. Today, I'm driving myself. The driver looked bewildered but dared not voice any complaints. Gao Chen slid into the driver's seat and pressed the gas pedal, heading straight for the Zhao family. The Zhao family's residence was the most luxurious area in the Divine Machine base. After setting the car to autopilot, Gao Chen began to study the Zhao family seriously. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the Zhao family. No parking here. Gao Chen had just stepped out of the car when a furious shout rang out. This is the Zhao family's territory. Looking up, Gao Chen saw a burly man in a suit glaring at him with anger. Judging by his appearance, he was likely a bodyguard of the Zhao family. My name is Gao Chen, Gao Chen replied without hesitation, introducing himself. I have business with your Zhao family. I don't care what your name is. The bodyguard, clearly hearing Gao Chen's name for the first time, waved his hand impatiently. I advise you to leave quickly or don't blame me for being rude. Gao Chen hadn't encountered such a pretentious and confrontational scene in a long time. Rude? I'm curious to see how you plan to be rude to me. Gao Chen smiled at the security guard. The guard, seeing Gao Chen's blatant disregard for the situation, was instantly filled with rage. He pulled out a short stick from somewhere and swung it directly at Gao Chen's head. Ha! Gao Chen looked at the bodyguard and let out a cold snort. Your Zhao family really is something. Die! The bodyguard gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. It felt as if he wanted to knock Gao Chen out with a single blow. Die? Gao Chen scoffed disdainfully, who dies is still uncertain. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his foot and kicked the bodyguard away. The other bodyguards, who had been watching the commotion, rushed forward and surrounded Gao Chen. Kid, I see you really want to die. How dare you cause trouble at the Zhao family's doorstep? You have some nerve. You're finished. The Zhao family will definitely kill you. If I were you, I would be on my knees apologizing right now. The bodyguards chattered, making Gao Chen feel a bit dizzy. Stop the damn chatter and just make your move. This group, though, called bodyguards, were really just a bunch of security guards. None of them were martial artists. Even if they were all martial artists, Gao Chen wouldn't take them seriously. Seeing Gao Chen surrounded and still so arrogant, the bodyguards' anger surged, and they drew their short sticks, all swinging them at Gao Chen. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Gao Chen didn't mind teaching these people a lesson. He didn't hold back, but he didn't go too hard either. In just a minute, all the bodyguards were taken care of by Gao Chen. What do you want? The bodyguards were filled with fear. Gao Chen's strength made them not even think of resisting. You're the first to dare to hit someone in front of my Zhao family. At that moment, a voice rang out. Gao Chen turned to look and saw a young man watching him with his arms crossed. This young man was quite handsome, exuding an air of nobility that only members of prominent families possessed. I'm not looking for trouble, it's just that your family is too arrogant, Gao Chen said to the young man. My name is Zhao He. The young man seemed uninterested in Gao Chen's words and shook his head. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Zhao family. Young Master Zhao He, a bodyguard who had just been knocked down by Gao Chen, approached Zhao He and whispered, this person is not simple, you should be careful. Slap. Zhao He showed no appreciation and slapped the bodyguard hard. The slap was so heavy that the well-meaning bodyguard nearly stumbled and fell. You, a lowly person, have no right to speak to me so closely. And the reason you think he's not simple is that you're a waste. No, you're all wastes. Zhao He's scolding directly berated all the bodyguards. However, being a member of the Zhao family, they could only swallow their anger. After reprimanding the bodyguards, Zhao He turned his gaze to Gao Chen. With his head held high in a proud expression, he said, you now have two choices. The first choice is to kneel at the Zhao family's doorstep for 7 days. If you do that, we can forgive your previous actions. The second choice is to be beaten into a cripple and then thrown into the wilderness. After Zhao He finished speaking, he even kindly gave Gao Chen time to think. But the thinking time wasn't very long. Since you've chosen the second option, I can only reluctantly make my move. Zhao He sounded like a madman talking to himself. I say, young Master Zhao, why do you think you will definitely be my opponent? Gao Chen couldn't understand who gave Zhao He such confidence. If you can defeat these wastes, it proves you are a martial artist. Zhao He looked down at Gao Chen with a condescending gaze. But to me, a martial artist like you is no different from an ordinary person, you're just an ant. As humans, isn't it quite normal to want to crush an ant? Zhao He's theory made Gao Chen feel it was utterly ridiculous. If that's the case, then hurry up and make your move. Let's not waste each other's time. Gao Chen waved his hand at Zhao He, his words laced with provocation. In that case, I won't hold back. As soon as Zhao He finished speaking, he charged directly at Gao Chen. Ha, I thought you were impressive, but you're just a one-star king-level martial artist. Gao Chen had assumed that someone as formidable as Zhao He would at least be a master-level martial artist. To his surprise, this guy was merely a one-star king-level martial artist. 1 star. King, and I'll still take you down. By the time Zhao He spoke, he was already close to Gao Chen. At the same time, he drew a large machete from behind him and swung it directly at Gao Chen. You don't know when to quit. Gao Chen shook his head disdainfully and reached out to grab Zhao He's machete. Before Zhao He could react, Gao Chen kicked him hard. Crack! The kick was so powerful that people nearby heard the sound of bones breaking. Zhao He, kicked away by Gao Chen, crashed to the ground, unconscious. Is that all? Gao Chen shook his head. Tossing aside Zhao He's machete, he walked toward the Zhao family's entrance. The fallen bodyguards. And Zhao He allowed Gao Chen to proceed without obstruction. Open the door! Gao Chen shouted at the entrance. The door remained tightly shut, with no response. I don't like to waste words. Seeing no reaction from the door, Gao Chen raised his hand and struck it with a palm. The two massive doors were blown open by his strike. What does he want? As soon as Gao Chen appeared, the Zhao family members knew. The higher-ups of the Zhao family were gathered in a large room. They watched Gao Chen on the surveillance. Camera, their expressions dark as water. The Zhao family had stood in the Shinji base city for many years, and this was the first time they had someone come knocking at their door. An elder sitting in the main seat said in a low voice, "Stop testing him, Zhao Tong, go and let him know the consequences of offending our Zhao family." Zhao Tong was a standout among the younger generation of the Zhao family. Despite his young age, he had already reached the master level. Zhao Tong was also one of the key heirs being cultivated by the Zhao family. Yes. Zhao Tong cupped his hands to the elder, his expression serious as he promised, "I will not let Grandpa down. Do not let your guard down," the elder advised earnestly. "This kid is not simple." Zhao Tong nodded. Upon entering the Zhao family, Gao Chen immediately chose to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Heavenly Emperor. Fist. Great accomplishment. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Zhao family hall to sign in. The new sign-in reward didn't evoke much feeling in Gao Chen. However, the new sign-in location made him feel an urge to curse. The Zhao family hall? If entering the Zhao family was like slapping their face, then going to the Zhao family hall was like rubbing their face in the dirt. Since it's a fight to the death, I might as well go all the way. Those who previously wanted to take over the Shinji branch had all died mysteriously. It was obvious that the four great families and the three major forces were behind it. Since arriving in Shinji base city, Gao Chen had already been in a life and death struggle with the four great families and the three major forces. Given that, there was no need for Gao Chen to hold back. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a tall building. Even if it wasn't the so-called hall, it was definitely an important building for the Zhao family. Even if Gao Chen couldn't sign in there, he could surely find someone to ask for the specific location of the hall. After determining his target, Gao Chen walked in that direction. Stop! As Gao Chen approached the building, someone blocked his path again. This person was none other than Zhao Tong, who had assured the old man. "I admire your courage," Zhao Tong said, his tone, expression, and movements giving off a very indifferent vibe, unlike Zhao He from before. Gao Chen looked at Zhao Tong with calm eyes. Zhao Tong was different from Zhao He, his realm was significantly higher and he was much more composed. "Is Zhao Tong not his match?" someone in the large room expressed concern. "No way," came the reply, with some feeling anxious while others remained unconcerned. "Zhao Tong is a master martial artist. The main point is, his actual combat power far exceeds his realm. Even a master-level invincible martial artist would find him a worthy opponent. Unless our new branch master has already reached the invincible master level." No one present believed that Gao Chen's strength had reached the invincible master level. Although Gao Chen's realm was confidential, his age could easily be investigated. If a boy under 20 could reach the invincible master level, how terrifying would that be? Someone whispered in the large room. Only the old man remained silent, watching Gao Chen on the big screen, feeling a sense of unease. "I don't like wasting words. Make your move," Zhao Tong said, drawing the long spear on his back and pointing it at Gao Chen. The spear gleamed like gold and silver, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Gao Chen directly drew the Tizot sword. To be honest, the king level Tizot sword seemed somewhat lacking compared to the long spear. Seeing Gao Chen draw his weapon, Zhao Tong charged at him without hesitation. As a master-level martial artist, Zhao Tong was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to Gao Chen, thrusting the spear directly at his brow. Gao Chen activated his fastest skill, easily dodging Zhao Tong's thrust. After a brief moment of surprise at having his attack evaded, Zhao Tong continued his assault. The long spear danced in his hands like a dragon, creating a flurry of spear shadows that forced Gao Chen to keep dodging. Alright, after dodging for a minute, Gao Chen had a grasp of Zhao Tong's combat power. "It's my turn." Gao Chen smiled slightly and swung the Tizot sword. Gao Chen didn't hold back, unleashing a powerful move right away. The sword light transformed into a fierce grasp that flew towards Zhao Tong. Seeing this, Zhao Tong quickly retracted his spear to defend. Clang! 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 Zhao Tong swung the long spear in a tight defense, managing to deflect most of the fierce grasp created by the sword light. Those he couldn't deflect were skillfully knocked away. "Interesting," Gao Chen smirked. Gao Chen raised his hand and struck again. Zhao Tong's expression changed slightly at this move. He had thought that the previous was Gao Chen's trump card, but he didn't expect there was more to come. Gao Chen unleashed a series of killing moves. Zhao Tong was exhausted from defending. Although they ultimately inflicted some damage, it was quite limited. In that case, let's try a new skill. Gao Chen sheathed the Tizot sword. As the golden light enveloped him, Gao Chen charged towards Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong, feeling somewhat fatigued, furrowed his brows. What does he want? Zhao Tong couldn't quite guess Gao Chen's intentions. In the next second, Gao Chen was already close to Zhao Tong. As he approached Zhao Tong, he unleashed his new skill. Gao Chen's fist struck wildly at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong defended with his long spear. But even with his tight defense, Gao Chen still landed hits. Not quite what I wanted. Gao Chen felt he hadn't fully unleashed the power of the He took off from the system and tossed it into his mouth. Ding! Skill has broken through to great success, entering the perfect realm. After hearing the system prompt, Gao Chen struck again. Heavenly Emperor Fist. This time, although the Heavenly Emperor Fist inflicted damage on Zhao Tong, it was not enough to knock him down. Still a bit lacking. Gao Chen took out the Divine Machine Enlightenment Fruit from the system. Ding! Skill Heavenly Emperor Fist has reached perfection and entered the peak realm. After the Heavenly Emperor Fist entered the peak realm, Gao Chen found that his understanding of this skill had deepened a bit more. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Gao Chen struck again. This time, however, it was different from the previous two. This time, the Heavenly Emperor Fist directly shattered Zhao Tong's spear. At the moment the spear was broken by Gao Chen, Zhao Tong was left stunned. How is this possible? How did he do it? This is a master weapon. He actually shattered a master weapon. What kind of monster is he? Why is he so strong? The people in the large room all widened their eyes at this scene. How did you do it? Zhao Tong asked instinctively. Perhaps due to shock, Zhao Tong forgot that he was in a fight. He forgot, but Gao Chen did not. In the next second after his question, Gao Chen's fist struck him directly. Zhao Tong, hit by the blow, flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Put! A mouthful of bright red blood spurted from Zhao Tong's mouth. Gao Chen walked in front of Zhao Tong, looking down at him from above. You are indeed strong, but you are really not my opponent. Gao Chen's tone was very calm. Zhao Tong said nothing, only gazed at Gao Chen with a face ashen as death. Seeing this, Gao Chen chose not to deliver a finishing blow. Where is the hall of the Zhao family? Gao Chen asked Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong did not answer. Forget it, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Gao Chen shook his head and walked towards the direction of the building. The large room, which had been noisy just moments ago, was now so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. People exchanged glances, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. At this moment, the elder sitting in the main seat slowly stood up and, with difficulty, walked towards the door. The others, though unsure of what the elder intended to do, followed him. Upon exiting the large room, the group arrived at the hall of the family estate. The elder stood with his hands at his sides, waiting for Gao Chen's arrival. Before long, Gao Chen approached slowly. Seeing this, the elder hurriedly went to greet him. He clasped his hands in front of him, his face full of apology. Lowering his stance as he said, I did not know the esteemed Master Gao had arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Seeing so many people in the hall, Gao Chen had actually prepared for battle. But the elder's words directly stifled him. The people behind the elder, upon hearing his words, were first slightly taken aback, then they all clasped their hands and shouted in unison, I did not know the esteemed Master Gao had arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Gao Chen looked at the elder and the other Zhao family members as if he understood something. Ignorance is no crime. Ignorance is no crime, Gao Chen said while stepping forward to support the elder. The elder straightened up and began to introduce himself. I am Zhao Wugo of the Zhao family. I have met the esteemed Master Gao. He bowed and clasped his hands. Zhao Wugo's attitude indicated that he had already conceded. Gao Chen's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Although the Zhao family also had invincible master warriors, Zhao Wugo felt that Gao Chen's power had surpassed that of an invincible master. It was very likely that this young man had already entered the realm of Grand Master. Zhao Wugo knew very well that if he continued to fight Gao Chen, their entire Zhao family could face utter destruction. Master Zhao, you are too polite. Although Gao Chen did not understand why Zhao Wugo had lowered his stance so much, since he had already conceded, Gao Chen certainly would not do anything excessive. Master Gao. Zhao Wugo pointed to a chair and made a gesture inviting Gao Chen to sit. Please take a seat. Gao Chen was not pretentious and walked directly to the chair. What does father want to do? To give up without even fighting? That's not the old man's style. Could it be that the old man has other plans? The people present were completely puzzled by Zhao Wugo's behavior. It should be noted that this chair belonged entirely to the Zhao family. Apart from Zhao Wugo, no one else was qualified to sit in it. Even if the heads of the other three major families came, they would only sit in a subordinate position. I wonder what guidance the esteemed branch master has for us this time. Zhao Wugo, sitting next to Gao Chen, inquired with a beaming smile. Gao Chen glanced at Zhao Wugo and replied with a smile, I drank too much yesterday and smashed your family's hotel. I'm here today to apologize to the Zhao family. Gao Chen's words were quite impressive. Zhao Wugo's expression turned serious as he pretended to be angry and said, You said it yourself, you drank too much. If you were drunk, that means you didn't know what you were doing. Since you didn't know, there's no need for an apology. Gao Chen spoke beautifully, and Zhao Wugo's response was equally eloquent. The other members of the Zhao family were truly dumbfounded. It was their first time seeing their old man being so easygoing. Zhao Wugo had already handled it this way, and if Gao Chen were to stir up trouble, it would really be hard to justify. In that case, thank you, old Master Zhao. Gao Chen stood up and cupped his hands in respect. You're too kind. Zhao Wugo's attitude remained humble. Before leaving the Zhao family hall, Gao Chen chose to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Divine. Mountain fruit * 100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Wuxiang City to sign in. Divine mountain fruit. A rare fruit of the Grandmaster realm. Consuming it can increase spiritual energy. The introduction of the divine mountain fruit is very simple. However, simple as it is, its effects are clearly stated. What kind of place is this Wuxiang City? After reading about the rare fruit, Gao Chen looked towards the new sign-in location. He took out his phone and opened the map of the divine machine. Base City. After searching for a while, he couldn't find any information about Wuxiang City within the base city. With no other choice, he had to look outside the base city. Soon, he found Wuxiang City outside the base city. Wuxiang City was once a luxurious community in a lavish city. After the revival of spiritual energy due to its unique geographical location and the abundance of spiritual energy there, it became a gathering place for exotic beasts. Don't be fooled by the fact that Wuxiang City is just a luxurious community. The exotic beasts gathered there are not to be underestimated. It is said that there might be incredibly powerful exotic beasts there that are unmatched by any master. No need to rush. Gao Chen wasn't in a hurry about this new sign-in location. After all, he still had many things to deal with. Anyway, since I will be residing in the Divine Machine base city in the future, I should buy a house first. Gao Chen was a practical person. After pinpointing a suitable community on his phone, he drove directly there. The Divine Machine base city is divided into 3 major areas: the slum area, the wealthy area, and the martial artist area. The house Gao Chen wanted to buy was located in the martial artist area. 10 minutes later, Gao Chen's car stopped outside the sales office of Tianqing Garden. As the best community in the Divine Machine base city, even though Tianqing Garden had been open for 10 years, not many houses had been sold. It wasn't that the houses were hard to sell, but rather that there were very few people qualified to buy a house in this community. Hello, welcome. Are you here to buy a house? The receptionist at the sales office lit up upon seeing Gao Chen. Because there were so few qualified buyers for these houses, the sales commission here was particularly high. Selling a single house here could even earn enough commission to buy a house outright in the wealthy area. Yes. Gao Chen nodded. Seeing him nod, the receptionist's smile grew even brighter. We have apartments, commercial houses, Western style houses, and villas. Which one do you need? She asked Gao Chen. After thinking for a moment, Gao Chen replied, take me to see the villa. Okay. The receptionist was almost overjoyed. Wow, you're so young and already a martial artist? That's amazing. 2. Buy a villa as soon as you open your mouth. Aren't you a second-generation martial artist? Not necessarily, maybe they're a first-generation martial artist. Stop joking, our villa's starting price is 1 million. If he really is a first-generation martial artist, he definitely can't afford it. It's not that these receptionists look down on Gao Chen, but the housing prices here are just too high. Under the guidance of a young lady, Gao Chen arrived at the exhibition area of the villa district. How big is this? 1. Gao Chen pointed at a villa and asked the young lady. She looked and replied, about 1,000 square meters. Not bad. Gao Chen nodded and said seriously, what's the unit price? 1.2 million. The young lady stated the unit price. Although Gao Chen was mentally prepared, hearing that price still felt extremely exaggerated. For 1,000 square meters, that's 1.2 billion, right? Gao Chen looked at the young lady. She nodded. Then let's swipe the card. Gao Chen handed his card to the young lady. She stood there, stunned. She had dealt with many home-buying clients, but this was the first time she encountered someone as straightforward as Gao Chen. Hey! Seeing the young lady in a daze, Gao Chen quickly waved his hand to remind her. What are you still standing there? 4. Hurry up. Yes. The young lady came to her senses, quickly nodded, and apologized to Gao Chen. I'm sorry, I zoned out. She took Gao Chen's card and ran towards the sales office. We're not selling this house. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Gao Chen frowned and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a young man, thin and fair-skinned, handsome, dressed in a white suit, staring at him. I thought who it was. Isn't this Qian Busho from the Qian family? Gao Chen recognized the young man at a glance. The Qian family is one of the 4 major families in the Shinji base city. This family controls all the real estate business in the Shinji base city, from the martial artist district to the slums. Wherever there are houses, there are properties of the Qian family. Gao Chen recognized him immediately because Qian Busho is indeed quite famous. Qian Busho is the direct grandson of the current patriarch of the Qian family and is a direct descendant. Logically, someone like him should have decent cultivation talent. However, Qian Busho's cultivation talent is truly dismal. If it weren't for the Qian family's immense wealth, he might not even have the chance to become a martial artist. Although he lacks talent in cultivation, he is exceptionally gifted in business. To prove himself, he once asked his grandfather for a small company. In less than a year, he turned that struggling company into a profitable one. After proving his talent, he gradually began to take over the Qian family's business. Because of this, the Qian family actually listed him, a person with no cultivation talent, as the first heir of the younger generation. Gao Chun, you really have guts. You smashed the Zhao family's hotel yesterday and today you dare to come to our Qian family's territory. Chen Busho extended his right hand and took out a cigarette, placing it in his mouth. He lit the cigarette and squinted at Gao Chen. I'm here to buy a house, Gao Chen said. Buy a house? Chen Busho lit his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and waved his hand dismissively. You can never buy a house in Shinji, I'm telling you. The Chen family owns all the real estate companies in Shinji, so Chen Busho has the right to say such things. If I can't buy one, then why don't you just give me a set? Gao Chen looked at Chen Busho with a half-smile, his tone slightly teasing. Are you out of your mind? Chen Busho looked at Gao Chen as if he were an idiot upon hearing his words. We're neither friends nor brothers, why would I give you a house? And you should know the situation you're in at Shinji right now. If I were you, I would definitely choose to leave here right now, rather than buy a house and settle down. Chen Busho said this with a hint of threat towards Gao Chen. Are you threatening me? Gao Chen looked coldly at Chen Busho, his tone much colder. That's right. Chen Busho nodded, disdainfully. I am threatening you. And what can you do about it? I just don't understand who gave you the courage to barge into the dragon's den of Shinji. Before Chen Busho could finish his words, he suddenly stopped. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but at that moment Gao Chen's hand had already grasped his throat. The people around them were shocked. None of them expected Gao Chen to strike without warning. Even Chen Busho himself hadn't anticipated this. He looked at Gao Chen with terrified eyes, a sense of indescribable fear rising in his heart. Do you know? Gao Chen's hand tightened around Chen Busho's throat, his tone icy. In my eyes, you are not much better than an ant. If I wanted to, I could crush you at any moment. After saying that, Gao Chen directly threw Chen Busho to the ground. Chen Busho instantly got up from the ground. Do you know? Your actions just now have completely angered me. Gao Chen's previous actions made Chen Busho feel extremely embarrassed. He looked at Gao Chen coldly and said in a low voice, unless you kneel down and apologize to me right now, otherwise, I will make sure you don't leave this sales office today. Faced with Chen Busho's threat, Gao Chen only smiled coldly. Fourth uncle, this kid is up to you. As Chen Busho said this, he took a step back. Then an old man appeared. The old man was thin and had an ordinary appearance. His body leaned slightly forward, giving a somewhat hunchbacked impression. He wore a white tank top on his upper body and military green pants on his lower body. On his feet were a pair of military green rubber shoes. The most eye-catching was the military green cap on his head. If nothing unexpected happened, this person should be Qian Si. Qian Si, one of the guards of the Qian family. He grew up alongside the current head of the Qian family. Although his talent was not as good as the current head, he was not to be underestimated. After the current head of the Qian family took power, he also became the captain of the Qian family's guard team. His task was to protect the most important heir of the Qian family, Chen Busho. Fourth uncle. Chen Busho, stepping back, pointed at Gao Chen and shouted, "Kill this kid." Qian Si nodded. With the strength of a grandmaster, he is no match for me. The strongest combat power of the Qian family at present was the grandmaster level, and Qian Si was one of the many strongest fighters. Young man, you are speaking too early. It's easy to slap your own face. Qian Si was not surprised at all that Gao Chen directly stated his realm. Fourth uncle. Seeing that Qian Si was about to continue talking to Gao Chen, Chen Busho quickly interrupted. You should take action quickly, we don't have time to waste on someone like him. Qian Si nodded again. Take action. Qian Si faced Gao Chen and shouted. All right. Gao Chen nodded and charged straight at Qian Si. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he was right in front of Qian Si. Heavenly Emperor. Fist. Gao Chen did not underestimate Qian Si and unleashed a powerful move. At first, Qian Si was somewhat relaxed, but when he felt the immense power from Gao Chen, his expression changed drastically. At that moment, he realized that the young man in front of him was indeed not wrong. But realizing this was clearly too late, because Gao Chen's fist had already struck Qian Si's face. Bang! Qian Si, hit by the punch, flew backward. After crashing into several building models, he fell heavily to the ground. Put! Qian Si, lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell unconscious. Seeing this scene, Chen Busho was so scared that his legs trembled. He originally thought that Qian Si could easily crush Gao Chen, but unexpectedly, Qian Si was the one who got crushed by Gao Chen. After dealing with Qian Si, Gao Chen turned his gaze towards Chen Bushao. What do you want to do? Perhaps out of fear, Chen Bushao spoke with a stutter. Nothing much, Gao Chen replied with a smile, using the most amiable tone he could muster. I just want to ask, what size villa are you planning to give me? Gao Chen maintained a friendly smile. However, in Chen Bushao's eyes, it seemed as if a demon was smiling at him. You choose. Whatever size you want, I will give you. That, Chen Bushao realized the reality after Qianxi's defeat. What is the largest villa you have? Gao Chen looked at the young lady who had previously attended to him. The young lady was still in a daze. Hearing Gao Chen's inquiry, she quickly snapped back to reality and nervously replied, the largest we have is 1,500 square meters. That's the one, Gao Chen said to the young lady. The house will be under Qian Bushao's name. After saying this, he turned to Qian Bushao and added, the commission should be exactly what it is, you must not cut corners. Qian Bushao could only nod in response. As for the decoration, Gao Chen looked at Qian Bushao. I'll handle it, Qian Bushao hurriedly assured. In a week's time, the villa will be decorated, and the keys will be delivered to you. Gao Chen nodded and left the sales office, feeling quite satisfied. Once Gao Chen left, Qian Bushao visibly sighed in relief. Then, with a grim expression, he dialed his grandfather's number. After leaving the sales office, Gao Chen went straight back to the hotel. Upon returning to his room, he took out the divine mountain fruit from the system. One by one, the divine mountain fruits entered his stomach and streams of spiritual energy began to circulate within Gao Chen's body. With my current realm, I should be able to reach the late stage of Grandmaster, right? 100 divine mountain fruits caused the spiritual energy within Gao Chen to surge rapidly. System: God-level sign-in system. Host: Gao Chen realm, mid-Grandmaster. Skills: Thunder Fist, perfect. Shadow Step, perfect. Green Lotus Sword Technique, perfect. All Character Secret, perfect. Indestructible Vajra Skill, perfect. Walking Character Secret, perfect. Chaos Resolution, perfect. Grass Character Sword Technique, perfect. Sky Sword Technique, perfect. Sign-in locations: Wanjing City. This time, his prediction clearly went awry. 100 divine mountain fruits did not elevate his realm to the late stage of Grandmaster, it merely reached the mid-stage. However, even so, he was very satisfied. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, after consolidating his realm, Gao Chen lay down and closed his eyes to rest. The Zhao family and the Qian family have already made contact. I just wonder when the Sun family and the Li family will make contact. Gao Chen thought as he gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, after waking up, Gao Chen shouldered his backpack and left the Divine Machine Base City. Now that he knew the exact address of Wanjing City, Gao Chen planned to take a look first. Just as Gao Chen left the base city, a group of people followed closely behind. This was an elite squad composed of 5 members. Leading them was a bald, muscular man. His upper body was bare, and some strange tattoos were clearly visible on his skin. This muscular man was named Sun Fan, a member of the Sun family, and his realm was Invincible Grandmaster. The remaining members of his squad were not from the Sun family. Although the Sun family was one of the 4 great families, it was clearly unrealistic to expect them to produce 5 invincible Grandmasters at once. Therefore, all these experts were desperate individuals the Sun family had found from the black market. After leaving the base, Gao Chen headed straight for Wanjing City. Wanjing City was far from the base city. Even with his full speed, Gao Chen ran for nearly 5 hours before reaching the outskirts of Wanjing City. This Wanjing City is a bit terrifying. Just on the outskirts of Wanjing City, Gao Chen saw some peak master-level exotic beasts. It's important to note that this was only the periphery. As Gao Chen pondered, he slowly moved closer to the direction of Wanjing City. The moment he approached Wanjing City, Gao Chen chose to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained. Breaking Illusion Divine Eye, great achievement. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the central square of Wanjing City to sign in. Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. Everything is an illusion, everything is ephemeral. This skill can see through all illusions at a glance and discern the essence. The description of this skill gives a sense of profound mystery. Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. After reading the description, Gao Chen activated the skill directly. As the skill activated, a golden eye suddenly appeared on his forehead. The eye slowly opened, and a beam of golden light shot out from it. He looked at an exotic beast not far away. In that second, Gao Chen's third eye became an X-ray machine. Wow, a perspective eye. Gao Chen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. This Breaking Illusion Divine Eye, besides being used as an X-ray machine, could also see places that others could not. For example, the exotic beast in front of Gao Chen. In a grayish-white state, it had several areas that were blood red. What is this? Gazing at the blood-red areas, Gao Chen fell into deep thought. Could it be? A thought suddenly sprang up in Gao Chen's mind. Adhering to the principle that practice leads to knowledge, Gao Chen drew the Tizot sword and charged towards the exotic beast. Grass Character Sword Technique. Gao Chen initiated with a killing move. The spiritual energy transformed into vigorous grass, flying towards the blood-red areas of the exotic beast under Gao Chen's command. According to Gao Chen's understanding of the Grass Character Sword Technique, this move was not enough to kill the exotic beast. However, reality left Gao Chen dumbfounded. The vigorous grass made of spiritual energy directly killed the exotic beast in an instant. This, even Gao Chun himself found it hard to believe. Could that blood-red area be a weakness? Gao Chun seemed to have discovered a new continent filled with excitement. To verify his idea, he began searching for other exotic beasts within Wanjing City. Eventually, he set his sights on a hedgehog covered in white barbs. Generally, exotic beasts of this type have very strong defenses. Grass character sword technique. Gao Chen made his move again. However, this time, he did not command the vigorous grass to attack the red dot but directed it to attack the hedgehog directly. The spiritual energy vigorous grass struck the white hedgehog, producing a sound like metal colliding. But upon closer inspection, it was found that the spiritual energy vigorous grass did not cause any damage to the white hedgehog. Calm chaos decision. Gao Chen swung his sword. This time, his target was the red dot on the white hedgehog. The effect of this attack, however, was worlds apart from the previous one. Gao Chen's calm chaos decision directly killed the white hedgehog in an instant. Wow! Gao Chen waved his hand to disperse the breaking illusion divine eye, muttering in amazement. With this skill, wouldn't I be invincible? For high-level martial artists, every detail in battle is crucial, and this breaking illusion divine eye can see through the opponent's weaknesses, which is fatal for any high-level martial artist. After dealing with the white hedgehog, Gao Chen collected its core and headed straight for the center of Wanjing City. Along the way, he encountered quite a few exotic beasts. Some of these beasts were very powerful, while others were quite weak. But regardless of whether they were strong or weak, with the help of the breaking illusion divine eye, none could withstand a single blow. Gao Chen fought his way forward and soon arrived at the central square. As the heart of Wanjing City, the central square was teeming with exotic beasts. Moreover, they were all super strong beasts that were invincible among masters. Even on the outskirts of the central square, there were many peak master level super exotic beasts lurking. Should I charge in? Gao Chen hesitated for a moment. There were numerous exotic beasts in the central square. If Gao Chen really made a move against one exotic beast, the others would surely swarm him. As he hesitated, a strange beast spotted Gao Chen. Roar! The beast growled lowly at the creatures beside it. The beasts around it turned to look in Gao Chen's direction and then growled at the nearby beasts as well. Soon, the low growls echoed throughout the central square. The beasts in the square glared angrily at Gao Chen. However, what was strange was that these beasts did not immediately attack him. Are they waiting for something? The group of beasts looked as if they were soldiers waiting for orders. Just as Gao Chen was filled with confusion, a low growl sounded from the very center of the square. Breaking Illusion's Divine Eye. To see what was in the center of the square, Gao Chen activated the Breaking Illusion's Divine Eye. The eye pierced through layers of obstacles, reaching the center of the square. What is this? Gao Chen saw a very strange creature standing in the middle of the square. This creature stood on two legs, resembling a human, but its entire body was covered in thick fur. The only places without fur were its eyes and mouth. Through its eyes, Gao Chen sensed that this creature possessed intelligence. Its mouth opened and closed continuously, as if it were saying something. The beasts nearby also growled incessantly in response to its mouth movements. What kind of creature is this? Just as Gao Chen was pondering, a beast not far from him suddenly launched an attack. Fortunately, Gao Chen reacted quickly and easily dodged it. After evading the attack, he drew the Tizot sword and counterattacked directly. Grass character sword technique. A series of powerful grass blades formed from condensed spiritual energy flew straight toward the red spots on the beast. The beast tried to dodge but found it was too late. The grass blades formed from spiritual energy instantly killed the beast. The other beasts, witnessing this, all growled in unison. Roar! At the same time, a low growl echoed from the very center of the square. With this growl, the beasts in the square visibly became excited. They all looked at Gao Chen, their eyes filled with greed and desire. It was unclear which beast roared first, but soon all the beasts joined in the furious roar. The collective roar of these beasts made Gao Chen's eardrums ache. After the roar, the beasts charged toward Gao Chen all at once. All character secret tenfold battle power stacked in an instant. Indestructible diamond divine skill. A golden sheen instantly enveloped his entire body. Sky sword technique. Stars formed from spiritual energy flew toward the beasts. With tenfold battle power, Gao Chen was extraordinarily powerful. Coupled with the enhancement of the Breaking Illusion's Divine Eye, his combat strength received a significant boost. Without the Breaking Illusion's Divine Eye, it might take him an entire move of the Sky Sword technique to deal with a single invincible beast. But now, with the help of the Breaking Illusion's Divine Eye, a single move of the Sky Sword technique could kill 3 or 4 invincible beasts. Even after eliminating 3 or 4 invincible beasts, Gao Chen still faced a dire situation. Therefore, he had to unleash more lethal moves. Peacekeeping decision. He swung the Tizot sword in his hand. A series of small sword lights formed from condensed spiritual energy flew toward the beasts again. The power of the peacekeeping decision was not any less than that of the Sky Sword technique. After this move, 4 or 5 invincible beasts fell. Green Lotus Sword technique. This was one of the first attack skills Gao Chen had obtained. Due to acquiring too many skills afterward, he had rarely used this skill lately. The reason for its infrequent use was not that the skill was ineffective. After all, with too many skills and too weak opponents, a few skills would often lead to the opponent's defeat, making it impossible for Gao Chen to use more skills. The green lotus formed from condensed spiritual energy floated in the air. The green lotus was enormous, with petals blooming. Go! As the green lotus coalesced, Gao Chen pointed toward the beasts. The green lotus suddenly disintegrated and the petals shot toward the beasts. The strange beasts once again endured the bombardment of the Qinglian. This time, at least 10 or so invincible master-level beasts perished. There aren't that many strange beasts after all. After taking down a dozen invincible master-level beasts, Gao Chen suddenly realized that there were very few strange beasts left in the central square. Few did not mean none. Even if there was only one strange beast left in the central square, Gao Chen would never let his guard down. The remaining few strange beasts in the central square exchanged glances and all looked towards the center of the square. At that moment, the humanoid creature appeared before Gao Chen. Human? This creature looked so much like a human. It not only walked upright on 2 legs, but Gao Chen also saw its limbs. Its limbs, both in proportion and length, were indistinguishable from those of a human. However, what shocked Gao Chen the most was that it had fur of 7 different colors. This was the first time Gao Chen had encountered such a strange beast. He tried to use his glasses to check the situation of this beast. However, the feedback from the glasses left him greatly disappointed. The information about this creature was all question marks. In other words, this creature might be a strange beast, and it's the first time it has appeared. Gao Chen felt a headache coming on. But what gave him the biggest headache was that this strange beast had only 1 or 2 red spots on its body. It should be noted that even those invincible master-level beasts had 7 or 8 red spots on them. Some even had comfortably over a dozen. This meant that the weaknesses of the creature before him were only 1 or 2. This is troublesome. While Gao Chen was observing this creature, it was also observing him. Its eyes, resembling those of a human, continuously scanned Gao Chen's body. What kind of monster is this? Gao Chen muttered under his breath. After a moment of mutual observation, the strange creature let out a low growl at the other beasts. The other beasts parted to make way, and the strange creature walked towards Gao Chen. Seeing this scene, Gao Chen's pupils slightly contracted. If nothing unexpected happened, this strange creature should be the leader of this group of beasts. It passed through the crowd of beasts, looking at Gao Chen with a human-like gaze. It did not speak, but Gao Chen read a lot from its eyes. Emotions of rage, disgust, and impatience alternated in its gaze. It growled at Gao Chen, as if saying, "Why have you come here to disturb my peace?" Gao Chen ignored it and tightened his grip on the Tizot sword in his hand. At that moment, he was shocked to discover that this strange creature also had a weapon in its hand. It was a short dagger that looked very similar to the Tizot sword. Because Gao Chen's attention had been entirely on the strange creature just now, he had not noticed the existence of the dagger. Is this really a strange beast? Gao Chen began to have doubts. The strange creature let out another low growl and waved its right hand. As the dagger swung in its right hand, Gao Chen saw it more clearly. Seeing that Gao Chen still had no response, the creature began to grow impatient. Without any warning, it charged straight at Gao Chen. Its speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was right in front of Gao Chen. The dagger in its hand swung towards Gao Chen's throat. If Gao Chen hadn't reacted quickly, this strike could have easily taken his life. After dodging the strange creature's attack, Gao Chen began to counterattack. Although the strange creature was powerful, it was gradually retreating under Gao Chen's assault. In just a few exchanges, Gao Chen had left numerous wounds on the strange creature's body. Blood flowed from the wounds, dyeing its colorful fur a very strange color. Roar! The pain made the strange creature let out a roar. Upon hearing this roar, the other strange beasts charged towards Gao Chen one after another. Gao Chen did not hesitate and directly swung the Tizot sword to engage in battle. Powerful exotic beasts fell one by one under Gao Chen's Tizot sword. The strange creature, witnessing this scene, revealed a look of fear in its eyes. However, it was clearly too late for it to feel fear at that moment. Having dealt with the other exotic beasts, Gao Chen had already rushed to the front of this strange creature. Heavenly Emperor Fist. This time, Gao Chen did not use sword techniques but prepared to solve this strange creature with his fists. Under the powerful assault of Gao Chen's fist techniques, the strange creature continuously emitted sounds of bones breaking. In the end, this strange creature lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. Gao Chen showed no mercy, stepping forward to explode its head. Indeed, it is an exotic beast. Inside its head, Gao Chen discovered a core unique to exotic beasts. From the size and luster of the core, it was evident that this exotic beast should be one at the early or mid stage of a Grand Master. Sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward obtained, Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique, great accomplishment, ding. A new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the Sun family estate to sign in. The Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique is one of the 3 major sword techniques of the perfect world and is also a very powerful sword technique. The new sign-in reward did not stir any waves in Gao Chen. After all, some previous sign-in rewards were not inferior to this Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique. However, the most intriguing was this new sign-in location. The Zhao family and Xian family have both been contacted. It's time to reach out to the Sun family as well, Gao Chen said as he began to clean up the battlefield, preparing to return to the base city. But just as he picked up the dagger from the strange creature's hand, a strange scene occurred. The dagger suddenly flew into the air and directly attached itself to Gao Chen's Tizot sword. In the next second, a golden light erupted violently. This golden light was blinding, even Gao Chen had to close his eyes against its brightness. The golden light lasted for about half an hour before gradually dissipating. Once the golden light disappeared, Gao Chen immediately looked towards the direction of the Tizot sword. Is this still my Tizot sword? Gao Chen stared blankly at the Tizot sword in his hand. At that moment, the Tizot sword resembled a gigantic key more than a sword. He took out the Tizot small sword from his backpack for comparison. He found that the Tizot sword and the Tizot small sword were not just similar, they were identical. Gao Chen felt utterly helpless. This Tizot sword was his only weapon at the moment. If it weren't for the Heavenly Emperor fist he obtained from signing in a while ago, his combat power would have been greatly diminished now. Forget it, I'll buy another one when I return to the base city, Gao Chen thought, tossing the Tizot sword into his backpack. High Branch Master, where are you headed? Just as Gao Chen was about to leave Wanjing city, a group of 5 blocked his path. The leader of the 5 was Sun Fan, who had left the city right after Gao Chen. In fact, Sun Fan had already arrived when Gao Chen was battling the exotic beast. He had been waiting for Gao Chen and the strange creature to mutually destroy each other so he could reap the benefits. However, he did not expect that the seemingly powerful strange creature was no match for Gao Chen at all. With no other choice, he had to show himself. Sun Fan? Gao Chen recognized Sun Fan at a glance. Sun Fan could be considered the top among the younger generation of the Sun family. Not only did he possess exceptional cultivation talent, but he was also outstanding in physical prowess among his peers. It was precisely because of his fame that Gao Chen could recognize him immediately. High Branch Master, nice to meet you, please take care, Sun Fan said, coldly, cupping his hands in greeting. To be honest, this kind of forced smile was quite unpleasant. So, you brought so many people here to ambush me? Gao Chen did not want to waste words with Sun Fan. Sun Fan was straightforward as well. He nodded and bluntly stated, your appearance has disrupted the interests of the divine machine. Therefore, you must disappear. Let me disappear, but with the few people you brought, I'm afraid it's not enough. Sun Fan and the people he brought are all invincible masters. To outsiders, this combination indeed seems powerful. But in Gao Chen's eyes, this combination is truly insufficient. Although he currently has no weapons, even with just the Heavenly Emperor fist, he can make this group of people lose their way. Young Master Sun, hurry up and take action, our time is very precious, said a tall, thin man in Sun Fan's team, looking impatiently at Gao Chen. For someone like him, we don't need so many people. Just give the word, and I can take care of him myself. In the eyes of the tall, thin man, dealing with someone like Gao Chen only requires him alone. With his invincible master realm, he indeed should have such confidence. I say, buddy, what on earth did you eat to have such a delusion? Invincible masters are indeed powerful, but in Gao Chen's eyes, they really are not enough. Don't believe it? The tall, thin man, seeing Gao Chen's disbelief, looked at Sun Fan. Since he doesn't believe it, why not let him give it a try? Sun Fan nodded in agreement. Seeing Sun Fan nod, the tall, thin man instantly became excited. He grinned menacingly at Gao Chen, rubbing his fists as he laughed. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of talking nonsense. With that, he charged at Gao Chen. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Gao Chen directly swung his fist. A massive golden fist formed from condensed spiritual energy rushed directly towards the tall, thin man. The tall, thin man scoffed, is that all? But the next second, he was sent flying. Sun Fan was slightly taken aback and shouted, everyone, attack together. After a brief moment of surprise, the others drew their weapons and charged at Gao Chen. This group of people is at the invincible master realm, but their actual combat power has already reached half a great master. Therefore, their combat strength is extremely formidable. Fortunately, Gao Chen is not to be underestimated. Secret of the word all. Indestructible Vajra technique. The tenfold power boost made Gao Chen unafraid of strong enemies. Heavenly Emperor Fist. He waved his hands wildly. This group of experts was simply no match for Gao Chen. Under the onslaught of the Heavenly Emperor Fist, they all fell one after another. It was at this moment that Sun Fan truly realized he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He was now very scared and wanted to back down, but the pride that remained in his heart told him he couldn't do that. how about letting me go? Not backing down to plead, but negotiating instead. I can give you everything you want. Gao Chen looked down at Sun Fan, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face, and said, I want your Sun family. Can you give that to me? I can. Sun Fan didn't even think about it and nodded in agreement. As long as you let me go, the Sun family will be under your command. Goodness, are you really making such bold claims without a draft? Gao Chen didn't believe that Sun Fan would hand over the Sun family to him. Not to mention that Sun Fan's current status in the Sun family was not enough for him to make such a decision. Even if Sun Fan had the authority to make such a decision, he would absolutely not let the Sun family fall under Gao Chen's command. Anyone who isn't a fool can see that Sun Fan's agreement is merely a delaying tactic. Alright, I won't kill you. Gao Chen is not a psychopath. He doesn't have a deep obsession with killing. Upon hearing this, Sun Fan's eyes lit up with hope. But not killing you doesn't mean I will let you off. Gao Chen's words shattered all of Sun Fan's hopes. Sun Fan hadn't even had time to react when he saw Gao Chen directly punch his arm. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The intense pain made cold sweat start to beat on Sun Fan's forehead. He opened his mouth, wanting to scream in agony, but he despairingly realized that he couldn't make a sound at all. Daring to target me, your Sun family must have eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Gao Chen's expression was colder than ever. After saying this, he swung his fist again. This time, his fist landed on Sun Fan's other arm. The pain in his arms nearly made Sun Fan faint. Yet, even so, Gao Chen had no intention of stopping. He swung his fist once more. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and Sun Fan's legs were completely ruined. From this moment on, Sun Fan became a complete cripple. Alright, the game is over. Gao Chen stood up and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. He said to Sun Fan and the people he brought, your game has officially begun. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Gao Chen cut open the blood vessel of a beast he had just killed. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed vessel. Seeing this scene, the group finally realized what Gao Chen was about to do. Are you a devil? You might as well kill me. Please, kill me, I don't want to become a beast's meal. Boss, I'll give you everything I have, just please give me a quick death. This group of people shouted in despair. Gao Chen, however, paid no attention to their hopelessness. After taking out all the valuable items from their backpacks, Gao Chen left Wanjing City. As soon as Gao Chen left, beasts drawn by the smell of blood arrived near Sun Fan and the others. These beasts had blood-red eyes, as if they hadn't eaten for several days. After leaving Wanjing City, Gao Chen headed straight towards the base city. Upon returning to the base city, he did not choose to rest at the hotel but went directly to the trading market. This outdoor trip had been incredibly fruitful for him. After selling everything in his backpack, he surprisingly earned around 1 billion. Besides this visible billion, there were also many invisible gains. For instance, the Tizot sword fused with a dagger and the rewards obtained from signing in. The truly valuable items were these invisible rewards. After clearing out his backpack, Gao Chen returned to the hotel to rest. The news of Sun Fan's death quickly spread throughout the Sun family. As a family that had been established in the Divine Machine base city for many years, each disciple carried a life detector that ignored distance and signal. The terminal for this life detector was located within the Sun family. This terminal was monitored daily. This is why the news of Sun Fan's death reached the Sun family in such a short time. Who did this? The head of the Sun family was furious. Sun Fan was the junior he valued the most. The most likely suspect is Gao Chen, one person replied. What happened? The head of the Sun family looked at the speaker. Sun Fan gathered a group of people from the black market to ambush Gao Chen. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the head of the Sun family. Come here, the head shouted, pointing at the speaker. Take him out and execute him. The man was bewildered. He couldn't understand why the head would treat him this way. You clearly knew but didn't report it to the family. What are your intentions? The head answered his confusion. Soon, a group of men in black suits walked in from outside and took the speaker away. Not long after, a piercing scream echoed within the Sun family. Go find someone to investigate if Gao Chen killed Fanner. If he did, then offer a hefty reward for him, the head of the Sun family commanded. In the Divine Machine base city, at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, looking at Gao Chen, who was safe and sound, Yuan Shi felt a surge of killing intent in his heart. Yet, he wore a smile and asked Gao Chen, I wonder what brings you here today, Master Gao? I want to initiate the handover procedure. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi was taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile, saying, since Master Gao has already mentioned it, let's start the handover procedure. Meanwhile, he gave a glance to Hien, who was sitting beside him. Hien understood and then walked out of Yuan Shi's office. When he returned, he was holding a cup of tea. Goodness, are you trying to poison him? Does it have to be so obvious? Gao Chen really began to doubt the intelligence of both Hien and Yuan Shi. Just as Gao Chen was questioning their IQ, Hien handed the tea to Yuan Shi. After taking a sip, Yuanshi continued, since the handover process has begun, let's get started. Gao Chen nodded. Then, the two entered the formal handover procedure. Personnel, income, expenses, one by one, Yuanshi detailed. Everything meticulously. Yuanshi's serious demeanor made Gao Chen momentarily suspect that he was genuinely sincere in the handover. This handover lasted until the evening. Yuanshi intended to treat Gao Chen to dinner, but Gao Chen declined. Stepping out of the martial arts hall, Gao Chen felt a wave of dizziness. He stumbled slightly, nearly falling. He steadied himself against the wall, frowning tightly. What's going on? A martial artist of his level shouldn't experience such a situation. The main thing was that he hadn't consumed anything provided by Heian or Yuanshi. No way. Gao Chen leaned against the wall for a while until the dizziness completely faded. He looked in the direction of the martial arts hall and muttered to himself, better safe than sorry, I should go concoct some antidote pills. With that thought, Gao Chen drove towards the Alchemy Alliance. Goodness, this guy is quite cautious, Heian sighed in relief as Gao Chen's car drove further away, then spoke to Yuanshi. Yuanshi scoffed disdainfully. No matter how cautious he is, he'll still fall for it, right? Although these two weren't alchemists, they possessed terrifying skills in poisoning. Gao Chen thought that by not eating or drinking, he could avoid being poisoned by them. Little did he know, in their eyes, poisoning food and water was a very low-level tactic. Driving, Gao Chen soon arrived at the Alchemy Alliance. Please, show your alchemist certification. Just as Gao Chen was about to enter, he was stopped by the person at the door. Gao Chen was slightly taken aback. My alchemist certification hasn't arrived yet, but you can check. The person at the door shook his head. Without an alchemist certification, you are not an alchemist. If you are not an alchemist, you cannot enter the Alchemy Alliance. The guard's attitude was very firm. Gao Chen helplessly shook his head. How about you call your supervisor? I'd like to talk to him. No need. At that moment, a man walked over. He was dressed in a standard black suit, and his shoes were polished to a shine. However, the most striking feature was his slick, shiny black hairstyle. My name is Bai Chang, and I am the head of the Divine Machine Division. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Gao Chen, right? Bai Chang introduced himself and then mentioned Gao Chen's name. You know me? Gao Chen was very surprised that Bai Chang recognized him. After all, this was their first meeting. Bai Chang smiled and nodded. Of course I know you. In that case, can I enter? Gao Chen asked Bai Chang. The dizziness in his head was still present, so he needed to hurry and concoct an antidote pill. Bai Chang smiled and nodded, then gestured for Gao Chen to enter. Please come in. Gao Chen nodded and stepped inside. The first thing he did upon entering was rent an alchemy room at the front desk. Holding the key from the front desk, Gao Chen greeted Bai Chang and then plunged into the alchemy room. What is he up to? Gao Chen's actions puzzled Bai Chang. After Gao Chen entered the alchemy room, Bai Chang headed straight for the monitoring room. After all, the Divine Machine was a level 4 base city, and the alchemy rooms here were much more advanced than those in Langya. In addition to the alchemy furnace, there was also a self-service materials area. As long as you input the materials you needed on the screen in the self-service materials area, the machine will deliver the materials to your alchemy room. After thoroughly reading the manual, Gao Chen began to operate the self-service material area machine. Is he going to refine a detoxification pill? Bai Chang, sitting in the monitoring room, stared at the screen without blinking, afraid of missing something. I say, boss. One of Bai Chang's subordinates couldn't hold back and spoke up. What's so interesting about a detoxification pill? The detoxification pill is a basic pill among the foundational pills for spiritual alchemists. Any spiritual alchemist has refined detoxification pills, and not just one. This kid. Bai Chang was not angry at his subordinate's complaints. He pointed at the screen and said, this is a super genius rarely seen in our Alchemy Alliance in recent years, so even if he's refining a detoxification pill, I want to watch closely. Bai Chang's diligent and studious attitude made his subordinate shake his head helplessly. Isn't this super genius a bit too cheap? Seeing Bai Chang's emphasis on Gao Chen, his subordinate dared only to whisper. In the alchemy room, Gao Chen quickly completed the initial preparations. He opened the furnace lid and poured the ground medicinal powder inside. Once all the medicinal powders were in, Gao Chen began to manipulate the furnace. I say, boss, this so-called super genius of yours hasn't refined many pills, has he? His subordinate couldn't help but jump out to criticize when he saw Gao Chen's amateurish actions. Bai Chang remained silent because he had the same thought in his mind. Let's wait and see, maybe he really is impressive. Bai Chang did not completely extinguish the hope in his heart. His subordinate shook his head, indicating that no miracle would happen. Just as Bai Chang and his subordinate were discussing Gao Chen's alchemy gradually approached its conclusion. As the flames in the furnace were about to extinguish, Gao Chen made a shocking move that stunned Bai Chang and his subordinate. He actually took some more medicinal materials from the self-service area and tossed them into the furnace without even looking. This is a huge taboo. His subordinate couldn't hold back any longer, pointing at Gao Chen on the screen and cursing. I think this guy is not a super genius but a super idiot. Bai Chang said nothing, but his eyes flickered with deep disappointment. All right. In front of the furnace, as Gao Chen, who was almost falling asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly walked to the furnace and opened the lid. White mist rose, and smoke swirled around. In the white mist, Gao Chen vaguely saw a red glow. Did it succeed? In the monitoring room, Bai Chang felt nervous as he saw Gao Chen open the furnace. His subordinate was puzzled as to why his boss was so anxious. Red? Under the 18K ultra-high-definition quality, Bai Chang also saw the red glow through the white mist. His subordinate looked at the screen. That flash of red in the white mist was quite dazzling. Gao Chen reached into the furnace and took out the pill. Top-grade detoxification pill? Bai Chang was taken aback. As the main person in charge of the branch, Bai Chang was also an alchemy expert. Although the detoxification pill is a basic pill among foundational pills, refining a top-grade detoxification pill is not an easy task. Even though everyone now uses high-tech equipment for alchemy, it is still not easy to refine a top-grade pill, even with such technology. Not just one? Seeing Gao Chen reach back into the furnace, his subordinate's eyes widened. Again. 2 pills from one furnace, though rare. Bai Chang, as the head of a level 4 base city, had seen such things before. He was surprised, but it wasn't enough to shock him. However, when he saw Gao Chen take out yet another red pill from inside, Bai Chang was dumbfounded. 2 pills from one furnace, and both are top grade. Even Bai Chang felt that his worldview had been somewhat overturned. At that moment, he finally understood why old Chu said Gao Chen was a rare super genius. If one furnace can produce a top grade pill, there is more or less an element of luck involved. But if a furnace produces 2 top grade pills, that cannot be explained by luck alone. Unless one possesses extraordinary skills, such a situation is simply impossible. This time, do you believe it? Bai Chang looked at his subordinate. The subordinate, with his mouth agape and eyes wide, nodded in a daze. Gao Chen himself did not expect to refine 2 top-grade pills in one furnace. After a moment of shock, he directly tossed one detox pill into his mouth. As the pill entered, it instantly transformed into a stream of clarity that began to flow through Gao Chen's body. The discomfort he felt started to gradually fade away with the emergence of this clarity. Did they really poison me? Gao Chen was filled with astonishment. He had been very cautious at the branch office. Yet, he never expected to fall into their trap. It seems these two have some skills, Gao Chen said as he slowly walked out of the alchemy room. After settling the fees at the front desk, Gao Chen drove straight back to the hotel. Just as Gao Chen left, Bai Chang returned to his office and dialed Chu Feng's number. Chu Feng was currently on a plane, and upon hearing Bai Chang's words, he chuckled. I told you, he's a super genius. Bai Chang nodded with a smile. I should arrive today. Please prepare a place for me to stay, Chu Feng said to Bai Chang. Okay, I'll get it ready right away. After hanging up the phone, Bai Chang went to prepare accommodation for Chu Feng. As soon as Gao Chen returned to the hotel, he felt his stomach churning. He hurried to the restroom and opened the toilet. A series of explosive sounds echoed in the restroom. When Gao Chen finally emerged from the restroom, an hour had passed. The old saying is true, a hero can't withstand 3 bouts of diarrhea. Gao Chen leaned against the wall, his legs trembling and his face pale as he walked out of the restroom. He half lay on the sofa, looking as if he were on the brink of death. This state lasted a full 20 minutes. Damn it! Daring to poison me, you two are really tired of living. Gao Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. The poisoning by Yuan Shi and he ignited a heavy anger within him. If I don't teach you two idiots a lesson tomorrow, you really think I'm easy to bully? Gao Chen now set his sights on Yuan Shi and Hien. The next morning, Gao Chen arrived at the branch office as scheduled. When the two saw Gao Chen's normal demeanor, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Their poison, while not lethal in the short term, would still show some signs. Unless the two exchanged glances, each seeing another possibility in the other's eyes. The handover work continued smoothly. This time, Gao Chen was even more cautious than before. But no matter how careful he was, upon entering the martial arts hall, he still exhibited the same poisoning symptoms as yesterday. How did they do it? Gao Chen was truly baffled. He had been so careful during the handover that he avoided eating or drinking anything. Even his breathing was minimized to take in as little air as possible. Yet, despite all this, he still fell victim. Besides feeling a bit of admiration for the two, he felt an indescribable anger. Since his debut, he had never felt so frustrated. Fortunately, he still had one detox pill left. From yesterday's refining, he took it out and tossed it into his mouth. The effect of this pill was even more intense than last night. As soon as the pill entered, Gao Chen's stomach began to churn again. Without a second thought, he started his car and headed to the Alchemy Alliance's branch. Mr. Gao Chen, you're here again, Bai Chang said, surprised to see Gao Chen again today. Gao Chen, in pain and hunched over, pulled Bai Chang aside and asked, where's your restroom? I need to take a dump. Bai Chang was slightly taken aback, then pointed in a direction. Gao Chen quickly ran over. While Gao Chen was in the restroom, Bai Cheng dialed Chu Feng's number. Knowing that Gao Chen had arrived, Chu Feng rushed to the branch. Where is he? Chu Feng asked Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng helplessly pointed towards the restroom and said, he's in there. Ha! Chu Feng thought Bai Cheng had misspoken. He's in there, probably poisoned. Then he used a top-grade detoxification pill to detoxify, which is why this situation occurred. Top grade, as the highest level among pills, generally not only has significant effects but also very potent medicinal properties. Alright. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly. Then I'll wait for him a bit longer. Chu Feng didn't expect that his wait would last an hour. When he saw Gao Chen walk out of the restroom with a pale face and weak legs, he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the laughter, Gao Chen looked up. When he saw Chu Feng, he appeared somewhat surprised. Why are you here, sir? Gao Chen asked Chu Feng while half bending over. Bai Cheng, who knew how to handle the situation, stepped forward to support Gao Chen before Chu Feng could say anything. In Bai Cheng's office, Gao Chen and Chu Feng sat facing each other. Seeing Chu Feng's half-smiling expression, Gao Chen helplessly said, if you want to laugh, then just laugh out loud. There's no need to hold it in. Upon hearing Gao Chen say this, Chu Feng truly couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. His laughter lasted a full 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, not only was Chu Feng laughing, but Bai Cheng was also laughing. Once they had laughed enough, Chu Feng wiped his tears while pointing at Gao Chen mockingly and said, you, a pharmacist, got poisoned. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at when this gets out? But I neither drank their water nor ate their food. How could I be poisoned? It was embarrassing, but Gao Chen needed to clarify this matter. Poisoning through food and water is the most basic method. Seeing Chu Feng looking at him, Bai Cheng quickly explained. As a subordinate, with the continuous innovation in the alchemy world, the methods of poisoning nowadays are truly bizarre. Witch pharmacists have even developed potions that can penetrate the skin. Not only that, but they have also created potions that can pass through clothing. Besides these, they have potions that delay the onset of poison and those that take effect upon contact. After Bai Cheng's explanation, Gao Chen suddenly understood. So, you're saying they used one of those methods on me? Gao Chen looked at Bai Cheng and then it seemed he remembered something. Witch pharmacists, aren't there any in our Huaxia? Who told you there are no witch pharmacists in Huaxia? Bai Cheng genuinely didn't understand why Gao Chen thought there were none. Aren't witch pharmacists a product of the Western world? Gao Chen was even more surprised. Bai Cheng rolled his eyes at Gao Chen helplessly and began to educate him. Pharmacists, although divided into witch and spirit types, do not have national or regional boundaries. Among the registered pharmacists here, at least 10% are witch pharmacists. While they are few in Huaxia, they do exist. Bai Cheng's explanation made Gao Chen show a look of realization. So, what should I do? Given Gao Chen's current means, he truly had no way to defend against such an unpredictable poison. Isn't this simple? While it seemed tricky to Gao Chen, it was not a difficult matter for Bai Cheng and Chu Feng. Here, take this. Chu Feng opened the drawer of his desk and handed a semi-transparent small vial to Gao Chen. Gao Chen took the vial and shook it in front of him. Looking at the somewhat thick green liquid inside the bottle, Gao Chen felt a bit nauseous. Seeing Gao Chen's disgusted expression, Bai Cheng explained, this vial contains a potion called the antidote potion. This potion is definitely a whimsical creation of the witch pharmacists. The effect of this potion is very simple. You just apply it to your body. Then anyone who tries to poison you will be harmed by their own poison. The best part is, you won't suffer any consequences. Gao Chen's eyes lit up at this. Yuan Shi and He Yin's poisons were particularly insidious. Even though Gao Chen had been there many times, he still didn't know where they had hidden the poison. This antidote was definitely a solution to Gao Chen's urgent problem. Is there more? Gao Chen asked Bai Cheng. This antidote was just a small bottle, far from enough. Big brother, Bai Cheng rolled his eyes helplessly and said to Gao Chen, do you think this is cabbage? This is a third-tier potion. It cost me a lot of money to make this one bottle. But this bottle isn't enough, Gao Chen replied. Just for applying to his body, it might not even be enough for his hands. Get a big basin, just a drop will do. Bai Cheng realized Gao Chen had misunderstood and quickly explained. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gao Chen scratched his head upon hearing Bai Cheng's explanation. By the way, did you come here today to refine pills? After discussing the poisoning issue, Bai Cheng, under Chu Feng's suggestion, began to change the subject. Sort of, Gao Chen nodded. Gao kid, Chu Feng suddenly stood up and slapped his forehead. I was so busy mocking that I forgot to give you your things. From somewhere, Chu Feng pulled out a small booklet and handed it to Gao Chen. What is this? Gao Chen took it. The cover of the booklet clearly had the words Alchemist Certification printed on it. He opened it, and on the first page, the words First Tier were prominently displayed. Oh right, after reading the booklet, Gao Chen seemed to remember something and asked Chu Feng, now that I've reached the Grandmaster level, do I need to take any exams to advance? You say you're a Grandmaster now? Chu Feng stared at Gao Chen in disbelief. Bai Cheng stood by, not understanding why Chu Feng was so shocked. A grandmaster at just 20 years old, isn't that a bit too fantastical? Chu Feng exclaimed. In astonishment. What did you say? He's only 20? Bai Cheng's eyes widened as he looked at Gao Chen as if he were a monster. A grandmaster at 20 years old was already a terrifying existence. But if you added the title of a second-tier alchemist to that, Bai Cheng found himself at a loss for words to describe Gao Chen. Genius, a once-in-a-century genius, super genius, unparalleled. Prodigy. He realized that these titles seemed so pale and powerless in front of Gao Chen. Are you confident in refining second-tier pills? Chu Feng asked Gao Chen after regaining his composure. I'll give it a try, Gao Chen nodded and then looked at Chu Feng. But I don't have the formula for second-tier pills. That's not a problem. In the Alchemist Alliance, they had the richest collection of pill formulas in the world. Of course, the ones that were made public were mostly the most ordinary and basic formulas. Do you have time now? If so, let's take the exam right away. I'll provide you with 3 formulas, and you can choose. Chu Feng said to Gao Chen. Gao Chen didn't show any unusual reaction, but Bai Cheng beside him looked shocked. In the Alchemist Alliance, there was a clear rule. The second-tier alchemist assessment only took place on the 2nd of each month. Moreover, the Alliance never provided any formulas during the assessments. Yet Chu Feng disregarded the rules and directly agreed to let Gao Chen take the exam. Now, most importantly, he even offered Gao Chen 3 second-tier pill formulas. It was as if he was about to hand Gao Chen the certification for a second-tier alchemist directly. This showed just how much he favored Gao Chen. As for time, I definitely have it. But are the formulas you provide reliable? Upon hearing Gao Chen's question, Chu Feng clearly paused for a moment. However, he quickly reacted, patting Gao Chen's shoulder and jokingly scolding, the formula I provided is definitely powerful. With that, he led Gao Chen to the alchemy room. Once inside, Chu Feng handed a tablet to Gao Chen. Gao Chen took it and looked it over. Spirit condensing pill, soul stabilizing pill, 3 purities pill. The tablet displayed the recipes for these 3 types of pills. Bai Cheng, standing nearby, widened his eyes at the sight of these 3 pills. Although all 3 were second-tier pills, they were quite rare among second-tier pills. The 3 purities pill was especially close to being a third-tier pill. I'll choose the 3 purities pill, Gao Chen said after reviewing the effects. Judging solely by efficacy, the 3 purities pill was undoubtedly the best of the 3. Its function was the same as that of the Foundation Establishment pill, but its effects were many times better. After all, it could not only help ordinary people establish their foundations but also eliminate about 70 to 80% of impurities from their bodies. If it were a top-grade 3 purities pill, it could even remove 100% of impurities. This could help those who took this pill to have a smooth path in their future cultivation. Seeing Gao Chen choose the 3 purities pill, Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. As mentioned earlier, the 3 purities pill was the closest to a third-tier pill among the 3. For this reason, the difficulty of refining the 3 purities pill was much higher than that of the other 2. However, Chu Feng did not question Gao Chen's choice further. Since he was confident in choosing the 3 purities pill, he might have a method to refine it. Alright, you go ahead. I'll step out for a bit. Chu Feng waved and left the alchemy room. After leaving, Chu Feng went directly to the monitoring room. Can he really refine the 3 purities pill? Bai Cheng asked, a bit worried. I don't know, Chu Feng shook his head. In fact, he was also somewhat uncertain. After all, Gao Chen was really too young. He recalled that when he participated in the second-tier assessment back in the day, he was already quite grown. In the alchemy room, Gao Chen skillfully operated various devices. In just over 10 minutes, he had completed all his preparations. Once the furnace reached the temperature he had calculated, he tossed the materials inside. Time passed unknowingly. Gao Chen sat near the furnace, patiently waiting. Half an hour later, Gao Chen stood up and walked towards the furnace. Seeing Gao Chen about to open the furnace, Chu Feng's expression suddenly changed. The timing is off, it's too early. Generally speaking, the shortest refining time for the 3 purities pill is at least an hour. Otherwise, the materials could easily be damaged, leading to a failed refinement. What should we do? Bai Cheng was even more nervous than Gao Chen. Let's just wait and see. Chu Feng remained calm. Just when both thought Gao Chen would fail, he had already opened the furnace. White smoke curled up, swirling around. In that dense white mist, a red glow was particularly dazzling. Did it succeed? Chu Feng felt it was unbelievable. And it's a top grade 3 purities pill. Besides being incredulous, Chu Feng was also very shocked. In the Alchemy Alliance, even the leader would respectfully call him teacher upon seeing him. Plus, he was a genius himself and had seen countless geniuses over the years. Yet, these geniuses seemed somewhat dim in comparison to Gao Chen. Old Chu, wait! Bai Cheng shouted, pointing at the screen. Chu Feng quickly looked in the direction of the screen. He saw that Gao Chun had already taken out the top grade 3 purities pill, but the red glow still lingered in the white smoke. A double pill from one furnace? Xu Feng frowned. No, it's a triple pill from one furnace. Bai Chang pointed at the furnace, already too shocked to speak, because when Gao Chen took out the second 3 purities pill, the red glow and the white smoke was still present. A triple pill from one furnace and all 3 are top grade? Xu Feng was also left speechless in shock. Is a triple pill from one furnace rare? For Xu Feng, it really wasn't. He had seen many people and accomplished the feat of refining 3 pills in one furnace. However, the reason he was so shocked was that Gao Chen's 3 pills in one furnace were different from any he had seen before. The 3 pills he had previously encountered varied in quality, with most being of medium or low grade. But this time, all 3 pills were of the highest quality. This was definitely the first time he had seen such a thing. Moreover, he might never see it again. While the 2 in the monitoring room were in shock, Gao Chun directly found a small bottle and placed the 3 pills inside. When Gao Chun walked out of the alchemy room, Xu Feng and Bai Chang also left the monitoring room. So, how was it? What did you gain? Xu Feng at the front desk asked Gao Chun, pretending not to know. How was the effect? Didn't you already know? Gao Chun looked at Xu Feng and teased with a smile. Did you think I didn't notice the camera? Ha ha ha. Xu Feng burst into laughter as if he were using laughter to cover his embarrassment. 3 pills in one furnace, all of the highest quality. You really are a rare talent, Xu Feng said appreciatively. So, you don't want to use those old tricks to take me as your disciple, do you? Gao Chen had long sensed that this old fellow, Xu Feng, had thoughts of taking him as a disciple. I indeed have such thoughts. Xu Feng, having been seen through, showed no embarrassment at all. He nodded seriously and said to Gao Chen with great solemnity, I just don't know if you want to be my disciple. To be honest, I'm not interested. Gao Chen decisively shook his head in refusal. Bai Chang stood by silently, but when Gao Chen rejected Xu Feng, his body visibly trembled. Anyone from the Alchemy Alliance would want to be Xu Feng's disciple, but Gao Chen's direct and straightforward refusal was enough to make Bai Chang shiver. Seeing Gao Chen reject him, Xu Feng was not disheartened. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Since you don't want to be my disciple, let's be friends instead. Xu Feng appeared quite magnanimous. That works for me. Gao Chen smiled, and Xu Feng smiled back, while Bai Chang also smiled. After chatting a bit more with Xu Feng, Gao Chen returned to the hotel. Tomorrow, I'll have the Sanqing Dan sent back to Langya through the logistics network of the Alchemy Alliance. The reason Gao Chen chose the Sanqing Dan was to help his parents achieve a perfect foundation establishment. As he thought about this, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, the first thing he did upon waking was to dilute the antidote and wipe his entire body. The handover process was progressing slowly. After a week, Yuan Shi and He Yin's conditions worsened. They had gone to the hospital for a checkup, but the hospital's diagnosis told them there was nothing wrong. Back at home, Yuan Shi lay on the bed. Gradually, he felt his eyelids becoming heavy. A viscous liquid flowed from his ears, nose, and mouth. He touched it with his hand and brought it to his eyes. When he saw it was blood, he tried to sit up from the bed. But no matter how hard he tried, his body seemed unresponsive and he couldn't rise even a bit. When he fell back onto the bed again, his breath had completely vanished. He Yin's condition was similar. By the time their bodies were discovered, it was already a week later. Their deaths drew great attention from the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The head of the law enforcement department, Li Zijiang, personally led the investigation. However, the results of the investigation were not satisfactory. Although the handover process was not complete due to the deaths of the branch master and deputy master, Gao Chen naturally became the branch master of the Divine Machine Base City. Shortly after Gao Chen became the branch master, he appointed Lu Tianping as his deputy. Although Gao Chen took over as the branch master of the Divine Machine Base City, he found that, apart from the 2 leaders, the people below were also quite restless. In the God-level base city, in the office of the branch master, Gao Chen and Lu Tianping sat across from each other, discussing how to eliminate the remaining forces of the 2 from before. Just then, Lu Tianping's phone suddenly rang. After he finished the call, his expression was quite grave. What's wrong? Gao Chen asked. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tianping replied, there have been many master-level experts appearing in Langya recently, and that's not a good sign. The new branch master of Langya Base City had a close relationship with Lu Tianping. Additionally, Gao Chen's parents were in Langya Base City, so he paid special attention to it. What happened? Gao Chen furrowed his brows. Our martial arts school's investigation suggests that those people might be related to the Sun family of Shinji, Lu Tianping answered. Gao Chen nodded, remaining silent. However, he already had an idea in his mind. You find the logistics team and come with me out of the city, Gao Chen said to Lu Tianping. This request left Lu Tianping puzzled. However, as a subordinate, he did not ask further. Soon, Lu Tianping gathered a few logistics personnel. Follow me, Gao Chen said. leading the logistics team out of the base city without further ado. What did you say? Gao Chen took the logistics team of the Extreme Martial Arts School and left the base city? The Sun family was very concerned about Gao Chen's movements. What does he want to do? They pondered the purpose of Gao Chen's trip. After leaving the base city, Gao Chen headed straight for a gathering place of master-level exotic beasts with the logistics team. Why did the branch master want us to carry such a large backpack? What is he planning? This is the largest backpack we have in our martial arts school. Someone has conducted a specific test. This backpack can hold at least 1,000 exotic beast cores. Could it be that he wants us to carry the cores in this backpack? Just as the logistics personnel were puzzled, they arrived at the gathering place of the exotic beasts. Secret of the word Jie. Indestructible Vajra technique. As soon as they entered the gathering place, Gao Chen activated his skills. He charged into the gathering place of the exotic beasts and began a massacre. Those incredibly powerful master-level exotic beasts seemed as fragile as paper under Gao Chen's hands. In less than half an hour, nearly 50 exotic beasts had perished at his hands. At this moment, Gao Chen was covered in blood. He wiped the blood from his face and sternly instructed the logistics personnel behind him. Your task is to collect all these exotic beast cores and bring them back to the base city. Seeing Gao Chen's war godlike demeanor, the logistics team dared not waste words, quickly pulling out small knives to start harvesting the exotic beast cores. Gao Chen was like a meat grinder, crazily hunting the exotic beasts. In this gathering place, one by one, the exotic beasts didn't even have time to react before being slain by Gao Chen. Even the strongest exotic beast in this base city, a Grand Master level beast, only managed to struggle with Gao Chen for a few rounds. In the evening, Gao Chen stood under the setting sun. The half-red glow of the sunset illuminated his blood-soaked body, shocking the logistics personnel. It was at this moment that they truly realized how powerful and ruthless their new branch master was. Are you done cleaning up? Gao Chen turned to ask the logistics personnel. They nodded. Then let's head back to the city. Upon returning to the base city, Lu Tianping directed the logistics personnel to sell all the cores. In the end, they obtained 12 billion in funds. Gao Chen took out 2 billion to let the logistics personnel split it evenly. After that, he returned to the hotel to rest. At the same time, the Sun family also received news about this. He slaughtered an entire gathering place of exotic beasts. What does he want to do? The leader of the Sun family felt a chill run down their spine. But this was not the end. The next morning, Gao Chen once again took the logistics personnel out of the base city. When they returned in the evening, they were still laden with spoils. In just one day, one gathering place of exotic beasts. Gao Chen's efficiency was absurdly high. He continued this repetition for about 10 days. During these 10 days, he earned around 150 billion. This 150 billion in revenue began to instill fear in the Sun family. Meanwhile, in the Langya base city, a group of martial artists stormed into Gao Chen's parents' residence. Fortunately, Gao Chen had previously arranged for the branch leader of Langya to secretly relocate his parents. These martial artists ended up with nothing. However, they did not escape unscathed. The powerful members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, who had been waiting outside for a long time, captured them all once they entered the villa. After interrogation, Gao Chen learned that this group were all desperate fugitives. They targeted Gao Chen's parents because they had seen a bounty on them in the black market of the Divine Machine. Black market? Gao Chen looked at Lu Tianping. After a moment of thought, Lu Tianping replied, the black market of the Divine Machine has been around for a long time. It is said that the Sun family is behind it. Again with the Sun family. Gao Chen suspected that the bounty on his parents was also issued by the Sun family. After all, he had eliminated their most favored heir, Sun Fan. Tomorrow, you go to the black market and use the money I've earned these past few days to put a bounty on the Sun family. As for me, I will personally pay a visit to the Sun family tomorrow. The reason Gao Chen worked so hard to earn money was to deal with the Sun family. The next day, in the morning, Gao Chen went alone to the Sun family while Lu Tianping headed straight to the black market. Upon learning of Gao Chen's movements, the Sun family called all their members back to the family estate to prepare for battle. He came alone? Sun Zhongwen frowned deeply upon hearing that Gao Chen had come alone. Yes, patriarch. The family members also frowned upon realizing Gao Chen was alone. They couldn't quite figure out what Gao Chen was up to. Prepare to welcome this branch leader properly, Sun Zhongwen said, placing great importance on Gao Chen. The Zhao family bowed, the Qian family remained quiet, and the Li family was silent. The deaths of the former branch leader and deputy leader of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall combined to make Sun Zhongwen feel that Gao Chen's visit was likely not a friendly one. What made him most anxious was that the bounty he had placed in the black market had still not been fulfilled. It should be noted that the Divine Machine black market was a place full of hidden talents. Those who had been mingling there for years included many desperate masters. The price he offered was enough to entice these master-level fugitives. Yet, despite this, no one had taken up the bounty. However, according to his sources, there were quite a few who had shown interest in accepting it. At the entrance of the Sun family estate, Sun Zhongwen stood at the gate while the other members of the Sun family flanked him. This was both a welcoming formation for a distinguished guest and a deadly setup. Time passed unknowingly, and soon half an hour had gone by. Just as the Sun family members were becoming a bit impatient, Gao Chen arrived late, biting into a pancake roll. Branch leader Gao, a pleasure. Upon seeing Gao Chen, Sun Zhongwen greeted him with a forced smile. Gao Chen stuffed the last bite of the pancake roll into his mouth, disregarding the oil on his hands, and stepped forward to shake Sun Zhongwen's hand. As their hands clasped, Sun Zhongwen felt an overwhelming greasiness. This sensation made him quite uncomfortable. Once their hands parted, Sun Zhongwen made small talk. I didn't know branch leader Gao was coming. What brings you here? Gao Chen casually wiped his hand on his clothes and smiled. I heard that Sun Fan from the Sun family unfortunately passed away during an outdoor adventure. So, I came to express my condolences. Damn it, you killed Sun Fan, and now you come here to act innocent, Sun Zhongwen cursed inwardly. Yet, on his face, he wore a look of sadness, gratitude, and a hint of comfort. Thank you, branch leader Gao, for your concern. Ah, we are all family, so let's not stand on ceremony. Gao Chen continued to play the part. Although Sun Zhongwen was gritting his teeth in hatred, he still forced a smile. Master Gao, this is your first visit to our Sun family. If you don't mind, would you like to tour our Sun family with me? Sun Zhongwen extended a friendly invitation to Gao Chen. The purpose of Gao Chen's visit was to enter the Sun family. Since Sun Zhongwen had issued the invitation, Gao Chen certainly had no reason to refuse. Sure, since the clan leader Sun has invited me, I won't be polite. Sun Zhongwen smiled slightly and gestured for Gao Chen to follow. The Sun family estate was very large. The front yard alone was as big as a football field. Gao Chen and Sun Zhongwen walked ahead while the many masters of the Sun family followed behind. Do you think he is bold or capable, daring to venture alone into our Sun family? I don't know, but I can tell this person is definitely not ordinary. If he were ordinary, how could he have killed Sun Fan? Killing Sun Fan isn't scary. What's scary is that he killed Sun Fan and still dares to come here to wander around. The masters of the Sun family whispered and pointed at Gao Chen's back as they followed. After strolling around the front yard, Sun Zhongwen led Gao Chen into the main hall of the Sun estate. Before entering the hall, Gao Chen chose to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained, Extreme Enlightenment Fruit *100. Ding. New sign-in location updated, please proceed to the backyard of the Sun Estate to sign in. Extreme Enlightenment Fruit. Consuming this fruit can directly upgrade skills to the extreme realm. The introduction of the Extreme Enlightenment Fruit was simple, but it made Gao Chen ecstatic. So it turns out that peak is not the highest level of skills. Gao Chen had always thought that peak was the highest level of skills. He never expected that there was an extreme level after peak. In the main hall of the Sun Estate, Sun Zhongwen directly invited Gao Chen to take a seat. Even when everyone thought Gao Chen would decline, he boldly walked to the main seat and sat down. Master Gao. After Gao Chen sat down, Sun Zhongwen also took a seat. He squinted slightly and looked at Gao Chen, asking, what exactly is your purpose for coming this time? Just to have some fun. After taking a sip of tea, Gao Chen smiled at Sun Zhongwen. At the same time, I want to ask why there have been so many masters and grandmasters appearing in Langya Base City recently. Master Gao, I really can't answer that question. Sun Zhongwen began to play Tai Chi. Can't answer? Gao Chen placed the lid of his teacup in the palm of his hand, gently playing with it, and smiled at Sun Zhongwen. The Sun family controls the black market of the Divine Machine Base City. The timing of those masters appearing coincides perfectly with the time my parents were being hunted in the black market. If clan leader Sun says he doesn't know about this, isn't that a bit hard to believe? After all, the black market of Divine Machine Base City is under your Sun family's control. Gao Chen's words caused Sun Zhongwen's expression to change slightly. Bang! He slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Sun Zhongwen looked at Gao Chen with a face full of anger and shouted, who is slandering our Sun family? Our Sun family has always conducted honest business. How could the black market possibly be under our control? Calm down. Seeing Sun Zhongwen so agitated, Gao Chen smiled and waved his hand. We're all reasonable people, why pretend to be confused? The fact that the Sun family controls the Divine Machine black market is something even ordinary people in Divine Machine Base City know. If you keep pretending in front of me, isn't that a bit pointless? Sun Zhongwen gradually calmed down. So, what exactly is your purpose for coming this time? Seeing that his disguise had lost its meaning, Sun Zhongwen simply stopped pretending. My purpose for coming here is to ask the Sun family what direction to take in the future. Gao Chen was forcing Sun Zhongwen to clarify his stance. You killed our family's most favored heir, and now you come to ask me about my stance. Gao Chen, are you taking our Sun family too lightly? Sun Zhongwen suddenly stood up, pointing at Gao Chen and shouting. His loud voice drew the attention of the Sun family's experts outside the door. The group of experts rushed into the hall, weapons in hand, glaring at Gao Chen. What a guy, are you trying to scare us? Gao Chen calmly sipped his tea, unafraid. You can think of it that way, Sun Zhongwen said, his expression dark as he looked at Gao Chen, speaking coldly. Ha! Gao Chen let out a cold laugh. Do you know? The thing I fear the least is threats. And since I dare to come alone to your Sun family, it means I am fully prepared. Fully prepared? What does that even mean? No matter how well you prepare, at my command, you will die here. Sun Zhongwen did not believe that Gao Chen's so-called full preparation could protect him. Gao Chen raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. It's almost time, he murmured to himself. Sun Zhongwen frowned, somewhat confused by Gao Chen's words. Master, something bad has happened. At that moment, a man about the same age as Sun Zhongwen hurriedly pushed through the crowd to stand before him. Seventh brother, are you new here? Can't you see I'm dealing with something? Acting so flustered is unbecoming. This elder was the chief steward of the Sun family, Sun Qi. Ignoring the reprimand, Sun Qi leaned in close to Sun Zhongwen's ear and began to speak. As Sun Qi spoke more and more, the expression on Sun Zhongwen's face grew increasingly grim. By the end, his face was ashen. Gao Chun. He stood up, glaring at Gao Chun. Gao Chun smiled slightly and said, "It seems you've received the news. 10 minutes ago, Lu Tianping arrived at the black market of the Divine Machine Base City and, under a mysterious identity, issued a series of bounty tasks. The central idea of these tasks was to hunt down members of the Sun family. Due to differing realms, the bounty amounts varied. Once this task appeared, it caused a huge stir in the black market. By the time the Sun family discovered this and tried to rescind the bounty, it was already too late. Although the Sun family controlled the black market, they could not manage every detail. Most importantly, they never expected someone would issue a bounty on their own family members in their black market. Now, some notorious outlaws in the black market had already taken up the bounty. These individuals were reckless, acting without considering the consequences. Shortly after the bounty was issued, members of the Sun family were killed within the base city. Since the bounty went live, nearly 5 members of the Sun family had died, and about 3 more were seriously injured. What you're doing seems to bring you no benefits at all, Sun Zhongwen said coldly, staring at Gao Chun. No benefits? I feel like there are benefits, Gao Chen replied with a smile, his tone teasing. Weakening your Sun family's power, how could that not be beneficial for me? Aren't you afraid that our Sun family will use all its strength to have you killed in the divine machine? Sun Zhongwen was still threatening Gao Chen at this point. Even now, you're still threatening me, I don't know what you're thinking. Gao Chen shook his head. Gao Chen's demeanor made Sun Zhongwen feel something was off. At that moment, Sun Qi returned. A new bounty has appeared in the black market. Anyone who kills a master-level member of the Sun family will receive a first-grade top-tier elixir. The type of elixir can be chosen freely. As soon as Sun Qi's words were spoken, all members of the Sun family, including Sun Zhongwen, were in an uproar. As martial artists, they understood very well what a first-grade top-tier elixir represented. Gao Chun, are you trying to exterminate our Sun family? Fear had already taken root in Sun Zhongwen's heart. Money, of course, has its allure for martial artists. However, the temptation of money pales in comparison to that of top-tier elixirs. Once such an elixir is released, even those who are not desperate would likely attempt to assassinate members of the Sun family. Yes, I intend to wipe out your Sun family completely, Gao Chen said coldly, looking at Sun Zhongwen, his voice low. You should have been prepared for this when you dared to threaten my parents. Patriarch, stop wasting time with him. Give the order to attack. He killed Sun Fan and has caused the deaths of so many in our family. He must die today. Patriarch, don't hesitate, just give the word. Damn it, if we don't kill him today, my hatred will never be resolved. The members of the Sun family were now eager to devour Gao Chen's flesh and drink his blood. Gao Chen was provoking them on their own territory, which was no different from defecating on their heads. For the proud members of the Sun family, this was nothing short of humiliation. At this moment, Gao Chen stood up, facing the masters of the Sun family. You don't really think that killing me will end the bounty on your family, do you? He shook his head as he spoke. Killing you may not end it, but it will relieve our pent-up hatred. A member of the Sun family shouted. Exactly. The purpose of killing you is to relieve our anger. The fury of the Sun family towards Gao Chen was now fully ignited. Alright then, come at me, Gao Chen said, spreading his arms. The people here were indeed all masters of the Sun family, but Gao Chen had observed that among this group, the highest realm was merely invincible grandmasters. To deal with them, Gao Chen didn't even need to use the Jia character secret. His words further fueled the anger of the Sun family members. However, they did not act impulsively but instead looked to Sun Zhongwen, waiting for his command. Sun Zhongwen's face was dark, his eyes cold as he stared at Gao Chen, momentarily unsure of what to do. After hesitating for a moment, he smashed the chair he was sitting on. Then he bent down and pulled out a long sword from the remnants of the chair. Attack, kill him, Sun Zhongwen shouted. The members of the Sun family had long been eager to act. With Sun Zhongwen's command, they rushed towards Gao Chen. Indestructible Vedra technique. He didn't need the Jia character secret, but he would definitely use his strongest defensive skill. In the next second, as a golden sheen enveloped him, the first person had already charged close to Gao Chen. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Gao Chen swung his fist. A massive fist made of spiritual energy, metallic in color, slammed towards that person. The one hit was sent flying backward. With that punch, Gao Chen had deeply caved in the opponent's chest. After landing, the person spat out blood and then fainted. The onlookers were all horrified. Some wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Gao Chen struck left and right, one punch for each person. In just a few minutes, the Sun family suffered heavy losses. Sun Zhongwen was dumbfounded. He did not believe that the masters of his family could kill Gao Chen, but he never expected Gao Chen to be this strong. Are you still not going to stop? Gao Chen looked at Sun Zhongwen, his voice stern. I held back just now. If I had gone all out, I'm afraid all of your Sun family masters would already be dead. Sun Zhongwen's expression was dark and uncertain as he looked at Gao Chen. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, stop." Upon hearing the patriarch's command, the masters of the Sun family all halted their advance towards Gao Chen. Cancel the bounty on my parents and bow down to me. Gao Chen stated his conditions before Sun Zhongwen could respond. Impossible, Sun Zhongwen directly shook his head in refusal. I can agree to the first, but the second I cannot. Before Sun Zhongwen could finish his sentence, Gao Chen had already charged right in front of him. Gao Chen's right hand reached out and directly grabbed Sun Zhongwen by the throat. Sun Zhongwen was a super master of invincible grandmaster level, but such a super expert appeared so vulnerable in front of Gao Chen. Since you are unwilling, then go die. Under the shocked gazes of the Sun family's experts, Gao Chen directly crushed Sun Zhongwen's throat with force. Sun Zhongwen's face was filled with shock. He never understood until his death why Gao Chen was so ruthless. He tossed Sun Zhongwen's corpse aside and then looked at the experts of the Sun family. Who among you wants to be the new family head? Gao Chen inquired. The experts of the Sun family no longer had their previous arrogance. What remained in their hearts was a deep fear of Gao Chen. His words began to gradually replace their fear with greed. At that moment, a person stood up, volunteering himself. I, Sun Buting, am willing to be the horse before the high-ranking master, serving him faithfully. Sun Buting appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man. From the aura he exuded, it could be seen that his realm was likely at the early stage of a grandmaster. Sun Buting, are you still human? The family head has been killed. Sun Buting, you are simply a disgrace to our Sun family. You have completely shamed our Sun family's reputation. I absolutely will not agree to someone like you becoming the family head. Some loyal family members began to resist at this moment. Gao Chen said nothing, only looked at Sun Buting. What surprised Gao Chen was that Sun Buting's expression showed no change at all. Interesting. The corners of his mouth lifted, and his appreciation for Sun Buting increased a few notches. Alright, from today onwards, you are the head of the Sun family. I will give you a week to get the Sun family back on track. After Gao Chen finished speaking, he prepared to leave. But just as he took 2 steps out, he suddenly stopped. I want to go to the Sun family's backyard. Gao Chen looked at Sun Buting. Sun Buting nodded and led Gao Chen to the backyard of the Sun family. Upon arriving in the backyard, Gao Chen immediately chose to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Cold fragrance fruit *100. Ding. New sign in. Location updated. Please proceed to Spirit Disciple City to sign in. Cold fragrance fruit, a rare fruit for Grandmaster level warriors. Consuming this fruit can continuously accumulate spiritual energy, aiding in rapid realm improvement. After reading the introduction of the cold fragrance fruit, Gao Chen looked at the new sign-in location. Spirit Disciple City, that could be a bit troublesome. If Gao Chen remembered correctly, Spirit Disciple City should be a gathering place for Grandmaster-level exotic beasts. So far, the highest known exotic beast in Spirit Disciple City was a mid-stage Grandmaster beast. It was precisely because of the existence of this mid-stage Grandmaster beast that the warriors of the Divine Machine Base City rarely chose to hunt exotic beasts in Spirit Disciple City. High-ranking master, what's wrong? Seeing Gao Chen in a daze, Sun Buting asked. Gao Chen shook his head and then patted Sun Buting's shoulder, saying, manage the Sun family well, anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Sun Buting nodded fiercely. After leaving the Sun family's estate, Gao Chen called Lu Tianping. After informing him of the situation, Lu Tianping also cancelled the bounty on the Sun family in the black market. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, only the Li family is left, Gao Chen muttered to himself while driving. Among the 4 great families, only the Li family remained. As for the 3 factions, he had already dealt with the extreme path. He did not know that his actions had already caused a stir in the Divine Machine Base City, making everyone on high alert. Whether it was the Sky Martial Arts Hall, the Hanu Guard, or the Li family, they all entered an unprecedented state of silence. They called all their disciples and members back to the base, forbidding them from causing trouble outside. However, they did not want to just sit and wait for death. In a dark villa in the Divine Machine Base City, 3 people sat in a large room. The 3 individuals were shrouded in shadows, unable to see each other's expressions and movements. Yet, they all knew each other's identities. What should we do? This new branch master has already crossed our bottom line. A somewhat rough voice spoke up. Isn't it a bit late for us to react now? A softer, somewhat effeminate voice chimed in. Not too late, said the third voice, belonging to an older man. No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly be a match for the three of us. This person is incredibly terrifying in strength. In my opinion, if we want to deal with him, we must use some tactics. The effeminate voice carried an indescribable sense of treachery. What do you suggest? The rough voice inquired. We set a trap for him, one that he can't refuse, the effeminate voice said, a hint of pride in his tone. What kind of trap could entice someone like him? The older man's voice trailed off suddenly, as if he had thought of something. You're not wrong, it's that place, the effeminate voice replied. Alright, then. Let's each prepare our manpower. If possible, we should also hire some Grandmaster-level experts. To deal with Gao Chun, this group was willing to go all out. Half an hour later, after discussing the specific details, the three voices vanished from the villa. At this time, Gao Chun had also returned to the hotel. The first thing he did upon returning was to take out the cold fragrance fruit from the system. One by one, he swallowed the fruits, and the spiritual energy within him continued to increase. Before going to bed, Gao Chen's realm had already risen to the late Grandmaster stage. He was now just one step away from the peak of the Grandmaster level. After experiencing the power of the late Grandmaster stage, Gao Chen lay down on the bed and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, after waking up, Gao Chen went straight to the branch. In his exclusive training room, he was adapting to the power of the late Grandmaster stage. The difference between the mid and late stages is so significant. Once Gao Chen had adapted to the power, he stepped out of the training room. Uncle Lu, what are you busy with? As soon as Gao Chen exited the training room, he bumped into Lu Tianping, who was rushing towards him, looking anxious and travel-worn. Lu Tianping glanced around and then, with a hint of mystery, said to Gao Chen, come with me. The two then made their way to Lu Tianping's office. What's going on? Seeing Lu Tianping's mysterious demeanor, Gao Chen asked curiously. After confirming the door was closed, Lu Tianping quietly said to Gao Chen, a field team accidentally discovered a ruin. They suspect that the ruin might be a relic. Gao Chen's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Is that true? He asked anxiously. Not too sure, Lu Tianping shook his head slightly. They just said it might be, but it isn't necessarily a real relic. Whether it's true or not, we need to investigate, Gao Chen told Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping nodded. Relics represent danger but also opportunities. As long as it's a suspected relic site, even if the possibility is slim, they would send someone to explore it. By the way, where is this relic located? Gao Chen asked Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping pondered for a moment and replied, in Lingtu City. Gao Chen raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment before saying, Lingtu City could be a bit troublesome. It had been mentioned before that the situation in Lingtu City was quite special. How about this? Gao Chen said after thinking for a while. I'll go investigate first. If it's real, you can bring people. If it's not, I won't waste too much time. Alright, let's do that. Lu Tianping nodded. After a brief preparation, Gao Chen left the base city. Lingtu City was quite far from the Divine Machine base city. Even with all his effort, it took Gao Chen nearly 2 hours to reach there. As a relatively cautious person, Gao Chen did not rush into Lingtu City after arriving at its outskirts. He first explored the perimeter and, finding no abnormalities, cautiously entered Lingtu City. For some reason, he felt that the appearance of this relic in Lingtu City was too coincidental. Just as he entered, he encountered a powerful beast that was invincible at the master level. Fortunately, Gao Chen had already reached the late stage of Grand Master, and even without using the secret technique, he could easily deal with the beast. After resolving the beast, Gao Chen chose to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Dragon Pattern Sword. Grand Master. Ding. A new sign-in has been updated. Please proceed to the depths of Lingtu City to sign in. Gao Chen had been hesitating about whether to buy a sword as a weapon. This sign-in reward conveniently provided him with a sword, saving him quite a bit of trouble. With that thought, he took the Dragon Pattern Sword out from the system. This Dragon Pattern Sword was somewhat similar to the previous Tizot sword, but unlike the latter, the blade was covered with dense, intricate dragon-patterned engravings. He swung the sword in the air. The Dragon Pattern Sword was a bit heavier than the Tizot sword. Although it was slightly less agile, it had more heft. Not bad. After swinging it a couple more times, Gao Chen sheathed the Dragon Pattern Sword. After securing the sword, he continued to explore the outskirts of Lingtu City. After a round of investigation, he frowned slightly. Could it be deeper in Lingtu City? Gao Chen looked up towards the depths of Lingtu City. Most of the beasts at the perimeter were peak masters and invincible beasts. However, if he ventured deeper into Lingtu City, he might encounter beasts at the Grand Master level. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look. Gao Chen began to head towards the depths of Lingtu City. In the depths of Lingtu City, beside a collapsed building, stood an ancient and elegant structure filled with a sense of history. This building was the legendary ancient relic of Lingtu City. Beside this ancient relic, a group of people was waiting for something. In front of this group were three individuals, a burly middle-aged man, a short and thin old man, and a plump crossdresser. Why hasn't he come yet? The voice of the crossdresser was very unpleasant to hear. He's probably outside, dealing with the beasts, the burly man said. By the way, did you leave him any clues? The old man asked. Clues? Is there a need to leave clues? Anyone with a bit of sense knows that this relic must be deep within Lingta City, the crossdresser retorted, making the old man choke on his words. Can't you just speak properly? The old man was not at all lenient with the crossdresser and immediately scolded him. Always talking in a sarcastic tone, are you a yin-yang master? Old man, do you want to die? The crossdresser was furious at the old man's insult. He pointed at the old man and shouted angrily, do you believe I'll bring people to fight you directly? Alright, everyone quiet down, the burly man quickly intervened to mediate. We have a common enemy now. Let's not start fighting among ourselves before the enemy even arrives. The crossdresser felt the burly man's words made sense, shot the old man a glare, and stopped talking. The old man wanted to scold a couple more times, but seeing the burly man's displeased expression, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Boss, Gao Chen is about to arrive. At that moment, someone said to the burly man. The burly man looked at the old man and the crossdresser. Quickly take your people and hide. The old man and the crossdresser nodded. Once their people were all hidden, Gao Chen arrived in front of the ancient relic. This relic doesn't seem fake. Gao Chen walked around the relic, his brow furrowed. He returned to the main entrance and looked up at the top of the ancient ruins gate. Above this gate, there was a plaque. On the plaque, 2 large characters were engraved. Although Gao Chen did not recognize these characters, they seemed familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. After studying them carefully for a while, his body suddenly jolted. He then reached into his backpack and took out the Tizot sword. Comparing them one by one, Gao Chen discovered that the characters on the plaque were quite similar to those on the hilt of the Tizot sword. After a more detailed comparison, Gao Chen realized that they were not just similar but completely identical. This meant that the ancient ruins before him might be connected to the Tizot sword. After looking for a while longer, he reached out and pushed open the door of the ancient building. Before stepping inside, Gao Chen chose to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Xianyuan fruit * 100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Tizot ruins to sign in. Xianyuan fruit, a master-level exotic fruit. Consuming it can greatly enhance one's spiritual energy. If lucky, it may even lead to a minor breakthrough. The introduction of the Xianyuan fruit did not evoke much feeling in Gao Chen. However, the new sign-in location made him frown slightly. Tizot ruins? Could this ancient building before me be the so-called Tizot ruins? With the door already pushed open, he simply walked inside. Sign in. After entering, Gao Chen chose to sign in. Ding. Incorrect sign-in location, sign-in failed. The system prompt informed Gao Chen that this ancient building was not the so-called Tizot ruins. If this isn't the Tizot ruins, then where are the Tizot ruins? Gao Chen muttered to himself as he looked deeper into the ancient building. This ancient structure was a very common deep-style building. On the walls on either side of the building there were some murals. The content of the murals was very interesting. They depicted people dressed in animal skins, sitting cross-legged on a patch of open ground. Above their heads was a round sphere resembling the moon. From this spherical object, threads continuously descended into the bodies of these seated individuals. Could it be that the ancestors on this planet had already begun cultivating during ancient times? Gao Chen whispered to himself. As he spoke, he slowly walked deeper into the building. The murals flashed before his eyes one by one. Most of the content of these murals depicted the cultivation practices of the ancient ancestors, while a small portion showed their hunting activities. Among the creatures they hunted, some were strikingly similar to the exotic beasts of today. As he observed the murals, Gao Chen soon reached the innermost part of the ancient building. There's another door. Indeed, at the deepest part of this ancient structure, there was another door. However, unlike the previous one, this door was carved from stone. The large door was divided into 2 panels, each intricately carved with a strange beast's head. The beast's mouth was open, revealing a terrifying sight. However, Gao Chen noticed that there was a hole in the beast's mouth. Could it be? Gao Chen thought, as he took the Tizot sword from his backpack and inserted it into the hole. To his surprise, the Tizot sword fit perfectly into the hole. It seems the Tizot sword is the key to opening these Tizot ruins. Gao Chen continued to search for other holes. After all, besides this Tizot sword, he had several Tizot small swords. Soon, he found smaller holes on the door. Each hole had a pattern identical to that on the hilt of the Tizot small sword. Following the same pattern, Gao Chen inserted the corresponding Tizot small swords into the holes. When the last Tizot small sword was inserted, a crisp sound rang out. Boom! Then, the seemingly heavy stone door slowly began to open. The sound of the stone door opening was very loud, and even those outside the ancient building could hear it clearly. What's going on? The cross-dressing big shot looked at the old man and the burly man. The burly man widened his eyes and shook his head, saying, Could it be that Gao Chen opened that stone door? Impossible, the old man replied, his face filled with shock. We've studied for so many years without any progress. How could he possibly open the stone door just by entering? Could it be that he has a key? The cross-dressing big shot's mind was still quite agile. As soon as the cross-dressing big shot finished speaking, he disregarded the reactions and thoughts of the other two and rushed straight into the ancient building. With his entrance, the others followed suit. When they reached the stone door, they were stunned by the scene before them. The original stone door had vanished, replaced by a stone tablet taller than a person. The tablet was clearly inscribed with words: "Those over 50 years old are prohibited from entering. Violators will be killed without mercy." The words on the tablet were written in red ink, giving an inexplicable eerie feeling. This must have been written by Gao Chun, the cross-dressing big shot shouted at the crowd, pointing at the tablet. "He did this to prevent us from entering this ruin." The other two remained silent, quietly staring at the tablet. Ancient ruins, besides being synonymous with opportunity and danger, also had another synonym: the bizarre. There had been some who, disbelieving the words on the stone tablet outside the ancient ruins, recklessly entered. When they came out, not only did they bring back many good things, but they also mocked the tablet. However, it wasn't long before they were entangled by a very strange substance. During the day, they appeared no different from normal people. But once night fell, they would transform into a creature that was neither human nor ghost. This state would last for a whole year. By the time they were reduced to nothing but bones, death was not far off. "Since you think Gao Chen wrote this, why don't you go in and check for yourself?" the old man said to the cross-dressing big shot. The cross-dressing big shot remained silent. In truth, while he regarded others as fools, they too saw him as a fool. "How many of us under 50 are there?" the burly man asked his team. Someone in the team raised their hand. Roughly estimating, there were about 10 people. "You 10, go in," the burly man instructed those 10. The 10 nodded happily. Then, under the envious gazes of the others, they headed towards the tablet. The first person stepped over the tablet and suddenly vanished. The second person did the same, and then the third. But just as the fourth person was about to step over the tablet, he suddenly screamed. Everyone present clearly saw that this fourth person was dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, it was his clothes, then his hair, and finally his flesh, until only bones remained. In just a few seconds, a living person was dissolved into a puddle of yellow liquid. This was written by Gao Chen. "Is this fake?" The burly man looked at the cross-dressing big shot with a mocking gaze. The cross-dressing big shot chose not to look at him but instead turned to his team and loudly said, "You all saw it. Those over 50 who enter end up like this. You'd better be smart and not falsely report your age." Gao Chen stepped over the tablet, and the space changed in an instant. The next moment, he found himself standing in front of a dilapidated mountain gate. Although the gate was in ruins, Gao Chen could still see how magnificent it once was. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained. Tiansua's sword technique, great accomplishment. Ding. A new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to Tiansua Ruins Square to sign in. Tiansua's sword technique, ancient sect, the core sword technique of Tiansua's sect. This sword technique is as fast as a flying shuttle, striking down enemies in an instant. After checking the new sign-in reward, Gao Chen looked into the distance. Behind the mountain gate was a long staircase that appeared to be quite extensive. Years of neglect had left the steps covered in rubble and weeds. Gao Chen stepped onto the staircase. As soon as his foot landed on the step, he felt a pressure bearing down on his head. This pressure should be bearable for a Bronze Realm warrior. As he continued to ascend, the pressure on the steps grew stronger. Just as Gao Chen was about to reach the peak, the pressure had escalated to a level that even a king-level expert could not withstand. Upon reaching the summit, he found a vast platform. Surrounding the platform were several collapsed stone pillars. In the center of the platform was the pattern of a sword. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this sword was strikingly similar to the Tiansua sword. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained, Tiansua sword armor, Grand Master, ding. A new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the Tiansua Ruins Sect Hall to sign in. Tiansua sword armor, an ancient sect, the battle armor worn by the Grand Elder of the Tiansua sect during the final battle. Over the course of time, it was restored by a mysterious and magical force. Originally a master-level armor, it evolved into a Grand Master-level armor during the restoration. The Tiansua sword armor is a complete set of silver-white battle armor. This armor is quite similar to Zhao Yun's armor in the movies. However, unlike that, this armor has 5 sword hilts protruding from the back of the neck. Gao Chen donned the Tiansua sword armor and reached back to touch the sword hilts. He initially thought that the hilts were merely decorative. To his surprise, when he pulled, he actually drew out a sword from within. Upon closer inspection, he found that the quality of this sword was comparable to the dragon pattern sword he had obtained from a previous sign-in. A set of sword armor plus a dragon pattern sword means that as long as I wear this into battle, it's like bringing 6 swords to fight. Gao Chen never imagined he would have a day in his life where he could fight with such abundance. After placing the sword back into the armor, Gao Chen began to survey his surroundings. There were quite a few buildings around the square. Although these buildings were dilapidated and worn, glimpses of their former glory could still be seen amidst the ruins. Gao Chen's gaze wandered among these structures. Eventually, he fixed his eyes on the largest building among them. This building was not only the biggest but also the most severely damaged. What exactly happened to the Tianxua sect back then? Gao Chen pondered while stroking his chin. Whether it was the buildings, the steps, or other places, traces of battle could be seen everywhere. Strangely, however, Gao Chen did not see anything resembling a corpse in these ruins. Could the bodies have been cleared away? He wondered as he walked toward the largest building. Whoosh! Just as Gao Chen took a few steps, he heard a whooshing sound cutting through the air. Xingzi. Secret. He quickly activated his fastest skill. In an instant, he saw an arrow fly past him. Hiss! He gasped. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, that arrow could have pierced his head directly. Just as he was feeling relieved, another whooshing sound rang out. He activated the Xingzi secret again. This time, the arrow grazed his scalp. Do you really want to kill me? Gao Chen fumed. He kept scanning for the archer. Soon, his gaze landed on a particular ruin. This ruin was different from the others. It was quite small, occupying an area of less than 100 square meters. Compared to the grand halls that span thousands of square meters, it indeed seemed much smaller. After locking onto the ruin, he began to search within it. What is that? Gao Chen spotted a terrifying creature among the ruins. This creature was strikingly similar to a human, standing on two legs and holding something in its hands. However, unlike a human, it had the head of a hawk. Its hands resembled chicken claws. The most bizarre part was that its clothing was tattered and torn. Some of the exposed skin had already peeled away, revealing grayish-blue bones and flesh. What the hell is this Tian? Gao Chen, who prided himself on being well-informed, felt goosebumps rise on his back when he saw this creature. When the creature noticed Gao Chen looking at it, its eyes suddenly turned blood-red. Jie! It then let out a strange cry and continued to draw its bow and shoot arrows. Jie character secret. Indestructible Vidraw. Technique. The combination of these two skills gave Gao Chen the defense to withstand a battle spirit level powerhouse. Xing character secret. He then transformed into a shadow and charged towards the strange creature. Jie! Jie! The strange creature let out two more cries. This time, its cries were different from the previous ones. Just as it finished its cry, Gao Chen had already rushed up close to it. Just as Gao Chen was about to attack with his sword, he suddenly felt something was off. He instinctively took a step back. Dang! As he stepped back, a sword fell from the sky, landing right where he had just stood. Gao Chen turned to look and saw another creature identical to the first, holding a long sword and looking at him with the same expression. What exactly is this creature? Are there many of these creatures around here? These two questions flashed through Gao Chen's mind. However, at this moment he could no longer afford to ponder these questions, because right now he had to deal with these two strange creatures. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger from them. Ping Wanju, Chao character sword technique, Xian Jie sword technique. Gao Chen raised his hand, unleashing his three strongest sword techniques. Sword energy, vigorous grass, and celestial tribulation appeared one after another behind Gao Chen. Holding his sword in one hand, he pointed at the two strange creatures and shouted, "Go!" The sword energy, vigorous grass, and celestial tribulation flew towards the two strange creatures as if they were soldiers responding to a general's command. The speed of the three sword techniques was incredibly fast, reaching the two strange creatures in the blink of an eye. Then, they exploded. Upon contact with the creatures, the two strange creatures were directly blown to pieces by the three sword techniques. Strange. Gao Chen approached the two creatures, his brow furrowed. He had initially thought these two strange creatures were exotic beasts. However, he found no cores at their death sites. After a careful inspection, Gao Chen continued towards the main hall. Meanwhile, the people from the three factions had already stepped onto the stairs. At first, it was manageable since these individuals were all of high rank, but as they climbed higher, the pressure began to mount. By the last 10 meters, some could no longer hold on. One such person was directly blasted away by a special and powerful energy. Upon landing, he didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into a puddle of flesh. The others gasped in shock. This won't do. If it continues like this, we definitely won't reach the top of the mountain. Some felt fear and wanted to retreat. What should we do then? The members of the group were nearly at the same level and of similar age. Moreover, since they were from three factions, despite their numbers, there was no one to take charge. Listen to me, one person stepped forward and addressed the crowd. If we stand together now, we can resist this pressure. That way, we might just make it to the top. The others were unsure if his method would work, but at this moment they had no other good options. Soon, the people from the three factions gathered together. They noticed that as more people joined, the pressure began to gradually lessen. When everyone was huddled together, the pressure was nearly gone. Feeling the significant change, the crowd showed signs of joy. At the same time, their climbing speed increased considerably. With everyone working together, they quickly reached the summit. Upon reaching the top, they didn't even take a break before starting to look around the collapsed buildings. In the eyes of this group of people, looked like mountains of gold. Don't move. The commander from earlier spoke up at this moment. We need to rest first, then we can explore. Don't forget what our main task is. In such a situation, maintaining calm is commendable. I must say, this guy is indeed a character. He can stay calm, but that doesn't mean everyone else can. The mission of QTM's Gaochun. I'm here to make a fortune. Who comes here if not to get rich? But our luck seems pretty good. There's not a hint of danger here. We're going to get rich. Once I get out of here, I won't play with you guys anymore. Greed and desire began to spread in everyone's hearts. The leader from earlier noticed the change and realized things were going south. But it was too late to stop it. The crowd, filled with desire, began to scatter, rushing towards the damaged buildings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several sounds of something slicing through the air rang out. The strange creatures that had attacked Gaochun earlier reappeared. These people were not as skilled as Gaochun. The attacks from these strange creatures were almost always on target. In the blink of an eye, the elite from the three factions suffered heavy losses. The remaining survivors looked at the strange creatures with faces full of terror. Like Gaochun, it was their first time seeing these beings. What kind of monster is this? Why is it so terrifying? Just one glance gives me chills. With monsters guarding this place, we are destined to return empty-handed. Returning empty-handed isn't scary. What's scary is that we might die here. The group that had been so relaxed and carefree just moments ago was now plunged into deep fear. We must unite to fight against this monster. The organizer from earlier prepared to rally everyone again. The appearance of the monster extinguished the flames of courage in their hearts and filled them with despair. Yet the organizer stepping forward seemed to give them a glimmer of hope. They slowly began to gather around him. Everyone must not split up. The danger here far exceeds our understanding, the organizer addressed the crowd. Clearly, they were all terrified by the strange creatures, nodding in agreement. And everyone must stay alert, the organizer continued. Whoosh! Just as the organizer finished speaking, another sound of something slicing through the air was heard. Fortunately, the group was focused, and someone spotted the arrow. After narrowly dodging the arrow, the organizer began to assess the surrounding strange creatures. There are about 5 of them, 3 with bows and arrows, and 2 with melee weapons, the organizer informed the group. His mind raced, quickly formulating a simple plan. We currently have about 20 people. They had originally started with 30, but the earlier ambush by the strange creatures had cost them 10. We'll split into 4 teams, with 2 teams distracting the 3 ranged attackers. The remaining 2 teams, along with me, will take down the 2 melee ones as quickly as possible. Once the roles were assigned, the group began to act. Despite their greed, their combat effectiveness and execution were commendable. In just about 10 minutes, they had dealt with the 2 melee strange creatures. Then they exerted their strength and took down the 3 ranged ones. However, this extermination battle also resulted in significant losses. Among the 20, 3 were lightly injured and 1 was seriously injured. Fortunately, no one died. They now had 2 choices. The first choice was to rest in place. The second choice was to continue taking risks. In fact, they had already forgotten the mission of this trip. Let's take a break first, the organizer said. This battle had earned the organizer the recognition of everyone. When he suggested resting, no one voiced any objections. After a brief rest of about half an hour, they began to rise. The organizer then started to observe the surrounding buildings. Ultimately, his gaze fixed on the largest structure. A glimmer of greed flashed through his eyes at that moment. However, since he was facing away from the crowd, no one noticed the greed in his eyes. That is the largest building in this ruin, and the best treasures should be inside that building. I propose we investigate that building first, the commander said to everyone. Sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward obtained. Tiansuo Ferry Shadow Step, great achievement. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Tiansuo Ruin Sect's forbidden area to sign in. Tiansuo Ferry Shadow Step, the Tiansuo Sect's proud step. This step is so exquisite that it can astonish even the immortals. Regarding the new sign-in reward, Gao Chen was quite satisfied. However, he did not leave the sect's main hall just because he received a new reward. He felt that there might still be some other treasures within this main hall. Breaking illusion divine eye. Spiritual energy began to gather at Gao Chen's brow and a golden vertical eye started to take shape. Once the golden vertical eye formed, it shot out a beam of golden light beginning to scan the interior of the hall. In the deepest part of the hall, the vertical eye discovered a small wooden box. It was a box only the size of an adult's fist. The front of the box was carved with the Tiansuo sword of the Tiansuo sect. Surrounding the Tiansuo sword were some cloud-like patterns. Gao Chen attempted to open the box. However, the seemingly wooden box was surprisingly sturdy. Gao Chen exerted all his strength but was unable to open the box. Universal secret. Gao Chen vaguely felt that there was something good inside this box, so he could only try again. The appearance of the universal secret caused Gao Chen's strength to surge instantly. It's opened, but not completely. Even with the help of the universal secret, Gao Chen could only manage to open a small crack in the box. Looking through the crack, he could indeed see something inside the box. It seems that with my current strength, it's still somewhat difficult to open this box. Since he couldn't open it, Gao Chen simply tossed the box into his backpack. After searching the hall for a while and finding nothing else, Gao Chen chose to continue deeper. Not long after he delved in, he saw people from 3 factions entering the hall. The organizer looked around the hall, his eyes betraying an undisguised smile. However, he quickly stopped smiling, because in this seemingly large hall, there was not a single valuable item. Gao Chen has been here. The organizer suspected that the reason there were no good items in this hall was that someone had already come through. After glancing deeper into the hall, he said to everyone, "We need to quicken our pace and catch up to Gao Chen. Otherwise, we might not even get a sip of soup." Upon hearing this, the crowd was incensed. "Then let's hurry up. All the good stuff in this hall must have been taken by Gao Chen. Let's catch up to him and snatch back the good things. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't handle him alone." Seeing the crowd's agitation, the organizer revealed a look of triumph. This was the effect he wanted. Passing through the hall, they unexpectedly found a courtyard behind it. The courtyard was quite large, estimated to be over 1,000 square meters. In one corner of the courtyard, there was a place resembling a medicinal herb garden. Perhaps due to the passage of time, only some black rotten mud remained in the herb garden. From the surface, it seemed that there were no valuable items in this herb garden. However, behind the herb garden, there was a thatched cottage. Unlike the surrounding collapsed and dilapidated buildings, this thatched cottage still stood firm. This thatched cottage. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Chen walked towards the cottage. Secret of the characters. Indestructible Vajra technique. Out of caution, Gao Chen activated his strongest defensive skill. Once the golden glow completely enveloped his body, he stepped inside the thatched cottage. The interior of the cottage was not large. As soon as he entered, everything inside came into view. The thatched cottage was very simple. Apart from a wooden bed, there was only a table left. After all these years, the table and bed still exist. What material could this be? Gao Chen approached the table and began to examine it carefully. The material of the table was surprisingly similar to that of the small box he had seen earlier. It looked like wood on the outside, but was actually very hard. He searched around the cottage. Is there nothing else? Gao Chen felt a bit disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a brick on the ground that was slightly different from the others. It wasn't a different color, it was just that this brick was a tiny bit taller than the others. That tiny bit was really just a tiny bit. If he hadn't observed closely, he might not have noticed it at all. Gao Chen crouched down and inserted the dragon pattern sword into the gap of the brick. With a slight effort, he pried the brick out. Underneath the brick, there was indeed something. What is this? Gao Chen picked up the object beneath the brick and studied it carefully. It was something that looked very much like cloth but felt quite heavy in his hand. This is a package, there's something inside. Gao Chen quickly unfolded it. Inside, there were indeed 2 items. One was a jade pendant radiating a deep green hue, and the other was an envelope. Gao Chen placed the jade pendant into his backpack, planning to study it later. Then, he opened the envelope and took out the contents. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the letter inside had turned a very dry yellow. "You don't know who I am, and I don't know who you are." This was the beginning of the letter, which recorded a very strange history. Judging by the timeline, it should have been during the final period of the Tianxua sect. The Tianxua sect was once one of the largest sects on this land. However, after a series of events, it began to decline rapidly. In the end, it became an obscure sect. The last leader of the Tianxua sect wanted to restore its former glory. So, in a certain year, he used the forbidden secret technique of the Tianxua sect in the Tianxua forbidden area. But after using the forbidden technique, he found that he had summoned an indescribable strange creature. As soon as this creature appeared, it began to slaughter the members of the Tianxua sect indiscriminately. The owner of this letter was the last target of this indescribable strange creature. Could it be those 2 strange creatures? Gao Chen quickly dismissed this idea. Although those 2 strange creatures were powerful, they did not have the strength to annihilate an entire sect. While Gao Chen was pondering what that indescribable entity could be, footsteps were heard outside the thatched cottage. That thatched cottage is so strange, it has stood firm for so many years. There must be good things inside that cottage. Charge for my treasure. People from 3 factions had now arrived outside the thatched cottage. Are they here? Gao Chen's expression did not change at all with the arrival of this group. The people from the 3 factions were eager to try their luck. But the organizer stopped them, carefully observing the thatched cottage, and said, "Gao Chen might be inside, rushing in could very likely get us ambushed by him." The crowd, blinded by greed, calmed down after hearing the organizer's words. What should we do then? Everyone was quite anxious. With the thatched cottage standing firm for so many years, it was hard to believe that there was nothing valuable inside. Shall we all attack together and blow down this thatched cottage? Someone proposed it. However, this proposal was quickly dismissed. This thatched house seems fragile, but in reality, it is very sturdy. With our strength, we probably can't bring it down. Impatience spread again among the crowd. How about we wait for Gao Chen to come out of the thatched house? Another suggestion was made. This proposal seemed reasonable, but in reality, it wasn't that great. There's no need to complicate things. At that moment, the door of the thatched house opened, and Gao Chen walked out with a calm expression. Upon seeing Gao Chen emerge, the people from the three factions showed signs of vigilance and then drew their weapons. Gao Chen, do you dare to come out? Aren't you afraid of death? You dare to walk out in front of us? This is clearly a provocation. Don't you know our mission for coming in here is to kill you? If you know what's good for you, quickly put down what you have in the thatched house and get out of this ruin. The people from the three factions, confident in their numbers, shouted wildly at Gao Chen. But to Gao Chen, their shouts sounded like a joke. No, Gao Chen looked at them with a speechless expression, puzzled. How can you be so sure that you will be my opponents? We have more people on our side. The organizer stepped to the front of the group, speaking loudly and firmly. Don't you think that with so many of us, we can take you down? Goodness, do you think this is just a fight among ordinary people? Gao Chen scoffed at the organizer's words. Even if it were a fight among ordinary people, it doesn't mean that the side with more people has the advantage, does it? If having more people doesn't count as an advantage, then what does? The organizer retorted. Enough. Gao Chen waved his hand, a bit impatiently. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. If you want to make a move, then hurry up. Gao Chen's arrogant demeanor infuriated the people from the three factions. They all drew their weapons, waiting for the organizer's command. Attack! The organizer was also a decisive person. He waved his hand and drew his own weapon. The people from the three factions rushed towards Gao Chen. Come on! Gao Chen shook his head, feeling quite helpless. Since you all want to die so badly, I don't mind helping you. Secret of the all-character. Indestructible Vajra technique. This was Gao Chen's standard procedure before a fight. The secret of the all-character could increase his strength tenfold. The indestructible Vajra technique ensured his physical defense. Then, he directly drew the dragon pattern sword from his waist. Is this sword something you got from this thatched house? As soon as the dragon pattern sword appeared, people noticed its extraordinary nature. The armor on him also seems quite remarkable. The greedy thoughts of these people began to stir again. Once greed arose, their eyes turned blood red. When their eyes turned blood red, their hearts would surely follow suit and turn pitch black. Kill him, and we will share his things equally, someone shouted. Gao Chen sensed the growing murderous intent from this group. At the same time, his own murderous intent began to spread, and he looked at these people and said, in that case, let's make it a swift kill today. Tizot sword technique. Gao Chen swung the dragon pattern sword. Streams of spiritual energy gathered behind him, forming Tizots. He pointed at the people from the three factions. The formed Tizots flew directly towards them. As the Tizots flew past these people, they let out screams. They were left with terrifying wounds on their bodies. The smell of blood began to spread outside the thatched house. The organizer was shocked upon seeing this. The direction of the battle was clearly beyond his expectations. Realizing the situation was dire, he was already prepared to make a quick escape. But in such circumstances, leaving was not an easy task. After dealing with the others, Gao Chen stood directly in front of the organizer, holding the dragon pattern sword. Speak up, what's the deal with this relic and you? Guys? The timing of the relic's appearance and the emergence of the three factions was too coincidental. Gao Chen certainly wouldn't believe that. There was no connection between them. Not going to say anything? Seeing the organizer remain silent, Gao Chen smiled slightly. The organizer looked at Gao Chen with a puzzled expression. In the next second, Gao Chen thrust the dragon pattern sword into the organizer's thigh. This organizer could be considered a tough guy. Although the pain made him sweat profusely, he managed to hold back his cries. Nice one. Gao Chen gave the organizer a thumbs up. But before the organizer could react, Gao Chen's dragon pattern sword struck again, this time into the other thigh. The organizer screamed in pain. Yet, judging by his expression, he still had no intention of speaking. Kill me, he gritted his teeth, the words seeming to be squeezed out between clenched jaws. Kill you? That would be so boring. Gao Chen looked down at the organizer with a mocking expression. So what do you want? The organizer wished for death. I want to know why this relic has appeared at this time. Is its emergence related to you? A flicker of hesitation crossed the organizer's eyes. Tell me, and I'll give you a quick end, Gao Chen said. The organizer hesitated for a moment before slowly beginning to explain. In fact, the ancient building outside the relic had been discovered by the Tsanxiang Martial Arts School over a year ago. They didn't have the key to enter the relic, and out of desperation, they could only hide the exact location of the ancient building. It must be said that their concealment was indeed very effective. For a whole year, no other factions had discovered the existence of this ancient building. If it weren't for the plan to lure Gao Chun into a trap, the Sangxiang Martial Arts School would never have brought out this ancient building. Well, they really think highly of me, Gao Chun thought. To lure him into a trap, they had actually brought out an ancient relic. Moreover, judging by its level and scale, it should be above 3 stars. The cost of this was indeed quite high. Since the Sangxiang Martial Arts School is so generous, I certainly can't be stingy, Gao Chun said, somewhat angrily. In the end, Gao Chun did not kill the organizer. He merely disabled his tendons in his hands and feet. You bastard, you beast. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Living in such a place without any combat ability was worse than dying quickly. Killing someone? How cruel. Gao Chun smiled slightly at the organizer, then continued to explore the relic. If he remembered correctly, the latest sign-in location should be the forbidden area of the Tiansuo relic. After walking for a while, he seemed to think of something. He quickly summoned the system. In the system, he saw 100 Xianyuan fruits. These were his previous sign-in rewards. However, he had not consumed them due to his eagerness to enter the relic. Taking advantage of the relatively calm moment, he decided to eat the Xianyuan fruits first. After all, the next place he was going to explore was the forbidden area of this relic. And forbidden areas were often the most dangerous places within relics. He found a section of broken wall, then sat cross-legged with his back against it. The Xianyuan fruits, as if they were free, were sent into his mouth. One by one, the Xianyuan fruits entered his mouth, and the spiritual energy within Gao Chun continuously increased. Late stage, peak, invincible. The 100 Xianyuan fruits raised Gao Chun's realm to the level of an invincible Grand Master. At the same time, this powerful spiritual energy also created a small crack in the barrier between the Grand Master and the battle spirit. If I can get a different fruit next time I sign in, then this barrier will definitely be broken, Gao Chun was confident. Although he had not stepped into the battle spirit realm, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. The effect of these 100 fruits made Gao Chun very satisfied. Once his realm was solidified, he stood up to continue exploring. Wait a minute. As soon as he stood up, he felt something was off. He looked up at the sky. The sky here is devoid of the sun. Yet, it remains bright as day. As Gao Chun gazed up at the sky, a strange creature was approaching. Not far away. Gao Chun continued to look up, seemingly unaware of the creature's approach. After observing Gao Chun for a while, the creature, seeing him still staring at the sky, bared its fangs and prepared to attack. It did not notice that Gao Chun's hand was resting on the hilt of the dragon pattern sword. The creature moved with incredible speed, rushing up to Gao Chun in an instant. It opened its sharp mouth, revealing its fangs, and lunged directly at Gao Chun's throat. Gao Chun swiftly drew the dragon pattern sword from its sheath. Tiansuo sword technique. Gao Chun shouted. Behind him, a Tiansuo formed from condensed spiritual energy flew straight toward the creature. The Tiansuo moved at lightning speed, turning the creature into a sieve. Seeing it dead, Gao Chun hurried forward to inspect it. When he saw the creature in its entirety, he was taken aback. What is this? It was yet another strange creature he had never heard of before. The creature had a snake-like body but a head resembling that of an owl. No matter how one looked at it, the creature exuded an eerie vibe. Instinctively, Gao Chun cleaved its head open. Just like the previous strange creature, its head was empty inside. What on earth are these creatures? Why are they so bizarre? Gao Chun frowned and proceeded to cut open the creature's body. To his surprise, he found that its insides were just like those of a human, complete with organs. A strange emotion began to spread in Gao Chun's heart. This place is not suitable for staying long. I should sign in quickly and leave. The Tiansuo ruins were filled with an unsettling eeriness, making Gao Chun feel very uncomfortable. After confirming that he could not linger here, Gao Chun quickly oriented himself toward the forbidden area and moved forward rapidly. The forbidden area of the Tiansuo ruins lay deep within the ruins. Gao Chun was fortunate enough not to have lost his way. Is this the forbidden area of the Tiansuo ruins? Looking at the scene before him, Gao Chun furrowed his brow. The sights here were vastly different from those in other parts of the Tiansuo ruins. Other areas were marked by desolation, while this place exuded a sense of prosperity. This must all be fake. Gao Chun knew that everything before him was an illusion, yet he still felt an urge to explore. Go there, go there. Everything you desire is there. You can have it all. A highly alluring voice echoed in Gao Chun's mind. The emergence of this voice sent his thoughts into a frenzy. His eyes, influenced by the voice, began to glaze over. There are beauties, wealth, and power. There, your desires will no longer be hard to satisfy. The seductive voice rang out again in Gao Chun's heart. His gaze had completely turned vacant. Drool began to drip from the corners of his mouth, and the seeds of desire started to take root in his heart. He moved forward with a dazed expression and a stream of drool. Soon, he was engulfed in that realm of prosperity. Good heavens! Just as he entered that vibrant scene, Gao Chun suddenly snapped awake. He looked ahead in terror, cold sweat soaking his back. Upon regaining his senses, Gao Chun found that the previous scene of prosperity had vanished without a trace. What remained was only ruin. The decay here was even worse than outside. Dilapidated buildings were everywhere, the ground was blackened, and the plants were withered and dark. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Mingxin. Fruit * 100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the God-level base city, Sangqiang Martial Arts Branch to sign in. Mingxin. Fruit, a very peculiar exotic fruit that can resist all illusions when consumed. Since he had already received the sign-in reward and the new sign-in location had been updated, Gao Chen now had no reason to stay. He turned around, preparing to leave. What's going on? But as he turned, he found that behind him had also transformed into a scene of ruin and desolation. The path he had taken was gone, disappearing without a trace. Is this another illusion? Gao Chen murmured to himself. After all, the prosperous scene he had just seen was merely an illusion. Right, the Mingxin fruit. Gao Chen took the Mingxin fruit he had just obtained from his backpack and tossed it into his mouth. As the fruit entered, it turned into a refreshing stream flowing down his throat. Accompanied by a shiver from his body, everything around him instantly became dull and lifeless. No change. Indeed, after eating the Mingxin fruit, the surrounding scenery remained unchanged. Could it be that this isn't an illusion? Gao Chen felt a headache coming on. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, he heard a very strange and eerie sound. The sound came from behind him, somewhat like a whisper, and somewhat like a soft hum. He quickly turned around. In the place he could see, there was not a hint of life, only ruin and desolation. What's going on? The atheist Gao Chen began to doubt life itself. Before he could turn fully, the voice sounded again. Damn it! Gao Chen felt a bit flustered. He drew the dragon pattern sword and swung it behind him. He thought this strike would hit nothing but solitude. To his surprise, the sword actually struck something. He turned back to see a bizarre creature staring at him with a pair of blood-red eyes. Jiezi. Secret. Indestructible Vajra skill. Tiansuo sword technique. Gao Fan jumped back a step and then wielded the Tiansuo sword. Waves of spiritual energy coalesced into Tiansuo behind him. He pointed his sword forward. Whoosh! The Tiansuo launched simultaneously, piercing towards the creature. Ah! Struck by multiple Tiansuo, the creature let out a wretched scream and quickly fled. Xingzi secret. Gao Chen activated his strongest attack skill and chased after the creature. The creature was incredibly fast. Even with the Xingzi secret activated, Gao Chen nearly lost it several times. Eventually, the creature stopped in front of a cave entrance. At that moment, Gao Chen finally got a clear look at the creature's true form. It was a four-legged creature, its limbs resembling dog legs, while its body was very similar to that of a chicken. The most bizarre part was that it had a head resembling that of a tiger. Having encountered so many strange creatures in the Tiansuo ruins, Gao Chen thought he would be unfazed by any other bizarre beings. Yet, the creature before him still sent a chill down his spine. The halted creature glanced back. Its eyes were filled with resentment, but also a hint of provocation. After provoking Gao Chen, it directly dove into the cave. Gao Chen hesitated for a moment but chose not to follow. The strangeness of this place made him reluctant to linger, yet he also realized that leaving was not an easy task. Since entering, he had lost all sense of direction. This was terrifying in an unfamiliar place. What to do? To be honest, Gao Chen was feeling a bit panicked. Meanwhile, the strange creature poked its head out from the cave, continuing to provoke Gao Chen. First, kill it and then talk. Gao Chen was already feeling troubled. The creature's provocation ignited a surge of anger within him. Holding the dragon pattern sword, he also dove into the cave. Inside, the cave was not only spacious but also not dark at all. After walking for about 10 minutes, Gao Chen suddenly found himself in a vast valley. He hadn't even had the chance to appreciate the scenery within the valley when the bizarre creature appeared again. So many? However, this time it didn't come alone but brought its little companions. Gao Chen roughly counted and found there were as many as 20. Come on, don't waste my time. Gao Chen felt his emotions teetering on the edge of collapse. He had to resolve this quickly and leave this cursed place. Grass character sword technique. Spiritual energy surged like grass behind Gao Chen's head. Immortal tribulation sword technique. Thunder and lightning flickered behind him. Chaos control technique. Chaotic sword energy swirled around Gao Chen. Go! He pointed the dragon pattern sword at those strange creatures. The grass energy, lightning, and sword energy flew straight towards the bizarre beings. Bang! 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 The sounds erupted like explosions. In an instant, dust rose from the area where the strange creatures were. When the dust settled, half of the bizarre beings were already dead or injured. Ah! The death of their companions made these strange creatures emit strange cries. Their blood-red eyes fixed on Gao Chen as if they wanted to devour him alive. Green Lotus sword technique. A green lotus formed from spiritual energy above Gao Chen's head. Sky Vault sword technique. Stars circled around the blade of Gao Chen's dragon pattern sword. Heavenly Tizot sword technique. Tizots gathered behind Gao Chen, taking shape. He pointed again at those strange creatures. the green lotus flew out and exploded in midair. The petals of the lotus flew like sharp blades towards the bizarre beings. The stars surrounding the sword blade smashed down upon each of the strange creatures. The Tizots that had formed behind him flew towards the bizarre beings like sharp swords. After this round of attacks, the strange creatures were nearly wiped out. Gao Chen still cleaved open their skulls. As before, their heads were already empty inside. After dealing with these strange creatures, Gao Chen finally began to seriously observe the valley. It was a trumpet-shaped valley. The place where Gao Chen stood was likely at the mouth of the trumpet. Looking out, there was a vast space within the valley. Since retreating was not an option now, Gao Chen could only choose to move forward. After walking into the valley for half an hour, his backpack suddenly began to shake violently. He quickly brought the backpack to the front and opened it. The jade pendant he had obtained in the thatched cottage unexpectedly flew out of the backpack at that moment. After flying out, the jade pendant did not pause at all and directly soared into the distance. Walking secret, Gao Chen activated his fastest skill and hurried to chase after it. The jade pendant flew rapidly for about an hour before its speed gradually slowed down. While chasing the pendant, Gao Chen discovered that a massive palace had appeared in front of him without him noticing. This palace was enormous, with its highest point already lost in the clouds. The jade pendant paused briefly in front of the grand hall's door before flying onto it. Gao Chen then noticed that there was a groove on the door of the grand hall. The jade pendant perfectly fit into that groove. Regardless of the size or shape of the pendant, it matched the groove flawlessly. Once the jade pendant and the groove were perfectly aligned, the pendant began to spin within the groove. After spinning 180 degrees, the door emitted a strange sound. Then, the door began to open at a visible speed. The door was very large, taking a full 10 minutes just to open. As the door opened, dust fell from it. When the dust settled, Gao Chen stepped forward to stand before the door. He looked up into the grand hall. It was pitch black inside, and he could see nothing. Breaking illusion divine eye. Gao Chen prepared to use this skill to probe the situation inside the hall. But even with the golden vertical eye appearing, he still couldn't see clearly inside. Just as he hesitated about whether to enter, a light suddenly appeared before him. Then, the light began to spread. In just a few minutes, the entire grand hall was illuminated. Staring at the brightly lit hall, Gao Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The hall was deep. At the end of the hall, there was a high platform. On the high platform sat a throne. On the throne sat a humanoid creature clad in golden armor. This creature was motionless, as if it were lifeless. On either side of the high platform stood some people. On one side were armored generals, looking imposing and formidable. On the other side stood civil officials in official robes. In that moment, Gao Chen felt as if he had crossed into a historical drama. Come in. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed. The golden armor on the high platform slowly stood up. Seeing this, Gao Chen was greatly alarmed. At the same time, the generals and civil officials standing on either side turned their heads to look in Gao Chen's direction. He bizarrely noticed that the heads of those generals and officials were all animal heads. What the hell is this place? This inexplicable and eerie feeling weighed heavily on Gao Chen, making it hard for him to breathe. I commanded you to come in, did you not hear me? The golden armor moved as if it were a living being. Wait a moment. At that moment, a letter from the thatched cottage suddenly came to Gao Chen's mind. Could it be that the creature inside the golden armor is that indescribable horror? Gao Chen thought, and he truly stepped into the hall. As Gao Chen moved, those bizarre heads also followed his motion. Kneel. As he reached the front of the high platform, a fierce roar rang out. Is this an illusion? Or? Gao Chen took a Mingxin fruit from the system and tossed it into his mouth. In the next second, everything before his eyes vanished. The hall was still the same hall. The high platform still existed, but the bizarre generals and officials had disappeared without a trace. He quickly looked towards the throne. Upon seeing it, he was so frightened that he took several steps back. The golden armor on the throne remained, but a pair of blood-red eyes had appeared at the helmet. Who are you? Gao Chen asked the golden armor. The golden armor did not respond. Just as Gao Chen was filled with confusion, the golden armor suddenly moved. He saw that a golden long knife had appeared in its hand, seemingly out of nowhere. A wave of bloody aura surged directly from the golden armor. The golden armor wielded the long knife, and a murderous intent spread from the tip of the blade. Kill. The golden armor emitted a voice that was both cold and brutal. It leaped high and then jumped towards Gao Chen. The golden long knife was particularly dazzling in the hall. Jiezi's secret, indestructible Vajra technique. At that moment, Gao Chen also increased his combat power tenfold and drew out the dragon pattern sword. Clang! The golden long knife collided with the dragon pattern sword, producing brilliant sparks. This strike also forced Gao Chen to retreat several steps. So strong, the strength of the golden armor far exceeded Gao Chen's expectations. It must be at least at the early or mid-stage of the battle spirit level. Gao Chen shook his slightly numb hand, his expression becoming serious. Saozi sword. Technique. The vigorous grass took shape and flew straight at the golden armor. Clang, clang, clang. The vigorous grass struck the golden armor, producing the sound of metal clashing. And this vigorous grass pushed the golden armor back step by step. Pinging order technique. Gao Chen's dragon pattern sword moved again. The sword energy danced and rushed towards the golden armor. Although the pinging order technique did not cause substantial damage to the golden armor, it left some marks on its armor. Immortal Calamity sword technique. Lightning swirled and charged at the golden armor. Although the lightning slowed the golden armor's speed, it still did not cause any damage. See, these three great sword techniques of the perfect world could be considered Gao Chen's strongest skills at this stage. If these three skills could not inflict damage on the golden armor, then Gao Chen would truly have no way to deal with it. If I can't cause damage, could it be that the skill levels are too low? Gao Chen thought, and then summoned the system. He took out several extreme enlightenment fruits and swallowed a dozen of them in a hurry. Ding! Skill. Saozi sword technique has broken through to the peak realm, entering the extreme realm. Ding! Skill. Immortal tribulation sword technique breaks through to the peak realm, stepping into the ultimate realm. Ding! Skill. Peacekeeping technique breaks through to the peak realm, stepping into the ultimate realm. After consuming more than a dozen ultimate enlightenment fruits, the system notifications kept ringing in Gao Chen's ears. System. God-level sign-in system, host, Gao Chen Realm, Grandmaster Invincible Skills, Thunder Fist, Ultimate, Shadow Step, Ultimate, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Ultimate, All Character Secret, Ultimate, Indestructible Vajra Skill, Ultimate, Action Character Secret, Ultimate, Peacekeeping Technique, Ultimate, Grass Character Sword Technique, Ultimate, Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique, Ultimate. Available. Sign-in location, Divine Machine Base City, Sky Pavilion Branch. Seeing that all his skills had already reached the ultimate realm, Gao Chen swung the dragon pattern sword again. Peacekeeping Technique, Grass Character Sword Technique, Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique. After executing these three sets of skills, cracks began to appear on the golden armor. The cracks were neither wide nor long. However, they gave Gao Chen a glimmer of hope. He didn't give the golden armor a chance to rest. His skills were thrown at the golden armor as if they were free. When he ran out of spiritual energy, he swallowed a primary spirit fruit to recover. By the time all the skills were executed, the cracks on the golden armor were already as thick as a finger. One round isn't enough, then let's go for another. Gao Chen had plenty of skills and spiritual energy. He wanted to go for another round, but the golden armor didn't want to give him that chance. The golden armor began to move. What Gao Chen didn't expect was that this time, the golden armor's speed was much faster than before. Even more surprising was that the golden armor's attacks were also much stronger than before. After receiving a strike from it, Gao Chen's palm was already cracked. Blood flowed from his palm to his elbow. Is it really that strong? Gao Chen, retreating, felt a lingering fear. Besides the fear, he was more relieved. Relieved that he had raised his realm to Grandmaster Invincible before coming to this valley. If he were at the late stage of Grandmaster now, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that strike from the golden armor. Gao Chen retreated as the golden armor closed in. The large blade in its hand slashed towards Gao Chen like a raging wind. Gao Chen tragically discovered that the golden armor's blade attacks were getting stronger with each strike. If it lands 2 or 3 more hits, I definitely won't be able to take it. Gao Chen knew he couldn't continue like this. Action Character Secret. He could only activate his fastest skill to dodge the golden armor's attacks and then think of a way. Suddenly, Gao Chen disappeared from sight, causing the golden armor's movements to momentarily pause. Taking advantage of its momentary stillness, Gao Chen directly appeared behind the golden armor. Green Lotus Sword Technique. The green lotus formed from gathered spiritual energy exploded behind the golden armor. Petals surged towards the back of the golden armor. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of collision rang out continuously. The back of the golden armor showed crack after crack. Sky Sword Technique. Gao Chen danced with the dragon pattern sword again. Tiny stars swirled around the blade of the dragon pattern sword. Gao Chen moved again. The stars struck the golden armor. The cracks on the back of the golden armor continued to widen under the star's attack. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the golden armor shattered. Then, the golden armor directly scattered onto the ground. Is it over? Gao Chen looked at the golden armor on the ground and murmured to himself. Could the indescribable terrifying creature mentioned in the letter be this golden armor? Even with the golden armor scattered all over, Gao Chen still didn't let his guard down. He tightly gripped the dragon pattern sword, carefully observing the golden armor that lay scattered. Just then, a strange sound echoed not far from Gao Chen. What is that sound? Gao Chen looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a huge crack appearing in a corner of the Great Hall. Is this Great Hall going to collapse? Gao Chen hurriedly retreated, preparing to exit the Great Hall. The moment Gao Chen stepped out of the Grand Hall, the ancient, luxurious, and mysterious hall collapsed with a thunderous roar. As the dust settled, all that remained was a pile of rubble and ruins. What is that? Gao Chen saw at the end of the hall's ruins, nestled between two mountains, a bronze door. From a distance, the door was adorned with bizarre and strange creatures carved into its surface. Just as Gao Chen hesitated about whether to approach the door, it slowly opened without any external force. Where is that place? He could clearly see that behind the door was another world. Pavilions towered, and buildings floated like clouds. Amidst the swirling mist, he could vaguely see cranes dancing, auspicious signs soaring through the air. Just as Gao Chen prepared to venture in for a closer look, the door suddenly closed again. Secret of the word. Gao Chen thought to enter before the door shut completely. However, the door closed much faster than he anticipated. By the time he reached the door, it was already fully shut. He pushed against it with all his might. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge the door even a fraction. Just as he was about to give up, the door surprisingly moved. Seizing the opportunity as a gap opened, Gao Chen quickly slipped inside. But the scene behind the door was different from before. It had transformed into a narrow passage that could only accommodate one person. Gao Chen continued forward. After about 10 minutes of walking, he saw a light. He quickened his pace. The light revealed a small stone chamber. The chamber was only about a dozen square meters, and aside from a stone table, there was nothing else inside. Gao Chen looked at the stone table. On it was a tray, and within the tray lay a peach the size of an adult's head. The peach was vividly colored, and just one glance made one feel an overwhelming desire. Not only was the peach bright in color, but it also emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Gao Chen thought he could resist the temptation of the peach. However, he was unprepared for how alluring its scent was, and ultimately, he could not hold back. He picked up the peach and took a hearty bite. A sweet aroma flowed from his throat, filling his body. He could no longer resist and began to devour the entire peach. In just a minute, he had finished it completely. It was then that he realized the peach contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. After consuming it, the spiritual energy within him began to break through the shackles between the Grand Master and the battle spirit. He had thought that these shackles would be difficult to break. However, to his surprise, in less than a minute, the immense spiritual energy from the peach shattered the restraints. Gao Chen's realm shifted from being an invincible Grand Master to the early stage of a battle spirit. He did not feel ecstatic about his elevation in realm. He knew it was not the time for celebration. As Gao Chen's realm advanced to the early stage of a battle spirit, the stone chamber also underwent a transformation. At the end of the chamber, a small door appeared. After experiencing so much that day, Gao Chen had become numb. He walked up to the small door, opened it directly, and stepped inside. Gao Chen is out. Quick, go notify the boss. Damn, we waited a whole week, and he finally came out. When the boss arrives, there will be a good show to watch. Before Gao Chen could fully adjust to the brightness before him, he heard voices. Once he adapted, he realized he was inside the ancient building that led to the Tizot ruins. Surrounding him were people from 3 different factions, encircling him. So you finally know how to come out. At that moment, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd. The crowd parted to make way for a man dressed in a Lolita outfit, who walked forward. Seeing this, Gao Chen suppressed his disgust and reassured himself. We must understand that this world has its disparities. I am Han Junmei, the branch master of the Extreme Path Sangqiang Martial Arts School. Han Junmei introduced himself as soon as he came up. Goodness, this guy not only looks effeminate, dresses effeminately, but even his name sounds effeminate. Gao Chen, hand over what you obtained from the ruins and we will let you go. Whether it was intentional or not, Han Junmei's voice even had a hint of a eunuch's tone. I say, Han Branch Master, Gao Chen looked at Han Junmei with a foolish expression. Do you really think I would hand it over? Let's take a step back. Even if I were forced to hand it over, do you really think you could let me go? No. At that moment, a rough voice rang out from the back of the crowd. The crowd parted again, and a burly man with a bare upper body walked over. No matter what, you must die today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Jun, the leader of the Hanu Shinji branch, and also the city guardian of Shinji. Must die? Do you think too highly of yourselves, or too little of me? With just a few of you pathetic losers, you think you can kill me? It wasn't that Gao Chen looked down on them, but their strength was truly concerning. Gao Chen was already at the early stage of battle spirit, while the strongest among them was merely an invincible grandmaster. It should be noted that there was a whole major realm difference between them. Branch Master Gao, don't mind them. At this moment, another voice spoke up. An old man, thin and short, made his way through the crowd to Gao Chen's side. He cupped his hands and smiled as he introduced himself. I am Li Guoxi from the Li family. As long as Branch Master Gao hands over what he obtained from the ruins, I guarantee with the credibility of the Li family that I can ensure your safety. Seeing Li Guoxi's beaming face, Gao Chen helplessly shook his head. Smack! He raised his hand and slapped Li Guoxi directly. This slap left Li Guoxi and everyone present stunned. I am the master of the Extreme Path branch. Do I need your protection? Gao Chen shouted at the self-righteous Li Guoxi. After a moment of shock, Li Guoxi's face turned red as he pointed at Gao Chen and shouted, "Since you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being rude. All members of the Li family, go after him, kill this bastard." Gao Chen smiled slightly, shifting his feet. In an instant he was back in front of Li Guoxi. Smack! 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 Gao Chen swung his arms, continuously slapping Li Guoxi's face. The crisp sound of slaps formed a beautiful melody. By the time a song Rice Aroma was finished, Li Guoxi's face had swollen into a pig's head. "Daring to act tough in front of me, who gave you the courage?" Gao Chen kicked Li Guoxi to the ground and spat at him. Li Guoxi felt very aggrieved. But, compared to his grievance, he felt more fear. He had thought about fighting back just now, but as soon as that thought arose, it was suppressed by an overwhelming sense of intimidation. He clearly felt that this powerful intimidation came from Gao Chen himself. In other words, Gao Chen's current strength was already much stronger than his. This also meant that he had no ability to fight back at all. Branch Master Gao, impressive. Seeing Gao Chen knock down Li Guoxi, the cross-dressing big shot Han Junmei stepped forward. However, Zhao Jun beside him patted his shoulder and said seriously, "I feel that Gao Chen is somewhat extraordinary. If we rashly attack him, I'm afraid. Are you even a man?" Han Junmei put his hands on his hips, glaring at Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun said nothing, but a fire of anger ignited within him. Even if a normal man said this to him, he wouldn't be so furious. "Branch Master Gao, your opportunities are dwindling," Han Junmei said coldly as he approached Gao Chen. "If you don't cherish it properly, I'm afraid." Before Han Junmei could finish his sentence, Gao Chen disappeared from his sight. When Gao Chen reappeared, he was less than a meter away from Han Junmei. Han Junmei hadn't even had time to react when Gao Chen kicked him hard in the stomach. The kick was so powerful that it sent Han Junmei flying backward, crashing into several people. Han Junmei quickly got up, wanting to shout at Gao Chen. However, before he could fully open his mouth, Gao Chen's fist struck him right in the face. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the ground. "Pa!" He spat out a mouthful of blood, along with a few broken teeth that fell to the ground. "If I don't kill you today, I swear." Perhaps due to the lack of teeth, Han Junmei's words were somewhat slurred. Gao Chen, however, had no intention of giving him a chance to continue talking. He quickly closed the distance and threw another punch at Han Junmei's face. This punch was still heavy enough to twist Han Junmei's face to the side. Han Junmei, who was very concerned about his looks, went completely mad from this punch. He lunged at Gao Chen like a crazy woman. Bang! 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 Gao Chen's fists landed on Han Junmei's body, causing him to stagger continuously. His face was completely battered. Bang! Gao Chen delivered another heavy punch. To everyone's surprise, this punch actually pierced through Han Junmei's head. Gao Chen pulled his hand back, shaking it in disgust. Han Junmei, with his head pierced, collapsed directly to the ground. Zhao Jun, witnessing this scene, was horrified. It was at this moment that he realized just how powerful Gao Chen truly was. "Brother Gao Chen, how about letting me go? As long as you spare me, I, Hanu Guard, will follow you from now on," Zhao Jun said, knowing he was no match for Gao Chen and had to choose to bow down and admit his mistake. "Hanu Guard? Don't you know that I have a grudge against Hanu Guard?" Gao Chen looked at Zhao Jun with a half-smile. As the leader of a level 4 base city, Zhao Jun certainly knew about the feud between Gao Chen and Hanu Guard. He nodded frantically. "Of course I know you have a grudge against Hanu Guard. But I also know that the reason you have a grudge is entirely because of Hanu Guard's wrongdoings, not yours." Zhao Jun was willing to betray his organization to save his life. "Do you really want to live?" Gao Chen looked at Zhao Jun with a half-smile again. Zhao Jun nodded vigorously. "How about this?" Suddenly, a playful idea popped into Gao Chen's mind. After a moment of thought, he said to Zhao Jun, "If you kneel and bow to me right now, I will spare you." Zhao Jun hesitated. "Boss, we can't do this. A big man born between heaven and earth kneels to heaven, earth, and parents. Boss, we have many people, we can fight him to the death if necessary." "Boss, you can't kneel. If you kneel now, you won't be able to stand up again later." The people of Hanu Guard were still quite loyal to Zhao Jun. However, Zhao Jun ignored them. Is dignity and face important? Yes, but when it comes to life and death, it doesn't matter at all. The main thing is, despite his tall and strong appearance, this guy was not a tough nut. Back when he wanted to become the city guard of the Divine Machine branch, he had knelt down quite a bit. "I was wrong." Zhao Jun's legs went weak and he knelt down in front of Gao Chen. While kneeling, he displayed a servile expression. "Please, spare me. I won't dare to provoke you again. As long as you are in the Divine Machine base city from now on, I, Zhao Jun, will follow you." Gao Chen could see that Zhao Jun was completely spineless. The people of Han Yue, witnessing this scene, covered their eyes and held their heads. They truly did not expect their leader to be so spineless. "I can spare you," Gao Chen said to Zhao Jun with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun immediately straightened his back and excitedly asked, "Really? You can really spare me?" Gao Chen smiled and nodded. "I'll spare you, but some conditions aren't too much to ask, right? Gao Chen said. Zhao Jun hurriedly nodded. Not too much, any conditions are fine. From today until I am transferred from the Divine Machine Base City, you must follow my lead. Gao Chen told Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun didn't even think about it and immediately nodded frantically. No problem. As long as you are in the Divine Machine Base City, the Hanu Guard will follow your lead. Gao Chen nodded in satisfaction. In that case, take your people and get lost. Gao Chen waved his hand. Zhao Jun quickly got up and left the ancient building with the Hanu Guard. After Zhao Jun left, Gao Chen looked at the people from the Tsangchong Martial Arts Hall and the Li family and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" These people remained silent, merely looking at Gao Chen with indifferent eyes. What surprised Gao Chen was that none of this group seemed interested in avenging their leader. Go back to your respective organizations. Gao Chen waved his hand. The crowd sighed in relief and dispersed in a rush. Songchong City, headquarters of the Tsangchong Martial Arts Hall. Inspector Qin Zongwen looked at his computer with a face full of anger. This Gao Chen has some nerve, even daring to kill the branch leader of my Tsangchong Martial Arts Hall. The news of Han Juanmei's death had already spread within the Tsangchong Martial Arts Hall. This Gao Chen really has guts, another inspector from the Tsangchong Martial Arts Hall, Han Shuanglin, said after taking a sip of tea, looking at Qin Zongwen. But it seems we have no way to deal with him. Humph. Qin Zongwen felt insulted by Han Shuanglin's words and snorted coldly. A mere 4th-level branch leader, and I can't handle him? Are you looking down on me, Qin Zongwen? Old Qin. Han Shuanglin smiled slightly and shook his head. I'm not looking down on you. Do you know Gao Chen's status in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall? Han Shuanglin clearly knew some things about the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Qin Zongwen shook his head dismissively. What status could he have? Is his status higher than that of an inspector? His status may not be higher than that of an inspector, but that crazy woman Yi Qingshan is his backing, Han Shuanglin said. Upon hearing the name Yi Qingshan, Qin Zongwen's body couldn't help but shudder. Even with Yi Qingshan backing him, he can't do whatever he wants. Qin Zongwen's attitude was no longer as tough as before. Clearly, for him, the name Yi Qingshan held significant deterrent power. He doesn't do whatever he wants, he does it out of necessity, Han Shuanglin continued. Qin Zongwen was slightly taken aback, instantly understanding Han Shuanglin's meaning. Previously, the Divine Machine Base City was like an ironclad fortress. Even the 2 strongest martial arts halls on this planet couldn't shake that fortress. But Gao Chen's appearance not only caused cracks in that fortress but also reshuffled the power dynamics in the Divine Machine Base City. So, we shouldn't blame Gao Chen, instead, we should thank him, Han Shuanglin concluded. After a moment of thought, Qin Zongwen nodded. He believed Han Shuanglin was right. Divine Machine Base City, Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. You're back. How was the trip to the ruins? Lu Tianping was very happy to see Gao Chen return safely. Gao Chen smiled slightly and whispered, I got some good things, and my realm has also risen to battle spirit. What did you say? Lu Tianping's eyes widened. He knew Gao Chen would gain something from this trip to the ruins, but he didn't expect the gains to be so substantial. So, you are now a battle spirit? Lu Tianping found it hard to believe. Gao Chen nodded. Lu Tianping swallowed hard, trying to calm himself down as much as possible. To be honest, he found it hard to accept this fact. After all, Gao Chen was not even 20 years old. A battle spirit under 20 years old, if this got out, it would surely cause a stir. They might even go so far as to tear their faces. With the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to stop Gao Chen from continuing to grow. This matter must be kept confidential, do you understand? Lu Tianping looked at Gao Chen with a serious expression and said earnestly, if it's not kept secret, other forces might take action against you. I understand. Gao Chen nodded. To be honest, Gao Chen wasn't really afraid of the various forces taking action against him. What he truly feared and worried about was those forces targeting his parents. I wonder how my parents' cultivation is progressing, Gao Chen thought, and then dialed Tua Tianyun's number. On the other end, Tua Tianyun reported that Gao Chen's parents were steadily increasing their cultivation level. They had now entered the Golden Realm. Tua Tianyun's words made Gao Chen breathe a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, he instructed Tua Tianyun, continue to help them, and let them break through to the king level as soon as possible, entering the Master Realm. Got it, Tua Tianyun replied, his tone tinged with annoyance and helplessness. After hanging up, Gao Chen half lay on his sofa chair, his hands supporting his head as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Master, at that moment, there was a knock on his office door, and a voice came from outside. If Gao Chen remembered correctly, the owner of that voice should be his secretary. Come in. Gao Chen straightened up in his chair. The secretary pushed the door open and walked straight to Gao Chen's desk. This secretary is quite attractive. Having not been in the martial arts hall for a long time, this was Gao Chen's first meeting with his secretary. To be fair, this secretary could be considered top-notch in terms of figure, appearance, or any other aspect. Especially her slim waist, just a glance could leave one entranced. The old saying is indeed true, a woman's waist is a knife that can slay. The secretary noticed Gao Chen observing her but showed no signs of displeasure or shyness. After all, in her eyes, Gao Chen was a prime catch. Once favored by such a person, she would surely have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Master, the secretary leaned on Gao Chen's desk, her partially open collar revealing everything. The people from the Tsangcheong Martial Arts Hall invite you to visit. Looking at the sight before him, Gao Chen swallowed hard. What is it about? He asked, suppressing the impulse in his heart. The secretary shook her head. As she did, her revealing attire swayed enticingly. Gao Chen felt a bit hot under the collar. All right, I understand. To avoid making a mistake, Gao Chen waved his hand to dismiss the secretary. The secretary cast a regretful glance at Gao Chen, then swayed her slim waist as she left his office. If this woman has children in the future, it will definitely be a son, Gao Chen muttered as he got up to open the office window. The cold wind blew in, calming him down considerably. In the Shinshur base city, Tsangcheong Martial Arts Hall, the newly appointed branch master, Zhang Xiaodao, looked serious and earnestly addressed his subordinates. When Master Gao arrives later, you must show him great respect. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone in the Tsangcheong Martial Arts Hall shouted in unison. In fact, they would have shown Gao Chen great respect even without Zhang Xiaodao's instructions. After all, most of them had witnessed Gao Chen's combat prowess in that ancient building. Even those who hadn't seen it had heard others recount his feats. Not to mention, just the fact that he had defeated Li Guishi and Han Junmei was enough to instill awe. Under the blazing sun, everyone at the Tsangcheong Martial Arts Hall waited outside. The new master, Zhang Xiaodao, was also waiting under the scorching sun. Although the sun was harsh, Zhang Xiaodao showed no signs of impatience. It wasn't because he was soft-hearted, but because he was genuinely grateful to Gao Chen. Without Gao Chen, he might have to wait a very long time. He's here. Zhang Xiaodao's eyes lit up as he waited. Soon, a car stopped in front of him. The door opened, and Gao Chen stepped out of the car while yawning. Master Gao, welcome, welcome. Zhang Xiaodao enthusiastically extended his hand and shook Gao Chen's hand. Looking at the overly enthusiastic Zhang Xiaodao, Gao Chen was completely bewildered. What's going on? Gao Chen blurted out. Zhang Xiaodao smiled slightly and said, I am the new head of the Tsangcheong Martial Arts Hall at the Divine Machine Base City. From now on, we must get to know each other better. Zhang Xiaodao's warm demeanor left Gao Chen even more confused. After all, in his memory, he didn't seem to know this person, Zhang Xiaodao. Seeing Gao Chen's bewilderment, Zhang Xiaodao quickly waved to the martial arts hall members standing on either side. Welcome, esteemed head of the High Score Hall, to guide us. Welcome, esteemed head of the High Score Hall, to guide us. Welcome, esteemed head of the High Score Hall, to guide us. Besides the welcoming voices, these people also bowed. Gao Chen was so stunned that he couldn't say a word. It should be noted that the Extreme Path and Tsangcheong Martial Arts Halls were not friends. Their relationship was somewhat competitive. While it wasn't a life and death situation, it certainly wasn't friendly either. What on earth is going on? Gao Chen asked Zhang Xiaodao. Zhang Xiaodao waved his hand and smiled. It's too hot outside, let's go inside and talk. Zhang Xiaodao acted like a servant, leading Gao Chen into the Tsangcheong Martial Arts Hall. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained, fusion scroll *100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Wanjing City to sign in. Fusion scroll, a scroll drawn by a witch. This scroll confuse all things. Gao Chen was still studying the fusion scroll when Zhang Xiaodao had already led him to his office. Once Gao Chen sat down, Zhang Xiaodao signaled his secretary to bring tea. To be honest, Zhang Xiaodao's secretary was even more alluring than Gao Chen's. Like her? Seeing Gao Chen's gaze lingering on his secretary, Zhang Xiaodao smiled slightly. How about letting her be your secretary? Forget it. Gao Chen waved his hand and took a sip of tea. Then, as if he thought of something, he asked Zhang Xiaodao, did you invite me here for a reason? Zhang Xiaodao was momentarily taken aback, then showed a look of realization. Right. Only then did he remember that he had invited Gao Chen for a serious matter. His expression turned serious as he said, there is indeed something I want to discuss with you. Gao Chen straightened up, waiting for Zhang Xiaodao to get to the point. Look at this. Zhang Xiaodao brought a tablet computer in front of Gao Chen and opened a software application. Gao Chen immediately recognized it as an outdoor map. He pointed to a location marked with a red dot on the map and said to Gao Chen, this is an undeveloped gathering place for exotic beasts. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Chen's eyes lit up. It should be known that after so many years of spiritual energy recovery, all discovered gathering places for exotic beasts had already been developed. The fact that this gathering place for exotic beasts was undeveloped indicated that it was being discovered for the first time. Gao Chen had read some materials. In the earliest periods, the martial artists responsible for developing gathering places for exotic beasts had gained substantial benefits. Even now, exploring those gathering places that had existed for hundreds of years could still yield some decent income. So, you want to develop this undeveloped gathering place for exotic beasts together with our Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall? Gao Chen asked Zhang Xiaodao. Zhang Xiaodao nodded and then shook his head. Gao Chen didn't understand what he meant. I want to develop it with you. Not with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Zhang Xiaodao said. Gao Chen directly shook his head in refusal. No way, I am still a member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. I definitely can't agree to this. It wasn't that Gao Chen was particularly selfless, but he couldn't do that. If he did, he would surely be criticized by everyone. Then, Zhang Xiaodao didn't expect Gao Chen to reject his proposal. For a moment he didn't know what to say. In fact, the reason Shengqiang Martial Arts Hall invited Gao Chen to develop the undiscovered gathering place for exotic beasts was the main reason is still that Gao Chen helped them recapture the Divine Machine Base city. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so generous. Of course, there is another reason that cannot be disclosed to outsiders, which is that they also need labor. They can pull Gao Chen in as a laborer, repay him, and win his favor. To them, this seems like a win-win situation. However, Gao Chen's refusal was clearly somewhat unexpected. For them, seeing Zhang Xiaodao hesitating, Gao Chen directly spoke up. Thank you for your kindness, Branch Master Zhang. I Gao Chen. Branch Master Gao, don't be in a hurry, Zhang Xiaodao said after a moment of contemplation, gritting his teeth. Since Branch Master Gao is so loyal, I, Zhang Xiaodao, can't be stingy either. How about this? The Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall can also participate in the development. However, we can only receive 40% of the total profits. How does that sound? Zhang Xiaodao put forth his utmost sincerity. To be fair, Zhang Xiaodao's sincerity was indeed very substantial. Gao Chen thought for a moment and said, no problem, then. We'll take 40% of the total profits. Pleasure to cooperate. Seeing Gao Chen agree, Zhang Xiaodao stood up to shake hands with him. Gao Chen smiled slightly and also stood up to shake hands with Zhang Xiaodao. After Gao Chen left, Zhang Xiaodao reported their discussion to the higher-ups. To his surprise, the higher-ups were very pleased with his decision. After leaving the Zhongqiang branch, Gao Chen immediately called Lu Tianping to explain the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping was overjoyed. A week later, at the north gate of the Divine Machine Base City, Gao Chen and Lu Tianping stood side by side, and behind them were the elites gathered for this exploration of undeveloped areas. Adhering to the principle of valuing quality over quantity, Gao Chen selected a total of 15 people. Among them, 5 were invincible masters, while the remaining 10 were peak masters. Zhang Xiaodao and his deputy brought about 20 people as well. However, compared to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, their side seemed much less impressive. All 20 of them were peak masters. Once everyone was gathered, the group of 40 set out from the Divine Machine Base City in a grand procession. This scene is quite rare. The Extreme Path and Sung Qiong are acting together. Rare? It's practically unheard of. These two forces are in competition. For them to act in unison, there must be some significant benefit involved. If only I were part of the Extreme Path or Sung Qiong. After all, they always gain a lot from their actions. The two martial arts halls left the city together, making a grand spectacle. Some organizations and forces were secretly monitoring their every move. In the central office area, at the city guard's office, the newly appointed city guard, Sang Feiyu, was playing with a handheld object in his hand, quietly listening to his subordinates' reports. After the Tizot ruins incident, Zhao Jun was reassigned from the Divine Machine Base City for certain reasons. Sang Feiyu was his successor. Song Qiong and Extreme Path are leaving the city together, so they must have discovered something valuable. Something that can attract both of these major organizations. Must either be an ancient relic or an undeveloped gathering place. Sang Feiyu said this and suddenly stood up. Regardless of which of the two it was, both were extremely important strategic resources. Hanu Guard clearly did not want to miss out. Come here, summon all peak masters and above to the training ground for a meeting. Sang Feiyu shouted to his subordinates. They nodded and hurriedly ran out of his office. 5 minutes later, at the Hanu Guard training ground, there weren't many peak master warriors in Hanu Guard, but there were about 20. Not enough, Sang Feiyu shook his head. According to the intelligence he received, the Extreme Path and Sung Qiong martial arts halls had gathered a total of 20 peak master warriors and 5 invincible masters. Moreover, this did not include high-end combatants like Gao Chen. With just these people, they were simply not enough. See if there's a way to contact the 4 major families, Sang Feiyu said to his subordinates. His subordinate hadn't contacted anyone yet, and he directly shook his head, saying, the people from the 4 great families won't pay us any mind. What Gao Chen did before has already scared them. Have you contacted them? Didn't you say you hadn't? You dare to say that without contacting them? Do you think so little of me? Sang Feiyu suddenly yelled at his subordinate. In a fit of rage. It was the first time his subordinate had seen Sang Feiyu like this, and he quickly nodded in agreement. I understand, I'll contact them right away. After his subordinate left, Sang Feiyu realized his outburst. He returned to his previous amiable smile and said to the crowd below, everyone, please take a break. If there's anything, I will notify you. The crowd nodded, startled. Sang Feiyu's earlier furious shouting had indeed frightened them quite a bit. Once the crowd dispersed, His subordinate returned, looking glum as he said to Song Feiyu, "The people from the 4 great families have directly rejected us." Damn it, these people from the 4 great families are really asking for it. Song Feiyu was very angry and he even crushed the handle of the item in his hand. Then go to the black market and find someone. At least get me 5 invincible masters. If possible, it would be best to find a grandmaster. Song Feiyu was determined. In fact, upon careful consideration, it was quite reasonable. Invincible masters and grandmasters certainly came at a high cost, but if they could really connect with the Songcheong Martial Arts School and the Ji-Dao Martial Arts School, then the cost of a grandmaster would be just a drop in the bucket. Seeing his boss so resolute, his subordinate dared not say anything more. He turned and headed straight to the black market to look for experts. The black market was the territory of the Sun family, and as soon as Song Feiyu's subordinate appeared, the Sun family was alerted. The Sun family was now under Gao Chen's command, and upon learning that the person was Song Feiyu's subordinate, they immediately reported this to the Ji-Dao Martial Arts School. Once the Ji-Dao Martial Arts School was informed, they used their internal communication channels to report the matter to Gao Chen. "The Hanu Guard is about to make a move," Gao Chen said with a slight smile, shaking his head. "It seems this new city guard doesn't quite grasp the situation." Gao Chen was not surprised at all that the Hanu Guard would target him. What surprised him was that he would take action when Ji-Dao and Song Cheong were united. After Zhang Xiaodao learned about this, he was also quite surprised. Is this new city guard's brain malfunctioning? He knew that regardless of whether Song Feiyu would succeed in the end, he would simultaneously offend both the Ji-Dao and Song Cheong martial arts schools. In this situation, the Hanu Guard would most likely abandon the pawn to protect the king. Could he be planning to eliminate us without leaving a trace? Lu Tianping expressed his viewpoint. Impossible. Zhang Xiaodao found this viewpoint somewhat ridiculous. Not to mention the combat power of the high-ranking schoolmasters, just us, they might not even be their match. Even if we take 1,000 steps back and say he found a grandmaster-level expert in the black market, that doesn't necessarily mean he could wipe us out, Zhang Xiaodao said, then looked at Gao Chen. Gao Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps our new city guard just isn't very bright?" Wait. At this moment, Zhang Xiaodao seemed to think of something. He took out a tablet from his backpack and started fiddling with it. After about half a minute, a holographic projection appeared before everyone. Let's take a look at our new city guard's information. Gao Chen and Lu Tianping both turned to look at the holographic projection. The projection displayed Song Feiyu's information. The data was lengthy, but several key points were circled. "Goodness," Gao Chen exclaimed after reading it. "Is this guy's confidence a bit excessive?" The data showed that Song Feiyu was an extremely confident person. However, his confidence was clearly a bit over the top. It's not just excessive confidence, it's due to family reasons. Having seen the information, Zhang Xiaodao pointed to the location of his family. This makes sense now. Song Feiyu was born into a family of martial artists, and his grandfather was a well-known general in Huaxia. Because he was the only child, he was showered with love and attention from a young age. However, what struck Gao Chen as strange was that this guy had already reached the realm of an invincible master, yet he had never left the base city. That's right, he had always stayed in the base city. Just like a flower in a greenhouse. Is that even possible? Gao Chen looked at Zhang Xiaodao. Unlike Gao Chen's astonishment, there was no ripple on Zhang Xiaodao's face. To be honest, such things were no longer surprising to Zhang Xiaodao. In the imperial capital, there are indeed many second and third generation martial artists. In fact, quite a few of them have reached a level where they can crush many others. Yet, they have never left the base city. The reason is that their elders don't want them to suffer. Gao Chen still didn't understand. If that's the case, do they still have any combat power? The realm of a martial artist and their combat power are actually two different indicators. I've seen a peak third-generation martial artist being beaten down by a first-stage master and unable to get up. Although Zhang Xiaodao didn't directly answer Gao Chen's question, his statement already contained the answer. So this third-generation martial artist thinks he can crush both of our martial arts schools? Gao Chen said. Zhang Xiaodao shook his head. Do you know that there are people like this in the world? They are born into families of martial arts and wealth, yet they believe this is a curse from heaven. When they reach a certain age, they think that their current achievements are all due to their own efforts, with no relation to their family. At this time, there are many voices questioning them from the outside. To prove themselves, they will do some rather foolish things. To be fair, Zhang Xiaodao's analysis was very thorough. After his analysis, Gao Chen felt as if he had just watched an entire melodramatic TV series. So, our new city guardian just wants to prove himself, right? Gao Chen concluded. Pretty much. Zhang Xiaodao nodded. Although these were Zhang Xiaodao's speculations, they were quite different from the reality. The two had been discussing the new city guardian, but their steps forward had never stopped. Alright, everyone take a break. At noon, Zhang Xiaodao shouted. The martial artist sat on the ground, beginning to rest and recover. Branch master. Just as Gao Chen sat down to eat something, Lu Tianping came to his sighed and whispered in his ear, Song Feiyu found a grandmaster-level martial artist and 5 invincible masters in the black market. Gao Chen exclaimed, considering these strong fighters he found in the black market, the strength of Hanue has already surpassed ours. This so-called surpassing clearly did not take into account Gao Chen's super high-end combat power. With you here, even if he brings in invincible grandmasters, it won't matter. At this moment, Jiang Shaodao showed no demeanor of a branch master. He was like a sycophant, eagerly flattering Gao Chen. Gao Chen rolled his eyes at Jiang Shaodao, feeling quite speechless. You're still a branch master. Shouldn't you? Before Gao Chen could finish his sentence, he suddenly looked serious and gazed into the distance. What's wrong? Seeing Gao Chen's sudden change in expression, Jiang Shaodao quickly stood beside him. Lu Tianping was then directing the people from Jidao Martial Arts Hall to prepare for defense. The deputy master of Sanqiang Martial Arts Hall was doing the same thing as Lu Tianping. I sense a very powerful creature moving towards us. Although they were not in the gathering place of the alien beasts, they were still in the wild. As long as they were in the wild, various unexpected situations could definitely occur. Lu Tianping and Jiang Shaodao had already reached for their waists. Secret of the all character. Gao Chen also immediately boosted his realm tenfold. The next second, at the horizon, dust rose, and the sound of hooves shook the sky, breaking the illusionary eye. This skill not only pierced through illusions but could also be used as a telescope. A golden vertical eye appeared, and Gao Chen clearly saw that beneath the dust was a group of beasts resembling deer. However, they were slightly different from deer. Their antlers were not like deer antlers but rather something akin to wild boar tusks. Chasing deer, it's chasing deer, Gao Chen shouted. His shout caused the faces of everyone present to change dramatically. Chasing deer were a type of beast with very low aggression and not a very high realm. But this chasing deer had one characteristic: whenever it appeared, it would definitely be in a group. And this group consisted of 1,000, not just a dozen. For their team, dealing with these 1,000 chasing deer was akin to dreaming. Are they targeting us? Someone asked a crucial question. This question made Gao Chen visibly pause. He quickly directed more spiritual energy to the golden vertical eye, allowing it to see further. He saw that behind this group of chasing deer was a giant python with 9 heads preying on the deer. In other words, this group of deer was fleeing from a predator behind them. The silver-white 9-headed giant python is chasing the deer, Gao Chen shouted. The 2 deputy heads quickly reacted. Everyone, avoid the escape path of the deer, the 2 deputy heads said in unison, showing great coordination. The martial artists from both schools were all well trained. As the 2 deputy heads spoke, everyone quickly moved in one direction. All right. While observing the fleeing patterns of the deer, Gao Chen directed the people from both martial schools to avoid them. Just as the people from both schools had barely moved out of the way, the herd of deer rushed past the spot where they had just been standing. As the 9-headed silver giant python passed by the crowd from both schools, one of its heads unexpectedly turned to look at them. To everyone's surprise, after chasing for several hundred meters, the 9-headed silver python suddenly stopped. Its 9 heads, 18 eyes, stared at the people from both schools, their gaze filled with greed and desire. It set its sights on us. Gao Chen's hand had already reached for his dragon pattern sword. That's right, Jiang Shaodao nodded excitedly. But I don't know what realm this beast belongs to. The 9-headed silver python, born as a master-level beast, starts with 1 head. For each head it grows, its realm increases by 1 level. Now it has 9 heads, which means its current realm is at the peak of the Grand Master level. However, it could also be invincible. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present swallowed hard. How do we deal with this? Jiang Shaodao looked at Gao Chen for help. Gao Chen smiled slightly and said, with me here, what are you afraid of? After staring at the group for a while, one of the heads of the 9-headed silver python slowly extended towards them. Then, in a flash, it opened its mouth and lunged at a martial artist from the Extreme Path Martial School. The martial artist reacted slowly and was bitten by the 9-headed silver python. After biting this martial artist, the 9-headed silver python suddenly exerted force and the martial artist was directly bitten in half. Everyone was horrified at the sight. The true strength of the 9-headed silver python was terrifying enough to instill fear in everyone. Damn it, Gao Chen cursed under his breath. Just after he said there was no need to worry, the 9-headed silver python had already devoured 1 person. Clearly, it was not giving him face. Gao Chen was furious. And the consequences were severe. He drew his dragon pattern sword and charged directly in front of the 9-headed silver python. Chaos dispersal decision. Gao Chen swung the dragon pattern sword. Waves of sword light formed from spiritual energy shot straight towards the 9-headed silver python. Grass character sword technique. The dragon pattern sword moved again. The spiritual energy transformed into fierce grass, instantly taking shape. Immortal calamity sword technique. Lightning swirled around the blade of the dragon pattern sword. Then, Gao Chen moved. He leaped high into the air, the dragon pattern sword in his hand piercing directly into the body of the 9-headed silver python. Stab! The dragon pattern sword, infused with thunder, plunged deep into the nine-headed silver python's body. With the infusion of lightning, the injured body of the nine-headed silver python began to tremble. Taking advantage of this moment, Gao Chen jumped to one of the python's heads and swung the dragon pattern sword. Slash! The indestructible dragon pattern sword sliced through as if cutting through fabric, severing one of the nine-headed silver python's heads. Roar! Losing a head made the nine-headed silver python emit a scream akin to a beast's howl. At the same time, Gao Chen noticed that the eyes of the remaining 8 heads of the nine-headed silver python had turned blood red. A powerful, violent force began to emanate from the nine-headed silver python. This violent force caused the martial artists from both martial arts schools to stagger. However, Gao Chen, with his strong power, was not affected by this violent force. At the same time, he discovered that the nine-headed silver python, now missing a head, was actually stronger than before. What's going on? In other multi-headed creatures, generally, the fewer they heads, the weaker the combat power. But with the nine-headed silver python, the fewer the heads, the stronger it became. Let it be strong, I can kill you no matter what, Gao Chen said, swinging the dragon pattern sword again. Green Lotus Sword Technique. A massive green lotus began to appear above Gao Chen's head. Go! He pointed the dragon pattern sword forward. The green lotus flew out and exploded mid-air. The lotus petals transformed into sharp blades, piercing directly into one of the nine-headed silver python's heads. The damage from the green lotus petals was extremely high. This round alone directly severed another head from the nine-headed silver python. Roar! Another head fell, and the nine-headed silver python fell into a frenzy. Tiansua's sword technique. One by one, Tiansua formed behind Gao Chen. He pointed again. The Tiansua flew out. Unexpectedly, the Tiansua combined mid-air into a giant sword, piercing one of the nine-headed silver python's heads. This giant sword did not disappoint Gao Chen, also severing another head from the nine-headed silver python. The nine-headed silver python roared repeatedly. It realized that this human in front of it was like a loach. No matter how it attacked, this human always managed to dodge. It was now truly furious. But anger could not solve any problems. At this moment, Gao Chen had already approached the nine-headed silver python, holding the dragon pattern sword. Without the support of various sword techniques, the power of the dragon pattern sword had clearly diminished. Unlike before, when he could sever a head with one strike, without the skill enhancement, Gao Chen needed several strikes to cut off one of its heads. This won't do, the efficiency is too slow. Counting the previous severed heads, Gao Chen had now taken off 4 heads from the nine-headed silver python. Ah! It hurts so much. What kind of attack is this? Why do I feel like the blood in my body is about to freeze? This nine-headed silver python is terrifying. The members of the 2 martial arts schools nearby were lamenting. Although they had not fought the nine-headed silver python directly, they still had to endure its attacks. Seeing the suffering of the crowd, Gao Chen quickened his movements. Although his speed had increased significantly, the efficiency had not improved much. This won't do, Gao Chen thought to himself. This can't go on. After a brief contemplation, he directly sheathed the dragon pattern sword. Master Gao, what are you doing? Is he trying to retreat by putting away his weapon in front of the beast? A martial artist without a weapon is like a tiger without teeth. Master Gao, you can't just leave us. Gao Chen ignored their shouts. After sheathing the dragon pattern sword, he clenched his fists tightly. Indestructible Vajra technique. A golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. Gao Chen inadvertently discovered that with the indestructible Vajra skill, the power of the Heavenly Emperor Fist could be greatly enhanced. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Gao Chen unleashed his strongest skill at this stage. As expected of the strongest skill at this moment, the golden fist formed by the Heavenly Emperor Fist shattered one of the heads of the nine-headed silver python with a single blow. Again, Gao Chen grew more courageous with each battle. With the help of the Heavenly Emperor Fist, Gao Chen took less than 3 minutes to explode all the remaining heads of the nine-headed silver python. The onlookers gazed at the massive body of the nine-headed silver python, lost in thought. Master Gao, how did he do that? Why is this person so strong? He looks so young, how can he be so terrifying? My goodness, this is a peak Grandmaster level beast. To explode a peak Grandmaster level beast by oneself, how terrifying must his strength be? It was at this moment that people realized just how frightening this boy, who was not yet 20, truly was. Don't look at me like that. Seeing everyone staring at him as if he were a monster, Gao Chen raised his hand in a very pretentious manner. I'm just an ordinary person like you. This so-called ordinary person nearly made these people vomit. Ordinary person? Who's ordinary person? Can single-handedly explode a peak Grandmaster level beast? Alright. To prevent everyone from actually vomiting, Zhang Xiaodao quickly stepped in to mediate. Everyone, let's hurry up and clean up the body of this nine-headed silver python. The crowd nodded and began to work together to clear the remains of the nine-headed silver python. Master Jiang, I found something here. Not long after the dissection began, a member of the Sky Martial Arts Hall shouted. What? Zhang Xiaodao quickly walked over to the person, crouching down to inspect. After a while, Zhang Xiaodao waved for Gao Chun. Gao Chun hurried over and crouched down as well. This was the neck of the nine-headed silver python. At this point, the neck had been cut open, and a bronze fragment could be vaguely seen among the flesh and blood. What is this? Gao Chen drew the dragon pattern sword and extracted the bronze fragment from the flesh. It was a bronze fragment about the size of an adult's palm. The blood covering the bronze fragment obscured its true appearance. Gao Chen took out a bottle of water from his backpack and poured it over the bronze fragment. The water revealed the initial form of the bronze fragment. On this bronze fragment, faint characters could be seen. Are these characters? Gao Chen asked Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao shook his head. Gao Chen then handed the bronze fragment to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping took the bronze fragment and began to examine it seriously. Gao Chen noticed that the longer Lu Tianping looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. By the end, Lu Tianping's brows were tightly knotted. Do you recognize the characters on this? Gao Chen asked. Lu Tianping first shook his head, then nodded. I have indeed seen these characters before, but I do not recognize them, Lu Tianping replied. Then how about this bronze fragment belongs to me? Gao Chen asked Lu Xiaodao. To his surprise, Lu Xiaodao was very generous. He nodded and said boldly, no problem. The reason Gao Chen wanted this bronze fragment was that he felt it was not an ordinary item. It wasn't that. He had a keen eye for treasures, but as a transmigrator, he understood the principle that fragments often lead to treasure maps. Since this head has something, then the other heads. Gao Chen thought, and informed Lu Tianping to pay attention while cutting. However, the subsequent dissection left him very disappointed. This enormous nine-headed silver python only yielded this one equipment for him. After the dissection of the nine-headed silver python was completed, everyone rested in place for another 20 minutes before continuing on their way. The next leg of the journey was uneventful. Soon, the group arrived at the outskirts of the undeveloped beast gathering area. Gao Chen glanced at the darkening sky, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and said to Zhang Xiaodao, Zhang, the branch master, let's rest for the night. We can explore tomorrow. What do you think? The wilderness at night is dangerous, and the gathering places of exotic beasts are even more perilous. No problem. Zhang Xiaodao understood that such matters should not be rushed. Just as Gao Chen and his group were preparing to set up camp for the night, Sang Feiyu's team arrived at the corpse of the nine-headed silver python. Sang Feiyu looked at the body of the nine-headed silver python, his expression fluctuating. The person in charge of reconnaissance had already finished examining the corpse. The core of the body has been completely removed. There's a large hole in the neck of one of the heads. I suspect someone took something from inside. The reconnaissance officer was quite professional. Do you know what it was? Sang Feiyu asked. Whatever was taken from the exotic beast's body must be valuable. Not sure. The reconnaissance officer shook his head very seriously. I don't know, but it's probably about the size of an adult's palm. Sang Feiyu nodded. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand to the crowd and said, everyone, get ready, we must catch up with them before dark. The others did not complain. Their lack of complaints was not because Sang Feiyu was particularly well liked or because their team had strong cohesion. It was simply because the price Sang Feiyu offered left them no room for complaints. The speed of Sang Feiyu's team was decent. They finally reached a spot not far from Gao Chen's camp before nightfall. Set up camp, rest for the night, Sang Feiyu told everyone. His team began to set up camp to avoid being discovered by Gao Chen's group. Sang Feiyu's side didn't even dare to light a fire. The night passed without a word, and the next morning, after a stable night, Gao Chen and Zhang Xiaodao energetically began to organize their team. Once they erased all traces of their camp, they set off towards the undeveloped city. This city is unusual, Zhang Xiaodao, at the front of the line, said to Gao Chen. Beside him, look at the surrounding buildings. Although they have collapsed, you can still see the glory of the past. I suspect this might have been a Tier 3 city before the revival of spiritual energy, Gao Chen said while observing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaodao's expression changed slightly. If it's a Tier 3 city, will we encounter powerful exotic beasts? Generally, Tier 3 cities correspond to Tier 3 base cities. Shinji is a Tier 4 base city. Although they were all super experts from a Tier 4 base city, if they ventured into a Tier 3 city, the chances of returning were slim. Don't worry, Gao Chen patted Zhang Xiaodao's shoulder, smiling to reassure him. With me around, what are you afraid of? Zhang Xiaodao remained silent. The group proceeded cautiously. After about half an hour of walking, a huge billboard blocked their path. The billboard was already dilapidated and was entangled with various vines. Gao Chen stepped forward and used his dragon pattern sword to cut away the plants. On it, Wanjing City, Wanjing Courtyard, giving you a 5-star home. The billboard displayed a real estate advertisement. However, this seemingly useless advertisement provided Gao Chen and the others with a lot of information. Wanjing City, is this Wanjing City? Gao Chen showed a rather pained expression. After learning that the new sign-in location was Wanjing City, he had searched everywhere. But neither the maps of the wilderness nor the warriors from Shinji Base City knew where Wanjing City was. He never expected that this new sign-in location would be an abandoned city that had never been touched by humans. Sign in. Ding. Sign in. Successful. Reward obtained. Wanjing Fruit * 100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Wanjing City government. To sign in. Wanjing Fruit, a unique fruit produced exclusively in Wanjing City. This fruit can quickly restore the moisture needed within the body. A new sign-in reward made Gao Chen frown. This was the first time he encountered such a useless sign-in reward. Just as Gao Chen was about to curse, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Battle formation. Jiang Xiaodao shouted. The members of both martial arts schools lined up in battle formation. Before entering Wanjing City, Gao Chen had told the people of the extreme martial arts school that when it came to combat matters, they should follow Jiang Xiaodao's command. The members of both schools stood ready. Gao Chen's hand also moved towards his weapon. Soon, a shadow loomed over everyone. They all looked up to see a beast standing at least 20 meters tall, staring at them with its fiery red eyes. This beast resembled a domestic chicken, but its entire body was covered in bright red feathers. The comb on its head was even more vividly striking. What kind of beast is this? Why do I feel so hot? Why do I feel a chill when it stares at me? This beast seems to be appearing for the first time. Everyone looked at the towering beast in terror. Crimson Flame Rooster. At that moment, a serious voice came from the ranks. Gao Chen turned to look at the group and saw a bespectacled martial artist frowning as he stared at the Crimson Flame Rooster. He is one of our school members, nicknamed the Encyclopedia. He knows a lot about beasts. He even knows about some that have never appeared before. The Encyclopedia adjusted his glasses and said, given its height, it should be a beast at the Master Unrivaled level or at the early stage of Grand Master. When the Encyclopedia mentioned the realm of the Crimson Flame Rooster, everyone visibly relaxed. Close combat, engage. Ranged, cover the close combat. After hearing the Encyclopedia's words, Jiang Xiaodao began to give commands. The members of both martial arts schools were able to follow orders without hesitation. As Jiang Xiaodao's voice fell, some close combat martial artists began to charge towards the Crimson Flame Rooster. Meanwhile, the remaining ranged martial artists started using their weapons to attack the Crimson Flame Rooster from a distance. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Crimson Flame Rooster is just a chicken. Its defense is incredibly high. The martial artists from both schools attacked together but couldn't inflict even a scratch. Instead, after one round of attacks, it injured a few people. Those injured by the Crimson Flame Rooster let out desperate screams. Gao Chen moved closer to observe. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies. However, he could clearly feel that the moisture within them was disappearing at an alarming rate. This strange method of attack was terrifying. Just as he watched, a martial artist in front of Gao Chen was about to dehydrate to death. At that moment, Gao Chen suddenly remembered the useless reward he had just signed in for. He took out the Wanjing fruit from the system and placed it in his backpack. Then he retrieved the Wanjing fruit from his backpack and stuffed it into the other person's mouth. The moisture within that martial artist began to rapidly restore. What did you give him? Lu Tianping was astonished at the scene. A type of fruit that can replenish moisture, Gao Chen replied. Lu Tianping was slightly surprised and then asked, how did you come by this kind of fruit? This moisture replenishing fruit wouldn't even be worth much in the trading market. Mainly because this fruit was quite useless. You could say it was useful and it did have some utility. But if you said it was useless, it really didn't have much value. While Gao Chen was chatting with Lu Tianping, the martial artist's face was no longer in pain. Is this fruit really that effective? Gao Chen hadn't expected the Wanjing fruit to work so well. Just now, a surge of spiritual energy flame suddenly appeared in my body. If it hadn't been for the large amount of moisture flooding in to extinguish that flame, the flames could very well dry out the moisture in my body, said the warrior lying on the ground. Gao Chen was taken aback. He quickly took out a few Wanjing fruits from the system and placed them in his backpack. Then, like a firefighter, he weaved through the injured warriors. Bang! With the thunderous fall of the Crimson Flame Rooster, Gao Chen had consumed at least half of his Wanjing fruits. Jiang Xiaodao directed people to clean up the battlefield. He then walked up to Gao Chen, his face filled with relief, and said, if it weren't for your exotic fruits, the consequences could have been unimaginable. During the attack on the Crimson Flame Rooster, almost all members of the two martial arts schools had been affected. If it weren't for the exotic fruits provided by Gao Chen, at least half of these people would have died. So, when it comes time to divide the spoils, give me a little more. Gao Chen displayed his potential as a miser. Are you really short on money? In Jiang Xiaodao's view, someone like Gao Chen shouldn't be lacking in funds. I'm not short on money, but my brothers under me are, Gao Chen replied. The people from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School who came out with him were not here for some sentimental reason. They were risking everything to explore an uncharted gathering place of exotic beasts, and it was undoubtedly for money. Earlier we agreed on a 60-40 split, now it's 50-50, Zhang Xiaodao said. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaodao was particularly loyal or adept at social niceties. He understood very well that if Gao Chen hadn't stepped in to save the people from the Tsunxiang martial arts school, their mortality rate would have been very high. If he had been a little selfish, those from the Tsunxiang martial arts school wouldn't have come out unscathed. Let's set a cap. Gao Chen seemed to think of something and smiled at Zhang Xiaodao. I'm afraid it might end up being a zero-sum game. Although Gao Chen's words were a joke, Zhang Xiaodao nodded very seriously. Let's set the limit at 70-30. How does that sound? Zhang Xiaodao suggested. Gao Chen nodded, indicating he had no objections. Thank you, high-score schoolmaster. If it weren't for you just now, I might not have made it back. A member of the Tsunxiang martial arts school approached Gao Chen and clasped his fists in gratitude. You're too polite, this is what I should do, Gao Chen replied with a smile. As soon as this person finished thanking him, another member of the Tsunxiang martial arts school came over to express gratitude. Gao Chen spent over an hour just returning the greetings. Just as he was about to take a break, someone from the Extreme Path martial arts school stood up. Sit down. Gao Chen quickly stood up, glaring at the person who was about to thank him. Don't thank me, let me rest properly. Ha ha ha. Everyone from both martial arts schools burst into laughter. After resting for about an hour, they continued towards Wanjing City. High-score schoolmaster, what is that over there? At that moment, a member of the Extreme Path martial arts school pointed to a spot not far away. Gao Chen looked in the direction he was pointing and his face lit up. It was something similar to the previous billboard. However, unlike that billboard, this one had some patterns drawn on it. Above these patterns, faintly visible were some words. Use a drone to scan it, Gao Chen said, looking at Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping nodded and released his drone. The drone flew in front of the sign and began scanning it. Lu Tianping took out a tablet and waited for the drone's feedback. As a semi-artificial intelligence drone, it not only worked efficiently but also made some simple self-adjustments. After its scan, a complete map of Wanjing City appeared on Lu Tianping's tablet. After a quick glance, Lu Tianping handed the tablet to Gao Chen. After receiving it, Gao Chen began to examine it carefully. What are these green numbers? Gao Chen asked Lu Tianping. On this map, each area had green numbers. In some places, the numbers are high, while in others, they are low. The green numbers represent the spiritual energy content of this area, Lu Tianping explained. Spiritual energy content? This was the first time Gao Chen had heard this term. Lu Tianping pondered for a moment and then explained to Gao Chen, the higher the spiritual energy content, the greater the probability of treasures, exotic fruits, and rare trees appearing in that location. Conversely, the lower it is, the lesser the chance. However, what? Gao Chen continued to ask. The higher the spiritual energy, the higher the level of the exotic beasts occupying that area, which means they could be more powerful. At that moment, Zhang Xiaodao walked over and began to explain. You have to understand, it's not just us humans who need spiritual energy to cultivate, exotic beasts also need it. Gao Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. So, where are we going next? Gao Chen decided to leave the choice of destination to Zhang Xiaodao. Zhang Xiaodao looked at the map and pointed to a spot, saying, if it were up to me, I would choose here. Gao Chen looked at the place Zhang Xiaodao was pointing to. It was a location with a moderate spiritual energy index. Do we really have to be so mediocre? Gao Chen teased Zhang Xiaodao with a smile. Zhang Xiaodao shrugged in response to Gao Chen's teasing, saying, it's not that I'm mediocre, it's just being cautious. If it were just me, I would definitely choose the highest place. As the branch leader, Zhang Xiaodao's primary concern was how to bring everyone he had brought out back without losing anyone. Alright, then let's go check this place out first. At that moment, Gao Chen realized that his way of thinking was rather simplistic. This moderately spiritual energy indexed place was a university in Wanjing City. Before crossing over, Gao Chen had never attended university. However, he had seen many of the world's top universities online. Yet, compared to this university before him, those top universities felt somewhat lacking. Wow, are you sure this is a university? Looking at the towering gate that stood at least 100 meters high, Gao Chen asked the person next to him. The others were equally astonished at the university's entrance. Upon entering the school gate, they found themselves in a large square. Behind the square should be the main teaching building of the university. In the vast square, what seemed to be a luxurious fountain had collapsed, and the golden tiles that looked very extravagant were now in tatters. The former splendor was gone, leaving only desolation in its wake. Be careful, I feel like there will be powerful exotic beasts in this place. Zhang Xiaodao's expression was very serious and solemn. Everyone nodded, then showed expressions of readiness. The group then began to cautiously cross the square. Halfway through, Gao Chen suddenly frowned. An indescribable strange feeling surged in his heart. He looked around. Everything was quiet as usual. What's wrong? Lu Tianping noticed Gao Chen's unusual behavior and hurriedly asked. Gao Chen shook his head while scanning the surroundings. I don't know, but I just have this uneasy feeling. What's that over there? Just as Gao Chen was speaking with Lu Tianping, a martial artist suddenly looked in a certain direction. Everyone turned to look where he was pointing, revealing expressions of surprise. In the direction he indicated, a golden glow was continuously rising. Are there treasures over there? Excitement sparkled in their eyes. Let's go that way, Jiang Xiaodao commanded. Although everyone was excited, they did not let down their guard. Stop! When they were less than 10 meters away from the golden glow, Jiang Xiaodao raised his right fist. Although everyone was eager to see what was in the golden glow, they halted their steps. Greed had already surfaced in some people's eyes, while others began to swallow hard. Yet, even so, they still did not break away from the group. Wow, these people are something else, Gao Chun marveled. It should be known that, aside from their identities as cultivators, everyone is just an ordinary person who eats grains and has emotions and desires. Greed is not only the most difficult to control among the 7 emotions and 6 desires, but also the hardest to satisfy. In such circumstances, if people can still restrain the greed in their hearts, how can it not astonish Gao Chun? Slowly, come closer, Jiang Xiaodao said. After observing for a while from a distance, the crowd nodded and began to slowly approach the golden radiance. I'll go take a look, Gao Chen said as he was less than 3 meters away from the golden light. All right, Jiang Xiaodao nodded. The others also nodded, indicating there was no problem. It was precisely because Gao Chen had saved their lives that they could trust him, otherwise, they would never have believed him. Seeing that no one had objections, Gao Chen began to move closer to the golden radiance. Secret of the word Jie. Indestructible Vedra technique. Gao Chen was confident, but definitely not arrogant. With the strongest defensive skills at his side, Gao Chen quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived near the golden radiance. What the hell is this? It was only upon getting closer that Gao Chen discovered there was actually a stone within the golden light. At that moment, he suddenly raised both hands to show his innocence. Then he shouted towards Jiang Xiaodao's direction, I didn't touch anything, you all saw it. There's no danger here, come and see for yourselves. Since Gao Chen said there was no danger, Jiang Xiaodao directly led the group over quickly. When people saw what was inside the golden radiance, they all displayed the same expression as Gao Chen had before. Something's not right. At that moment, Gao Chen's expression changed drastically. The things inside must have been swapped. At this moment, a martial artist stepped forward and shouted. All eyes turned to that martial artist. His eyes were blood red, and he pointed frantically at Gao Chen, shouting, the one who swapped it must be Gao Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze focused on Gao Chen's face. Gao Chen noticed that the eyes of these people were beginning to turn blood red. As the old saying goes, once a person's eyes turn red, their heart will surely turn dark. However, what puzzled Gao Chen the most was that Lu Tianping and Jiang Xiaodao's eyes had also turned red. What's going on? Just as Gao Chen was confused, a feeling of indescribable irritation began to rise in his heart. As soon as this irritation appeared, Gao Chen felt that something was off. Where's the treasure in the golden radiance? Quickly hand over the treasure, or else don't blame us for being rude. You must have hidden the treasure inside, hand it over quickly. In that instant, Gao Chen became the target of everyone's ire. Wake up! Gao Chen roared. But the crowd still stared at him, red-faced. Some people had even begun to reach for their weapons. Could it be? Gao Chen's gaze fell on the stone in the golden radiance. After staring at the stone for a while, Gao Chen found that the irritation in his heart had begun to resurface. Moreover, this time the irritation was even stronger than before. It's definitely this stone's doing. If Gao Chen couldn't realize something at this moment, then he would truly be an idiot, he thought. For a moment and prepared to reach for the stone in the radiance. Just as he was about to touch the stone, his hand suddenly stopped. The golden radiance seemed like a barrier, preventing Gao Chen's hand from moving forward. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Gao Chen clenched his fist and struck at the golden radiance. Crack! The golden radiance shattered in response. In the next second, Gao Chen's hand grasped the stone. The stone felt hot to the touch. He then endured the heat and directly threw the stone into his backpack. After the stone entered the backpack, the crowd's eyes gradually regained clarity. What happened? Why is my heart so restless? Why was there a flame burning in my heart just now? What happened? Why did I just want to take action against the high-ranking curator? The crowd exchanged glances, all showing confusion. Gao Chen noticed that everyone had regained their clarity and smiled slightly, then recounted everything that had just happened. Upon hearing this, the crowd was greatly alarmed. So, if you hadn't taken that stone, we really might have acted against you? Jiang Xiaodao felt a wave of fear. He wasn't afraid that he and his group would harm Gao Chen. After all, Gao Chen's realm and combat power were evident. What he truly feared was that if they really attacked Gao Chen, he might very well kill them. In his view, even if they all banded together, they were definitely no match for Gao Chen. Don't worry. Gao Chen saw Jiang Xiaodao's concern and patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. Even if you all attack me, I wouldn't kill you. Thank you. Jiang Xiaodao rolled his eyes. After hearing the conversation between Jiang Xiaodao and Gao Chen, the others also showed expressions of fear. Let's move on, Gao Chen said. The crowd lightly patted their chests and nodded. After a while under the golden glow, they were clearly much more cautious. Passing through the square, they arrived near the teaching building. Go in? Zhang Xiaodao asked Gao Chen. To be fair, the quality of this teaching building was really good. After so many years, it still hadn't completely collapsed. Not going in. Gao Chen shook his head. Standing near the teaching building, he felt an indescribable strange sensation. Why not? Lu Tianping asked. Gao Chen looked at the teaching building and then at the square they had just passed through, saying, haven't you noticed that we haven't encountered any strange beasts along the way? As soon as he said this, everyone showed a look of realization. They indeed hadn't encountered a single strange beast on their journey. At first, they hadn't paid much attention, but now, reminded by Gao Chen, they suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Are you suspecting that there are powerful strange beasts inside this teaching building? Beishitan was the first to react. Gao Chen nodded seriously and said, it's not a suspicion, it's very likely. You all step back. Gao Chen signaled everyone to retreat. Then he took a step back himself. Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. The breaking Illusion Divine Eye could not only see through illusions but also function like an X-ray machine. Seeing the golden vertical eye appear on Gao Chen's forehead, everyone gasped in amazement. There are no strange beasts in this building. After the golden vertical eye disappeared, Gao Chen said. When he said this, his tone carried an indescribable doubt. What's going on? Jiang, Xiaodao and Lu Tianping were somewhat bewildered. Not only are there no strange beasts in this building, but there is also a large amount of gold in the basement. Gao Chen discovered that the teaching building had underground structures. When he scanned the underground structures, he found that there was indeed gold inside. Gold? Is it ordinary gold? Upon hearing gold, the crowd immediately showed a lack of interest. After all, in this era, the least valuable thing was gold. No. Gao Chen grinned mischievously and said, it's breaking cloud gold. Breaking cloud gold? Is that for real? Zhang Xiaodao became a bit agitated. Breaking cloud gold is a mutated form of gold. That's right, after the revival of spiritual energy, not only humans, beasts, and plants evolved, but the minerals underground also evolved. Breaking cloud gold is one of those mineral evolutions. It is derived from gold. However, breaking cloud gold has very high toughness and plasticity. Some high-level weapon makers love to add a bit of breaking cloud gold when forging weapons and armor. Perhaps because breaking cloud gold is rare, its price is extremely high. In the open market, its price has reached 11,000 per gram. In the underground black market, it has already reached 21,000 per gram. Although the purchasing price is very high, in most cases, it is a case of high price but no market. Is there a lot? Zhang Xiaodao swallowed hard, looking eagerly at Gao Chen. Gao Chen smiled and nodded, saying, it's probably around a ton. A ton is 1 million grams. 10,000 per gram, that's 100 billion. Zhang Xiaodao went crazy. 100 billion, even if divided among everyone present, each person would still get around 4 billion. For them, this was definitely an unexpected windfall. But there's one problem, how do we transport it? That was the crux of the issue. Easy, I'll carry it on my back, Zhang Xiaodao volunteered. Gao Chen curled his lip, non-committal. In that case, let's go inside. Gao Chen waved his hand and led everyone into the teaching building. Since most of the building had collapsed, it wasn't dark inside. Earlier, Gao Chen had used his broken illusion eye to assess the condition of the teaching building. So, the group had no trouble reaching the underground section of the building. However, as soon as they arrived underground, they encountered a problem. A few of you push this door open for me, Zhang Xiaodao commanded with great authority. A few people from the Tsunxiang martial arts hall stepped forward to the large iron door. They all pushed together, but the heavy door didn't budge an inch. Haven't you eaten? Zhang Xiaodao felt quite embarrassed. He walked up to the iron door and pushed with all his might. But an awkward situation arose. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaodao tried, he still couldn't move the iron door. This door looks like it's made of iron. But in reality, it's made of wood. Gao Chen spoke up at that moment. If anyone else had said that, Zhang Xiaodao would have definitely jumped up in anger. After all, there was a hint of mockery in that statement. Let me give it a try, Gao Chen said, motioning for a few people to step back before walking up to the door. He placed both hands on the door and pushed with all his strength. Another awkward moment occurred. Gao Chen's push still didn't budge the wooden door. He. Gao Chen turned back, a bit embarrassed. I was careless. Secret of the all character. Gao Chen's combat power and strength instantly increased tenfold. He pushed again. The wooden door creaked open, and everyone looked pleased. After the door opened, Gao Chen looked inside. It was a very large space. Gao Chen didn't know exactly how big it was. Inside, there's a huge space, Gao Chen shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look into the wooden door. Perhaps due to the distance, they couldn't see anything. Should I go in first? Gao Chen asked. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xiaodao nodded, saying, be careful. Gao Chen nodded and stepped through the wooden door. Not long after he entered, he shouted, you all come in too. The eager crowd, upon hearing Gao Chen's shout, entered through the door under Jiang Xiaodao's direction. This place is really huge. Why is this underground building so bright? Is there some kind of lighting in this underground structure? Faced with this brightly lit massive space, everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. That must be the broken cloud gold, right? Gao Chen pointed to a golden lump in the distance and said to Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao looked in the direction Gao Chen pointed. In one corner of this vast space there was a golden object about the size of a human head. It seemed to be the broken cloud gold. So small? Are you sure it's a ton? Jiang Xiaodao began to doubt Gao Chen's judgment. Just go pick it up and you'll know, Gao Chen replied with a slight smile, making a gesture for him to proceed. Jiang Xiaodao walked up to the broken cloud gold and reached out to grab it. But an awkward scene unfolded. This seemingly light broken cloud gold was actually very heavy. Jiang Xiaodao had no choice but to hug it with both arms. After placing it in his backpack, Jiang Xiaodao began to survey the vast space. In such a large place, with such a heavy door, there's only a piece of broken cloud gold? Jiang Xiaodao wanted to curse. Alright, Gao Chen said to Jiang Xiaodao. Since we've gained something from this teaching building, shouldn't we leave? Jiang Xiaodao nodded and called for everyone to leave. Roar! Just then, a roar echoed from a corner of the vast space. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a fence in one corner of the enormous space. Not good. Gao Chen seemed to realize something and shouted urgently. Quickly retreat, this place has a problem. Jiang Xiaodao was slightly taken aback but quickly called for everyone to withdraw. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble sounded. Gao Chen hurriedly turned back. He saw that the large wooden door they had struggled to push open was now closed. Gao Chen rushed to the door, using all his strength to try to pull it open. But no matter how hard he tried, the door wouldn't budge. Boom! Just as Gao Chen was about to curse, another rumble echoed. The fence deep within the vast space was slowly opening. A fierce-looking, oddly shaped tiger-like beast emerged from the fence. Although this beast was on all fours, it stood about 3 meters tall. Its black and white fur gave it an imposing presence. What was most unsettling was that near its nose, it had 2 teeth resembling rhinoceros horns. Extreme rhinoceros tiger, came the exclamation from the knowledgeable one. Gao Chen was somewhat unfamiliar with this name. This beast possesses the powerful attack strength of a tiger, while also having the defensive capabilities of a rhinoceros. This kind of beast is synonymous with perfect evolution. Strangely, it also seems to be very fast, the knowledgeable one continued to explain. This is a bit troublesome, Gao Chen muttered to himself while stroking his chin. Is a strong and terrifying attack power scary? Not really. Is a strong and terrifying defense power scary? Not really. But if both attack and defense are very strong, then it becomes somewhat frightening. After the extreme rhinoceros tiger appeared, it did not recklessly attack Gao Chen and his group. Its fierce eyes lingered on them, and the drool dripping from its mouth indicated its desire to eat them. What do we do? Jiang Xiaodao had his hand on his weapon, ready to respond to the extreme rhinoceros tiger's attack at any moment. What else can we do? Of course, we strike first. Gao Chen was not one to hesitate. He drew his dragon-patterned sword and charged towards the extreme rhinoceros tiger. The tiger probably didn't expect Gao Chen to act so boldly. Roar! It growled lowly and then charged towards Gao Chen. Get ready for battle. Jiang Xiaodao knew that this fight couldn't rely solely on Gao Chen. Everyone drew their weapons and stood ready. The effect of the Jiezami still existed, so Gao Chen did not use it again. Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique. When he was less than 5 meters away from the extreme rhinoceros tiger, Gao Chen activated his skill. Lightning snakes began to swirl around the dragon-patterned sword. The next second, Gao Chen collided with the extreme rhinoceros tiger. The dragon-patterned sword slashed directly at the tiger. The Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique was powerful, and as soon as the dragon-patterned sword collided with the extreme rhinoceros tiger, it erupted with brilliant sparks. Tiansuo Sword Technique. Gao Chen shouted. The Tiansuo, formed from spiritual energy, began to take shape behind him. Gao Chen pointed at the extreme rhinoceros tiger. The Tiansuo formed a giant sword in the air, piercing straight at the tiger. Bang! The giant sword struck the extreme rhinoceros tiger, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Meanwhile, the others were not idle. Under Jiang Xiaodao's direct command, they surrounded the extreme rhinoceros tiger. Everyone held their weapons, standing ready. Go! Seeing the opportunity, Jiang Xiaodao commanded everyone directly. They all rushed forward, beginning to attack the extreme rhinoceros tiger. In an instant, dazzling skills struck the tiger. Roar! The collective attacks made the extreme rhinoceros tiger roar repeatedly. Although these attacks did not harm him, they made him extremely irritable. Grass Character Sword Technique. The powerful grass formed from condensed spiritual energy began to take shape. Gao Chen pointed at the mouth of the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger. The powerful grass shot out like arrows released from a bow, all flying towards the tiger's mouth. Roar! 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 The pain made the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger roar incessantly. At the same time, blood continuously oozed from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes had already begun to turn blood red. An indescribable aura of ferocity spread from its body. Roar! It let out another loud cry. Then it raised its sharp, knife-like claws and directly clawed at Gao Chen. Gao Chen raised the dragon pattern sword to defend. Clang! The tiger's claws collided with the dragon pattern sword, producing a piercing sound. Gao Chen was pushed back several steps due to the impact of this strike. Zhang Xiaodao, who was commanding from the side, shouted loudly, "Increase the attack." The actions of everyone quickened significantly. After repelling Gao Chen, the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger turned its gaze towards the others. It swung its claws again. The martial artist who was hit by it did not have Gao Chen's quick reflexes. With one swipe, a terrifying wound appeared on that martial artist's body. "Get them all back!" Gao Chen shouted at Zhang Xiaodao. At the same time, he reached into his backpack, took out a 5 elements blood condensing fruit, and threw it to Zhang Xiaodao. Zhang Xiaodao caught the 5 elements blood condensing fruit, paused for a moment, then stuffed it into the mouth of the injured martial artist. The seemingly horrific wound began to heal rapidly with the help of the 5 elements blood condensing fruit. "Fall back!" Zhang Xiaodao shouted. He knew that this group of martial artists could not help Gao Chen and might even hinder him. All the martial artists retreated together. At this moment, Gao Chen, holding the dragon pattern sword, clashed with the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger once more. Shenglian sword technique. A massive blue lotus formed above Gao Chen's head. Then, the blue lotus spread out, and the petals transformed into sharp blades flying straight towards the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger. The moment the petals moved, Gao Chen had already rushed to the front of the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger. Breaking illusion divine eye. Since the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger had high defense, Gao Chen could only use the breaking illusion divine eye to find its weakness. As the metallic vertical eye took shape, Gao Chen saw the red dots on the tiger's body. There were a total of 7 red dots on it. The largest and most conspicuous red dot was located on its waist. Now that he knew the weakness of the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger, Gao Chen's next target for attack was definitely this weakness. Tiansua Immortal Shadow Step. He first used a strange movement technique to reach the tiger's waist. Then he leaped high, holding the dragon pattern sword and thrusting it directly into its waist. Puff! As expected, the dragon pattern sword pierced directly into its waist. Blood gushed out from the wound along the sword. Gao Chen did not rush to pull out the dragon pattern sword but continued to apply force. Roar! The extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger roared wildly while frantically twisting its body. It wanted to shake Gao Chen off, but no matter how hard it tried, it was in vain. The violent shaking caused the blood to flow faster from the tiger's wound. Beneath it, blood had already formed a small river. The massive loss of blood also made the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger's movements increasingly sluggish. After about 5 more minutes, the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger could no longer move. Then, it collapsed to the ground. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The high-level pavilion master is truly amazing. Not just amazing, he's simply invincible. Such a fierce and powerful beast, and he took it down all by himself. A young genius, terrifying indeed. Everyone present marveled at Gao Chen's strength. At this moment, Gao Chen got off the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger and walked to its head to confirm whether it was truly dead. Once he confirmed it was really dead, he shouted to Zhang Xiaodao, "Get someone to clean this up." Zhang Xiaodao nodded and waved his hand. The 4 extreme Dao martial arts schools and the 4 celestial martial arts schools began to move forward to cut the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger. Gao Chen, covered in blood, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Was he tired? Of course, he was tired, but he certainly didn't show it in such an exaggerated manner. The reason he acted this way was simply to let everyone know that hunting this extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger was not an easy task. By the time the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger was cut up, Gao Chen had already rested enough. What about the injured person from earlier? Gao Chen asked Zhang Xiaodao. Zhang Xiaodao looked in a certain direction. There, a martial artist was lying on the ground, while another was taking care of him. He's out of danger now. As long as he rests a bit, he should recover, Zhang Xiaodao replied. Gao Chen nodded. In that case, let's rest here for a while. Zhang Xiaodao nodded. While everyone was resting, Gao Chen went alone to the wooden door. He wanted to try to open it but found it still difficult to budge. The wooden door still won't open, Gao Chen said to Zhang Xiaodao. After that, everyone turned their gaze to the fence where the extreme rhinoceros fierce tiger had emerged. I'll go take a look first, Gao Chen said. Zhang Xiaodao nodded. Then, Gao Chen cautiously moved towards the fence. Soon, he arrived in front of it. He looked up and saw a very narrow space inside the fence. The space was pitch black, giving off a very eerie feeling. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to enter alone. Indestructible Vajra technique. A golden sheen instantly enveloped Gao Chen's body. Movement secret. He transformed into an afterimage and dashed towards the end of the passage. This passage was long, and even using the fastest skill, movement secret, it took Gao Chen 3 seconds to reach the end. At the end of the passage was a small room, about 50 centimeters in size. It appeared to be naturally formed. Could it be a dead end? Gao Chen initially thought that this passage might lead them out of the underground space. Just as he was feeling disappointed and about to turn back, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a wall in this small room that was different from the others. He quickly turned around and walked up to it. Instinctively, he knocked on it with his hand, then froze. Empty? He raised his hand and smashed it against the wall. The next second, a large hole appeared in the wall. Gao Chen looked through the hole and was filled with surprise. Behind this wall was a space. This space, like the previous small room, was also naturally formed. The difference was that in the center of this space stood a large tree, about 5 meters tall. The tree was lush with branches and leaves, and its roots were firmly embedded in the stone. So fragrant. At that moment, Gao Chen caught a whiff of a very peculiar fragrance. The source of the fragrance was that large tree. He looked up at the tree crown and saw it was laden with fruit. The fruits on the tree crown resembled hearts. However, unlike the red color of hearts, these fruits were all green. Gao Chen counted them quickly. There were about 50 of these strange fruits on the tree crown. This meant that the people from both martial arts schools could at least get one each. Gao Chen quickly activated the movement secret and rushed back to Jiang Xiaodao's side. Brother, I found a strange fruit tree. Gao Chen did not intentionally lower his voice, so everyone present heard him clearly. Upon hearing the word strange fruit tree, the crowd erupted in excitement. Strange fruit tree? Really? Does it have strange fruits? What level is the strange fruit tree? If it's at the master level, does that mean I might break through to Grand Master? This trip was definitely worth it. This undeveloped city is truly full of treasures. Are there many strange fruits on the strange fruit tree? Everyone looked at Gao Chen with eager eyes. The strange fruits on the strange fruit tree are green fruits that resemble hearts. This is the first time I've seen such a strange fruit, so I don't know its level, Gao Chen said, then looked at the expert. The others, like Gao Chen, also turned their gaze towards the expert. The green heart-shaped strange fruit, if I'm not mistaken, is very likely a heartling fruit. If it really is a heartling fruit, then its level should be master. The expert did not disappoint the crowd. As soon as the expert spoke, everyone began to get excited again. After all, among this group, there were 5 invincible martial artists at the master level. Moreover, these 5 were just a step away from becoming grand masters. They might just need a strange fruit to help them break this final shackle. Quiet, everyone quiet down, Jiang Xiaodao said, though he was also a bit excited. He quickly calmed down. He signaled for everyone to be quiet and then asked a crucial question. Are there many strange fruits on the strange fruit tree? How many are there? Gao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, don't worry, you'll know when we get there. Hearing Gao Chen say this, everyone began to grow impatient. Alright, Jiang Xiaodao waved his hand without caring whether everyone had rested enough. You have 1 minute to prepare, and we set off in 1 minute. If it were before, everyone might really need a minute to prepare. But now, the eager crowd took less than 30 seconds to get ready. Let's go, Jiang Xiaodao waved his hand. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the natural chamber that Gao Chen had discovered earlier. As soon as they entered the chamber, they smelled the fragrance of the strange fruit. Jiang Xiaodao looked at the large hole and commanded, get a few people to widen the hole. Yes. A few people eagerly stepped out of the line and widened the hole to a size that one person could pass through. Then, Gao Chen, Lu Tianping, and Jiang Xiaodao entered the hole first. Although Jiang Xiaodao and Lu Tianping were mentally prepared, they were still taken aback when they saw the strange fruits on the crown of the strange fruit tree. So many strange fruits? Both of them widened their eyes. At this moment, the remaining martial artists also filed in one after another. When they saw the strange fruits on the tree, they too widened their eyes just like Jiang Xiaodao and Lu Tianping. So many strange fruits, at least one for each person, right? I roughly counted, there seemed to be over 50. One for each person, absolutely no problem. We really came at the right time. Seeing everyone so excited, Gao Chen was also very happy. I'm going to pick them. Everyone wait a moment, Gao Chen volunteered. Although Gao Chen was the branch master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, both the people from the Zhangqiu Martial Arts School and the Extreme Path Martial Arts School trusted him immensely. So, it was the best choice for him to pick the strange fruits. Gao Chen leaped up and directly jumped to the crown of the strange fruit tree. He picked the strange fruits one by one and placed them into his backpack. After emptying all the strange fruits, Gao Chen jumped down from the tree. Facing the eager eyes of the crowd, he shouted like a nouveau riche, everyone line up and come to collect your strange fruits one by one. Everyone obediently lined up in front of Gao Chen. As the strange fruits were distributed one by one, Gao Chen truly felt no regret at all. After everyone received a strange fruit, Gao Chen looked at his backpack. There are still 5 left. We from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School will take 3, and you from the Zhangqiu Martial Arts School will take 2. Is that alright? Gao Chen asked Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao nodded. Do you plan to consume the strange fruits here, or wait until we go out? Gao Chen inquired. Here, of course, the more strength we have, the safer we are, someone suggested. Gao Chen pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, everyone consume them. The rest will be left to me." Everyone nodded, then sat down on the ground and swallowed the strange fruits. At this moment, Gao Chen became the protector of the crowd. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes later, one person woke up. This person was at the peak of the master level. What he didn't expect was that the effect of this exotic fruit would be so remarkable, allowing him to leap over the invincible master level and directly reach the early stage of the Grand Master. "Thank you, Pavilion Master Gao." The first thing this person did after getting up was to bow to Gao Chen. He was well aware that if it weren't for Gao Chen, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the Grand Master level in such a short time. Gao Chen nodded at him and said, "Don't rush, take your time to consolidate." The man gratefully cupped his hands to Gao Chen and then began to solidify his realm. As time passed, more and more people opened their eyes. The first thing they did after opening their eyes was not to check their current realm, but to thank Gao Chen first. When the last person finished thanking Gao Chen, everyone had completed the absorption of the exotic fruit. After counting, it turned out that 10 people had successfully advanced from Master to Grand Master. Among them were the 5 invincible masters from before. Among the remaining 5, 2 were Jiang Xiaodao and Lu Tianping. The other 3 belonged to the type that was just incredibly lucky. This meant that in Gao Chen's small team, there were now 10 Grand Masters at the early stage, while the remaining 30 or so were invincible masters. "Everyone take a break, we are preparing to leave this underground world," Gao Chen said. An hour later, everyone returned to the surface. After walking through the school area again, they finally left the school grounds. "Now that everyone's realm has improved by a level, can we consider going to areas with higher spiritual energy indices?" Jiang Xiaodao asked Gao Chen. Gao Chen pointed to the city government area and said, "Then let's go here." The city government area was the place with the highest spiritual energy index in the entire Wanjing city. "Okay." Jiang Xiaodao nodded. Then everyone began to head towards the city government area. Along the way, they encountered many exotic beasts. Most of these exotic beasts were at the invincible master level, so even if Gao Chen didn't take action, the others could easily deal with the exotic beasts. The journey was relatively smooth. However, as they approached the city government area, everyone's mood began to turn serious. After all, the combat power of the exotic beasts would significantly increase starting from the outskirts of the city government area. For example, they had just encountered an invincible master exotic beast. Previously, 5 or 6 invincible master warriors could handle such a beast. But the invincible master exotic beast on the outskirts of the city government required about 10 invincible master warriors to deal with it. They even encountered an early-stage Grand Master exotic beast in one of the outer areas. However, they still didn't need Gao Chen to take action against this Grand Master level beast. Jiang Xiaodao and Lu Tianping, along with a few other early-stage Grand Master warriors, ultimately managed to deal with the exotic beast without any danger. But as they delved deeper, they encountered Grand Master level exotic beasts that they couldn't handle. If it weren't for Gao Chen stepping in at a critical moment, they could have faced casualties. Everyone must stay alert. The exotic beasts in this area are much stronger than those in other areas, Jiang Xiaodao instructed the group. Jiang Xiaodao gave this instruction because they were about to pass through the square in the city government area. This square appeared very safe on the surface, as no exotic beasts were seen. But as seasoned warriors who often roamed the wild, everyone knew that the safer a place looked in the wild, the more dangerous it actually was. Gao Chen led the way, with Jiang Xiaodao following closely behind with the others. Lu Tianping, along with the remaining 8 early-stage Grand Master warriors, brought up the rear of the group. The initial stretch of the square was relatively smooth, but as they reached the center of the square, a sudden change occurred. "Ah!" A warrior in the team let out a scream. Then everyone was horrified to discover that his clothes had suddenly developed many holes. The torn spots, very deep wounds, were clearly visible. "What caused this?" Gao Chen quickly inquired. But before the injured warrior could respond, he closed his eyes and collapsed. Fortunately, the person behind him reacted quickly and supported him as he fell. "It's fine." The person behind checked his breath and then said, "He just fainted." Gao Chen hurried over to examine him. He discovered that the wounds on the warrior's body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. This was normally a good thing, but Gao Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Not good. He noticed that the healing areas on the warrior's body were gradually turning a deep purple. The thing that attacked him is highly toxic, Gao Chen shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Did anyone see what attacked him? Gao Chen asked the people behind the warrior. They shook their heads. No. Breaking illusion divine eye. A golden vertical eye gradually formed at the center of Gao Chen's forehead. He quickly scanned the surroundings. On a stone slab, he noticed something unusual. It looked like an ordinary stone slab, but under the breaking illusion divine eye, there were many small red dots on it. In other words, that slab was likely a living creature. Could this creature be invisible? As far as Gao Chen knew, no invisible beasts had been discovered in this world. Some so-called invisible beasts merely evolved to have chameleon-like abilities blending in with their surroundings. Grass character sword technique. Gao Chen drew his dragon pattern sword. Spiraling strands of spiritual energy began to form behind him. He pointed towards the direction of the stone slab. The strands shot towards the slab like arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the strands accurately pierced the slab. In the next second, a bizarre scene unfolded. Blood began to ooze from the slab. What's going on? This sight left everyone dumbfounded. Calm the chaos decision. Streams of sword energy instantly took shape. Gao Chen's dragon pattern sword moved again. The sword energy flew straight towards the slab. The slab seemed to remain motionless, allowing Gao Chen's sword energy to strike it. After this round of attacks, the slab was completely dead. Not long after its death, its true form began to reveal itself before everyone's eyes. It was a creature that looked extremely similar to a cockroach. This creature was no larger than an adult's palm, but it had a pair of wings resembling cicada wings on its back. At this moment, everyone fell silent, turning their gaze towards the all-knowing one. To everyone's surprise, the all-knowing one also shook his head. This beast is the first I've seen, so I don't recognize it. We must quickly pass through this area, or he will be in danger. The previously injured warrior now looked pale, his forehead drenched in sweat. His expression appeared very painful, generally near poisonous. Beasts, there are detoxifying herbs. The all-knowing one spoke. Gao Chen hurriedly searched. Sure enough, not far from the beast's corpse, he spotted a purple herb. He walked over, picked it, and returned to the warrior's side. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Gao Chen crushed the herb into powder with his hands and poured it into the warrior's mouth. As the herb powder entered, the warrior's complexion began to regain its color. 2 people carry him, and will quickly pass through this area. After Gao Chen finished speaking, he took the lead and walked ahead. 2 warriors lifted the injured warrior and quickly followed behind. Half an hour later, they safely crossed the square area. Just as they stepped out of the square, the injured warrior woke from his slumber. Once he had regained his strength, the group continued onward. The former city hall was now within reach. Everyone was starting to feel excited. After all, back at the school, in that place, with medium spiritual energy, they had discovered the sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward obtained, great accomplishment, ding. A new sign in location has been updated. Please proceed to the central area to sign in. One of the 9 secrets from this skill, when evolved to its peak, allows one to see the future. Gao Chen was overjoyed. It had been a long time since he last signed in and received the 9 secrets. I wonder what its effect is. Gao Chen thought to himself. He activated the. Suddenly, a scene appeared. In his mind, he saw himself battling and that had even injured him. The scene lasted less than 3 seconds before it vanished. Gao Chen jolted awake. What happened? Seeing Gao Chen suddenly dazed, Jiang Xiaodao asked. Gao Chen shook his head, indicating he was fine. But the earlier scene lingered in his mind. Let's go, Gao Chen said, shaking his head. Jiang Xiaodao nodded. The city government of Wanjing had long since collapsed. The former glory had vanished along with the ruins. Now, all that remained in this area was just a pile of broken bricks and tiles. Is there any underground space here? Jiang Xiaodao asked Gao Chen eagerly. Gao Chen shot him a glance and said, Do you think? Before Gao Chen could finish his sentence, everyone felt a tremor. The ground among the debris was rolling continuously. The group reacted quickly and fled the area. Just as they escaped, a massive head emerged from the ground. The appearance of this enormous head was quite terrifying. It had a pair of snake-like eyes but a mouth resembling that of a shark. The most bizarre part was that it had a dolphin horn growing from its forehead. What is this? Upon seeing the, Gao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. If he remembered correctly, the that had just appeared in his mind was this one. Prepare for battle. Jiang Xiaodao shouted. Gao Chen drew his dragon pattern sword and charged forward. A golden vertical eye formed at Gao Chen's brow. The was covered in dense red dots. Wow, it has quite a few weaknesses, Gao Chen remarked as he rushed towards the. Lightning instantly surrounded the dragon pattern sword. Gao Chen, charging forward, plunged the dragon pattern sword into one of the weak points. Despite its massive size, the lightning from the was still able to paralyze it. The paralysis was brief, but it was a good opportunity for Gao Chen. In an instant, Gao Chen unleashed all his sword techniques. After a round of skill releases, all the weaknesses on the were struck by Gao Chen. At this point, it was already covered in wounds and blood. The pain coursing through its body made the roar in fury. Gao Chen then sheathed the dragon pattern sword. A golden fist gradually took shape. He then threw a punch at the. Bang! The fist struck the head, exploding it instantly. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Gao Chen was dumbfounded. Could the have been wrong? When he used the earlier, he clearly saw himself being injured by this. But the reality was that he had killed the in an instant. The reason for this situation was not that the was wrong. The indeed allowed practitioners to see future scenes. However, the future scenes seen through the were merely possibilities. In other words, Gao Chen could indeed have been injured by the before him, but he could also have killed it in an instant. Let's clean up the battlefield. Seeing Gao Chen kill the exotic beast, Zhang Xiaodao began to direct everyone to clean up the battlefield. Cutting and packaging were all proceeding in an orderly manner. After the battlefield was cleaned up, Zhang Xiaodao, somewhat unwilling, asked Gao Chen, "Is there really nothing valuable in this place with the highest spiritual energy value?" Gao Chen shook his head regretfully. Although Zhang Xiaodao felt reluctant, he still nodded helplessly. After leaving the city government area, the group began to explore other areas. While there were some gains in the other areas, they were nothing compared to the rewards from the underground space. After exploring all the areas of Wanjing City, everyone prepared to leave. Overall, this trip to Wanjing City was quite rewarding. After all, every martial artist who came this time gained considerable benefits. Why haven't they come yet? It's been so long. On the outskirts of Wanjing City, Sang Feiyu was already getting a bit impatient. They should be coming soon, one of his subordinates said, trying to please him, with a fawning expression. After all, they've been in there for quite a while. Boss, don't be anxious. As the saying goes, good food is worth the wait. The longer they stay inside, the more beneficial it is for you, right? Among the group Sang Feiyu brought, many were his loyal sycophants. Although some looked down on their sycophantic behavior, it would be a lie to say they weren't envious. After all, the sycophants end up with everything in the end. The biggest advantage of being Sang Feiyu's sycophant was that whenever there were benefits, Sang Feiyu would think of his group of sycophants first. Boss. At this moment, the person responsible for scouting ahead returned to the camp to report to Sang Feiyu. They have reached the edge of the city and will be coming out soon. Moreover, I noticed that each of their backpacks is bulging. They must have gotten quite a lot of good stuff in the city. Upon hearing this, Sang Feiyu immediately became excited. He shouted to the others in the team, "Brothers, they are coming out soon, so let's get ready. Remember, anyone who is with Gao Chen must be killed without exception. This time, I won't take anything from what we kill, it all belongs to you, brothers." Sang Feiyu's words acted like a stimulant, igniting everyone's excitement. They all reached for their weapons, eagerly looking towards the direction of the city. At the edge of the city, we spotted Sang Feiyu's figure. Moreover, he has brought a large number of experts with him, reported the scout on Gao Chen's side. Good. Gao Chen nodded and waved his hand. Remember, when we kill them later, don't hold back. Yes. The somewhat frustrated crowd raised their weapons and shouted. They then quickened their pace. The two groups met outside Wanjing City. Gao Chen, today is your day of death. Sang Feiyu at this moment resembled a cliched villain from a novel. He looked down on everyone, his face full of arrogance, as if he were above all. I understand the reasoning, but where does your confidence come from? Gao Chen was puzzled by Sang Feiyu's confidence. Confidence? Who do I need to give me confidence? Sang Feiyu shook his head disdainfully. I am a young genius famous at a young age. Now, as long as you are willing to bow down and submit to me, kneel before me, then I can reluctantly spare you. Sang Feiyu said this to humiliate Gao Chen. However, his humiliation was too low level, and Gao Chen shook his head helplessly. Well, brother. Gao Chen shook his head helplessly, speaking in a tone of resignation. If you think your little tricks can anger me, then let me tell you, you are definitely mistaken. The main thing is, even if you anger me, it seems like it won't benefit you at all, right? Gao Chen really didn't want to see this cliched plot continue. Alright, I won't waste any more words with you. Since you want to die, then I'll grant you that. Sang Feiyu clasped his hands behind his back, putting on an air of a great master. Do you know? There are strong individuals in this world who can make others submit without fighting, Gao Chen said. Sang Feiyu looked bewildered, not quite understanding the meaning of Gao Chen's words. Brothers, unleash your momentum so our new city guard can see. Alright, the people from both martial arts schools shouted in unison. Then, everyone stepped forward, simultaneously unleashing their own momentum. As the powerful aura emerged, it swept towards Sang Feiyu like a raging wind. How is this possible? How can they be this strong? This momentum, there are at least 10 early-stage Grand Masters. And the remaining people's momentum is also at the level of Invincible Masters. Wasn't it said that there are no early-stage Grand Masters in this team? The expressions of Sang Feiyu's side changed drastically at this moment. Sang Feiyu's face turned pale with fear. This is impossible. It must all be fake. Sang Feiyu shouted hysterically while retreating. Everything before him was hard to accept. With such a weak mental capacity, you dare to come out and try to kill me? I really don't understand why you look so ordinary yet. Can be so confident, Gao Chen mocked Sang Feiyu. Gao Chen's taunts made Sang Feiyu's face turn from green to purple. His brain raced, and then suddenly his eyes lit up. It seemed he had thought of something. He straightened up, pointing at Gao Chen with an arrogant expression, shouting, hiding behind them, what kind of skill is that? If you're a man, fight me one-on-one. Is this guy out of his mind? He dares to challenge the head of the Gao school. Does he think the head of the Gao school is weak? I don't understand why he has such a delusion. This guy must be out of his mind. Why challenge the head of the Gao school of all people? The people from both martial arts schools found it hard to believe that Song Feiyu chose to challenge Gao Chun. Alright. After looking back at everyone, Gao Chun instructed, reel in your momentum. Although everyone was puzzled, they complied. Come, I'll give you a chance to fight me one-on-one, Gao Chen said to Song Feiyu. Ha! Seeing this, Song Feiyu laughed mockingly. I didn't expect you to be that kind of arrogant person. Saying this, Sang Feiyu drew his weapon and charged at Gao Chen. Arrogant? No. Gao Chen shook his head while walking straight ahead. I'm not arrogant, I'm confident. And against someone like you, I don't even need to draw my weapon. Just as his words fell, Song Feiyu had already rushed close to Gao Chen. Die, he snarled, his face twisted with rage. Gao Chen merely smiled slightly and extended his right hand forward. Then, his powerful aura pressed directly towards Song Feiyu. Song Feiyu's weapon was now less than a centimeter away from Gao Chen. Yet, in that brief moment, Song Feiyu found it hard to advance any further. Kneel. Gao Chen growled. Another wave of powerful momentum surged, pressing down on Song Feiyu's back. Song Feiyu's legs went weak and he knelt directly before Gao Chen. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Gao Chen with eyes full of terror. Why are you so strong? I don't know either, Gao Chen replied, shaking his head in a pretentious manner. All right. After showing off, Gao Chen smiled and said, you can die now. You can't kill me, Song Feiyu shouted. With difficulty. Why not? Gao Chen asked with interest, sizing him up. Because my grandfather is San Longfei, Song Feiyu shouted. Gao Chen looked at Lu Tianping in confusion. After all, it was the first time he had heard the name San Longfei. San Longfei is a mid-level member of the Hanu Guard. His combat power is exceptional, and his realm has reached the level of invincible battle spirits, Lu Tianping explained. Oh, Gao Chen nodded with an expression as usual, as if the invincible warrior of the battle spirit did not put any pressure on him. Seeing this, Song Feiyu felt a surge of unease in his heart. If I kill him, can our martial arts school back me up? Gao Chen asked Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly, saying, it's hard to say, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Then I understand. Gao Chen smiled faintly, and then grabbed Song Feiyu by the throat. With his throat being choked, Song Feiyu's face instantly turned red. He struggled continuously in Gao Chen's grip. Do you know? Gao Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. He looked at Song Feiyu, his voice as icy as frost. Many people wanted to kill me before, including some second and third generation martial artists. But do you know what happened to them? They all ended up dead. Song Feiyu regretted it. He felt despair. He wanted to beg for mercy, he wanted to apologize. But because Gao Chen was choking his throat, he couldn't speak at all. Alright, let's leave it at that. With that, Gao Chen tightened his grip on Song Feiyu's throat. Song Feiyu's head tilted and he lost his life instantly. Gao Chen casually tossed him aside, and Song Feiyu fell to the ground like a broken sack. After killing Song Feiyu, Gao Chen looked at the people Song Feiyu had brought. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Gao Chen turned around gracefully. The martial artists who had been waiting for a long time roared and charged at the group. 1 minute later, the battle was over. This fight was a one-sided crushing. Clean up the battlefield, prepare to return. Gao Chen issued the order. Everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield and then began their journey back. Songjia City, at the city gate. After entering the city, the two martial arts schools separated. Gao Chen had nothing to say, so after entering the city, he let the martial artists of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School go home to rest. He and Lu Tianping drove directly to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Is it troublesome? This matter, Gao Chen asked Lu Tianping on the way. Lu Tianping was slightly taken aback, instantly understanding what Gao Chen wanted to ask. After pondering for a moment, he said, there is definitely some trouble, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Gao Chen nodded. After returning to the martial arts school, Lu Tianping began to report the gains from this trip to Gao Chen. Overall, this trip to the undeveloped city was quite fruitful for the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. However, the biggest gain was that their school had added 6 early-stage grandmasters. After summarizing the gains, Lu Tianping directly reported this to the Logistics Department. Extreme Path City, Logistics Department. A staff member was seriously looking at the computer in front of him. WC, what's going on? The staff member was looking at the situation reported by Lu Tianping. What's wrong? You're not a newcomer, why are you so surprised? A leader from the Logistics Department walked up to this person and scolded him impatiently. Fortunately, the minister is not here, otherwise she would definitely scold you. Upon hearing the leader's words, the staff member quickly stood up. He pointed at his computer and said to the leader, you should take a look, you'll be surprised after you see it. Are you kidding? The leader scoffed and directly sat down in the staff member's chair. I've been working in this logistics department for a long time. No matter how remarkable the matter is, Before the leader could finish speaking, his eyes widened in shock. What is going on in Shinji City? He was also astonished. How did 6 early-stage grandmasters suddenly appear? How did they manage that? Cultivating is already a difficult path. After becoming a high-level martial artist, every step becomes even harder. It is especially challenging to break through between major realms in a short time. This is why both the staff member and the leader were surprised. I'll call Minister Yi right now. The leader hurriedly got up and took out his phone. Is there something going on? As soon as the call connected, Yi Qingshan's impatient voice came from the other end. If there's nothing else, do you believe I can beat you to death? Minister Yi. The leader didn't dare to waste words and directly explained the situation. In the Divine Machine Base City, there have been some unusual occurrences. Divine Machine Base City? Yi Qingshan remembered that the branch master of the Divine Machine Base City seemed to be Gao Chun. Just thinking about it made her a bit nervous. What unusual occurrences? 6 people have broken through from being invincible masters to the early stage of Grand Masters in a short period, the leader said. Upon hearing it wasn't a big deal, Yi Qingshan instantly relaxed. However, when she heard that multiple people had broken through to a major realm in a short time, she was still somewhat surprised. Alright, I understand this matter. Yi Qingshan nodded and then said, I'll report this right away, and then the higher-ups will study how to reward them. Yi Qingshan turned and reported the matter. In the Divine Machine Base City, at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, sitting in his office, Gao Chen was deep in thought. Should I go to this new sign-in location or not? The new sign-in location was in the central area of the base city, and the central area was the office area of the city guard? It should be noted that the city guard of the Divine Machine Base City had been killed by Gao Chen. Master. Just as Gao Chen was pondering, Lu Tianping's voice interrupted his thoughts. Someone is looking for you. Ha? Gao Chen felt quite surprised. He had been in the Divine Machine Base City for a while, but the number of people he knew was very few. Who is it? Gao Chen instinctively asked. Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping shook his head, indicating he didn't know. On the first floor of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, a young man was looking around, seemingly waiting for something. When he saw Gao Chen coming down from the first floor, his face lit up with surprise. Gao Chen, Gao Chen. He raised his hand and shouted. Hearing someone call his name, Gao Chen looked over. What brings you here? Gao Chen was very surprised to see the visitor. This person was named Ma Mengqi, a childhood friend of Gao Chen. They had known each other since they were very young and had a good relationship. However, as they grew a bit older, Ma Mengqi's family moved away from the Langya base city. Since they were both young at the time, they didn't keep in touch. When I first saw your photo and name, I thought it was just a coincidence. I didn't expect it to really be you, Ma Mengqi said, even more astonished. Uncle Lu. Gao Chen hurriedly introduced Lu Tianping. This is my good brother, Ma Mengqi. Hello. Lu Tianping nodded to Ma Mengqi. Hello. Ma Mengqi was very polite. Did you come to find me for something? Gao Chen asked directly. Ma Mengqi hesitated for a moment and said, actually, there is something. Go ahead, what is it? I will definitely help you solve it. Gao Chen patted his chest and promised. After moving to the Divine Machine, Ma Mengqi's life had been relatively peaceful. However, recently, he had encountered some troubling matters. This troubling matter had been bothering him for almost a month. Today, he was wandering aimlessly on the street. When passing by the square of the Divine Machine Base City, he saw Gao Chen's photo in the square. Following the principle of hitting the target regardless of whether there are dates or not, he came to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. To his surprise, he really found him. My mother is hospitalized and urgently needs money. We have sold our house, but we still haven't raised enough money. If possible, could you lend me some? Ma Mengqi said this with great embarrassment. After all, he hadn't seen Gao Chen in so many years. No problem. Gao Chen didn't even think about it and directly agreed. How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you right away. Not to mention his friendship with Ma Mengqi, just considering Ma Mengqi's parents, Gao Chen was willing to lend the money. Are you really going to lend it to me? Ma Mengqi was very surprised. He had been looking for people to borrow money from for the past month. Whether it was relatives or friends, or even those who usually called him brother, none had lent him money. Thinking about how he had treated them well in the past, Ma Mengqi felt very disheartened. Auntie, which hospital is she in now? Gao Chen asked Ma Mengqi. The first hospital, Ma Mengqi replied. Gao Chen looked at Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping understood and asked Ma Mengqi, your mother's name? Zhang Yuexin, Ma Mengqi answered instinctively. Lu Tianping nodded and then dialed the director of the first hospital. All right. After hanging up, Lu Tianping said to Gao Chen. In the city of Xinji Base, at the first hospital, Ma Qiufeng sat in a ward with a worried expression, feeding his wife. If it doesn't work out, we shouldn't treat her anymore, Zhang Yuexin said, lying by the window, her face pale as she spoke to her husband. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Ma Qiufeng comforted Zhang Yuexin. No matter what, we will get you better. Ma Qiufeng. At that moment, the ward door opened, and a burly man walked in. He looked at Ma Qiufeng and the bedridden Zhang Yuexin, saying arrogantly, your wife is like this and you still want to be stubborn? The reason Ma Mengqi's mother was in this state was partly due to the contribution of the man before them. You believe me, I will kill you. Ma Qiufeng glared at the burly man. Kill me? To the burly man, Ma Qiufeng's words were nothing but a joke. I really don't understand why you would say such foolish things. Don't you know who wants your land? Indeed, all of this stemmed from a piece of land. Ma Qiufeng didn't understand why they coveted this land. The location was not good, it could even be described as somewhat desolate, and it was in a slum area. Logically, an ordinary person like Ma Qiufeng shouldn't have land in the base city at all. But this person was also relatively lucky. When he was young, he met an elderly man during a charity event. The old man was frail and had no one to care for him. Ma Qiufeng was a very kind-hearted person. He promised the old man that he would take care of him in his old age. However, at that time, he didn't know that this old man was not an ordinary person. When the old man passed away, he inherited a piece of land that was only a few acres in size. At first, Ma Qiufeng didn't pay much attention to it. But as time went by, more and more people came to find Ma Qiufeng. It was then that he realized how valuable this land was. However, since it was the old man's inheritance, he didn't want to sell it. This led to a series of subsequent events. In fact, after his wife was hospitalized, he had thought several times about selling the land to pay for her treatment. But unfortunately, those who had offered high prices before took advantage of the situation and collectively lowered their offers. As long as you give me this land, I guarantee your wife will walk out of the hospital unharmed, the burly man promised. The land cannot be sold. Jiang Yuexin's weak voice rang out. She glared at the burly man and shouted, even if I die here, we will not sell this land. Since you are so stubborn, just wait to die. The burly man sneered coldly and turned to leave the ward. Halfway out, he seemed to remember something, stopped, and turned back to Ma Qiufeng. Your deposit is already gone. After I leave, there will be hospital staff coming to drive you out. Anyway, you have my number. If you need anything, just call me anytime. The burly man left. Ma Qiufeng looked towards the ward door, breathing heavily. Slap. After catching his breath, he raised his hand and slapped himself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being useless. Tears streamed down Ma Qiufeng's cheeks, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Yuexin felt heartbroken. This is not your fault. Ma Qiufeng said nothing, only wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. In this glorious era of spiritual revival, where martial artists were revered, ordinary people felt so helpless and powerless. Just as Ma Qiufeng wiped away his tears, the ward door was opened again. A doctor in a white coat strode in, flanked by two nurses, with an air of arrogance. Your deposit has run out. I'm giving you 1 hour to get out of this ward. If not, I'll have someone throw you out, he said, his tone very firm. At that moment, he resembled a bully more than a doctor. Doctor, my son is out raising money. Can you give me a little more time? Ma Qiufeng pleaded desperately. Raising money? Do you really think your son can come up with any? What you're doing is just wasting everyone's time, the doctor replied, indifferent to Ma Qiufeng's pleas. He looked at Ma Qiufeng coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. You'd better hurry up and pack your things and leave. Exactly. Do you know how tight our hospital beds are? One of the nurses, who was quite attractive, chimed in with a frown. Do you have any idea how much money you're costing us by delaying? Honestly, the type of people I dislike the most are those like you, who have no money but still linger here, wasting others' time, another nurse added. Alright, I'm only giving you 1 hour. If you're still here after that, I'll have security throw your things out, the doctor said before leaving with the nurses. Ma Qiufeng sat on the sofa, his face filled with despair. Maybe we should just sell that piece of land. This was the only way he could think of to get money now. Like his son, he had borrowed from many people. Those friends and brothers who used to be close to him were now avoiding him. Just when Ma Qiufeng's despair reached its peak, the ward door was pushed open again. Excuse me, is this Jiang Yuxin's ward? The hospital director asked cautiously. Who are you? Ma Qiufeng didn't recognize the director. I'm the director of this hospital, the director introduced himself. Upon hearing that the visitor was the hospital director, Ma Qiufeng's heart raced again. Did you come for something? Ma Qiufeng asked nervously. After confirming Ma Qiufeng and Jiang Yuxin's identities, the director was overjoyed. I'm here to apologize, the director said. Ma Qiufeng was left bewildered by the director's words. The director didn't wait for Ma Qiufeng to respond, and continued, we will directly refund your previous expenses, and any costs incurred afterward will be covered by our hospital. After hearing this, Ma Qiufeng was even more confused. He couldn't understand why the director would do such a thing. Dad, Mom. This was Ma Mengqi, who had brought Gao Chen and opened the ward door. Look who I brought. Ma Qiufeng and Jiang Yuxin both turned to the door. When they saw Gao Chen, they were clearly taken aback. Gao Chen, little Gao Chen, Ma Qiufeng and Jiang Yuxin exclaimed in surprise. However, their way of addressing Gao Chen made the director break into a cold sweat. Uncle, Auntie. Gao Chen quickly walked to Jiang Yuxin's bedside, his face full of apology. I'm sorry I'm late. Just then, the earlier doctor returned with the two nurses. Time's up, you can get lost now, he shouted as soon as he entered. With his nose in the air, he didn't notice that there were other people in the ward. After waiting for a while without any movement, the doctor impatiently said, "Looks like I really have to call security." His words trailed off, as he suddenly froze. Director. Seeing the hospital director, he was clearly taken aback. "What are you doing here? What's going on?" The hospital director seemed to sense something, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the doctor. The doctor, frightened, didn't dare to speak. The two nurses behind him were even more terrified, trembling all over. On the way here, Gao Chun had gathered some understanding of the situation. He walked directly in front of the doctor and coldly asked, "Are you in cahoots with those people?" "What do you mean? I don't understand." The doctor insisted stubbornly. "Don't understand?" Gao Chen had no intention of pressing further. He turned to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping understood immediately. He walked directly in front of the doctor and grabbed one of his wrists. The doctor, terrified, exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Lu Tianping smiled cruelly, then suddenly exerted force on the doctor's wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed in the ward. Ah! The intense pain made the doctor scream like a slaughtered pig. "You dare to hurt me, you must not want to live," the doctor shouted at Lu Tianping. Gao Chun, Lu Tianping, and the dean all showed strange expressions. Gao Chun even directly asked the dean, "Does he have some powerful relatives or something?" The dean shook his head. Gao Chun looked at the doctor and said, "I, Gao Chun, the branch master of the Extreme Path branch in the Divine Machine Bay City. The one who just hurt you is Lu Tianping, the branch master." As soon as these words were spoken, the flames of revenge that had just ignited in the doctor's heart were instantly extinguished. Not to mention that the doctor had no backing. Even if he really had backing, he wouldn't dare to provoke such two big shots. He gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted, "That group of people gave me a large sum of money to make things difficult for them." In front of these two big shots, the doctor dared not hide anything. "So who are they?" Gao Chen asked the doctor. The doctor shook his head. "I don't know. I've never seen them. I only contacted them through the internet." "Get lost." Gao Chun waved his hand. The doctor, along with two nurses, fled in a panic. "Uncle Lu," Gao Chun turned to Lu Tianping. "You go investigate that group of people." Lu Tianping nodded and left. "Mengqi, take me to see that piece of land," Gao Chen said to Ma Mengqi. "Okay. I'm not fond of killing, but that doesn't mean I won't kill." Gao Chen turned to the hospital dean. "If you can't take care of my uncle and aunt, I don't mind making sure you die a horrible death." The dean nodded in fear. After leaving the hospital, Ma Mengqi took Gao Chen directly to the piece of land. This piece of land isn't in a very advantageous location, Gao Chen thought. In his view, the location was not only unadvantageous but also somewhat remote. He couldn't understand why that group of people had their eyes on this land. Broken illusion divine eye. Since nothing could be seen on the surface, he could only look through X-ray vision. A golden vertical eye formed at Gao Chen's brow. Looking at the land, Gao Chen discovered its uniqueness. Beneath this land, there was actually an underground space. However, above this underground space, there was a barrier resembling a door. To enter, one would need to open this door. Without a key, opening this barrier was not an easy task. In other words, what they truly covet is not this piece of land but the underground space beneath it. They don't have the key, and Ma Qiufeng doesn't have the key either. So they want to obtain this piece of land first, then find a way to open the underground space. Seeing Gao Chen lost in thought for a long time, Ma Mengqi patted Gao Chen's shoulder. Only then did Gao Chen come back to his senses. "Did you discover something?" Ma Mengqi asked Gao Chen. Gao Chen bluntly replied, "There is an underground space beneath this land. There might be something inside." "What kind of thing?" Ma Mengqi pressed. Gao Chen shook his head. "I don't know, but I can be sure that the things inside are definitely worth a lot." "Do you have any suggestions?" Ma Mengqi asked Gao Chen. "Give me this piece of land, and I'll give you money." Gao Chen's suggestion was very straightforward. What Gao Chen didn't expect was that Ma Mengqi directly nodded in agreement. "Okay." Ma Mengqi's quick agreement left Gao Chen momentarily stunned. "Do you know that the things inside might allow your family to buy a big villa in the rich area and ensure that you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life?" Gao Chen couldn't help but say. Ma Mengqi shook his head and said, "You just said it's only a possibility. Even if, for the sake of argument, there really are mountains of gold and silver inside, do you think we, as ordinary people, have the ability to open it?" Gao Chen shook his head. "Then that settles it." Ma Mengqi was very clear on this point. This piece of land and the things underground all belong to you. As for the money, just give a little as you see fit. However, I want a promise from you. Gao Chen looked at Ma Mengqi and asked, "What promise?" "The promise is simple, to ensure that our family can live safely until death," Ma Mengqi said. Gao Chen nodded. "Right." After nodding, Gao Chen seemed to think of something and asked Ma Mengqi, "Shouldn't we discuss this with uncle?" "No need, Ma." Mengqi replied casually. After sending Ma Mengqi back to the hospital, Gao Chen returned to the villa. As soon as he stepped into the villa, Lu Tianping's call came in. "We've identified that group of people. They all belong to an organization called the Temple. This organization isn't very famous in our Huaxia, but it's well known in the Western world. Lu Tianping reported his findings to Gao Chun. Thank you for your hard work, Gao. Chen expressed his gratitude and then instructed, have our people surround that piece of land. Tell them that not even a fly can enter without my permission. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Tianping went to organize the personnel. Gao Chen then went to his bedroom, opened his computer and searched for information about the temple. To his surprise, there was very little information about the temple online. However, Gao Chen did find some teachings of the temple. They believe that the revival of spiritual energy is just the beginning of heaven's punishment for humanity. After this, heaven will continue to punish humanity. To avoid heaven's punishment, one must join them and worship heaven. Yes. A woman whose looks rivaled Yi Qingshan stood up and clasped her fists. This woman was named Di Guyun, the Minister of Intelligence. She not only had looks and figure comparable to Yi Qingshan but also possessed strength that matched hers. After agreeing, Di Guyun disappeared within the Extreme Path Palace. Leaving the Extreme Path Palace, Di Guyun headed straight to the Intelligence Department. Despite it being late at night, the Intelligence Department was still brightly lit. The branch head of the Divine Machine Base City has been attacked twice in one day, and the attackers were two different groups. I'm giving you 1 day to investigate the situation. Yes. The people in the Intelligence Department shouted in unison. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, Gao Chen's villa had been cleaned up. He stood in the living room of the villa, looking particularly serious. The Intelligence Department is already operational. If all goes well, we will have answers soon, Lu Tianping said from behind Gao Chen. Gao Chen nodded. By the way, Lu Tianping continued, as if recalling something, when we were deciphering that underground spacebook yesterday, we uncovered something good. Gao Chen asked curiously, what good thing? Something like a codebook. Through this codebook, we obtained many names, Lu Tianping said, his voice tinged with a hint of pride. In that case, can we start cleaning up those trash now? Gao Chen's voice turned cold. We can, Lu. Tianping nodded. Then let's start from here, Gao Chen said. Lu Tianping handed a notebook to Gao Chen. This notebook contained all the undercover agents of the temple and the Divine Machine Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Goodness, everything I didn't think of is all in here, Gao Chen exclaimed. Lu Tianping nodded, sharing the same thoughts as Gao Chen. 20 minutes later, in the branch hall. Today, the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was completely closed. No one was allowed to enter or exit. Standing on the prepared platform, Gao Chen held the microphone and said, you must be wondering why I have gathered all of you here. The crowd below nodded. In agreement. He raised the notebook in his hand and slowly said, those whose names I read, please step forward. Li Hui, Jiang Tu, Shen Yu. One by one, names were called out by Gao Chen. Those whose names were mentioned stepped forward. At first, they were unaware of what was happening, but as more familiar names were called, the crowd stepping forward saw the panic in each other's eyes. However, they were well trained. The panic in their eyes was fleeting. All right. Gao Chen put the notebook away and looked at the crowd below. Master, are you calling these people to reward them? Yes, is there some good news? I feel like the master wants to reward them. Some confused individuals began to stir. Gao Chen stood on the stage, smiling naturally. Those whose names I called are all undercover agents of the Holy Temple in my extreme martial arts halls. Divine Machine Branch. Gao Chen said this with a smile. Yet, to the undercover agents, his smile carried an indescribable sense of fear. What? Undercover? Undercover agents of the Holy Temple? What is the Holy Temple? What on earth is happening? Among the martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, some knew about the Holy Temple, while others did not. Branch Master. One of the undercover agents stepped forward, ready to take the initiative. Did I offend you in some way for you to slander me like this? Yeah, what benefit do you get from slandering us? The undercover agents shouted in defiance. Well, you haven't offended me. Gao Chen's smile remained natural. I am speaking the truth. Truth? An undercover agent shouted in disbelief. What evidence do you have to prove we are undercover? Yeah, what evidence do you have? If you have no evidence, then you are slandering us. You can't just do as you please because you are the branch master. The undercover agents shouted in unison. The others in the martial hall began to look at Gao Chen with confusion and suspicion. Evidence? Gao Chen smiled slightly and said, if I had no evidence, I certainly wouldn't call you out in front of so many people. Upon hearing this, the undercover agents were shocked. However, they were clever and none of them voluntarily exposed themselves. Since you have evidence, we hope you can present it. Some undercover agents doubted that Gao Chen had any so-called evidence. No rush. Gao Chen smiled slightly. While Gao Chen was calm, the undercover agents were anxious. Some of them had already begun to doubt themselves. I say, Uncle Lu, why aren't you here yet? Gao Chen thought frantically. His confidence was entirely feigned, and he had no so-called evidence in hand. In this conference, he was responsible for drawing fire in front of others. Meanwhile, Lu Tianping was supposed to lead people to find the so-called evidence. If you can't provide evidence, we will report this to headquarters. One undercover agent shouted. Evidence? What kind of evidence do you want? Li Zhang, I treated you so well, yet you turned out to be an undercover agent of the Holy Temple. At that moment, Lu Tianping's furious voice rang out. The martial artist named Li Zhang was taken aback. Lu Tianping walked directly in front of Li Zhang and slapped him. This is the evidence you want. Lu Tianping slammed a book onto Li Zhang's face. When Li Zhang saw the book, his expression turned to shock. He had hidden this book well enough, yet it was still discovered by Lu Tianping. I am an undercover agent of the Holy Temple, Li Zhang said, and in front of everyone he drew a knife and committed suicide. The crowd stared at Li Zhang, who lay in a pool of blood, momentarily at a loss for words. The emotions of the undercover agents were quietly changing due to Li Zhang's death. Ma Hui. Lu Tianping looked at Ma Hui. Upon seeing Lu Tianping's gaze, Ma Hui's body trembled violently. Before he could wait for Lu Tianping to present the so-called evidence, he drew his knife and committed suicide. With 2 undercover agents dead, the other martial artists of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School began to believe what Gao Chen had said earlier. At this moment, their gazes towards the remaining undercover agents also started to shift. Who wants to step forward? Who wants me to call them out? Gao Chen addressed the undercover agents. Brothers. One undercover agent, whose mental fortitude was not very strong, suddenly shouted. Rather than waiting to die, we might as well. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly stopped. What of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School? It's just an old tree that is withering away. The day we rise will be the day of your school's demise. The tone of this man in black was indeed quite bold. However, this group of men in black not only had big words but also had ambitions that were not small at all. They actually wanted to destroy the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. It should be noted that since the establishment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, many powerful organizations have had similar thoughts. But in the end, they were all eliminated by the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Enough with the nonsense, let's get to it. Although Gao Chen did not bring the dragon pattern sword and was not wearing the Tiansuo sword armor, he remained unafraid. This group of people did not adhere to martial ethics. They did not care whether Gao Chen had weapons in hand. They drew their weapons and charged at him. From the aura they exuded, it was clear that their levels were not low. The highest among them was already at the early stage of Grand Master. In an instant, they rushed close to Gao Chen. Die, the leading man in black shouted. Gao Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Heavenly Emperor Fist. A golden fist formed instantly. Gao Chen charged forward, striking out. The first black-clad man to approach him was sent flying by a single punch. Bang! The man in black fell to the ground, unconscious. The others were taken aback, their faces filled with shock. Gao Chen's strength exceeded their expectations. Just as they were in shock, Gao Chen moved. Tiansuo Immortal. Shadow Step. He transformed into a blur, appearing directly behind one of the men in black. Heavenly Emperor Fist. The golden fist struck the man's spine from behind. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the man's spine was broken by Gao Chen's blow. He didn't even have time to scream before he died. Gao Chen moved again. The Heavenly Emperor Fist struck once more. In less than a minute, this group of men in black was dealt with by Gao Chen. However, he did not kill them all. Speak, why are you so covetous of the things in that underground space? Gao Chen walked up to one of the men in black and reached out to unveil her veil. To Gao Chen's surprise, behind the veil was an extraordinarily beautiful face. He prided himself on having seen many women and many beauties as well. But upon seeing this face, his expression momentarily froze. The woman in black seemed to catch Gao Chen's slight pause and began to throw him flirtatious glances. However, Gao Chen was completely unfazed by her charms. He lifted his foot and stepped directly on the woman's face. You better hurry up and talk, or else I won't mind making you wish you were dead. Gao Chen's voice was as cold as ice, sending chills down the spine of the listener. Either you kill me or you let me go. There's absolutely no way I will speak. The woman in black said, not only beautiful but also possessing a very alluring voice. Goodness! Gao Chen neither wanted to kill her, nor sleep with her, nor let her go. Since you won't speak, then don't blame me. As Gao Chen spoke, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Although the woman in black did not see the smile on Gao Chen's face, her body involuntarily shivered. An indescribable chill spread in her heart. In the next moment, Gao Chen's foot suddenly moved to her wrist. Looking at her delicate, fair wrist, he shook his head. Such a nice wrist, what a pity. Then he lifted his foot and brought it down hard on her wrist. Crack! With that kick, he directly broke the wrist of the man in black. Whom the man in black was able to endure. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to cry out. To be honest, I admire you a bit, Gao Chen said, moving his foot to her other wrist. Crack! The other wrist was also crushed by Gao Chen. To be honest, she was truly more resilient than a man. She was already in excruciating pain, her face contorted, drenched in sweat. Yet she still managed to hold on, not letting herself scream. Not bad, quite resilient, Gao Chen mocked, moving his foot again. This time, it was the ankles of the man in black. Crack! Crack! Both of the man's ankles were instantly broken by Gao Chen. Looking at the man in black, she had already fainted from the pain. Did I make you faint? Gao Chen kicked her head. This kick woke the unconscious man in black. Just kill me. The man's voice was filled with agony. Kill you? To be honest, I don't like killing people. Gao Chen revealed his cruel side. Although not many had seen this side of him. Tell me, why are you coveting the things in that underground space? If you tell me, I'll give you a quick end. Gao Chen said. I will absolutely not say anything. The man in black remained very resolute. Fine. Gao Chen stopped pressing for answers and directly picked up his phone to make a call. Master? Is there something? The voice of Lu Tianping came from the other end. Uncle Lu. After a moment of thought, Gao Chen said to Lu Tianping, help me find some ordinary ants and some regular maggots. Although Lu Tianping was puzzled, he complied. While waiting for the ordinary ants and maggots to arrive, Gao Chen picked up a short knife from the ground and began to make small cuts on the woman's delicate white hand. The cuts were neither long nor deep. In fact, they didn't even cause the man in black to feel pain. Is this it? You're using this to torture me? You must think too little of me. The man in black mocked Gao Chen. Don't be in a hurry. Gao Chen ignored the man's taunts, continuing to make cuts. You'll know the purpose of these cuts soon. 10 minutes later, Lu Tianping arrived at the warehouse with a full jar of ants and maggots. He looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, his expression somewhat puzzled. Gao Chen explained while searching for something in the warehouse. Soon, he found a box of rubber gloves and a box of honey. Next, this is the most fun part. He first spread honey evenly on the hands of the man in black, then began to pour the ants. Once the ants covered the man's hands, Gao Chen tied the openings of the rubber gloves with a rope. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? This is just some child's play. You use this to torture me, you don't even see me as a human. The man in black crazily mocked Gao Chen. Gao Chen took a step back, smiling as he said, if you can still say that in a bit, then I will truly admire you. After saying that, Gao Chen crossed his arms, ready to watch the show. The corner of the man's mouth still held a mocking smile. Just as she was about to continue taunting Gao Chen, her expression suddenly changed. The honey smeared on the man in black's hands made the ants extremely excited. They began to frantically devour the honey. Because the ants were small, even though they were eating, the man in black wouldn't feel pain. Although there was no pain, there was a tingling sensation. At first, this tingling sensation felt somewhat pleasant, but as time passed, it shifted from pleasant to uncomfortable. Are you human? You must be a devil. The man in black shouted at Gao Chen. The man in black could endure pain, but this tingling sensation was unbearable for her. Her face had begun to twist into a grimace. Just give me a quick end, the man in black yelled. Gao Chen remained indifferent, merely looking at her with a cold gaze. The man in black wanted to commit suicide but felt powerless. Will you speak or not? Gao Chen began to let the man in black make her own choice. What we want is the list of underground spaces, the man in black shouted. Go on, Gao Chen replied. That list contains all the undercover agents our organization has placed within various factions in Huaxia, the man in black continued. Good, you can go die now, Gao Chen said, directly throwing the knife in his hand. The knife flew straight towards the man in black's throat, ending her wicked life. Tell me, does this list include anyone from our extreme Dao martial arts school? Gao Chen asked knowingly. Lu Tianping nodded. She said it was from various factions. Our extreme Dao martial arts school should count as one of those factions. Gao Chen nodded. The warehouse was soon cleared out. The text on the list had all been deciphered. Still can't understand it, Gao Chen said. Even though it had been translated into the characters of this world, he still couldn't comprehend it. It seems they are very cautious in their work. Not only did they write this list in their own script, but they also encrypted it. Lu Tianping sighed. Should we submit this list? Gao Chen asked Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping hesitated and said, we don't know if there are any spies at headquarters. Since they couldn't submit it, Gao Chen had no choice but to keep the list. After dealing with matters here, it was already late at night when he returned to the villa. As soon as he returned to the villa, Gao Chen felt something was off. Someone has been here. Gao Chen turned on the lights in the villa, frowning. Gao Chen, you finally came back, a voice suddenly rang out. On the second floor of the villa, a man in black suddenly appeared. This man in black stared coldly at Gao Chen and said, do you know? We have been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, a group of men in black rushed out from who knows where. The moment this group appeared, they surrounded Gao Chen completely. These people are not from the temple. Although they were all dressed in dark clothing, their styles and designs were different. Gao Chen immediately noticed their differences from the temple's black-clad individuals. Who are you? Gao Chen asked a very foolish question. You don't need to know, and we won't tell you. You just need to know that today you will undoubtedly die, the man in black replied. Gao Chen felt this line was somewhat familiar. It seemed that the black-clad individuals from the temple had said the same thing earlier in the warehouse. Whether I live or die, I don't know. But if you dare to invade my villa, you will definitely find it hard to leave alive, Gao Chen said, coldly surveying the group of black-clad men. Is that so? The man on the second floor smiled slightly and said, then I want to see just how powerful you are. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black waved his hand. The group of black-clad men received the order and immediately attacked without hesitation. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Gao Chen swung his fist directly. With just one punch, he killed a man in black. How is this possible? The man on the second floor was astonished at this scene. A high-level martial artist, an invincible grandmaster, was killed by Gao Chen with a single punch. How? Could this not surprise him? Is that all? Gao Chen shook his head disdainfully and then struck again. In just 1 minute, all the black-clad men, except for the one on the second floor, were killed by Gao Chen. Just when Gao Chen thought the man on the second floor would fight bravely, he unexpectedly drew his weapon and stabbed it into his own throat. With his death, all the black-clad men who had visited Gao Chen's villa in the dead of night were dead. What kind of force are these people from? Gao Chen frowned and began to search through the bodies of the black-clad men. He wanted to determine their identities through any clues he could find. They are quite cautious. This group of men in black left no trace of their identities. Gao Chen looked at their bodies, a fire of anger igniting within him. Uncle Lu, are you asleep? Gao Chen suppressed his rage and dialed Lu Tianping's number. At that moment, Lu Tianping had just returned home. Not yet, he replied, slightly taken aback. What's the matter? Without hesitation, Gao Chen directly informed Lu Tianping about the incident with the men in black at the villa. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping was furious. First, they attacked my Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy's warehouse, and now they attack the branch master of my academy. Do these people have a death wish? Should we report this? Gao Chen asked. It must be reported, Lu Tianping said coldly without a second thought. This matter must be brought to the attention of the higher-ups. The bodies are still in your villa, right? If it's not possible, you can come stay at my place for the night. I'll find someone to clean up those bodies right away. 10 minutes later, Gao Chen arrived at Lu Tianping's home. It was already late at night and Extreme Dao City was eerily quiet. Damn it, daring to touch the branch master of my Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy, do these people want to die? Yi Qingxian's roar shattered the silence of Extreme Dao City. In an instant, all the department heads and supervisors within Extreme Dao City gathered in the Extreme Dao Palace. What's going on so late at night? Is it such a big deal that we all had to be called here? It seems this meeting was initiated by Minister Yi, and I heard that Minister Yi is very angry right now. When they learned that this meeting was initiated by Yi Qingxian, the attendees quieted down considerably. Gao Chen, the branch master of the Shinji base city, has been attacked multiple times in one day. The first place attacked was our branch's warehouse. The second place attacked was his home. Yi Qingxian's face was like ice, her voice as cold as frost. As soon as these words were spoken, the Extreme Dao Palace fell silent. Damn it, do we know which organization or force is behind this? Daring to touch someone from our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy, do they want to die? This is a provocation against our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. Among these people, there were certainly those who disliked Gao Chen. However, because of Gao Chen's attack, they united in their enmity. Intelligence Department. After the crowd finished shouting, Yi Qingxian looked at the head of the Intelligence Department. You have 1 day to find out the general situation. In the imperial capital base city, at the Qinglu courtyard. Overnight, San Longfei seemed to have aged significantly. The death of his most favored successor was a huge blow to him. Gao Chen, Gao Chen, Gao Chen. He growled Gao Chen's name, wishing he could drink his blood and eat his flesh. Dad. San Fei's father was not much better off than San Longfei. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with resentment. If Gao Chen is not killed, my heart's hatred will not be appeased. Gao Chen truly deserves to die. San Longfei gritted his teeth, but he did not lose his wits in anger. He has killed many of my Hanu Guards, and the higher-ups have already begun to discuss countermeasures. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be results in an hour. In the imperial capital base city, at the Hanu Guard headquarters, Gao Chen must die, I say. If he doesn't die, how can we face my Hanu Guard? If we don't kill him, it will be hard to convince the public. He has killed so many of us. If we don't kill him, where is the dignity of my Hanu Guard? In the conference room, the high-ranking officials of the Hanu Guard were filled with righteous indignation. However, a few remained silent, as if pondering something. Everyone, Gao Chen must be killed. The Hanu Guard's intention to kill Gao Chen was already decided. But the question is, how do we kill him? Who will go to kill him? This was the crux of the issue. He is just a branch master of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. What do we have to fear? Even in a meeting of this level, there were still people who made very foolish remarks. Just a branch master, how can you say such a thing? As soon as this foolish remark was made, it was rebutted. If I remember correctly, the Extreme Path Martial Arts School has high hopes for him. The main thing is that crazy woman Yi Qingshan seems to be very fond of this kid as well. The people from the Sky Martial Arts School also have a good impression of him. If we kill him now, we might end up facing off against the 2 major martial arts schools. So what if we do? Who's afraid of whom? Someone shouted. Are you out of your mind? The shouter was immediately countered by someone else. What good does it do us to face off against the two major martial arts schools? We, the Hanu Guard, although directly under the higher-ups, are still inferior in both quantity and quality of martial artists compared to the two major schools. If they really get serious, we could suffer countless casualties. Some were frantic, while others remained calm. Some were foolish, while others were wise. So what do we do? Are we just going to let him be? Someone was unwilling to accept. If we can't do it ourselves, we can let Sang Longfei take the lead, someone suggested. If Sang Longfei steps in, regardless of whether he can kill Gao Chun, the Hanu Guard won't be targeted by the two major martial arts schools. Sang Longfei has money, but it's still not enough to deal with Gao Chun. An elder sitting in the main seat said after everyone quieted down. Give him 3 invincible hidden martial artists, and the rest will be up to him. The elder's words shocked everyone. Hidden martial artists are a very special force within the Hanu Guard. All organizations and institutions in the world know that the Hanu Guard possesses this force. However, how powerful this force is and how many people it has, no faction knows. The hidden martial artists in the Hanu Guard are directly under the Grand Commander. The elder who just spoke is the Grand Commander of the Hanu Guard. Who will be responsible for coordinating with Sang Longfei? The Grand Commander asked again. I'll go. A person of ordinary stature, appearance, and height stepped forward. After this matter, I will no longer be a member of the Hanu Guard. The Grand Commander nodded. The person cupped his hands to everyone present and then left the conference room. As everyone watched his back, a sense of desolation arose. Half an hour later, this person appeared at the Qinglu courtyard. 2 hours later, he left the Qinglu courtyard. When people saw him again, he was already a corpse. In the Shinshur base city, at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, the usually empty warehouse was now filled with items. All these things were taken out from that underground space? Gao Chen asked Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping nodded. That space may not be large, but there were indeed quite a few items. We didn't dare to delay after taking them out. We sent them directly to the warehouse. Gao Chen nodded, and then carefully examined the pile of items. It seems like there's nothing of value. Gao Chen had thought that even if the items from the underground space weren't priceless treasures, there would at least be some valuable things. But unexpectedly, there was really nothing of value among this pile. There are indeed a few items that seem to have some value, Lu Tianping said, picking up a worn-out book and handing it to Gao Chen. The surface of the book had already yellowed, indicating it had been around for some time. Strange characters were written on the cover. These characters are from the research of the temple itself. It should mean, list. Because the temple organization is so peculiar, the Extreme Path Martial Arts School has also paid attention to it. This is why Lu Tianping knows about this organization and recognizes its characters. Find a group of people who understand the temple's characters and have them decipher all the items with writing, Gao Chen instructed Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping nodded and then called for people. After these people moved the book away, Gao Chen began to search for treasures in the pile of garbage. Among this pile of trash, Gao Chen indeed discovered something remarkable. It was a fragment of bronze. This fragment, whether in craftsmanship or other aspects, is identical to the piece Gao Chen obtained last time. He picked up the fragment and then took out the previous one from his backpack, beginning to compare the two. After the comparison, he found that both fragments came from the same type of object. What exactly is this bronze fragment for? Just as Gao Chen was pondering, his brow suddenly furrowed. You have some nerve, daring to break into the warehouse of my Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. The warehouse of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School is located behind the school, but overall, it is still within the school's premises. Since there isn't much of value in the warehouse, coupled with the school's notorious reputation, there are usually no guards stationed there. However, even without guards, no one has ever dared to break into the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School's warehouse. Hand over what you dug up from underground, or I will bloodily wash your Extreme Dao Martial Arts School today. As soon as the intruder appeared, he spoke arrogantly. Gao Chen turned to look and saw several men in black standing at the warehouse entrance. Bloodily wash my Extreme Dao Martial Arts School? You dare to say such things? Your courage is truly extraordinary. Gao Chen looked at the men in black with disdain. It wasn't that he didn't want to finish his sentence, but Gao Chen didn't give him the chance to continue. He approached the shouting undercover agent and snapped his throat with one hand. The other undercover agents pretended to be shocked, like startled cicadas. Self-destruction might be your best choice, Gao Chen warned. The undercover agents exchanged glances, momentarily unable to decide. Enough, stop hesitating, Gao Chen said coldly when he saw their indecision. If you hesitate any longer, I will hand you over to the law enforcement department. The mention of the law enforcement department shocked everyone. They knew their time was running out. Some undercover agents who understood the situation began to draw their weapons to choose self-destruction. The remaining 2 or 3 stubborn ones prepared to continue resisting. Let the law enforcement department take over, Gao Chen said to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping nodded and called for the law enforcement department personnel. After these people were taken away by the law enforcement department, Gao Chen began to speak. What kind of organization is the Holy Temple? I believe some of you know, and some do not. Since that's the case, let me tell you about this organization. From its inception, the Holy Temple organization has been quite terrifying. Initially, their numbers were not large. To recruit more members, they employed many vile methods. Kidnapping, threats, coercion, and so on. They used almost every disgusting tactic you could think of. Once the number of Holy Temple members reached a certain level, they used another method to threaten some powerful martial artists to join. Once the number of strong individuals was sufficient, they revealed their fangs. In the past, they had used undercover tactics to seize a level 5 base city in the west. The official forces in the west reacted quickly, sacrificing a large number of experts to reclaim that level 5 base city. That battle also caused heavy losses for the Holy Temple. After that battle, the Holy Temple went silent. Many believed it had disappeared. But now it seems that it not only hasn't vanished but may even be stronger than before. From the list, it can be seen that the Holy Temple has been plotting against the Divine Machine for quite some time. Their next target is likely the Divine Machine base city. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Besides gasping, people felt more fortunate. That Gao Chen discovered the existence of the Holy Temple so early. After clearing out the undercover agents from the extreme Dao, Gao Chen went directly to the central office area. The efficiency of the Hanu Guard is very high. The new city guard has already taken office. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Thorn armor. Great achievement. Ding. New sign in location updated. Please proceed to the seal armor city to sign in. Thorned armor, great achievement, is a defensive skill that not only grants the host immense defensive power but can also rebound the opponent's attacks. In the great achievement realm, thorned armor can reflect 80% of the attacks. The newly signed skill and its description made Gao Fan raise his eyebrows in surprise. Why does both the name of the skill and its description have such a strong online game vibe? Gao Fan complained while extracting the Enlightenment Tea Fruit, Divine Machine Enlightenment Fruit, Peak Enlightenment Fruit, and Ultimate Enlightenment Fruit into his backpack. Ding! Skill Thorn Armor has broken through. Great achievement, entering the perfect realm. Ding! Skill Thorn Armor has broken through perfect, entering the peak realm. Ding! Skill Thorn Armor has broken through peak, entering the ultimate realm. After consuming a few Enlightenment Fruits, the new skill also advanced from Great Achievement to Ultimate. Looking at the skill's description again, the rebound of 80% attack had changed to 95%. Goodness, if it becomes 100%, does that mean hitting me is like hitting oneself? Before Gao Chen could finish his complaint, he was stopped by two martial artists. This place is for the city guard's work, no idlers are allowed inside. One martial artist looked down on Gao Chen, his posture arrogant. After Gao Chen glanced at him, he said softly, "I have business to discuss with the city guard." "No way." The other martial artist directly scoffed and shook his head. "We haven't received any notification, so you can't go in." Notification? What kind of nonsense notification? Gao Chen looked at the two martial artists with some impatience. "You tell your city guard that Gao Chen is here to visit." When the two martial artists heard Gao Chen's name, their legs began to tremble. "Why you? You are the master of the high division?" The previously arrogant martial artist's attitude softened immediately. Perhaps due to fear, he stuttered noticeably. "Why you? You are looking for the city guard for something?" The other martial artist also trembled slightly, his eyes flickering, not daring to look directly at Gao Chen. "Step aside, I have important matters." Gao Fan spoke in a calm tone. The two martial artists were already scared out of their wits and dared not say another word. "After you. Please, go ahead." The two martial artists spoke in unison, both gesturing for him to enter. Gao Chen nodded and walked towards the office building. The two martial artists immediately reported Gao Chen's arrival to their superiors. In the office building, city guard's office, Lu Mo sat in a large chair, smiling to himself. Being a city guard is really too enjoyable. Lu's city guard. At that moment, the door to his office was suddenly pushed open, and the secretary rushed in, looking panicked. Making such a fuss and looking so flustered. What kind of demeanor is that? Lu Mo frowned and scolded. After reprimanding the secretary, Lu Mo leaned back in a tactical manner. What happened? Once the secretary's emotions stabilized a bit, Lu Mo asked. The secretary organized her thoughts and said, "The master of the high division from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall has come to visit you." "Oh." Lu Mo waved his hand casually. "Then let the people below take him to the reception room. I'll be there shortly." Seeing Lu Mo's nonchalance, the secretary couldn't help but remind him, "It's the master of the high division from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, in the Divine Machine Base City." The secretary emphasized the words high division master heavily, but Lu Mo still didn't catch on. "I'm at the same level as him. Are you asking me to welcome him?" Lu Mo frowned, looking impatient. "The full name of the high division master is Gao Chen." The secretary directly stated Gao Chen's name. Gao from mountain, Chen from governor. Lu Mo was about to continue scolding the secretary, but when he heard the name Gao Chen, he suddenly froze. "Why you? You mean the city guard killer Gao Chen?" Lu Mo panicked. Although the secretary didn't know what a city guard killer was, she nodded. Lu Mo began to panic. He quickly stood up and rushed out of the office. In the central building, the first floor lobby. As Gao Chen stepped into the hall, Lu Mo hurriedly rushed out of the elevator. Master Gao, what a pleasure to meet you. Lu Mo dashed in front of Gao Chen, shaking his hand like a starstruck fan. This gesture caught Gao Chen off guard. Pleasure to meet you too. Gao Chen looked at Lu Mo, somewhat bewildered. Have you eaten? Are you tired? Would you like some water? Lu Mo bombarded him with questions of concern. Gao Chen stared at Lu Mo, momentarily at a loss for words. Once Lu Mo paused, Gao Chen spoke up. I came here to discuss something important with the city guard. No rush, no rush. Lu Mo waved his hands frantically. Let's go to the lounge first, we can talk once you sit down. At that moment, Lu Mo seemed less like a city guard and more like a little brother to Gao Chen. In the lounge, Gao Chen took a seat while Lu Mo eagerly served him tea and water like a devoted subordinate. Tell me, Master City Guard, do I look that intimidating? Gao Chen said helplessly. Oh, you can't say that. Lu Mo, having just finished pouring a cup of tea, straightened up and smiled. This is my respect for you. After all, you are a strong person. It was clear that Lu Mo had done his homework before taking office. I can't really be considered strong. I'm just an ordinary person. Gao Chen began to downplay himself. Right, you're absolutely right. Lu Mo didn't argue. After pouring the water, Lu Mo sat down across from Gao Chen. What brings you here this time? Lu Mo asked. Gao Chen placed a prepared roster on the table and pushed it toward Lu Mo. Lu Mo took the notebook with a puzzled expression and began to flip through it. Warriors have excellent memories, and Lu Mo had already memorized the names of everyone in the Hanu Guard before taking office. As he looked at the unfamiliar names in the notebook, his brow furrowed. After finishing, he placed the notebook on the table and looked at Gao Chen with confusion. What do you mean by showing me this notebook? Lu Mo asked. Everyone in this notebook is an undercover agent of the Holy Temple within the Hanu Guard, Gao Chen stated bluntly. Lu Mo was stunned and then suddenly stood up. That can't be possible. He picked up the notebook again and said, you should know that most of the people in this notebook are elite members of my Hanu Guard. Moreover, some of them are key training targets for us. Lu Mo was skeptical. I'm speaking the truth, but you can choose not to believe it. Besides the undercover situation in the Hanu Guard, I also have information on the undercover agents in the Zhangqiong Martial Arts Hall and the 4 great families. I will pass this information to other forces, but whether anyone believes it or not is not my concern. However, there is one thing I want to mention. According to the intelligence I've received, the Holy Temple is planning significant actions against the Divine Machine-based city. If nothing unexpected happens, this major action should be happening soon. After finishing, Gao Chen stood up to leave. Lu Mo, sitting in the conference room, was deep in thought while holding the notebook Gao Chen had given him. Secretary. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mo called for his secretary. Have Xinjian come to see me. Xinjian, Lu Mo's trusted aide, was a big shot in the Divine Machine Hanu Guard. His name did not appear in the notebook. Take a look. When Xinjian arrived, Lu Mo directly tossed the notebook to him. At that moment, Lu Mo had completely shed his previous subservient demeanor. Now, he exuded an aura of dominance. Xinjian trembled as he took the notebook and began to read. After finishing, he respectfully returned the notebook to Lu Mo and cautiously asked, most of the people on this list are from the Hanu Guard. You wanted me to see this because this notebook was given to me by Master Gao, Lu Mo replied. Even in Gao Chen's absence, he didn't dare to call his name directly. Master Gao? Xinjian momentarily didn't react, but his mind was quick. Soon, he realized who Master Gao was. He widened his eyes in surprise. Are you talking about the high-ranking branch master, Gao Chen? Yes, Lu Mo nodded. What does he mean by giving you this notebook? It was clear that Xinjian was also somewhat afraid of Gao Chen. He said that the people in this notebook are all undercover agents of the Holy Temple within our Hanu Guard. Lu Mo suddenly raised his voice. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Xinjian's eyes widened, and he waved his hand. These people are all. Before he could finish his sentence, it seemed he thought of something. Seeing Xinjian silent, Lu Mo pressed. What did you think of? It's not impossible. Xinjian suddenly changed his tone at that moment. Facing Lu Mo's confusion, he said, I received news that Gao Chen just went on a killing spree in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, killing quite a few martial artists. Upon hearing this, Lu Mo was also shocked. Are you serious? Lu Mo was somewhat skeptical. It's true, Xinjian nodded. This news came from our undercover agent in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Organizations from all over the world have planted undercover agents within other organizations. This situation is something that major organizations are well aware of. As long as these undercover agents do not engage in excessively outrageous actions, various forces will turn a blind eye. Moreover, the level of undercover agents in other forces is generally not very high. Are you saying that the people Gao Chen killed just now are all undercover agents of the Holy Temple? Luo Mo, though feeling uneasy, was very sharp-minded. Most likely, Xinjian couldn't guarantee it. How? About this, Luo Mo pondered for a moment and then said to Xinjian, "You remember all the names in this notebook? Then, investigate them secretly." After Jian nodded, he left. After leaving the central office area, Gao Chun arrived at the Zhangqiong Martial Arts Hall. "Branch Master Gao, what brings you here? Is there something you need at our Zhangqiong Martial Arts Hall?" "Branch Master Gao, it's been several days since we last met and you've become even more handsome." "Branch Master Gao, you really are becoming more and more imposing." The last trip to the undeveloped city also brought great profits to the Zhangqiong Martial Arts Hall. Therefore, the people at Zhangqiong Martial Arts Hall had a very high regard for Gao Chun. While smiling and greeting both acquaintances and strangers, Gao Chun, guided by the staff, arrived at Zhang Xiaodao's office. "What a rare guest," Zhang Xiaodao greeted with a smile upon Gao Chen's arrival. "What brings you to my place?" Zhang Xiaodao led Gao Chen to the reception area and instructed the staff, "Bring 2 cups of good tea. There's something I want to discuss with you," Gao Chen said as he took out a notebook with the words Zhangqiong Martial Arts Hall printed on the cover. Zhang Xiaodao took the notebook with a smile. As he opened the notebook, Zhang Xiaodao's expression changed drastically. He flipped through it rapidly. A minute later, he closed the notebook and set it aside. He placed his right hand on the notebook and lightly tapped it a few times before looking at Gao Chun with a serious expression. "What does this mean? Holy Temple, undercover agents." It was concise and to the point. Zhang Xiaodao's expression changed again, and he said in a deep voice, "You're not joking, are you? I think you should have received the news about my execution of the undercover agents, right?" Gao Chen revealed a mysterious smile. Zhang Xiaodao nodded and spoke frankly, "I knew you executed people, but I didn't know you were executing undercover agents of the Holy Temple. I'm giving you the notebook, you decide for yourself," Gao Chen said as he stood up to leave. After Gao Chen left, Zhang Xiaodao picked up the notebook again and began to read it carefully, word by word. Smack! After finishing, he slammed the notebook down on the table. "Liao Lo, get your ass in here," Zhang Xiaodao shouted. His voice was amplified by spiritual energy, so the entire Zhangqiong Martial Arts Hall heard his call. "Wow, what a loud voice," Gao Chen muttered to himself as he walked out of the Zhangqiong Martial Arts Hall. After leaving the Zhangqiong Martial Arts Hall, he headed to the 4 major families. Undercover agents are generally divided into 2 types. The first type is those who are dispatched. The 3 major forces belong to this category. The second type is those who are coerced. The 4 great families are like this. When Gao Chen arrived at the Zhao family, everyone in the family was on high alert. "No need to be so wary," Gao Chen teased with a smile, observing their tension. "If I wanted to, you wouldn't be able to stop me at all." Although this sounded a bit arrogant, it was the truth. The Zhao family was quite displeased with Gao Chen's equipment, but they didn't dare to speak out. The ancestor before them could easily be described as a god of death. "Master Gao, what brings you here this time?" The head of the Zhao family spoke with great humility. In front of Gao Chen, he hardly resembled the head of a family at all. "This list is the names of the undercover agents from the Holy Temple. You can choose to believe it or not." Gao Chen dropped the notebook and left, not giving the Zhao family had any time to respond. The Qian family, the Li family, the Sun family. 2 factions, the 4 great families. After everyone had left, Gao Chen returned to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. "To be honest, what you're doing seems a bit thankless," Lu Tianping commented. Gao Chen smiled slightly and said, "It's not entirely thankless, after all, I feel the Holy Temple has a major conspiracy." Suddenly, Lu Tianping's phone rang and he picked it up to take a look. "It's from Master Jiang, he says to execute everyone on the list," Lu Tianping said. Wow, Zhang Xiaodao's efficiency is impressive. To be honest, Gao Chen really admired Zhang Xiaodao. Before Lu Tianping could put his phone away, it rang again. "The Hanu Guards have also been completely executed," Lu Tianping reported. "Our new city guard is quite considerate of me." Gao Chen smiled slightly. Lu Tianping glanced at Gao Chen and teased, "You know you have a nickname, right?" "Nickname?" Gao Chen was slightly taken aback and looked at Lu Tianping. "What nickname?" "City Guard Killer," Lu Tianping joked. Gao Chen was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Not bad, I like that nickname." Gao Chen and Lu Tianping chatted casually while waiting for news from the 4 great families. However, to his surprise, he didn't receive any updates from them even late into the night. "It seems the 4 great families don't trust me," Gao Chen said. Lu Tianping opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately held back. The situation with the 4 great families was different from that of the 2 major factions. The members within the 4 great families were almost all related. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were bound by blood. In such circumstances, they would consider emotions more when handling matters. How about this, you find some people to keep an eye on the 4 great families. Gao Chen felt that the 4 great families could potentially be a hidden danger. Given that they were aware of the undercover agents, the 4 great families had yet to take any action. Besides emotions, Gao Chen feared there might be another reason. Got it, Lu Tianping nodded and went to take care of it. Gao Chen sat in his office, his right hand continuously tapping on the desk. Outside the Divine Base City, in Fingjia City, as a gathering place for exotic beasts, Fingjia City was very strange. In a once tall building that had now collapsed halfway, many places were still lit. The most bizarre thing was that there were almost no exotic beasts to be seen on the streets of Fingjia City. In a huge room of the tall building, there was a large round table. At this moment, the table was surrounded by people. A rough count would reveal there were 13 people. Gentlemen, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, exuding an air of immortality, spoke from the main seat. I believe you all know about our undercover agents being killed, right? Yes, we are already aware, the others replied in unison. It seems that the things in the underground space have been exposed. The old man stroked his chin and said softly, in that case, we must prepare early. The 3 major factions have been exposed, but the 4 great families have not. Moreover, the undercover agent from the Zhao family has reported that their family head is already tempted. They are willing to help us take down the Divine Machine Base City. One person sitting not far from the old man spoke up. This person had golden hair and blue eyes, with a charming appearance, and his eyes seemed to shimmer with the glow of spring. It's not that the 4 great families haven't been exposed, but rather that the 4 great families intend to help us. This person had skin as dark as coal and teeth as white as snow. Exactly. The old man clearly shared this sentiment, nodding his head. You all hurry and have your subordinates continue to tempt the people from the 4 great families. At the same time, prepare for the siege. After the old man finished speaking, he stood up. Everyone else also rose. Cupping their hands in respect, we respectfully send off the hall master. Indeed, this elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, exuding an air of immortality, was the hall master of the sanctuary. After the old man left, the others followed suit. The last person to leave pressed a button on their way out. The room where they had just held the meeting instantly became a wreck. Sounds echoed through the streets and alleys of the Fingjia City. Strange beasts began to appear in Fingjia City. Now, Fingjia City was no different from other gathering places of strange beasts. Back in the villa, Gao Fan collapsed into bed and fell asleep. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, the first thing he did upon waking was to call Lu Tianping to inquire about the situation with the 4 great families. Receiving the same results as yesterday, Gao Chen's mood began to sour. Since you don't want to do well, don't blame me for being ruthless. Logically speaking, who was in charge had nothing to do with Gao Chen. His urgency and anger stemmed from the sanctuary's disgusting actions. After the sanctuary captured the base city last time, their first act was not to recuperate but to engage in a massacre. The people of the sanctuary slaughtered for 3 days and nights in that base city. During that time, no one, whether martial artist or ordinary person, was spared. In those 3 days, they killed off more than half of the population in that base city. If they hadn't been thinking of long-term occupation, they might have even wiped out the entire population. Even when the Western forces counterattacked into that base city, the place was still filled with the stench of blood. According to a martial artist's recollection, that base city was truly a scene of bloodshed, with corpses strewn everywhere. Who should we target first? Lu Tianping asked coldly. He, like Gao Chen, had also seen that information. Gao Chen replied with a cold gaze, let's start with the Zhao family. Good. Lu Tianping said, then went to gather personnel. It wasn't long before Gao Chen's phone rang. It was Jiang Xiaodao calling. Have the 4 great families not cleared out the undercover agents? It seemed that the Sangqiang Martial Arts Hall also had undercover agents within the 4 great families. Yes, Gao Chen answered bluntly. So, you want to eliminate the 4 great families? At this point, not expressing a stance already indicated their attitude. Yes, Gao Chen had no intention of hiding anything from Jiang Xiaodao. In that case, let's gather at the square, Jiang Xiaodao said before hanging up. Gao Chen paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Lu Tianping quickly gathered the top experts from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Wow, you all came. Gao Chen looked at the group of experts and teased with a smile. These experts had all gone with Cao Chun to that undeveloped city in the wild. Most of them could have been transferred to the headquarters or other base cities. However, they chose to stay in the Divine Machine because they believed that as long as they followed Gao Chun, their future prospects would be limitless. With you personally leading the team, how could we not come? By teaming up with you, we can gain more benefits. You are our idol, of course we had to come. Everyone laughed and joked with Gao Chun. To be praised by a group of people felt really good. Alright, I won't waste any more words. I'll directly tell you our mission. Gao Chen didn't know if there were any undercover agents from the 4 major families among these people. But at this moment, choosing to trust them was undoubtedly the best option. You all take out your communication devices. First, Gao Chen said. Everyone promptly took out their communication devices. Gao Chen looked at Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping nodded, and then sent all the information regarding the Holy Temple to their communication devices. This included images, audio, and documents from the Western forces' counterattack on that base city. These were all high-level martial artists, and they quickly absorbed the information. Is this TM human? Or TM beasts? They don't even spare 5 or 6-year-old children. They really deserve to die. CTM, don't let me see them. If I do, I will definitely kill them. Did you see that? There was a baby in that woman's arms. After reviewing the information, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Their mindset and emotions at this moment were completely the same as Gao Chen's when he first saw the information. Branch Master, are you going to lead us to eliminate the Holy Temple? Someone asked. Gao Chen shook his head. The Holy Temple is not our immediate concern. Our main task now is to eradicate those forces that want to collude with the Holy Temple. You all know that our Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall previously killed a batch of undercover agents. Besides our Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, the Songcheong Martial Arts Hall and the Hanu Guard have also cleared out their undercover agents from the Holy Temple. But for some reason, the 4 major families don't seem to want to clean up. This time, our main task in coming here is to make them clear out the undercover agents. If they refuse to listen, I don't mind helping them with that. At the same time, I will also clean them up. Gao Chen's imposing demeanor made his subordinates' eyes shine with admiration. Good. Everyone clenched their right fists and raised them above their heads. Alright, let's set off, Gao Chen said. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the martial arts hall. Everyone followed closely behind. After leaving the martial arts hall, Gao Chen led everyone straight to the square of the base city. Jiang Xiaodao, who had already finished instructing his subordinates, was waiting for Gao Chen's arrival. Lu Mo? He didn't wait for Gao Chen but instead encountered Lu Mo. What are you doing here? Lu Mo had also brought several experts from the Hanu Guard to the square. I know what you guys are up to. How about taking me along? Lu Mo's attitude towards Jiang Xiaodao was not as submissive as it was towards Gao Chen. This matter, you can't discuss with me. The one in charge of this matter is our branch master Gao, Jiang Xiaodao said, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Branch master Gao? Upon hearing these 4 words, Lu Mo's body couldn't help but tremble. A trace of hesitation also appeared in his eyes. Brother, can you help me talk to him? To be honest, Lu Mo felt quite timid when he saw Gao Chen. Wow, weren't you just quite confident? Why are you timid now? Jiang Xiaodao seized the opportunity to mock Lu Mo. I'm afraid of him, Lu Mo admitted without hiding it, feeling a bit weak. I don't know why, but when I see him, my legs go weak and I can't speak properly. Alright, I understand, I'll help you talk. Although Jiang Xiaodao didn't verbally mock him, the mockery in his eyes was evident. The reason Lu Mo was so eager about this matter was mainly because he was the city guard of the Divine Machine Base City. If the Divine Machine Base City fell, he would be the first to be held accountable. As for the so-called patriotism, he might have a little, but more so, he was considering his personal interests. Not long after Lu Mo arrived, Gao Chen also showed up. Seeing Lu Mo and the people from the Hanu Guard, Gao Chen was puzzled. He looked at Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao smiled and explained the reason. Wow, this guy's brain is quite useful, Gao Chen teased with a smile. Who says it isn't? Jiang Xiaodao glanced in Lu Mo's direction and smiled at Gao Chen. It's not that I'm doing it on purpose, he's really afraid of being held accountable if it falls. So, that's why he is so proactive. That's very likely. Gao Chen shared the same thought. Alright, you go tell him that. I agree. Also, have him hurry up and prepare, we leave in 10 minutes. The news of the 3 factions, Jidao, Sangxion, and Hanwei gathering in the square spread throughout the entire base city like wildfire. Ordinary people did not find the gathering of these 3 factions particularly strange. After all, the 2 major martial arts schools had previously gone on outdoor adventures together. However, for the 4 great families, this was a significant matter. If it were at any other time, they might not be so anxious. But at this particular moment, they felt a bit uneasy. In the Zhao family's hidden chamber, the clan leader was on a call with the leaders of the other 3 great families. Gentlemen, what do you think they mean by this? The Zhao clan leader furrowed his brow, worry flashing in his eyes. I don't know, but at this critical juncture, it's definitely not a good thing, said the Qian clan leader. Regardless of who they are targeting, we must support each other, spoke the Sun family. Of course, as long as we can help the Holy Temple. Take this base city, each of our 4 families will gain a district, the leader of the Li family expressed with some excitement. The Xinshur base city has a total of 36 districts. Each district can bring considerable income to the base city. Compared to their current business, the income from a single district was truly tempting. While the leaders of the 4 families were discussing, Gao Chen had already led his team to the entrance of the Zhao family estate. Who are you? What business do you have with the Zhao family? The Zhao family members remained arrogant. Gao Chen did not speak but glanced at Lu Mo beside him. Lu Mo understood and stepped forward to slap the blocker. Jidao, Sangxion, and Hanwei are here to visit. Have your master come out. The blocker, who had just been slapped, intended to shout for help, but upon hearing Lu Mo's words, he silently closed his mouth. He said to Lu Mo, you wait here. Before he could finish, Lu Mo slapped him again. Wait for what, you punk? Lu Mo showed no signs of being a city guard, he looked more like a small thug. You want us to wait here? Who do you think you are? After finishing, Lu Mo kicked him again. With no one blocking their way, Gao Chen walked directly into the Zhao family estate. Gao Chen's side was imposing, with a large number of people. Not a single member of the Zhao family dared to step forward to stop them. Passing through the square in front of the estate, they reached the main hall. Gao Chen entered the hall and, without saying a word, directly sat in the main seat. The Zhao family members were furious at Gao Chen's actions, but they feared his strength and influence, only daring to curse silently in their hearts. Have your clan leader come meet me, Gao Chen shouted. In fact, the Zhao family members had already gone to find their clan leader, but after searching everywhere, they still could not find him. If it weren't for the clan leader's trusted aide knowing where he was, they might not have found him at all today. What did you say? The Zhao clan leader in the hidden chamber was still dreaming about the future with the other clan leaders. Upon hearing his aide's words, his eyes widened. Gao Chen brought people from Jidao, Sangqiong, and Hanyu to our family? The Zhao clan leader was clearly a bit flustered. Gentlemen. He glanced at the other three clan leaders and clasped his fists. I hope you three remember what we discussed earlier. After saying this, he hung up the phone and quickly left the hidden chamber. Upon exiting, he headed straight for the hall. I did not know the three esteemed guests were visiting. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The Zhao clan leader bowed deeply, lowering his posture to the lowest point. I wonder what brings the three of you to the Zhao family? After the formal greeting, he inquired, how do you plan to deal with the Holy Temple's undercover agent? Gao Chen got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Undercover agent of the Holy Temple? The high-ranking pavilion master, I don't know what you're talking about. The Zhao clan leader feigned ignorance. Do you think pretending to be foolish will let you get away with it today? Gao Chen coldly looked at the Zhao clan leader. You misunderstand. The Zhao clan leader quickly waved his hands. To explain, we have conducted an internal investigation and there are no so-called undercover agents from the Holy Temple in our family. The Zhao clan truly wanted to evade responsibility. Good, Gao Chen nodded. The Zhao clan was momentarily uncertain about what Gao Chen's good meant. Since you are unwilling to clean up, I don't mind helping you with it, Gao Chen said coldly to the Zhao clan leader. Pavilion Master Gao, isn't this a bit too much? The Zhao clan leader suddenly straightened his back and his attitude became very firm. Pavilion Master Gao, you can't just let us kill our own family members based on your suspicions. You and the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall are indeed formidable, but you can't be so overbearing. What difference is there between your behavior and that of bandits? The crowd from the Zhao clan was filled with righteous indignation. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Gao Chen as if he were their enemy. Do you know what the Holy Temple has done? Gao Chen smiled instead of getting angry, countering with a question. What the Holy Temple has done, I know better than you. That's right, the Holy Temple is the best organization in this world. Your three major organizations have long since rotted. We would rather support the Holy Temple than support you. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone from the three major forces changed drastically. Gao Chen could clearly feel the crowd's breathing becoming rapid. Meanwhile, cold sweat had already appeared on the Zhao clan leader's forehead and his back was soaked with sweat. Pavilion Master Gao, they are not. The Zhao clan leader wanted to explain, but all he received was a cold glance from Gao Chen. We have different paths and cannot collaborate. Since you believe the Holy Temple is right, I have nothing more to say, Gao Chen shrugged. Gao Chen's words made the members of the Zhao clan visibly breathe a sigh of relief. However, the Zhao clan leader felt that things were not that simple. At this moment, he truly hated the incompetent members of his family. He also somewhat hated himself for brainwashing them so early. Gao Chen did not speak again but looked towards Lu Mo and Jiang Xiaodao. The Zhao clan leader followed Gao Chen's gaze to the two. The two nodded in perfect agreement. Seeing them nod, the Zhao clan leader felt a chill in his heart. He picked up a cup and smashed it hard on the ground. Is this a signal? The Zhao clan leader's actions made Gao Chen unable to suppress a mocking expression. Then shouldn't your axe and knife men also make an appearance? Before Gao Chen's words fell, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the hall. These people were clad in armor, wielding weapons, and wore serious expressions. You were the one who wanted to strike first, Gao Chen said with a smile at the Zhao clan leader. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Zhao clan disciples, now is the time to defend the family. Kill all these invaders, the Zhao clan leader shouted. The Zhao clan's disciples drew their weapons and glared at the three major forces. Those who do not act will be spared. Those who do will be killed without mercy. Gao Chen shouted. Yes. The people from the three major forces shouted in unison. The Zhao clan members drew their weapons and began to act. Unleash your momentum, Jiang Xiaodao shouted. The momentum of the crowd erupted in an instant. With the powerful momentum unleashed, those from the Zhao clan who had already charged towards the three major forces suddenly stopped. It wasn't that they were afraid, but the overwhelming presence of the three major forces made it impossible for them to advance. How is this possible? The Zhao clan leader was in a panic. He knew the people from the three major forces were strong, but he never expected them to be this formidable. The presence of the three major forces not only left the Zhao clan in a state of panic but also terrified the other members of the Zhao clan. Some of the timid ones were so frightened that they lost their courage completely. Some people were trembling uncontrollably, and yellowish-white liquid began to appear beneath their feet. Master of the Gao division, please spare us. I know I was wrong. It was our clan leader who brainwashed us, saying how great the temple is. I report that our clan leader has long colluded with the temple. Those who were already terrified shouted frantically. The Zhao clan leader scolded angrily, are you still my Zhao family's sons? At this critical moment, you betray the family. Do you want to die? Some people cowered, while others chose to resist. Sons of the Zhao family, we should not be afraid of them. They are also flesh and blood, we should confront them head-on. Don't be afraid, death is inevitable. We would rather die standing than live kneeling. The bravado of these people did not ignite the courage in others. Those who were meant to cower remained cowardly. What do you say? Lu Mo asked Gao Chun. To everyone's surprise, Gao Chun hesitated at that moment. After all, most of these people had been brainwashed. Kill without mercy for the Zhao family. Seeing Gao Chen hesitate, Lu Tianping directly made the decision for him. Everyone nodded in agreement. The slaughter began at this moment. It was truly a one-sided massacre. Within an hour, all members of the Zhao family were dead. Search the battlefield, leave no one alive. Lu Tianping continued to issue orders coldly. Upon receiving the command, everyone began to clean the battlefield. Once it was confirmed that there were no living people left in the Zhao family estate, Gao Chen finally led the team away. What difference is there between our actions and those of the temple? Gao Chen said to Lu Tianping, somewhat bewildered. No difference. To Gao Chen's surprise, Lu Tianping's response was very direct. The nature of our slaughter of the Zhao family is completely the same as the temple's slaughter of the base city. If you want to hear it, I can provide you with a pile of grandiose reasons. But you probably don't want to hear those reasons. Gao Chen nodded. The only thing I can say is that if the temple's master were in our position, he would do the same. After Lu Tianping finished speaking, he began directing everyone to clear the bodies. Gao Chen stared blankly as one body after another was carried away. At that moment, Zhang Xiaodao walked up to Gao Chen, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, in this world, there is no such thing as right or wrong. You think the other side is wrong simply because they think about problems differently. Then you do. Although Zhang Xiaodao's words did not clarify Gao Chen's confusion, they did make him feel a bit better. After the bodies of the Zhao family were taken away, the three major forces began to regroup. Lu Mo initially suggested that they also eliminate the remaining three families. However, Gao Chen shook his head in opposition. Gao Chun had killed beasts and people, but he had never felt this way before. What's wrong with him? Lu Mo asked Zhang Xiaodao. A guilty conscience from being kind, Zhang Xiaodao replied. This answer left Lu Mo in silence for a long time. Kindness? Are you mistaken? Lu Mo did not believe Gao Chen had anything to do with kindness. Don't be fooled. By his decisiveness in killing, he is actually a kind person. If everyone in this group were like the Zhao clan leader, driven by greed, he definitely wouldn't act this way. But in reality, most of the Zhao family members are just pitiful brainwashed individuals. Lu Mo nodded, remaining silent. Back home, after taking a shower, Gao Chen lay on his bed staring at the ceiling in a daze. Meanwhile, the clan leaders of the three major families met online again. The Zhao family has disappeared from the Divine Machine Base city, the leader of the Qian family said with a dark expression. I didn't expect the three major forces to be so decisive, the leader of the Sun family said, frowning. It seems we underestimated Gao Chun, the leader of the Li family said, a strange light flickering in his eyes. What should we do next? After complaining, they had to consider some practical issues. Ask the Lord if they can act in advance, said the head of the Qian family. He was truly afraid that he would be the next target of the three major forces. Why? Are you all here? Has something happened? At that moment, another person appeared among them. This person was the Lord of the temple. Lord, upon seeing the Lord appear, the head of the Qian family quickly spoke up. The Zhao family has been exterminated. What did you say? The Lord suspected there was something wrong with his hearing. Just now, under the leadership of Gao Chun, the three major forces exterminated the Zhao family, said the head of the Sun family. The Lord's expression did not change much, but a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The three major forces are indeed decisive in their actions. The Lord stroked his chin and after pondering for a moment, he said, prepare yourselves, we will act at midnight on the 15th. After the Lord finished speaking, he hurriedly disappeared. Upon hearing that they would act at midnight on the 15th, the three major families felt relieved. In Fingjia City, in an abandoned building, the Lord stroked his chin and informed the others in the temple about the extermination of the Zhao family. This is not a good thing, one person spoke up. This indicates that the three major forces have become ruthless. If we do not act in the short term, the remaining three major families may also be exterminated. I think so too. That's right, we should plan to act early. Although the three major families are somewhat useless, they still have some value. The Lord listened to everyone's comments, merely stroking his chin without expressing his own opinion. In that case, let's act at midnight tomorrow on the 15th. There were only 3 days left until midnight on the 15th. The next morning, in Gao Chen's office, besides Gao Chun, Zhang Xiaodao, and Lu Mo were also present. The three were leisurely drinking tea, as if waiting for something. It's already been a day, and the three major families have not reacted at all. What do you think they are planning? Lu Mo said, somewhat impatiently. They should be waiting for an opportunity, Zhang Xiaodao said, taking a gentle sip of tea and looking at Gao Chen. I feel the same way, Gao Chen nodded. A long time had passed since the extermination of the Zhao family. Although the three major forces had blocked related news, Gao Chen did not believe that the three major families were unaware of this matter. Waiting for an opportunity? What opportunity? Lu Mo was somewhat confused. Gao Chen smiled slightly and said, they should be waiting for the opportunity for the temple to attack the divine machine base city. With one of the four major families gone, the remaining three major families are nothing more than a nuisance to us. Why do they think the remaining three families can provide them with help? Lu Mo added. They may have never expected the three major families to provide them with help, Zhang Xiaodao said after a brief contemplation. Lu Mo was puzzled. They should see the four major families as a smokescreen, Gao Chen said. You mean the four major families are just meant to confuse us? They just want us to focus our main attention on the four major families? Lu Mo also understood. Exactly. Gao Chen nodded. So what should we do next? Lu Mo continued to ask. We currently have two options. The first is to clear out the remaining three major families in a short time. The second option is to find the temple's stronghold and eliminate the temple. Given the current situation, the best choice was actually the first one. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that the temple will launch an attack on the divine machine base city soon because of the extermination of the Zhao family. Since this morning, Gao Chen had this feeling. In that case, should we strengthen the defenses of the base city? Lu Mo asked. Let the guards of the Hanyu strengthen their defenses, and the people from the Tsinxiang martial arts hall will join me in searching for the remaining three major families, Gao Chen said. The problem of scabies is not worth worrying about. However, at times, these scabies can easily cause some trouble. To prevent being stabbed in the back at a critical moment, Gao Chen must resolve all hidden dangers within the divine machine base city before the temple takes action. Since he doesn't know when the temple will strike, Gao Chen must act quickly. Lu Mo will be responsible for the defenses of the base city, while Gao Chen leads the people from the Extreme Path and Tsinxiang martial arts hall to the Qian family. Upon learning of the movements of the two major martial arts halls, the Qian family surprisingly rallied their entire clan to confront them. All members of the family took out their weapons and waited at the entrance of the manor for the arrival of the two major martial arts halls. Since we dare to come, it proves that your family will surely be destroyed today. Gao Chen stood at the front of the line, staring directly at the members of the Qian family. Why must it be this way? Why can't you leave us a way out? The patriarch of the Qian family glared at Gao Chen angrily. If I leave you a way out, then who will leave a way out for the ordinary people of the base city? Don't you know what the temple is doing? Your Qian family is merely a pawn, Gao Chen replied. Do you really think that once the temple occupies the divine machine, they will grant you endless benefits? Gao Chen's words fell like a bucket of cold water on the heart of the Qian family patriarch. He knew very well that Gao Chen was right. The reason he had not understood this before was not because he was foolish, but because he had been blinded by profit. Those in the family who had been seduced by the temple had crazily brainwashed him. Of course, this brainwashing was not without substance. In addition to promising numerous benefits, they had also given the Qian family patriarch a lot of real gold and silver. I understand everything you said, but I have no way out now, the Qian family patriarch shouted at Gao Chen. Indeed, there is no way out, Gao Chen coldly nodded. Since there is no way out, then let's have a decisive battle, the Qian family patriarch shouted. Immediately,